Chapter 01. In the quiet audition room, the atmosphere was incredibly tense, as if an invisible dark current were flowing quietly. Actors who had come for the audition all held their scripts and buried themselves in frantic reading, just like students cramming right before an exam. Only Yu Qinghwan stood there expressionless, looking somewhat dazed. He didn't even notice when his script fell from his hands, making him seem out of place with the surrounding ambience. But despite that, many young girls were blushing and sneaking glances at him. The entertainment industry isn't short on good-looking people, but Yu Qinghwan couldn't be described simply as good-looking. His eyebrows arched elegantly above a high bridge nose, and a pair of enchanting almond-shaped eyes shone particularly beautiful. Their irises were large and black, glowing bright and spirited, resembling two clear wells of water fringed by long, thick lashes that bent into a delicate curve. When he looked at someone, the corners of his eyes tilted slightly upward, conveying a charm filled with flirtation and passion along with a touch of something indescribable. In addition, his tall and upright posture, with his back perfectly straight, made him stand out conspicuously in the room alone. Qinghwan, this is your first battle in the entertainment circle. You must do your best. Manager Yu Xian wasn't in the mood to admire his own artist. He bent down, picked up the few sheets of paper, stuffed them back into Yu Qinghwan's hand, and gave another round of advice. When it's your turn, don't be nervous. Do you hear me? Pretend the judges aren't even there. I'll cheer for you from outside. Yu Qinghwan still stared straight ahead without any response. Yu Xian didn't find it strange, assuming Yu Qinghwan was impressed by the scene in front of him. He patted his arm and earnestly encouraged, Qinghwan, your starting point, whether it will be high or low, depends entirely on this one audition. At this point, Yu Qinghwan finally turned his head slightly and fixed his gaze on Yu Xian's face, opening his dry voice with difficulty, Yu Xian. Though brief, these two words were spoken with great effort, as if a long outdated machine had finally been oiled and creakily started its operation. My goodness. Yu Xian slapped his thigh, feeling extremely anguished at his client's disoriented attitude. Unable to hold back, he dragged Yu Qinghwan into a corner, leaning close to his ear and whispering urgently, quickly get yourself together. The director won't care whether this is your first time or not, and this opportunity is one I've worked hard to secure for you. Once missed, there might not be another chance. Look at those actors auditioning, there are several second-tier stars among them. As a newcomer, how will you compete against them if you don't give it your best shot? As Yu Xian kept lecturing incessantly, Yu Qinghwan took a step back and leaned against the cold wall, scanning the surroundings slowly and carefully with a look of disbelief. Then he pinched his thigh fiercely. A sharp pain spread instantly through his entire body. Yu Qinghwan closed his eyes, then reopened them, but the scene before him remained unchanged. He had really been reborn. After reaching the peak of the entertainment industry, he had reincarnated 10 years earlier, back to when he was 21 and about to enter the industry. And this place was the audition site for the renowned director Lu Jian's 7-year masterpiece, the movie On the Edge. This film, based on war zone doctors, wasn't considered promising in the era dominated by youth romance movies. Many openly mocked Lu Jian, claiming he had exhausted his talent and could no longer keep up with the trends of the entertainment world. After the release of the movie, everyone awaited to see Lu Jian fail miserably at the box office. However, none expected the film, despite having a very low initial screening rate, would make a stunning comeback and eventually gross 55 billion yuan, becoming the surprise hit of the year. It continued to be mentioned frequently for years afterward. Yu Qinghwan was trying out for the third male lead, Yi Sheng, a young doctor from a wealthy family. Yi Sheng, spoiled and capricious by his parents, also showed an overwhelming fear for life. Inadvertently sent to support the war zone due to a mistake in the hospital list, he slowly transformed under tough circumstances and eventually died after being hit by a stray bullet while saving a local girl. The character was designed as a handsome rich kid with impeccable looks and style, enhanced even further by his white coat. With just a bit of promotion, he became the new idol of the uniformed gods. Though disliked initially, the tragic ending painted his story with bold strokes, guaranteeing viewers would remember him profoundly. Even if the movie failed commercially, thanks to the well-crafted role and Lu Jian's fame, it wouldn't be hard to establish recognition. This is why Yu Xian placed great importance on this audition, kindly coming along personally. In his previous life, Yu Qinghwan did indeed try out but did not pass. Lu Jian's evaluation of him was, acting skill acceptable, understanding insufficient. Yu Qinghwan had been excellent since he was a child. Though it was his first time entering the entertainment industry, his lofty aspirations and pride made him believe that he would surely be selected. Unexpectedly, he suffered an initial setback and his mental state became unbalanced, almost plunging him into depression. It took him a long time to get over it. Yu Xian was startled by his movements, thinking it was because of the pressure he had exerted. Quickly grabbing Yu Qinghwan's wrist, he spoke cautiously with a tinge of hesitation, Qinghwan, don't listen to my nonsense. Let's just treat this audition as practice to familiarize you with the entertainment circle, alright? Yu Qinghwan looked down at Yu Xian's cautious expression and felt warmth in his heart. He carelessly placed the script on the chair beside him and suddenly said, brother, let's go back. This role isn't suitable for me. In the previous life, Yu Qinghwan had no regrets about his career in the entertainment industry. He had won every award imaginable, appeared in almost all the popular movies, and even had a large fan base overseas. Everyone who met him respectfully called him Brother Yu, truly marking him as a successful figure. But there was one imperfect spot: after more than a decade in the business, he had never fallen in love. He didn't even have any romantic interests. By nature, Yu Qinghwan was gay. In the world of entertainment where everyone had their eyes on him, waiting for him to fall from grace, to secure his future, he followed the advice of both the company and his agent, keeping a safe distance from everyone and never overstepping. As a result, he remained famously celibate until his death, a reality that brought shame when mentioned. After rebirth, within just a single night, Yu Qinghwan had already decided. To hell with his image. To hell with his future. Having somehow picked up another lifetime, all he wanted now was to have a good romance. He wasn't interested in walking the same path in the entertainment industry as he did in his previous life. After this, he would decline as many work opportunities as possible, trying not to appear in public, and once his 5-year contract with the company was fulfilled, he would retire immediately. After all, he was well versed in looks and education, finding another job wouldn't be difficult. Living like a regular person, peacefully and modestly, finding a suitable partner to spend life with, this was currently Yu Qinghwan's biggest dream. Hearing this, Yu Xian turned pale with shock. Go back. What are you talking about going back for? Today, even if you stand on stage like a wooden stake, you're going up for me. He thought that his artist must be nervous and resolved in his mind that after returning, he needed to make a schedule and train his psychological resilience. Otherwise, how could he face the ever-present flashbulbs later? Brother, hear me out. Yu Qinghwan's voice was very pleasant, clear and smooth, neither hurried nor slow, effortlessly calming anyone. I'm not afraid. I went through the script carefully yesterday. While I can handle Yixing in the early part, based on my acting ability now, I would certainly fail later. Yu Qinghwan truly owed much gratitude to Yu Xian. Despite being slick, this man treated him genuinely well. Having no parents himself, Yu Qinghwan always received extra care whenever needed. However, they didn't have too much time together. Several months after auditioning for On the Edge, during a car ride to take his most popular artist to the set, Yu Xian got into an accident and passed away instantly. Yu Qinghwan wasn't even able to see him for the last time. Fortunately, fate gave him another chance. Brother, what I think is important now is to hone myself. Once my acting matures, then performing in a movie will not be too late. Otherwise, I'll only hold back those in the same crew. Yu Qinghwan solemnly bluffed. Don't spout such empty talk to me. Yu Xian glared at him, clearly disapproving. After all, the opportunity was rare. Although the chances were slim, he still held on to some hope for Yu Qinghwan. Despite Yu Xian showing no signs of difference, Yu Qinghwan, understanding him well, still caught that fleeting trace of hesitation in his eyes. Seizing the moment, he earnestly advised even more convincingly, not even noticing the sound of approaching footsteps behind them. Yu Xian, disturbed by Yu Qinghwan's words and facing the other side, had no intention to turn around. The two talked for quite a while. Yu Qinghwan's throat was almost dry from talking, yet he still failed to convince Yu Xian. There were very few people left in the audition venue. Yu Qinghwan, being the last participant this time, looked at his number plate. Continuing to argue would probably mean it was soon his turn. He could be sure that with his current level of acting, not only male lead 3 but even male lead 1 would pose no problem. But he couldn't go for the audition, remaining low-key and quietly exiting the entertainment industry was his original intention. Just as Yu Qinghwan was about to double his efforts and further persuade Yu Xian, a sudden voice of appreciation came from behind. Young man, you're really something. Nowadays, there are few actors who can maintain their original intentions. Yu Qinghwan and Yu Xian turned around upon hearing the voice, and immediately recognized the speaker. It was none other than the director of On the Edge, Lu Jian. Lu Jian had originally come out for some fresh air. Most of the actors who had come today had already auditioned, but not one could satisfy him. Some were overly oily in their mannerisms and gestures, while others deliberately stiffened their small frames to feign being hard-boiled men, making him feel nauseous just by looking at them. He had spent years preparing for On the Edge. In order to have full control, he had meticulously screened the investors. As for actors, it was an even more demanding selection process. However, he knew that, currently, with the appeal of a B-level director like himself working on the male lead 3 role in a movie, no big-name actor would show up for auditions. Actors with good skills couldn't be invited, and those who could be invited weren't wanted. Lu Jian grew increasingly frustrated, and eventually decided not to watch any more auditions. He planned to bite the bullet and use his connections to find an actor who might perform as a favor. But coincidentally, he overheard the conversation between Yu Qinghwan and his agent. The young man had great looks and an excellent aura, and most importantly, hadn't been corrupted by fame and fortune. Even if his acting skills fell short, as long as he was willing, he could always teach him properly. Besides, inexperienced actors who listened well and showed a desire to learn were far better than hiring a famous actor through personal connections. In an instant, Lu Jian made up his mind. Looking at Yu Qinghwan's number plate, and assessing him thoroughly, Lu suddenly said, just as Yu Xian nervously opened his mouth to greet, acting skills can't be honed in isolation. Being guided by a good director is more important than anything. Pausing for a moment, he smiled and directly looked at Yu Qinghwan, who returned his gaze. I've observed for quite some time. This young man is perceptive, unrestrained, and reasonable, qualities that align perfectly with Yixing's later character portrayal. No need for the audition, this role is yours. Yu Qinghwan. UX in. Chapter 02. Seeing Yu Qinghwan's wide eyes glaring at him in disbelief, his youthful face seemed even younger. Lu Jian rarely showed a smile. Alright, come with me to try out inside for a bit. I need to figure out your situation before I can address it accordingly. Director Lu, this isn't quite appropriate. Yu Qinghwan stood rooted to the spot, nearly thinking she had misheard. What kind of luck would it take to be talking to your agent and coincidentally be overheard by the director, who then happens to admire you from those words and generously offers you a role? If it were in a past life, Yu Qinghwan could laugh in her dreams, but now things are different. She didn't want a high starting point, nor did she want fame. She just wanted to retire from show business and have a good romantic relationship. However, thinking back, her luck in her previous life wasn't all that great. Whenever traveling around the country shooting films with the production crew, as long as she was on the vehicle, there would inevitably be traffic jams. When actor friends got married and handed out candies, everyone else received normal candies except her, which turned out to be an empty shell. Even during meals, among a table full of people, only her bowl contained bugs. A friend once joked with Yu Qinghwan that with such defying the heavens luck, she should buy some lottery tickets. Initially, Yu Qinghwan was eager to give it a try, but after buying several times and not hitting even the first number, she completely gave up on this activity. Could it be that after reincarnation, her luck has improved? Yu Qinghwan touched the back of her neck, contemplating deeply. This demeanor appeared as shyness in Lu Jian's eyes, making him even more amiable toward her. Don't worry, I'm the director, and I make the final decision. You're called Qinghwan, right? Come along with me. It was like being led away by a creepy uncle enticing a young girl. As Yu Qinghwan was pondering how to politely decline without offending anyone, Xin finally caught on, stunned speechless by this unexpected windfall, dragging Yu Qinghwan towards the stage without hesitation, while still exchanging pleasantries with Director Lu. Director Lu, Director Lu, our unaccomplished one is just like that. Please don't hold it against her. It's not that she's refusing you, it's just that she's inexperienced and lacking confidence. Director Lu nodded. I understand, it's quite alright. The two chatted enthusiastically, leaving Yu Qinghwan entirely out of the conversation. Yu Qinghwan. She wasn't lacking confidence, she genuinely didn't want to act. Inside the venue, since Director Lu had left, the other judges weren't particularly interested in the upcoming auditions. They quickly reviewed all candidates and slumped onto their chairs, sighing in disappointment. Deputy Director Jiang Qi folded the script into a fan, fanning himself absent-mindedly. Today's work was wasted, let's pack up and go home. These actors today, tut tut tut. The producer, having a close relationship with him, shot him a glance upon hearing this. Jiang, stop spreading negative energy. Who knows, maybe we'll find the right person soon. Jiang Qi ignored him completely, expressing his attitude with a single word, humph. Just then, Lu Jian arrived with Yu Qinghwan. He clapped twice, attracting everyone's attention, and pushed Yu Qinghwan forward, introducing her. Everyone, come meet this talented individual, Yu Qinghwan, who will play the role of Yixing. Jiang Qi dropped his fan. The producer spat out a mouthful of tea. After several seconds of silence, greetings were given and glasses were wiped as everyone eagerly looked to see what this actor admired so much by Director Lu looked like. At first glance, he was handsome. Upon closer inspection, even more astonished. Not many actors could stand up to close scrutiny, but these people had keen eyesight. They could all see clearly that this young man named Yu Qinghwan hadn't worn any makeup. His looks weren't just passable, they were simply otherworldly. But it remains unknown whether his acting skills match. No one knows where Director Lu found this person, no online information about him exists. Alright, Qinghwan. Director Lu settled into his seat, signaling Yu Qinghwan to sit opposite him. After flipping through the script a few times, he pointed to a particular section of dialogue and instructed her to recite it. Try reading this part aloud. This segment depicts Yixing's reaction upon learning he's going to the battlefield and causing chaos aboard the plane. Though not overly difficult, it's still challenging for a newcomer, as it could easily turn into melodramatic behavior akin to an angry housewife if not handled well. After a quick glance, Yu Qinghwan understood the content she needed to perform. In her previous life, after being rejected from, on the brink of life and death, she had meticulously studied the script dozens of times and watched the completed movie over and over again, not for any other reason than sheer dissatisfaction. It could be said that, at present, he understood the script better than any other actor. But in this life, he truly didn't want this role. Intentionally messing up his audition and then privately asking Director Lu to let him out of it. This thought flashed through Yu Qinghwan's mind but was immediately dismissed. He didn't want to return to showbiz, but he also didn't want to deceive others, nor did he wish to leave an impression of being a poor actor with little courage to those who knew him. After Director Lu gave the instruction, everyone waited to see Yu Qinghwan's performance. However, Yu Qinghwan appeared lost in thought, motionless for quite a while. Jiang Qi secretly sent a WeChat message to the producer, this person won't do. Producer, what kind of useless crap did Director Lu bring in? What does he see in him? Is it his face? Jiang Qi, maybe. Producer, Never thought there would be a day when Director Lu chooses someone just for their looks. Sigh. Unlike others who watched with an idle mindset, Yu Xian at this moment was anxiously fidgeting like an ant on a hot pan, wishing he could strangle Yu Qinghuan and force him to perform well. As Yu Qinghuan continued to remain silent, the atmosphere in the room became increasingly strange. Just as Yu Xian couldn't hold back and was about to remind him, Yu Qinghuan suddenly put down the script. His pupils instantly dilated, his eyes turning red, filled with fear and anger. Yixing believed he had been tricked into boarding the plane headed to the battlefield. The spoiled and capricious young master erupted in rage, shouting at once, "I want to get off the plane. Immediately. No matter who wants to go to that cursed place, I'm not going. I'll tell you, my parents are still waiting for me to come home. Do you know who my parents are?" The reason for his immediate outburst wasn't merely anger, but more so fear. What kind of place was the battlefield? A place where one could easily die if they weren't careful. His life was still so long, and so many beautiful things awaited him. How could he waste his life in such a godforsaken place? Yu Qinghuan's emotions surged as though Yixing from the script had come alive, fighting fiercely, refusing to head to the battlefield even if it meant delaying the plane's takeoff. A complex array of emotions was portrayed by him with consummate skill, and even after his performance ended, no one in the room could snap out of it. The deputy director and the producer exchanged glances, both noticing the shock in each other's eyes. Was this a rookie? It must be fake. How could a newcomer be so talented? This performance was smooth and natural, far surpassing even the seasoned actors who had previously auditioned. Such acting, such control over emotions, how could Director Lu call this a rookie? This was absurd. In the face of others' amazed or inquisitive gazes, Director Lu was completely engrossed in one thought: he had struck gold. After Yu Qinghuan's audition, the others' attitudes toward him immediately warmed up, with some even offering introductions upon hearing that he didn't have an assistant. Yu Xian smoothly handled the people who came up to chat, walking away with a proud grin. Actually, at first, when the company handed Yu Qinghuan over to him, Yu Xian hadn't been pleased. So what if he was the top graduate from a domestic university? So what if he had skipped several grades? This was show business, not an exam. But after learning about Yu Qinghuan's background, Yu Xian began sympathizing with him. Though he was a slick operator, he always harbored a bit of kindness in his heart. An orphan without parents, raised eating food from 100 homes, unable to pay tuition during high school, he had no choice but to skip 2 grades. Luckily, he was smart, becoming the provincial top scorer and eventually attending the best university in the country. Because performing in the drama club earned money, he participated in numerous performances during college. Eventually, by sheer coincidence, he signed with their company and was assigned under Yu Xian. At this moment, Yu Xian couldn't help but rejoice, glad that he had given this opportunity to Yu Qinghuan due to his remaining shred of compassion. Otherwise, they might have missed this excellent talent. "Big brother, you go back first. I'll wander around for a bit," Yu Xian was still thinking when Yu Qinghuan suddenly spoke. Yu Xian paused, realizing that after fame, opportunities to wander freely would be scarce for Yu Qinghuan. So, he instructed him to stay safe and left in his second-hand Audi. Once Yu Xian left, Yu Qinghuan didn't go anywhere else. Instead, he directly turned to a roadside lottery station and randomly selected 10 Powerball numbers. Although luck hadn't favored him, encountering rebirth was already something unbelievable. What if? Tucking the lottery ticket into his pocket, Yu Qinghuan didn't hail a ride but leisurely strolled along the sidewalk. Last life had been too hurried. Upon reflection, despite earning a lot of money, he hadn't been happy. This time around, he wouldn't view himself merely as a money-making machine. He would go to the best places, see the most beautiful sights, eat the finest food, and then find the most suitable partner to spend the rest of his life with. As for money, just enough is good. Fame? Not needed at all. Yu Qinghuan's lips curled slightly as he found a zebra crossing, waiting for the green light to cross the road. Suddenly, he noticed a commotion on the other side of the road. A tall and slim man stood expressionlessly in the middle of the road, ignoring the frequent honking from the cars behind him. He stood still, causing severe traffic congestion. Many drivers stuck their heads out to curse, using increasingly offensive words. But the man didn't budge, whether deliberately or otherwise. The bystanders were watching the spectacle, with no one stepping forward to pull the man away. Seeing the worsening traffic jam, Yu Qinghuan couldn't stand it any longer. He walked over in big strides, grabbed the man's wrist, and dragged him to the roadside. "Red light stop, green light go, don't you know this? Did you not even finish primary school?" Yu Qinghuan said irritably, then looked up at the man, only to freeze in surprise upon seeing his face. This man was exceptionally handsome, with sharp features and a masculine contour. He wore a black long coat over a white shirt, the top button fastened but not looking stiff, instead, exuding a kind of disciplined coolness. It was such a pity that someone with such a good-looking face could be so ill-mannered. Yu Qinghuan felt sorry for a moment before saying coldly, "Because of you, the traffic is about to collapse. Next time, remember to follow the traffic rules when crossing the road, got it?" The man stared fixedly at him without speaking. Yu Qinghuan became somewhat annoyed, so this person refused to admit his mistake. He had little patience for people who seemed presentable but actually acted improperly. After scolding the man, he was about to leave. However, just as he stepped forward, something suddenly caught his attention. A corner of his clothes was being gripped by the man behind him. Yu Qinghwan turned around and asked indifferently, "What's the matter?" Did the man feel offended by his criticism and want to start a fight? The man lowered his eyes slightly, his dark and thick eyelashes quivering as he said earnestly, "I finished primary school." Yu Qinghwan. Yu Qinghwan, all right, you've graduated. I understand. Can you let me go now? The man did not let go, merely staring at him with deep, black eyes. For some unknown reason, Yu Qinghwan detected a hint of wrong feeling in them. Yu Qinghwan, anything else? Man, I followed the traffic rules, but I don't know how to cross the road. Yu Qinghwan. Chapter 03. Alright, that should do it. Taking advantage of the green light, Yu Qinghwan pulled the man across the street, set him down by the roadside, and muttered under her breath. For a fully grown adult to still claim he can't cross the road is ridiculous. Today she had decided to help him out completely and see what antics he would pull next. The man looked at his own hand, then glanced at Yu Qinghwan's, and stood there silently without uttering a word. Yu Qinghwan cursed him internally for being as silent as if 3 beatings couldn't coax a fart out of him. She brushed her wind-tousled hair back and suddenly spotted an old-style double-layer milk pudding shop on the side of the road, which instantly brightened her eyes. Northern winters were cold and dry, and this was the perfect moment for a bowl of hot red bean double-layer milk pudding. With this thought in mind, Yu Qinghwan left the man behind and headed straight for the little shop. It was a workday, so the store wasn't crowded, just a few sweet-looking young girls leaning on the counter, chatting away happily. Yu Qinghwan admired them for a few seconds but shook her head regrettably. Too bad they were beautiful, but the wrong gender. One of the girls noticed someone had entered the shop and quickly put away her chatty demeanor. "What would you like?" she asked, looking at Yu Qinghwan, who immediately blushed upon making eye contact. Yu Qinghwan not only had good looks but also great charisma. Leaning against the counter with a faint smile while glancing up at the menu, he unknowingly exuded charm. The girls became nervous and kept sneaking quick glances at him. A serving of red bean double-layer milk pudding and a serving of durian double-layer milk pudding. Yu Qinghwan made his decision after just one glance. "Sure, please take a seat over there and wait a moment," the girl said shyly, yet efficiently taking the order and handing out change. She even arranged a seat for Yu Qinghwan. He nodded and walked towards a window seat. Just then, the wind chime hanging on the door jingled again. Before he could turn around to see who had entered, his clothes unexpectedly tugged tight, and an unpleasant premonition crept into his heart. Surely not. Yu Qinghwan turned back incredulously and, sure enough, saw the man's handsome face staring at him. "What are you doing?" Noticing the curious gazes from several employees, Yu Qinghwan quickly led him to the window corner and coldly interrogated, "Do you feel I've embarrassed you and now you want to retaliate? All this luck must be a false impression, how else could he bump into such a weirdo right outside?" The man continued to stare at him silently without speaking a word. Yu Qinghwan began feeling irritated, a trace of impatience creeping into his voice. "Will you say something? Are you mute?" This time, the man responded quickly, "I'm not mute." Very matter-of-factly. Yu Qinghwan felt so exasperated he nearly wanted to throw a punch. "And why are you following me? Trying to flirt? Want to be friends?" Ever since he was young, Yu Qinghwan had never been short of admirers, both male and female, countless in number. Back in school, he worried about tuition fees and daily meals. In the entertainment industry, he worried about maintaining his image, thus never giving these people any attention. But even if one hadn't eaten pork, they've certainly seen pigs run. When Yu Qinghwan looked at the man with his insistent attachment, he realized the man was attempting to chat him up. His gaze swept over the man's face, as if soft, furry claws tickling the other's skin, causing the distant young girls' hearts to race. Yet, the man opposite him showed no reaction. Instead, he furrowed his brows slightly in confusion, chatting. "What does that mean? Yu Qinghwan? Is this person from Mars? So why exactly are you following me?" Yu Qinghwan sat down after pulling out a chair, scooped up a spoonful of warm double-layer milk pudding into his mouth. The rich aroma of milk dispersed the anger in his heart. Breathing out contentedly, he patiently repeated his question. "I." The man kept his hands neatly by his sides, looking as obedient as a well-bred large wolfhound. He lowered his head restlessly, avoiding eye contact with Yu Qinghwan, and spoke softly, "I'm lost." Yu Qinghwan paused mid-spoon. "So what? Can you please send me home?" Yu Qinghwan. TSK, have young people's flirting methods become this impressive already? No WeChat IDs, no phone numbers, straight to wanting someone to go home with them. Does he think I'm an idiot? He raised an eyebrow at the man and extended his clean, long fingers. "Your phone." After fumbling in his pocket for a while, the man pulled out a brand new phone and handed it over to Yu Qinghwan without hesitation. Yu Qinghwan glanced down and saw it was the latest model from Apple. "Password." The man furrowed his brow for a moment, then honestly shook his head, "I don't remember." Just as Yu Qinghuan was about to lose his temper, the man seemed to remember something and began rummaging through the bag he had on his back. After a while, he pulled out a small, delicate notebook and handed it over to Yu Qinghuan without hesitation. What is this? Yu Qinghuan suppressed his anger, adopting an attitude of, let's see what tricks you've got, and flipped open the notebook. The handwriting inside was sharp and elegant, consistent in size, neatly aligned top to bottom, clearly showing the writer's obsessive-compulsive tendencies. However, what shocked Yu Qinghuan wasn't the handwriting, but the content within. Phone password, email password, even bank card passwords, all were written down with complete clarity. He looked up at the man, once again inwardly sighing, was this guy stupid or what? How could he show his bank card password to a stranger? Yu Qinghuan unlocked the phone using the password recorded in the notebook. He found the man's phone to be extremely clean, all the system apps were grouped into one folder, and the only other app was a navigation tool. So, was this guy really directionally challenged? Not intentionally trying to hit on him? Unable to resist softening his tone, Yu Qinghuan first checked the call history. Seeing that it was clean, devoid of any records, he opened the navigation app and asked, your home address. The man quickly blurted out an address, as if afraid of being scolded again. It was the most upscale villa district in the city, only the rich and powerful lived there. In his previous life, Yu Qinghuan fought until the end to finally have the qualifications to buy a house there, but unfortunately, he never got the chance before being reborn. At this thought, he couldn't help but feel a bit envious as he glanced at the man. The man tensed under his gaze, nervously stepping back, keeping his hands obediently by his sides. Yu Qinghuan. After inputting the man's address into the navigation, he zoomed in on the page and carefully explained the route to him, concluding by pointing out the window, there are taxis outside. Just tell the driver to follow this route. The man didn't move. Yu Qinghuan, what's wrong? The man quickly looked at him, then quickly lowered his eyes, looking as if he'd suffered a great injustice. Yu Qinghuan, what's really going on here? Speak up. The man kept his head bowed, a strand of black hair pitifully blown aside by the air conditioning. I don't know how to take a taxi. Yu Qinghuan. Yu Qinghuan, can't cross the road, can't take a taxi, doesn't remember your own password, while I'm at it, do you even know your own name? The man opened his mouth as if to argue, I remember my own name. My name is Chu. Yu Qinghuan sneered mockingly, oh, good job remembering your name. Shouldn't brother give you a kiss, a hug, and carry you high up? Chu's eyes widened suddenly, then his face slowly turned red, even the pale earlobes taking on a rosy hue. Alright, today I'll do a good deed. Yu Qinghuan finished scraping the last bit of red bean double-layer milk pudding from his bowl and glanced at Chu, I'll send you home after I finish eating. After several tests, Yu Qinghuan had already realized that Chu probably wasn't pretending, he truly didn't know the way or how to take a taxi. What kind of family would raise such a spoiled young master? This must be what they call the disease of wealth. Shaking his head, just as Yu Qinghuan was about to pick up the other bowl of double-layer milk pudding, a loud growling sound of intestines came from Chu's direction. Yu Qinghuan froze, Chu froze as well. What, how many days has it been since you last ate? Yu Qinghuan laughed maliciously, his almond-shaped eyes curving upward. Here, this bowl of double-layer milk pudding is yours. Chu's face grew even redder, his eyes flitting around nervously, avoiding Yu Qinghuan's gaze, but still truthfully answered, from this morning till now. It was already 6 p.m., and this guy hadn't eaten all day. Yu Qinghuan sighed, motioned to the waitress for a clean spoon, and shoved it into Chu's hand, eat quickly, anything else you want? This round's on me. Chu shook his head, stiffly holding the spoon to scoop up the double-layer milk pudding. But somehow, even this simple action felt awkward for him. It often took him multiple scoops just to get a little of it. Yu Qinghuan found this curious and watched him intently, making Chu so uncomfortable that it felt like his head was smoking, prompting Yu Qinghuan to finally shift his gaze guiltily away. Although the Huo residence was in a villa complex, it wasn't remotely located. Situated by the mountain and river, it had an excellent view and was quite well known in the city, so much so that taxi drivers didn't need to use navigation systems upon hearing its name. Yu Qinghuan chatted happily with the driver, but Chu remained silent, sitting quietly beside him with his back ramrod straight, his hands resting on his knees like a primary school student waiting for the teacher to inspect the classroom hygiene. Amidst their conversation, Yu Qinghuan sneaked a glance at Chu and couldn't help laughing at his earnest demeanor. Non-residents were not allowed into the villa complex, so the taxi could only stop at the entrance. Yu Qinghuan riffled through Chu's little notebook, found the page recording phone numbers, and said to him, I'll take you here, if you can't find which villa is yours, just call these brothers or your parents and have them pick you up. Seeing Chu listening attentively with wide, dark eyes, Yu Qinghuan added, alright, I'm leaving now. Go eat something and get some rest. After finishing, he paid the fare, opened the car door and got out before Chu could respond, waving briefly at him before disappearing into the crowd. Chu sat quietly in the car for a full minute until the driver finally urged him to get out. Only then did he awkwardly unclip his seatbelt and prepare to alight. When crossing over where Yu Qinghuan had been sitting, Chu suddenly noticed a sticker on the seat. He carefully peeled it off, revealing 2 lines of black letters, 29th Street, Yu Qinghuan. Yu Qinghuan, Qinghuan. Huachu gently placed the sticker in his bag, but after reconsidering, took it out again, folding it with utmost care before slipping it into an inner pocket close to his heart. Chapter 04. Huachu drove around the villa area for half an hour and still couldn't find his way home. In the end, he had to flip open his little notebook and made a call back home. Mrs. Hua was sitting in the living room wiping her tears. When she saw Huachu, she didn't even wait for him to take off his shoes before rushing over to hug her youngest son. She called out all sorts of pet names, and her tears soaked through Huachu's shirt. There's a car and driver at home, yet you insisted on going to the research institute by yourself. Do you have any idea how worried I've been all day? I haven't eaten a single bite. Huachu stood stiffly, looking bewildered at his mother. His lips were tightly pressed, and he remained silent. Mrs. Hua gently combed her youngest son's bangs, sniffling as she did so. Her youngest son was extraordinarily intelligent, having earned dual doctorates at the age of 20 and entering the prestigious research institute. He had won countless domestic and international awards, and numerous research institutions clamored for him to join. In the fields of physics and mathematics, he could be considered one of the top scientists. However, when it came to daily life, he was worse off than a 3-year-old. He didn't know how to boil water, got lost easily, and didn't even know how to ride the bus or hail a taxi. That brilliant mind which could memorize complex elements at a glance couldn't retain basic common sense no matter how many times he was taught. Next time, you can't do this again, understand? Seeing Huachu lower his head with a dazed expression, Mrs. Hua, though harboring a great deal of anger inside, couldn't bring herself to scold him anymore. Her face turned serious as she feigned strictness and said a sentence. All right, the child has returned, what are you talking about? Mr. Hua moved beside his wife, wiping her tears, crying in front of the children, aren't you embarrassed? Mrs. Hua glared at him and pinched his arm hard, what's wrong with me saying a few words about my own son? Fine, 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 it's my fault. Mr. Hua gritted his teeth against the pain but didn't cry out. Instead, he apologized according to his wife's words, finally making Mrs. Hua laugh through her tears. Mr. Hua leaned forward to look at Huachu, lowering his voice, third son, go back to your room first, I'll let Aunt Lee from the kitchen send your food over later. Huachu had been waiting for these words from his father. Upon hearing them, he nodded eagerly and hurried upstairs. Watching his son's slim and upright figure walk away, Mr. Hua couldn't help but sigh deeply. He had 3 sons, his eldest, Huazheng, and the second, Huarong, were twins. Huazheng followed in his father's footsteps, choosing a career in politics where he had already achieved remarkable success. On the other hand, Huarong chose business and had created several commercial miracles in just a few years. His name now resonated within the country, and there was no need for Mr. Hua to worry about him. The only one he truly worried about was Huachu, the youngest son. Hua, our third son cannot continue like this. While drying her tears, Mrs. Hua continued speaking to her husband, you don't know, today I was on edge, afraid he might bump or hurt himself. Why don't we hire a few more bodyguards for him? Mr. Hua shook his head, there are already enough bodyguards around the third son. Today was an accident, let's wait and see. Though the Hua family was powerful, they maintained a low profile. Moreover, bodyguards were better in quality than in quantity, and hiring too many wouldn't make much difference anyway. While the Hua parents discussed things downstairs, Huachu sat in his room, gazing vacantly at the number plate in his hand. Aunt Lee glanced at it when she delivered the meal but didn't find anything strange about it. The young master had always been this way since childhood, immersed in his own world, unresponsive to the outside world, and often forgetting even to eat. Aunt Lee placed the food at the door, about to call Huachu for dinner, when Huazheng and Huarong arrived and peeked cautiously into their younger brother's room. Brother, the little one is spacing out again. Huarong sighed, raising his foot to enter but remembered his brother's OCD tendencies, so he dared not step in. Instead, he whispered something quietly to Huazheng outside the door. I'll give the research institute a call later to ask for a few days' leave for the little one. Huazheng massaged his temples, concern evident in his eyes for his younger brother. Huarong shook his head at him, it's useless to ask for leave. He'd be the same way at home. After pausing, he added, brother, there's something I want to discuss with you. I want to take the little one to my company for a stroll. Huarong's company was called Starlight, the most prestigious entertainment company in the country, producing countless actors and actresses who everyone aspired to work with. Don't even think about it. Huazheng reprimanded him sharply, the entertainment circle is chaotic, what if someone deceives the little one? Upon thinking about it, Huarong found it reasonable and abandoned the idea. As he was about to leave quietly, Huachu suddenly looked up and stared over. Caught in his younger brother's innocent gaze, Huarong's heart immediately softened, what's wrong, third one? Seeing the situation, Huazheng quickly shoved his second brother aside and craned his neck to look into the room. Little Tsu, do you need big brother's help with something? Huazheng had expected no response, but surprisingly, Huachu slowly nodded and then raised his hand, revealing the sticky note in his palm. What is this? Their youngest brother actually spoke to them voluntarily. The two brothers were astonished and overjoyed as they simultaneously leaned forward to look at the note on Huachu's palm. Huarong ran an entertainment company, so he immediately recognized it. It was an audition number tag, and more than that, there was a small logo of Starlight Entertainment next to the name Yu Qinghuan. This meant that person belonged to their company. Where did their younger brother meet this person? Could someone have found out about little Chu's identity and deliberately tried to approach him? Numerous thoughts flashed through Huarong's mind as he informed Huizu and eagerly questioned the origin of the tag. Unfortunately, Huizu was one to discard things once he got what he needed. After learning what he wanted, he stopped paying attention to his two older brothers entirely. With a loud bang, he shut the door, blocking their prying eyes from outside. Gently, he stroked the number tag, lost in thought. Meanwhile, elsewhere, after finishing a bowl of steaming beef noodles, Yu Qinghuan returned to the dormitory in his company building. Yu Xin had been waiting for him inside. As soon as he saw Yu Qinghuan, he immediately rushed forward and handed him a thick script. "You're finally back. I've been waiting here for ages. This is the script from Director Liu. Take a good look at it and try to minimize NGs. Big brother, you've said this multiple times every time I come back." Yu Qinghuan took the script and flopped onto the couch, saying weakly, "Anyway, that's how it turned out, whether I'm happy or not doesn't change anything." Yu Qinghuan pulled out 2 lottery tickets from his pocket and slapped them on the coffee table. "Big brother, if I win 5 million on the lottery, I'll keep you as my exclusive agent." "Pfft, don't daydream." Yu Xin rolled his eyes. 5 million is nothing compared to those young actors who earn tens of millions just from one TV series. Instead of hoping to win the lottery, why don't you focus on acting? Inwardly, though, Yu Xin was touched. The boy might not show it on the surface, but he clearly knew who was kind to him. As he was speaking, Yu Xin suddenly remembered something and slapped his forehead. "I almost forgot. Tomorrow, come with me to your university. We're going to create a trending topic about being the hottest campus heartthrob as preparation for your debut. Can we skip that?" Yu Qinghuan looked at him with wide eyes, imagining himself, a washed-up actor, being marketed as a campus heartthrob. It felt humiliating. No way. Yu Xin's stance was firm. He stood up and left without giving Yu Qinghuan any chance to refuse, reminding him to sleep early before heading out. After he left, Yu Qinghuan sat there pondering for a long time. In the previous life, none of this happened, but ever since passing the audition, his life trajectory seemed to be diverging further and further away from the last life. He didn't want to stay in the entertainment industry anymore, but events unfolded beyond his control. Rubbing his aching temples, Yu Qinghuan pushed all the random thoughts out of his head. Fine, let's just take it step by step. The next morning, Yu Xin dragged Yu Qinghuan out of bed very early. Dressed in pre-prepared clothes, he prepared groggily to leave for school. However, just as they stepped out, they encountered Gao Yuncheng and his agent. They were returning with a group of assistants and cameramen, seemingly coming back from somewhere. Gao Yuncheng had debuted 2 years earlier than Yu Qinghuan. He had decent resources and starred in 2 idol dramas. His agent had crafted a straightforward image for him, constantly arguing on Weibo, yet his popularity remained lukewarm. Gao Yuncheng also auditioned for the male third lead role in Life or Death. However, after reading just a few lines, Director Liu kicked him out. Thus, upon learning that Yu Qinghuan had passed the audition, Gao Yuncheng couldn't help feeling furious. He had a rather unclear relationship with a minor executive at Starlight Entertainment, and through this connection, he had earlier learned of the work that Yu Xin had arranged for Yu Qinghuan. To irritate Yu Qinghuan, Gao Yuncheng ran off to Hua University very early in the morning for shooting. He had the retouchers touch up the photos and then posted them on Weibo. By now, the topic, Gao Yuncheng National Campus Grass, had already been pushed to trending. Go shoot. Gao Yuncheng, with his unruly black hair, coldly eyed Yu Qinghuan. Didn't you check Weibo this morning? People from small places are always so petty, always grabbing what's left over. The moment Yu Xin heard these words, he instantly knew something was wrong. He nervously fished out his phone and, after taking a look, immediately flew into a rage. He never would have guessed Gao Yuncheng and his team would do something like this. Now, Weibo was flooded with discussions about Gao Yuncheng, the national campus grass, leaving their own marketing plans in ruins. This move wasn't particularly brilliant, but it was irritating just like a toad on your foot. It didn't bite, but it got under your skin. Yet, Yu Qinghuan showed no signs of anger. Back when he was at his peak in the previous life, there was no longer any mention of Gao Yunxiang in the entertainment circle. His expression remained unchanged as he calmly turned to Gao Yuncheng and said with a light voice, "National campus grass. What? Only you're allowed to create buzz, but not others." Gao Yuncheng thought he'd successfully angered Yu Qinghuan, smugly raising his chin with eyes full of challenge. Yu Qinghuan carelessly shrugged. "Of course they can, I just think there's an error somewhere on Weibo." "What? An error?" As soon as Gao Yuncheng heard this, he immediately became anxious. He hurriedly pulled out his phone, found his announcement draft, and quickly read through it once. There were no typos or inappropriate sections, everything praised how handsome he was. Furious, he lifted his head, ready to mock Yu Qinghuan for being petty and intentionally fooling him, but then he heard Yu Qinghuan coolly say, "Look here, it says Hua University's top grass. Isn't that wrong? Aren't you supposed to be from the big brothel instead? TSK, looks like your team needs to improve, even getting the school name wrong." Dun Vocational Technology College, abbreviated as DA-GUN. Yu Qinghuan hadn't said anything incorrect, Gao Yunqing truly was a graduate from there. Gao Yunqing. You graduated from the big brothel. And so did your whole family. Was he stupid? Couldn't he hear the implication? Chapter 05. Gao Yunqing's face turned bright red, a mixture of shame and anger, and he couldn't help but retort, if it's not me, is it you? It was only yesterday that he noticed someone named Yu Qinghuan. His biggest impression of her was that she had taken his role in the movie. As for Yu Qinghuan's detailed information, he knew nothing about it. Although there are some highly educated artists in the entertainment industry, they aren't many, so Gao Yunqiang spoke with great certainty. Unexpectedly, just after his words fell, Yu Qinghuan nodded, that's right, I am. How do you know? The sarcasm Gao Yunqing had been preparing got stuck in his throat, unable to go up or down, choking him. Could it be that Yu Qinghuan really graduated from Huada? Impossible, must be bluffing. He clenched his fists tightly, wanting to say something, but his mind went blank, and after searching for words for quite a while, not a single word came out. Standing opposite the calm and composed Yu Qinghuan, he looked particularly embarrassed. Yu Qinghuan observed his demeanor for a while and then dragged Yu Xian back to the dormitory with satisfaction. Yu Xian couldn't hold back outside, and once inside, he began to complain to Yu Qinghuan, what a piece of trash. A butt seller. He actually thinks he's someone important. I'll watch him stir things up. If he doesn't mess up, I'll change my last name to his. Gao Yunqing's team dared to act so openly to cut him off halfway, obviously not taking him seriously. They thought he was a soft touch who would just take it. Yu Xian clenched his molars tightly, his eyes filled with hate almost to the point of bleeding. Having worked in the circle for more than 20 years, many of those who started in the same year as him have become top-notch agents. Even if not at the highest level, they still had one or two big stars under their wings and earned handsomely from commissions every year. Only him, his most popular artist, was a second-tier entertainer, and this year the contract with the company was going to expire. He was already discontent with his current situation, and now Gao Yunqing's actions were trampling on his self-respect, rubbing it into the dirt several times. Yu Xian panted heavily, his usually smiling face now an iron gray. Big brother, have some water, calm down. Yu Qinghuan threw him a bottle of water and unscrewed another for himself, taking a sip, don't let yourself get too upset. Huh, you don't understand. Yu Xian gulped down more than half a bottle of cold water, holding his head and scratching it hard. After a long pause, he sighed in despair, it's all because I'm no good. This industry has always been about stepping on the low and lifting the high. Despite being familiar with this rule, Yu Xian felt incredibly uncomfortable. Don't, big brother, Yu Qinghuan moved closer to him, affectionately putting an arm around him, with a kind who aims for high-end routes. We don't compare ourselves with him, he can try all he wants but won't amount to anything. Yu Xian blinked, what high-end route? Big brother, hear me out. Yu Qinghuan narrowed his eyes like a fox and began brainwashing Yu Xian, look at the entertainment circle today, national schoolboys, national goddesses, all overhyped. If we try to follow, there's no novelty left anyway, so why bother? Before he finished, Yu Xian shook his head repeatedly, no, these days with so much information, if you're not exposed frequently, the audience forgets about you within 3 days. Yu Qinghuan didn't argue right away but said instead, I'm not talking about hiding altogether, but about taking a different path. Look at today's Weibo hot search, all full of who cried, who laughed, or who ate a potato chip. Not only others but even I find it sickening. This was true indeed, the hot search results were often shallow. Unable to resist, Yu Xian nodded, go on. Yu Qinghuan continued, so we'll stop the hypes. There are probably 80 or even 100 national schoolboys, one more or less doesn't matter. Let's take the opposite approach, no hyping, no Weibo posting, be as low-key as possible, which will make us stand out instead. Seems, kind of reasonable, Yu Xian murmured thoughtfully. I've just started, and excessive hype without supporting works might even damage my likability. Being low-key is better, Yu Qinghuan added. Alright then, Yu Xian looked at his thoughtful artist with relief, feeling the fire inside diminish, sorry for putting pressure on you. Not sorry, seeing the loving look from his agent, Yu Qinghuan leaned against the sofa with a hint of triumph at the corner of his lips. He had just signed a 5-year contract with Starlight. Agents like Yu Xian could manage only a limited number of artists. Even if Yu Xian treated him well, he had to eat too. If he claimed he wanted to retreat from the scene and quit directly, Yu Xian would likely explode on the spot. This was the best possible outcome for him, he neither had to offend Yu Xian nor think of ways to seek exposure for higher position, it was simply perfect. In fact, he should thank Gao Yunqing. Yu Qinghuan didn't receive any thanks from Gao Yunqing, who was sulking in his own apartment, yelling at his assistant. How do you get things done? They're calling me Chestnut on Weibo now. Saying I only know how to stir fry. Where are the paid commenters? The PR team? Why don't you contact them instead of trailing behind me with a long face? Gao Yunqing's anger was nearly off the charts. Just this morning, the Weibo topic was trending positively, many people praised his looks and even his followers had increased by tens of thousands. But after just 1 hour, public opinion flipped. No one knew who started it, but suddenly people were saying he had no acting talent and that his face had obvious flaws, implying that he relied solely on flashy photo shoots to stir up attention. They even listed all the past hot searches related to him and mercilessly ridiculed him. Fiercely tempered and incredibly arrogant, Gao Yunqing always considered himself the most handsome person in the world and believed the reason for his failure to rise to fame was merely bad luck. Normally, if a single person criticized him, he'd mull over it for days. Let alone this large-scale trolling. The assistant cowered under his insults, neck drawn like a partridge, not daring to move an inch, though inwardly seething with resentment. It was clear Gao Yunqing was blaming him for what was actually self-inflicted. He had bought the Weibo hot search himself. If it weren't for the mortgage payments, the assistant would have resigned immediately. What a bad temper. Such a person truly deserved not to be famous. Pfft. When Gao Yunqing finally exhausted himself ranting, the assistant took out his phone, hoping to check Weibo and figure out a way to turn the tide, only to be stunned by what he saw. At some point, the topic, national schoolboy, had shifted from Gao Yunqing to another person, none other than the very person Gao Yunqing despised, Yu Qinghwan. The cause of this twist was quite fantastical. It began when an anime blogger came across the hashtag Gao Yunqing National Schoolboy, and posted their own tweet. 3 ladies sailor uniform, hashtag Gao Yunqing National Schoolboy. When I woke up this morning and saw this topic, I almost thought I was on the wrong Weibo. Gao Yunqing is what kind of existence at Huada University? There's absolutely no such person at our university. The only one we can call schoolgrass is the senior student from the journalism department. Attached 2 candid shots of said senior. Fans of Gao Yunqing, please refrain from excessive criticism. By the way, this senior skipped 2 grades in high school before taking the college entrance exam and eventually enrolled in our school as the provincial top scorer in liberal arts. Dog head emoji. In this day and age, there are plenty of good-looking people, but if you add high IQ and high education, then it's a different story altogether. Moreover, the blogger already had hundreds of thousands of fans. Once they posted this tweet, it immediately caused an uproar. Wow, there's actually someone who wears their uniform so stylishly. Roar roar roar, beautiful face worthy of worship. This is what a national schoolboy should look like. He matches perfectly with my mental image of a young boy. My heart feels like a young girl's again. Blastingly handsome. Blogger, please give us this big brother's contact information. As comments kept pouring in, more and more curious onlookers clicked into the thread, and once they saw Yu Qinghwan's picture, they couldn't tear themselves away. Thus, the topic hashtag Gao Yunqing National Schoolboy was soon replaced by hashtag Huada University Uniform Big Brother. By now, countless users on Weibo were crying out for Yu Qinghwan's contact details, forcing the blogger to issue yet another tweet. 3 ladies sailor uniform, somehow became an accidental internet sensation, still feeling dizzy. Everyone, please stay calm. I also don't know this senior student's contact information. Those who plan to go to our university to chase him, rest assured, this senior has already graduated. I checked with students from the journalism department, they don't even know which company he signed with. Heard his family situation isn't great, so during his time in school, he worked part-time jobs. So pitiful QAQ. This tweet pushed the topic to even greater heights. Netizens quickly imagined a story about a poor genius struggling through hardships, resulting in numerous heartfelt reactions underneath the post. Even bloggers belonging to older generations transferred the topic to their homepages, intending to use it as an example to educate their children. With breathtaking speed, Yu Qinghwan became an overnight sensation, leaving an indelible impression on netizens' minds, fast enough that nobody dared believe it. There wasn't even a hint of backlash. If you accuse him of scheming for attention, well, he's a proud graduate of Huada University and hasn't even revealed his real name. Does he really need to resort to such tactics? If you say his face isn't handsome and claim the photo is edited, come on, those pixelated photos show every detail, down to the snow-like artifacts. And besides, why attack someone who appears so positive and aspirational? When Yu Xin saw this on Weibo, he almost thought he was dreaming or had somehow hired online trolls without realizing it. What is going on? He stared disbelievingly at his phone, eyes wide as he turned toward Yu Qinghwan, still feeling dazed. Not only did he not spend a cent to make it onto the trending list, but he also completely embarrassed Gao Yunqing. Could such an amazing thing really happen in this world? It's fake, right? Yu Qinghwan swiped his phone screen a few times and quickly skimmed several pages of Weibo content, also dumbfounded. Even with his experience, he couldn't have imagined how the topic could have spiraled so wildly out of control like this. Ha 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 ha. This is what they call karma. Once Yuxin regained his bearings, all traces of his earlier gloom dissipated. Hugging his phone tightly, he gave it 2 kisses, draped an arm around Yu Qinghwan's shoulder, and felt as if he was flying from pure exhilaration. Your luck is something else. I've never encountered anything like this before. Yu Qinghwan managed a strained smile. Yeah. What on earth was happening to him in this lifetime after reincarnation? Why was every single event so bizarre? He had gone out of his way to keep a low profile, yet the heavens seemed dead set against him, making it impossible for him to remain inconspicuous. As he pondered this, his right hand was suddenly gripped tightly by Yuxin. Facing those gleaming green eyes, Yu Qinghuan's heart jumped. What's up? Did you buy a lottery ticket yesterday? Yuxin looked at him intently, his eyes practically shining. Yes, Yu Qinghuan replied hesitantly. Hand it over. Yuxin's excitement caused spittle to fly everywhere as he looked at Yu Qinghuan like some kind of lucky charm. Here. Yu Qinghuan fished the 2 lottery tickets out of a drawer. No sooner had he extended his hand than Yuxin snatched them away. Hurry. Let's check the results for this draw. Yu Qinghuan helplessly waved a hand and didn't even bother grabbing his phone. Don't waste your time, brother. There's no way we'd win. WTF. At that exact moment, a thunderous shout erupted from Yuxin's side. Qinghuan. You won. Chapter 06. Yu Xian was so excited that his face turned red, and the veins on his neck were throbbing. He grabbed Yu Qinghuan with trembling hands, muttering repeatedly, we won, we won, we won. Yu Qinghuan felt dizzy. How much did we win? After taking several deep breaths, Yu Xian finally covered his chest and raised a thumb to Yu Qinghuan. First prize. What? Yu Qinghuan suddenly widened his eyes, snatching Yu Xian's phone and carefully comparing the numbers on it with those on his lottery ticket. From the first number to the last, they all matched perfectly. One bet for over 6 million yuan, and Yu Qinghuan had bought 10 bets. Is this a scam? He murmured in disbelief, collapsing onto the sofa, staring blankly at the 2 thin paper slips in his hand, not knowing what to say for a moment. This is too absurd. In the previous life, because of his strange luck, Yu Qinghuan specially created a small Weibo account to enter a draw, but never won once. Even one time when reportedly 99% of people won, he didn't. Why has his luck changed so miraculously when given another chance? This isn't scientific. Great fortune, Yu Xian walked around the house, tightly gripping his hands, his eyes shining with excitement as if it were him who won the prize. After walking around for more than 10 minutes, he finally calmed down enough to jump surprisingly fast in front of Yu Qinghuan, over 60 million. Over 60 million. How are you going to spend it? Without waiting for Yu Qinghuan's answer, he continued on his own. G family's limited high-end tailored suits, shoes, watches, cufflinks, buy them all. Oh, right. Necklaces and tie clips, we need to get the best ones. Hurry up. Let's make a shopping list. His urgent look was exactly like a girl about to splurge during the Double 11 festival by staring at her shopping cart. Brother, calm down. Calm down. Yu Qinghuan exhaled deeply, trying to keep Yu Xian, who was becoming increasingly restless, under control. Over 60 million, but we still have to pay 1/5 as tax, leaving only 40 million. In the past life, Yu Qinghuan saw a lot of money. 40 million was a huge sum, but not too much compared to what Yu Qinghuan was used to. Hence, he was only shocked by his good luck for a moment before regaining his senses. On the contrary, Yu Xian envied him, shouting loudly, what? Only? You're telling me only 40 million? Seeing Yu Xian looking ready to punch him at any second, Yu Qinghuan silently closed his mouth, cleverly changing the subject. I want to buy a house. This sentence finally calmed Yu Xian down. That's good, we need to buy a house. Which place do you want? The villa at Sea Mountain or the riverside property in Xiaotai Domain? This kid has potential. His debut work got him a supporting role in a major movie directed by Lu Jian. As long as he doesn't mess up, he will definitely carve out a place for himself in the entertainment industry. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to continue living in the company dorm after becoming famous. Thinking about this, Yu Xian felt that this big prize came at just the right time, almost as if it were specifically meant to provide the funds for Yu Qinghuan to buy a house. But Yu Qinghuan shook his head. No fancy places, a neighborhood with good security and environment would suffice. He carefully recalled, at this point in time, housing prices weren't yet horrifyingly high. 100 square meter apartment in an upscale community, including renovation fees, should be within 20 million yuan. 20 million budget for buying a house, and the remaining money I want to donate all of it. Yu Qinghuan lost both parents in a car accident at the age of 12, but he did not encounter too much coldness from others. When the parents of the Yu family were alive, they had good relationships, and relatives and neighbors knew that Yu Qinghuan was a good child. During his schooling, those who could spare money contributed, and those who could contribute effort supported, managing to send him to the best university. Though Yu Qinghuan never talked about these things, he always remembered them in his heart. The reason he entered the entertainment industry after graduation was because it earned money quickly, allowing him to repay earlier those who had been good to him. Donate it? Yu Xian opened his mouth wide, having some difficulty understanding, attempting to persuade Yu Qinghuan. You've just started in the entertainment circle and don't have much background. This is precisely when you need money. Even if you want to donate, it can wait until you're famous. No. Yu Qinghuan insisted on his decision. Brother, I've made up my mind. Could you help me run an errand to my hometown and liaise with the local government there? Yu Qinghuan's hometown is called Taoxiang, a picturesque place with clear waters and lush mountains. Taoxiang is renowned for its yellow peaches, and almost every household owns a large peach orchard. The peaches produced here are big and juicy, as sweet as if they were infused with honey. However, due to inconvenient transportation, these peaches can hardly be shipped out and can only be sold locally in nearby counties for 50 cents per gene, a Chinese unit of weight, leaving unsold ones to rot in the fields. In the previous life, Yu Qinghuan donated money several years later to help Tao Xiang build roads and open a cannery. In this life, his good luck allowed him to obtain an unexpected fortune early on, which could bring good days to the villagers sooner. However, Yu Qinghuan was currently tied up. All actors in the movie Life and Death on the Line had been confirmed, and he needed to meet the other actors and visit the film set for costume fittings. He didn't feel right asking for leave, so he could only entrust Yu Xian. Yu Xian was someone he knew well and trusted. Seeing Yu Qinghuan's determination, Yu Xian stared at him for a while before slowly exhaling, "Alright, this time I'll handle it for you," making sure everything is taken care of. "You just focus on filming." Frankly speaking, if it were him, having won a lottery when penniless, he would never have hesitated to donate most of his winnings like Yu Qinghuan. Such breadth of vision and magnanimity was not possessed by everyone. Yu Xian was sure that even if Yu Qinghuan hadn't entered the entertainment industry, in any other field, his future wouldn't have been bad. Looking at Yu Qinghuan with newfound respect, Yu Xian stopped wasting words and started using his network to investigate the situation in Tao Xiang's local government. Since Yu Qinghuan trusted him so much, he intended to handle the matter flawlessly, not letting him down. After Yu Xian left, Yu Qinghuan stayed home flipping through scripts, even though he had already read the script of Life and Death on the Line dozens of times. He dared not be complacent, knowing another read-through might yield new insights. At noon, while pondering what to eat, his phone buzzed. Upon checking, it turned out that Lu Jian had created a group chat called Life and Death on the Line Crew, inviting all actors into it. "Lu Jian, everyone change your group nickname to your real name plus the role you play in the movie to facilitate introductions. Also, tonight the crew will gather for dinner at Pin Private Cuisine. Those who can come need not say anything, but those who can't must speak up." Born from the military, Lu Jian's style was rather assertive, giving off an authoritative air. After delivering this statement, no one spoke up, apparently submitting to the director's stern demeanor, fearing to skip the event. Satisfied, Lu Jian softened his tone, "We'll see each other at Pin's room 01 at 6 o'clock. Following Lu Jian's rules, Yu Qinghuan updated his group nickname and refreshed to see most people had done the same. The actors seemed no different from the last life. The male lead Peng Cheng was played by Golden Flower Emperor Zhao Qingyuan, while the female lead Yu Chen was portrayed by leading actress Wang Qingqing from Starlight Pictures. In the previous life, Yu Qinghuan had never interacted with these two individuals. This time around, his life trajectory had completely changed. Since there was a gathering tonight, Yu Qinghuan decided to tidy up and head out to buy clothes. The first meeting with the crew couldn't happen in rags, just in case he met someone compatible. Opportunities always favor the prepared, men included. Thankfully, during his university years, he had done many part-time jobs, leaving him with some savings that wouldn't get depleted by buying a suit. Yu Qinghuan first had a meal, then went to the lottery center to register, feeling unburdened as he headed to the mall. Meanwhile, the weekly family gathering at the Huo residence was underway. At the mall, seeing her silent youngest son, who despite being surrounded by a lively crowd showed no expression or utterance, Mrs. Huo sighed, "Sanner, is there any clothing you like? Mom will buy it for you." Huo Chu glanced at Mrs. Huo and shook his head. Mrs. Hua has become accustomed to his indifferent attitude, so without further discussion, she dragged him into a shop. Come, try on some clothes, and Mom and your two brothers will give advice." The shop had just launched a new autumn collection, displaying rows upon rows of seasonal clothes, blurring one's eyes. Feeling uneasy, Ho Chu stepped back and said hesitantly, "I still need to go to the research institute." "What nonsense! Your second brother has already asked for your leave." Mrs. Hua glared at him unhappily, then instructed the salesperson boldly, "Bring me suitable sizes for all the blue, black, and wine red suits in that row." She carried the pile of suits and pushed the reluctant Ho Chu into the dressing room. However, Mrs. Hua and her two sons waited outside for a long time without seeing Ho Chu emerge. Mrs. Hua, showing no surprise, nudged Huo Rong beside her calmly, "Younger brother, your younger brother probably has trouble wearing the clothes again. Go check on him." "Mom, can you stop calling me younger brother? It makes me sound like a waiter." Huo Rong stood up and protested to Mrs. Hua. "Shut up if you don't like it." Mrs. Hua glanced at him impatiently and said, "Why are you dragging your feet? Hurry up and go take a look at your brother." Huo Rong had no choice but to close his mouth unhappily, feeling deeply humiliated as he entered the dressing room. Sure enough, Huo Chu was struggling with the button on the dress pants. This brand had designed an intricate button style, and after fiddling with it for quite some time, Huo Chu still had no idea how to handle it. He blankly stared at the delicate button, utterly perplexed. "That's how you do it." Huo Rong squatted down and helped his younger brother fasten the trousers. "Oh, so that's how it works." Huo Chu suddenly realized. "Younger brother, Mom really favors you." Huo Rong remained squatting, clutching the edge of his brother's shirt while lamenting. Huo Chu was about to leave when he was unexpectedly stopped by his second brother. Confused for a few seconds, he finally looked down and inquired towards Huo Rong. Alas, I'm not even as good as a blade of grass in Mom's eyes, sad, helpless, and hurt. Hua Chu blinked his eyes, thought carefully for a moment, and suddenly raised his hand to pat his older brother's head, saying, "No need to be sad." Thus, the foolish older brother instantly felt healed, rushing out of the dressing room like a husky dog and volunteering himself as his younger brother's dedicated dresser. Hua Chu, tall with long legs, naturally became a human hanger for every outfit, showcasing a cool and reserved aura. This left Mrs. Hua torn between choices, liking each set equally well. Since she couldn't buy all 30 outfits, she decided to pull Hua Zheng and Hua Rong over to help make the decision. The three bent their heads, fervently discussing their options. None of them noticed when Hua Chu's eyes lit up upon spotting a fleeting figure outside. Without a second thought, he rushed out. As a result, when Mrs. Hua finally chose the clothes and wanted to pack them for payment, she then realized that her youngest son had vanished. Chapter 07. Hurry. Give Hua Chu a call. Mrs. Hua was so anxious that she called her younger son by his full name, her face turning pale. There wasn't anyone around Hua Chu right now, and if something happened. The more Mrs. Hua thought about it, the more anxious she became. She urged her elder son Hua Rong again, "Have you called? How is it going? Where's Hua Chu?" "Mom, there's no answer." Hua Rong reluctantly handed over his phone to let her hear the busy signal. "Younger brother probably didn't bring his phone today. This is going to give me a heart attack." Mrs. Hua covered her chest, taking a few quick breaths, with her eyes reddening. "Mom, don't worry." Hua Zheng squatted down to console his mother for a while. "Your youngest son is an adult after all. Don't be overly protective of him, it's fine." Afraid of his mother arguing back, he hurriedly added, "All right, I'll take the bodyguards and look around in the mall, and you and second brother go to the service desk and have them broadcast his name over the speakers." Good, good, good. At this moment, Mrs. Hua was already flustered and nodding her head continuously as she clutched her eldest son's hand. Unaware that his disappearance had caused turmoil among his family, at this moment Hua Chu stood in front of a large circular decorative item at the center of the mall, his face filled with confusion. He had clearly just seen Qin Huan, but how did she vanish in the blink of an eye? Feeling the number plate in his pocket, Hua Chu became somewhat anxious. Second brother had said that this was the sequence number plate for actors' auditions. Although he didn't understand what it meant, perhaps this thing was important to Qin Huan, and he wanted to return it quickly. With that thought, Hua Chu sped up his steps, determined to search further. But he couldn't explain why, even though he walked round and round, he seemed to be circling the same spot. Hua Chu. This was the 12th time he'd passed this place. How strange. "Mommy, why is that older brother circling around like that?" A little girl wearing a soft pink sweater pointed at Hua Chu and turned to ask her mom. The young mother paused briefly upon hearing this, then looked over to see Hua Chu completing another loop and starting another one. That older brother is playing a game." The little girl's mother racked her brains and finally came up with an excuse. The little girl's eyes lit up instantly and, breaking free from her mother's grasp, stumbled over to Hua Chu. "Big brother, what game are you playing? I want to play too." Hua Chu bent down, his expression serious. "I'm not playing any game." Tears immediately welled up in the little girl's eyes as she accused him. "Big brother is lying. You're obviously playing a game." Hua Chu emphasized again, "I am not lying, nor am I playing any game." Wah! As soon as the words were out, the little girl burst into tears. "Big brother is mean. Big brother is a big bully." Hua Chu stepped back in panic, at a loss as to what to do when he saw the young mother rushing over, trying several times to say a few words. She's crying." The young mother forced herself to smile faintly in response before quickly lowering her head to comfort her daughter. However, the little girl wouldn't stop crying no matter what. Being reproached by those tear-filled big eyes, Hua Chu felt tense and swallowed nervously. Leaning against the nearby decoration, he tried to sneak away but accidentally stepped on someone else's foot behind him. I'm sorry." He sincerely apologized, slightly turning his head, and as his gaze landed on the person's face, surprise instantly showed in his eyes. "Qin Huan." "Hua Chu." Qin Huan still remembered him since Hua Chu's face was so striking that it was hard to forget. "How did you end up here? This is yours." Before answering her question, Hua Chu rummaged in his pocket and extended his hand in front of Qin Huan, looking at him with bright eyes as if claiming credit. I found it." Qin Huan was initially surprised about how he knew her name, but as soon as she glanced down at the number plate, everything became clear. "It's mine, thank you. But it's useless anyway, you could have thrown it away, there was no need to specially return it to me." "Is that so?" Hua Chu's hand slowly dropped, and his expression dimmed considerably. Just like a primary school student who had rushed through homework only to eagerly wait for the parents' praise and get a bucket of cold water poured on him instead. Qin Huan chuckled at the sight, asking him, "How did you end up here? Are you shopping for clothes?" "Aha." Hua Chu nodded vigorously, immediately being distracted by Qin Huan's direction. Qin Huan frowned. "Did you come alone? This family sure has no worries letting such a clueless young master run around outside unsupervised." "No." For Qin Huan, Hua Chu always answered honestly, "I came with my mom, elder brother, and second brother." Yu Qinghuan sighed, your family really has a lot of children. Before Hua Chu could say they had no kids, Yu Qinghuan glanced down at her watch, it's getting late, I have things to do tonight, so I must go back. You can take your time shopping with your family. He was about to leave. The big tail behind Hua Chu that had been swaying non-stop suddenly drooped, and he muttered weakly, all right. Yu Qinghuan smiled at him and turned to leave. After just a few steps, Hua Chu darted after her like the wind. Yu Qinghuan, is there something else? Here. The roots of Hua Chu's ears hidden by his hair were slightly red as he extended a white business card in front of Yu Qinghuan, gesturing awkwardly, my card. Thank you. Yu Qinghuan was somewhat surprised as she took his business card, not expecting that someone like Hua Chu would actually do this, but after hesitating for a few seconds, said, what should I do? I don't have a business card. Seeing the little tuft of hair on Hua Chu's head droop from disappointment, her heart softened instantly, give me your phone, I'll put my number on it. Hua Chu searched his body for a long time, then looked up empty-handed, what should I do, Qinghuan, I didn't bring my phone. His eyes started turning red in distress. Yu Qinghuan inwardly sighed, it was too much. If Hua Chu's personality wasn't the type she usually preferred, she would have given in without hesitation. No problem, I have your business card. I'll call you tonight when I get home, then you'll know my number. That's good. Hua Chu finally wiped away his tears and a shallow dimple appeared on his left cheek, then, you won't forget, right? Yu Qinghuan couldn't help laughing bitterly, relax. She still had a dinner gathering tonight and couldn't stay too long with Hua Chu. But seeing the way Hua Chu clung to her as if he didn't want her to leave made her unable to simply walk away. As she was contemplating whether to ask him out for a meal next time, she suddenly heard the mall announcement. Mr. Hua Chu, please come to the service desk immediately. Your family is waiting for you. The message played 5 times, each faster than the last. It seemed as if someone nearby was urging them on. Yu Qinghuan turned to Hua Chu, startled, did you lose your family? Hua Chu, ? Forget it, Yu Qinghuan saw his confused expression and instead asked, do you know where the service desk is? Hua Chu blankly shook his head. I shouldn't have asked. Yu Qinghuan pinched her brow and looked around, spotting a mall guide in uniform, hurriedly pulling her aside, excuse me, can you please escort him to the service desk? It was the busiest part of the day, and the guide was so busy she wished she had 8 legs. Hearing the request, she responded impatiently, the service desk is over there. If only. Before she could finish saying, go yourself, her voice caught in her throat as soon as she saw Yu Qinghuan's face. It's fine, I'll lead you there. Her tone completely shifted. It's not for me, Yu Qinghuan pushed Hua Chu towards her, it's for him, thank you. The guide's heartbeat quickened upon facing Hua Chu's handsome face. Her mind went completely blank and she nodded dazedly, sure. What a day was this. Meeting 2 top-tier handsome guys one after another. Forget guiding, even if asked to buy something for him, she would be more than willing. Seeing this, Yu Qinghuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, bid farewell to Hua Chu, and hurried out of the mall. Hua Chu stayed rooted to the spot, dumbfoundedly staring at the direction Yu Qinghuan had left until she was completely out of sight. Only then did he reluctantly turn away and follow the guide back to the service desk. Where have you been, you naughty boy? Mrs. Hua gave him a gentle slap as soon as he arrived, complaining, I nearly worried myself to death. Hua Chu stared at her in confusion, ? You don't recognize the streets, nor know how to hail a cab. What would you do if you couldn't find your way home? It won't happen, Hua Chu said earnestly. You still dare to argue. Mrs. Hua asked Hua Rong to give Hua Jing a call to tell him they'd found Hua Chu, then turned back and continued lecturing Hua Chu, don't you remember how you got lost just a few days ago? Why are you always so disobedient? Mrs. Hua rambled on endlessly, while Hua Chu's thoughts drifted elsewhere entirely. He wouldn't get lost because Qinghuan would send him home. The thought of Yu Qinghuan made Hua Chu's heart flutter like a lively bird, filling him with joy and excitement. He wasn't sure what this feeling was, perhaps it was gratitude. After all, among so many people, only Qinghuan had noticed his embarrassment. Mom, Hua Chu suddenly spoke up, interrupting Mrs. Hua's nagging. I want to go home. Mrs. Hua and the 2 Hua brothers all froze in surprise. At 27 years old, this was the first time Hua Chu had ever made a request from them. In the past, he had been like an invisible person, never sharing his own opinions or showing any preferences. He ate whatever food was given to him, and barely communicated with others. This was one of the reasons why Mrs. Hua had always been so worried about him. But today, he had actually said that he wanted to go home. Mrs. Hua was almost in tears from happiness, forgetting all her lectures as she quickly instructed the driver to fetch the car from the parking lot. On the way, she had thought her younger son might say something more to her, but Hua Chu remained just as silent as ever, tuning out their conversation as he sat quietly without a word. The only difference from before was that once they arrived home, he began searching the entire house for his phone. It's here. Seeing him running around like a headless fly, Hua Rong took the phone out from under a cushion and tossed it to him. Hua Chu clutched the phone and happily went upstairs. Placing the phone neatly on the desk, he stared intently at the black screen, filled with anticipation. Qing Huan had said she would call him. The rest of the Hua family stood in the living room, utterly bewildered, exchanging puzzled glances. All kinds of question marks filled their minds. What had gotten into Hua Chu? Chapter 08. Yu Qinghuan went home, tidied up briefly, and then headed to Yipin. He arrived at 5:30, just in time, neither early nor late. There were only a few people from the directing team in the private room, no actors had arrived yet. As soon as Lu Jian saw him, he smiled and beckoned him over to sit down, recounting the incident they encountered that day to Jiang Qi. In the end, he praised Yu Qinghuan again. This kid is pretty good. I think he'll make it someday. Jiang Qi nodded, his earlier disdain for Yu Qinghuan long gone. He agreed, yes, this young man is really quite decent. Nowadays, many actors, regardless of their level of fame, love to act superior. Some become stars after shooting web dramas, but have terrible acting skills and plenty of issues. On the contrary, Yu Qinghuan was different. Despite his great acting abilities, he tirelessly searched for flaws within himself, remaining unusually modest, a true gem. Thinking about this, Jiang Qi couldn't help but add, Qinghuan, don't underestimate yourself. Your acting is very good, and if there's an opportunity, you mustn't miss it. He knew well that this young man almost missed out on the role of Yisheng because he didn't trust his own acting. Yu Qinghuan felt somewhat embarrassed by the praise. It wasn't that he didn't believe in his acting, it was just that he didn't want to act. Of course, he couldn't say this aloud and could only accept their advice with an expression of gratitude. As it approached 6 o'clock, the actors gradually arrived until everyone was present. Yu Qinghuan wisely said something to Lu Jian before finding a quiet corner to sit. As a newcomer just starting his career and cast as the third male lead, if he sat too close to the director's group, rumors would surely spread. Besides, he wasn't particularly interested in climbing the ladder, so being left alone suited him just fine. Most of the actors were meeting each other for the first time, and soon those who shared scenes started chatting and exchanging contact information. Since Zhao Qingyun and Wang Qingqing hadn't arrived yet, Fang Zhongxi, the second male lead, and Li Hongxiu, the second female lead, were currently the most popular ones. The two were a top-flow actor and actress respectively, consistently generating high discussions on entertainment platforms. Building good relationships with them would be highly advantageous. Yu Qinghuan glanced at that circle of people, sighed quietly, and mournfully refilled his glass with corn juice. What was the point of having so many people around when none were of his preferred type? His heart ached. Lu Jian happened to notice Yu Qinghuan's movements and immediately imagined a grand drama where a new rookie wanted to approach the seniors but didn't dare to. He looked at Yu Qinghuan with even more compassion. How could such a sincere kid navigate through the intricate world of entertainment? Alas, since he was brought into the industry by him, and he listened well, he felt obligated to give him a hand. Just as he stood up to signal Yu Qinghuan to come closer, the private room door suddenly opened, and Wang Qingqing laughed cheerfully, oops. So many people are here already. Did I arrive late? Everyone quickly stood up and greeted her with smiles, not late at all. There's still time. That's right, Qingjie, your timing is perfect. Wang Qingqing nodded and grinned sweetly, then I can relax. Scanning the seating arrangements inside the private room, she noticed that the seat closest to Lu Jian was occupied by Li Hongxiu, so she walked over and softly asked, Are you, Hongxiu? The one playing the second female role? Li Hongxiu stood up in surprise, Yes, Qingjie, hello. Wang Qingqing extended her hand, let's hope we'll have a pleasant collaboration. Her palm touched Li Hongxiu's briefly before retreating. She winked at her and said, I arrived a little late, but could I take this seat? I actually have a script question I need to discuss with Director Lu. Li Hongxiu hesitated for a moment, then quickly vacated the seat, you go ahead, please. Thank you, Wang Qingqing thanked her briefly and then completely ignored the surrounding actors who tried to engage her, focusing instead on conversing with the directing team. Li Hongxiu seemed still dazed by Wang Qingqing's initiative to talk to her. While walking, she accidentally bumped into a chair, prompting a wave of friendly laughter. Yet Yu Qinghuan noticed clearly how her fists were clenched white. What a dramatic scene. Lu Jian seemed to have arranged with the waiters beforehand. At 6:15, dishes began to be served one after another. Yipin's exclusive Cantonese cuisine was refined with small portions, perfectly suitable for gatherings between actors. In front of Yu Qinghuan was a dish of durian snow maiden buns. They looked plump and exuded a cool, refreshing aroma, appearing quite appetizing. Glancing around at the other actors, seeing that none of them intended to touch it with determination, Yu Qinghuan calmly claimed the dessert for himself. Durian desserts were always his favorite. Director Lu, how come Brother Zhao hasn't arrived yet? Just a while into the meal, Wang Qingqing casually asked this question. Him. When mentioning Zhao Qingyun, Lu Jian's smile seemed more genuine, showing their good relationship. He has some business today, and will arrive a bit later. I see, Wang Qingqing's gaze flickered. Her fingers brushed over the glass as she playfully said, we should make him take a penalty shot when he arrives. Lu Jian chuckled, sure thing. In the small private room, everyone had their own schemes, trying to expand their network of connections as much as possible. The only exception was Yu Qinghuan, who buried his head and ate heartily, not even noticing the person sitting next to him. This person had a large scarf wrapped around their face and seemed to have sneaked in quietly. No one paid attention to them. Even if someone noticed, seeing them timidly heading for the corner, they would assume it was an insignificant supporting actor. Yu Qinghuan briefly glanced at him during a pause in eating. By then, this person had already taken off the big scarf, revealing a delicate, rather effeminate face. It looked familiar, but Yu Qinghuan thought for a second and couldn't recall the name. So, he didn't bother any further and lowered his head again, continuing to eat beef tripe. Anyway, it wasn't his type. He just didn't care. Zhao Qinyun thought this young newcomer was a little unusual. Looking around the table, he was the only one just sitting there and eating with obvious enjoyment, without appearing surprised upon recognizing his face. At this moment, shouldn't this young man be anxiously standing up, quickly greeting him and asking whether he wanted to eat something? Deciding to display the air of a film emperor and teach this junior about manners, Zhao Qinyun saw the newcomer immediately put a piece of fragrant beef tripe into his mouth the next moment. Although his table manners were elegant, it somehow stimulated a powerful sense of hunger. Zhao Qinyun touched his stomach and felt a little hungry too. This new guy was like poison. Is it delicious? Feeling ignored for too long and less important than a plate of beef tripe, Zhao Qinyun felt a bit downhearted and couldn't help moving closer to talk with Yu Qinghuan. Delicious. Yu Qinghuan didn't turn his head, happily continuing to eat. Zhao Qinyun. Why was this young newcomer so unconventional? Zhao Qinyun thought that at this moment, only one phrase could describe his feelings. Very well, mister, you've successfully caught my attention. As he was thinking this, Yu Qinghuan pushed the plate of beef tripe closer to him. Eat. His tone was casual, as if he were dealing with a stray cat or dog coming to beg for food. Zhao Qinyun. Well, no matter how angry, you need to fill your stomach first. Thus, there was another person added to the heavy eater group. Both Yu Qinghuan and Zhao Qinyun had great appetites. Soon, the food near them was eaten almost entirely. And these two people, under circumstances where they didn't even know each other's names, became dining friends. The durian milfai is also very good, Yu Qinghuan recommended to Zhao Qinyun. It's especially fragrant, try it. Zhao Qinyun turned away immediately, his expression full of disgust. I don't eat durian. How delicious durian can be, Yu Qinghuan sighed regrettably, shaking his head. You really lack a gourmand's taste. Zhao Qinyun wouldn't concede defeat. Where do I lack in being a gourmand? I'm going to try it today. If it's not tasty, you'll regret it. After saying that, he closed his eyes and shoved a piece into his mouth. He thought he would spit it out due to the stench, but unexpectedly found it was pretty good after all. Yu Qinghuan keenly observed the change in his expression and raised his eyebrows. Not bad, right? Zhao Qinyun's face showed confusion. It is not bad. Maybe durians weren't as smelly as he imagined. They actually tasted good. Even though Yu Qinghuan was only in his early 20s, his experience was evident. Even though he had no intention to cultivate friendships, he still managed to keep Zhao Qinyun entertained and cheerful. Though Zhao Qinyun seemed clever, he was actually rather naive and simple. As they chatted more and more freely, they gradually acted like acquaintances by the end. Zhao Qinyun took out his phone and began yelling about exchanging contact information and mutual following on Weibo. After saving Zhao Qinyun's phone number, Yu Qinghuan somewhat awkwardly replied, sorry, I don't have a Weibo account. Huh. Zhao Qinyun poked his ears, nearly mistaking what he heard. Was there really an actor in this day and age without a Weibo account? He had several auxiliary accounts himself. Seeing Yu Qinghuan's sincere expression, he pulled him along, then go register one now. You'll definitely need it later. Yu Qinghuan actually had no intention of registering for Weibo. It would be better to be forgotten by the audience after a play ended. However, since he was relentlessly pestered and couldn't find an excuse to decline, he took out his phone. I'm your first follow, Zhao Qingyuan chuckled as he hugged Yu Qinghuan's shoulders. Alright, now that I've followed you, hurry up and return the favor. Yu Qinghuan nodded and opened the fan notifications in the top right corner. When he saw the nickname and profile picture, he suddenly fell silent. You are, Zhao Qingyuan? Don't you recognize me? Zhao Qingyuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Yu Qinghuan. You really don't know who I am? Yu Qinghuan silently returned the follow but responded vaguely, I didn't recognize you right away. Zhao Qingyuan immediately understood, this person genuinely did not recognize him. Glaring humorously at Yu Qinghuan, he wondered if this man was from Mars. Given how widely recognized he was, ranging from elementary school girls to 50-year-old housewives, it was incredibly rare to meet someone in the entertainment industry who didn't know him. Thus, Zhao Qingyuan grew even more curious, bombarding Yu Qinghuan with endless questions. Even with Yu Qinghuan's normally good temperament, he eventually started feeling irritated. Before arriving, he had searched online for information about the lead actors in The Edge Between Life and Death. If he remembered correctly, wasn't Zhao Qingyuan supposed to be projecting a cold prince persona? So why now, did it seem so collapsed? What kind of cold prince was this? Clearly, it was just a husky in the entertainment circle. However, what Yu Qinghuan didn't realize was that due to one single action by Zhao Qingyuan, following him, his tiny account with only one follower and one fan got pushed onto the hot topics list. The fans familiar with Zhao Qingyuan knew that his personality was notoriously aloof and unbound. His family was very wealthy, so joining the entertainment industry was merely a pastime. As such, he didn't have as many restrictions as other stars. His Weibo account was extremely personal. He only followed those he wished to and posted content purely based on what he wanted to share. And yet, this free-spirited Zhao Qingyuan had now chosen to follow a small, completely blank account that hadn't even posted a single update. Who on earth was this Yu Qinghuan? What power made Zhao Qingyuan willing to follow an empty account like this? This triggered a huge wave of excitement on Weibo. The topic, search for Yu Qinghuan, shot up explosively to the #1 trending position in no time. Thus, following the two photographs, Yu Qinghuan once again found himself on the hot topics list, a place that many people struggle to reach, all thanks to a mere name. Chapter 09. Despite the party having just started not long ago, several distinct small circles had already formed in the private room. Everyone was chatting enthusiastically in their groups. Moreover, since Yu Qinghuan's corner was rather secluded and blocked by a nearby money tree, he became even less noticeable. The first person to notice that Zhao Qingyuan had arrived was Director Lu. After a few rounds of drinks, his face no longer held its usual solemnity. Instead, it glowed as he promised big things to the actors, when suddenly he heard a scoff from the corner. Turning toward the sound, wondering who could be so bold, Director Lu met Zhao Qingyuan's defiant gaze. When did this guy get here? Director Lu was momentarily stunned, then quickly approached. What are you doing hiding here? You came but didn't even greet me. What's there to greet? Zhao Qingyuan waved him off carelessly, saying, it's too noisy where you are, much quieter here. Back in the day, Lu Jian was once a soldier under Zhao Qingyuan's grandfather, and after demobilization, their families continued to stay in touch, so their relationship was quite close. Throughout the entire entertainment industry, even though Director Lu might have faded into obscurity now, the only one who dared to speak to him like this was still Zhao Qingyuan. You damn brat. Director Lu wasn't angry, on the contrary, he smiled while scolding him, and spotting Yu Qinghuan beside him, he asked Zhao Qingyuan, do you know each other? Of course we do. Zhao Qingyuan grinned, putting an arm around Yu Qinghuan's neck, he's my buddy. Yu Qinghuan twitched his eye, raising his elbow to knock Zhao Qingyuan's arm away. Zhao Qingyuan wasn't upset though, persistently trying to put his arm around him again. Seeing this, Director Lu smiled warmly and nodded approvingly, yeah, Qinghuan is a good kid, you'd better not bully him. In response, Zhao Qingyuan gave him an impatient glare. As they were conversing harmoniously, the others were already staring in astonishment. When did Zhao Qingyuan arrive? How had they completely missed him? And what's more, a well-respected movie star entering their film gathering should at least be acknowledged. They weren't equipped with all-seeing eyes to recognize him immediately. Those who had looked down on Yu Qinghuan before now bitterly regretted it. If they had known Zhao Qingyuan would sit in the corner, no matter the cost, they should have jostled to sit next to him. Others, full of remorse, changed their previous attitude and groveled as they offered toasts, but Zhao Qingyuan, as arrogant as ever, didn't bother entertaining them, not even drinking with Wang Qingqing. I don't drink alcohol. Leaning casually against the chair back, Zhao Qingyuan lazily glanced at Wang Qingqing and said bluntly. It's my fault. Wang Qingqing managed a perfectly measured smile, undeterred, and deftly placed the wine glass down, switching it for corn juice instead, turning to Zhao Qingyuan, Brother Zhao, how about we do a toast with corn juice? Wang Qingqing was not only beautiful on the surface but also exceptionally graceful in her demeanor. Her slender white fingers holding the yellowish corn juice made a very inviting picture. Zhao Qingyuan stared at her fixedly, until Wang Qingqing's hands started to tire. He then turned his head and said indifferently, sorry, I've had enough corn juice. At this, Wang Qingqing truly began to feel humiliated, mumbling some excuse before returning to her seat. Because of Zhao Qingyuan's behavior, the latter half of the gathering was awkward. Originally scheduled to end at 8 o'clock, by 7:30, many people had already left early. Yu Qinghuan rejected Zhao Qingyuan's suggestion of going out for another drink, choosing a midway point to slip home. On the way, Zhao Qingyuan's messages kept coming non-stop. This guy must have been pent up for a while, having finally found someone to vent to, he chattered endlessly without pause. Zhao Qingyuan, Qinghuan, you may not know because you joined the industry late, but Wang Qingqing looks pure and pretty, but in reality, she has more tricks than a cold briquette. If I had drunk her toast tonight, who knows, tomorrow news might spread that I bullied her. Zhao Qingyuan, that Li Hongxiu isn't any good either. Good grief, look at the kinds of actors Director Lu chose. Zhao Qingyuan, Qinghuan, I'm not talking about you here, don't misunderstand me. Honestly, I really think I'm the fresh stream in the entertainment circle, someone so upright like me probably won't be welcomed anywhere. Forget it, I'd rather not deal with people and focus on improving my acting skills to win an Oscar. Yu Qinghuan, with a poker face, finished reading the messages and didn't reply, tossing his phone onto the sofa. Whether Zhao Qingyuan was the fresh stream or not, he knew for sure Zhao Qingyuan was certainly eccentric. Waiting a few minutes without seeing a reply from Yu Qinghuan, Zhao Qingyuan started bombarding him with more messages. Zhao Qingyuan, Qinghuan, did you see this? Zhao Qingyuan, Qinghuan, why aren't you replying? Are you mad? Taking a shower? Going to bed? Yu Qinghuan couldn't bear the constant vibration of his phone anymore and clicked open the chat interface to reply. Yu Qinghuan, don't worry, you won't be unwelcome. Zhao Qingyuan replied instantly, goodness. Qinghuan, you're the best. You're even comforting me. Yu Qinghuan, and you still won't win an Oscar. Zhao Qingyuan. Zhao Qingyuan, Qinghuan, do you know how hurtful that is to my heart? I'm a movie emperor now. Yu Qinghuan, oh, going to sleep. Good night. Zhao Qingyuan. Yu Qinghuan said he was going to sleep, which meant it for real. He had overworked himself in his previous life, staying up all night shooting was a common thing, resulting in him collapsing in health before he hit his 30s. Since getting another lifetime was rare, Yu Qinghuan decided to take good care of his body. At 10 o'clock at night, he promptly lay down on his bed. For some reason, he couldn't fall asleep because there seemed to be something lingering in his mind. Yu Qinghuan racked his brain but couldn't recall what he might have overlooked, eventually drifting off in confusion. Meanwhile, at the Hua family residence, Hua Chu, who always went to bed promptly at 9 without missing a second, was awake unusually late. Sitting upright in the study, his expression had transformed from the initial excitement into one of depression. Qinghuan said he would call him, so why hasn't he received the call yet? Could the business card have been lost or misplaced? What could be done if it's really lost? Hua Chu sat uneasily, pressing his phone several times, revealing rare signs of anxiety. The Hua brothers watched nervously outside. Hua Rong couldn't help glancing at Hua Zheng, brother, what's wrong with little brother? This isn't normal. Hua Zheng furrowed his brows, has he been researching some dangerous subject again? Last time, Hua Chu spent 3 days crouching by the swimming pool, refusing to leave despite everyone's pleas, claiming he had become a split proton. Ultimately, Hua Zheng had no choice but to collaborate with Hua Rong to knock him out and bring him back home. And this current situation reminded Hua Zheng of that last episode. Not again, Hua Rong shuddered, his entire body covered in goosebumps, lamenting in agony, I can't handle it if it happens once more. Just as Hua Zheng was about to tell his brother to lower his voice and not alarm Hua Chu, he saw Hua Chu suddenly stand up, staring coldly and emotionlessly in their direction. Hua Rong quivered, stepping forward. Little brother, big brother just wants to check why you haven't gone to bed yet. Hua Chu held his phone and extended it toward Hua Rong, is there any missed call? Perhaps Qinghuan has already called me, but since I don't quite understand using the phone, I might have missed his call. Hua Chu became more convinced that this was indeed the case and urged Hua Rong, big brother, please check. What kind of missed call? Hua Rong murmured softly but resigned himself to inspecting anyway. The call log was spotlessly clean, without a single trace. No one has called you. Hua Rong waved the phone in front of Hua Chu's eyes. Could it be that little brother has made a new friend? But that's impossible. Given little brother's personality, he probably only did it to explore the phone's functions. Anyway, Hua Chu's demeanor instantly sank, dejectedly retreating and once again squatting like a mushroom beside the desk. No matter what Hua Zheng and Hua Rong said after that, Hua Chu remained silent as if his soul had flown away, without a word. Yu Qinghuan woke up halfway through the night, suddenly dreaming that Hua Chu kept chanting his name like reciting scriptures, Qinghuan Qinghuan Qinghuan. This disturbed Yu Qinghuan enough to awaken fully, and then he abruptly remembered that he promised to return Hua Chu's call but completely forgot. Recalling Hua Chu's meticulous character, Yu Qinghuan couldn't help feeling a chill run through his scalp and quickly turned on the light, taking out the business card and dialing the number on it. It barely rang once before being answered instantly. On the other end came Hua Chu's cheerful voice, Qinghuan. How did you pick up so fast? Yu Qinghuan was astonished, joking immediately, you didn't wait right in front of the phone, did you? Yes. Hua Chu responded without hesitation, I've been waiting for your call. Yu Qinghuan couldn't help but look at the time on his phone, which had passed midnight. How long must Hua Chu have waited? He felt incredibly guilty and apologized at once, I'm sorry, Hua Chu. I forgot. Hua Chu wasn't upset at all, it's fine. You didn't break your promise. However, these words not only failed to make Yu Qinghuan feel any better, but also made him feel even worse. Recalling Hua Chu pitifully holding his phone and idling away time waiting for his call, he felt that he had acted reprehensibly. Of all the things he could have forgotten, why was it this one? It's my fault. You should go to sleep. Let me treat you to dinner tomorrow, okay? Yu Qinghuan decided to make up for it with a meal. Good. Although Hua Chu did not understand what Yu Qinghuan meant by this, he still readily agreed. As long as he could see Qinghuan, it was a good thing. After chatting with him for a few more sentences, Yu Qinghuan gave in to sleepiness and hung up the phone. Not only did he get Yu Qinghuan's phone number, but also an opportunity to have dinner with him. After putting away his phone, Hua Chu swept away the low-pressure mood from before, happily went to take a shower and sleep. Meanwhile, the Hua family twins who had been watching outside all night felt they wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Hua Zheng, who is Qinghuan? Hua Rong scratched his head, that person I told you last time, a young actor our company just signed. Hua Zheng glared angrily at Hua Rong, how does little brother know an actor? Did you play any tricks? Hua Rong loudly proclaimed his innocence, I'm puzzled too. Who knows how they met? He paused for a moment and quietly approached Hua Chu's door. Little brother is going to meet this young actor tomorrow, what should we do? Hua Jing naturally responded, what should we do? Of course, we should follow them. No one knows what the actor intends, they must closely monitor them. Thus, when Yu Qinghuan specially got up early the next day to pick up Hua Chu, he didn't know that behind their car, there was another Hua family car tailing them, with the Hua family twins glaring menacingly inside. Chapter 10. In the taxi, Yu Qinghuan asked Hua Chu, what do you want to eat? Cantonese cuisine. Sichuan cuisine. Southeast Asian food. I don't mind, you can choose anything. Hua Chu sat upright, his dark eyes blankly staring ahead, lost in thought, showing no reaction to Yu Qinghuan's words. Yu Qinghuan couldn't help but poke him on the arm with her finger, I'm talking to you. Hua Chu immediately reacted as if he'd been startled, his tense body shaking all at once. His thick eyelashes fluttered and he stammered out, Qinghuan. What's wrong? Yu Qinghuan leaned closer, getting very near to him, looking forward along his line of sight, but didn't see anything strange. She looked up at Hua Chu, why are you so nervous? It was midwinter, cold and damp, yet Yu Qinghuan was like a little sun, her breath warm and gentle, lightly brushing against Hua Chu's face, feeling like a furry little hand that tickled his heart. Aware of Yu Qinghuan's puzzled gaze, his face turned red instantly, even his speech became hesitant, I'm not nervous. Goodness, what was happening to him? All of a sudden, his heart started racing, seeing Qinghuan made his whole body feel hot. Was he suffering from some kind of illness that made him unable to look at Qinghuan? But Qinghuan was his best friend, how could he not look at her? Hua Chu anxiously bit his lip, almost on the verge of tears. Are you sick? Seeing his flushed, feverish cheeks, Yu Qinghuan worried he might be sick without realizing it. Leaning over, she placed her hand on Hua Chu's forehead, immediately shocked by the heat, you have a fever. What is this? In a daze, Hua Chu nodded. So he was sick, which explained all those strange reactions. I'll take you to the hospital. Yu Qinghuan said, opening her phone map to search for the nearest hospital, but was stopped by Hua Chu. Just one touch with Yu Qinghuan, Hua Chu's heartbeat quickened even more, like there was a rabbit hopping around in his chest. He found it hard to breathe after taking deep breaths several times. Struggling to speak, he finally managed, we agreed to have dinner. Yu Qinghuan was surprised, are you hungry? I'll buy you something later when we get out of the car, but you must go to the hospital. Hot as charcoal, completely burning with fever, he still remembered the meal. What spirit of eating was this? No. Hua Chu took a hurried breath and firmly shook his head, stubbornly insisting, we're going to eat. He had made an appointment with Qinghuan, he couldn't miss it. Yu Qinghuan. Patiently trying to convince Hua Chu, you're sick now, surely you won't have much appetite, so. The 4 words, go see a doctor, hadn't even come out before Hua Chu decisively cut in, I have an appetite, I can eat. Yu Qinghuan. He really couldn't win against this stubborn donkey and had to agree, alright, you can eat, I'll take you. After hearing this, Hua Chu finally felt happy, his lashes trembling as he showed a shy smile. What Yu Qinghuan actually liked most was Sichuan cuisine, spicy and flavorful enough to satisfy any craving. But since Hua Chu was sick, he didn't dare take him to such heavily spiced dishes. So he picked the closest sandpot porridge shop. Ordering a bowl of pigeon porridge for Hua Chu, he selected a few signature dishes recommended by the waiter. On impulse, he also added an order of baked clams. As soon as the order was placed, he sternly warned Hua Chu, later, you can't eat this dish, understand? Seafood wasn't suitable for someone who's sick. Originally, he planned to share the difficulty with Hua Chu, but in the end, he gave in. Understood. Hua Chu, although unaware of the reason, believed every word Qinghuan said, obediently replying. Seeing this made Yu Qinghuan oddly feel a sense of guilt in his heart. Sometimes, being too well-behaved is also a burden. Being a workday, the restaurant wasn't crowded, and the dishes were served especially fast. In a past life, Yu Qinghuan used to love the sandpot porridge at this place. Unfortunately, because of his immense fame, he always had to be extra cautious about where he ate, carefully choosing the spots even though he wanted nothing more than this simple pleasure. Eventually, he never came back. Back then, he had renown, wealth, and status, but even a bowl of his favorite sandpot porridge was unattainable. This life, he would no longer live this way. A spoonful of aromatic sandpot porridge filled his mouth, Yu Qinghuan blissfully closed his eyes, understanding that the freedom to live freely was the greatest gift of being reborn. Alas, before he could savor the taste of freedom any longer, a strange noise interrupted his thoughts. Following the sound source, Yu Qinghuan suddenly felt awkward. Hua Chu was trying to pick up a baked eggplant with chopsticks, but his fingers were stiff as if they belonged to a foreigner using chopsticks for the first time. It wasn't just that he couldn't pick up anything, he almost mashed the eggplant. The wooden chopstick tip struck against the white porcelain plate, making loud clinking sounds. Hua Chu's face turned bright red, whether from illness or embarrassment, it wasn't clear. His lips were tightly pursed as he glared at the eggplant on the plate like an enemy class in a struggle session, determined not to stop until he had successfully picked it up. Yu Qinghuan. How did this man manage to grow up so big and healthy? Rolling his eyes silently, Yu Qinghuan picked up an eggplant strip and placed it into Huachu's bowl. Eat. As Huachu diligently ate the eggplant, Yu Qinghuan couldn't help but ask a question. How do you eat meals at home? Judging by how Huachu handled the chopsticks, it seemed impossible he'd know how to use them well. Was there someone who always fed him? Huachu looked up confused, his dark eyes full of puzzlement. What exactly did Qinghuan mean? He ate like this, didn't he? Yu Qinghuan massaged his temple and phrased his question differently, making it easier for Huachu to understand. I mean, when you're eating at home, how would you pick up eggplant? Huachu thought carefully about Yu Qinghuan's question but couldn't recall when his family last ate eggplant. All he could do was look at him blankly with an expression as innocent as a little animal's. Like this. Alright. Yu Qinghuan gave up trying to communicate further and helped himself to another serving of roasted duck meat into Huachu's bowl, deciding simply to have dinner together. Eat your food. We need to head to the hospital after eating. Alright. With another portion of lovingly served food from Yu Qinghuan, Huachu's eyes bent into crescents of happiness, and he nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, inside their car parked outside the restaurant, members of the Hua family were gathered around some sheets of paper, studying the results of the investigation they conducted on Yu Qinghuan a few days ago. This guy is actually quite pitiable. Huarong was the first to finish reading, remaining silent for several seconds before speaking. Born in a small mountain village, orphaned at an early age, yet still managed to get admitted into one of the best universities in the country. Not only that, despite being poor from childhood, he immediately donated most of the money he won from the lottery back to his hometown. Huarong introspected deeply. Had he been in Yu Qinghuan's position, he might not have done better. What nonsense! Can't you talk properly? After Huarong spoke, he earned a slap on the back of his head from Madame Hua. Seeing her second son's laid-back attitude, she was exasperated. Why must he open an entertainment company even though it doesn't suit him? Worse still, he adopted the lifestyle of people in the entertainment circle. With dyed red hair, he slept late and woke up even later, behaving like an owl, active at night and asleep during the day, utterly infuriating. Look at young Qinghuan, how polite and of good character. Mrs. Hua affectionately stared at a photo of Yu Qinghuan, praising endlessly. A young man like that is hard to find anywhere else. And you dare to accuse him of being someone seeking to flatter the powerful. Madame Hua jabbed a finger forcefully into Huarong's forehead. I don't even know what to say about you. Huarong ducked his head to avoid his mother's fingers and inwardly complained bitterly. Wasn't she calling him a little star just now? Yet upon seeing the documents, she changed her tune instantly and berated him. This transformation happened faster than any chameleon could ever hope for. In her heart, not only did he lose to his younger brother, but he also lost to a random stranger. What was going on here? Do you intend to argue? Watching her second son's unconvincing protests, Madame Hua raised her chin arrogantly and coldly questioned. Sensing her husband's sharp gaze fixed firmly on him, Huarong stiffened momentarily before quickly softening. No, Mom, you're right. Mrs. Hua shot him a stern look. Then why haven't you driven home yet? Aren't you embarrassed enough already? Huarong. All right. Mrs. Hua added again, listen, Qinghuan works for your company. You need to take care of him properly. If it hadn't been for him delivering little third brother over, who knows what condition little third would be in now. I've understood. Huarong took a turn, meeting eyes with his mother through the rearview mirror before saying helplessly, I'll guarantee proper resource allocation for him, okay? Madame Hua humphed. That's more like it. They left just in time. Yu Qinghuan and Huachu had just finished their meal. The map shows there's a flower and bird market nearby. I wonder if, in the middle of winter, we can find any fish for sale, said Yu Qinghuan, putting away his phone and turning to Huachu. Just now, they were sitting in a small private room. The boss was very good at decorating, placing a tank of colorful goldfish in the corner. After Huachu saw it, he couldn't move his feet anymore, and Yu Qinghuan almost couldn't drag him away. Helplessly, he had to promise to buy one for him later. There is. Huachu looked very certain, as if he had been to the flower and bird market. Following the navigation's direction, Yu Qinghuan crossed the road, but when he reached the middle, he noticed Huachu still standing there dumbly, then remembered that this guy didn't know how to cross the street, so he returned quickly and pulled him along. I really can't deal with you. He still doesn't understand why Huachu wouldn't cross the road. Even if he didn't know how, all he had to do was follow him. Qinghuan, don't be afraid of me. As soon as Huachu heard what he said, he became tense immediately, pulling on Yu Qinghuan's clothes corners uneasily. In fact, he knew he was a little different from other people, but he never cared about these things before. Now hearing Yu Qinghuan saying he was scared, a sudden tremble passed through his heart tip, causing an obscure pain that suddenly rippled throughout his chest cavity. Huachu touched his chest blankly, realizing he must indeed be sick. I'm not afraid. Yu Qinghuan twitched his mouth corner and rubbed his forehead, seeing Huachu's suspicious look, adding another sentence, really not. Fearing that Huachu would say something shocking again, he pointed to the tea shop ahead, saying, I'll go buy you a hot drink. He paused for a moment, a little uneasy, pulled him to the corner, and repeatedly warned, just stand here. Don't move, and don't talk to anyone else, understood? Understood. Hua Chu kept his hands close to the seams of his pants and nodded vigorously like a pecking chicken. You mustn't wander around on your own. Okay. Yu Qinghuan felt a bit reassured then, reluctantly leaving while looking back every few steps. As soon as Yu Qinghuan entered the tea shop, a group of people carrying cameras rushed toward Hua Chu. It was a new variety show produced by the national station. There was a fixed segment in the program interviewing passers-by. Hua Chu stood out due to his long legs, handsome looks, and icy demeanor among a crowd of ordinary pedestrians, so the production team instantly focused their attention on him. Though the national station held a lofty position, most of its shows were quite serious, making them less appealing to today's younger audience. The newly appointed station manager, ambitious and visionary, decided on a youth-targeted variety show right away. Of course, anything from the national station was bound to be outstanding. Plus, the strange yet endearing contrast between the seriousness of the national station and the light-hearted nature of a variety show drew in a lot of fans. Consequently, the show swept across the country, and after the first episode aired, some viewers were already urging for the second episode in the comments section under the show's Weibo post. The crew stopped in front of Hua Chu, the host holding a microphone. Hello, handsome guy. We're the young and full of life team from the national station. Can we interview you? The host was beautiful and elegant, with a great voice. She now wore a sweet smile on her face that no one could resist, be they men or women, old or young. Expecting Hua Chu's affirmative response with full confidence, she was startled when he abruptly turned his face sharply away with a cold gaze. Qinghuan had said not to talk to strangers. He had to listen to Qinghuan. Host. Other members of the program. Wasn't there something truly terrifying about them? Did they have monsters on their faces? What exactly happened? Confused ing. Chapter 11. The host couldn't help but touch her face and went over what she had just said, finding no problem. She was still so beautiful, and she had mentioned that she was from the national station. Could it be that the person earlier didn't hear clearly? She cleared her throat lightly and asked again unyieldingly, Mister, may I interview you for a moment? After an awkward silence, what greeted her once again was the cold, handsome profile of Hua Chu. This time, the host's face showed clear embarrassment, silently thankful that this wasn't a live broadcast, otherwise, the whole nation would have seen her making a fool of herself. Disappointed, she retracted the microphone, intending to signal the production crew to leave when the male co-host suddenly darted forward, enthusiastically grabbing the microphone, circled around to the other side, and asked Hua Chu, handsome guy, could you tell me why you're refusing our interview? This male host had shrewdly detected a potential sensational story around Hua Chu and had charged in on pure instinct. However, Hua Chu completely ignored him, pursing his lips and frowning as he took a step back. Male host. Could it be he's mute? Just as he was pondering, Hua Chu suddenly stepped forward again, returning to where he had been standing. The male host was elated, surely he himself was a charming man. Excitedly moving closer, just as he was about to speak, he saw Hua Chu turning his head away once more. Male host. Weariness. Realizing that Hua Chu was too difficult to break through, the male host reluctantly abandoned interviewing him. As he tidied up his stuff to leave, he contemplated turning this episode into an extra during the program's airing. But at that moment, he turned around and immediately met Yu Qinghuan, who was rushing over with a hot cocoa, causing his eyes to brighten instantly. What luck today! Meeting such a good-looking passerby by mere chance, truly, even the heavens supported his work. Feverishly thrilled inside, the male host raised his microphone hand to ask another question but was forcefully shoved aside before he could say anything. Hardly keeping his balance, the male host angrily looked up to see exactly who lacked such manners. And there, he saw Hua Chu, who had just moments ago been glaring coldly at them without saying a single word, now looking with a warm gaze at the newcomer, smiling and saying, Qinghuan, you're back. Everyone from the production team immediately realized this person was not mute after all. Immediately following this realization was a wave of uncontrollable anger. If he wasn't mute, then why hadn't he responded to their questions? Even a rejection would have been better. Hua Chu had absolutely no idea of the production team's fury. Happy to take over the hot cocoa from Yu Qinghuan, he encountered trouble while drinking it. Tightly pinching one corner of the milk tea cup between his thumb and index finger, Hua Chu used all his strength, tearing strongly in opposite directions. But the cup opening of the milk tea was sealed very tightly. No matter how he tore, he couldn't remove the layer of plastic film on top. In the cold winter, Hua Chu actually worked up a head of cold sweat. Just insert the straw directly, Yu Qinghuan reminded him from the side. Insert? Holding the straw in confusion, Hua Chu struggled to find where to insert it. Yu Qinghuan couldn't stand watching anymore. He grabbed the hot cocoa from Hua Chu, poked the straw straight in with a puff sound, handed it to him, and said, drink slowly, watch out, it's hot. Hua Chu obediently nodded, indeed taking tiny sips as instructed. All members of the production team were astounded. Is there really anyone left who doesn't know how to drink milk tea? What a bizarre person. Thinking further, it seemed reasonable that he had not spoken to them earlier. After taking care of Hua Chu, Yu Qinghuan finally noticed the presence of the production team. The entire production team felt like they had witnessed a divine event. Finally, one of these two people decided to acknowledge their existence. They had interviewed countless people, and these two were the first to ignore them entirely. Unperturbed by etiquette, the male host seized the opportunity swiftly. "We are from the national station's Young and Wild production team. We want to interview both of you, is that okay?" Yu Qinghuan. Why did his life seem cursed? Just coming out to eat dinner resulted in encountering an interview from the national station. And it was a popular variety show from years ago. He didn't want to appear on the national station, even as a random pedestrian in some variety show. He pushed Hua Chu forward, "Interview him." Hua Chu was diligently drinking his hot cocoa, suddenly being thrust forward by Yu Qinghuan and appeared utterly confused. "Don't look at me, look at the camera, answer their questions carefully." Yu Qinghuan patted Hua Chu's shoulder and said. Qinghuan had urged him to respond properly. Hua Chu set down the hot cocoa and focused his eyes on the male host, adopting an expression of earnest listening. The male host felt a flicker of joy inside and hastily asked, "Excuse me, what's your current job?" Hua Chu replied, "Professor at the Advanced Research Institute of Hua University." Taken aback, the male host thought, "Professor? And in an advanced research institute? Impossible. Who among professors isn't 50 or 60 years old?" The handsome guy in front of him didn't even look 30. His eyes flickered as he didn't directly accuse Hua Chu of lying but instead asked another question, "So, what do you study?" He smirked inwardly. "Let's see you pretend while exposing yourself on camera. As soon as this happens, everyone will laugh as the whole nation sees how ridiculous you look. TSK. Hua Chu didn't hesitate for a moment and stated, "The mechanism by which subatomic particles acquire mass." The male host was struck dumb. He understood every word individually, but together they made no sense to him. What on earth did that mean? This guy really knew how to act arrogantly. Impressing people with such high-level pretentiousness wasn't easy. Unwilling to dwell on this line of questioning, the male host quickly changed topics. "Do you have any troubles in your work or life right now?" Upon hearing this, Hua Chu swallowed and cautiously glanced at Yu Qinghuan. Lying was wrong, but if he told the truth, would Qinghuan get mad? "What's wrong?" Sensing his gaze, Yu Qinghuan smiled teasingly and playfully winked at him. "Go ahead and say it. Could it be something too secret to speak about?" Hua Chu didn't fully understand the deeper meaning behind Qinghuan's words, but he grasped the first part. Since Qinghuan wanted him to say it, then he would. "I want 2 goldfish, but Qinghuan only agreed to buy me 1. Yu Qinghuan and male host. What kind of problem is this? Yu Qinghuan sighed, covering his forehead. "Let's just forget it. I'll buy you however many you want." Hearing this, Hua Chu's eyes widened in surprise. "Really?" Yu Qinghuan nodded, "Yes." "Now change the topic." Hua Chu responded promptly, "Then I don't have any other problems." Male host. "Would you both spare me a glance please? I'm the actual host here. This interview can't go any worse." He decided to wrap it up fast, "Better stay away from these 2 odd ones." With a strained smile, the male host said, "I'll ask my final question. Why didn't you answer our questions earlier?" As soon as these words left his mouth, everyone in the crew perked their ears. "Ah, that," Hua Chu looked at Yu Qinghuan once again, his face filled with obedience. "Before leaving, Qinghuan told me not to talk to strangers." Production team. Are you a doll under his command? How obedient. Sensing some strangeness creeping in, the male host pressed further, "What's your relationship with him?" Hua Chu shot him a bewildered look. "Didn't you just say this was your last question?" Male host. "You finally showed some intelligence. But not at a time like this." Disheartened, the production crew departed. After buying Hua Chu 2 goldfish, Yu Qinghuan also took him home. "We won't be able to hang out anytime soon," Yu Qinghuan told Hua Chu in the car. "I have to enter the film set tomorrow. If you feel bored, just send me a message. I'll reply when I can." Upon learning he wouldn't see Qinghuan for a while, Hua Chu's mood plummeted instantly. He pursed his lips and timidly asked, "Can I visit you then?" Yu Qinghuan shook his head. "Filming sets are confidential areas." "All right," Hua Chu dejectedly lowered his head. All his good spirits today disappeared without a trace. "Don't throw a tantrum," Yu Qinghuan chuckled, poking his cheek. "I won't forget this friend of mine." Hua Chu suddenly looked up. "Then you mustn't lie to me." Yu Qinghuan suppressed a laugh. Just as they were conversing, messages kept popping up on Yu Qinghuan's phone one after another. "Zhao Qingyuan, what are you doing, Qinghuan?" "Zhao Qingyuan, when will you enter the film crew? I'll pick you up." "Zhao Qingyuan, holy cow, let me tell you a gossip, man, it almost killed me holding it in. Wang Qingqing already has a child, and the kid is 3 years old. Yet she keeps pretending to be a virgin in interviews." "Zhao Qingyuan, Qinghuan, what are you doing? Give me a response. Who is he?" Suddenly, a slight discomfort arose in Hua Chu's heart. He only had one good friend, Qinghuan, but Qinghuan had many friends besides him. A parrot spirit, Yu Qinghuan, not noticing Hua Chu's little mood swing, joked in response. He kept ignoring Zhao Qingyuan, so his messages were flooding the screen until he set an automatic reply, and then. And also turned on Do Not Disturb for him. Zhao Qingyuan, thinking about acting as a couple with Wang Qingqing makes me so uncomfortable. Yu Qinghuan, and then. Zhao Qingyuan, ma. Qinghuan, you finally replied to me. Then I'm afraid she will tie me up for hype drama. Yu Qinghuan, and then. Zhao Qingyuan, forget it. You're new, you don't understand these industry secrets. Let me tell you, if you get tied in hype drama, it's game over. I do not want anything to do with Wang Qingqing. Yu Qinghuan, and then. Although Zhao Qingyuan found it strange why today Yu Qinghuan only said, and then, every time, as long as there was someone chatting with him, he could go on by himself all day. That day, he clutched the phone and chatted with Yu Qinghuan's automatic reply enthusiastically for an entire afternoon. It wasn't until his agent noticed something amiss, snatched the phone from him, and looked at it that they stared at Zhao Qingyuan like looking at an idiot. Are you dumb? This is an auto-reply. Zhao Qingyuan froze. What? That meant, not only did Qinghuan ignore him completely, but he even used an automatic reply to deal with him. Zhao Qingyuan got furious. A handsome, rich, charming emperor of cinema tried to chat with you, and you set an automatic reply for him? How could this be endured? Enraged, Zhao Qingyuan didn't even think, directly picked out the least relevant conversation contents, took screenshots, uploaded them to Weibo, and mentioned Yu Qinghuan. Zhao Qingyuan, are you even human? Are you? An automatic reply chatted with me for an entire afternoon. How can you do such a crazy thing? Picture, picture, picture. Zhao Qingyuan had always been portrayed as cool and aloof, his previous Weibo posts seldom contained more than a few words and conveyed no strong emotions. Now when this Weibo came out, fans instantly exploded. What is this ahahaha, laughing to death? This is really Big Yuan. Has he been possessed? I seem to see an angry husky. Upper floor, don't leave, ha, I thought of the same thing. Brother Dadayan, your character has collapsed so badly, does your agent know? Ha, laugh till I cry, Big Yuan go, Brother Qinghuan did nothing wrong, what's wrong is that you're too stupid. So I'm the only one curious who Qinghuan is. The person able to make Dadayan actively care and post a Weibo, must be a male beauty fairy. Wait. I'm going to find out the true identity of this Yu Qinghuan today. And Yu Qinghuan, whose last hot search with Zhao Qingyuan hadn't even faded yet, now had another one added. Hashtag find Yu Qinghuan hashtag. Hashtag Zhao Qingyuan, Yu Qinghuan, and then. When Yu Qinghuan opened Weibo, he was immediately shocked. So. Because he let Zhao Qingyuan chat with an auto-reply for a whole afternoon, Zhao Qingyuan made him trend twice. Truly karma exists. Chapter 12. Yu Qinghuan retweeted Zhao Qingyuan's post and replied with an ellipsis. Thanks to Zhao Qingyuan, Yu Qinghuan's once blank Weibo account now had hundreds of thousands of followers. As soon as this post was published, it garnered a lot of enthusiastic comments from onlookers. Wow, finally posted. Even if it's just an ellipsis. Qinghuan is so calm, Big Yuan has already been driven mad. Very good man, you've successfully caught my attention. I really want to know who this Qinghuan person is. As the netizens were discussing heatedly, the blogger who had previously posted a photo of Yu Qinghuan suddenly released another Weibo post. Sailor33, oh, this Yu Qinghuan's name is exactly the same as my junior master. The style is also very similar to him. Let me think about it. Could it be? Just having appeared on a hot search recently, this blogger was at their peak right now, and as soon as this Weibo post was made, it immediately caused a sensation. So, this Yu Qinghuan is that handsome brother in Huada University's school uniform? Heavens! I didn't even recognize my husband. Hurry up and follow. My husband is so handsome, why is he so low profile? Can't he use his own picture as a profile picture? What's up with this blank image? Ah. I'm a fan of Big Brother Yuan. But now I'm so jealous of him, I want Qinghuan to set up auto-replies for me too. Upper floor wake up, it's not suitable to daydream at night. Because of this Weibo post, netizens quickly identified Yu Qinghuan's identity. Subsequently, several of Yu Qinghuan's classmates revealed his academic performance and awards during his time at school, causing a barrage of shocked reactions. In Huada University, which ranks first nationwide, he maintained top scores in all 4 years' final exams and repeatedly received national scholarships. Moreover, he had won countless trophies from other competitions, almost enough to kill someone. This was simply unbelievable. The public's interest in Yu Qinghuan soared unprecedentedly. In just one afternoon, his Weibo followers increased to 1 million, making him comparable to a small online celebrity. Yu Qinghuan was utterly astonished. Clearly, he had tried to present himself as the most uninteresting person possible and hadn't even uploaded any photos, yet so many people still followed him. It just wasn't logical. Annoyed, he threw down his phone, hoping these people would only have a temporary curiosity about him and eventually unfollow. A sudden vibration interrupted his thoughts. Upon checking his phone, Yu Qinghuan realized it was Zhao Qingyuan. He had guessed he wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. Yu Qinghuan. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Qingyuan roared angrily, "You finally answered my call. You only called me once." Yu Qinghuan calmly responded, then turned on the TV, where coincidentally Zhao Qingyuan's interview was playing. Among a throng of excited screaming fans, Zhao Qingyuan's handsome, emotionless face stood out noticeably. If anyone didn't know better, they'd surely think he was perpetually stoic. That doesn't matter. Zhao Qingyuan was stifled momentarily but then yelled furiously, "Why are you teasing me?" They had planned to gossip and chit-chat together, but what kind of friend lies like that? Yu Qinghuan paused for a moment before replying, "I didn't expect you to fail to notice for so long." The same content kept being sent back, without a single punctuation mark differing. Any normal person should have realized after chatting a bit, right? How could Zhao Qingyuan chat all afternoon with an automatic response system? Zhao Qingyuan. He knew Qinghwan was mocking him. Calling him stupid indirectly, thinking he couldn't hear it. But Zhao Qingyuan didn't dare to bicker with Yu Qinghwan, so he started acting spoiled, whining, "Anyway, this is all your fault, how else would I make myself look silly on Weibo? My fans said my character is ruined. You owe me an apology. Yu Qinghwan. Yu Qinghwan, if you hadn't posted screenshots on Weibo, how could your character be ruined?" Zhao Qingyuan. Seemed like it might be true, no. The main point here isn't that. It's that Qinghwan must apologize to him. Still, it all stems from you. Alright, how do you want me to apologize? Shall we have dinner? For someone as young as 5 intellectually, Zhao Qingyuan didn't plan to get further entangled. People asking me to dinner abound. Zhao Qingyuan snorted and came up with an idea, only if you cook personally will it count as sincere. As a standard second-generation rich kid, in Zhao Qingyuan's mind, the number of people in the world who could cook was exceedingly few. He was sure this would stump Yu Qinghwan. Alright. To Yu Qinghwan's complete lack of hesitation in agreeing, Zhao Qingyuan was momentarily stunned. I'm telling you, you can't buy it from outside, and you can't get anyone else to help, it must be made by your own hands. I know. Yu Qinghwan turned on the heater, leaning closer to warm his hands while asking, "So, what do you like to eat? Can I do roasted ribs?" Cooking was one of Yu Qinghwan's 2 greatest hobbies. Perhaps due to losing his parents early, despite the kindness of the villagers, he still lacked a sense of security. Only when he stayed in the kitchen, watching as an empty fridge was filled by himself, making dish after dish of delicious food, did he feel at ease. He was exceptionally talented in cooking, but unfortunately, in his previous life, he hadn't made many friends and couldn't eat much himself for fear of gaining weight, so this great culinary skill had been wasted. Truthfully speaking, the request Zhao Qingyuan had made actually made him quite happy, because having someone look forward to tasting his creations was truly a delightful thing. Absolutely, yes. Zhao Qingyuan gulped loudly, swallowing a huge amount of saliva. In order to film Life or Death, he had been on a month-long diet and exercise regime. At this point, even hearing the word meat made his mouth water. So, we'll meet on set tomorrow. Just as Yu Qinghwan was about to hang up, Zhao Qingyuan hastily interrupted, "Wait. What time will you arrive? I'll pick you up at the entrance." Picking him up. Likely just to pick up the ribs. Yu Qinghwan didn't call him out on it, responding, "Around 8 o'clock. Okay, see you tomorrow then." Several days earlier, the refrigerator had already been stuffed full by Yu Qinghwan. This time, there was no need to go out to buy ingredients. It was somewhat exciting for him to cook again after reincarnating. Cutting the finest rib pieces into equally sized cubes, he marinated them well with spices before placing them in a roasting pan inside the oven. He prepared barbecue sauce using honey, lemon juice, soy sauce, and cooking wine. As the ribs began to sizzle audibly inside the oven, he brushed a layer of the sauce over them with a brush, flipped them over, and continued roasting. In the small but tidy kitchen, the oven emitted a warm glow, casting a gentle light on Yu Qinghwan's handsome face, making the atmosphere particularly cozy. When he opened the oven, a uniquely potent aroma of grilled meat instantly filled the kitchen. The ribs were perfectly cooked, juicy and tender, with a lustrous red color. Just looking at them was enough to make one's mouth water. The only imperfection was that he had made too much. But considering the large crew, it wouldn't be right to feed only Zhao Qingyuan and ignore everyone else. Thus, this quantity seemed reasonable. Yu Qinghwan found a thermal lunchbox and neatly placed the ribs inside. He brought it along to the set early the next morning. Yu Xian was still in Peach Village and had probably not yet finalized the contract terms. Therefore, when Yu Qinghwan joined the team, he was alone, contrasting sharply with other actors who arrived with their entourages. He looked very much like a commoner who had accidentally wandered into a wealthy neighborhood, seeming rather pitiful. Zhao Qingyuan, waiting by the door since dawn, spotted Yu Qinghwan at once. Somehow, instead of asking first about the ribs, his words turned into, "Why are you alone? Where's your agent? At least for your first drama, shouldn't they have come to see you off? Was he being bullied in the company?" At this thought, Zhao Qingyuan's eyes grew hostile immediately. Realizing his concern, Yu Qinghwan felt a slight warmth in his heart. He handed the thermal box over and walked through the door shoulder to shoulder with Zhao Qingyuan, saying, "My agent went out to take care of some errands for me and will be away for a few days." "I knew it, how could you end up like this?" Zhao Qingyuan laughed as he draped an arm around Yu Qinghwan's shoulders, quickening his steps. Come on, yesterday I specifically arranged for a microwave oven to be brought over." Yu Qinghwan slightly curled the corner of his mouth. For a plate of roasted ribs, Zhao Qingyuan even bought a microwave. Truly typical of a rich second-generation kid. It was the coldest time of year. Although the food in the thermal lunchbox hadn't frozen, given the large quantity, Yu Qinghuan was concerned it wouldn't be thoroughly heated. So, he set the timer to 8 minutes. However, Zhao Qingyuan, being an impatient person, couldn't stand the wait and 5 minutes later, he couldn't hold it any longer. Opening the microwave, he took out the ribs despite the scalding heat. A thick aroma instantly enveloped the room, making Zhao Qingyuan drool profusely. With his fingers, he grabbed a piece of rib and stuffed it into his mouth. The unique freshness of roasted meat exploded on his tongue and spread throughout his entire mouth. Even though it was burning hot, he refused to spit out the food inside. Before he finished the first bite, he reached for the second, while giving Yu Qinghuan a thumbs up, exclaiming, "SSS, too good. What's that delicious smell?" Suddenly, a rough voice came from behind. Lu Jian walked over, sniffing with his nose, and his eyes lit up when he saw the lunchbox in Zhao Qingyuan's hand. "Where did you get the roasted ribs? Quick. Let me try." Their filming location was very remote, there wasn't even a restaurant nearby, not to mention any birds around. Lu Jian had been starving for days, his pants almost tightening too much from hunger. As soon as he saw meat, he didn't care about anything else and snatched the lunchbox in just a few steps. Zhao Qingyuan's eyes turned red out of heartache. "Qinghuan made this specially for me. You're being too stingy. If you want more, let Qinghuan make it again." Lu Jian quickly dodged Zhao Qingyuan's hand and stuffed 2 pieces of ribs into his mouth at once. Enough. Zhao Qingyuan's heart sank, and he was just about to retrieve his share of food when a large group of people, their eyes glowing green with envy, rushed over. "What is old Lu eating? Hurry up. Give me some. Meat. There's meat. Hurry up, old Lu can't eat alone. This smells so good. I could smell it from far away. Quickly give me a piece." The counselors, screenwriters, producers. A pack of hungry wolves swarmed in, and by the time Zhao Qingyuan realized what happened, the lunchbox was already empty. Staring mournfully at the empty lunchbox, Zhao Qingyuan cast a chilling glare at everyone who had taken the food. The others felt embarrassed when they realized they had stolen something belonging to an emperor of the screen. After giving out nervous chuckles, they all slinked away, leaving Zhao Qingyuan alone lamenting by the now empty lunchbox, feeling cold all over. Seeing his sorrowful expression, Yu Qinghuan softened instantly and was about to step forward to tell him he could make another batch next time when suddenly, his wrist was grabbed. He turned back and saw an old man with a bushy beard staring at him intently, like a wolf eyeing its prey. "You are Yu Qinghuan. If you cook me 2 more meals, I'll write a custom script for you, how does that sound?" This was none other than Zheng Peirong, the legendary gold standard screenwriter known for being unbending, having a peculiar temperament, and refusing to write exclusive scripts for stars no matter how much money they offered. Yu Qinghuan. Could 2 meals really trade for a personally crafted script by Zheng Peirong? He must be dreaming. Chapter 13. Thank you, no need. Yu Qinghuan didn't expect that by just using a few pieces of grilled ribs, she would have hooked such a big fish. In her shocked haste, for a moment she couldn't think of any solution and could only politely refuse Zheng Peirong's proposal with a blank expression on her face. "You're joking, Zheng Peirong has been in the industry for over 40 years, and every script he has written became a hit. She, who is planning to retire from the spotlight, how could she act in his big hit scripts? Avoiding him is more appropriate." Zheng Peirong never imagined that the first time he actively offered to write a script for someone, he was unceremoniously refused. How could this be? He, Zheng Peirong the golden screenwriter, the one whose scripts always hit it big, the 60-year-old man whom literary young women chase day and night wanting to bear his children. How could he be refused by an unknown little actor? There must be something wrong. The old man gave his bushy beard a hard yank and turned his eyeballs. Could it be, this kid doesn't know who he is? Upon thinking about it, he instantly realized everything. Of course, there isn't an actor in the entertainment circle who can resist him. This kid just entered the circle, a stubborn newcomer, probably hasn't met many small actors, how could he possibly recognize a figure as prestigious as him? Ho ho, Zheng Peirong straightened his back, chin raised high as he gazed at Yu Qinghuan with blazing eyes. "Young man, do you know who I am?" Daring to reject him, Zheng Peirong. Just wait and see. He will definitely make this naive boy regret so much that he cries, then begs on his knees for him to write the script for him. At that point, he will cruelly reject him. This kid's face must look very interesting. Not bad for a golden screenwriter. Within these few seconds, he has already written several million words of grand drama about himself, reversing the situation to slap faces, feeling smug waiting for the next part of the plot when Yu Qinghuan's clear and melodious voice came into his ears. "I know, you are Mr. Zheng." "I am, what?" "You know." Zheng Peirong was stuck, the prepared scolding stuck in his throat, making his old face red all over, having a good session of beating his chest until he managed to catch his breath again. The old man was angry enough to want to stamp his feet, glaring at Yu Qinghuan with unfriendly eyes. "Then why don't you want me to write a script for you?" Narrowing his eyes, "Do you have any grievances against me? Or do you look down on me?" "None of those. Knowing that the old man's character wouldn't cause trouble if things go smoothly, Yu Qinghwan remained calm and said steadily, "I'm just a newcomer, using your script would be a waste." After pausing for a bit, seeing Zheng Peirong's disbelief all over his face, he had to add another sentence, "And anyway, it was just because I made you 2 meals, which is far from deserving for you to write a script for me." Afraid that Zheng Peirong might ask further questions, after finishing speaking, Yu Qinghwan quickly bowed her head, putting up an appearance of shyness, portraying a vivid image of a newbie just entering the circle. Because of this, all the anger inside Zheng Peirong disappeared momentarily, and his gaze softened. No wonder, he didn't need his script written for him, turns out he was a hardcore fan of his. Worried that his skills as a newbie weren't good enough to destroy his precious script, he endured the temptation, risking being misunderstood by him, rejecting such a great opportunity. Without pride or anxiety, with a firm moral integrity, most importantly, sticking rigidly to human boundaries, this young person is truly outstanding. Very good, there aren't many good kids like you now. Zheng Peirong remarked while stepping forward and patting Yu Qinghwan's shoulder hard, full of encouragement, learn well from Director Lu. Rest assured, I'll take charge of the script for your next play. If what Zheng Peirong had previously said to Yu Qinghwan still contained some elements of jesting, now he started seriously pondering in his heart whether he had any suitable scripts for Yu Qinghwan. Yu Qinghwan. What exactly did Zheng Peirong misunderstand? He really didn't want to act. Yu Qinghwan decided to explain clearly. Teacher Zheng, please don't make an exception for me. Let me be honest with you, my acting is extremely poor, at least I need to practice for a few more years. Out of desperation, Yu Qinghwan began tearing herself apart. But to his surprise, the more Zheng Peirong heard, the more comforted he felt. In this era, where in the entertainment circle does someone have such a clear self-awareness anymore? Once they hear it's his script, regardless of whether it's fitting or not, every actor scrambles through connections, desperately trying to land a role in it. Just look at Yu Qinghwan, repeatedly refusing. This level of integrity is simply top-notch. You this child. Zheng Peirong pretended to glare at him unhappily, I know you admire me, and you're afraid of ruining my script. But because of that, you shouldn't let such a wonderful opportunity slip away. It doesn't matter if you're not a good actor. With a good script, a good director, and a good post-production team, even a rotten piece of wood can be shaped into a towering tree. Seeing beads of sweat forming on Yu Qinghwan's forehead, the old man thought he was flattered by his teachings. Satisfied, he stroked his beard, that settled then. After your role here is done, contact me. With that, he left with an air of elegance, leaving Yu Qinghwan utterly bewildered. Yu Qinghwan. Yu Qinghwan felt so annoyed he pulled at his hair. For once, he couldn't keep his calm demeanor. Performing in A Ray of Hope was one thing, he could still control the situation, but how could he maintain a romantic relationship if he starred in Zheng Peirong's script? Surely any hand-holding with his boyfriend would make it to the headlines the next day. The mere thought filled him with despair. Qinghwan, what are you dilly-dallying for? Go get your makeup done, the director is waiting for you. Before he could think more, Zhao Qingyuan came rushing over out of breath, dragging Yu Qinghwan to his exclusive makeup room. Though part of Zhao Qingyuan's cold personality is deliberately crafted, it's also true that he's generally cold toward other artists in the industry. Even Wang Qingqing, such a major star, couldn't win his special attention. But this artist named Yu Qinghwan could easily bond with Zhao Qingyuan. The makeup artists exchanged glances, all astonished. They quickly adjusted their expressions and humbly invited Yu Qinghwan to sit down in front of the vanity mirror. Yu Qinghwan looked great, being in his early 20s, with naturally good skin, almost luminous. So the makeup artist just applied a light layer of foundation, slightly fixed his hairstyle, and then had him change into a prepared white coat. Are we done yet? Outside, Lu Jian was growing impatient. Although he held high hopes for Yu Qinghwan, wasting time on the third male lead simply wasn't worth it. And since Yu Qinghwan was new to the business, taking much longer than others to finish the costume fitting was expected. Originally, he only allocated 2 hours for this process, and now there was little time left. As he crushed his cigarette, ready to send Assistant Director Jiang Qi to check on the situation, the door to the makeup room suddenly opened. In walked Yu Qinghwan wearing a crisp white doctor's coat, striding confidently towards them. Tall and slender but not frail-looking, Yu Qinghwan's good bone structure and elegant bearing made his slim frame radiate grace. As he moved, the corner of his white coat billowed gently, lightly brushing past his long, straight legs, an unintentional pose that already made him camera-ready. Excellent. Excellent. Lu Jian repeatedly praised, showing obvious satisfaction with Yu Qinghwan. Unexpectedly, he pulled him aside to give a few pointers. You've read the script, right? Yi Sheng is rebellious and indulgent in the earlier part. When posing, you need to capture this essence. Yu Qinghwan usually exudes a colder aura. Despite having seen his acting before, Lu Jian still worried about whether he could portray Yi Sheng accurately. I've got it, Director Lu. Yu Qinghwan nodded and followed the photographer's guidance to the shooting area. Just as he entered the scene, his presence transformed. His shoulders relaxed slightly, leaning lazily against the snow-white wall. His chin tilted up, lips curled with a smirk as one hand slipped into the pocket of the white coat. He flashed a radiant smile at the camera, is this okay? Instantly, there were gasps of admiration all around, it was way beyond just, okay. Just simple actions turned him into someone strikingly handsome and irresistibly charming, instantly spiking hormones. Faces flushed and hearts pounded as no one could bear to look away. This is perfect. Exactly this vibe. The photographer was so excited he trembled, snapping picture after picture while occasionally asking Yu Qinghwan to adjust his pose. Yu Qinghwan cooperated flawlessly, making the job almost effortless for Lu Jian. After a set of photos were taken, the photographer eagerly showed them to Lu Jian, boasting, "How's it look? Great, right?" In the pictures, Yu Qinghwan stood tall and graceful, exuding charm like a bright little sun capturing everyone's gaze. No wonder the photographer was proud, these quality photos were exhibition-worthy. However, Lu Jian frowned after looking at them, staring intently at the images as if something was off. Not expecting such dissatisfaction, the photographer was just about to speak when he heard Lu Jian say, "Ask Yu Qinghwan to change the shirt underneath to light blue, and reshoot." The production team had originally prepared a light green shirt for Yu Qinghwan, but because of his cold and detached demeanor, Lu Jian was afraid he wouldn't be able to handle that color well, so they temporarily changed it to blue. However, after seeing the photos and appreciating Yu Qinghwan's performance, Lu Jian felt confident that switching back to green could still work as a good challenge. The shooting location for A Ray of Hope was artificially constructed. For instance, the hospital where Yu Qinghwan took his costume photos only consisted of a corridor and an office, with no ceiling at all. Cold wind blew fiercely inside, chilling people to the bone, even their breath seemed frozen. For aesthetic purposes, Yu Qinghwan only wore a shirt underneath his white coat during the shoot, shivering from the cold. After finishing the scene, Zhao Qingyuan dragged him to a small heater. By this point, he had already started sneezing. Another round of filming might make him fall ill. But Lu Jian, with his stubborn nature, insisted on reshooting regardless. Jiang Qi, worried about Yu Qinghwan getting upset, personally approached him to deliver the news. Unexpectedly, Yu Qinghwan showed no dissatisfaction whatsoever. Instead, without hesitation, he immediately removed his down jacket and jogged over to the makeup room to change into the new outfit. Seeing this, some older members of the crew couldn't help but sigh in admiration. What a great kid. Yes, old Jiang, since you've got an electric stove, why don't you boil some ginger tea? Little Yu doesn't have an assistant. I've also got a Canada Goose jacket over here. I'll go fetch it now and drape it on him as soon as little Yu finishes shooting. Just as the older generation bustled around caring for Yu Qinghwan, Lu Jian's assistant suddenly rushed over, panting heavily as he stopped in front of Lu Jian and held up the phone. "Oh, Director Lu. The investors just called. They want to replace the third male lead with Gao Yunqing from Stardom, under the condition that they increase investment." Pausing for a moment, he stole a glance at Lu Jian's expression before cautiously adding, "Gao Yunqing has already arrived." Bullshit. Lu Jian burst out angrily. "Qinghwan is my choice, and I dare anyone to replace him. Stardom, huh? I'll call Huarong right now." "Replace what? As long as we old bones are here, let's see who dares to replace Qinghwan." The older generation of the crew was infuriated as well, offering support vocally. "That's right. Let's use my face to call Huarong. If that doesn't work, I'll go speak directly with the Hua family." These were all Lu Jian's old friends, whom he had painstakingly invited to help guide the actors. They were highly respected figures in their respective fields, and even if Huarong were present, it was unlikely that he would dare treat them lightly. If today someone else other than Yu Qinghwan were being considered for replacement, the attempt might very well succeed. But Yu Qinghwan had just won over the hearts of these elders with his talent and hard-working attitude. These veterans favored such naturally talented yet modest young people, so the investors' proposal to replace him only further enraged them. This trend of the industry was exactly what they had despised and opposed. Today, these senior figures simply wouldn't believe it. How could they fail to protect a junior while they were still around? Thus, when Gao Yunqing enthusiastically rushed to the set, what greeted him was quite unexpected, an array of gray-haired elders sitting on stools blocking the entrance, glaring at him fiercely with icy, menacing eyes as though ready to tear him apart. Gao Yunqing felt a chill run down his spine and involuntarily halted in his tracks. What happened here? Had he offended these people before? Chapter 14. Go, call Qinghwan over. An old man with graying hair adjusted his reading glasses perched on his nose and gave a curt order to Jiang Qi. This person was named Wang Zhensheng, a top-level actor of the country. Not only did he hold a professorial title, but he also enjoyed special allowances from the State Council. He could certainly be called a giant panda of the entertainment circle. If it weren't for his strong friendship with Lu Jian, he would never have shown up at the filming site. Jiang Qi didn't dare to delay and respectfully responded, "All right, please wait a moment." When Yu Qinghwan arrived, he had already changed his clothes. Thinking that Wang Zhensheng had summoned him for an urgent matter, he hadn't even had time to put on his white coat. He was only wearing a light green shirt, its tails carelessly tucked into his pants, and holding a pair of scissors used for cutting labels. His tall, slender figure looked tidy despite the disarray, radiating a sense of freedom that pleased Wang Zhensheng immensely. Such a fine young man was precisely who he thought was perfect for the role of Yisheng. On the contrary, this so-called Gao Yunqing. Wang Zhensheng snorted coldly, every crease around his eyes revealing disdain. He was nowhere near as worthy as Yu Qinghwan. Therefore, he wanted to bring Qingguan over and let this little star learn what humility feels like. Good, good, old Lu has sharp eyes. Wang Jinqing wore a benevolent expression, already treating Yu Qingguan as one of his own children. After changing the clothes, you do look better than before. After saying this, he patted his shoulder encouragingly. Young Yu, you must perform the role of Yixing well, understand? I understand. Yu Qingguan hadn't expected Wang Jinqing to summon him so urgently just to give him such advice. Although it was strange in his heart, he still obediently nodded. Watching this made Wang Jinqing like him more and more. This child was so compliant, it was not in vain that he broke his routine to support him. At Wang Jinqing's status, he wouldn't bother lowering himself to argue with a minor celebrity like Gao Yunqing. So he just dropped a subtle hint, implying that he admired Yu Qingguan and that Gao Yunqing should not entertain any dishonorable intentions. If this were a normal actor, after receiving Wang Jinqing's warning, they'd not only stop trying to take the role but probably apologize countless times by now. However, Gao Yunqing didn't even know who Wang Jinqing was. With shallow roots and no broker by his side today, Wang Jinqing, though a top national actor, had long since retired behind the scenes. Gao Yunqing simply didn't recognize him. An old man whose body was almost half buried in the earth had mysteriously appeared in front of him, protecting Yu Qingguan, and humiliating him. Why should he endure this? Gao Yunqing sneered audibly, his mocking gaze scanning Wang Jinqing and finally settling on Yu Qingguan. You're called, you. He rubbed his forehead in frustration. What was your surname again? Sorry, I generally don't remember unimportant people. Oh, it's okay, Yu Qingguan remained unperturbed, treating Gao Yunqing's comment as air, whether or not you remember me is not important to me. Ignoring Gao Yunqing's livid face, he continued, so, is there anything else you want? Gao Yunqing was infuriated, knowing fully well he couldn't outtalk him. Still, suppressing his anger, he said menacingly, you still don't know, right? The role of Yi Sheng is mine. Pack up and leave. Saying this, he felt the surrounding air become clearer. How much it mattered if the director favored someone or if they were sharp-tongued. In the face of absolute power, everything was a paper tiger. He had connections while Yu Qingguan was just a penniless kid. Let him bully him and snatch his role. What can he do? Dare he do anything? Seeing Gao Yunqing's smug appearance, not only was Wang Jinqing displeased, but even the calm Yu Qingguan was riled up. It was one thing for him not wanting to act, but it was another thing entirely when someone tried to take his role. But before he could say anything, Lu Jian hurried over. Gao Yunqing, right? The role of Yi Sheng has been confirmed to be played by Qingguan as the lead actor, and we have no intention of changing our minds. He had just finished a phone call with Hua Chu, judging from the results, his satisfaction was evident, as a smile lingered on his face. His attitude towards Gao Yunqing wasn't particularly hostile either. What? Gao Yunqing paused momentarily, then a surge of annoyance arose within him. Could it be that Lu Jian hadn't received notification from Starlight Entertainment? Moreover, he cast a disdainful glance at Yu Qingguan. How could this guy be better than him? If he hadn't been feeling a bit unwell on the audition day and hadn't performed well, how could this role have fallen into Yu Qingguan's hands? Director Lu, Gao Yunqing crossed his arms, a defiant expression on his face but maintaining some courtesy towards Lu Jian. You haven't seen my full performance. How do you know I'm not better than him? Now that he had come, how could he be dismissed by a single sentence from Lu Jian? Moreover, Gao Yunqing couldn't believe that Yu Qingguan, a newcomer to the industry, would have better acting skills than him. Lu Jian wasn't one to tolerate nonsense. Seeing Gao Yunqing's lack of appreciation for his offer, he was just about to flare up and kick him out when he heard Yu Qingguan say, since brother Gao wants to try, Director Lu, why don't you let him give it a shot? Lu Jian furrowed his brows, casting an unsatisfied glance at Yu Qingguan. Was this kid backing down again? You let him try. Before Lu Jian could react, Wang Jinqing slammed his cane hard on the ground, his tone heavy with resolve. I'd like to see just how good his acting is. How dare this old man meddle in everything? Gao Yunqing silently cursed, then spat back fiercely, anyway, I'm better than you. With that, he snatched the script handed to him by an assistant. Everyone present. Wang Lao was a state-level actor, a national treasure in the entertainment circle. How could Gao Yunqing claim his acting was better? Had he lost his mind or bumped his head too hard? Wang Jinqing's face turned ashen with rage, his trembling beard betraying his fury as he followed after Gao Yunqing unsteadily. Good, very good, then I'll keep my eyes peeled today. Coincidentally or not, the performance excerpt that Gao Yunqing was assigned happened to be the same scene that Yu Qingguan had once tried, where Yi Sheng caused a disturbance on a plane. Seeing Gao Yunqing set the script aside, exuding self-assurance, Yu Qingguan coldly sniffed and slowly walked forward with the scissors in hand. He wasn't someone who harbored grudges, usually, if there was a grudge, he dealt with it on the spot. Though he might look like an easy target right now, he wasn't someone for Gao Yunqing to toy around with. Unaware of Yu Qingguan's intentions, Gao Yunqing's heart was already filled with joy. Wasn't it just a simple scene of making noise and wanting to get off the plane? This was far too easy. Outside rumors suggested that Lu Jian was stubborn and obstinate, but it seemed those rumors were all wrong since he obviously didn't dare to offend the people behind Gao Yunqing. With a slap, Gao Yunqing tossed the script onto a nearby table, cleared his throat, and just as he was ready to start performing, he suddenly felt an icy gaze like solid ice land heavily on him. Instinctively, he turned around and was almost terrified out of his wits. Right beside him, Yu Qingguan stood with an ominous expression, holding the scissors and glaring at his face as though ready to pounce and stab him at any moment. Gao Yunqing cherished his life more than anything, especially his handsome face. Once he saw Yu Qingguan's murderous demeanor, thoughts of performing completely disappeared, and all he wanted was to run away as fast as possible. Yu Qingguan must be planning to destroy him so he can't take his role. With his heart pounding violently, Gao Yunqing became increasingly frightened and instinctively started stepping backward. The onlookers. Could anyone possibly cast him in life and death line looking like this? This so-called celebrity must be crazy. Jiang Qi muttered under his breath as he watched Gao Yunqing bolt to the safety behind a pillar, yelling grotesquely, "Get Yu Qingguan away from me. Or I won't act." Jiang Qi. So, they were supposed to beg him to perform. But Lu Jian had no more patience to waste on Gao Yunqing, waving his hand dismissively to let others know the show was over. With a cold smirk, he said, "Go tell whoever is behind you, if they think they can insert their stooges into my crew, wait another century." Jiang Qi, more perceptive than Lu Jian, immediately noticed something amiss. Gao Yunqing had been full of confidence earlier, preparing for his audition, yet his emotions spiraled into chaos out of nowhere. Watching Gao Yunqing being forcefully ushered away by security personnel, Jiang Qi turned around to ask Yu Qingguan if he knew what happened, only to be startled by the sight of the scissors still held in his hand. "Qingguan, what are you doing with the scissors? Don't just leave them lying around. Just use them to cut off some tags." Yu Qingguan smiled faintly and obediently handed the scissors to the continuity supervisor. "Ah, so that's what it was." Jiang Qi nodded in comprehension, feeling greatly refreshed by the sunny, upright presence of Yu Qingguan, reminiscent of young poplar saplings. "Let's go through your afternoon scenes together," he invited warmly. And thus, the two left arm in arm. At the same time, in the Hua family residence, after Hua Rong hung up the phone, he leapt off the couch and approached Hua Chu from behind, poking the brother who had stared at fish all day, nearly transforming into a watching fish stone. He sighed helplessly, "Stop gazing. Your buddy's role was almost snatched by someone else." Realizing his explanation was too complicated for his younger brother to understand, he rephrased it, "Your friend got bullied, and he's really upset." It was hard to understand what was so fascinating about those 10-yuan goldfish that had cost him several strings. Ever since arriving home, Hua Chu had been guarding the fish tank like a treasure, ignoring everyone around him, even placing the tank next to his hand during meals, as if guarding it from potential thieves. No matter what method the entire family employed, even fetching him several complex quantum mechanics problems from the institute, none could distract him for long. "Qingguan." Hua Chu's ears twitched slightly, and he finally looked up, staring at Hua Rong. He spoke the first words in 2 days. Hua Rong nearly cried out in joy, his loud shout echoing through the entire living room, "Mom! Mom! Quick, come over. Third brother has spoken." To someone who didn't know better, it might seem as though Hua Chu were a baby speaking his first words. Madame Hua rushed down like the wind, half of her face mask falling off as she roughly pushed past Hua Rong with an expression of surprise, looking excitedly at Hua Chu. Third, are you calling for me?" "I'm here." "What did you just say?" "Quickly, say it again for Mom." "Hua Rong." The one calling out, "Mom," was clearly him. Yet Hua Chu ignored his mother, struggling to free his head from her embrace before turning to look at Hua Rong with evident worry. "What's wrong with Qingguan?" "Nothing serious, he's just a little upset," replied Hua Rong with a dismissive wave of his hand. "Just comfort him and it'll be fine." "Comfort." Hua Chu repeated the word with bewilderment. This incredibly intelligent mind behind China's most brilliant brain now felt utterly blank. What exactly is comfort? If Qingguan is unhappy, if he's sad, then perhaps he needs to be comforted by me. Hua Chu clenched his fists tightly, pacing anxiously back and forth across the living room, his eyes turning completely red, resembling a cornered beast. But what exactly does comforting mean? Hua Rong was startled by this behavior, while Madame Hua grew visibly pale. Hua Chu was an especially pure-hearted person, and once he fixated on something obsessively, they dared not even think about the potential outcome. Hua Rong regretted everything deeply, pounding his chest harshly as he walked towards Hua Chu with concern. Third. Before he could finish his sentence, Hua Chu suddenly stopped walking, a look of delight spreading across his face. Second brother. If I let Qingguan see my fish, will that make him stop being sad? These 2 goldfish were gifts from Yu Qingguan and represented his most cherished possessions. Qingguan was his good friend, wouldn't he like the goldfish just as much? In that case, Qingguan would surely stop being sad. Hua Rong froze for a moment, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. From birth, his younger brother had shut himself off from the rest of the world, never voluntarily expressing his illnesses, sadness, or happiness. Not even their closest family members could enter his world. For over 20 years, no matter how hard the family tried, Hua Chu remained as solid as a boulder, steadfastly protecting his own small universe, refusing to open it even slightly for others. And now, he was finally like a snail extending its feelers cautiously yet full of beautiful expectations, beginning to share his preferences and feelings with those around him. Huorong wiped his eyes fiercely, his voice hoarse as he wrapped his arms around Huochu firmly and uttered one resolute word, yes. Chapter 15. When Huorong brought Huochu to the film set, Yu Qinghuan had just finished taking some publicity photos. Lu Jian was extremely satisfied with this series of pictures. He praised them profusely for the first time and immediately posted them on Weibo after the shoot. It was tough for Yu Qinghuan though, as it was cold and there were no heating facilities at the shooting location. Yet he still had to maintain his best condition, standing in the most appealing poses even though his body was frozen stiff, ensuring that not even the tip of his nose turned red. After finishing, he immediately wrapped himself tightly in the Canada Goose jacket handed to him by Wang Jinsheng. He wouldn't even stretch out a hand to accept the hot water offered by Zhao Qingyuan. Qinghuan. The filming site was bustling with actors in all sorts of costumes moving busily forward like wound-up springs. However, Huochu instantly spotted Yu Qinghuan huddled in the corner, called out cheerfully, and walked straight over, holding his fish towards him. How did you come here? Yu Qinghuan was surprised and quickly stood up to greet him. Huochu glanced warily at Zhao Qingyuan next to them, moved away from him, mysteriously pulling Yu Qinghuan to the back, proudly presenting the fish tank to Yu Qinghuan. Let me show you. The inexplicably excluded Zhao Qingyuan. What's so precious about two lousy fish that they have to hide them from him? Can he really turn them into ashes with a glance or something? What exactly is wrong with this guy? Giving a wink to Yu Qinghuan, Zhao Qingyuan signaled for an introduction. However, Yu Qinghuan didn't look his way at all, his attention was completely focused on Huochu's hands, which were reddened by the cold. What are you doing bringing two fish in such a freezing winter? After a pause, realizing how strict his tone sounded, Yu Qinghuan softened his voice promptly, aren't you cold? Huochu felt scolded, his face turning pitiful as he whimpered slightly before honestly uttering a single word, cold. And yet you dare not wear gloves. Yu Qinghuan took over the fish tank, held it with one hand while using the other to open a spacious pocket on the side of his down coat. Come on, put your hands here. Careful. Careful. However, Huochu seemed to have ignored the latter half of what he said. Anxiously keeping an eye on the water violently sloshing in the bathtub, he worriedly circled around to the other side of Yu Qinghuan. The fish will fall out. I'm watching them. Yu Qinghuan casually dismissed him. Seeing his focus still on the fish, he decisively pulled Huochu's hands and forcibly stuffed them into his pockets, then strode toward the rest room with him. This was Zhao Qingyuan's dedicated rest room, fully equipped with all sorts of furniture and heating appliances. As soon as they entered, Yu Qinghuan turned on the heater, sat Huochu on the sofa, and frowned sternly, sit still. Huochu instinctively sensed Yu Qinghuan's bad mood and obediently straightened his back, placing both hands neatly on his knees as if ready to listen to reprimands. Yu Qinghuan had 1,000 words he wanted to ask him. How did he know he was shooting here? How did he get here? Did he tell his family? But when the words reached the edge of his lips, seeing Huochu's pitiful appearance made him reluctant to voice them. Seeing that he remained silent for a long time, Huochu became increasingly sad. It was obvious Qinghuan was upset. His visit had not made Qinghuan happy, and he also didn't seem to like his fish. Suddenly, a dull ache surged through his chest. This pain wasn't severe but continued relentlessly, wave after wave, like intrusive air filling his chest cavity until it felt like he couldn't breathe properly. It was a strange, unfamiliar feeling that frightened Huochu, who helplessly covered his chest, his eyes welling with tears. Yu Qinghuan came to his senses only to find Huochu clearly bearing the pain stoically, making him suddenly panic. Without any thought, he quickly sat beside him, gently helping him take deep breaths while anxiously asking, what's wrong? Are you sick? Where does it hurt? Here. Huochu pointed to the area of his heart and muttered, it hurts, a lot. Yu Qinghuan's expression darkened abruptly. Heartache, this certainly wasn't a good sign. Could Huochu possibly have heart disease? He kept patting his back and pouring him hot water. Only when Huochu's complexion improved somewhat did he finally ask, how about now? Are you feeling better? Huochu patted his chest, looking bewildered at Yu Qinghuan, not hurting anymore. How strange, whenever Qinghuan came near, the pain disappeared. What could be wrong with him? Yu Qinghuan sighed. Although he showed no emotions on the surface, he had already decided in his heart that he would need to make time to bring him to the hospital for a checkup in a few days. Alternating between fever and heartache, it was truly frightening. Qinghuan, just as he was thinking, suddenly feeling his clothes tighten, Yu Qinghuan looked down and saw Huochu pulling at the hem of his clothes cautiously, just like the first time he had met him. Yu Qinghuan's heart softened slightly. What's wrong? Are you, still sad? Yu Qinghuan was taken aback. How urge said, Huochu glanced at him, a quick flush of shyness crossing his handsome face. He said you're going through a tough time now. Yu Qinghuan was utterly perplexed. When had he been sad? And who exactly was his urge? How could they know? But then catching sight of the worry on Huochu's face, Yu Qinghuan suddenly understood. So, Huochu had come all this way because he thought Yu Qinghuan was upset. And even brought along the fish he loved most to show him. Since the passing of his parents, no one had ever cared about him this way again. Though the villagers were kind, they weren't so attentive. It was enough for them that he ate well and dressed warmly. In a past life, his agent thought he could handle anything, never paying attention to his emotions. Hua Chu was the first person to place every flicker of his feelings close to heart, caring for him in an awkward yet genuine manner. A sudden surge of sour yet sweet emotion filled Yu Qinghuan's chest cavity, like a small seed with tiny thorns plunging into the deepest soil of his heart. Yu Qinghuan's throat tightened. You came here just for something so trivial? This is not trivial. For the first time, Hua Chu contradicted him. Everything related to Qinghuan is the most important. After finishing, he tested Yu Qinghuan's reaction tentatively. So, do you feel better now? His eyes brimming with anticipation. I'm very happy now. Yu Qinghuan took a deep breath and smiled toward Hua Chu. Because you came, I'm very happy. Really? Hua Chu perked up immediately, thrilled to the point where he couldn't sit still. Is that true, Qinghuan? But I don't know how to comfort people. He paused for a moment, then hurriedly explained himself. I'm not stupid. I've been tested. My IQ is 170 to 180. I'm really not dumb. It's just. He blushed crimson, unable to find the right word, when Yu Qinghuan cut in timely. I know. You're good at comforting people. I'm no longer sad. Then that's good. Hua Chu shyly pressed his lips together, revealing the dimple on his left cheek in joy. Are you hungry? Did you eat lunch? Hua Chu patted his stomach. No. I'll cook instant noodles for you. Upon learning that Yu Qinghuan knew how to cook, Zhao Qingyuan somehow produced a bunch of ready-made foods from somewhere. From this pile, Yu Qinghuan found several packets of Japanese-style ramen. He set up the induction cooker, boiling water while chatting with Hua Chu. It was strange. Forget others, even Hua Chu's family, often struggled to have conversations with him. Hua Chu's reluctance to talk to people was partly to blame, but more significantly, they didn't understand what Hua Chu was saying, and he didn't get their meanings either. But Yu Qinghuan was different. He always managed to accurately extract meaning from Hua Chu's words. So, you will be going abroad soon for an academic conference? As Yu Qinghuan opened the lid, placing the noodles into the boiling pot, he asked. Yeah. Hua Chu nodded, adding, there's no choice but to go. Understanding that Hua Chu regretted that they wouldn't meet then, Yu Qinghuan turned around while squeezing the seasoning packet and laughed. Don't worry, I'll call you when the time comes. Having finished speaking, he noticed Hua Chu quickly pulling out a little notebook from his pocket, writing a series of characters rapidly. Yu Qinghuan curiously asked, what are you writing? Hua Chu grinned innocently, can't forget to bring the phone. The steaming hot bowl of ramen dissipated the coldness in the air. Yu Qinghuan served Hua Chu half a bowl first. Eat while it's hot. Hua Chu nodded obediently, picking up his chopsticks. Unfortunately, he wasn't proficient with chopsticks, and the Japanese-style noodles were slippery, so after struggling for quite some time, he hadn't managed to pick up a single strand. Yu Qinghuan observed this silently, knowing that if things continued like this, by the time the noodles cooled, Hua Chu would still not be able to eat a bite. Without further ado, he rolled up his sleeves. Using his chopsticks skillfully, he coiled up a bunch of noodles, blew gently, and placed them near Hua Chu's mouth. Open up. Although simple-minded, Hua Chu realized that being fed as an adult was somewhat embarrassing, turning red right down to his earlobes. He wanted to pull back, but dared not disobey Yu Qinghuan's order, looking at him pleadingly. Qinghuan, I. Before he could finish, Yu Qinghuan had already stuffed the noodle into his mouth. Eat. As one fed and the other ate, they had barely finished half a bowl of noodles when an excited and distinct voice sounded from outside, the intonation unmistakably Qingyuan's. Qinghuan. What delicious thing are you making again? He pushed the door open and immediately made a beeline for the steaming noodles. As for Hua Rong, who was following behind, he had already been forgotten. Hua Rong didn't bother to care, having known Qingyuan since long ago, he understood his quirks. Are you Yu Qinghuan? Thank you for looking after my younger brother. Hua Rong smiled as he walked up to Yu Qinghuan, glancing at the noodle bowl in his hand, then at the plump cheeks of his younger brother, which deepened his smile even more. I'm Hua Rong, Hua Chu's second older brother. Yu Qinghuan. Yu Qinghuan didn't know what to say anymore, it was just picking up a pitiful little guy by the roadside. Who would have thought that this random person could end up being his boss's younger brother? What on earth was going on with his luck? Hello, no need to thank me. Yu Qinghuan mechanically extended his hand to Hua Rong and shook it. After hearing their conversation, Qingyuan finally lifted his head from slurping noodles, looking at Hua Chu with sudden realization. He turned toward Hua Rong and said, so this is your genius younger brother? He looks just like any one of us. Hua Chu was quietly eating his noodles when he suddenly found himself under scrutiny. Turning around to see who it was, realizing he didn't recognize this person, he ignored him. In normal times, Hua Rong wouldn't have intervened, but now it was different. Hua Chu had changed quite a bit compared to before. Hua Rong hoped to encourage his younger brother to socialize with more people, so he started introducing them. Sanner, this is Zhao Qingyuan, he is. However, before he could finish speaking, Hua Chu suddenly whipped his head around and stared at Zhao Qingyuan with purity in his eyes. Second brother, I know him. He's a parrot spirit. Zhao Qingyuan. You damn fool are the parrot spirit. Your whole family, including Huarong, are parrot spirits. Chapter 16. Most afraid of sudden silence in the air. Everyone except Hua Chu looked pale. Hua Chu looked around blankly and finally fixed his pleading gaze on Yu Qinghuan. Had he said something wrong again? But no, Qinghuan had said it too. How could what Qinghuan said be wrong? Cough. Yu Qinghuan coughed awkwardly and said to Zhao Qingyuan, don't take it to heart, Hua Chu didn't mean it. He wiped his nose and struggled to say under Zhao's furious glare, I said that. All right. Yu Qinghuan, I've seen your true colors today. Zhao Qingyuan glanced at him sorrowfully, like an abandoned scornful woman. I regarded you as a brother, but you cursed me behind my back. Being close means fighting, and loving means cursing. Although Zhao Qingyuan was arrogant and talkative, he was truly good-hearted. Yu Qinghuan never openly mentioned it, but he'd long considered him a good friend. Saying he was a parrot spirit held no malice, it was merely an instinctive teasing phrase that Hua Chu remembered. Do you think I believe that? In anger, Zhao Qingyuan's intelligence skyrocketed. All right, even if we ignore this, then what about last time? After saying this, he looked furiously at Yu Qinghuan. Noticing the deeply meaningful expression on Yu Qinghuan's face, he suddenly felt enlightened. Are you still thinking I'm stupid? Not waiting for Yu Qinghuan's reply, he angrily huffed, no friendship, and slammed the door and left. Qinghuan, Hua Chu panicked, did I cause you trouble? No, he's just messing with me. Yu Qinghuan casually pulled out a tissue, wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth, cleverly changing the subject, are you full? Hua Chu honestly shook his head, no. Yu Qinghuan glanced at the time, patted Hua Chu's shoulder, let your brother take you home for dinner, I'm about to go shoot, I don't have time to stay with you. I don't want to leave. Hua Chu unwillingly scuffed the ground with his toes and muttered. Be obedient. Yu Qinghuan took off his down jacket, looked in the mirror to confirm there were no wrinkles on his clothes, and then wrapped an arm around Hua Chu's shoulders to guide him outside. Eat well when you get home, I'll see you before you leave. Really? Hua Chu was successfully tempted by this condition. That, don't forget. Don't worry. Finally convincing Hua Chu, Yu Qinghuan turned to Huarong, pretending not to know he was actually his boss, can you take him to eat? Thinking about it for a moment, he added another sentence, Hua Chu likes food that is relatively light. Not a problem. Huarong casually replied, smoothly driving his younger brother all over town looking for some light dishes. Halfway through, he suddenly realized. Wasn't taking his younger brother out for dinner naturally expected? Why would Yu Qinghuan use such a word as trouble? The most terrifying part was, he actually obeyed without hesitation. This man was poisonous. And when did the little one develop a preference for food? How come he didn't know? Seizing a red light, Huarong turned and asked Hua Chu, do you like light food? Without lifting his head, Hua Chu's eyes remained unwaveringly focused on his beloved fish. Huarong. Still too naive. Meanwhile, at the filming site, due to their disagreement with Yu Qinghuan, during the afternoon shooting today, Zhao Qingyuan's charisma was unleashed in full force, so much so that Wang Qingqing dared not breathe heavily, let alone act against him, causing many repeated takes and nearly making Lu Jian throw the first camera. Many films today, though officially directed by big directors, are practically completed by the executive director. Lu Jian despised this trend. Despite his age, he insisted on personally directing, the thin line between life and death. Not only that, but his demands on actors reached the level of nitpicking. Wang Qingqing's acting wasn't much to begin with, and now her distracted state made it worse. As she watched more film being wasted, Lu Jian lost his temper and started yelling, did you buy your diploma from the Performance Academy? Look at what your acting looks like. Anyone who doesn't know would think you're Zhao Qingyuan's maid. Wang Qingqing was at least a top actress of Xinguang. For any other director, let alone scolding, even if she performed poorly, they would still compliment her acting skills with a smile. Even with Wang Qingqing's high emotional intelligence, tears pricked her eyes at this moment. But at least she still remembered not to offend director Lu Jian, so she muttered a hasty apology, sorry, Director Lu, my condition isn't very good. Please give me some time, and was led by her assistant to the rest room. At this moment, Director Lu Jian was in a rage. Even his old friend Jiang Qi dared not provoke him. Just when Jiang Qi wanted to sneak off to smoke a cigarette, he heard Lu Jian shouting loudly, where's Yu Qinghuan? Hurry up, his scene will be shot ahead of time. Here I am. I'm here. Jiang Qi pulled Yu Qinghuan to the front and couldn't help but break out into a cold sweat for him. Shooting the first take under these circumstances would probably result in plenty of yelling. It seemed like the guy would have an unlucky day after all. Are you ready? The clapper loaders hurriedly changed the background while Lu Jian sat next to camera one and noticed Yu Qinghuan testing out two positions, prompting him to stick his head out to hurry him along. It's fine, Yu Qinghuan nodded. Good. Start. Yi Sheng is an endocrine surgeon who has been working at the hospital for 6 years. Coming from a wealthy family and looking handsome, wherever he went, he was pampered. Over time, this nurtured an arrogant and womanizing character. Despite his fairly good medical skills, his attitude toward patients wasn't ideal. He often dumped patients post-surgery in the ward without any care or concern, leaving everything to the assistants. Yu Qinghuan's next scene involved Yi Sheng's interaction with the families of patients. A 9-year-old girl had thyroid cancer. Though it's known as the non-lethal cancer, the younger the patient, the deadlier it becomes. The little girl's mother wept every day, despairing and helpless. No matter how many times the nurses reassured her about the condition, she remained uneasy. One day, near closing time, she visited Yisheng's office. Dr. Yi, the long-term insomnia and suffering almost crushed her. Her face was deathly pale, she was thin to the bone, seeming fragile as if the wind could blow her away. Upon seeing Dr. Yi, she sobbed desperately, "Dr. Yi, what are we going to do about our Tong-Tong? Is this surgery really without risk? It's just a small surgery, right?" Yisheng was eager to go on a date and, being held back by an ugly woman crying uncontrollably, became extremely irritated. Without hesitation, he unleashed a torrent of abuse. "Any surgery carries risks. Small surgery? Don't come to our hospital if it's so small, what nonsense." The woman suddenly widened her eyes in disbelief, her pleading gaze softening as her legs nearly gave way beneath her. All she sought was a little comfort from the doctor, but instead, she received such heartless words. "Dr. Yi. Dr. Yi. Let go." Yisheng angrily shook off the woman's hand, disdainfully patting his clothes. "How many times have I answered this question? Do doctors have infinite time?" With that, he coldly shoved the woman out of the door and left without another word. Cut. Lu Jian watched the footage on camera one carefully, his expression slightly relaxing. Yu Qinghuan's performance was excellent, surprisingly good, far surpassing what anyone expected from a first-time actor. His portrayal brought out Yisheng's arrogance and coldness perfectly, each gesture and glance made him indistinguishable from Yisheng and completely erased traces of himself. Surprisingly, this line passed in one take. The others in the crew were shocked. Originally, they had looked down on Yu Qinghuan, assuming he'd gotten there through connections. Their attitudes did a complete 180-degree turn after this scene. By the time he stepped back to rest, quite a few people began initiating conversations with him. That's how things worked in showbiz. Today, Yu Qinghuan only had this one scene. After stepping back, he just poured himself a cup of hot water to warm his hands when Wang Jinsheng beckoned him over. "Young Yu, come over here." Wang teacher, Yu Qinghuan walked over and respectfully addressed him. "Don't be nervous, sit." Wang Jinsheng smiled warmly, motioning for him to sit beside him. "What do you think of your own performance just now?" Yu Qinghuan paused, then carefully replayed his performance in his mind, pondering if he'd made a mistake somewhere. "Don't be nervous, tell me honestly." Yu Qinghuan couldn't figure out what Wang Jinsheng meant, so he replied frankly, "Actually, I don't really have a clear feeling. I just performed based on what was in my mind. That's the biggest issue." Wang Jinghua sighed, "Young Yu, you're the most talented young person I've ever met. Your performance just now, no matter where it takes place, was remarkable." But, he hesitated for a second before continuing, "I must ask, aren't you fond of acting?" Why would that be the case? Yu Qinghuan immediately wanted to refute Wang Jinsheng, but as the words reached his lips, they couldn't come out. In his previous life, he had treated acting merely as a means of making a living. And in this life, he saw acting as his burden. He had never even considered whether he liked acting at all. "Little Yu," Wang Jinsheng stood up leaning on his cane, his grizzled hair trembling in the wind and showing an unexpected frailty. "Your acting surpasses most people in the industry, and it's much better than many who've won awards, yet it lacks soul." Lacks soul. Yu Qinghuan carefully savored these 4 words, and when his eyes met Wang Jinsheng's smiling gaze, enlightenment hit him like a revelation. When he acted, he always positioned himself as a bystander rather than fully immersing himself into the character. How could an audience connect with a role that even the actor couldn't embrace or understand? Seeing that he had figured it out, Wang Jinsheng smiled contentedly and handed over a piece of paper with his pre-written phone number to Yu Qinghuan. "If you don't think about it today," he pointed towards the nearby trash can, "this note will end up there." Staring at Yu Qinghuan's surprised face, Wang Jinsheng chuckled, "Although I've retired, I still hold some status at the Capital People's Grand Theater. You don't have any scenes tomorrow, right? I'll take you there, it might help improve your acting." The Capital People's Grand Theater. How many actors dreamt of being able to go there just to observe? Even if Yu Qinghuan wasn't particularly passionate about the entertainment industry, he couldn't resist such an allure. He pressed his lips together and gave Wang Jinsheng a deep bow. "Thank you, Master Wang. I'm troubling you." Wang Jinsheng shook his head and left with a smile on his face. After he walked away, Yu Qinghuan remained seated in deep thought about his bizarre luck. But before he could figure anything out, an urgent ring interrupted him. He picked up his phone, it was Yu Xian. "Qinghuan, I'll be back tomorrow afternoon." Yu Xian sounded very excited, "Don't worry, everything is arranged. Your family's really great, brought me so many yellow peach cans. They said it's for you to eat. You don't have any shoots tomorrow afternoon, right? Can you pick me up at the airport?" "It's a bit difficult," Yu Qinghuan frowned and prepared to continue, but Yu Xian wailed, "Are you serious, Qinghuan? Do you have any humanity left? If you don't pick me up, I won't be able to carry all those cans back. I'm going to the Capital People's Grand Theater with Master Wang tomorrow." Yu Qinghuan also felt somewhat troubled, "Or you could ship them back." "Wait," the voice from the other side of the call suddenly grew louder, "What did you say?" Are you going to the Capital People's Grand Theater? Yu Qinghuan replied, yes. Yu Xian was agitated, is it the same one I'm thinking of? Which Master Wang? Yu Qinghuan sighed in helplessness, it's the exact theater you're thinking about, with Master Wang Jincheng. After a moment of strange silence, came Yu Xian's firm decision from the receiver, you go to the Grand Theater. As for the cans, I'll risk my life to bring them back for you. Yu Qinghuan. Chapter 17. On the day Zhao Qingyuan slammed the door and left, he originally thought that Yu Qingshan would chase after him to apologize. At that moment, he could pretend to be annoyed and reluctantly make up with him. That's usually how friends reconcile after a quarrel. However, he never expected that Yu Qingshan wasn't one to follow conventional rules. Yu Qingshan didn't come find him on that day, so he magnanimously excused his youth and pride, but why not the next day either? Not only did he not come, he even went out with someone else. Without even saying a word. Ancestors. The agent sighed helplessly as they saw Zhao Qingyuan radiating icy vibes, looking like he was possessed by a killing god. While massaging his shoulders, the agent tried to console him, you're 10 years older than Yu Qingshan. Why are you throwing tantrums over something that can be resolved with just one sentence? His childlike temper tantrum was truly too much to bear. Before the agent finished speaking, Zhao Qingyuan's just suppressed anger surged back up, I'm telling you. From now on, there will be no more Yu Qingshan. I've cut ties with him. After pondering for a bit, he felt a little wimpy declaring a unilateral severance of friendship. He immediately took out his phone and posted a Weibo message. Zhao Qingyuan, we're done. Goodbye at Yu Qingshan. After posting, Zhao Qingyuan didn't log out right away. Instead, he stared at the screen waiting for his fans' comments. His fans liked him so much. Once they heard about the breakup with Yu Qingshan, they would surely support him unconditionally, stand together with him, and scold Yu Qingshan along with him. But reality proved he had clearly thought too much. The number of new messages in the back end was increasing visibly and rapidly like a snowball rolling down a hill. But when he opened it, Zhao Qingyuan immediately froze. What about marching side by side with their idol? All the fans were brushing yo, what is this all about? Yo, big brother Yuan is bashful again today, tsk. Yo, always calling out to your Qingshan on Weibo. Aren't you on the same set anyway? Definitely, teenager Yuan. Keep the formation downstairs. Yo, I couldn't help but check the time in the lower right corner, sending car rides so early in the morning, tsk, what position does breaking up refer to? Yo, heartbrokenly hugging big brother Yuan's aloof persona, your big brother doesn't want you anymore. Because Lu Jian announced the costume photos of On the Brink of Life and Death that morning, netizens now knew that Zhao Qingyuan and Yu Qingshan were in the same production crew, making their mockery more carefree. Zhao Qingyuan, a steel-straight male who normally browsed the web just to look at beauties and save images on his hard drive, had never seen such an array before. Scared, he almost threw his phone away and decided for the first time to stay offline for a day. And Yu Qingshan, whom he bitterly criticized all day, was already following Wang Jinxing to the Capital People's Grand Theater. On stage, the actors were rehearsing Su Dongpa, just reaching the scene where Su Dongpa was relieving famine in Hangzhou. The actor playing Su Dongpa wore a loose robe in blue and white, eyes sharp, severely rebuking the inefficiency of subordinates. Compared to normal TV series and films, stage plays have a more exaggerated performance style. The actors' emotions are more open, their movements large, paired with mournful voices, enhanced further by the amplification system on stage, extremely engaging. How's it? Wang Jinxing asked Yu Qingshan with a smile, any feelings? I can't do it, Yu Qingshan sighed, and since his reincarnation, his slightly restless heart finally settled. It's very difficult to perform in a stage play. Actors' actions, expressions, and even their voice must be consistent. If they don't fully immerse themselves into the character, the acting results will be terrible. Moreover, on the vast stage, actors need good psychological resilience, otherwise, they simply cannot carry off such a grand show. Wang Jinxing shook his head, whether or not you can do it, you'll only know once you try. Yu Qingshan was shocked, your meaning is... Wang Jinxing walked to the front of the stage, spoke a few sentences to the person in charge. Instantly, the face of the responsible person showed respect, gesturing for the performance on stage to pause, handing over the script to Yu Qingshan, smiling at him, give it a try. This is the first time Master Wang has brought someone here. Yu Qingshan thanked, hurriedly glanced through a few pages of the script, took a deep breath, and stepped onto the stage. Standing on the stage himself, it was entirely different from watching from below. Although Yu Qingshan wasn't exactly timid, he still wasn't as comfortable as he was on the movie set. First, he simulated the scene he intended to act out in his mind and recited the lines according to the script. During normal filming, he never had any particular feelings, but this time, he immediately realized his own shortcomings. Not only was he restrained, but his presence wasn't strong enough either. He was forcing his voice out, and as soon as he raised it slightly, not only did the pitch break, but his throat also started to hurt. Although he didn't want to admit it, Yu Qingshan knew deep down that his acting at this level simply wasn't good enough. He'd previously been quite arrogant, thinking himself skilled enough because he'd won many awards and no longer needed to practice his craft. Teacher Wang, after performing just a short piece, Yu Qingshan was already breathing heavily. He stepped off the stage, approached Wang Jinqing with a burning gaze. I really thank you. Wang Jinqing saw that despite realizing his deficiencies, Yu Qingshan was not disheartened. Instead, his whole being radiated an unprecedented enthusiasm. Comfortably patting his shoulder, Wang said, good lad. At least he hadn't wasted all of Wang's efforts. When Yu Qingshan left the Grand Theater, he was alone, clutching a video camera gifted by Wang Jinqing. Wang asked him to record himself practicing daily so he could later review for areas needing improvement. It would be best to also find a vocal teacher for practicing sound projection, which would prove advantageous during movie shoots using original audio. Lowering his head to look at the camera in his hand, Yu Qingshan let out a complicated sigh. Since his rebirth, even though he had initially intended not to re-enter the entertainment industry, things kept happening beyond his control. It seemed like everyone was pushing him forward, yet he was a perfectionist who couldn't act carelessly. Even if he didn't plan to act anymore later on, he still wanted to try his best to improve his acting within the remaining period of his contract. This caused him to move further into the entertainment circle, making it impossible for him to quietly step away from the industry. Enviously glancing at a couple walking past him, Yu Qingshan felt lost, gently rubbing the camera in his hands, wondering how much longer would it take before he could truly fall in love. Alas, it was truly troubling. Yu Qingshan was not a person inclined to fool around. Despite having no scenes today, he returned dutifully to the set and unexpectedly met Yu Xian at the entrance of the production site. Quick! Help me carry these canned goods. Yu Xian was dragging a half-burlap sack of canned food, exhausted as a dead dog. At the sight of Yu Qingshan, his eyes lit up like they were filled with stars. Finally relieved. In the cold winter, Yu Xian had worked up a hot sweat. Once inside Yu Qingshan's room, he collapsed onto the sofa. Brother, you've worked hard. Yu Qingshan poured him a cup of hot water and smiled as he gulped it down. For New Year, I'll give you a big red envelope. Don't do that. Putting down the water cup, Yu Xian shot him a glare. Do you think you have plenty of money now? I'll tell you, after buying a house, you'll have nothing left. You might not even afford your costume for events. Seeing Yu Qingshan's increasingly extravagant spending, he grew more and more annoyed. Such a large sum of money given away without batting an eye, and worse still, Yu Xian had acted as the accomplice. I'm going to sleep for a bit. Don't bother me. Afraid that seeing Yu Qingshan again would upset him emotionally, Yu Xian left a message and pushed the door to enter the bedroom. Even if he hadn't said that, Yu Qingshan wouldn't have disturbed him. He turned on the camera given by Wang Jinqing, recalling the scene at the Grand Theater that day, and was about to practice when a loud knocking on the door interrupted him. Afraid of disturbing Yu Xian, Yu Qingshan didn't even have time to turn off the camera as he rushed over to open the door, only to see Zhao Qingyuan. Finally decided to come back, huh? With a sarcastic tone, Zhao Qingyuan entered proudly like a fighting rooster, chin high. Cough. Upon seeing him, memories of the Paraprecious incident made Yu Qingshan chuckle, holding back laughter as he explained, I was about to look for you, but didn't expect you to show up. After finishing, without waiting for Zhao Qingyuan to speak, Yu Qingshan handed him a jar of yellow peach preserves. A specialty from my hometown. Try it and see if it tastes good. A jar of preserved peaches is supposed to bribe me? Zhao Qingyuan sniffed, hesitated briefly, glanced sideways at Yu Qingshan, and frowned while complaining, well, then. I'll just give it a try. If it's not good, you're going to pay. Suddenly pulling out a small knife from somewhere, he pried open the canister and hastily scooped up a spoonful and shoved it into his mouth. The yellow peach pieces were thick and full, with a slight firmness, one bite filling the entire mouth with sweet juice, cooling and refreshing, creating a unique flavor especially during winter. Zhao Qingyuan originally planned to stop after one taste, but he ended up eating nearly half the canister before stopping. Finally, fearing stomach pain due to excessive consumption, Yu Qingshan directly snatched the jar away from him. Let me have one more bite. Licking the sweet peach juice from the corner of his lips, Zhao Qingyuan wasn't angry anymore. Instead, he shamelessly moved closer to Yu Qingshan and said, just one bite. It's too cold, my stomach can't handle it. Yu Qingshan refused, but Zhao Qingyuan wouldn't listen. Seizing an opportunity when Yu Qingshan wasn't paying attention, he snatched a bottle and started pouring it directly into his mouth, skipping the spoon altogether. Yu Qingshan stared in shock as Zhao Qingyuan secretly stole 2 cans and disappeared. It was only then that he came back to his senses. Since there was nothing he could do about it, and chasing Zhao Qingyuan down just to get the cans back would be awkward, Yu Qingshan simply let it go. Taking this moment as a chance, he counted the remaining cans and distributed them to everyone on the set. That evening, Zhao Qingyuan couldn't resist the temptation and opened another can of peaches. As a result, the next day he lay in bed groaning with a stomachache. This infuriated Yu Qingshan so much that he almost choked Zhao Qingyuan with antacid tablets. I'm sorry, Qingshan, apologized Zhao Qingyuan weakly, yet still managed to take out his phone to scroll through Weibo, completely forgetting about staying offline for a day. You deserve this for, Yu Qingshan's scolding didn't finish before Zhao Qingyuan suddenly screamed and struggled to jump out of bed despite his condition. Yu Qingshan was startled, what happened to you? Look at this. Fuming, Zhao Qingyuan shoved his phone towards Yu Qingshan and angrily cursed, "These trash paparazzi. What the hell are they writing?" Yu Qingshan looked down and realized that last night, when Zhao Qingyuan had entered his room, somehow it had been captured by the paparazzi. Combined with today's news that Zhao Qingyuan missed the shoot due to illness, the media's reports were absolutely sensational. The man who sleeps on the bed of award-winning actor Zhao Qingyuan, Yu Qingshan. Breaking. Zhao Qingyuan sneaks into the room of a fellow young star late at night and fails to rise from the bed the next day. Oscar-winning actor Zhao Qingyuan left in a mess, all because of stunning revelation. What he did made Zhao Qingyuan cry in bed the next day. Yu Qingshan. They were currently staying in a 3-star hotel near the filming site. Before the actors checked in, the crew had thoroughly cleaned and secured the place. Somehow, this time, the journalists still found their way in. These garbage media. Zhao Qingyuan turned red with anger, unable to control his temper. Someone should teach them a lesson. Afraid Zhao Qingyuan would lose control, Yu Qingshan hurried to calm him down. Alright, don't get upset, and don't act rashly. Let me first ask Director Liu how we should handle this. After saying that, he turned around and took a step forward when Zhao Qingyuan's low voice sounded from behind him, "Qingshan, even if there was something between us, shouldn't you be the one who couldn't get up?" Yu Qingshan took a deep breath, his face stone cold as he turned back, harshly spitting out one word toward Zhao Qingyuan, "Get lost." Chapter 18. The incident of the cast members being secretly photographed made Lu Jian furious. If someone could capture the private lives of the actors today, what about tomorrow? Would footage from the shooting of Life and Death Line also be leaked? That very day, the production team began a thorough investigation, from the filming site to the hotel, even the actors' restrooms, not a single place was overlooked. It wasn't just potential issues that were uncovered, but even a strand of hair hidden in a corner could be found. Despite this, Lu Jian's mood did not improve one bit. In fact, he'd grown particularly annoyed with Zhao Qingyuan for no reason. "What are you doing constantly running around in Xiao Yu's room for no reason?" As Lu Jian ate canned yellow peaches to reduce his fire, he scolded, "Now something like this has happened. I'd like to see how you're going to deal with it." It was indeed not surprising that Lu Jian was angry. This kind of sensational news is exactly what the public loves. They don't care about the truth, all they want is entertainment. The more over-the-top the news, the more they enjoy it. And without evidence, no matter how much Zhao Qingyuan and Yu Qinghuan might argue, when people thought of them later, they'd still think of this event first. This is because the confidentiality work of the crew isn't done properly. Zhao Qingyuan lay sprawled on the bed, his eyes fixated on the can of peaches in Lu Jian's hand as he nonchalantly responded. Others might fear Lu Jian, but not him. Good. Good. Lu Jian turned bright red with anger, threw down his spoon, and shouted, "So go ahead and keep messing around. It's not me who got photographed anyway. And it's not me who'll have chrysanthemums withered either." Both were starting to speak without much thought. Zhao Qingyuan's face reddened as he growled lowly, "Uncle Lu. What are you talking about?" Cough, Lu Jian realized his slip of tongue, making up an excuse sheepishly, "Isn't it because I've been brainwashed by the media?" He paused for a moment, continuing to lecture Zhao Qingyuan, "Afraid now, aren't you? See my state, let alone others. If you don't handle this well, you'll never shake off this news your entire life." Considering the terrible consequences this could bring, Zhao Qingyuan shivered involuntarily. Just as he was about to say something, Yu Qinghuan, who had been silent all along, suddenly interjected, "Oh. I suddenly remember that when Qingyuan came to my room, I had already turned on the camera." Instantly, 2 pairs of gleaming eyes turned towards him. Yu Qinghuan explained, "I was just about to practice tomorrow's scene when Qingyuan came in. I didn't manage to turn off the camera in time." "What are we waiting for?" Lu Jian pushed him out hastily, "Go quickly, fetch it here. Let's see how much it recorded." Seemingly due to Yu Qinghuan's incredible luck, the camera, as if manipulated by someone, had completely captured every second of their stay in the room. After watching the entire video, Lu Jian finally exhaled in relief, placing the camera on the table and saying to Zhao Qingyuan, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and copy the video out, then post it on Weibo." Zhao Qingyuan hesitated, "But my image." Being seen by fans behaving clingily, endlessly begging just for a taste of the yellow peach preserves, it was utterly ruinous for his image. Lu Jian rolled his eyes upon hearing this, "Forget it, your facade fell apart long ago. You better post it quick." By this time, the comments on Weibo had already exploded, especially those from Zhao Qingyuan's fans. Although they always joked about Zhao Qingyuan and Yu Qinghuan in their daily conversations, it was all in good fun. But if there was truly something going on between Zhao Qingyuan and Yu Qinghuan, that would change everything. What really happened? Why doesn't Dayuan come out and explain? Could it be that the rumors about him and Yu Qinghuan are true? I've always felt they seemed strange together. Who knew that all the tagging back and forth on Weibo was serious? It's disgusting. I need to throw up. I told you, that Yu Qinghuan is not a good person. Dayuan used to be so straight. How did he become this way after meeting him? Don't say anything more, please demand an explanation from Dayuan's company. I'm ready to cancel following him if necessary. Looking at these comments, Zhao Qingyuan brushing through them on his phone, his usual smile slowly disappeared. These were all his fans. Even some familiar IDs among them, they were the ones who normally called him the UN brother under his Weibo posts in a cute manner, promising they'd support him no matter what. However, the moment this event arose, their attitudes changed instantly. Words like disgusting and canceling fandom slipped easily from their mouths, showing no trace of the admiration they once held for him. When posting the video to Weibo, Zhao Qingyuan surprisingly included no text commentary. For some unknown reason, he suddenly felt a sense of bewilderment. Was the relationship between celebrities and fans really this fragile? Even though this incident wasn't true, what if one day he actually did something they wouldn't like? He had always thought his fans would support him unconditionally, but after today, he was no longer sure. The issues surrounding Zhao Qingyuan and Yu Qinghwan had already made it to the top trending list, drawing not only Zhao Qingyuan's fans but also many passers-by who continued to follow the drama closely. The moment Zhao Qingyuan posted the entire video, those who were screaming about canceling their fandom due to perceived homosexuality vanished instantly. Beneath Zhao Qingyuan's Weibo post, harmony was restored. I told you they're just good friends, media blowing things out of proportion. Exactly. Bro Dayuan dated a girlfriend 2 years ago, didn't he? Ah, so great. It's not true. I can keep supporting Bro Dayuan then. Zhao Qingyuan, an ardent cell phone user, usually would have grabbed his phone to read through all the comments right away. This time, however, he lacked any desire to even pick up his phone. Yu Qinghwan had seen the comments too and knew exactly what was troubling him. To be honest, fearing exactly this outcome was why in his past life, he dared not get close to anyone and why this time around, he simply wanted to stay low-key and fall in love quietly. But seeing how upset Zhao Qingyuan was, he couldn't help feeling sorry for him. Don't be sad anymore. He nudged Zhao Qingyuan curled up on the bed with his elbow, scrolling down to reveal more comments. You've only seen a part of the responses. Most of your fans do support you. Though Zhao Qingyuan initially didn't want to look, he involuntarily raised his head. It's surprisingly untrue, but for some strange reason, I kind of feel regretful. Hold on. Me too. How could there not be one person craving that canned peach? I searched online, and it's nowhere to be found. Same here. Watching brother Dayuan eat them made my mouth water. Unfortunately, I can't buy any either. The media has no moral boundaries these days. Not to mention it being false anyway, so what if it was real? Brother Dayuan has the right to love whoever he chooses. As for me, I'll stick to supporting Dayuan. Seeing Zhao Qingyuan's expression soften, Yu Qinghwan pressed on, don't let a small group make you give up so many people who truly love you. Zhao Qingyuan kept his head lowered without speaking. Yu Qinghwan was about to offer further reassurance when he noticed Zhao Qingyuan's shoulders trembling violently, only to realize he was trying hard not to laugh. Qinghwan, you being this serious makes me uncomfortable. Yu Qinghwan. If he worked harder to console him, he might just bash his head against the wall. With a sudden movement, Yu Qinghwan strode out, only to hear Zhao Qingyuan sigh behind him. Qinghwan, thank you. I feel much better. Yu Qinghwan hesitated in his step. Meanwhile, Hua Chu had already boarded a flight to the United States. Due to weather conditions, they departed a week earlier than planned and left without informing Yu Qinghwan, which made him quite disgruntled. However, despite looking sulky, among a crowd of gray-haired, bearded elders, Hua Chu's handsome face still stood out significantly, drawing constant glances from Chenya, who was accompanying her father to an international physics conference. Hi, I'm Chenya, said the girl in her early 20s, radiating youth and beauty, extending her hand to Hua Chu with a bright smile. Aren't you Hua Chu? My dad often mentions you at home, saying you're very talented. Hua Chu gave her a blank stare and turned his face silently. Chenya never expected Hua Chu to ignore her outright. She froze momentarily, her cheeks turning red abruptly. Being pretty, she'd grown up as a little princess, adored by boys at school. Encountering someone ignoring her charm for the first time filled her with both anger and an odd stirring emotion. Propelled by this sentiment, she forced herself to suppress any feelings of embarrassment and blocked Hua Chu's path, demanding, why are you ignoring me? This time, Hua Chu didn't even glance at her, attempting to bypass her and head towards his seat. Hua Chu. Now Chenya was genuinely infuriated and disregarding her dignity, reached out directly and grabbed the hem of his clothing. Explain yourself before you go. She'd been holding onto her luggage at the same time, and upon releasing it to grab him, her suitcase fell with a thud, nearly hitting her foot. Hua Chu looked at Chenya, who seemed close to tears, and then glanced down at the suitcase. He suddenly understood. So this woman had stopped him because she wanted him to put her luggage in the overhead compartment. He was eager to send a message to Yu Qinghwan, but upon realizing Chenya's intent, he didn't hesitate. Swiftly, he picked up the suitcase from the ground and placed it neatly into the overhead bin in one fluid motion. Chenya had been pouting until now. Seeing Hua Chu didn't engage with her, but still helped her lift the suitcase, her mood instantly brightened. Her father once told her that Hua Chu's personality was a little peculiar. So, was it possible that he hadn't ignored her on purpose, but rather felt too shy to talk to her because she was so beautiful? Hua Chu, thank you, Chenya said softly, pulling lightly at his sleeve with a touch of shyness in her voice. You're really nice. What Chu, question mark. Hadn't he just helped her with her luggage? Why wouldn't she let go? Perplexed, he shot Chinya a glance, then tried to wiggle his arm free of her grip, but failed. What was going on? Meanwhile, Chinya continued talking non-stop. Are you feeling embarrassed? Don't worry, I understand everything. How about we sit together? I'll ask my dad to swap seats with you. Now What Chu became even more confused. What did changing seats mean? Why should he change seats? When Chinya noticed he wasn't responding, she became all the more certain he was blushing out of embarrassment. The youngest and most brilliant physicist in China actually felt shy around her. This realization brought Chinya an overwhelming sense of triumph. She tilted her head, playing with a strand of her hair, teasing Ho Chu, I know you want to sit together, don't you? I've already figured it out, and you even helped me with my luggage. Still, Ho Chu remained clueless as to what she was saying. All he could think about was how much he wanted to hurry back to his seat. Replaying Chenya's words in his mind, Ho Chu tried hard to decipher them. The moment the word luggage popped into his head, his eyes lit up. If helping her store her luggage meant she wouldn't let go of him, then... Ho Chu looked at Chenya again, and without hesitation, grabbed the suitcase from the overhead compartment, putting it back by her feet. Here. Chenya. Chapter 19. Ho Chu's seat was actually in the very front row of the cabin, very conspicuous, but he just couldn't find it. The flight attendants had already started checking the overhead bins, yet Ho Chu was still not back at his seat. Worse still, among this group of scientists who had set off with him, only a few were acquaintances of Ho Chu's. Seeing him pacing up and down the aisle, they assumed that this genius mind was once again lost in thought over some scientific issue. They inwardly admired how geniuses were different from ordinary people and greeted him one by one. Professor Hua, hello. Professor Hua, it's an honor to meet you. Professor Hua, if you have time, could you discuss astrophysics with me? Ho Chu was polite. When someone spoke to him, he stopped and nodded in acknowledgement. His face was deceptively youthful and handsome, especially solemn, giving off a strong air of professionalism. Therefore, as people passed by him, none of them noticed his predicament. In the end, it was Mr. Chenya's father who spotted the anomaly and hurried over to return Ho Chu to his seat. When the girl was talking to Ho Chu earlier, Mr. Cheng had seen it too. Originally, he didn't want his daughter dating so early, but if it was Ho Chu, things were different. This young, handsome physicist had a bright future ahead of him, and his innocence made him the perfect son-in-law candidate. Not only that, Ho Chu's genes were rare in a century, and perhaps the child he would have with his daughter might be a once-in-a-lifetime genius like Ho Chu. Indulging secretly in these thoughts, Mr. Cheng did nothing to stop his daughter from interacting with Ho Chu. But what he hadn't anticipated was that Ho Chu showed absolutely no interest in her. Stealing a glance at Ho Chu's handsome profile, Mr. Cheng's eyes flickered and he decided he must make good use of his geographical advantage. He needed to snatch this promising individual before anyone else. If the daughter wasn't helping enough, that was fine, he'd step in personally. Cough, cough, Mr. Cheng coughed a couple of times, trying to draw Ho Chu's attention. However, Ho Chu was entirely focused on his phone, completely ignoring him. Before leaving home, Ho Chu had repeatedly practiced sending text messages with her own, and now he was slowly typing out the words according to the guide in his little notebook. He worried about not having enough time and was sweating all over, resulting in multiple typos and mistakenly sending several garbled messages. Professor Hua, are you texting? Unable to resist any longer after waiting for so long, Mr. Cheng approached. Ho Chu responded briefly, still not looking up. His palm was soaked with sweat. It's too difficult, texting is truly too hard. Let me help you, Mr. Cheng offered tentatively. After pausing for a moment, he added with a flatteringly aged smile, I'm the fastest texter. These words successfully drew Ho Chu's attention. He immediately turned around and placed his phone solemnly in Mr. Cheng's hands. Trouble you? Not at all, not at all. Feeling as if he'd already left a deep impression on Ho Chu, Mr. Cheng happily grabbed the phone and assured confidently, just tell me what you want to send, my typing speed is incredible. Ho Chu pursed his lips, revealing a small dimple on his left cheek with happiness, all right. Professor Hua, while sending texts, Mr. Cheng attempted to become friends with Ho Chu. What do you think about our xiaoyao? Ho Chu looked down at him in confusion, completely failing to understand what he was saying. Mr. Cheng remembered hearing about Ho Chu before and realized he might have asked an inappropriate question, so he quickly rephrased it, the person speaking to you earlier was my daughter. What do you think about her? Ho Chu, question mark. He still had no clue what Mr. Cheng was trying to express. Biting his lips slightly troubled, Ho Chu racked his brain and finally recalled something his second brother had told him. Whenever people mention their children in front of others, it's often because they seek praise for their own children. Realizing this, Ho Chu seriously patted Mr. Cheng's shoulder, congratulations. Mr. Cheng. Stunned speechless for a long while by those 3 words, Mr. Cheng almost made a mistake while texting. Meeting Ho Chu's anxious eyes, he quickly corrected it. Mr. Cheng felt deeply bitter inside. Wasn't he just seeking a smart son-in-law? Why was it so arduous? Enraged, he decided to abandon all pretense and speak directly. Professor Hua, my daughter is currently studying physics at Hua University. Do you have a girlfriend? Would you like me to introduce her to you? After pausing for a moment, his tone became extremely enticing. In the future, the two of you could conduct research and experiments together. How envious that would be. Why do we need to conduct research together? Hetsu looked at Mr. Cheng in confusion, completely puzzled. I can do it by myself. Mr. Cheng. He tried hard to brainwash Hetsu. Having men and women working together makes the work less tiring. But I don't get tired when I do experiments alone. Hetsu had an innocent look on his face. Mr. Cheng. Forget it. Was he not supposed to want this son-in-law? Having a genius as a son-in-law was indeed very prestigious, but only if one didn't die from being annoyed by him first. The old man clutched his chest and fell back into his seat, suddenly understanding instinctively what the phrase, destined to be alone, truly meant. Meanwhile, on set, Yu Qinghuan had just finished shooting a group scene. Near a battlefield village, a few children accidentally wandered into a minefield, leading to the destruction of half the village. Zhao Qingyuan playing Peng Cheng and Wang Qingqing playing Yue Chen had just disembarked from the plane, with no time to unpack their luggage, immediately began the rescue with the doctors. Among the doctors who were serious and deeply anxious, Ye Sheng, who had a reluctant expression all over his face, stood out noticeably. What Yu Qinghuan needed to do was to perform this sense of being incompatible. Lu Jian excelled at long shots, his films were renowned for their beautiful yet uncluttered long shots. Therefore, his demands for group scenes were especially high. By the time the scene was finally approved, Yu Qinghuan and the others had already failed 4 times. When Lu Jian finally said it was okay, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Zhao Qingyuan and Wang Qingqing were the leads in this group scene. To demonstrate the urgency of rescuing people, they had to repeatedly charge forward, which consumed a lot of physical energy. While Zhao Qingyuan still had it in him, Wang Qingqing almost collapsed on the ground. Fortunately, Yu Qinghuan helped her up, preventing her from falling awkwardly onto the ground. Thanks, little Yu. Wang Qingqing leaned against a pillar for a few seconds and quickly recovered her usual elegance and beauty. She smiled gently at Yu Qinghuan. You've helped me again. She showed none of the airs that a senior might have toward a newcomer, looking quite approachable. Yu Qinghuan shook his head. Sister Qingqing, please don't say that. I just lent a hand. No, you really did. Wang Qingqing's eyes twinkled, her whitely tender hand resting on Yu Qinghuan's shoulder. When I got scolded by the director last time, it was you who came to my defense. Yu Qinghuan paused for a moment, instantly catching the deeper meaning behind Wang Qingqing's words. When she was berated mercilessly by Lu Jian and had to stop shooting to adjust her state, Yu Qinghuan received Lu Jian's praise and passed in one take. If he were an experienced actor, it wouldn't matter, but he was merely a novice without much recognition. This was no different than slapping Wang Qingqing's face hard. Little Yu. Wang Qingqing noticed he hadn't spoken for a while, waving her hand in front of him, her voice soft and gentle. I'm just someone who values loyalty. Whoever helps me, I will always remember. After a pause, she grinned and looked directly into Yu Qinghuan's eyes. If you ever need anything, you can come talk to sister about it. After saying this, she patted Yu Qinghuan encouragingly on the shoulder and walked away with elegant steps. Yu Qinghuan watched her graceful back and sighed in his heart. He must have seriously offended Wang Qingqing. He wasn't a naive newcomer. If he really took Wang Qingqing for a good sister, he'd probably end up sold off without even knowing. Just as he was pondering how to respond, a loud and penetrating shout from behind suddenly reached his ears. Qinghuan. Qinghuan. It was exactly the same tone as the last time he won the lottery. But he hadn't bought any more lottery tickets since then. Confused, Yu Qinghuan turned around to see Yushin rushing over to him, his jowls shaking back and forth, moving symmetrically. Qinghuan. Yushin tightly held his hand, looking at him with fiery eyes. If we become rich and powerful, don't forget each other. Yu Qinghuan. Speak plain language. Yushin, oh. Yushin, do you know? Shikli's Asian regional manager just contacted me. They want you to endorse their trench coats. Shikli is a French light luxury brand that has just entered the Hua country market in recent years. Their targeted consumer group consists of white-collar workers in enterprises. Although it doesn't compare with those top brands, Shikli still has quite a distinctive style. And now, Shikli had actually taken the initiative to contact Yu Qinghuan. Yushin was so excited that he completely lost himself. I've already agreed. You don't have any scenes tomorrow, right? Let's go to the audition in the morning. How did they even know about me? Yu Qinghuan couldn't figure it out. How could he, a minor actor who had barely been seen on screen, be noticed by Shikli? Even though he had gone through plenty of good fortune since his rebirth, this moment made Yu Qinghuan lose his usual calm. Ah, here's the thing, Yushin snapped his fingers, you're lucky. The Asian regional manager of Shikli happened to scroll through Weibo and came across the official costume photos posted by Life or Death. He thought you'd look great in uniforms and decided to give their trench coats a try on you. Could this happen? After a long silence, Yu Qinghuan stared blankly at Yushin. Do you know where there are some efficacious temples nearby? I need to go pray. Then he begged the heavens to take back this bizarre streak of luck. He truly had zero ambitions for the entertainment industry. All he wanted was to live as an ordinary person. Why was it so difficult? You can't be serious, Qinghuan, Yushin groaned. With your luck, are you still praying? What about the rest of us? Pausing for a moment, he squinted at Yu Qinghwan knowingly. Are you planning to buy another lottery ticket? Will you let me in on it this time? Yu Qinghwan sighed with his hand supporting his forehead. Brother, I don't buy lottery tickets anymore. Just give it up. Alright, Yu Xin said disappointedly. Just as he was about to inquire further, he suddenly remembered something. He stopped in his tracks, turned around, and held up his phone toward Yu Qinghwan. Qinghwan, come on, strike a pose. Almost instinctively, Yu Qinghwan adjusted his stance to allow Yu Xin to snap a photo before asking, why are you taking my picture now? Is it for Shikli? Of course not. Yu Xin grinned shamelessly. I'm going to repost a lucky fish post on Weibo using your photo. Yu Qinghwan. Chapter 20. Yu Qinghwan never brought his phone with him when he was filming. Firstly, as a rookie actor, he didn't have much business to attend to. Secondly, due to witnessing too much cyber violence in his past life, he eventually kicked the habit of constantly scrolling through his phone. Most importantly, he had no family, so nobody would contact him during his free time. Thus, it wasn't until he returned to the hotel that Yu Qinghwan saw the text message Hua Chu had sent him. This was probably Hua Chu's first time sending a text message, and it seemed quite clumsy. The first few messages were all garbled, but later, after apparently consulting someone else, he finally managed to express his meaning clearly. Yu Qinghwan didn't expect him to leave ahead of schedule and sighed with regret, feeling slightly disappointed in his heart. He had originally planned to bring Hua Chu some canned food tomorrow, but now, though the canned food was prepared, Hua Chu had already gone abroad. Yu Qinghwan replied with simple words, reminding Hua Chu to eat well while overseas and always stay close to the group, never acting alone. In the end, since one text message couldn't contain all the content, he sent it in 2 parts. After successfully sending the messages, he waited for a long time without receiving any response from Hua Chu. Guessing that the plane might be in the air, he exited the text messaging app and opened Weibo. Because of what happened last time, Zhao Qingyuan had been feeling a bit down recently. Yu Qinghwan decided to forward the clarification video in support of him, but upon entering Weibo, he was startled by a large wave of comments and private messages. Upon clicking open, he could not help but laugh and cry at the same time. They were all asking about the brand of the yellow peachkin that Zhao Qingyuan ate in the video. Perhaps even the media hadn't anticipated this. The biggest beneficiary of a scandalous news piece wasn't Yu Qinghwan, the obscure newcomer, or Zhao Qingyuan's competitors, but rather a can of yellow peaches. Everyone knows that Zhao Qingyuan comes from an excellent family. It's rumored he has private planes and yachts. And yet, the yellow peachkin that made his stomach ache but still lingered in his mind, how delicious must it be? There's no need for further discussion, just buy. However, netizens searched high and low on all major transaction platforms but couldn't find the exact yellow peach cans that Zhao Qingyuan consumed. Out of desperation, they swarmed into Yu Qinghwan's Weibo comments section. To such results, Yu Qinghwan actually found them amusing. Their hometown had long wanted to build a canning factory, and even the former township chief had drawn up plans. But there was simply no way to find investors, so they were left sitting on top of a treasure mountain but starving. Now, with funds finally in place, the canning factory should be built soon. By next spring, they would be able to mass-produce canned goods and take advantage of this opportunity to promote them. Though netizens are forgetful, every opportunity, no matter how small, should be seized. With careful consideration, Yu Qinghwan posted his explanation on Weibo, omitting the details about his lottery win and investment, while also forwarding Zhao Qingyuan's Weibo post. The netizens waiting under Yu Qinghwan's Weibo never expected him to actually post. However, with a refresh, 2 new posts suddenly appeared. Qinghwan posted on Weibo. Holy cow. I think my eyes are broken. Angle, of course, we shouldn't have too much expectation for my husband. 2 posts without pictures are fine, but could you write more words? Somehow I feel if it weren't for the necessity to explain the Kin situation, Qinghwan wouldn't post on Weibo. Don't go upstairs. I thought the same. Qinghwan is truly addictive. Ever since Brother Deyuan started playing with him, he doesn't post on Weibo much either. Yes. I'm also hooked on Qinghwan's addiction. Even though he rarely posts and says little when he does, I still squat daily on his homepage, crying. Yu Qinghwan completely missed these discussions. He always thought of himself as a new actor with little popularity. The reason why he had so many followers and comments on Weibo was entirely because of Zhao Qingyuan. Therefore, he never took Weibo seriously, neither logging in himself nor handing it over to UXIN for management. He did not know how fervently people these days admired scholars. In this world, most people are ordinary. They work similarly and live similarly, but scholars are different. From a young age, they revealed many unique aspects that set them apart from others, even their way of thinking differing significantly from other people. People are always fascinated by those who are different from themselves but stronger. Moreover, someone who looks as good as Qinghwan. Therefore, ever since the moment Yu Qinghwan's academic qualifications were revealed, it was inevitable that he wouldn't be able to maintain the level of obscurity he imagined. The next morning, Yu Qinghwan was pulled out of bed by UXIN and sat in his old second-hand Audi, bumping all the way to the audition site. Shikli attached great importance to this market entry into China. Only when Yu Qinghuan arrived did he realize that he wasn't the only one here. There were also quite a few promising new faces currently on the rise, including Fang Zhongxi, the male supporting actor from his own production team. Upon seeing each other, they both felt surprised. Yu Qinghuan didn't know him well, so he just nodded slightly, gave a brief greeting, and then left with Yu Xian. Fang Zhongxi, however, couldn't be as carefree as him. He was already 26 but still lacked any notable works. The public's impression of him remained stuck at fresh-faced boy. The company had managed with great effort to secure him the male supporting role in Life and Death Line, aiming to elevate his status. However, having a part in Life and Death Line alone wasn't enough. He also needed a strong endorsement deal to support him. The top international brands favored either veteran superstars or the currently trending stars, none of which applied to Fang Zhongxi. Hence, Shikli became his best option. He had invested considerable thought and effort, finally reaching the final audition stage, so he could not afford any errors. Originally, Yu Qinghuan was merely a newcomer, appearing less threatening than the others. But Fang Zhongxi felt there was something unsettling about Yu Qinghuan. On set, whether it was Lu Jianan, Wang Zhensheng, or the senior veterans, weren't they all unusually friendly toward him? It was like he'd been put under some kind of spell. There were too many unpredictable factors surrounding Yu Qinghuan, and he absolutely couldn't let his guard down. Go find Yinxing Promotion Company. Fang Zhongxi called over his assistant and gave a quiet order, use whatever methods necessary to tie Yu Qinghuan with the yellow peachkin together. After a moment's pause, he added another sentence, tell them money isn't an issue. I want immediate results. Shikli was a luxury brand with products targeted towards fashion and trendiness. If Yu Qinghuan became associated with the yellow peach cans, it would create a low-class image for him, meaning even if his looks and style fit perfectly, Shikli wouldn't use him as their spokesperson. Thus, by noon that day, once Yu Qinghuan returned to the film set, the internet was already flooded with information connecting him with the canned peaches. Not only that, people used Photoshop to make various images of him with the canned peaches and spread them everywhere. In no time, Yu Qinghuan and the yellow peach cans became wildly popular, even being incorporated into middle-aged and elderly emoticons. Huo Rong accidentally scrolled through Weibo and immediately realized someone was smearing Yu Qinghuan. Although the netizens were humorously joking and teasing, Huo Rong knew Shikli had been in contact with Yu Qinghuan recently and intended to select him as the spokesperson for their coats. Now, with this situation unfolding, Yu Qinghuan was clearly no longer suitable for Shikli. Huo Rong originally wanted to intervene and suppress this incident, but after pondering for a while about how much happier his younger brother had become recently, he came up with a plan. He sent a message to Huo Chu. Hey, your good friend is being bullied really badly and pitifully. Do you think brother Tu should help him? After sending the message, Huo Rong thought how exceedingly clever he was. Knowing how much importance the younger brother placed on Yu Qinghuan, although unaware of the exact matter, Huo Rong was sure the younger brother would have him intervene, allowing him to earn the younger brother's gratitude. The thought was truly a bit exhilarating. What Huo Rong didn't know was that Huo Chu had just stepped out of the hotel, preparing to attend the first day of the International Academic Exchange Conference. To avoid missing updates on Yu Qinghuan, he who never brought his phone around these days surprisingly kept it in hand constantly. As a result, he saw Huo Rong's message right away. Qinghuan is being bullied. And bullied really badly. In fact, for most words in the world, they held little significance for Huo Chu, except for the two characters, bully. Those words represented an especially painful childhood he did not wish to recall, a childhood full of suffering from classmates, teachers, and even, family members. Being different from other children since young, he had encountered far more than the usual children, from peers and elders alike, even within his own family. Back then, Huo Rong was still young, always thinking his younger brother was too stupid, resenting his parents' favoritism. Therefore, wherever his parents couldn't see, he would come up with various ways to torment Huo Chu. For a long time, Huo Chu believed himself to be a monster and lived in immense pain. It wasn't until Huo Rong grew older that he finally understood his younger brother's condition and why their parents favored him so much. However, it was already too late. The harm he had caused to Huo Chu was irreversible. All he could do was give his utmost effort to treat Huo Chu well, hoping to make amends for the wrongs he committed in the past. Huo Chu stared at the two characters, his face turning pale, and a sharp pain began to rise in his chest once more. He couldn't let anyone bully Qinghuan. No one could. He had grown up. He was no longer as weak as he used to be when he was little. He could protect himself, and he could also protect Qinghuan. He absolutely didn't want Qinghuan to end up like him. Grimacing hard, under the astonished gazes of others, Huo Chu suddenly turned on his heel and rushed out of the hotel like the wind. Professor Huo. The accompanying scientists were shocked and hurriedly chased after him. Where are you going? I'm going back. Huo Chu didn't stop, decisively uttering 4 words. What? Go back. Goodness me. Professor Huo, please wait. My gosh. Stop Professor Huo quickly. Hurry. Hurry. The exchange meeting is about to start. Inside the hotel, there was an instant of pandemonium. Chapter 21. Huo Chu was anxious in his heart and brought out all his potential. He ran as fast as the wind, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. This scared the scientists who were with him almost to the point of vomiting blood. They had heard about his style over these few days, a man who could get lost just stepping out of his home. Now he was saying that he wanted to go back to his own country. When compared, whether or not to attend the academic conference seemed like a small matter. The main concern was not losing him. To lose a promising physics genius for the sake of this exchange would be a terrible blow. Afterwards, they would also have to face the wrath of the Hua family. How unlucky they were. A few silver-haired elders cursed the person who sent information to Hua Chu hundreds of times in their hearts. They almost pulled out all their hair trying to think of ways, mobilizing all the manpower they could to look for Hua Chu. Even Chengya, the young girl, was chased out by her father. Xiaoya, hurry up. You young people are spry. Search every place around the hotel. Chengya had her face stepped on by Hua Chu on the plane, and hadn't shown him any good expression over these past few days. But she knew it wasn't time to act whimsically, so she grabbed the room card and phone, and followed others out. She didn't know if it was because of her good luck, but when she just walked to the parking lot exit behind the hotel, she saw Hua Chu. After doing some psychological preparation, just as she was about to shout his name, she saw Hua Chu suddenly turn his feet and walk into the garage. Chengya. What was he doing? Had he found a kind driver in the garage who would take him to the airport? Chengya was puzzled and trailed Hua Chu at a distance. Then, she witnessed a moment that shook her worldview. There was no such thing as a kind driver. Hua Chu wandered around in the parking lot like a headless fly, going in circles until he was exhausted and returned to the previous exit. And then, he looked around curiously again and went back into the garage. This process repeated 2 or 3 times. Finally, Chengya couldn't bear it anymore and rushed forward to grab him. You shouldn't leave. Don't you know you've already circled around the parking lot several times? She thought it was incredible. She always heard her father talk about how amazing Hua Chu was, solving many problems, discovering so many mysteries, yet why couldn't such an extremely intelligent brain remember the way? Is it like this? Hua Chu turned around and stared blankly at the road he had walked. For a long while, he suddenly raised his hand and hit his head hard. Qing Huan had been bullied, and he needed himself very much. But he couldn't even find the way to the airport. After all these years, he was still useless, a freak different from everyone else. Hey, don't harm yourself. Chengya was startled by his actions. Even though she was upset with Hua Chu in her heart, she couldn't help feeling angry at his incredibly handsome face. Then, you should come back with me. My dad is looking for you, and the exchange is about to start. Going back. Hua Chu chewed repeatedly on those 2 words, then firmly shook his head. No. He wouldn't go back. He had to return to his country. He had to find Qing Huan. You're so selfish. Chengya stomped her feet in anger. Do you know how worried my dad and the others are now? What are you causing trouble for? I want to find Qing Huan. Hua Chu didn't listen to her and took a disoriented step back, murmuring incessantly, Qing Huan has been bullied, I need to find him. Chengya immediately caught onto the keyword in his words, who is Qing Huan? Qing Huan is my best friend. Hua Chu was particularly sensitive to these 2 words and answered without hesitation after hearing it. So because he's being bullied, you're skipping the symposium and rushing back? For some reason, Chengya felt something was a bit off. Yes. Chengya asked, is Qing Huan a pretty girl? Ah. Hearing her question, Hua Chu was stunned for a moment, then shook his head, Qing Huan is a man. Chengya. That's what she said. That's what she said. No one could resist her charm. Unless, that person is gay. Do you really have to go back? Thinking she had figured out why Hua Chu ignored her, Chengya felt much better inside and viewed Hua Chu more favorably, asking another impulsive question. Yeah. Hua Chu nodded his head forcefully. Chengya asked again, did you bring your passport and ID? Have you bought your plane ticket? Most importantly, do you know how to get to the airport? This series of questions left Hua Chu's eyes full of question marks. He looked at Chengya blankly, unable to understand what she meant. Never mind, Chengya said as she put a hand on her forehead, I'll help you. For some reason, she felt a bit excited. Hiding Hua Chu in a corner of the street, Chengya secretly returned to the hotel, took out his luggage, bought him a ticket, and sent him to the airport. Thank you. Before boarding the plane, Hua Chu politely thanked Chengya and sincerely praised her, you're very capable. It was impressive how clearly she remembered such a complicated procedure for returning home. Just go already. Chengya urged the passengers from the same flight to take him while impatiently pushing him into the check-in gate. As she watched Hua Chu's tall back gradually fading away, she couldn't help but mutter under her breath, Pfft. What a waste of that handsome face. He didn't like women. On set, Qing Huan had already finished his makeup and was waiting aside. There would soon be a scene for him, the one he auditioned with. Because renting a plane was too expensive, their crew rented it for only 3 days. Within these 3 days, they had to finish all scenes requiring the plane, so both Lu Jian and the actors were under tremendous pressure. Qing Huan was mulling over the next storyline when Zhao Qingyuan suddenly showed up from nowhere. He grabbed Qing Huan's shoulder and pulled hard, smirking wickedly, so, are you nervous about acting with me later? Qing Huan's train of thought was interrupted, and upon hearing the question, he gave Zhao Qingyuan a faint glance, why should I be nervous? No way, Zhao Qingyuan didn't believe it, stepping in front of Qin Huan to stare at his eyes, not nervous when acting with someone like me for the first time. You must be lying. What kind of person do you think you are? Qin Huan countered, the type who chats with automatic reply for an entire afternoon. Or the one who eats canned peaches until he can't get out of bed. Qin Huan's voice was like cool spring water, cold and clear, usually sounding quite pleasant. But when used to mock, it became particularly biting. Zhao Qingyuan choked for a moment, then stood up abruptly, looking down on Qin Huan from above. Wait for me. I won't go easy on you later. Meanwhile, several machines were already ready, and Lu Jian signaled for the actors to get into position before opening his mouth eagerly. Action. I'm not going. Let anyone else go if they want. Qin Huan instantly adjusted his emotions, his temples bulged with veins, his handsomely twisted face straining forward, forcefully charging towards the cabin door against the resistance of the flight attendant. Go away. All of you, get lost. I want to go back. Let me off. Hold it. The Peng Cheng portrayed by Zhao Qingyuan hurried over, grabbing Qin Huan's arm and dragging him back. Don't embarrass the hospital here. Once we reach the battlefield, you can go wherever you want, no one will stop you. Bullshit. Yixing turned around angrily glared at him. Do you really think I don't know? Can I even go there? If I do, I won't come back. Cut. At this moment, Lu Jian suddenly called out to stop. He stared at the picture on the screen, frowning. Qin Huan's emotion seems a bit off. Adjust it and let's try again. Alright, Director Lu, Qin Huan apologized, taking the water bottle handed over by Guo Xin, drinking while contemplating where exactly the problem was. I think your performance was great, Zhao Qingyuan was puzzled. Squatting beside Qin Huan, he recalled the just-performed scenario, saying. In fact, Qin Huan's acting had shocked him so much that if it weren't for the familiar face, he might have thought he wasn't facing a new actor, but rather a peer opponent. Then why wasn't Lu Jian satisfied? While deep in thought, Lu Jian approached. Qin Huan's emotions need to be expressed more intensely. He paused briefly and turned to Zhao Qingyuan, and you, Qingyuan, the same goes for you. In the last shot, the tension between the two of you was there, but not yet explosive enough. Both nodded and absorbed Lu Jian's guidance. They rehearsed privately once more before indicating to Lu Jian that they were ready. Unfortunately, this attempt failed as well. What's wrong? Zhao Qingyuan anxiously scratched his hair. He and Qin Huan had performed exceptionally well, detecting no problems from the lens at all. Could it be that Director Lu was deliberately tormenting them? But that seemed unlikely, no director would joke around with something this serious. Qin Huan couldn't answer this either. After pondering for a long time, unsure where he went wrong, he finally sought advice from Wang Zhensheng. However, Wang Zhensheng had only one thing to say. I feel the same way as Director Lu, something seems off, but I can't specify what it is. You'll need to find that out yourself. That way, Yu Qinghuan and Zhao Qingyuan kept thinking while shooting, repeating more than a dozen times. Eventually, Yu Qinghuan got so used to hearing NG that they still couldn't meet Lu Jian's expectations. After having spent a whole afternoon, Yu Qinghuan was both tired and cold, looking entirely exhausted with bloodshot eyes. Not only that, due to continuous emotional explosions, his voice had already become a bit hoarse. Yu Xian quickly prepared a cup of fat sea dates for him in concern. Don't worry, brother, I'm fine. Yu Qinghuan took a breath, saying only one sentence to Yu Xian before plunging back into thought. Lu Jian had always been saying his emotions weren't intense enough, but Yu Qinghuan felt like he had already exaggerated enough. Should he push it even further? That didn't seem right. Yu Qinghuan tried a different angle of thinking. Yixing's conflict with Peng Cheng was because he didn't want to go to the battlefield, and the reason he didn't want to go was. Suddenly, Yu Qinghuan's eyes brightened. He realized, it was because Yixing feared death. What he needed to portray was Yixing's fear of death. No wonder Lu Jian kept saying his emotions were wrong. Afraid this inspiration would flash by too quickly, Yu Qinghuan hurriedly sought out Lu Jian on his own. Sure enough, this time Lu Jian did not call for a cut. This take finally passed. Relieved, Yu Qinghuan took the down jacket handed by Yu Xian and slipped it on, intending to ask Zhao Qingyuan if they should go back to rest. Just then, he heard him talking on the phone. Mom. Why are you calling me so late? I'm filming. Of course, I'm tired, I'll be going back to rest soon. Don't come here, don't. I'm dieting, so I won't be able to eat what you send. It was a chatter, full of caprice and self-indulgence, a unique privilege of children raised under unconditional love. Yu Qinghuan's gaze gradually dimmed. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Yu Xian and said, Brother, let's go back. Seeing his expression change, Yu Xian held back his questions repeatedly but eventually asked, Qinghuan, are you mad at Director Lu? Hey, why have you suddenly become petty? Don't be upset. You'll get your chance next time. Yu Qinghuan nodded slightly, withdrawing his envious glance that he could hardly control when looking at Zhao Qingyuan. Chapter 22. Not long after Yu Qinghuan returned to the room, a knock was heard on the door. Zhao Qingyuan walked in, carrying a huge thermal bucket. Without any hesitation, he sat down on the bed and complained to Yu Qinghuan, why didn't you wait for me just now? The emperor of film Zhao, who had finally found a like-minded buddy, felt hurt. Yu Qinghuan gave him an emotionless glance and said, "Are you a primary school kid? Do you need company even when going to the toilet or going home?" Zhao Qingyuan was already accustomed to being teased by him, and his mental endurance had risen more than one level. Hearing this, he did not react violently but instead opened the thermal bucket and proudly looked at Yu Qinghuan. "My mom just sent this over through someone. How about that? Aren't I a good buddy to have specially brought it here and shared half with you? You're just looking for someone to fatten up with you." Yu Qinghuan, who knew exactly what Zhao Qingyuan was like, immediately saw through his intentions. Zhao Qingyuan grinned and admitted it straightforwardly, "You know me well." The thermal bucket was full of all kinds of food and soup, exquisitely made and aromatic, clearly done with great care. Zhao Qingyuan handed a spoon to Yu Qinghuan and urged, "Hurry up and eat while it's hot." After a pause, just as Yu Qinghuan was about to start eating, Zhao Qingyuan quickly stopped him. "Wait a moment, let me take a picture first." He adjusted the angle and snapped 3 pictures in quick succession. As he edited the photos and added filters, he turned back to Yu Qinghuan, beaming, "I'm going to post these toxins on Weibo." After saying that, he suddenly paused, falling silent for several seconds before throwing his phone onto the bed with a deflated tone. "Forget it, no point in posting. Let's just eat." Pretending as if nothing happened, he stuffed something into his mouth. Yu Qinghuan knew what was bothering him and couldn't bear to see this cheerful fool continue to feel sad. He walked over and picked up his phone, handing it back. "Post it, I'll retweet." "Really?" Zhao Qingyuan's eyes lit up as he looked hopefully at Yu Qinghuan, eager and ready to go. "You're not fooling me, are you?" Sending a lone Weibo out was entirely different from having it interacted with by a close friend, especially one with such a cold demeanor. Getting this friend to retweet your Weibo was truly a rare opportunity. Afraid that Yu Qinghuan would change his mind, Zhao Qingyuan snatched the phone and quickly sent a Weibo update without adding much text. Zhao Qingyuan, poisoning the night together with Qinghuan. Dog head, pictures. After posting, he immediately ran cheerfully to Yu Qinghuan's side. "It's your turn." Under his earnest gaze, Yu Qinghuan opened the Weibo interface and retweeted his post. Yu Qinghuan, // at Zhao Qingyuan, poisoning the night together with Qinghuan. Dog head, pictures. Zhao Qingyuan hadn't posted on Weibo for days, and his fans were already itching with anticipation. Now seeing a new post, and especially one involving an interaction with Yu Qinghuan, they immediately went wild in excitement, frantically leaving comments below. Wow. My big bro Yuan is back. Such a rich meal. Drooling. Just like a deadly poison. Couldn't help but order some takeout. Hold on. I think my eyes might be blind. Yet, I swear I could sense affection in Qinghuan's retweet. Same here. Quietly feeling it too. Aw, so cute. Zhao Qingyuan ignored the comments and stared at Yu Qinghuan's retweet content, discontentedly commenting, "Come on, Qinghuan, couldn't you say more words? Delete and redo." Yu Qinghuan put the phone down on the desk. "Do you still plan to eat or not?" Eat. Overawed by his presence, Zhao Qingyuan dared not cause trouble anymore. Pushing a bowl of soup toward Yu Qinghuan, he boasted, "Come try, my mom's skills in cooking soups are excellent." Yu Qinghuan paused with his spoon. How is it?" Seeing him drink the soup, Zhao Qingyuan hurriedly leaned in and asked, "Isn't it good?" Yu Qinghuan lifted the bowl and drank half of it in one breath, lowering his gaze. "Good." Unfortunately, his friend would never know how good his mom's soup actually tasted. "Drink more, if it's good," Zhao Qingyuan encouraged, startled by his boldness and pushed his own portion towards him. In silence, Yu Qinghuan accepted his kindness. Zhao Qingyuan always felt that since drinking the soup, Yu Qinghuan seemed a little odd, yet he couldn't quite point out what was wrong. He was still the same person, still talked little, and ate as usual. In this weird atmosphere, Zhao Qingyuan finished his last bite of rice and quickly got up to leave, moving so fast he even forgot to take the thermal bucket. Yu Qinghuan silently sighed, just about to tidy up the things Zhao Qingyuan had left behind when he received a call from Shikli's contact person. On the other end, the person apologized and informed him that Shikli had already selected the spokesperson for their windbreaker line. It wasn't him or Fang Zhongxi, but a young idol from another entertainment company. They thanked him for coming to try out, and that was that. He really hadn't been chosen. Who would have thought such good fortune? Even after the call ended, Yu Qinghuan was still in a daze. It took several minutes before he finally realized the event was real, then he placed his phone down with a grin on his face. Lately, he'd become so nervous due to his bizarre luck that even grass seemed threatening. Now looking at it, this whole Shikli affair turned out to be a great start. The good luck brought by rebirth was slowly fading, and he could live a low-profile life as he wished. Yu Qinghuan became more and more elated, thinking that when Uxin came over to ask about the result, he almost couldn't hold back laughter. His expression went red, and looked very strange. Uxin mistakenly assumed he was upset because of not being chosen, thus showering him with countless comforting words. Shikli didn't pick you because they lack eyesight. In Uxin's eyes, there was nothing wrong with his artist. Wait, I'll find you an endorsement deal better than Shikli within days. Thanks, brother. Yu Qinghuan didn't take what Yu Xin said seriously, answering indifferently. In his opinion, without the blessing of good luck, even Shikli wouldn't look at him twice. He felt sorry for causing Yu Xin trouble, since no one else better than Shikli would want him. At this thought, Yu Qinghuan gave Yu Xin an apologetic glance. Yu Xin, however, misinterpreted this as Yu Qinghuan feeling regretful for causing him hassle. This only fueled his motivation further. Having such a considerate artist under him, he decided he would do anything, even if it meant ruining his reputation, to get Yu Qinghuan an endorsement, making those people from Shikli regret. While they were misunderstanding each other like this, the internet was already exploding. It all started because of a variety show on the national channel, Young is High. This first episode of the show was highly successful, funny moments, tear-jerking scenes, and profound content all mixed well. Plus, the long wait between episodes had made the release of the second episode something eagerly anticipated by everyone. That day, numerous people abandoned their computers and waited in front of the TV, ready to contribute their viewership rating to their beloved show. And when they reached the end, the same question sprang up in unison. Who on earth are the two handsome strangers in the final interview? One man is charmingly awkward while the other is strikingly aloof. Such chemistry right there. Reveal who these two are immediately. I'm completely obsessed with them. Look. My hands are moving on their own drawing fan art. Picture included. My God. I'm dead. That Qinghuan doesn't let me talk to strangers part melted my brain, sweet little thing come into mama's arms. Heavens. I don't approve of /shipping. But now I can't stop myself. This Qinghuan seems somehow familiar. Of course, while some found them cute, others did not agree. You women are crazy, that guy clearly has issues. Also, aren't homosexuals disgusting? How old is he? Saying, I must listen to Qinghuan, sounds like someone who didn't graduate elementary school. So retarded, I want to throw up. Some girls immediately protested hearing this kind of comment against someone they thought was so adorable being called mentally handicapped. They were just about to go gang up on the trolls when a blogger stepped in to reply to a comment insulting Hu Chu. Boy, do you know who he is? Let me tell you, pay attention now. His name is Hu Chu, works at Hwada University Advanced Research Institute, with the title of professor. Take a good look, he's the youngest professor our country currently has. Back in the day, many top universities abroad fought tooth and nail over him. Truly, a battlefield of deities. Oh, also, almost forgot telling you, does Qinghuan seem familiar to you? That's because he's the same guy featured recently in a Weibo hot search topic, the Hwada Journalism Department uniformed bro boy. I'll give you a piece of advice, spend less time on Weibo and read more books instead. Smiling like a head teacher. When these tweets were initially published, the audience half believed and half doubted. Once curious netizens searched Hu Chu's background online, all that remained in their hearts was one word, admiration. Finished reading Hu Chu's profile on my knees, bowing to this genius. I thought Qinghuan was the peak, never expected Hu Chu to appear afterward. I surrender. Suddenly realized geniuses are all the same. I have a classmate who got into Dong Medical School but doesn't know how to take the bus or use a spoon. The first time we met him was eye-opening. I'm curious, how did the production team manage to interview these two superstars? Wait, don't you think there's an extraordinary bond between them? Together their names sound like, where does this clear water come from? Wow. Holy crap. That's such a big revelation. I feel like I've discovered something monumental. Thus, riding on the wave of publicity from the program and the double genius couple, Hu Chu and Yu Qinghuan became wildly popular. Countless people turned into fans of the couple, even those girls who were just shouting about how sweet it was between Qinghuan and Dayu and Go moments before now betrayed and joined the Hwada Drain cult. That's right. The girls gave the CP of Hu Chu and Yu Qinghuan an accessible name, Hwada Drain couple. This brought down the scholar vibe, didn't it? As the girls fervently searched for any trace of the two men everywhere, a blogger with only dozens of followers suddenly posted a Weibo update. Currently in America. Seemingly. I just ran into Hu Chu at the airport. He looked so stern and handsome that I took a covert photo, not expecting, picture. Holy crap. Isn't this just like when you're sleepy and someone hands you a pillow? The all-powerful fangirls immediately deduced Hu Chu's flight number and were ready to rush to the airport for serendipitous encounters, soaking up his academic good luck. And thus, Hu Chu, sitting on the plane with nothing but his heart set on meeting Qinghuan, had no idea that a massive group of interdimensional human GPS systems were waiting for him and were about to help him open the door to a new world. Chapter 23. Early the next morning, Yu Qinghuan arrived at the film set. He didn't have any scenes to shoot today, but ever since his visit to the Grand Theater, he developed a habit of observing others when they were acting. Lu Jianan initially found it surprising, a young man in his early 20s should be playing games or sleeping in the hotel until sunset instead of showing such self-discipline. But as Yu Qinghuan consistently showed up on set without fail, Lu Jianan got used to it. Seeing Yu Qinghuan, he took the cigarette out of his mouth and greeted him with a smile. Qinghuan is here. Good morning, Director Lu. Yu Qinghuan sat down beside Lu Jianan and watched the monitor together with him. Lu Jianan couldn't help but sigh. Your lifestyle is really different from other young people. Yu Qinghuan smiled slightly but didn't say anything. I've discovered something, hiring you was pretty worth it, Lu Jianan suddenly said. Seeing Yu Qinghuan looking at him in astonishment, he explained with a laugh, I originally thought you were just a hard-working newcomer who's cheap. But who would have thought that you're really suitable for this career? Not mentioning your acting, just this natural hot topic trait could save me some advertising costs. Lu Jianan had a habit, if the national channel aired a show, he must watch it. Though in recent years the national channel has been criticized, many hosts leaving, shows becoming increasingly uninspired, Lu Jianan always scoffed at such comments. Most content on the national channel was serious, rarely offering entertainment shows. However, whenever they did, it was guaranteed to be top-notch. Take those grand, exquisitely made documentaries for instance, or the variety show that just came out this year called Young and Ready to High. Both its implications and contents were fantastic, overshadowing other eye-irritating variety shows by miles. This fact solidly explained no matter how many years passed, your dad will always be your dad. Last night, Lu Jianan specifically postponed work to wait in front of the TV for the second episode of Young and Ready to High. To his surprise, he saw Yu Qinghuan on it. Being able to appear in such a popular variety show was not easy, even as a passerby. And even more, Yu Qinghuan and Hua Chu offered so much discussion material. What do you mean by natural hot topic trait? Yu Qinghuan had long forgotten about that street interview. When he heard what Lu Jianan said now, he was completely lost. Huh? Lu Jianan pulled out his phone, didn't you know? Yesterday, you and Hua Chu were trending on Weibo. What? Yu Qinghuan leaned over to take a look and instantly felt dizzy. What's going on? Wasn't my good luck supposed to be fading away slowly? Even though this show is very popular, they only appeared as extras for a few seconds, how could they be discussed so widely? Wait. This person says she encountered Hua Chu at an airport in America. Yu Qinghuan enlarged the picture on Weibo and carefully examined it for a while, confirming it was indeed Hua Chu. But this doesn't make sense. Hua Chu clearly said he would stay in the US for a week. Could something have happened? And judging from the photo, Hua Chu was all alone, just one person standing there. Thinking about Hua Chu being all alone at the airport, Yu Qinghuan was frightened almost out of his wits. Not daring to delay, he quickly asked Lu Jianan to help him contact Hua Rong and ask what the situation was. Lu Jianan knew Yu Qinghuan's character well and also saw him with Hua Chu on the variety show, so he did not suspect his intentions at all and willingly helped him call Hua Rong. At this time, the Hua family was already in panic and desolation. Hua Rong, sitting slouched on the sofa with an unshaven face and bloodshot eyes, spoke hoarsely, I just meant it as a joke, brother, I never expected he'd run back by himself. Hua Rong was overwhelmed with regret, wishing he could cut himself. If something happened to his younger brother, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself for life. Hua Zheng's face was ice cold, his sharp gaze pinning Hua Rong, for years, I thought you've grown up. Brother. Hua Rong hit the coffee table with a punch, voice trembling, I didn't mean to. How old am I now? I wouldn't possibly fool around with little brother anymore. Better not. Hua Zheng retracted his gaze from him, get your expression under control. Keep everything normal at home, don't let mom and dad know. Now go immediately and bring people to the airport. Although there was a hiccup with the younger brother, the situation wasn't yet at its worst point. At least he correctly boarded the plane back home, meaning they not only shouldn't blame the girl Chinya, but thank her. Otherwise, given the younger brother's personality who wouldn't stop until achieving his goal, who knows where he would end up. I'll go right now. Hua Rong responded, just about to head out when his phone rang. Hearing it was Yu Qinghuan, he didn't hold back. While driving, he explained the entire situation without reservation. Upstairs at the Hua residence, as the roaring engine of the sports car faded into the distance, Mrs. Hua lay sideways on the bed, tears streaming endlessly down her cheeks. They were all her flesh and blood, how could she not sense that something was off? But with the children wanting to protect her from worry, she had no choice but to pretend as if nothing happened. Don't cry anymore, Mr. Hua walked over and wiped his wife's tears gently with his rough hands, though his voice remained soft, you're almost a grandma already, crying over everything isn't good. Nothing will happen to our third son, isn't it said he's already on the plane? Do you really think your son can lose himself on an airplane? Pfft. Pfft. Fierce expressions crossed Mrs. Hua's face as she spat a few times, you'd be the one who gets lost. Are you fit to be a father? The more she spoke, the angrier she got, and her tone instinctively rose several decibels, if you hadn't insisted those elders accompanying him could take care of him well, not allowing him to bring a bodyguard, would this have even happened? Seeing his wife's fiery reaction, Mr. Hua sighed helplessly, meow meow, our third son is nearing 30 years old. You can't keep treating him like a child forever. He's better now than before, he has someone special he cares for and he's willing to engage with the outside world. If you always restrain him, how is that okay? Have you thought about what will happen to him once we grow old and are gone? Though Mrs. Hua was touched by her husband's words, she still replied stubbornly, so what? He still has 2 older brothers. Hua Zheng and Hua Rong will start families, they will have their own wives and children. How can they focus all their attention on the third son like we do? Mrs. Hua pursed her lips and made no further objections. That's settled then. Mr. Hua patted Mrs. Hua's back and comforted her softly. Let's act as if we know nothing and leave it to the children to resolve. Didn't you say it was too cold recently? I've looked up some warm countries, see which one you want to visit, just us two. Yu Qinghuan arrived at the airport right when he encountered Huarong at the entrance. I've checked the flight's landing time, it should be approaching soon. There was no time for small talk. Yu Qinghuan glanced at the people behind Huarong and directly cut to the chase. His flight disembarks at Terminal A. I'll be up front. You have more people, so split up a bit and wait further back. We shouldn't miss Huachu. Agreed. Huarong had no objection to his arrangements, nodded, and followed his instructions. Also, Yu Qinghuan took a few deep breaths and continued, we should exchange contact information. If anything happens on your end, inform me immediately, and similarly, I will let you know right away. All right. With everything arranged, they only waited for Huachu to appear. Yu Qinghuan anxiously stood by the arrival gate, eyes not blinking once as they darted through the crowd. His heart was heavy with mixed feelings. He never expected Huachu would go this far for him. A person who doesn't even know how to cross the street ran back from overseas upon hearing he had been bullied, even forsaking an academic exchange conference. What was he thinking at that moment? When he stood bewildered at the airport, was he afraid? How did he overcome such an inherent fear for a friend he had only known for such a short while? Yu Qinghuan couldn't guess any of these. He understood that Huachu's actions would be seen as troublesome by both his fellow scientists and his family, but Yu Qinghuan felt genuinely delighted. The feeling of being valued, being cared for without conditions, this was something he hadn't experienced since his parents passed away. Yu Qinghuan's eyes stung, and he decided that he must do something for Huachu. Friendship's contributions should never be one-sided. He could not simply sit idly and enjoy Huachu's selfless devotion. After exhaling warm air into his palms and raising his head again, Yu Qinghuan's gaze suddenly locked onto a figure. Among the bustling flow of travelers dragging suitcases, Huachu, standing upright like a little poplar tree, looked particularly prominent. He tightly pressed his lips, holding his little notebook in hand. He lifted his arm as if intending to glance at its contents, but accidentally collided heavily with someone behind him, causing the notebook to instantly fall onto the ground. Before he could pick it up, it was trodden underfoot by someone rushing past. He stared blankly at the floor, appearing completely lost and unsure of what to do, much like a fawn that had mistakenly wandered into a big city. Yu Qinghuan's chest hurt suddenly, and before his brain caught up, his body had already rushed out, Huachu. The familiar voice reached Huachu's ears, and his eyes instantly brightened as they locked onto Yu Qinghuan. 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 His joy was evident. Why did you come back all of a sudden? Though Yu Qinghuan's heart ached for him, the words he spoke were unyielding. Do you realize how much trouble you've caused others? What about your academic exchange conference? How could you just skip such an important meeting? As Huachu grew increasingly deflated under Yu Qinghuan's scolding, until his head was nearly buried in his chest, Yu Qinghuan felt some relief from the emotions that had been building inside him. It was wonderful, this person had returned safely, with no incident or loss. Qinghuan, Huachu timidly looked at him, are you angry at me? Of course I'm angry. Didn't you think about the consequences of your actions? Huachu, you're an adult now, not a child, you can't act on impulse like this. You need to take responsibility. But... Huachu anxiously twisted the edge of his clothing. There are still other people who can represent our country in that academic exchange besides me. Yu Qinghuan felt choked up momentarily, finally comprehending what Huachu meant. Even without Huachu, the academic exchange could still go on with someone else stepping in, but by his side, there was no one left but Huachu himself. Silence filled the air as Yu Qinghuan said nothing, and Huachu became more and more uneasy, glancing at him furtively again and again. Suddenly, he reached out and shakily hugged Yu Qinghuan. Qinghuan, I'm sorry. Please don't be mad at me. Pausing briefly, he buried his head into Yu Qinghuan's neck, his muffled yet firm voice revealing his true intentions. Qinghuan, don't be afraid anymore, I'm here. If anyone bullied you, I'll help you. Huachu was a little taller than Yu Qinghuan, and at this moment, his attempt to cram Yu Qinghuan completely into his embrace made him look like a mother hen spreading her wings, a sight that was quite comical. Yet, Yu Qinghuan couldn't find it funny. He felt both hand in his chest, barely managing to suppress his surging emotions. Just as he gathered his wits to say something, he suddenly felt wetness in his neck, followed by cool droplets trickling down his skin. Why are you crying? Did you only start to fear after creating so much trouble? No. If not, why are you crying then? I don't know, when you're upset, I feel upset too. Chapter 24. For a moment, Yu Qinghuan's mind went completely blank. The voices outside, the sound of car engines, all disappeared from his ears. Only Huachu's words, I feel sad when I think about your sadness, kept repeating in his mind. He had always thought that Huachu lacked emotion and couldn't feel what ordinary people felt. But at this moment, he finally realized that Huachu actually knew everything in his heart, he just hadn't had the chance to express it. It had been over a decade since anyone cared for him so much. The agent from his previous life only maintained a mutually beneficial relationship, caring solely about his commercial value. As for those who approached him as friends, most of them only wanted something from him. As for his emotions and feelings, no one ever paid attention. Hua Chu's words were like a warm current rushing in, instantly breaking the ice layer in his heart. It felt as if his heart was soaking in warm water, extremely comfortable. Yu Qinghuan's eyes became red-rimmed, and he lightly patted Hua Chu's back. That's enough. I'm not sad. Shouldn't we go back? Your brother is still waiting for you. The best thing he'd ever done in his life was picking up Hua Chu by the roadside when he was lost. Hua Chu sniffed and raised his head from Yu Qinghuan's neck. His long, thick lashes were wet with tears, making him look mysteriously pitiful. Are you trying to embarrass yourself? Yu Qinghuan chuckled softly, deliberately stretching 2 fingers to catch his eyelashes, but unexpectedly, Hua Chu didn't even blink, letting him catch them easily. People instinctively react, especially when it comes to such vulnerable areas as their eyes. When they feel an external threat, they would naturally flinch. However, Hua Chu did not, and that was a sign of complete trust and openness. Yu Qinghuan's fingertips were damp with Hua Chu's tears. The wind blew, and the damp places felt particularly cold, leaving a deep impression on him. Yu Qinghuan took a deep breath, suppressing the lump in his throat, then sent Hua Rong a message to tell him that Hua Chu had been found. Let's go. Your brother is worried sick. Hua Chu nodded obediently and meekly followed him. As they walked, Yu Qinghuan scolded him. What do you plan to do next? Afraid Hua Chu wouldn't understand, he added another sentence. As for the academic exchange meeting, is it really okay not to attend? Do you need me to inform your boss? Hua Chu shook his head immediately. It doesn't matter. Yu Qinghuan asked again, didn't you say it was important? But nothing is more important than you, Hua Chu blurted out. Yu Qinghuan was inclined towards men, and Hua Chu was handsome. At this moment, saying these things earnestly made it almost impossible not to be moved. Inside, he silently repeated 3 times, rabbits don't eat grass from near their own nests, barely managing to suppress the flutter in his heart. When they arrived at gate number 4, Hua Rong ran over with surprise written all over his face. Seeing Hua Chu, he sighed with relief, little 3, can we have a deal? Please don't scare your brother like this next time. Our eldest brother almost skinned me alive. Sorry. Hua Chu sincerely apologized, I was wrong. This dumbfounded Hua Rong. In over 20 years, this was the first time he'd heard his younger brother apologize. Hua Chu was very simple-minded, and precisely because of this simplicity, he was particularly steadfast in his opinions. He never admitted to being wrong, even when their whole family tried to persuade him, he wouldn't change his mind. Facing their sincere attempts, he would simply remain silent, refusing to communicate. Today's apology was, for Hua Chu, practically a huge leap forward. It's fine, elder brother Hua Rong smiled foolishly, originally intending to lodge a complaint with their parents. Now, even if Hua Chu skipped an academic conference, if he said he wanted to resign from the research institute right now, Hua Rong would support him wholeheartedly. Foolishly skipping in front of Hua Chu, Hua Rong grinned foolishly, come, let's go home, brother. Unexpectedly, as soon as the words left his mouth, Hua Chu took a step back, standing behind Yu Qinghuan, eyeing him warily and said, no. Don't you want to return to the US? Hua Rong didn't understand, scratching his head, looking a bit distressed as he said, don't go, little 3. Anyway, there are several of these meetings every year, if you skip one, it's fine. I'll explain to the institute on your behalf. Traveling back and forth is exhausting. After saying this, he reached out to pull Hua Chu, but Hua Chu dodged once again. Hua Rong looked full of questions, little 3. Hua Chu responded resolutely, I want to go back with Qinghuan. Yu Qinghuan didn't expect him to suddenly burst out with such a line, so he was startled, and when he came back to his senses, he immediately felt somewhat amused yet exasperated. You go home first, I'll visit you when I'm free. I live on the film set now, you can't come. Hua Chu shook his head again, still saying that one word, no. He wanted to be with Qinghuan. You listen, Yu Qinghuan patted his shoulder. Go home with your brother properly. I'm going back right away, I'll call you when I arrive. Qinghuan, Hua Chu tugged at the corner of his clothes, blinking up at him pitifully. Before Yu Qinghuan could say anything, Hua Rong gave in first. It's fine, take him with you, I'll deal with Mr. Lu Jian. Hua Rong truly couldn't bear down on such a younger brother, nor did he want him to cause another scandal, so he simply handed him over to Yu Qinghuan. Don't worry, he'll agree. All right then. Since Hua Rong had spoken, Yu Qinghuan had no choice but to nod and agree. Then Hua Rong saw his younger brother's face light up instantly, radiant enough to rival the sun. For some unknown reason, Hua Rong suddenly felt a peculiar sense of sorrow as if he were marrying off his sister. When leaving the airport, Yu Qinghuan always felt someone was watching them. From his previous life, being constantly followed by paparazzi made him highly sensitive to other people's gazes. But it wasn't right, he was just a newcomer to the entertainment circle now. Which photographer would have nothing better to do than to follow him? Carefully looking around, he didn't see any suspicious figures, but the feeling of being stared at persisted. Yu Qinghuan couldn't help himself and nudged Hua Chu with his elbow, do you feel like someone is looking at us? As long as Hua Chu was with Yu Qinghuan, everything else outside their world ceased to exist. He shook his head, utterly confused. Yu Qinghuan sighed, slapping his forehead. What kind of magic had possessed him to ask this question? Just as he wanted to drag Hua Chu away quickly, a hesitant voice from behind asked, "Excuse me. Are you Qinghuan and Hua Chu?" Yu Qinghuan paused for a moment, then turned around and nodded, yes, glancing at the few girls before him, "And who are you?" "Ah. So lucky." The leader of the group was overjoyed. Her meaningful gaze swept over both Yu Qinghuan and Hua Chu, making Yu Qinghuan feel extremely uncomfortable. "We're your fans," said the girl. As Yu Qinghuan couldn't help but retreat slightly, the girl finally continued, "We've been waiting for you at the airport since this morning. Don't bother yourself next time, thank you." Yu Qinghuan, always polite to his fans, looked at the thin frame of the girl and offered a word of advice. "Qinghuan is so thoughtful." The girl's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Yu Qinghuan. "You and Hua Chu should keep it up, we will support both of you." What did she mean by this? Letting him keep it up was fine, but what did letting Hua Chu keep it up mean? Before Yu Qinghuan could figure it out, Hua Chu, who had been standing behind him, stepped forward and blocked him entirely, his face full of displeasure. "Yu Qinghuan, ? What happened all of a sudden?" "Ah." The girls became ecstatic, their faces turning red, screaming repeatedly. Under Yu Qinghuan's bewildered gaze, they directly shoved a little notebook into Hua Chu's arms, "A gift for you too. Wish you happiness." After that, they turned around and ran away. Yu Qinghuan. Alright, he finally realized their identities. They were fans of the couple pairing between him and Hua Chu. Having experienced the formidable power of couple fans in his past life, Yu Qinghuan quickly grabbed the notebook, worried they might have written something explosive inside, and flipped through a few pages. Thankfully, these girls were more refined, inside were only illustrations of him and Hua Chu without any strange content. Handing the notebook back to Hua Chu, Yu Qinghuan asked, "What was wrong with you just now?" "I don't want them to look at you." Hua Chu answered honestly. He didn't know what was wrong with himself either. It had been Zhao Qingyuan last time, and now it was those women. Whenever they got even slightly close to Qinghuan, he felt terrible inside. Of course, he understood that calling someone a parrot spirit was an insult, but the noodles that day clearly belonged to Qinghuan, they were something Qinghuan made for him, how could Zhao Qingyuan take it? That's why he interrupted elder brother's words and intentionally called Zhao Qingyuan a parrot spirit. He knew this wasn't good, but he couldn't control himself. "You're not serious, are you?" Yu Qinghuan didn't take his words too seriously, thinking it was just the possessiveness among friends, smiling, "How did you become so petty?" Hua Chu's eyelashes fluttered faintly, keeping his head down without saying a word. After Yu Qinghuan brought Hua Chu back to the film set, Mr. Lu Jian, as expected, didn't say a word, clearly because Hua Rong had notified him in advance. However, the accommodation issue was tricky, the hotel booked by the crew was already fully occupied. Yu Qinghuan wasn't comfortable letting Hua Chu stay alone in another hotel, so he had no choice but to let him sleep in his own room. "I'll go take a shower first, your change of clothes is here," Yu Qinghuan pointed at the cabinet nearby, "find them later, once I'm done, it's your turn." Hua Chu nodded obediently, taking out his clothes and placing them neatly. His gaze swept across the notebook on the bedside table and instinctively flipped it open. At one glance, he was stunned. The drawings inside were all about him and Qinghuan. Sharing meals, reading books, and even watching movies together. Each tiny figure had their names on top, utterly adorable. The more Hua Chu looked, the more he liked it. He unconsciously turned to the last page, then his face turned red instantly. There was a detailed illustration of him kissing Qinghuan, perfectly captured down to his flushed face. This, how could it be? Startled and embarrassed, Hua Chu dropped the notebook, nearly falling off the bed. How could he and Qinghuan kiss? They weren't married. Yet for some unknown reason, that image etched itself into his mind, refusing to fade away. When Yu Qinghuan came out after taking a shower, he noticed Hua Chu's crimson face immediately, looking like a burning flame shrimp, which startled him. "What's wrong with you? Are you sick?" I'll take a shower." At the sight of Yu Qinghuan, Hua Chu felt like bursting into flames. For the first time ever, he couldn't meet Qinghuan's eyes, muttering hastily before retreating into the bathroom like fleeing. What's gotten into him? Has he gone mad? Yu Qinghuan shook his head, puzzled, and quickly tidied up the bed. Hua Rong had just messaged him saying that Hua Chu must sleep at 9 sharp without fail. But tonight, Hua Chu was acting strange, likely due to the new environment. The boy who should have fallen asleep at 9 was now tossing and turning restlessly in bed, disturbing Yu Qinghuan as well. Losing patience, he gave Hua Chu a nudge, reprimanding him, "Quit fooling around, go to sleep." Shaken by the warning, Hua Chu curled up pitifully, enduring the discomfort though unable to stop moving anymore. While Yu Qinghuan finally found peace, Hua Chu suffered silently. His whole body felt like it was on fire, throat dry and itchy, swallowing saliva endlessly, yet still unable to quench his thirst. Worse, that illustration of the kiss continued to amplify in his mind, seductive and irresistible like a fatal opium he couldn't escape from. For what seemed an eternity, longer than Hua Chu's search for understanding subatomic particle mass mechanisms, he finally couldn't bear it and quietly rose, calling softly, "Qinghuan." It seemed like Yu Qinghuan was asleep and did not respond. Biting his lip, Hua Chu slowly lowered his head. He thought, maybe just one small kiss, just a little try, just curiosity. Just as his lips were about to touch down, suddenly in the dark, Yu Qinghuan opened his eyes, asking coldly, "What are you doing?" Chapter 25. Hua Chu's brain buzzed, and it felt like his scalp was about to explode. It was as if a giant war drum had been stuffed into his chest, beating loudly and shaking his heart with each thump, almost making it jump out of his throat. He didn't have time to figure out what was happening, his body had already reacted for him. Using all fours, he threw off the covers and swiftly climbed out of bed. "What's wrong?" Yu Qinghuan reached over and turned on the bedside lamp, sitting up with the blanket wrapped around him. "You don't want to sleep today, huh?" When Hua Chu had called his name earlier, he actually heard it but simply chose to ignore him. In Yu Qinghuan's view, Hua Chu's unusual behavior stemmed from being too excited to sleep because it was his first time sleeping with a friend, acting much like a mischievous child. In the dark, he couldn't see much at all, only sensing a shadow descending above him, getting closer and closer. Could Hua Chu be trying to play a prank on him? Yu Qinghuan considered this for a moment and then looked up at him questioningly. Hua Chu's cheeks were burning hot, wave after wave of intense heat surging through his body, nearly drowning him. Especially when he locked eyes with Yu Qinghuan's beautiful gaze, he found even breathing difficult. His lips parted several times, but no coherent words came out. He became so nervous that he lost his voice. Yu Qinghuan hadn't really taken it seriously until now, seeing Hua Chu's flushed face and rapid breathing. This made him suddenly worried, and he tossed aside the blanket to go check on him. However, in that very moment when his feet touched the ground, Hua Chu abruptly widened his eyes, momentarily stunned before turning and running out the door. "Hua Chu!" Yu Qinghuan panicked, not even bothering to put on slippers as he chased after him. "Stand still!" Upon hearing Yu Qinghuan's voice, Hua Chu hesitated for a few seconds. Despite his inner turmoil urging him to leave, he finally stopped. Still, he kept his head slightly lowered, his eyelashes trembling uncontrollably, afraid to look at Yu Qinghuan. "Are you feeling unwell?" Yu Qinghuan raised his hand and touched Hua Chu's forehead. Hua Chu immediately shivered violently, his breathing becoming even heavier. "You're in no condition like this," Yu Qinghuan decided immediately. Firmly pulling Hua Chu to the edge of the bed, he grabbed a coat and forced it onto Hua Chu. "Get dressed. I'll take you to the hospital." Hua Chu instinctively felt something was off, but he couldn't find any reason to object to Yu Qinghuan. So, he obediently nodded and followed his instructions. The shooting location of the Life or Death production team was extremely desolate, with no major hospitals nearby. Moreover, due to Hua Chu's sudden illness, Yu Qinghuan didn't dare waste more time. They went to a university nearby and headed to their school hospital. It was close to midnight, and there were hardly any students in the hospital. The on-duty doctors were asleep, leaving only one nurse at the window, drowsily yawning. After Yu Qinghuan explained Hua Chu's situation to her, the nurse looked troubled. "There's no way to do major tests right now. Would you mind waiting? I'll ask the doctor." Yu Qinghuan thanked her and pulled Hua Chu to sit on a chair outside the door. The corridor lacked heating, and the wind seeping through the cracks in the door chilled them to the bone. While Yu Qinghuan's down jacket kept him warm enough, his face was still tingling from the cold. Hua Chu, however, was suffering, wearing only a black wool coat, with his nose already turning red. Yu Qinghuan felt sorry for him and wanted to take off his own jacket and give it to Hua Chu, but he refused vehemently. Finally, unable to convince him otherwise, Yu Qinghuan loosened his zippered jacket and said to Hua Chu, "Come on, stick your head under here. I can't get any closer to Qinghuan." Hua Chu's face was still heated from before. Hearing this, his heartbeat began accelerating again. He wanted to refuse, but his body reacted faster than his brain could think. By the time he realized, his face was already pressed against Yu Qinghuan's abdomen. "Call your brother tomorrow and have him bring over some thick clothes." Leaning back, Yu Qinghuan strained to pull the front of his down jacket over Hua Chu, covering him as much as possible. Lowering his head, he frowned and scolded lightly, "Why wear a windbreaker in such cold weather? You've never been this vain before." I didn't." Around his nose, he caught the crisp scent of Yu Qinghuan, which instantly made his mind fuzzy. It took Hua Chu a while to stammer out an answer. Yu Qinghuan chuckled and flicked his forehead gently. "Look at how slow your reflexes are. Who says you're a genius, For some reason, Hua Chu suddenly developed a strange expectation in his heart. He expected Yu Qinghuan's approval, praise, and even hoped that he would look at him with admiration, like others did. The things he never cared about before, at this moment, all became what he yearned for. I have a high IQ, Hua Chu swallowed and replied. He was useless, except for his intelligence, he didn't know where else to gain Qinghuan's praise from. Understood, Yu Qinghuan chuckled softly and held the stubborn head in his arms more tightly. After 10 minutes of waiting, the doctor in a white coat finally came out of the resting room with glasses tilted crookedly, his voice filled with impatience from being disturbed. "You're lucky today, an ECG can still be done now." Saying that, he looked them up and down. Which one? Follow me inside. Follow the doctor. Yu Qinghuan pushed Hua Chu lightly. I'll wait for you outside. Hua Chu was extremely reluctant, hesitating and unwilling to get up, nudged by Yu Qinghuan with his knee on the stomach. Quickly, don't let him wait for you. And so, Hua Chu went reluctantly, glancing back every few steps. The on-duty doctor was experienced, and Hua Chu's electrocardiogram was done quickly. Apart from having a faster heartbeat than others, there were no other problems, and the anticipated arrhythmia did not occur. The doctor glanced at Hua Chu's red face and then at the examination results, looking puzzled. The heart is very healthy, there's no problem at all. If you're still worried, you can go to a larger hospital for another checkup. He paused and added, as for blushing and increased heartbeat. Are you nervous? Yu Qinghuan, who had just returned after paying, hearing this, was startled for a moment, then insisted firmly, impossible. Thank you, doctor. I will take him to a large hospital when I have time. With confirmation that Hua Chu's heart was without issue, Yu Qinghuan was reassured. Although the test results were somewhat ambiguous, they were reassuring at least. A whole night's commotion left Yu Qinghuan exhausted. Back at the hotel, he fell asleep as soon as he hit the pillow. As for Hua Chu, after much hesitation, he also unknowingly fell asleep. The next morning, when Yu Qinghuan woke up, he only felt that his body was very stiff, and his breathing felt muffled. He managed to open his eyes and instead of seeing the hotel ceiling, he saw a pale, tight chest. When Hua Chu was in front of him, he always seemed like a ball of dough, to be molded and stretched at will. But when sleeping, he was very possessive, arms wide spread, holding himself tightly confined in his embrace, not willing to relax even a bit. Yu Qinghuan moved slightly and surprisingly found that his arms tightened further. Not only did Hua Chu have good looks, but his body was also quite attractive. In theory, someone like him who spends all day in the lab should have weak limbs, but Hua Chu wasn't like that. His body had smooth lines covered with a thin layer of firm muscles, both beautiful and eye-catching. This lively scene almost caused Yu Qinghuan to lose composure, but upon realizing it, he immediately pried Hua Chu's hands apart and slipped out of his embrace. Hua Chu was sleeping soundly and was rudely woken up, opening his eyes unhappily. Cough, you can keep sleeping, I need to get up and work, Yu Qinghuan said a bit embarrassed, patted Hua Chu's head to comfort him, quickly got dressed and entered the bathroom to wash up. When he was finished and returned, he saw Hua Chu neatly dressed sitting at the bedhead, reading his script. You're not going to sleep anymore. Hua Chu shook his head and looked up at Yu Qinghuan, with you. You should go brush your teeth and wash your face. Yu Qinghuan took the script from his hand and urged, I have a scene this morning, and I'm not sure when it starts, I won't be able to wait for you too long. Just as he finished speaking, Hua Chu rushed into the bathroom with a tense face. He got ready quickly, seemingly deliberately speeding up. 15 minutes later, the two left the hotel and headed to the filming location. Yu Qinghuan's scene wasn't the first, so after watching other actors perform for a while, he sat at the edge of the set, memorizing lines and waiting for notification. Yu Qinghuan had a habit when shooting, he must memorize all his lines perfectly. By familiarizing himself with both his own and others' lines, he could make the best reactions during performance in context. Qinghuan, come on, have a roasted sweet potato. Just as he turned the page to prepare for the next part, Yu Xin, carrying a paper bag, ran over, picking the softest one and handing it to Yu Qinghuan with a cheerful expression, it's super sweet. Sent over by Shenji's assistant. Shenji was the most popular second-tier artist under Yu Xin's management. In his past life, Yu Xin had died in a car accident on the highway while driving Shenji to the filming site. Yu Xin had a good heart, and in that last moment, he had unleashed his full potential, ensuring Shenji's face was completely unharmed by tightly shielding him. As a result, out of everyone in the car, Shenji only suffered minor abrasions on his arm. On the day of Yu Xin's funeral, Shenji had been too high with his sugar daddy to even remember attending. After this scandal broke out, Shenji became a public enemy, but for some reason, Yu Qinghuan still couldn't forgive him. Looking at the roasted sweet potato in his hands, its golden yellow skin so fragrant, Yu Qinghuan suddenly lost his appetite. He tore at the skin absently, asking Yu Xin, did Mr. Shen have something to ask you? It's nothing much, Yu Xin said with a wave of his hand, looking incredibly cheerful. He was just passing by and thought to stop by and see me. Impossible. The shooting location was so desolate that even if Shenji went mountain climbing, there was no way he could have passed through here by chance. But seeing how happy Yu Xin was, Yu Qinghuan didn't pursue it further and asked instead, I heard that recently Mr. Shen has taken up a TV drama project. Shouldn't you go check on it? Upon hearing this, Yu Xin shook his head, looking deeply grateful. That kid Shenji is pretty decent. Knowing I've just taken you on, he said I don't need to be there this time, he'll handle things himself. Let me take care of you first. Honestly, in this life, though I haven't managed any superstars, to make friends like you two feels worth it. Yu Qinghuan sighed with relief. What Shenji came for wasn't something he wanted to know, all he cared about was that Yu Xin didn't follow him to the set and wouldn't die like he did in their previous life for someone who wasn't worth it. As Yu Qinghuan wanted to say more, his body was suddenly slammed hard, and the script in his hand flew off directly into the water basin used as props on set, as if it had been specially aimed at. The boiling hot water instantly soaked the thin pages. Within just a few seconds, when fished out, the script was already unusable. Sorry. The production staff carrying both hands full of props hurriedly apologized, his face filled with regret and self-blame. I'll get another copy of the script for you. The props were heavy, clearly having moved them many times already. Even in the cold winter, his face was sweaty. Now speaking, he was also short of breath. It's fine. Yu Qinghuan gave him a smile. You do your work, I'll just borrow one from Qing Yuan. Thank you, Qinghuan. The prop staff let out a deep sigh of relief, bowed gratefully, and continued with his tasks immediately. For stars, scripts are crucial, they not only mark important sections but also include personal insights into the plot. If this had happened to someone easily angered, getting slapped would have been considered fortunate. Thinking of this, the production crew member couldn't help glancing back at Yu Qinghuan, secretly deciding to become his loyal fan starting from today. Looks like you really should visit a temple to pray soon. After seeing the staff move far away, Yu Xian clicked his tongue, remarking to Yu Qinghuan, first losing an endorsement deal, now having your script destroyed. How unlucky can you get? Seeing Yu Qinghuan still acting carefree, he pushed him impatiently, go find Zhao Qing Yuan quick before your turn comes. Though Yu Qinghuan had memorized his lines well, reading through them again was always better. Nodding upon hearing this, he turned to leave. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped forward, his wrist was grabbed from behind. Confused, Yu Qinghuan turned around. Hua Chu. What's wrong? Don't go look for him. Hua Chu's lips were tightly pressed, his dark eyes fixed unwaveringly on Yu Qinghuan, refusing to let go. Just listen, stop being childish. Yu Qinghuan chuckled and tried to pry his fingers apart, just as Hua Chu said expressionlessly, are you going to borrow the script from him? I can recite it for you. Recite? Then, to Yu Qinghuan's shocked gaze, Hua Chu began, word for word, flawlessly reciting the entire part Yu Qinghuan needed to shoot that day from start to end. Stunned, Yu Qinghuan could only stare wide-eyed. When did you ever read my script? This morning. Hua Chu answered honestly, using the moment when Yu Qinghuan wasn't paying attention to quietly inch closer and closer. By the time Yu Qinghuan noticed, he almost jumped back, startled by the enlarged face nearly invading his space. Grumbling, why do you have to get so close? Then he questioned, you managed to memorize it after just reading it briefly this morning. Hua Chu nodded honestly. Yeah. After pausing a bit, he added, it's very easy to remember. Yu Qinghuan. As the top scorer in liberal arts of their province that year, Yu Qinghuan had always thought that his memory surpassed most people's. Back then, many classmates would enviously ask him whether there was any special method to memorize so fast. He'd simply reply, there's no special way. Once I've read it, it sticks. This left a lot of his classmates lamenting, wishing they could swap brains with him. But now, fate has turned full circle, and he is personally experiencing what his classmates once did. With complex emotions, Yu Qinghuan glanced at Hua Chu, then pulled him aside and sat down. A sly smile crept onto his face. Alright, recite it for me again, this time, slowly. Hua Chu didn't catch on to his mischief and diligently recited it all over again from start to finish. Afterward, tilting his head, with shining eyes, he asked, Qinghuan, should I recite it again? He loved this feeling, the fact that Qinghuan also needed him. If things could stay like this forever, it'd be great. He wasn't a monster or useless, he could help Qinghuan too. No need. Seeing Hua Chu's innocent and sweet demeanor, a wave of guilt instantly welled up inside Yu Qinghuan, prompting him to pat his hair affectionately. You did very well. Thanks to you, I can remember it. Really? Upon hearing this, Hua Chu widened his eyes in pleasant surprise. Excitedly, he scooted closer to Yu Qinghuan, continuously asking, did I really help? Really? Really? Looking up at him and smiling faintly, Yu Qinghuan said, you're pretty amazing. Then, before his eyes, Hua Chu's face suddenly lit up with a radiant smile, one so bright it almost overshadowed the winter sun. Yu Qinghuan waited the entire morning, but Lu Jian never called him. The reason? Fang Zhongxi kept messing up repeatedly, no matter how many takes, he just couldn't nail them. Let's take a break and talk about it this afternoon, Lu Jian eventually decided, too exhausted even to scold anyone. Turning off the monitor, he gave a tired wave, muttering under his breath. Fang Zhongxi actually had good acting skills and worked extremely hard. Lu Jian liked him. But something seemed off with him today, he either forgot lines when everything was going fine or got his emotional build-up completely wrong. Despite the tight schedule, Lu Jian was someone who wouldn't tolerate imperfection. If it didn't meet his standards, it simply wouldn't pass, regardless of the situation. I'm sorry, Director Lu, I caused you trouble, Fang Zhongxi apologized repeatedly while promising, I'll adjust this afternoon, I promise. Lu Jian merely nodded without speaking. Seeing this, Fang Zhongxi felt uneasy but dared not voice his thoughts and walked away loaded with worries. Zhongxi, don't worry about it, it's only a Shikli endorsement, the agent consoled him, noting his dark expression, you'll have more chances. More chances, more chances. That's all you ever say. Holding his face in frustration, Fang Zhongxi exclaimed, I'm no longer young. Keep chasing my youth, and even if others don't laugh, I feel embarrassed myself. How ironic, it turns out I've been doing Shikli endorsements all these years, only to make someone else shine. Sensing Fang Zhongxi's bad mood, the agent dared not irritate him further and spoke softly, aren't you transforming your image already? Getting edge of life is proof enough. You were chosen by Lu Jian because you have commercial value. Don't overthink it, hard work will definitely pay off. Fang Zhongxi fell silent for a long moment before sighing heavily, it was my fault for putting effort in the wrong direction. Who sees my silent struggle? Pausing for a second, he then stared piercingly at his agent and continued, help me find out more about Ada, they're supposedly choosing an endorser for their watches recently. Zhongxi. The agent widened his eyes in astonishment, that's Ada. Those top-tier brands would never pick you. Before he could finish his sentence, his words trailed off as he met Fang Zhongxi's sarcastic gaze. Yeah, how could they possibly want a second-tier artist like me? Fang Zhongxi sneered bitterly, that's probably what you want to say. Not waiting for the agent's response, he added, so what if I'm second-tier? All they need is an endorser for their watch. Lowering his eyes and lowering his tone slightly, he went on, I heard their design director likes men. You're crazy. Never had the agent expected Fang Zhongxi to go to such lengths. He looked disapprovingly at him and tried to persuade, Zhongxi, it's just an endorsement. Yeah, just an endorsement, Fang Zhongxi murmured quietly, yet, somehow, I just can't get it. What am I supposed to do? Though his voice was low, it brimmed with endless despair and darkness. The agent stared at him for a moment before averting the gaze. Alright, I'll find out more for you. Meanwhile, on set, Yu Qinghuan had just sat down to eat when he was stunned by the news delivered by Yu Xian, almost tipping over his lunchbox. If it hadn't been for Hua Chu's quick reflexes in grabbing it, he would have probably ruined today's lunch. What? How did Ada's watch endorsement ever get to me? Yu Qinghuan was nearly overwhelmed with despair. He confirmed repeatedly with Yu Xian, Big brother, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? That shouldn't be possible. I couldn't even pass Shikli's audition. I already told you, it's because Shikli lacks vision, said Yu Xian, so elated he felt like floating into the sky. Hurry up and finish your meal, then I'll take you to meet Ada's design director. It won't take too much time, just 4 hours round trip. Anyway, your scene is scheduled last, so there won't be any delays. No way. What if it's my turn soon? I have to wait here on set. Yu Qinghuan firmly refused. Come on, this bizarre streak of good luck is finally fading, and he couldn't risk prolonging it, he had to figure out a way to decline this audition. As Yu Qinghuan was pondering this, he heard Lu Jian burst into hearty laughter behind him, Qinghuan, just go. Don't worry, we still have lots of afternoon shooting left, you'll be back by 7 in the evening. Yu Qinghuan turned around blankly as Lu Jian approached him alongside Jiang Qi, cigarette dangling from their lips. They said, I really admire Qinghuan's personality, serious, responsible, and honest. That's right. Qinghuan has absolutely no issues with character. Yu Qinghuan. No, he just simply didn't want to attend the audition. But now, all excuses were gone, leaving Yu Qinghuan unable to back out further. With no other choice, he reluctantly accompanied Yu Xian to the appointment. Ada's design director was named Evanston, a blonde blue-eyed handsome man with an extremely warm personality. As soon as they met, he tried to embrace Yu Qinghuan but was stopped just in time by Hua Chu. Evanston looked perplexed, initially intending to inquire about what happened. However, seeing the hostility in Hua Chu's gaze immediately clarified things. His regretful eyes circled Yu Qinghuan one time without any physical contact. He quickly cut to the chase about the Ada endorsement details. Once Evanston entered work mode, he became exceptionally serious, meticulously asking about Yu Qinghuan's body data, making him pose for several pictures, and even letting the accompanying photographer snap a few shots on the spot. After scrutinizing the photos against Yu Qinghuan's face for a long time, he put down the photos and extended his right hand to Yu Qinghuan, looking forward to working together for the next year. Was it settled already? Just a few glances and they decided to use him for the endorsement. Is this how sloppy Ada is when choosing endorsers? If it weren't for the warmth he could feel from Evanston's hand, Yu Qinghuan might have thought he was dreaming. Although it was only a 1-year endorsement contract, it was with Ada. He was currently just a new face without any works, yet he managed to endorse Ada, a situation so unreal. He could easily predict that when Ada announced this information, there would be a huge ripple effect. Dazed and confused, Yu Qinghuan returned to the film set. However, Evanston didn't return to his hotel room, instead, he directly hailed a taxi to Starlight Studio. So, after meeting the real person, have you made your final decision? Inside the office, Huarong leaned casually against the sofa, asking. Very good. Evanston gave Yu Qinghuan high praise. His physical condition and aura are great, he suits Ada's cool, indifferent series of watches perfectly. Pausing momentarily as if fearing Huarong taking advantage of the situation, he added another sentence, he doesn't have much fame. You know, this is the biggest flaw for an endorser. If it weren't for owing you a favor, I definitely wouldn't choose him. Huarong let out a cold laugh, fame. Wait half a year and see again, I hate people who complain after reaping benefits. $1,020,000 tax-free dollars for the endorsement annually, isn't that quite a deal? And, his sharp eyes locked onto Evanston, do you think I don't know? The cold, indifferent series is your least prioritized product line, otherwise, even if you owed me a major favor, you probably wouldn't agree to such a request. There's nothing you can hide from you. Evanston grinned foolishly, showing no embarrassment upon being caught. After pausing briefly, he suddenly said, Yu Qinghuan looks truly fantastic. If he weren't already taken, I'd definitely go after him. What did you say? Huo Rong abruptly stood up from the couch, his volume rising instinctively by 8 decibels. You mean Yu Qinghuan has a boyfriend? Yeah, Evanston glanced at him, puzzled. Isn't the man who's taller than him and always has a poker face his boyfriend? You didn't know. Worried that Huo Rong might not believe him, Evanston went into detail about what happened today, ending with a confident statement, trust me. Based on my years of experience in the dating scene, I can't be wrong. Huo Rong felt an overwhelming sense of darkness wash over him. That was why he had felt something off all this time. Why did his stubborn little brother suddenly make a mistake? Why, despite being in the US, did he rush back after hearing about Yu Qinghuan, and why insist on sticking close to Yu Qinghuan no matter what? This kid obviously liked him. His little brother had unknowingly turned gay. Oh no. Having suddenly discovered his little brother's big secret, Huo Rong was seized with panic but dared not publicize it. Eventually, driven nearly mad by his own suppression, he couldn't resist giving Huijing a call to tell him about it, sighing repeatedly, brother, what should we do? Little brother has fallen for him. Huo Rong wasn't dumb, recalling how Yu Qinghuan treated Huo Chu, he knew the latter had no romantic thoughts towards him. He was sure it was one-sided infatuation from their younger sibling. Although his brother would be good regardless, Huo Rong still didn't think Yu Qinghuan would reciprocate Huo Chu's feelings. Moreover, if the two were really together, he wouldn't feel secure. Yu Qinghuan was good-looking and popular, there must be countless people vying for him. Given the naive image of his little brother, he might lose out to someone else without even noticing. Upon hearing this, Huijing accidentally broke a glass cup, staying silent for a long time before asking one question, are you sure? Huo Rong, absolutely certain. Huijing said calmly, you just don't interfere. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Huo Rong began to protest, how can I not intervene? Little brother already lives a hard life. How can I let him take that path? Huijing moved the receiver further away from his ear until he finished speaking, then retorted, oh, are you even capable of interfering? After a brief pause, he added, does the little brother even listen to you? Huo Rong. It seemed, he truly couldn't do anything. But for such a huge matter, even if powerless, one must still act. What should we do then? Huijing's voice was calm. Having learned such a colossal news, aside from the initial reaction, he had none other. Little brother will make his own decision. After pausing, he smiled faintly, besides, considering little brother's situation, whether he actually likes isn't even certain. Huo Rong's eyes lit up immediately. That was right, he had completely forgotten this point. What if little brother's liking toward Yu Qinghuan wasn't love, but rather possessiveness among friends? If he hastily intervened and misled little brother, the outcome could be unpredictable in the future. Realizing this, Huo Rong couldn't help but lament, the older ones are sharper indeed. Huijing, I'm merely a minute older than you. Huo Rong. Huo Chu, however, remained oblivious to his brother's concerns about him. At the moment, he was sitting on the sidelines with a small stool waiting to watch Yu Qinghuan shoot his scenes. In his hands was a new notebook given by Yu Qinghuan, where he occasionally sketched or wrote something down. Yu Xin stared at him beside him, his mouth wide open as though his eyeballs might pop out. When this young man earlier had claimed he wanted to learn how to navigate, so Yu Xin had found him an intricate local map online. Then, he saw something that shook his worldview to its core. Despite the convoluted roads and stores marked on the map, Huo Chu spent only tens of minutes examining it before accurately sketching them out. Refusing to believe it, Yu Xin painstakingly compared the details of the internet map against Huo Chu's drawing, and finally admitted defeat. Talented people were truly different, Huo Chu's version was spot on. This was simply, too much for normal people like them. Perhaps sensing Yu Xin's deep resentment, Huo Chu suddenly set aside the map and stood up, do you know where the restroom is? Oh, that place. Yu Xin snapped back to reality, pointing with his hand, go forward to the tent and turn left, then go straight, and the restroom will be on your right. Huo Chu pursed his lips but didn't move. Yu Xin questioned, what's wrong? Huo Chu gave a shy smile, could you possibly guide me there? I'm lost easily. Yu Xin froze momentarily before immediately responding, sure, I'll take you there. Walking ahead confidently to lead the way, he wore an expression brimming with pride. So what if he could memorize the entire city map in tens of minutes? He still couldn't even find the restroom. TSK. Yu Qinghuan glanced over during the preparation, noticing it was Yu Xin leading Huo Chu, and thus put his mind at ease. Qinghuan, come here, Lu Jian shouted with a megaphone. Yu Qinghuan quickly turned his attention and jogged over. Director Lu, you called me. How's your alcohol tolerance? The next scene they were about to shoot revolved around Yi Sheng's arrival at the battlefield. All doctors and nurses had immediately headed to the military hospital, except for Yi Sheng, who, filled with anger and fear, refused to participate in the rescue efforts and instead drowned his sorrows in drink. One day, while Yi Sheng was drunk and dazed, a massive explosion suddenly occurred within the battlefield zone. There were suddenly many more casualties, but the hospital staff were already stretched thin. With no other choice, Peng Qing forcefully dragged Yi Sheng to the hospital. But due to the alcohol, although not fully drunk, Yi Sheng's emotions were overly excited and his hands trembled so much that he couldn't hold a scalpel. No matter how hard he tried to control himself, he just couldn't manage it. In the end, all he could do was watch helplessly as patients who might have been saved died slowly in front of him due to lack of timely care. It was the most crucial turning point in Yi Sheng's life. Not great. Yu Qinghuan squeezed out 3 words reluctantly, then added after a pause, very bad. That won't work, Lu Jian muttered worriedly, rubbing his scalp. A person completely sober, no matter how skilled their acting, cannot portray someone slightly tipsy yet emotionally elevated. His original intention was to let Yu Qinghuan take a small sip of alcohol to achieve that effect combined with his acting talent. This would reduce the risk of issues during filming. However, now learning that Yu Qinghuan couldn't hold his liquor, what were they going to do? If by any chance he got drunk and filming became impossible, it would be quite problematic. Maybe we can give it a try. Yu Qinghuan took a deep breath, deciding firmly, I'll just have a little bit, should be fine. That works. Lu Jian nodded and said to Jiang Qi, get Qinghuan an 8-degree Rio, reconsidered, no, 5 degrees will be better. Glancing once again at Yu Qinghuan's tall stature, he sighed heavily, even 3 degrees may be enough. If he collapsed from intoxication, this lad over 180 centimeters, he surely couldn't carry. Jiang Qi, suppressing a laugh, tossed over a bottle of alcohol. Old Lu, stop changing your mind. Besides, you only have 8 degrees available. Lu Jian helplessly grabbed the bottle and handed it to Yu Qinghuan with multiple warnings, take it slow, don't get drunk. I understand, Director Lu. Yu Qinghuan answered somewhat between laughter and crying, opening the bottle and sipping lightly, finishing half a bottle. Feeling no discomfort, he took a few more sips before setting the bottle down and told Lu Jian, it's good enough now. Yu Qinghuan could feel his emotions were a bit more excited than usual, but his thoughts remained clear, and his gait was steady, making this state optimal. Hurry up, lighting crew, props, everyone get ready. Upon hearing, Lu Jian immediately bellowed and carefully observed Yu Qinghuan for a few seconds before satisfactorily retreating back beside the monitor. Yu Qinghuan accurately captured the balance between sobriety and slight intoxication without resorting to traditional exaggerated expressions. Instead, through his eyes, movements, and flushed cheeks, he subtly conveyed such information to the audience. This method of performance earned him high praise from Lu Jian, whose face lit up as he watched the footage on the monitor. He praised, you've improved since joining the group. Yu Qinghuan thanked for the compliment and, confirming there was nothing else left for him, left the set with Hua Chu. Perhaps due to the hangover effects, he felt increasingly euphoric and couldn't control the joy radiating from his face. You really shouldn't smile like that. Watching the opportunity when Hua Chu went out to fetch water, Yu Xian shot a stern glare at Yu Qinghuan. What if some young girl sees it? Yu Xian also knew how good-looking his artist was. However, after observing for such a long time, one gets accustomed to it. But after drinking, all the coldness of Yu Qinghuan seemed to evaporate with the alcohol. The beauty of his peach blossom-like eyes gleamed, his pale lips curved faintly upward, and every casual sitting posture exuded an air of charm and laziness deeply embedded into his bones. There aren't any girls here, are there? In a provocative tone, Yu Qinghuan's smile grew even brighter. Fine, I can't be bothered with you, Yu Xian said lazily and stopped paying attention to him after a few words of warning, then left the room. Yu Qinghuan sat idly on the bed for a while, waiting for Hua Chu but he never came back. So, he got up and went to the kitchen instead. Hua Chu was there, drenched in sweat, fiddling with an electric kettle. He occasionally tapped the kettle's body, listening for any sound, looking quite distressed. The button wasn't pressed, Yu Qinghuan remarked as he walked over. What? Hua Chu looked up, then hurriedly started searching for the button again, flustered. Yu Qinghuan couldn't bear to watch anymore and stepped in to press directly at the bottom of the kettle. With a snap, the light signaling that the water was being boiled lit up instantly. Tapping Hua Chu's head gently from behind, Yu Qinghuan laughed and teased, you're so clumsy. It was the first time someone had called Hua Chu clumsy, but he didn't get upset at all. As he looked up to say something, his words caught in his throat when he met Yu Qinghuan's slightly wine-tinted gaze. For a moment, everything around him disappeared, leaving only Yu Qinghuan's smiling face. An intense, overwhelming longing surged from deep within his chest, burning fiercely inside him, tempting him, driving him. He didn't know what this feeling was or what exactly he longed for. All he knew was that he couldn't stop staring at the man before him, not even for a second did he want to look away. Is something wrong, Hua Chu? Yu Qinghuan blinked in surprise and asked. His eyes were dazzling, more brilliant than the brightest stars in the sky. When they fell on him, they carried a heartfelt concern, yet Hua Chu still craved more. He wanted, for this person to look at him every moment, and him alone. A horrifying thought suddenly crossed his mind, powerful enough to shock Hua Chu himself. He knew it wasn't right to feel this way, but he couldn't control himself. What should he do? What was happening to him? Why would such thoughts cross his mind? The wave of despair seemed almost unbearable, drowning him in his pain, yet he had no idea how to express it. Qinghuan, amid the hissing sound of boiling water, Huachu suddenly raised his hand and softly covered Yu Qinghuan's eyes, his voice low with a tinge of pleading, "Please, don't look at me." Chapter 26. If Yu Qinghuan were sober, he would definitely have noticed that Huachu's emotions were off. Unfortunately, his brain was already foggy from the alcohol, and he couldn't think deeply. Upon hearing this, he naturally assumed that Huachu felt embarrassed because he had seen him not knowing how to boil water, so he told him not to look. "It's all right, Huachu." Yu Qinghuan allowed him to cover his eyes. "You don't need to feel ashamed of such things. You're just not skilled in this area." Worried he might not understand, Yu Qinghuan added, "For example, your favorite subject, physics, I know nothing about it, but I can boil water and cook meals while you can't. This is quite normal." Huachu was the best gift heaven gave him. He would spare no effort to protect this rare treasure, so that his gentle and unique heart wouldn't be hurt by the world. Not like this. Huachu's throat choked, instinctively shaking his head. He never cared about things unrelated to Qinghuan, but he was afraid that under the influence of that strange yet passionate feeling, he would do something to harm Qinghuan. Especially when Qinghuan looked at him with a smile in his eyes, he almost couldn't resist rushing over to press him tightly against his chest. Only he could see and touch, others shouldn't dare to lay a finger on him. "Qinghuan," Huachu murmured painfully, "I'm a monster, I'm different from other people, I even want to always dominate you, to make you stay by my side forever." He thought, it was over, Qinghuan would definitely fear him and, from now on, keep away from him like others did. But he couldn't lie, he mustn't deceive Qinghuan. "Qinghuan, am I really terrible?" "Of course not." Yu Qinghuan removed his hand, focusing intently on him, his expression incredibly tender. "Huachu, every one of us living in this world is a gem different from others. You're simply more unique, more dazzling than ordinary gems. That doesn't mean you're an anomaly. On the contrary, it's precisely because of your uniqueness that makes you rarer and more precious than common people." He said, "Huachu, you're so smart, you'll surely understand, right?" "But..." "No, but..." Yu Qinghuan patted his head gently, "In fact, I envy you." Huachu's eyes widened instantly, looking extremely disbelieving. "Really?" Yu Qinghuan chuckled lightly, "You're smart, and your work is so important. The world can do without the actor Yu Qinghuan, but it can't survive without the scientist Huachu." Perhaps due to intoxication, Yu Qinghuan blurted out all the words buried deep within his heart, "And your parents and siblings, they all care for you so much. Wherever you are, you're always the most needed person. And me?" He laughed self-deprecatingly, "No one can live without me." "Not true, Qinghuan." The unusual dejection in his tone pierced Huachu's heart, and he blurted out without thinking, I need you very much." He racked his brains for words, eagerly conveying his meaning, "Other than you, I want no one else." "I see." Feeling his awkward concern, Yu Qinghuan smiled wholeheartedly, "You're so good, so thoughtful, I also want you to stay by my side forever." After a pause, he retracted his smile and looked seriously at Huachu, saying, "So as you see, wanting to monopolize your most important friend isn't necessarily a bad thing. Don't feel upset about it. In truth, I'd feel the same way as you do." "Really?" Huachu's eyes lit up, so this kind of emotion was correct after all. He wasn't a terrible person. And Qinghuan felt the same towards him. Of course, Yu Qinghuan flicked his forehead, "Therefore, stop daydreaming about everything else. Studying your physics diligently is the right path." "All right." Huachu nodded heavily, admiration filling his gaze as he looked at Yu Qinghuan. The problem that plagued him for so long was resolved by Qinghuan in just a few sentences. Qinghuan was truly amazing. Only. Blushing shyly, he pressed his lips together, shuffled his toes on the ground a bit, then softly asked, "Qinghuan, may I, hug you? Is this normal too?" "It's normal, but you can't." "Why?" Disappointment was evident on Huachu's face. Seeing his careful and aggrieved expression, Yu Qinghuan giggled, spreading out his arms and said, "False, you can hug." The next second, a strong and warm body came forward, tightly hugging him into its embrace. The kitchen in winter was cold everywhere, but the person in front of him was warm. Yu Qinghuan thought, it wasn't just Huachu who had been yearning for such an embrace. He himself had also been constantly craving one like this. Even if he would be walking alone for decades to come, the warmth drawn from this embrace today would be enough to support him as he continued on. In a quiet yet warm atmosphere, Yu Qinghuan lazily rested his head on Huachu's and said, "Today, brother will teach you another lesson about life. Sometimes when someone says no, they actually mean yes, when they say reject, they truly mean allow." Huachu nodded, still confused, but firmly remembered these words and later skillfully applied them during his interactions with Yu Qinghuan. In the afternoon, after Yu Qinghuan had just finished a shoot, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. Lu Jianan stared intently at the monitor replay, carefully checking if any snowflakes had made it into the shot. Afraid there might be reshoots, Yu Qinghuan didn't dare to leave. Without even changing out of his costume, he merely slipped into a down jacket and waited at the edge of the set. Uxin stood beside him holding a piece of paper, speaking, Qinghwan, here are a few scripts I've selected for you. The names and content introductions are on there. If any interest you, just let me know and I'll send you the detailed contents. Your role in life or death has almost wrapped up, it's time to plan your next move. Hearing this, Qinghwan paused for a moment, then lowered his eyes. He truly didn't want to stay in the entertainment industry anymore. He was tired of living under everyone's watchful eyes. This lifetime, all he wanted was freedom. Taking a deep breath, Qinghwan turned to Uxin, seriously saying, brother, there's something I need to tell you. He decided to be honest with Uxin. He couldn't wait until Uxin had invested all his energy in him before revealing his intentions, that wouldn't be fair to Uxin. He knew that Uxin's greatest wish in life was to cultivate a top-tier artist. Fortunately, having the experience from his previous life, helping Uxin choose a promising artist wouldn't be too difficult. His leverage would thus be greater. What is it? Uxin didn't think much of it, giving Qinghwan a playful punch and laughing, why so serious? Are you asking me for money? Qinghwan shook his head, struggling to speak, brother, I don't want to. His words were interrupted by Jiang Qi's loud voice shouting, Qinghwan. Hurry over. Director Liu wants you. Go ahead, Director Liu's business comes first. We can talk about it after the shoot. Seeing Qinghwan hesitating, Uxin pushed him urgently. Alright, Qinghwan helplessly agreed and headed to Liu Jianan, suppressing all his thoughts. Director Liu, does it mean that the scene earlier needs to be res hot? Not quite, Liu Jianan shut off the monitor and grinned, we're actually lucky, no snowflakes made it into the frame, so we can use that part directly. After a brief pause, he pointed to the person nearby, it's not me looking for you, it's old Zeng. He brought a script over for you. Zeng Perong carelessly picked up a snow-covered script from the ground and tossed it to Qinghwan, take a look. Actually, he wasn't there to fulfill his promise to Qinghwan. All he wanted was to promote this script to Liu Jianan and get him to direct the movie. By coincidence, he saw a segment of Qinghwan's performance. What surprised him was how much Qinghwan's acting had improved since the day he first joined the production. If one compared acting skills to painting techniques, the original Qinghwan was akin to an imitator who could only copy other people's works. No matter how skilled his imitation, he could never create anything uniquely his own. Now, however, Qinghwan had managed to blend his individuality with the traits of the character, which was an incredibly challenging feat for actors. Zeng Perong started finding this young man intriguing. Talented, spirited, with a good personality, he seemed naturally suited to be an actor. Teacher Zeng, Qinghwan felt troubled, pursing his lips slightly as he found the thin script suddenly weighing heavily in his hands. He truly didn't want to act anymore, but how could he politely refuse given the current situation? Qinghwan, don't feel pressured. Teacher Zeng simply finds you suitable for the role. Liu Jianan assumed he was overwhelmed by the opportunity and smiled reassuringly, go ahead and accept it confidently. If you weren't really suitable, do you think this stubborn old bull would have chosen you? With those words, Qinghwan couldn't decline anymore. Flipping open the script, he unexpectedly became engrossed in it, unable to put it down. This movie is called How to Love You. From its name, you can tell it's a romantic film that tells the story of two men vying for the affection of one woman. It has tear-jerking moments and laugh-out-loud scenes, incredibly captivating. In particular, the role that Zeng Perong wanted him to take on, Wang Chuan, the second male lead. A project manager with no parents, no relatives, or anyone close in his life. To give more financial security to the girl he liked, Zhang Xiaomiao, he voluntarily applied for a position on the most dangerous project. After enduring a year there and finally receiving his bonus, ready to return home and win her hand, he was buried forever under a sudden mudslide. Since he had no family, the company decided to buy him a grave plot in the suburbs and buried him hastily without even notifying Zhang Xiaomiao. Zhang Xiaomiao waited for months but never heard from Wang Chuan. She assumed he had given up pursuing her. After hesitating for several months, she finally agreed to become someone else's girlfriend. The moment Qinghwan saw Wang Chuan's character outline, he knew this movie was impossible to turn down. Wang Chuan was so much like him, living alone in this world, even death leaving no ripples. Qinghwan had imagined hundreds of scenarios about his own death, all identical to Wang Chuan's. This movie was a huge temptation for him, an opportunity to step away from his past self, a temptation he couldn't refuse. How about it? Seeing his expression, Zeng Perong knew that his script had moved him but still asked deliberately. An excellent script. Qinghwan touched the cover of the script reluctantly and deeply bowed to Zeng Perong. Thank you, Teacher Zeng. Zeng Perong was extremely satisfied with his attitude. Proudly stroking his beard, he accepted the bow. He enjoyed kids who were smart, perceptive, yet grateful for favors, which was why he treated them well. What did Director Liu want with you just now? As soon as Qinghwan returned, Uxin rushed over and asked, isn't it a reshoot of that earlier scene? Not that, Qinghwan shook his head, intending to tell him about the news of joining Zeng Perong's movie, but Uxin thrust the list of scripts he had prepared back into Qinghwan's hands again, take some time tonight to look through these, I need your answer by tomorrow. Qinghwan furrowed his brows, slightly troubled, but my next movie has already been set. What? Upon hearing this, Uxin almost jumped up. This is such a big decision, how could you not consult me and decide on your own? When did you take on this movie? Who's the director? What's the content? This young man just entered the industry, starting at such a high level with a promising future ahead. What if he got scammed into a disastrous movie? This would ruin a perfectly good hand. With this thought, Uxin suddenly became both anxious and angry. Quickly explain. If it's not suitable, I'll figure out a way to deal with it. The new movie from Zheng Peirong, How to Love You, Yu Qinghuan handed the script to Uxin and said, Director Liu will still be directing, I've taken on the role of the second male lead. Uxin dropped his water cup with a loud thud onto the ground. Who? Zheng Peirong? The famous screenwriter Zheng Peirong? Yu Qinghuan nodded. It's only tentatively decided so far. Specific details like pay and start date for shooting still need to be discussed. After an odd moment of silence, Uxin suddenly gave Yu Qinghuan a thumbs up. Qinghuan, really, no one in the whole world deserves my admiration like you do. Forget about me leaning on anyone else, you're the only one. Yu Qinghuan, you'd better lean on something. I don't want a wet pants broker. Uxin. Chapter 27. Hua Chu's life was very regular. During the day, he would follow Yu Qinghuan to film sets, also serving as a small personal assistant, and every evening at 9 o'clock, he would obediently go to sleep. Everyone in the production crew knew his identity, and besides Yu Qinghuan, Hua Chu always wore an aloof face showing indifference to whoever approached him. No one bothered him, so his life on the set could be said to be quite pleasant. It was only when Hua Rong came over to visit that he almost couldn't believe that such down-to-earth person was his younger brother. At that moment, Hua Chu was standing next to Lu Jian, helping him calculate what angle to shoot in order to capture the most perfect scene. One string after another of precise numbers came out of his mouth without stopping, making Lu Jian look full of excitement. Even at over 60 years old, he personally carried the camera around the set, running back and forth adjusting according to Hua Chu's suggestions. As for Hua Chu, once it involved his professional field, the soft and adorable demeanor from his daily life disappeared instantly, and he became extremely serious and dedicated. Amidst the bustling film set, only he stood there composed and unruffled, resembling a calm general with confidence, issuing a simple command that could move armies. Yu Qinghuan had never known that Hua Chu could shine like this while working. Those cold numbers all gathered into his charm points now, that kind of cool sexiness unique to scholars that almost mesmerized him. Hua Chu, he paused, waving Hua Chu over, come here, your second brother has come to see you. The voice of Yu Qinghuan broke the high and distant image that Hua Chu held just a second before. His face slightly blushed, he ran up to Yu Qinghuan happily, looking at him with joy, Qinghuan, did you call me? As for Hua Rong on the side, he simply didn't see him. It's not me, Yu Qinghuan adjusted the hat on his head, saying, your second brother wants to talk to you about something. Hua Rong was very upset that he existed less than Yu Qinghuan in front of his younger brother. He cleverly shoved Yu Qinghuan aside, crowding himself in front of Hua Chu, I'm here. I'm here. As soon as his words were out, Hua Chu frowned unhappily, shifted a little to the side to ensure he could see Yu Qinghuan beyond his second brother's big face, and then stood contentedly. Hua Rong. The silly older brother Hua Rong instantly felt thousands of arrows pierce his heart, the feeling of his painstakingly raised younger brother being stolen by some worthless guy lingered in his heart and refused to go away. He decided to immediately take his younger brother away from Yu Qinghuan, otherwise, one day his younger brother might even change surnames and follow him. After coughing, Hua Rong bluntly revealed his purpose, Sanner, the institute is urging you to return. Every year, the institute had various holidays, but Hua Chu had never taken any vacation before, diligent and disciplined in his work, a living example of the perfect employee. So the dean never imagined there would come a day when his competent subordinate would suddenly bolt, and moreover, run away without wanting to return. A few days he could endure, but if it lasted 10 days or half a month, then he really wouldn't be able to hold on. After holding back for several days, the dean finally called the Hua family. The meaning was clear between the lines, the laboratory was practically paralyzed, let Hua Chu hurry back and get to work. And about Hua Chu openly skipping the World Academic Exchange Conference? He didn't care at all. Originally, bringing Hua Chu was just for boasting, no one expected him to exchange ideas with others and produce anything valuable. All he needed to do was look good and act as a mascot. Such a young scientist with high intelligence and ability is rare in the world. Other countries will never find such talent despite their efforts. Envy us, don't they? Even if this boasting failed this time, next time it would still happen the same way. After all, as long as Hua Chu stays in the institute, other countries won't be able to cultivate anyone like him in hundreds of years. The dean expressed great pride, with Hua Chu, they have the right to be confident. Yet even though this was the case, the dean refused to go find his outstanding underling personally. He smartly passed this hot potato to Hua's family. And after a meeting lasting half a day, the task of finding Hua Chu fell to Hua Rong. I want a vacation. Hearing his brother's words, Hua Chu firmly responded with 4 words. If it were in the past, upon hearing his younger brother actively asking for leave, Hua Rong would have been more than happy, but now, all Hua Rong could feel was a headache. For the first time, he thought his former junior was pretty good. Sanner, don't be capricious. Huarong took out his phone and gestured for Huachu to look. Your dean has called me so many times. There is really an urgent matter. After a brief pause, he compromised somewhat. If you still want to stay here after the matter is resolved, can't you come back? But faced with his heartfelt appeal, Huachu didn't budge an inch. His response was still those 4 words, I want a vacation. Finally, Huarong could do nothing but ask Yu Qinghuan to step in with an embarrassed face. Listen to me and go back with your brother, Yu Qinghuan coldly said while looking at the reluctant Huachu. Do you not want to work anymore? I do. Huachu bit his lips nervously, looking anxiously at Yu Qinghuan. I just want to be with you. The prerequisite is that you have shouldered your responsibilities. Yu Qinghuan sighed, patting Huachu's head. Huachu, I hate willful and irresponsible people the most. This sentence worked wonders on Huachu. Afraid of being despised by Yu Qinghuan, he immediately responded anxiously, I am not. But refusing to go back now is a sign of irresponsibility. Then I'll go back. Beside him, Huarong was simply shocked. Was his younger brother so easy to deal with? Could he be persuaded with a few sentences? Maybe he had used the wrong method before. Thinking of this, he deliberately moved in front of Huachu, pretending seriously, Sanner, second brother also hates irresponsible people. Huachu, who was deeply immersed in the sorrow of impending farewell with Yu Qinghuan, seemed not to hear it, completely ignoring him. He turned his foot, cruelly bypassing this huge obstacle ahead like a little spouse, and followed beside Yu Qinghuan. Huarong. After Huachu left, Yu Qinghuan hadn't yet snapped out of the great sense of loss when Ada called him, telling him to prepare relevant materials to sign at Xinguang. Hurry up. Upon hearing this news, Yu Xian became energetic instantly, constantly urging Yu Qinghuan with an eager look. Yu Qinghuan helplessly hurried to pack and went downstairs. But as soon as he entered the elevator, Zhao Qingyuan caught up. I'll go with you. He wore a black leather coat, one headphone plugged in each ear, leaning against the elevator casually, in case you are dumb enough to get deceived without knowing. Yu Qinghuan gave him a disdainful glance. Speak frankly. Zhao Qingyuan, I'm almost bored to death in the crew. Finally, there's no filming today and I must go out. It was an arrogant demeanor as if no one could control him. So, Yu Qinghuan looked at him with the eye of someone caring for a fool. Next time you have something to say, just say it directly. Anyway, I wouldn't believe your excuses even if you made them. Zhao Qingyuan. He sulkily agreed with a soft voice, all right. Zhao Qingyuan was not one to hold grudges. In the second previous moment, he was stuck by Yu Qinghuan, but in the next, he crowded over to him, putting a headphone into Yu Qinghuan's ear, trying his best to recommend, listen, this song is very beautiful. Yu Qinghuan carefully listened for a few seconds, and blankly said, this song is from how many years ago? Where did you dig it out from? The song Zhao Qingyuan was listening to was called, Let Tears Turn into Love Rain. In Yu Qinghuan's memory, the last time he heard this song was at least 7 or 8 years ago. Who cares how many years ago it is, as long as it's beautiful, Zhao Qingyuan countered indifferently, humming along with the rhythm. Yu Qinghuan didn't bother paying attention to him, listening to the music, closing his eyes, and leaning on the elevator to rest. Just after they left, Fang Zhongxi and his agent came over. The agent's face was full of helplessness. Zhongxi, are you really going to do this? A few days ago, he had already contacted Ada's side, but they said that the spokesperson for the Cool Watch series had already been determined. He immediately informed Fang Zhongxi about this, hoping it would discourage his terrible idea. However, he never expected that this news didn't make Fang Zhongxi retreat, but instead became the catalyst to expedite his actions. Do I look like I'm joking? Fang Zhongxi sneered. His agent was good in every aspect except for dreaming too much. In this circle, where does the fairy tale that effort pays off come from? Without connections or financial backers, no matter how good your acting is, you won't succeed. It was just a game with a man, gritting his teeth, it would pass soon. There was nothing significant. To become popular, one must pay a price. He had been ready a long time ago. If he had the opportunity before, his development definitely wouldn't be limited to what it was now. Moreover, the means of climbing up doesn't matter. When he becomes a great star one day, who would remember his dark past? Thinking of this, he glanced at his agent with disdain. If you don't want to go, that's fine. Stop looking so miserable as if someone in your family had passed away. Fang Zhongxi wasn't usually a malevolent person, he was very amiable, even polite. But recently, he didn't know why he kept getting angry every time he saw those actors who started later and acted worse than him surpassing him. You. The agent almost lost breath from fury, looking at Fang Zhongxi's derisive face and snorted heavily, fine, I won't go. And I'm not willing to see those dirty affairs either. With that, he turned and walked away. Pfft. What an ungrateful fellow. He wanted to see clearly whether Fang Zhongxi could successfully rise just by sleeping around. Meanwhile, Xinguang's assistant couldn't help but ask when seeing Evanson constantly looking at his phone, are you really going to meet that young star? That's not good, we are about to sign a contract with Yu Qinghuan. Evanson gave him an amused look, is there any conflict between these two? Of course there is, the assistant blurted out, if you meet that young star, it must be for replacing Yu Qinghuan and offering the endorsement to him, right? Why would I think that? Evanson stood up, his handsome blue eyes full of contempt. He's just a piece of bait willingly thrown into my lap. Why should I offend Rome for his sake? After a brief pause, he adjusted his tie, smirking faintly, and when have I ever promised him anything? It was him who begged me to sleep with him, delivering himself freely, why shouldn't I take advantage? The assistant looked at their boss's dashing face, and inexplicably, shivered slightly. When Yu Qinghuan arrived at Xinguang, Evanson's assistant had already prepared the contract. In the previous life, Yu Qinghuan had signed countless contracts, sharpening his ability to quickly extract the key points from long and complex contents. He skimmed through the contract extremely fast, found no issues, and was ready to sign until his gaze inadvertently fell on Zhao Qingyuan, who was scribbling furiously on a piece of paper. Yu Qinghuan frowned slightly in confusion. Could there be something wrong with the contract? Is he making notes? Though Zhao Qingyuan was quite unreliable most of the time, in critical moments, he should still be useful. Thinking of this, Yu Qinghuan hesitated no longer and called out, Qingyuan, do you want to review the contract? Zhao Qingyuan continued writing feverishly, fully engrossed. Seeing this, Yu Qinghuan could only get up and knock lightly on the desk in front of him before asking again, Qingyuan, do you find any problem with the contract? Huh? Zhao Qingyuan was pulled out of his intensely focused state, glancing at Yu Qinghuan blankly. His mind hadn't returned yet when words tumbled out, oh, what's the next line after, an insignificant ending? Yu Qinghuan. He lowered his head to look at the red bold headline on Zhao Qingyuan's sheet, the lyrics of, Let Tears Turn into Love Rain. Yu Qinghuan. Good job, now all of this man's last bits of credibility are gone. Chapter 28. Yu Qinghuan's endorsement fee wasn't high, only 1.2 million yuan a year. After signing the contract, Ada would pay 1/3 in advance, and the remaining balance would be paid in full after the advertisement was aired. This was an industry rule, leaving no room for negotiation. Yu Qinghuan readily signed the contract and another confidentiality agreement at the same time. Ada required that Yu Qinghuan not disclose the news of endorsing their Cold Series watches until they found an endorser for their refined series. Only then would Ada officially announce it. Of course, Yu Qinghuan had no issue with this request. The discussion went very smoothly, and when she left, she even exchanged phone numbers with many of Ada's staff members. Brother, how much money do I have left? As they stepped out of the elevator, Yu Qinghuan turned to ask Yu Xian. He didn't have enough money to hire a private financial advisor now or ever in the future, so he simply handed over all his funds to Yu Xian to manage. Not much, Yu Xian counted on his fingers and replied. These past few days, I've been looking for a house for you. A place with renovations at Yanhe Bay will cost about 18 million yuan. Right now, you can only access around 2 million. He glanced at Yu Qinghuan. What's up? Need cash urgently? Yu Qinghuan shook her head, when my endorsement fee comes next week, brother, keep 10,000, and donate the rest for me. Donate again? Yu Xian looked at her incredulously. Are you crazy, Qinghuan? This is exactly when you need the money. What will you do if you give it all away? I don't have any commercial activities for the moment, Yu Qinghuan analyzed calmly. After shooting Life and Death Line, I plan to focus on improving my acting at the Grand Theater. Before filming How to Love You, I won't take on any activities, so I also won't need to buy clothes or accessories. She paused to carefully choose her words. Anyway, male stars don't have as many expenses as female stars do. Moreover, I'm donating just 1/3, there are still 2/3 left, right? He wasn't foolish with money or indifferent to wealth, there's no one who doesn't care about money. However, he couldn't forget the people who helped him when he was in the toughest times. Their own lives were already hard, yet they still managed to support him through their sacrifices. Every bit of kindness done by these generous individuals felt like sharp carvings imprinted deeply in his heart. He remembered how he grew up, remembered how he managed to attend university and become what he is today. He also knew that once he had the means, he needed to help others struggling in difficulty. Qinghuan, you're truly. Yu Xian stared at her with a complex expression, but after pondering for a while, he failed to find an appropriate adjective. He sighed heavily and promised, I'll handle it properly, don't worry. Me too. Zhao Qingyuan butted in unwillingly to stay silent, saying to Yu Xian, if Qinghuan donates 20,000, then I'll just casually contribute 200,000. Yu Xian glared coldly at him, Teacher Zhao, there's no need for you to follow blindly here. Even though these past several days, Yu Xian had seen through Zhao Qingyuan's true nature. But he realized, even if Zhao Qingyuan got along well with Yu Qinghuan, that didn't mean he would necessarily get along with him. Thus, he maintained formalities appropriately. However, this man could really make others feel envious. 200,000 and he calls it casual. Just thinking about slapping him. How rude, to say following blindly. Zhao Qingyuan put an arm around Yu Qinghuan's shoulders, bragging and laughing. The reason Qinghuan and I do this is because we care about everyone. Even someone as smooth-talking as Yu Xian was fed up with Zhao Qingyuan and secretly rolled his eyes. Unlocking the car, he prepared to return to the film set to leave this troublemaker behind as quickly as possible. But unexpectedly, his old second-hand Audi failed him, something was wrong, and it wouldn't start no matter what. Helpless, he let Yu Qinghuan and Zhao Qingyuan go first, while he headed off to fix the car. Yu Qinghuan didn't care much about this situation, but it was a problem for Zhao Qingyuan. He was too famous, no matter which transportation method he chose, he'd likely be recognized. Yu Qinghuan originally suggested Zhao Qingyuan call his agent or assistant to come pick him up, but surprisingly, Zhao Qingyuan stubbornly refused. After prying further, Yu Qinghuan learned that Zhao Qingyuan had snuck away from the production. They had to return to the crew soon, so reluctantly, Yu Qinghuan bought 2 large black masks. Each wore one, covering their faces partially, sneaking onto a taxi like criminals. They thought they had perfectly disguised themselves, but they never anticipated that the paparazzi's keen eyes were even sharper. Just after arriving at the filming site, news about them both was already online. Breaking. Film Emperor Zhao Qingyuan caught secretly dating a fresh meat actor from the same set. Sweetness overflow. Film Emperor Zhao Qingyuan's romance exposed. Prefers uniforms over makeup. Today you've lost another male god. Zhao Qingyuan already has a long-term male colleague within the entertainment circle. And so on, various headlines catching the public's attention exploded online like bombs. This left Yu Xian, who had just returned from fixing the car, almost needing to repair his own heart too. Although there were netizens willing to pair up male celebrities into couples for fun, it was all in jest. Once involving real homosexuality, those same people would immediately turn hostile, as evidenced by the last incident when Zhao Qingyuan's Weibo blew up. This matter was quite thorny. Yu Xian was so angry he momentarily forgot Zhao Qingyuan's status and started scolding them both together. You two straight men, what are you doing sticking together every day? Getting photographed once wasn't enough, now you're photographed again. I don't even know what to say to you both. Fine, let them take pictures. I don't care. Zhao Qingyuan snorted, appearing completely unconcerned. After that last incident, he had reflected deeply. He realized that he was being overly fixated on fans' opinions and impressions of him, which led to his getting hurt so badly. From then on, he wouldn't be such a fool anymore. Do as they please, he wouldn't care. You have no stake indeed. Yu Xian wanted to rush forward and slap him. Zhao Qingyuan came from wealth, entering the entertainment industry out of interest. If anything bad happened, he could simply quit the business. But what about Qinghuan? What should Qinghuan do? One misstep, and his future would be ruined. Although he raised his hand, he ultimately didn't dare strike. Just when he was about to ask Zhao Qingyuan to call over his agent, he suddenly heard Yu Qinghuan's calm, pleasant voice say, "I'm not straight." You're not straight. So what? This is the most important thing right now. Me, wait, did you say you're not straight? The last sentence Yu Xian practically shouted. Yu Qinghuan responded lightly, as if this weren't a major event. No, Qinghuan. Yu Xian felt almost dazed by this revelation, swallowing hard with a gulp before he could respond further, when suddenly Zhao Qingyuan let out a loud cry, startling him almost out of his skin. You! Teacher Zhao, what's wrong with you? Zhao Qingyuan ignored him. Terrified and conflicted, if the person Qinghuan liked was him, how should they interact? Ah! It feels so weird. Yu Qinghuan cast him a look devoid of emotion. Do you like huskies? Of course not. Zhao Qingyuan glared at him angrily. What kind of person do you think I am? By the same token, I wouldn't like you. It took Zhao Qingyuan 5 minutes to think through the connection between the two, and once he figured it out, he leapt up to hit Yu Qinghuan. How dare you call me a dog? After a flurry of chaos, tranquility finally returned to the room. Sitting sulkily on the sofa, Zhao Qingyuan would occasionally throw an angry glance at Yu Qinghuan, behaving like an abandoned young wife yet showing no change in attitude toward him. He was his best friend. He'd never distance himself from him over something as trivial as sexual orientation. He found it strange having someone close to him be homosexual, but compared to that, he valued his friendship with Qinghuan much more. They were friends today, and they'd always remain friends. At this moment, Hua family members were chatting in the living room as usual. As per normal circumstances, Hua Chu was just quietly sitting there, holding on to the 2 fish that Yu Qinghuan had given him. The third child has taken these 2 fish as his own children. Watching Hua Chu carefully feeding the fish according to the instructions, looking incredibly considerate, gave one an odd sense that he was becoming a father for the first time. Hua Rong couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. No sooner had he spoken than Hua's mother shot him a stern glare. Behave properly. How dare you speak ill of your younger brother like that? Just as Hua Rong was about to protest, the television host's sweet voice interrupted. Now, let's talk about Zhao Qingyuan, who has recently become incredibly famous. Recently, he has been making frequent headlines, and the reason is because of a newcomer from his set, Yu Qinghuan. Today, the two were photographed together again. Hua Chu, who had been looking down, suddenly lifted his head. On the TV, pictures of Yu Qinghuan and Zhao Qingyuan just happened to be playing. The two walked side by side, and due to the camera angle, they appeared extremely close. Hua Chu felt his heart constrict suddenly, a sour and uncomfortable emotion rising in his chest. He put down the fish tank and stood up abruptly under the astonished gazes of his family. Third son, what's wrong with you? Hua Chu didn't reply, pacing anxiously back and forth in the living room. Qinghuan and Zhao Qingyuan seemed to get along so well, but still, his best friend was supposed to be him. This couldn't go on. Qinghwan belonged to him, he shouldn't be getting along with anyone else. At the mere thought of Qinghwan treating Zhao Qingyuan as gently as he treated him, Hua Chu's heart began to hurt badly. He clutched his head in agony, his eyes rimming red. What should he do to ensure that Qinghwan belongs only to him, stayed only with him, looked only at him, and smiled only for him? Third son, where does it hurt? Is your head bothering you, third? Tell me. Just stop talking, quickly call a doctor. The Hua family was shocked by his condition, assuming there must be something wrong with his health. Hua Rong even took out his phone to call their private doctor. At this moment, Hua Chu suddenly shook his head, as if recalling something important, urgently pushed them away, and rushed back to his room like the wind. Trembling hands almost fumbling with his phone, he dialed Yu Qinghwan's name. A familiar voice came quickly from the other end. Hua Chu. Is anything wrong? Do you need me for something? Hua Chu's long, thick eyelashes trembled slightly, like a little squirrel emerging from its burrow for the first time, tentatively and cautiously asking, Qinghwan, I'm not feeling well, could you come over and see me? Chapter 29. On a late night, Yu Qinghwan found it inconvenient to go directly to the Hua family. Before leaving, she called Hua Chu, tell the gatekeeper and let them let me in later. She emphasized specifically, I will call you when I arrive, then you come down. After you step out of the building, don't walk further, just wait for me right there. I will come find you. After some thought, still feeling uneasy, she added another reminder, wear more clothes when you come out, bring a hat and scarf too. Hua Chu obediently agreed. After hanging up the phone, he dressed as quickly as possible, sat straight on the bed, and his eyes were firmly fixed on the mobile phone, unwilling to leave for even a second, fearing that he might miss Yu Qinghwan's call. Upon learning that Hua Chu would go out soon, Hua Rong immediately opposed it. Just as he was about to say something, he was stopped by his father who handed him an orange. Not until after arranging everything with the gatekeeper and seeing Hua Chu return to his room, did Hua Rong hurriedly swallow the orange and complain to his father, Dad, what are you doing? How can younger brother go out alone in the dead of night? Why can't he? Hua's father retorted, third son is already grown up. But third son. Little second, the father patted the spot beside him, indicating Hua Rong to sit closer, you worry too much about the third son. His only difference from the rest of you is that he's smarter. After pausing for a moment, he earnestly said, I hope you understand this, whether it's between brothers or other relationships, interfering too much under the banner of for their good isn't well liked. Although Hua Rong understood that his father made sense, he weakly rebutted, but what if something happens to third brother? Hua's father took a sip of tea and replied calmly, we cannot avoid taking risks for fear of potential issues, that's the stupidest thought. I think third son is fine now, and I hope he gets better. Don't you agree? Hua Rong had a complicated expression as he remained silent for a long while before finally nodding his head. When Yu Qinghwan arrived, Hua Chu was indeed waiting for him downstairs, standing deliberately under a street lamp. It was late at night, his face illuminated by the lamplight looked ghostly pale, strangely creepy. Yu Qinghwan walked over quickly, first inspecting him thoroughly. Seeing no anomalies, she sighed with relief, asking, where does it hurt? Here, Hua Chu pressed his chest, his voice low, it hurts badly. What happened? Concerned, Yu Qinghwan started gently massaging his chest, softly inquiring, did the pain start suddenly? Did you tell your family? Hua Chu shook his head, looking down at the ground, then at Yu Qinghwan. Suddenly, he grabbed her wrist, as if scared that she might run away, and pleaded, Qinghwan, don't be nicer to Zhao Qingyuan than you are to me. Yu Qinghwan paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, you're upset about this. Your jealousy is truly endless. Hua Chu seriously corrected her, Qinghwan, I'm not jealous tonight. Alright, Yu Qinghwan tried to calm him down, feeling as though her patience was being completely drained by this man. She had rushed here anxiously thinking something happened to him, only to find out that he felt she treated Zhao Qingyuan better than him. I haven't, believe me. You have, Hua Chu stared at him unblinkingly, his voice rough, the TV keeps saying you two are close. We are close, Seeing Hua Chu's sudden expression of impending tears, Yu Qinghwan hastily changed his words, the stuff on TV is a bit exaggerated. He knew Hua Chu was different from ordinary people, so he was more patient with him, explaining carefully, Hua Chu, every one of us will have many friends, and you shouldn't feel bad about this. Yes, I've met new friends, but that doesn't mean our relationship has worsened, right? No, Hua Chu seriously shook his head, filled with loss in his beautiful eyes, I don't have a lot of friends, I only have you. Yu Qinghwan caught her breath momentarily, realizing she may have unintentionally hurt Hua Chu's feelings, regretting it instantly. She gripped his hand tightly, remedying the situation, even though I will have many friends, you are unique to me. Hua Chu's eyes brightened immediately, really? Of course it's true. Yu Qinghwan patted his head with the other hand, don't think too much, if you're not happy again, call me. Don't hold your grievances to yourself. Hua Chu nodded with all his strength, and the gloomy mood he had all evening finally began to brighten a little. He still felt it wasn't enough. Even though Qinghwan had already said that, his heart was still feeling heavy. After a long silence, he finally stammered out a question, so, will you go on a date alone with Zhao Qingyuan again? Yu Qinghwan nearly choked on her own saliva. She wanted to explain the meaning of date to him, but then thought about her sexual orientation, worried that it would be hard to explain clearly in just a few words, so she could only vaguely respond, no. As soon as she finished speaking, Chu immediately followed up, then if I want to go on a date with you, will you go? Afraid this little jealous person would erupt again, Yu Qinghwan ignored his wrong usage of the term and gritted his teeth, replying, yes. At this, Chu, who felt that he had now surpassed Zhao Qingyuan, finally became satisfied. It was only then that he realized Yu Qinghwan's hands were ice cold. Qinghwan, are you cold? He held on to Yu Qinghwan's hands with worry and panic, as if they were some precious fragile item, wanting to help him but not knowing what to do. Yu Qinghwan teased him on purpose, yeah, very cold. Can you warm me up? Chu vigorously nodded his head, thought for a moment, then suddenly lifted his clothes, pressing Yu Qinghwan's hand directly onto his stomach. The icy hand meeting the warm skin made Chu shiver despite himself. However, he stubbornly resisted moving, even tightening the clothing, trying to wrap Yu Qinghwan's hand more securely. Are you stupid or something? Putting such a cold hand on your stomach like that? Yu Qinghwan exclaimed, attempting to forcefully pull back her hand. I'm not stupid, my IQ is 180, Chu seriously explained while firmly holding onto Yu Qinghwan's hand. His strength was surprisingly strong, making it impossible for Yu Qinghwan to break free, eventually choosing to let it be, thinking since Chu didn't mind the cold, she might as well find it quite comfortable too. Even though it was a windless winter night, it was still extremely cold. After standing for a while, Yu Qinghwan sniffled slightly, stifling a yawn due to drowsiness, and said to Chu, feeling better yet? I need to go back. Do you want me to send you upstairs first? Chu tightly hugged Yu Qinghwan's hand, showing obvious disapproval of his suggestion. Be a good boy. Yu Qinghwan dragged him towards the door, I have another scene tomorrow, can't stay here too long. Next time, when I have time, I'll visit you again. Given that, even though Chu was reluctant, he could only nod and follow along, but took incredibly small steps, practically dragging his feet on the ground. Finally, Yu Qinghwan could only stop helplessly, turning around to look at him, Chu, can't you walk properly? I can. Then why don't you hurry up? Because I want to spend more time with you. Yu Qinghwan caught her breath, under the lamplight, Chu's handsome face seemed particularly enchanting, almost dazzling her eyes. A wave of excitement suddenly surged into her heart, like a fluffy little tail teasing her heart playfully, making Yu Qinghwan feel uneasy. Cursing herself inwardly for being an animal, Yu Qinghwan looked away, guiltily nitpicking, don't stand under the street lamp from now on, seeing you just now scared me. But what? Speak quickly. The light is brightest under the lamppost. So what? Do you want to be the brightest star in the night sky? I'm human, I can't be a star. I just want to be the first thing you see. Maybe because the moonlight tonight was especially beautiful, Yu Qinghwan found herself involuntarily attracted to Chu. This was the first time she had regarded Chu as someone equal to herself, rather than just a sincere friend who always needed her care. I'm leaving, you should go back inside quickly. Yu Qinghwan discarded those messy thoughts in her mind, helping Chu press the elevator's upward button, patted his shoulder, and said a sentence. Seeing Chu nod, she turned around and walked briskly forward. In the dark, his pale fingers following the swaying of his clothes stood out prominently. Chu involuntarily chased after her for a couple of steps, wanting to grab the hand that had been disturbing his peace. But Yu Qinghwan walked too fast, disappearing into the night within the blink of an eye. Chu stopped, gazing at where she left, slowly lowering his head and retreating his hand. When Yu Qinghwan returned to the hotel, her face was frozen blue. Yu Xian scolded her while pouring hot water, serves you right. What were you doing going out late at night like that? Aren't you causing enough trouble? Yet his attitude was much better than it had been during the day. Due to the news about Zhao Qingyuan and Yu Qinghwan, instead of causing a storm online, it surprisingly garnered a lot of sympathy and goodwill from bystanders. Are the media these days all crazy? Is there any decency left? Just because two people went out together, it must be a date. Must they be dating? I'm just so baffled. There is obviously no hormone-induced attraction between Big Brother Yuan and Qinghwan. Instead, it looks like a father walking his husky dog. Oh my god, what am I saying? So annoying. Can't the media report on something useful? Start feeling that being an idol is tough too, having a male friend means you're gay now, tsk, sympathy. The netizens were brainwashed in a way, their viewpoint surprisingly consistent, starting en masse to criticize the media and today's internet journalism trend. This resulted in the main parties involved, Yu Qinghwan and Zhao Qingyuan, being left completely aside. Seeing this, Yu Xian was almost moved to tears and was about to post another wishful carp message on Weibo. Relax, no one's paying attention to me. This time making the headline is only because of Qingyuan, Yu Qinghwan said after drinking a full cup of hot water, which warmed his stomach slightly. He exhaled in relief. You have your reasons. Yu Xian helped him hang up his coat, reminding him, there are only a few more days left in the film set. Just endure it, don't go out anymore, to avoid director Lu having issues with you. Before Yu Qinghwan could nod, Yu Xian added, besides, you've got nothing important to do anyway. Yu Qinghwan. Alright. Early the next morning, Yu Qinghuan was already made up and headed to the film set where the day's first scene would feature him and Fang Zhongxi. Strangely enough, Fang Zhongxi, who was usually punctual, was uncharacteristically late this time. The production team waited for quite a while before he finally arrived with an apologetic look on his face. Given that it was his first offense and his apology was sincere, director Lu Jian didn't scold him, merely waving his hand signaling him to get ready. Fang Zhongxi looked unwell, apparently uncomfortable despite thick layers of foundation covering his face. "Are you okay?" Although not familiar, since he noticed, it would seem wrong not to ask at least once. With his back to the camera, Yu Qinghuan expressed concern. "I'm fine," Fang Zhongxi replied coolly, offering only those 2 words before falling silent. Yu Qinghuan, seeing his condition, did not pursue further, focusing instead on tidying up his costume. This was Yu Qinghuan's second-to-last filming day. Still revolving around emergency rescue scenes, they required physical stamina as always. After setting his emotions properly, Yu Qinghuan saw Fang Zhongxi nod his readiness and gave a go-ahead sign to director Lu Jian. Director Lu nodded understandingly, glancing once at the lighting staff already prepared, and immediately commanded, "All right. Begin." "Hurry, hurry." Yi Sheng, deeply in love with working under battlefield conditions, was drenched in sweat with blood stains on his white coat, a complete contrast to the nobleman image who used to keep his hands clean upon arrival. He ran ahead, directing 2 soldiers carrying a stretcher, visibly anxious. Battlefield artillery fire continued, one group of casualties came after another, and manpower was simply insufficient. Just when Yi Sheng was racking his brains thinking about how to allocate personnel, he caught sight of a colleague approaching from outside. "Great, follow me, we have so many patients." Yu Qinghuan joyfully grabbed Fang Zhongxi but hadn't finished delivering the line when Fang Zhongxi suddenly stumbled, collapsing onto the ground. "Cut!" Lu Jian frowned and shouted towards them, "Zhongxi, what's going on?" "Sprained ankle." Fang Zhongxi's face was pale, looking very pained, cold sweat dripping down from his nose. He sat on the ground for quite a while before finally lifting his head to reply, "Sorry, Director Lu, I'm not feeling well." Despite having a bad temper, considering the actor's health, Director Lu eventually suppressed his anger, turning to Wang Qingqing and Li Hongxue and instructing them, "Prepare yourselves, start with your shots." Both actresses responded promptly and returned respectively to their makeup rooms. As for Fang Zhongxi, after multiple attempts, still failed to stand up. Reluctantly, he had to quietly ask Yu Qinghuan, "Lend me a hand, help me up." "Is your agent not here today, Brother Shi?" While supporting him off the ground and guiding him toward the restroom, Yu Qinghuan casually asked. "Yeah." Fang Zhongxi answered lowly, clearly unwilling to mention the matter. Yu Qinghuan wasn't a gossipy type and pretended not to notice the unpleasant expression on Fang Zhongxi's face. He escorted Fang Zhongxi to sit on the sofa inside the restroom. Just when he was about to leave, his gaze inadvertently swept over Fang Zhongxi's collar and he instantly froze. Fang Zhongxi was now only wearing a thin costume, and because of the previous commotion, the top button had somehow come undone, exposing the deep red marks on his skin. Though he hadn't experienced it himself, Yu Qinghuan was an adult and immediately recognized what they were. "Did you see?" Sensing his gaze, Fang Zhongxi didn't panic but instead coldly said, "I hope you don't say anything. You can relax." Yu Qinghuan moved his gaze away, saying, "I have no interest in other people's private lives," before turning to leave. As he took a step forward, a cold voice came from behind him. "Do you look down on me? You're overthinking it." Yu Qinghuan didn't turn around. "There are many paths ahead, and everyone makes different choices. I don't have any opinions about your choice." The cramped and cold restroom, with its heavy atmosphere, made Yu Qinghuan feel almost suffocated. He didn't want to stay another moment, not waiting for Fang Zhongxi's response, pulling open the door and walking out quickly. The dry and cold winter wind carried a refreshing coolness that wasn't found inside the room. Yu Qinghuan deeply breathed in and chose a corner to sit, staring at the ground as he spaced out. This was why he despised this circle. Everyone would stop at nothing to climb higher, and all the dark sides of human nature could be found here. When Fang Zhongxi had asked earlier if he looked down on him, he lied. He did look down on people like him, those who use their faces or even their bodies to exchange for a future. "Qinghuan, do you have something on your mind?" A kind and gentle voice came from above. Yu Qinghuan stood up hurriedly and respectfully called out, "Teacher Wang." Wang Jinchen waved his hand and sat down next to him. "You don't need to be so polite with me. Come, let's have a good chat while we have some time." "It's nothing," Yu Qinghuan lowered his eyes. "Just some things I can't figure out." "You're too young to be thinking about so much." Wang Jinchen shook his head. "Qinghuan, this is both your strength and weakness. If I were your age, I would do whatever I wanted without hesitation. After all, you're still young, if things go wrong, you can always start over." Pausing briefly, seeing that Yu Qinghuan still had a melancholy expression, Wang Jinchen didn't press further and cleverly changed the topic. "After filming Life and Death, what are your plans?" "I want to visit the Grand Theater more often to improve my acting skills. Then I will shoot How to Love You." Yu Qinghuan revealed his already planned schedule, pausing slightly, revealing a rare hint of confusion on his face. "As for after that, I haven't decided yet." I've asked you before. Wang Jinshin gradually erased the smile on his face, seriously looking at Yu Qinghwan. Do you dislike acting? You never gave me an answer. If I ask again today, what would you say? He asked earnestly, and Yu Qinghwan carefully thought about it for a while before answering, I don't dislike acting. It's just, I somewhat dislike this circle. Such words could be considered very bold. If others heard them, they might snort derisively and secretly laugh at Yu Qinghwan for being naive, but Wang Jinshin merely nodded without comment, asking again, why? This time, Yu Qinghwan answered without hesitation, because it's too impetuous, too profit-driven. And I think that every move I make is under someone else's watch. I cannot act freely, and I cannot find freedom. Qinghwan, Wang Jinshin looked at him, speaking sincerely. Pervasive unauthorized photography and paparazzi are indeed unavoidable things in this circle, but as long as you remain low-key enough, protecting your privacy is actually not as difficult as you imagine. And, do you know what freedom really is? Freedom isn't what you think, it's not doing whatever you want. It's when you don't want to do something, and you have the ability not to do it. Yu Qinghwan's heart leaped heavily, and he couldn't help but hold his breath. Wang Jinshin continued, every circle has its unwritten rules. There is no absolutely clean place. If you think that leaving the industry can avoid these gray areas, then you're mistaken. Why not try a different way? When you become strong enough to say no to the rules, or even to set the rules yourself, would you still care about the things that bind you now? Yu Qinghwan remained in a daze for a long time, not even realizing when Wang Jinshin had left. When he finally snapped back to reality, the sun was already high up in the sky. Although the winter sunlight was not scorching, it carried a warmth and mildness that summer lacked. Yu Qinghwan squinted his eyes and tilted his head up, feeling the sensation of sunlight dancing on his face. He thought to himself that it was about time he carefully considered which direction his future should take. Because Fang Zhongxi had still not recovered, today's filming had naturally been postponed. After staying at the shooting location for a while, Yu Qinghwan returned to the hotel. Just as he prepared to take a shower, Yu Xin stormed in with red-rimmed eyes, brimming with anger. Brother, what happened? Yu Qinghwan quickly closed the door and asked. Qinghwan, Yu Xin clenched both fists so tightly that veins bulged from his temples. He appeared to be enraged to the utmost degree, gritting his teeth to suppress the lump in his throat as he uttered each word with difficulty. Shenji pulled some strings and got transferred to another agent's team. Yu Xin had nurtured Shenji for 6 years, nearly giving him all the best resources at his disposal. Yet, in the end, Shenji unceremoniously kicked him away without hesitation. He understood Shenji's desire to become famous. If Shenji had openly told him that he wanted to change agents, he wouldn't have stopped him. However, the manner in which Shenji did it was utterly ruthless, an obvious indication that they would part ways and tread different paths from now on. Do you know why I even went blind? Yu Xin yanked his own hair fiercely, almost tearing the scalp off. His face was filled with unwillingness and humiliation. Brother, it's okay. Yu Qinghwan patted his back to soothe him, trying to comfort him by saying, such a person, it's better to get rid of him sooner rather than later. You don't understand, you don't understand. Yu Xin shook his head repeatedly, nearly shedding tears despite being an iron-willed man. He knew his abilities were lacking compared to those shrewd and smooth-talking agents who used every trick in the book. Yet, he had tried hard, exerting his utmost effort to provide better resources for his artists, but it still wasn't enough. He was still looked down upon. Does this industry truly lack any sense of friendship? You've got more than one artist under your wing. Seeing Yu Xin's disheartened state, Yu Qinghwan frowned, unable to bear it. He raised his voice involuntarily, what about me? Yu Xin hesitated, raising his head and looking at Yu Qinghwan incredulously, his eyes full of surprise and joy. Qinghwan, are you willing to work with me? Are you still willing to stick with me when you become famous? Of course. Yu Qinghwan answered without the slightest hesitation, I'll only ever have you as my agent for life. Qinghwan. Yu Xin felt a lump in his throat, afraid that Yu Qinghwan might see the reddened rims of his eyes. He turned away and muttered sullenly, you'd better strive harder so that those people can take notice. It's not that I, Yu Xin, can't cultivate a star, it's that they're simply unworthy. Yu Qinghwan was momentarily stunned, as various scenes since his rebirth flashed rapidly through his mind like movie clips playing out smoothly before his eyes. Unavoidable and inescapable. He let out a light sigh and, under Yu Xin's hopeful gaze, finally nodded. Chapter 30. Yu Qinghwan's penultimate scene was shot in the afternoon of the next day. Fang Zhongxi's face still didn't look well, but he gritted his teeth and got through it. Lu Jian replayed the footage on the monitor, finding no flaws, so he indicated that this take didn't need reshooting. Thus, Yu Qinghwan's role in Life and Death on the Line had only one scene left to be filmed. Qinghwan, don't leave later. Lu Jian moved his gaze from the screen to Yu Qinghwan, smiling, let's strike while the iron is hot, and shoot your last scene right after this. How does that sound? No problem, Yu Qinghwan nodded, I've been prepared. Lu Jian laughed upon hearing this, alright, go change your clothes quickly. After finishing, he turned to the props team, is the fake blood and gun all set? Do a final check. Lu Jian always strove for perfection in filming movies. No suitable script. He wouldn't film. An unsuitable cast. He wouldn't film. Costume designs not to his liking. He still wouldn't film. Even the props on the set were pursued with authenticity. The pistol to be used in today's shooting was a real one obtained through various channels, it just didn't have any bullets inside. Qinghwan, come over here. Seeing Lu Jian wasn't paying attention, Xin secretly sneaked onto the set, pulling Qinghwan aside and pulling out 2 warm patches from behind his back, handing them over. You'll be lying on the ground for quite some time. Stick this on your waist, otherwise, you might catch a chill. It's fine, Qinghwan shook his head without reaching out to take it. It's not that cold today, I'll be alright like this. The lens is the clearest mirror in the world. On the big screen, even the tiniest imperfection can be infinitely magnified. Although the warm patch is light and small, Qinghwan's costume was merely a thin shirt plus a white coat. If the shape of the warm patch showed or if it made his waist appear bulky, that definitely wouldn't work. You're really obstinate. Unable to persuade him, Xin could only sigh and put away the warm patches. This artist appears carefree but, in reality, he's extremely responsible. Whatever task is given to him, regardless of its size, he always completes it wholeheartedly, never compromising even a bit. Without mentioning other things, just take the warm patch matter as an example. It's like Ouyang Qinyuan, who even has several warm patches stuck on himself, and Lu Jian basically turns a blind eye to it. But Qinghwan, being obstinate, refuses to use it under any circumstances. In theory, such a star would definitely be favored by managers. But the relationship between Xin and Qinghwan goes beyond mere working relations. Putting aside their roles as manager and artist, they are also good friends. How could Xin bear to see Qinghwan wearing only a thin shirt, shooting in the cold winter winds? If possible, he'd even substitute himself for Qinghwan. After all, with his layer of fat, he'd at least protect against some cold. Xin sighed once again, stealing a glance at Qinghwan who was seizing the moment to read the script. His heart was filled with pain. Who among the youth in their early 20s isn't playful and lively? Yet their Qinghwan maintains strict self-discipline, showing absolutely no sign of frivolity. In his free time, he either reads books or hones his acting skills in front of the camera. He doesn't even browse Weibo. The only time he seems slightly lively is when Zhao Qingyuan visits. That's why, even though rumors about Qinghwan and Zhao Qingyuan abound, Xin hasn't stopped their interaction. He just hopes that with Zhao Qingyuan's influence, Qinghwan will become a little more cheerful. While Xin was lost in thought, the set had already started clearing. Seeing this, Qinghwan took off his down jacket, handed it to Xin, tidied up his costume, and walked over. Qinghwan, Lu Jian came over to explain the scene. The key point of this scene is your eyes. I will give you close-up shots, so you must show the fear and despair of someone nearing death. He paused for a moment, then continued upon seeing Qinghwan nodding, but that's not enough. Yixing sacrificed his life to save a little girl, so you also need to portray the relief felt upon successfully rescuing her, a kind of comfort that not even death can erase. I understand. Qinghwan thoughtfully nodded and did not immediately agree to start shooting, instead saying, let me ponder this for a while. Sure. Regarding death, perhaps no one could comprehend it better than Qinghwan, yet the desperate feeling of facing death, he truly has never experienced. Qinghwan had always felt that his death in a previous life was highly dramatic. Back then, he went to the Z Mountain Villa to check out properties, intending to buy a villa there for his retirement years. Although he disguised himself, he was still recognized by the salesperson, and it wasn't until evening that he finally managed to leave the sales office. What's more, it just happened to be raining cats and dogs. There was some distance between the parking lot and the sales office. Despite bringing an umbrella, he was quickly drenched. Just as Qinghwan was about to throw away the umbrella and dash to the underground garage, he suddenly noticed someone walking straight toward an uncovered manhole. Manholes during torrential rain are the most dangerous places. A slight misstep could cost someone their life. Qinghwan panicked and shouted, be careful. Without thinking, he rushed over to pull the person back. Unbeknownst to him, the individual reacted instinctively and dodged to the side. Qinghwan had been running too fast, and the road was slippery due to the rain. Unable to stop in time, he fell headfirst into the manhole. When he woke up again, he found himself starting his life anew. His death occurred without any awareness. It was as easy as drinking water or falling asleep, passing by with no difficulty. However, Yixing's death is different. It's one of the significant segments in Life and Death on the Line, and Lu Jian will definitely have extremely strict requirements. If he cannot achieve the effect Lu Jian wants, the director would never approve the scene. The ultimate despair can't be fully conveyed by acting alone. Then, there is only that one thing left. The darkest, most desperate moment in his life, a memory so grim that even after decades, through 2 lifetimes, he does not want to recall it. Qinghwan, are you ready? Lu Jian rubbed his hands together in the cold wind and shouted from afar. I'm ready. Qinghwan nodded, took a deep breath, and walked under the light. Other actors had already taken their positions. As soon as Qinghwan found his spot, Lu Jian couldn't wait to shout, action. Once again, amidst a battlefield filled with smoke and fire, Yixing stood within the safe zone, anxiously watching outside. Amidst the bullets flying everywhere stood a tear-streaked little girl who seemed paralyzed by the sound of the bullets. She was frozen in place. Come back. Quickly come back. Yixing clenched his fists tightly and yelled at the girl in the local language. Unfortunately, the noise of the cannons outside was too loud, and despite using his loudest voice, he couldn't get his message across to the girl. What should he do? What must he do? Yixing paced anxiously. He was a doctor, he couldn't simply watch as a life vanished before his eyes, especially when it was just a 5 or 6-year-old girl. But bullets don't have eyes. How could he go out there to rescue her? What if he risked his own life? Save her or don't save her? Yixing's mind engaged in an intense internal struggle. Until the sound of an ear-splitting explosion finally made him unable to resist any longer. He tore off the jade guanyin hanging around his neck, gripping it tightly in his palm as he dashed out with all his might, picked up the frightened child, and turned to run. Behind him, the artillery roared on, shaking Yixing's eardrums almost to breaking point, but his heart was filled with joy. His decision was right, he successfully saved this little girl and managed to escape as well. It's great, so wonderful. When he got home, he must tell his parents about this event. He was no longer the immature young man he used to be. He could become their pride. Yixing's lips curved upward as he stepped one foot into the safety zone. At that very moment, a bullet whistled past from behind, piercing through his back and lodging straight into his chest. At this exact moment, the camera zoomed in immediately. Lu Jian fixed his gaze on the monitor, focusing intently on Yu Qinghuan's face, without blinking once. When the blood bag burst open against his chest, Yu Qinghuan's eyes were instantly filled with despair and pain. That memory he had always refused to touch now unfolded slowly in his mind. His parents died in a car accident on the way to town while trying to buy him a study desk. They perished instantly, leaving no chance for medical intervention. Familiar villagers all said this was his parents' last act of love towards him, taking care of him even in their final moments. The family was originally poor, if both of them had ended up hospitalized, where would they find the money for treatment? And how would the child survive? Rather than let the child feel desperate and helpless, it was better if they passed away instantly, resolving everything at once and sparing their child any further burden. Yu Qinghuan would never forget the day before his parents passed away, when his mother, beaming with pride, said to him, "Our Qinghuan is the smartest child in the village. You will definitely go to a good university and let us enjoy our golden years. How can a scholar not have a proper desk?" That night, he stayed awake in excitement. The next day, after his parents left, he sat happily by the door, waiting eagerly for them to return, imagining countless scenarios where he'd use the study table he so desired, planning even what items to place upon it. But alas, the day of his long-awaited study desk would never come. The two people who loved him most in this world left without saying a word, departing from him in such a tragic manner, leaving him alone in the world, desolate and hopeless. At the moment he embraced the little girl, Yu Qinghuan was fully aware that he was acting, yet he couldn't help but think over and over, if only the past could replay like this movie scene. If given the chance, at that critical moment, he would surely rush out and save his parents, just as Yixing did for the girl, even at the cost of his own life. Though these thoughts flashed through his mind in mere moments, the effects displayed on screen were astonishingly compelling. Lu Jian was almost stunned by the despair and anguish reflected in Yu Qinghuan's eyes. Not until Yu shifted his emotions back did Lu regain his senses. It wasn't until Jiang Qi nudged him that he realized and shouted, "Cut." Still unable to take his eyes off the monitor, Lu replayed Yu Qinghuan's performance again and again, muttering excitedly, "Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. This is exactly what I wanted." The reason this scene was filmed early was actually because Lu Jian wanted Yu Qinghuan to try it out and find his groove, never expecting such an extraordinary surprise. "Qinghuan," he called out, wanting to compliment Yu Qinghuan for his performance, but froze momentarily when looking toward the set. The scene had been successfully wrapped, extras were leaving one by one, and prop masters had already begun packing up. Yet Yu Qinghuan lay motionless on the ground, arm covering his face. Lu Jian sensed something amiss. Just as he decided to check on him, Yu Xin rushed over first, shouting, "Qinghuan, are you crazy? Get up quickly. Lying here in the cold, you'll catch a cold." Yu Qinghuan didn't move, still maintaining the same position. "Qinghuan." Yu Xin nudged him lightly, about to say more when a muffled sob caught his attention. He was startled. "Are you crying?" "I'm fine," Yu Qinghuan replied in a nasal tone, heavily suppressing his emotions. "I just got too into character." Yu Xin sighed in relief, kicking him lightly. "You scared me there. Hurry up and get up." "Brother, don't touch me," Yu Qinghuan said quietly, tears soaking through the fabric under his arm, making him shiver from the cold wind. "Just let me lie here for a bit." Yu Xin felt helpless, draping his down jacket over Yu Qinghuan's body and sitting beside him to wait. It wasn't until half an hour later that Yu Qinghuan finally composed himself. A few familiar crew members congratulated him on completing his scenes while teasing him a bit. "Xiao Yu really got into it. Weeping so hard at the end." "Hey, Qinghuan, that's not good, getting too immersed might affect your mental state. Take some time to relax afterward." "Qinghuan, why are you embarrassing yourself? Laughing while crying like that?" Yu Qinghuan nodded, smiling as he accepted their jests, showing no sign of disturbance aside from his still red, swollen eyes. Since Lu Jian planned to host a wrap-up banquet the next day, Yu Qinghuan stayed at the hotel arranged by the production team after wrapping up his shoot instead of going home. Perhaps due to the emotional release, he felt completely drained, his headache splitting open like thunderous pain. After entering the room, he hurriedly took a shower and climbed into bed. Yu Xin came over intending to discuss future plans, calling out multiple times, but receiving no response. Touching Yu Qinghuan's forehead, he found it burning hot. Not knowing how long he had been running a fever, Yu Qinghuan seemed delirious and unresponsive. Terrified, Yu Xin summoned Zhao Qingyuan, and together they rushed Yu Qinghuan to the hospital. Despite being disoriented, Yu Qinghuan knew he was sick. On the car ride, he managed to open his eyes slightly and apologized weakly to Yu Xin, "Brother, I'm sorry for troubling you." Even at a time like this, he didn't forget basic courtesy. Yu Xin was heartbroken and said with a sigh, "You should just rest quietly." The filming location was too remote, and by the time they arrived at the hospital, Yu Qinghuan had already lost consciousness due to fever, not even reacting when the nurse gave him an 4. "Hey," Yu Xin sighed again, about to say something to Zhao Qingyuan when Yu Qinghuan's phone rang. It was Chu, so Yu Xin couldn't reject it and could only answer, updating him on Yu Qinghuan's condition. Unexpectedly, upon hearing that Yu Qinghuan was sick, Chu immediately expressed his intent to come over. Yu Xin knew Chu's usual aloofness well, which made him feel twice as stressed, but under Chu's persistent questioning, he had no choice but to give him the room number. After hanging up, he called Huarong to brief him on the situation. When Huarong dropped off Chu at the hospital, Zhao Qingyuan had just gone home, and Yu Xin was out getting hot water. Chu opened the door and saw an empty ward except for Yu Qinghuan lying alone in bed, his face flushed from fever and his right hand wrapped in medical tape. He looked lonely and pitiful. Chu felt as if his heart was pierced by a needle. Walking softly over, he sat down beside the bed, gazing intently at Yu Qinghuan's face. Yu Qinghuan, usually cool and distant, was quiet even while sick, lying there peacefully like a homeless kitten seeking comfort. "Qinghuan," Chu approached with red-rimmed eyes, about to speak when suddenly, Yu Qinghuan murmured faintly, "Mom." At that moment, an overwhelming wave of sadness surged from deep within Chu, drowning him completely. Throughout his more than 20 years of life, Chu had never tried to understand anyone else's emotions. But now, he desperately wished he could delve into Yu Qinghuan's mind to see what was troubling him so much, making him seem so painful and helpless. A thought sprang to mind and lingered persistently. Chu realized that Yu Qinghuan also had moments of weakness and needed help. And himself? He must grow stronger. He must protect him. "Qinghuan," Chu restrained the tears welling up in his eyes, leaned forward carefully to avoid disturbing the 4 in Yu Qinghuan's hand, gently holding him through the blanket, pressing his cheek against Yu Qinghuan's burning one, and earnestly whispered, "Don't be sad, Qinghuan. I'm here, right here." Chapter 31. When Yu Qinghuan woke up, it was already the next morning. Her head felt dizzy and heavy, her throat dry and painful. She felt utterly miserable. Realizing she must be seriously ill this time, Yu Qinghuan opened her eyes, intending to ask Yu Xin about her condition. However, she was startled by a handsome face enlarged close to hers. "Chu. How did you get here?" "I heard you were sick, so I came." Chu gave an honest answer. Seeing Yu Qinghuan sit up and pull off the blanket, Chu immediately reached into his trouser pocket for a small notebook, glanced at it for a few seconds, then hurriedly put it back. With such proximity between them, how could Yu Qinghuan not notice his little movements? Just as she was about to question what he was doing, Chu looked up, shyly pressed his lips together, and asked her, "Qinghuan, are you thirsty?" A little, Yu Qinghuan unintentionally got sidetracked, only reacting when Chu happily ran out to fetch hot water. Realizing he hadn't yet answered her question. However, she couldn't think about that anymore now. There was a more pressing issue, considering Chu's notorious sense of direction, would he even find his way back after leaving the ward? Who knows where he might end up? Ignoring her still dizzy head, Yu Qinghuan quickly hopped off the bed and chased after him in her slippers. Unfortunately, though she was fast, Chu was faster. Within just a few seconds, he had vanished from sight. Anxious, Yu Qinghuan was about to go to the front desk to have the nurse help look for him when Yu Xin entered carrying a bag of food. Seeing her wearing such a thin patient gown and running around like this, he immediately got angry. "What nonsense are you up to this early in the morning? Are you not already sick enough?" He looked around and asked, "Where's Chu? Did his brother come and pick him up?" "Not really," Yu Qinghuan replied helplessly, "he went to fetch water for me. I was worried he wouldn't return, and I wanted to find him, but you showed up instead. Yu Xin. You're something else, letting him go to fetch water." Yu Xin almost burst out laughing at how exasperating this was. Blocking Yu Qinghuan from rushing out again, he snapped irritably, "You being sick is no reason to wander aimlessly. I'll go find him." Seeing the disapproval on Yu Qinghuan's face, he glared at her, "Ancestor, with one Chu being enough trouble, you don't need to cause more, right?" Since Yu Xin had said that much, Yu Qinghuan didn't insist further, retreating back to the bed instead. But still concerned, she instructed, "If you can't find him, tell me immediately." "Understood," Yu Xin responded, pulling open the door. He unexpectedly locked eyes with Chu who had been standing outside. "Are you back?" Yu Qinghuan scrutinized Hua Chu carefully. His expression seemed peculiar, as if some great new discovery had been made. Is this person suddenly able to navigate? Unaware of the deeper meaning behind her words, Hua Chu grinned as he walked over with a glass of water to hand it to Yu Qinghuan. Qinghuan, drink your water. Oh. Dazed, Yu Qinghuan accepted the cup and, under Hua Chu's expectant gaze, drank it all up in one breath. Then she noticed that the dimples on Hua Chu's cheeks became more prominent, indicating a deep sense of happiness. Yu Qinghuan placed the glass on the bedside table, patted the spot beside her, signaling for Hua Chu to sit down, and turned her head to ask him, how did you find the tea room? I documented it. Hua Chu proudly pulled out the small notebook to show her. His eyes gleamed brilliantly, resembling a young wolf puppy seeking praise. Upon looking down, Yu Qinghuan saw page after page filled with a series of complex mathematical formulas detailing everything: angles while walking, distances traveled, number of rooms passed, each calculated precisely down to 2 decimal places. This was Hua Chu's unique method for navigating. Yu Qinghuan curiously questioned him, why do you write these things down? Was there something in the tea room that attracted him, leading him to memorize the route using such a detailed method? It must have taken tremendous effort. I want to take good care of you. Hua Chu hesitated, gazing anxiously at Yu Qinghuan, and mimicking something done previously to himself, he gently touched her forehead. After a few seconds, he concluded, still sick. Yu Qinghuan fell silent for a moment, then quietly asked him, just because of that? Hua Chu nodded without hesitation, yes. And when did you do all this work? Last night. Given how meticulous and vast this data was, Hua Chu must have spent the entire night calculating. While she lay in bed sound asleep, he was crouched on the cold hospital corridor, carefully measuring and calculating every step. He had worked so hard to overcome his innate deficiencies, simply to be able to get her a cup of hot water. Yu Qinghuan's heart ached with emotion as she gazed up at Hua Chu, unable to comprehend why someone like him, so endearing and considerate, existed in this world. Are you exhausted? Not a bit, Hua Chu's dimples filled with laughter. How could doing things for Qinghuan tire him? Besides, the actual task was something he'd completed with his second brother, but for some reason, whenever he met Yu Qinghuan's beautiful eyes, he just didn't want to mention his second brother. If Qinghuan only remembered him, it would suffice. Anyway, his second brother wasn't exactly friends with him. Yu Xian, who had been standing beside silently observing their conversation, inexplicably felt as though he himself were an annoying pile of dog poop. Perhaps the virus that caused Yu Qinghuan's cold had also infected his brain. Why was he having such bizarre thoughts? Feeling he should say something to assert his presence, Yu Xian opened his mouth, yet again felt the peculiar sensation creeping over him. It was simply eerie. Frustrated, Yu Xian scratched his head and decided he wouldn't remain in this oddly charged atmosphere any longer. I'll let you eat the food I bought for you while it's still warm. Yu Xian took a couple of steps forward, when Yu Qinghuan and Hua Chu turned their heads toward him almost in unison, an inexplicable pressure weighed down on him. His speech quickened involuntarily. I'm heading back to the set to take care of some things there. Given Yu Qinghuan's condition now, the rap party clearly couldn't go on as planned. A call needed to be made to Lu Jian. Also, he had to retrieve his clothes left at the set. Alright, take it slow, brother. With a word of caution from Yu Qinghuan, Yu Xian exited the ward. As soon as Yu Qinghuan's gaze returned, Hua Chu immediately asked with eagerness, Qinghuan, do you want to eat? Though Yu Qinghuan had no appetite and even felt somewhat nauseous, skipping meals while sick was certainly not advisable. Nodding reluctantly, she began opening the plastic bag. Yes, what would you like? There's congee and rice here. Hua Chu didn't respond to her question but quickly grabbed a bowl of congee, his face lighting up as he said excitedly, then let me feed you. Yu Qinghuan. No need. He just had a cold, his hands weren't injured. Why should he have someone feed him? And given Hua Chu's clumsiness with a spoon, how could all the food possibly make it into his mouth? But, why did Hua Chu even have such an idea in the first place? Unable to help herself, Yu Qinghuan finally voiced the question. I looked it up online. The rejected Hua Chu looked a little crestfallen. The website said caring for patients involves these kinds of things. Who knew where Hua Chu got these chaotic answers from? Yu Qinghuan intended to explain thoroughly which circumstances truly called for someone being fed. But seeing his head slightly lowered, soft strands of hair pitifully plastered against his ears, her heart softened. If her guess was correct, this must be Hua Chu's first initiative to take care of another person. He likely spent a great deal of time mustering the courage to bring this up to her. If she kept pouring cold water on him, he probably wouldn't dare to proactively suggest anything ever again. Well then, eating slowly is fine. She wasn't hungry anyway. Compared to this, Hua Chu's feelings mattered more. She sighed, reaching out to brush the hair away from Hua Chu's forehead. What I said before was a joke. Haven't I told you already? Sometimes refusal actually means agreement. Remember this well, alright? Okay. Hua Chu nodded vigorously, clambering onto the bed and clumsily scooping a spoonful of congee toward Yu Qinghuan's lips. Being inept even with his own meals, serving others was evidently far beyond his skills. As Yu Qinghuan prepared to open her mouth, Hua Chu's hands suddenly shook, spilling the entire bowl of soup onto her collarbone. It was scalding, causing her to hiss in discomfort. "Qinghuan, I'm so sorry." Panicking, Hua Chu hurriedly set down the congee bowl, apologizing repeatedly, fear evident in his eyes. "It's nothing," Yu Qinghuan gently assured him, trying not to frighten him further. "I don't hurt, I was just startled. Can you hand me some tissues?" Before she could finish her sentence, Hua Chu abruptly leaned over, lowering his head to lick her collarbone. His tongue, nimble and soft, swept lightly over her delicate skin, sending a shiver through her entire body and nearly making her knees buckle. And the one who started it all was completely unaware, even licking lightly again after finishing. There was a trace of guilt and confusion in his voice as he said, "Qinghuan, please don't be angry with me, alright? I will definitely do better next time." As he spoke, his shallow, warm breath sprayed onto Yu Qinghuan's neck, stirring up a heat that spread through his whole body. Hua Chu, Yu Qinghuan exhaled softly, struggling to regain her composure. She leaned back slightly to create some distance between them. "I'm not mad, alright? Stop looking at me like this. I really mean it, you can get me some tissues." However, Hua Chu kept staring at her collarbone, his eyes filled with guilt and his gaze so red it appeared on the verge of tears. Yu Qinghuan helplessly patted his head and whispered softly, "Alright, big baby. I truly have no issues. Please don't be sad, okay? It's just spilled porridge after all. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes, right?" Hua Chu's eyelashes fluttered faintly as he asked hesitantly and softly, "Qinghuan, you don't blame me for being useless, do you?" "Of course not. No one is more useful than you. Then when you called me baby earlier." Yu Qinghuan froze for a moment, not expecting his focus to be there, and smiled faintly, saying, "Yes, you're my big baby." At this, the dimples on Hua Chu's face reappeared once again. The two of them spent their time quietly and peacefully in the hospital, utterly unaware that at that very moment, a tidal wave had already surged across Weibo. It all began with 2 Weibo posts from Shinji. "Shinji, after 6 years of wind and rain together, if you have other pursuits, then I can only wish you all the best. Shinji, new agent, looking forward to our cooperation, at Suning." As soon as these 2 posts were published, Shinji's fans immediately went berserk. Who didn't know that Shinji's agent, Uxin, shared an exceptionally close relationship with him? Now it seemed that Uxin had abandoned Shinji and moved on to cultivate other stars. How could they let their idol be treated this way? Were they vegetarians or what? Enraged fans quickly employed various methods to investigate information about Uxin, only to inadvertently stumble upon Yu Qinghuan. An actor from the 18th line dared to snatch their idol GGE's agent. Who gave him the guts? With blood-curdling fury, the fans stormed into Yu Qinghuan's Weibo account and launched verbal assaults. "Just a butt seller. Don't even know how much money the sugar daddy has thrown in, otherwise how could he steal GGE's agent? Yu Qinghuan, scram. Get out of showbiz. Filthy woman. Go die, dumbass. What's so great because you've got connections? Go ahead and tell us who your rich old man is." Soon, the hashtag Yu Qinghuan steals agent soared to trending. Chapter 32. Inside the villa in the suburbs, Shinji was lounging on the sofa scrolling through Weibo. Seeing that all the comments were in support of him, his mood improved greatly. Putting down his phone, he said to his new agent Su Ning, "These fans are actually quite reasonable. They are useful in critical moments." He hadn't initially intended to make such a public switch of agents since this matter was due to his own unethical behavior. He should have been more secretive about it, but Su Ning had promptly reminded him. You can't catch a wolf without losing a kid, and anyway, Yu Qinghuan was just an insignificant newcomer, with no money, no background, and even no parents. What did he have to fear? However, Shinji had been around in the circle for many years, and his personality was cautious. After planning with Su Ning, not only did they secretly obtain Yu Qinghuan's information, but he also specifically went to the production team of Life and Death Line to investigate further. After confirming that what he had learned was indeed the real situation of Yu Qinghuan, he chose to release 2 Weibo posts on this day. The entertainment industry is full of emerging new talents, countless handsome men and beautiful women. Although he had fought for 6 years, he was merely a second-line celebrity. If things continued this way, he would become increasingly irrelevant. He needed an opportunity to rise quickly. And the fastest way to gain popularity among the masses was by telling a sad story. However, after so many years in the industry, all the possible hardships he could use as leverage had already been utilized. So now, something new was necessary. What's more attractive and endearing than betrayal? In today's fast-paced society, who hasn't encountered betrayal, be it in love, friendship, or even family? Most people can easily relate to the concept of betrayal. By using this theme, he was sure to win over a large number of fans, and his fame would certainly skyrocket. Shinji gave a smug laugh, as if he could already see himself becoming a big star in the future. As for what happened to Yu Qinghuan who was trampled on by him, that was none of his concern. This circle was like that, being stepped on isn't someone else's fault, it's your own for not having enough ability. If one day Yu Qinghuan got back up, she could come and do the same to him. But he didn't believe that Yu Qinghuan would ever have that capability. Taste the sweetness, right? Su Ning sneered. If you'd followed me from the beginning, you'd have been famous long ago. Xian, what's he made of? Who doesn't know he's just a joke at Starlight? Taking care of artists like an old mother day after day, to what end? Who's saying otherwise? I've been annoyed by him for ages. Shenji rolled his eyes, showing total disdain. Leaning close to Su Ning, he earnestly handed him a glass of wine and said, Su brother, the person I admire most in the world is you. Tell me, how does your brain work so brilliantly? Smacking his lips, a trace of uncontrollable envy showed on his face. This plan was simply flawless. Even if Xian went online to clear things up, it wouldn't matter. Without evidence, the truth becomes falsehood. Moreover, he dared to guarantee that Xian wouldn't dare to stir up too much trouble. Since both of them, Xian and Yu Qinghuan, were artists under Starlight Entertainment. If it got too chaotic in the end, everyone knew the one who would be dealt with wouldn't be him. Yu Qinghuan would inevitably bear the responsibility for poaching an agent. Alright, stop flattering. Although Su Ning said that, he was still flattered by Shenji's words. Raising his hand, he took a sip of wine, adopting the demeanor of a mentor, and said to Shenji, in the future, you need to learn more from me. Shenji quickly nodded, sure. Subsequently, the online situation unfolded exactly as they expected. Almost all supporters were backing Shenji and criticizing Yu Qinghuan. At first, it was just the fans engaging in verbal battles, then even casual passers-by joined in. Yu Qinghuan's Weibo page was inundated with abuse. Someone with weak mental resilience might have even considered taking their own life at this point. Even Xian, who had been in the circle for 20 years, couldn't help almost throwing his phone away when he saw the vulgar remarks. Are these people brain damaged? Do they even know what's going on before they talk nonsense? Xian's hands trembled with anger. Without hesitation, he sent out a Weibo post. Xian at Shenji, you know what really happened. My eyes were truly blind when I picked up someone like you, a white-eye wolf. Dare you say you didn't propose changing the agent yourself? Damn, Qinghuan and I didn't even know anything, and you were already under Su Ning. Pretending to be innocent now. Yet Shenji was not angered by Xian's provocation. Under Su Ning's guidance, he directly forwarded Xian's Weibo post and replied, brother, we've worked together for so many years. You say what needs to be said. He appeared helpless but unwilling to argue with Xian. This immediately made fans and bystanders have a worse impression of Yu Qinghuan and Xian. Look at Shenji, his agent was snatched, and he was scolded like this by Xian, yet for the sake of previous friendship, he willingly took all the blame himself. This kind of moral integrity simply couldn't get any better. As a result, Yu Qinghuan was criticized even more fiercely. Some people even threatened to dox him, wanting to know who exactly his backer was. How could he be so arrogant? Seeing this, Xian almost wanted to explode with rage. He rolled up his sleeves to prepare for another fight but was stopped by Yu Qinghuan. He looked calm as if he were not the one being criticized. His tone remained consistently peaceful. Brother, this is not the time to argue. Find 2 private detectives, don't haggle over the price, just make sure they can quickly obtain evidence of Shenji's interaction with Su Ning. He swiftly jotted down a few names on a piece of paper, reminding Xian, the secretaries or assistants of these Starlight upper management members, you can work through them. Shenji's relationship with them isn't ordinary. Besides, Yu Qinghuan glanced downward, his voice turning cold, I remember Shenji always had something to do with drugs. You need them to investigate that as well. In reality, Yu Qinghuan was far from the composed demeanor he appeared in public. The comments left by Shenji's fans, the insults aimed at him, he didn't care much about. But those without reason went as far as slandering his parents. That was his biggest taboo. Whoever crossed it deserved death. This time, he wasn't just going to ask others to investigate the truth clearly, but he also intended to ruin Shenji and Su Ning's reputation entirely so that they would never be able to stay in this circle again. Xian was shocked. Qinghuan, this is impossible. Are you so confused because of anger? How could Shenji possibly touch that stuff? Before he could finish speaking, he was cut off by Yu Qinghuan's chilly voice, brother, just do as I say, it won't be wrong. In a previous life, Xian died trying to save Shenji, but Shenji ended up missing his funeral because he played too high with his backer. After this incident, Shenji was thoroughly exposed by netizens, revealing a 7-year history of drug addiction. At that time, Yu Qinghuan was extremely hateful towards Shenji. He read every negative piece of information online about him and remembered them clearly. Well then, Xian gritted his teeth, red-eyed nodding, I'll go, look forward to my good news. With that, he left immediately. Once he was gone, only Yu Qinghuan and Huachu remained in the ward. Yu Qinghuan still had a slight fever, and the doctor said he needed to stay in the hospital for a few more days. Upon hearing this, Huachu became worried and refused to leave. Yu Qinghuan took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart. He was just about to ask Huachu what he wanted to eat for lunch when he noticed Huachu bending his head, fumbling with his phone awkwardly. What are you doing? Yu Qinghuan leaned closer, checking his phone screen. Unexpectedly, seeing this left him momentarily stunned. Huachu was actually arguing with people on Weibo. Huachu, the person who couldn't even be bothered enough to express opinions to his own family, was now fighting with someone else. Yu Qinghuan found this incredibly hard to believe and forgot all his anger instantly. Did you register the account yourself? Hua Chu shook his head. Xin helped me set it up this morning. Why are you doing this? Seeing him too engrossed to even glance at him, Yu Qinghuan felt increasingly puzzled. This wasn't like Hua Chu's usual style at all. Could it be he'd become addicted to Weibo now? To defend you. At this point, Hua Chu finally sent out his response. He handed the phone to Yu Qinghuan and earnestly stated, I can't stand watching them insult you. Yu Qinghuan felt warmth in his heart. Taking the phone, he placed it on the table and patted Hua Chu's head with a smile. You're silly, why bother arguing with them? You've replied to quite a number already, haven't you? Nudging him, go over there by the window and watch the birds for a bit, rest your eyes. I don't want to watch birds. Hua Chu flatly rejected the suggestion, looking serious as he continued, I calculated. For each comment insulting you, if I respond stating that you're not like that, on average, 13 more people will come and abuse me instead. If they criticize me, they'll have no time to criticize you. Despite the seemingly foolish act and foolish motive, Yu Qinghuan suddenly felt tears brimming in his eyes. He abruptly turned his face away, not letting Hua Chu see his emotional breakdown. With a hoarse voice, he said, listen, stop replying, I'll handle this matter. But just as the words were spoken, Hua Chu reached out and gently turned his face back. Qinghuan, he lowered his head to meet Yu Qinghuan's gaze, his beautiful eyes filled with sincerity, I'm sorry, I'm so useless, unable to make all those people who curse you shut up. But, I can share your burden with you. I don't want to leave everything for you to deal with. I, also want to do something for you. Yu Qinghuan almost bit his lip hard to stop himself from tearing up on the spot. His eyelashes flickered as he asked Hua Chu, don't you get angry when those people insult you? No, Hua Chu pursed his lips and revealed a small dimple on the left side of his face, I don't care about them. If you don't care, why do you still explain things for me? They can curse at me, but they cannot curse at you. A wave of immense and overwhelming emotion surged over him like a massive tide. Yu Qinghuan finally couldn't control himself anymore, he suddenly embraced Hua Chu's waist tightly, showing an unprecedented vulnerability in front of others. For decades, no one had ever defended him so wholeheartedly. Just this once, he wanted to indulge himself, release his weakness freely, and savor this hard-won care and protection. Yu Qinghuan closed his eyes and rested his face against Hua Chu's warm chest, and in that moment, he felt an inexplicable sense of security. Nothing was scary as long as this person was here. Qinghuan. A tentative inquiry came from above, did I help you this time? You did. That's good. Hua Chu's voice sounded as though a great weight had been lifted off him. He paused for a moment, racking his brain for the right words before earnestly speaking to Yu Qinghuan. Qinghuan, I know I'm not like normal people, except for physics and math, I understand nothing. But, can you wait for me? I'll learn, just like you have taught me, I will also learn to protect you. No. Yu Qinghuan's voice carried a heavy nasal tone. Qinghuan. Hearing his reply, Hua Chu's heart clenched, instantly panicking and trying to say something when Yu Qinghuan interrupted him. You can already protect me. Really? There's no need for any change, you are already the best Hua Chu in the world. Chapter 33. In the entertainment circle, stars rarely have such a public feud. Even if they dislike each other to a certain extent, when they appear in front of the public, they usually pretend to be good brothers or close girlfriends. Shen Ji's action was almost unprecedented. This event attracted many people to his Weibo account for gossip, causing his Weibo followers to increase by nearly 2 million overnight. Shen Ji was so happy that he almost forgot his surname, and became even more obedient to Su Ning. During his spare time shooting a drama, Zhao Qingyuan accidentally witnessed this big show, which made him so angry that his nose nearly turned crooked. But as someone who never kept his anger bottled up, instead choosing to vent outwardly, he secretly engaged with Shen Ji on Weibo without telling his agent. Zhao Qingyuan, v at Shen Ji have some shame. Want to step on Qinghuan to rise? Dream on. Once this Weibo post went out, it immediately made the situation even messier. Wow. How did brother Dayuan get involved too? Suddenly I'm not sure if the rumors between him and Yu Qinghuan before were fake. Zhao Qingyuan isn't any better. Could Yu Qinghuan's backer be him? All you're doing is bullying brother Ji because he doesn't have anyone behind him. What about that Yu Qinghuan? She's such a green TB*TCH, hiding behind her rich backer. These vicious comments only made Zhao Qingyuan angrier. Originally, he just planned to send out a Weibo message to support Yu Qinghuan, but now, he was ready to roll up his sleeves and fight. Zhao Qingyuan, so what if I use my influence to bully others? Why don't you all use your connections to bully me? Besides, Qinghuan is a good friend of mine. So what if I help him? You don't have the skills to be my good friend, do you? Dog. Wait, why do I feel like brother Dayuan has become sharper lately? Am I wrong? You're not alone, upstairs. Whose sharp tongue is brother Dayuan learning from? All these shameless people. So what if your family is rich? I don't believe you can monopolize the entertainment industry. Support our big brother Dayuan, kisses. Big brother Dayuan, tell us who to curse, I'll be the first to jump in. Fans of Zhao Qingyuan and Yu Qinghuan need to have some face. I'm waiting for your downfall. Shen Ji didn't expect this matter to involve Zhao Qingyuan. While he sweated profusely and put down his phone, he cursed Zhao Qingyuan in his heart for being strange. So what if they are friends? Who in the entertainment circle doesn't have friends? But sacrificing one's image to tear someone apart like a hag, isn't that crazy? Even when Shen Ji himself was criticized, he didn't get this worked up. Shen Ji dared to step on Yu Qinghuan, but even if given 100 more chances, he would not dare to offend Zhao Qingyuan. So, he could only silently swallow this frustration and shelved the tweet he originally intended to post to elicit sympathy. Never mind Zhao Qingyuan, he's just a mad dog. Su Ning furrowed her brows and reminded Shen Ji. Don't provoke him because of momentary anger. Starting now, don't post anything. With Zhao Qingyuan looking so aggressive, netizens will definitely sympathize with you more. I understand. Shen Ji replied resentfully. Regain your composure. Su Ning helped lift his suitcase over, saying, put more powder on your face. When I drop you off at the set later, you must put on a forced smile. Shen Ji had just received a new TV drama role, and today happened to be the day he joined the production team. Alright, hearing this, Shen Ji nodded, determined to keep playing the victim card. As Su Ning predicted, Zhao Qingyuan's involvement not only failed to help Yu Qinghuan recover from the disadvantage, but also earned Shen Ji considerable goodwill among the general audience. Zhao Qingyuan and Yu Qinghuan are too disgusting. They are the tumors of the entertainment circle. The atmosphere here has been ruined by these two. Haha, how long has Yu Qinghuan been sleeping with Zhao Qingyuan for him to obey her so completely? Truly impressive. Selling yourself still makes you just an 18th line minor star. Yu Qinghuan initially wanted to wait for the investigation results from Duanxin, but seeing Zhao Qingyuan getting brutally insulted online because of her, she reluctantly opened her long-unused Weibo app. Yu Qinghuan V, are all of you tired from arguing? Let me bring you a cup of tea, drink it while you listen to me. First, regarding the matter of Shen Ji changing his agent, both I and brother Xian learned about it only after the procedures were completed. Second, concerning my benefactor, I am lazy by nature and rarely post on Weibo. If I really had a benefactor, I would just stay home eating and waiting to die, not struggling out here. Lastly, Qingyuan is my good friend, a person who would risk anything for their friends, and shouldn't be subjected to such slanderous attacks. Don't you think? After this Weibo was posted, the two sides that had been fiercely quarreling actually paused in an eerie silence. I don't know why, but suddenly I can't hate Yu Qinghuan anymore. Me too. Somehow, I feel like Yu Qinghuan is a very rational and calm, as well as smart person. There must be something wrong with me. Suddenly, I envy the friendship between Yu Qinghuan and Zhao Qingyuan. Of course, there were also people who became more agitated. TCH. How dare she still post on Weibo? Truly, when one has no shame, they can conquer the world. Ho 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 ho, saying you didn't know until later. What a great actress. How come you haven't won the Best Actor award yet? Definitely an actress, talking smoother than singing. Yu Qinghuan's reply pushed this annual drama to its climax. Zhao Qingyuan, upon seeing her Weibo, immediately called her angrily, are you stupid? I could have handled it myself. Why did you intervene? Seeing how stupid you look arguing with them and refusing to admit defeat, it's unbearable. Zhao Qingyuan. He took a deep breath and repeated 3 times in his mind, don't argue with crazy people. Then he chuckled, Yu Qinghuan, with your poisoned tongue, no wonder you don't have any girlfriends or boyfriends. Oh, Yu Qinghuan replied indifferently, you don't have a girlfriend either even though your mouth isn't poisonous. Zhao Qingyuan. He fell silent for a while before yelling, go die, and then hung up. Yu Qinghuan touched his ear, almost deafened by the call, put down the phone, and climbed back into bed silently. Hua Chu had been picked up by Hua Rong in the morning because of an issue at his lab which only he could solve. Yu Xian was also busy with other things, so he was alone and uninterested in using his phone. Instead, he closed his eyes, planning to take a nap. Since Yu Qinghuan had just recovered from a fever, his body was still weak. He ended up sleeping through until evening, when the nurse came to check his temperature and woke him up. Fortunately, his temperature hadn't risen again, so Yu Qinghuan let out a sigh of relief, sent the nurse off, and prepared to get some hot water to drink. But just as he was about to do so, the door to his ward was violently pushed open, scaring him nearly out of his wits and almost making him drop his cup. Brother, what's wrong? Yu Qinghuan raised his head helplessly and asked. Qinghuan, Yu Xian, red-faced and excited, sounded like he was drawing waves, which gave Yu Qinghuan chills all over. Brother, can you act normally? What happened? Quickly, check Weibo. Yu Xian pulled out his phone and handed it to Yu Qinghuan, trembling so much that his whole hand shook. Su Ning gave an interview to journalists. She revealed everything about Shen Ji. What? Unable to believe it, Yu Qinghuan quickly took the phone and browsed through the news, instantly falling silent. At noon today, while Su Ning was sending Shen Ji to the production team, they were involved in a car accident on the highway. Shen Ji's face was ruined, and Su Ning lost the use of both of her legs. Realizing she would forever be bedridden after this, Su Ning went insane and blamed everything on Shen Ji. She thought if she hadn't become Shinji's agent, she wouldn't have followed him to the production site, and thus the accident wouldn't have occurred. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. When the reporters rushed into the hospital, she poured out every detail. From Shinji approaching her to request a transfer under her wing, to Shinji's dissatisfaction with UXIN, to how Shinji had spread filth about Yu Qinghwan, none of these details were spared. She even produced recordings from her phone conversations with Shinji. Su Ning had many ulterior motives, a strong controlling streak, and had done plenty of bad deeds in her past. Hence, she always made sure to leave herself a way out for situations like this. With such hard evidence in front of everyone, there was no way for Shinji to talk himself out of it, even if he grew 100 mouths. Moreover, the current Shinji wasn't paying attention to this mess anyway. Upon realizing that his face was irreparably destroyed by the best plastic surgery techniques, he completely broke down. If Su Ning hadn't desperately turned the steering wheel to the left during the crash, pushing all the danger toward Shinji's side, how would his face have been ruined? Shinji's anger, after seeing Su Ning's interview, reached its peak. Without regard for his injured face, he too accepted an interview and indignantly stated that both the changing of brokers and smearing Yu Qinghwan were Su Ning's ideas. For a time, these two fought furiously with each other. The phrase, dog bites dog, full mouth of hair, came to mind. The onlookers who had been cursing at Yu Qinghwan before were stunned by this incredible twist and dropped their melons. What? Regarding the matter of switching agents, neither Yu Qinghwan nor UXIN was aware. From start to finish, this entire thing was orchestrated by Su Ning and Shinji. They even used them as pawns. These two must think they're fools. Just days prior, there were numerous messages berating Yu Qinghwan. Seeing this reversal, netizens flocked to apologize sincerely to Yu Qinghwan and Zhao Qingyuan before turning around and fiercely criticizing Su Ning and Shinji. How can people be so shameless? They made the victims take the blame while doing dirty deeds themselves. Had it not been for this car accident, they might have gotten away with it. Even Shinji's fans were shocked, realizing the idol they had been protecting wasn't what they thought. Many vowed to defan and joined forces with the online spectators to criticize Shinji. The internet buzzed like never before, it was almost like celebrating Chinese New Year. Weibo even reached an unprecedented traffic peak due to this incident. Yu Qinghwan silently put down his phone, unable to describe how he felt, a mix of satisfaction and regret. In the previous life, UXIN fought desperately to save Shinji's face but was repaid in such a terrible way. In this life, without UXIN around to protect him, Shinji's face was ruined completely, and he would no longer be able to remain in the entertainment circle. Perhaps this was karma. This joke is keeping me alive this year, UXIN grinned from ear to ear, his whole fat body shaking joyfully. It's true that heaven punishes those who deserve it. Isn't it amazing that it happened exactly now? He didn't finish the sentence as he suddenly stopped mid-speech. Yu Qinghwan looked at him curiously. What's wrong? Qinghwan, UXIN suddenly seemed afraid. Do you think if I were still Shinji's agent, would the one losing limbs today have been me? Yu Qinghwan lowered his head and gently sighed. Don't think about it too much. My goodness. UXIN slapped his chest, looking utterly shaken. I'm lucky I escaped that fate. After a pause, he added, no, I should go to the temple and pray to rid myself of bad luck. Yu Qinghwan couldn't help but smile through his confusion. Alright, I'll go with you if you really want to. UXIN nodded, and just when he was about to agree, his eyes widened suddenly as though remembering something. He gulped audibly, then, under Yu Qinghwan's bewildered stare, he walked straight up to him and bowed respectfully. Yu Qinghwan, what are you doing? UXIN shushed him mysteriously, whispering, quiet, I'm worshipping the lucky fish. Yu Qinghwan. Only after UXIN completed 3 bows did Yu Qinghwan finally sigh and say, are you satisfied now? Don't call me brother. UXIN seriously corrected him, in the future, I'll call you brother. Yu Qinghwan. Suddenly also wanting to change agents. Chapter 34. This grand annual drama finally ended with Suning and Shinji issuing an apology letter, but the online discussions did not stop because of this. At the beginning, people's criticism of Yu Qinghwan was as massive as it now became as quiet as a chicken. After all, this had become actual cyberbullying. It just so happened that Suning and Shinji were in a car accident, starting to turn on each other. This allowed netizens to see the truth of the matter. But if there hadn't been this car accident, wouldn't Yu Qinghwan have to live under the negative news of stealing a broker for life? Just at this moment, a journalist captured photos of Yu Qinghwan being discharged from the hospital, which immediately caused a great stir. Clearly the most innocent person in this entire incident, yet he suffered such unexpected calamity. Upon calming down and thinking about it, Yu Qinghwan was after all a university student who graduated not too long ago. Moreover, a young man of such excellent character and learning, how could he possibly do something like this? For a time, discussions on cyberbullying increased significantly. Suddenly, I realized that I was one of the keyboard warriors. Though I can't control others, from now on, whenever I encounter such matters, I will definitely understand the truth before commenting. I always thought I had the best values, that I would criticize any unfairness. But now I've realized that I'm just another internet hater. I need to reflect on myself. For these past few days, I've been feeling terrible, unsure how many people I insulted in the past. I deeply regret it. Here, I apologize to those whom I have cursed before. As netizens were reflecting on themselves, Yu Qinghuan's alma mater Hua University had already begun preparing some graduation thesis topics based on cyberbullying. As the top domestic century-old university, Huada is wise and weighty. Although it does not speak up, it quietly supports its former students through such ways. As the only celebrity in this commotion to speak up for Yu Qinghuan, Zhao Qingyuan quickly received widespread approval from netizens. He even earned the title, China's Good Buddy, and gained 2 million followers on Weibo. In the past, Zhao Qingyuan would be thrilled and boast a little on Weibo. However, this time, he simply chuckled, put down his phone without saying anything, and decided to reduce his time browsing Weibo. Apologizing or cursing people is all by mouth, such light-hearted apologies and praises, he doesn't accept. Dad, everything has settled down, said Huarong on the phone to his father in the office. Don't scold me anymore for being disobedient. In this matter, I didn't intervene at all. Moreover, I ordered my subordinates not to interfere either. How does that fit your expectations? He paused momentarily, then asked curiously, Dad, do you have something against Yu Qinghuan? Logically speaking, Yu Qinghuan is a good friend of their third son, and given this situation, shouldn't Hua family have helped him first? But his father didn't let him meddle, instead sitting on the sidelines enjoying the show. Even though this person is his biological father, Huarong still felt this act wasn't entirely proper. Xiao replied Hua father instead of answering directly, do you think directly intervening benefits Yu Qinghuan? Huarong replied without hesitation, of course, it would benefit him. What are the benefits? Hua father said coldly, you can help him once, twice, but can you watch the internet forever and help him for his entire life? He is someone in the entertainment circle, this kind of thing will surely happen more than once or twice. If he cannot learn how to deal with them himself, then what will he do in the future? Huarong was stunned, asking, Father, are you trying to train him? And what do you think of how he handled this matter? Sighing, Hua father responded, at first, he could keep calm, but eventually, he lost his composure. Even though this was indeed Shenji and his agent's fault, Shenji is, after all, a second-tier artist. As for Yu Qinghuan, a rookie entering the circle, dare he directly confront Shenji on Weibo? Does he really think all netizens will feel his words come from the bottom of his heart and thus be moved? Zhao Qingyuan has the capital to be capricious, but he does not. Pausing for a moment, he made his conclusion, he needs more tempering. I originally intended to use this matter to give him a setback, so he could know that every circle has its latent rules, and then step in to resolve it. Unknowingly, he encountered luck as Shenji had a car accident. Never mind, take it slow. Not caring for their own 3 sons, yet having the energy to care about someone else's child. Huarong sourly said, you truly consider Yu Qinghuan as half a son. Xiao Hua father said earnestly, without Yu Qinghuan, there wouldn't be the change in our third son today. He doesn't have parents, and your mother and I raised all 3 of you sons without hesitation. We wouldn't mind raising one more. For our own children, we never indulge excessively, but those others' children who deserve indulgence are always few. Alright, Huarong shrugged, mimicking his father's tone, then I don't mind gaining a younger brother. Let him spend this year's spring festival at our home. Spending it alone isn't much of a celebration. Understood. Yu Qinghuan didn't know about these events that happened behind the scenes. After being discharged from the hospital, he accompanied Yu Xian to the Yanhuan real estate sales office and bought a 125 square meter apartment on the 31st floor, paying the full price up front. From then on, he finally had his own small home. As for the renovation, Yu Qinghuan only confirmed the style he wanted and left everything else to Yu Xian to handle. In the meantime, he spent his days running back and forth to the Grand Theater, befriending many of the actors there. He was there to learn, not steal their jobs, so naturally the Grand Theater's actors welcomed him warmly. During their chats, they taught him many valuable acting techniques. This was an opportunity he hadn't had in his previous life, and Yu Qinghuan made the most of every second, soaking up knowledge like a sponge. In the end, even Wang Zhenxing had no choice but to admit that his progress was indeed incredibly rapid. Why do you keep coming here every day? Yu Xian glared at his artist with a mixture of frustration and pity, muttering angrily. Thanks to Shenji's antics, Yu Qinghuan's fame had significantly increased. A normal person would surely seize the opportunity while still riding high, taking as many advertisements and scripts as possible, right? Why was this one so unconventional, choosing instead to come to the Grand Theater for learning and experience? By the time he had finished accumulating enough, probably all his popularity would have disappeared. Yu Xian slammed down a stack of scripts onto the desk, furious, these are some scripts I've gathered for you. Now read them immediately and pick one. Life and Death will hit the summer slot, How to Love You won't begin shooting until July or August at the earliest. During this half-year period, you must take at least one role. Understood, Yu Qinghuan took the scripts offered by him and began flipping through them one by one. Seeing that he had really started reading, Yu Xian relaxed slightly, patting his fat belly. An artist with such good luck who failed to treasure it was truly heartbreaking. The scripts Yu Xian selected were all decent, among them was actually a blockbuster movie from Yu Qinghuan's previous life. However, whereas before he had played the third male lead, now the director was inviting him to audition for the second male lead. Walking a previously tread path again without any surprises would render this lifetime of rebirth meaningless. Yu Qinghuan discarded this script without hesitation, casually opening the last one. To his surprise, this one caught his attention deeply. The movie was called Orange Yellow, narrating how a little girl was raped, and her older brother uncovered the perpetrator, sending him to prison, and helped his sister escape the shadow. It was tight-paced, with captivating plots, and if well executed, it could undoubtedly be an excellent film. Yu Qinghuan glanced at the names of the screenwriter and director, discovering they were the same person. But strangely, he had never heard of such a talented individual in his previous life. Brother, help me contact Zhao Rui. Yu Qinghuan pointed at the name on the script, saying, I'll take this movie. Who is Zhao Rui? Yu Xin froze, following his finger and looking carefully but having absolutely no memory of this director named Zhao Rui. This is strange. Yu Xin muttered, flipping through Orange Yellow and checking other scripts again. After a long while, he slapped his forehead. I remember now. I clearly threw this script away before. How did it end up back here? Perhaps it's fate. Yu Qinghuan smiled faintly, replying, I think this movie is great, so I'll go with this one. Brother Yu. Yu Xin nearly cried out in despair, films of this genre are too heavy, nobody wants to watch them. If you search online for similar movies, there aren't many grossing over 100 million yuan. Besides, it may not even pass the review. That's fine, Yu Qinghuan responded indifferently, regardless of plot or pace, this movie is excellent, and I love it. Anyway, I'm just a newcomer right now, even if it bombs at the box office, nobody would say anything. True, Yu Xin nodded. Celebrities with some fame generally wouldn't take such uncertain projects. In comparison, someone like Yu Qinghuan suited it better. As soon as Yu Xin finished speaking, he realized he had been led astray by Yu Qinghuan again. But seeing how much he liked the script, Yu Xin could only sigh and accept his fate. Well, let him have his fun before he gains some status. Once he has it, he won't be able to act freely anymore. Yu Xin went to contact Zhao Rui, while Yu Qinghuan, upon seeing the final rehearsal on stage come to an end, stood up and walked out of the Grand Theater. After putting on a mask and preparing to head home, he suddenly noticed the south gate of Huada University. Hua Chu had once told him about the location of his workplace, which was near the Science and Technology building close to Huada's south gate. After pondering for a moment, Yu Qinghuan turned his steps toward the Science and Technology building. It was pure coincidence that just as Yu Qinghuan reached the guard post of the Science and Technology building, he saw Hua Chu bidding farewell to a few colleagues. Professor Hua, please take care. Professor Hua, see you tomorrow. Professor Hua, you forgot your phone, here. Each one of these people with high standing showed nothing but deep respect in their interactions with Hua Chu. With a serious expression, Hua Chu nodded at each person. Just as he was about to get into his car, a flicker from the corner of his eye caught sight of Yu Qinghuan not far away. His eyes lit up instantly, and he ran over quickly. The other professors. There must be something wrong with the way they opened their eyes today. How could the usually stern and aloof Professor Hua suddenly change like this? Was there something mysterious about that young man? Could it be studied? Unaware of what his colleagues were thinking, Hua Chu eagerly asked Yu Qinghuan while clinging to him, Qinghuan, why are you here? Are you here for me? Yes. Yu Qinghuan smiled. I've come to pick you up after work. I'll go with you then. Hua Chu immediately chimed in, jogging over to tell the driver a few words as if afraid Yu Qinghuan might leave, and quickly returned to his side. Yu Qinghuan chuckled, just as he was about to move forward, his wrist was pulled by Hua Chu. He tilted his head questioningly, what is it? This is for you, Hua Chu said shyly, pressing his lips together, pulling out a pair of gloves from his bag, and awkwardly slipping them onto Yu Qinghuan's hands while explaining, your hands are very cold. Yu Qinghuan stared down dumbfounded, watching as Hua Chu slowly helped him put on the gloves. Suddenly, a complex emotion surged within him. The first time he met Hua Chu, the latter didn't know how to cross the street and would rather stand still in the middle of the road than ask anyone for help. Now, Hua Chu even knew to care about others. Qinghuan, are you warm? Hua Chu cautiously asked, hesitated for a moment, then muttered quietly, I specially picked them for you, so they should be quite warm, right? Yes, Yu Qinghuan moved his well-encased hand and looked up at Hua Chu, saying, they're very warm. Well, that's good. Hua Chu's ears slightly reddened, revealing a round little dimple on his left cheek. Chapter 35. Yu Qinghuan didn't take Hua Chu home directly, but instead took him to a beef noodle shop. The noodles here tasted great and had plenty of ingredients. Yu Qinghuan couldn't forget them after eating once. He would always come back every now and then to indulge himself. Here, he pushed a bowl of noodles with large chunks of beef toward Hua Chu and smiled, try it and see if it's tasty. Hua Chu nodded and happily picked up his chopsticks. He was still not very good at using chopsticks, clumsily trying again and again, yet not managing to get even a single strand of noodles into his mouth. His nose crinkled with frustration. Yu Qinghuan found his appearance utterly amusing, like a small rabbit that was white and soft, giving off an irresistible urge to tease him. Not only did he refuse to help, but he leaned on his elbow and stared intently at Hua Chu, turning the latter's face bright red and almost making him lose grip of his chopsticks. Oh, Hua Chu thought, he's having another episode. Whenever Qinghuan looked at him with such laughter in his eyes, Hua Chu would feel breathless, and his head would become dazed. His Adam's apple moved up and down as he subconsciously tried to escape from that persistent gaze by instinctively bending his head down and hastily taking a big sip of noodle broth. Ouch, the beef noodles had just been taken out of the pot, a thin layer of oil kept the heat trapped underneath. Even though it didn't visibly steam, the temperature was high. Hua Chu got severely scalded, and tears immediately welled up physiologically. Yu Qinghuan was startled and quickly stood up, leaning forward to pinch Hua Chu's chin. Concernedly, he asked, "Open your mouth, let me see how bad it is." Furrowing his brow, he questioned, "Why so rushed? Are you hungry?" Hua Chu shook his head, looked up at him with teary eyes, and obediently opened his mouth. The lighting in the store wasn't very good, and with Yu Qinghuan being against the light, nothing could be seen clearly. Helplessly, he had to lower his body again, getting closer to Hua Chu's face. Yu Qinghuan's facial features were particularly outstanding, especially his beautiful eyes which sparkled brightly under the light, alluring and enchanting. Hua Chu felt as if a little rabbit was fluttering in his chest, his heart thumping hard, as if it would break through the chest in the next second. Even his throat became incredibly parched, swallowing continuously provided no relief. A sudden, powerful desire to touch and get close to this person surged up from the depths of his heart. He gazed at Yu Qinghuan's eyes, his own becoming increasingly fervent. "The tip of your tongue is red." Yu Qinghuan was too worried about Hua Chu to notice any changes in his expression, saying absent-mindedly, "I wonder if your mouth got hurt." "I'll take you later, what are you doing?" Instinctively recoiling backward, Yu Qinghuan looked at Hua Chu curiously, whose strange expression puzzled him greatly. Just now. Was Hua Chu attempting to hit him? Could it be retaliation for laughing at him earlier? At this, Yu Qinghuan clicked Hua Chu's forehead mockingly and said, grudgeful. "Laughing at you actually made you want to fight back. Your burns weren't serious enough." Seeing Hua Chu sit there stubbornly with pursed lips and refusing to say a word, Yu Qinghuan assumed he truly angered him. He had no choice but to lean over, moving closer, and sighed helplessly, all right, I'm wrong, I let you." Before finishing his sentence, Hua Chu's warm fingers had already lightly touched his eyes. Instinctively responding to the external stimulus, Yu Qinghuan closed his eyes. Then, amidst the darkness, he heard Hua Chu muttering softly. Though his voice was low, every word rang clear in Yu Qinghuan's ears. Hua Chu said, "Qinghuan, your eyes are more beautiful than the stars in the sky." Yu Qinghuan's mind buzzed, his heartbeat suddenly going awry. After silently repeating, "Hua Chu knows nothing," several times in his heart, he barely managed to suppress his restlessness. He guiltily swatted away Hua Chu's hand and grumpily said, "What do you mean beautiful or not? Hurry up and eat." "Okay." Hua Chu pitifully picked up the chopsticks and dejectedly lowered his head. "Qinghuan doesn't like me talking about his beauty this way. Here." Just when he was thinking about it, he suddenly heard Yu Qinghuan's cold voice nearby. Looking up, he saw Yu Qinghuan had transferred the noodles to a small bowl and pushed it towards him. "Eat. Don't scald yourself this time, tell me when you're done." Yu Qinghuan used the dipping sauce small bowl, merely half a palm in size. Even if Hua Chu couldn't use chopsticks, he could easily scoop the food into his mouth. For some unknown reason, watching Yu Qinghuan who still maintained a cold face, Hua Chu suddenly felt much less nervous. "Yeah." He vigorously nodded and picked up the small bowl of noodles, stuffing a big bite into his mouth. It tasted sweet. After the meal, Yu Qinghuan decided to take Hua Chu home. As he got up to put on his gloves, he suddenly seemed to remember something and looked up at Hua Chu, asking, "Have you ever bought gloves for your family?" Hua Chu shook his head blankly, "No. The people in his family never have cold hands." Having seen his thoughts, Yu Qinghuan moved his gloved hand slightly and said, "In many cases, giving gifts is not because the recipient needs it, but rather because of the giver's heartfelt intention." Hua Chu listened in a daze and couldn't understand what he meant at all. Yu Qinghuan had no choice but to simplify it. "For example, if you give me a scarf or a pair of socks, I actually don't need them, but I will still be happy because you are thinking of me." At this point, Hua Chu finally understood. He nodded, shyly smiling, "Then I'll buy them gloves." Although Hua Chu usually felt like an invisible person at home, he had always noticed the kindness of his family towards him. He had never known that giving gifts had such meanings until now. Thanks to Qinghuan, he had learned another remarkable thing. Yu Qinghuan did not walk far. He found a nearby gift shop and helped Hua Chu pick out 4 pairs of gloves, then sent him home until he reached the doorstep before turning to leave. When Hua Chu entered the door, the Hua family was sitting in the living room watching TV. Seeing him return, they all looked up. "Third one, did you have fun?" "Oh wow, our third son also has nightlife activities now." Hua Chu didn't understand and remained silent. Standing there, under the surprised gazes of the Hua family, he rummaged in his bag and took out 4 pairs of gloves. Following the sofa from left to right, he handed each one a pair. "Third one, what is this?" Hua's mother trembled her hands, unbelievingly looking up at Hua Chu, afraid she might have misunderstood. Even her breathing became cautious. Hua Chu smiled with his lips closed. Qinghuan said, "When giving gifts, what matters is not the present itself, but my sincerity. I want to make all of you happy." Hua's mother covered her mouth and suddenly hugged Hua's father, tears uncontrollably streaming down. For so many years, she had never been as happy as she was today. If possible, she would rather her son be a regular normal person than a genius who isolates himself, unaware of life and human relations. Fortunately, her son was finally gradually returning to normal, and her heart that had been suspended for more than 20 years could finally relax. Yu Qinghwan returned home. The moment he opened the door, Yu Xian impatiently dragged him inside. Ancestor, where were you? Not answering your phone. Didn't we agree to meet Director Zhao Rui? He's been waiting for you for hours. Yu Qinghwan paused for a moment. My phone died. Meet Director Zhao. Now. Shouldn't both parties have agreed on a time beforehand and then met? This process seems a bit off. Yes. Yu Xian pushed him, leading him quickly into the living room. Come on, hurry and greet him. The moment Yu Qinghwan saw Zhao Rui, he was startled. This man was incredibly thin, almost skin and bones. His wrist bones sharply jutted out like jagged rocks on a mountain peak, nearly breaking through the skin. Upon hearing Yu Qinghwan's return, he barely lifted his drooping eyelids and glanced this way. His gaze was dark and heavy, exuding a deathly aura. Yu Qinghwan. Zhao Rui hoarsely spoke, carefully examining him from top to bottom, then scoffed, you're not suitable. This was the first time Yu Qinghwan had been told he wasn't suitable upon a glance, but instead of being angry, he felt curious. Sitting across from Zhao Rui, he asked, why? You look like this. Zhao Rui lowered his eyes. Even with heavy makeup, you wouldn't look like a brother worried about his sister. Yu Qinghwan's heart skipped a beat, immediately catching the key point in his words. A brother who treasures his sister would definitely be haggard and dispirited after learning such news about his 8-year-old sister, not healthy and lively like him. His appearance was the biggest obstacle for him playing the role in this movie. Seeing that he understood, Zhao Rui continued, since you've read the script, act out a segment for me. Saying this, he flipped open the script and randomly pointed to a section. Yu Qinghwan glanced down and saw that the chosen part was exactly when the older brother Zhao Qingping learns that his 8-year-old sister Zhao Qingan had been raped. The script only briefly introduced this scenario, but Yu Qinghwan knew that performing this scene well wouldn't be easy. Zhao Qingping must have been filled with anger, heartache, and despair, yet facing his younger sister still in the operating room, he had no choice but to suppress all his emotions, barely holding on. This kind of emotional suppression, control, and transformation is the ultimate test of an actor's skill. He took a deep breath, lowered his eyes for a moment to gather his emotions, and when he looked up again, it was as if he had become a completely different person. His facial muscles were horrifyingly twisted by immense anger, his gums clicking together audibly, his eyes brimming with deeply rooted hatred and despair. His younger sister was only 8 years old and had endured such cruel treatment. Now she still lay unconscious in the intensive care unit. What would happen to her in the future? How would she face the world after waking up? Would she ever recover her former lively and cute self? This chain of questions was nearly driving him insane. He resembled a wild animal at the end of its rope, his eyes bloodshot, desperately searching for a way out but finding none. But when his gaze focused on a certain point, all the madness vanished instantly. Zhao Rui heard Yu Qinghwan's voice heavily suppressed and controlled, and be good, don't be afraid, your brother will definitely find that person for you. His eyes instantly turned red. That's enough. He raised his hand to cut off Yu Qinghwan's performance, his tone monotone and flat, I've brought the contract. We can sign immediately. Let's agree up front, I'm poor, so I can't offer you much salary, and this movie's production cycle is at most 1.5 months with very high work intensity. You need to confirm if you can accept these conditions. I can. Yu Qinghwan nodded without hesitation. A nearly 2-month period of intense work covered the Spring Festival holiday, even staying on set would be better than being alone. With mutual consent, the two signed the contract immediately, leaving Yu Xian wide-eyed and speechless on the side. Coming to his senses, he snatched the contract and almost fainted upon seeing the 6-digit figure in the salary column, probably kept upright only by his own plumpness. 85,000 yuan. And that was pre-tax. Even though Yu Qinghwan was just a newcomer, this price was far too exploitative. Yu Xian immediately puffed up like an insulted blowfish, glaring angrily at Zhao Rui, if Director Zhao is so thrifty, why not direct and star in the film yourself? I think you'd be perfectly suitable for the role. Upon hearing this, Zhao Rui gave him a faint, dismissive glance, I'd love to, but I can never portray anything related to warmth in my life. Yu Xian blinked, muttering under his breath, what nonsense is this? Zhao Rui lowered his eyelids, my sister was the little girl in the script, the only difference being, she passed away. Chapter 36. After Zhao Rui had been gone for a long time, Yu Xian was still filled with guilt. He alternated between sitting and standing, restlessly pacing back and forth in the room, anxiously asking Yu Qinghwan, am I being too harsh? Should I call him to apologize? It never occurred to him that orange-yellow was actually adapted from Zhao Rui's personal experiences. He thought that his appearance of downfall was merely an imitation of a dispirited youth. If he had known about this beforehand, even if he were to die, he wouldn't have joked about someone else's painful memories. It's fine, Yu Qinghwan consoled him, you didn't mean it, Zhao Rui won't take it to heart. After a pause, seeing that Yu Xian's face was still filled with guilt, he added, if this matter was really unspeakable, Zhao Rui wouldn't have written it into a screenplay to be made into a movie. At this point, Yu Xian finally became enlightened. That's true, I'm really being silly. Yu Qingguan poured him a cup of hot water and pushed it over, lightly changing the subject. Big brother, find me a nutritionist, I want to lose weight. Qingguan, do you really want to do this? Yu Xian was somewhat worried. We don't even know if this movie will be released. Because of the lack of funds, the Orange-Yellow production team would start work next week, leaving little time for Yu Qingguan to lose weight. Losing a large amount of weight in a short period of time could cause irreversible damage to the body. Yu Xian sighed. If it were possible, he really wouldn't want Yu Qingguan to work so hard. I know my limits, I won't go overboard. Yu Qingguan tapped the coffee table, while pondering said, for the first half of the filming, there aren't strict requirements on my image, which gives me 3 weeks. I plan to lose 8 pounds, there shouldn't be any issues. Yu Qingguan was already very thin, losing another 8 pounds would definitely show significant results. With the help of makeup, he would be enough to portray Zhao Qingping. He paused, turning to look at Yu Xian, seriously saying, Big brother, since I've already taken on this project, I need to be responsible for it. Alright, seeing that he had already decided, Yu Xian stopped wasting words and got up to help him contact a nutritionist. Yu Qingguan originally wanted to spend more time with Zhao Rui before filming started, in order to deepen his understanding of the script. However, a phone call from Ada disrupted his plans. Due to the incident involving Shinji, Yu Qingguan's online popularity hasn't cooled down yet. Evanson decisively decided to seize the moment and release in advance the news that he was endorsing a minimalist series of watches. Thus, Yu Qingguan had to set aside everything in hand and shoot Ada's ad first. Fortunately, Ada had worked overtime and quickly finished the advertising plan. With the experience from his past life, Yu Qingguan did not appear awkward when facing the camera. Instead, he performed excellently, earning praises from the photographer. In just 2 short days, the advertising photo shoot was completed, and it was immediately announced on the official Weibo. In the first photo, Yu Qingguan wore a pure black suit, slightly raising his hand, perfectly revealing the silver dial of the watch on his wrist. The beautiful bones of his wrist intertwined the black and white, creating an awe-inspiring beauty that caught one's eye with just a glance. In the second photo, he sat on a dark-colored sofa, wearing a rarely seen deep red shirt in the advertisement, his hand adorned with the watch placed on his slightly raised chin, appearing cold and dignified, further highlighting a unique noble quality. The stimulated netizens exclaimed excitedly, praising the beauty era. My goodness! I'm dead. How can Qingguan's wrist be so good-looking? Ah! The watch is also beautiful. Ah! No way! I've decided to buy one for my boyfriend. It's so pretty. Don't you feel an indescribable impulse when this watch is worn by Qingguan? Too good-looking. I never liked Ada's products before. Always felt their design leans towards bulkiness, but this recommendation I accept. Oh! This series has a beautiful price. With some savings, it's affordable. I only have one question. Does buying the watch come with Qingguan's poster? If it does, I'll buy it. Upper floor +1. While online was immersed in heated discussions, Fang Zhongxi in the hotel smashed his mobile phone furiously, glaring angrily at Evanson. You're playing tricks on me? Fang Zhongxi's appearance leaned toward the cold and alluring. At that moment, with red eyes and a stubborn expression that masked his pain, it immediately made Evanson's whole body heat up. As if he hadn't seen Fang Zhongxi's angry gaze, Evanson reached out and pulled him into his arms, whispering provocatively in his ear, Baby, you're blaming me wrongly. I have never made any promises. Evanson enjoyed playing games, always accepting anyone who was beautiful, having slept with countless people over the years. Yet, no one had been like Fang Zhongxi, capable of making him desire more and more, even finding his anger irresistibly attractive. Get lost. Fang Zhongxi pushed him away forcefully, biting his tongue hard to keep himself from breaking down. Evanson, you'll pay for this. Evanson's smile suddenly vanished, not due to Fang Zhongxi's curse, but because of the contemptuous look in his eyes. He had always known that Fang Zhongxi disliked men, often mocking him about it before, enjoying watching him try to suppress his urges only to eventually be dominated by passion. So what if he was straight? In bed, wasn't he still at Evanson's mercy? As for whether Fang Zhongxi felt wronged, Evanson didn't care at all. After all, it was just temporary pleasure, and neither of them belonged to the other. But now, as Fang Zhongxi looked at him with that disdainful stare, Evanson suddenly felt a constriction in his chest, almost unable to breathe. You've got guts. He tightly gripped Fang Zhongxi's chin, venomous words slipping out, you're nothing but someone who's selling themselves. Fang Zhongxi shuddered all over, taking a long while to regain his senses. He slapped Evanson's hand away with a sharp sound and said coldly, if I'm selling myself, did you pay me? White Riding Ada's design director, I'm actually gaining from it. After saying that, he turned around and started to leave. His steps had just begun when Evanson grabbed his wrist. His voice was calm but carried concealed rage, where do you think you're going? Of course, to find someone who can afford it. Evanson sneered, you are quite the cheap type, can't last a day without a man. There's no need to look for others. Don't you want Shikli's windbreaker endorsement? Spend another month with me, and I'll help you get that endorsement, how does that sound? Do you think I'm stupid? Haven't you already confirmed the endorsement? Fang Zhongxi struggled hard to free his wrist but failed again and again, breathing heavily in frustration. To play me once more, dream on. Relax, Evanson's voice was heavy, the watch endorsement went to you because I owed Ho Rong a favor. As for Shikli, if you want it, it's yours. It's just an unimportant little brand, only someone like you would value it. Ho Rong. Fang Zhongxi was startled all over, wondering why Ada chose Yu Qinghua. Turns out the person behind Yu Qinghua was Ho Rong. Isn't Yu Qinghua proud? Isn't she superior to him? But fundamentally, what's the difference between her and him? However, why did she get such good luck, latching onto Ho Rong so quickly? And himself, he bitterly glanced at Evanson nearby, feeling played by this guy. What do you think? Evanson idly spun his phone in his hand, asking disdainfully. Fang Zhongxi closed his eyes briefly. He wanted to give Evanson a hard slap, wanted to leave this room without looking back, yet, he couldn't. After a brief silence, he heard his own steady but strange voice, I agree. Yu Qinghua did not know what happened behind the scenes. He had already finalized his diet plan, and these days, he strictly followed its requirements to lose weight. Every time Uxin saw how little food he ate, he thought he was torturing himself. Yu Qinghua was just over 20, exactly at the stage when appetite is high. Eating so little each meal, even a saint couldn't endure it. Moreover, he really didn't understand. The movie, Orange Yellow, obviously belonged to a niche genre. Even if it passed censorship and premiered by some miracle, how many people would watch it? In reality, things were bad enough. Who watched movies not wanting to relax? How could they possibly choose such a heavy topic? For a film destined to fail, was it worth doing this? Eat a little more. Uxin pushed his own meal towards him, though aware that the nutritionist's plan was definitely fine, he couldn't help adding, if you keep like this, you will collapse before the movie starts shooting. Occasionally eating more won't hurt. But Yu Qinghua wouldn't even glance at the fragrant dish pushed towards him. He continued eating his vegetable salad and refused, no thanks, brother, you eat. I'm fine. Before Yu Qinghua, Uxin had never seen any artist with such self-control. Even if they knew looking fat on camera was unappealing and would lead to being mocked by the media, most couldn't resist their cravings. But Yu Qinghua was someone who followed through with his words, without the slightest compromise. Sometimes it was worrying how worry-free one's own kid could be. Uxin sighed, looked up at the already thinning Yu Qinghua, and silently took his food to another room to eat. On the 5th day of reducing weight, Yu Qinghua joined the production team. Zhao Rui was truly poor, even though Orange Yellow was a low-budget film, it still placed a heavy burden on him. The 10,000 yuan that Uxin didn't even care about was actually Zhao Rui's limit. All the facilities in the crew were very simple. Zhao Rui held multiple roles by himself, and even the living place was a rudimentary wooden shack built near a construction site. My goodness, upon seeing those rows of low, leaky wooden shacks, Uxin immediately covered his forehead and shouted. This Zhao Rui was truly a money-saving expert. He even suspected that, if it were summer, Zhao Rui might ask the actors to bring their own tents and sleep right on the shooting location. Qinghua, come over quickly. Uxin hastily cleaned Yu Qinghua's room, not bothering to sort out the luggage, and promptly turned on the electric blanket, calling Yu Qinghua, warm yourself on the bed quickly, it's just 2. He hadn't finished his sentence when the thin wooden door suddenly blew open from the north wind with a clanging sound, striking his back. The piercing cold rushed into the house, freezing Uxin to a shiver, and without paying attention to his sore back, he quickly turned around to shut the door while muttering, too terrible, too terrible. There is something I have to deal with for Zhao Rui later. Yu Qinghua shook his head, refusing. He put on the gloves given to him by Hua Chu and said, brother, go back first. There won't be much to do here. My house is under renovation, so I still need your help to keep an eye on it. Alright, then I'll leave first. Call me if there's anything. Uxin knew Yu Qinghua didn't want him to suffer here with him, readily accepting his kindness and leaving in his old second-hand Audi. After sending off Uxin, Yu Qinghua was just about to check out the filming site when he encountered Zhao Rui at the corner. He seemed to be in a good mood, rarely showing a smile on his face. However, due to not smiling for so long, it looked stiff and even more terrifying. Rui Ji, Yu Qinghua greeted him and was about to say something when he caught sight of a little girl behind Zhao Rui. Earlier, Zhao Rui had completely blocked her from view, causing Yu Qinghua to overlook her entirely. The little girl looked about 6 or 7 years old, big eyes, curly hair, dressed in a pink down jacket, beautiful like a little angel. Yu Qinghua immediately guessed that this should be the young actress playing opposite him in Orange Yellow. Zhao Rui nodded lightly as a response, stepped back slightly, and introduced, this is Wang Ruirui, the actor for Zhao Qingan. Turning towards Wang Ruirui, his usually hard voice softened somewhat, pointing at Yu Qinghua and saying, this is Yu Qinghua. In Orange Yellow, he plays your older brother Zhao Qingping. Hello, Ruirui. I'm Yu Qinghua. You can call me Qinghua Ji. Yu Qinghua went over and squatted in front of the little girl, warmly greeting her. Wang Ruirui appeared somewhat scared of Zhao Rui, keeping her little face tight. But facing Yu Qinghua's pleasant smile, she relaxed noticeably, even giving Yu Qinghua a smile in return, obediently addressing him, Qinghua Ji. The little girl's voice was soft and sticky sweet, her round black eyes blinking at Yu Qinghua, instantly melting him. Unable to resist, he reached out to gently rub her furry hat. Are you cold? Where's your room? Brother will send you there. She stays in a hotel over there. Before Wang Ruirui could speak, Zhao Rui interjected, she's too young to stay in the wooden shack. That's reasonable, Yu Qinghua nodded, understanding. Standing up wanting to go with Zhao Rui to send Wang Ruirui, he was strongly stopped by Zhao Rui. I can do it myself. Without waiting for Yu Qinghua's reaction, Zhao Rui took Wang Ruirui's hand and left. Wang Ruirui looked like she wanted to spend more time with Yu Qinghua, but seeing Zhao Rui's gloomy expression, dared not utter a word and allowed herself to be led away. Watching the retreating figures of the adult and child grow further and further apart, Yu Qinghua sighed. It was evident that Zhao Rui was extremely cautious about Yu Qinghua getting close to Wang Ruirui. Perhaps the incident involving his sister had left a deep psychological scar, causing him to instinctively guard against every adult man approaching young girls. Yu Qinghua wasn't offended, he just felt a bit contemplative. He hoped Zhao Rui could successfully finish filming this movie, settle an emotional matter at heart, and gradually move forward to lead a normal life. On the second day after Yu Qinghua joined the team, Orange Yellow officially began shooting, progressing unexpectedly smoothly. Wang Ruirui seemed particularly fond of Yu Qinghua. Even though Zhao Rui didn't allow her to be alone with Yu Qinghua, whenever she had the chance, she would still rush over to him. This caused her to genuinely exhibit much dependence on her older brother while acting, which was an unexpected boon. Yu Qinghua also liked Wang Ruirui very much. Despite being so young, the girl had already acted in several films. Her acting skills were already quite good for her age. More commendable was her personality. Under such harsh conditions for filming, she never threw tantrums and followed whatever the director asked her to do. When she wasn't filming, she quietly sat to one side, either flipping through fairy tale books or simply spacing out, never causing any disturbance. The only time she cried was when she accidentally fell down, the pain too much to endure, thus shedding a few tears. Yet even then, she remained sensible, making her pitifully adorable. After the day's shoot ended, Zhao Rui personally returned Wang Ruirui to her hotel before coming back to tidy up the equipment. Yu Qinghua did not go back to his room but stayed by Zhao Rui's side, assisting him. Ruiji, what's the situation with Ruirui? She's so young to be out here shooting a movie, why doesn't she have anyone taking care of her? Seeing Zhao Rui pause to light a cigarette, Yu Qinghua finally couldn't hold his curiosity and asked the question he'd been pondering for days. Hearing this, Zhao Rui took a deep puff on his cigarette and scoffed, her mother dumped her off with me on the first day she joined the group. It turned out that soon after Wang Ruirui was born, her parents had divorced and both remarried. Neither parent wanted Wang Ruirui. They kept tossing her around like a hot potato from one house to another. One of the reasons Wang Ruirui started acting at such a young age was because both her parents believed it would both make money and give them an excuse to get rid of her. They're all scumbags. Zhao Rui clenched his cigarette between his teeth and cursed darkly. After hearing this, Yu Qinghua also felt heavy-hearted. For their own flesh and blood to be treated so cruelly, especially considering how sweet and well-behaved Wang Ruirui was, it was heartbreaking. This world was indeed cruel. He longed to have a family in his dreams, yet those who had it never cherished it. Yu Qinghua carried this distress into his sleep, where he dreamed vividly. The next morning, he washed his face thoroughly with cold water to wake himself up. Upon arriving at the set, Zhao Rui was adjusting the monitor, while Wang Ruirui sat behind him, her head bowed as if lost in thought. Yu Qinghua noticed that the little girl's mood was somewhat downcast, so he sat beside her and gently asked, Ruirui, did you have breakfast? Wang Ruirui nodded but still didn't lift her head. What's wrong? Yu Qinghua reached out to brush some fur-like fibers obstructing her eyes and softly inquired, who has upset our little princess? Big brother Qinghua, Wang Ruirui's eyes were red-rimmed as she sniffled and asked quietly, am I very annoying? Of course not. Yu Qinghua pulled a white rabbit candy from his pocket, peeled it, and fed it to her. Ruirui is beautiful and smart and can act so well. How could you be annoying? People are lining up to like you. But neither my mom nor dad wants me. Wang Ruirui bit her lip, and teardrops streamed down her cheeks. They only love my little brother. Yu Qinghua sighed and wiped away her tears. Don't cry anymore, it makes you less pretty. Lifting the little girl onto his knee, he whispered soothingly, it's not that Ruirui isn't good enough, sometimes adults make mistakes too. Remember yesterday's Snow White? Some people don't like her either, but that doesn't mean she isn't beautiful and kind, right? Yes. Wang Ruirui nodded earnestly, breaking into a smile despite her tears. Like a little bird, she burrowed into Yu Qinghua's embrace and coaxed cutely, Big brother Qinghua, you're so nice. Truly, she was an easily satisfied child. Yu Qinghua affectionately patted her furry little head, brimming with compassion. Zhao Rui didn't let Yu Qinghua wait for long. Soon, he handed over the day's shooting plan to Yu Qinghua and began shooting scene after scene without delay. Yu Qinghua had a lot of lines, and the intensity of filming was especially high. Seeing his exhausted state, the crew members felt somewhat uneasy. However, Zhao Rui showed no mercy, continuing to direct as usual without giving you any breathing room. Everyone on set was afraid of him, no one dared to dissuade him. Even if they did, it wouldn't have mattered. Except for Wang Ruirui, Zhao Rui always wore a dour expression around everyone else. Wang Ruirui was an unusually mature child. She quickly noticed that although Zhao Rui seemed scary, he actually pampered her and generally indulged her every wish. Seeing Yu Qinghua's face pale from exhaustion, the little girl bit her lips and feigned being tired, timidly asking Zhao Rui if she could take a short break. Fine. Zhao Rui didn't catch her intention and replied straightforwardly with a terse word, stiffly offering her a smile. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. The little girl politely expressed her gratitude and ran over to Yu Qinghua, lifting her little face and showing concern. Brother Qinghua, are you very tired? Not at all. Yu Qinghua squatted down and looked at her gently. Our little princess is so thoughtful. Wang Ruirui puckered her lips shyly and smiled. How could the parents of such a good child bear to abandon her? He thought, he must be nice to this child, even if only for this brief period of 1.5 months. When Zhao Rui said, rest, it truly meant only a short while. Just after Yu Qinghua rested for a moment, the tight filming schedule resumed. In orange-yellow, his scenes accounted for a full 70%, and under everyone's sympathetic gaze, he became the most miserable person in the entire crew. After the day's shoot ended, Yu Qinghua returned to a freezing cold room like an icehouse, took a shower, and collapsed onto the bed intending to sleep. But just as he closed his eyes, his phone rang. He struggled to stretch out his hand from under the quilt to grab the phone. Qin Yuan. The voice from the other end of the phone sounded extremely excited, almost like a long-caged hatchy dog finally let out for some fresh air. Qinghua. I've wrapped up my work. Are you home? I'll come see you. I just started a new show. Yu Qinghua sat up, trying to sound less fatigued. I'm currently at the shooting location. Holy cow, Zhao Qingyuan couldn't help but swear. You're moving pretty fast. Where's the shoot? I'll come visit. Yu Qinghua gave a location, then added, don't bother coming, conditions here aren't great, there's not even a place to stay. Zhao Qingyuan thought he was deliberately keeping him away and immediately protested, where are you staying? Yu Qinghua rubbed his temple and explained, right now, I'm sleeping in a construction site shack, completely drafty and freezing. Do you still want to come? He figured Zhao Qingyuan would back off, but instead, he surprisingly became excitedly intrigued, a construction site shack. I've never seen one before. Now I'm curious. Wait for me. I'll come tomorrow. Yu Qinghua. Fine, come if you want. He thought for a moment and told Zhao Qingyuan, if you come, bring me something, hesitating a bit before continuing, buy 2 pretty hair ties, the kind that look cute. Hearing this, any normal person would think he intended to give them as gifts. However, Zhao Qingyuan's thought process was unlike a normal person. After hearing this, he actually thought you wanted to use them himself. Silent for several seconds, he incredulously repeated, you want a hair tie? The kind for girls? Yu Qinghua thought his response was baffling. Hair ties were used by girls, right? Did he really need to emphasize this? Alright, Zhao Qingyuan responded somewhat complexly, promising, I'll make sure to pick out the prettiest ones for you. After hanging up the call, he smacked his chest in alarm, exclaiming fearfully, whoa, didn't expect Qinghua to have such a hobby. Early the next morning, Zhao Qingyuan got up early. He first went to the company to handle a few things and then prepared to buy the hair ties for Yu Qinghua. Unexpectedly, just as he stepped outside, he bumped into Huorong. Huorong was on the phone, looking quite troubled. I'm about to fly overseas, I don't have time to see off San. If he insists on going to find Yu Qinghua, then the bodyguard can take him. Don't worry, Mom, San won't get lost. Zhao Qingyuan walked over and patted his shoulder. Huorong thought he had something important to say, so he covered the microphone and turned to him. What's up, Qingyuan? Is your brother going to visit Qinghua? Seeing Huorong nod, Zhao Qingyuan said, that's quite a coincidence. I'm going to visit Qinghua in a bit, I'll take him along, so your family can feel more at ease. Letting you take him is what makes me uneasy. Huorong couldn't help but silently commented under his breath. However, Zhao Qingyuan was being sincerely kind-hearted, and he found it hard to refuse. So, with gritted teeth, Huorong nodded. Alright, later you go to my place to pick up San. If anything happens, make sure to call me immediately. He paused briefly and added since he'd probably be on a plane by then, or you can call Qinghua. I understand. Zhao Qingyuan gave an arrogant smile. You can trust me with this. When Zhao Qingyuan brought Hua Chu to the film set, Yu Qinghua had just finished a scene and was standing against a wall, catching his breath. The moment Zhao Qingyuan saw him, his eyes widened in shock. My goodness, Qinghua. How did you end up looking like a walking skeleton? Yu Qinghua. So what if he's thin, why is he called a walking skeleton? Zhao Qingyuan's face was unmistakably distinct, combined with his loud voice. As soon as he made a ruckus, the entire crew knew he had come to visit. Everyone got excited, some even started inching closer to him. Helpless, Yu Qinghua could only take the 2 of them to his little shanty. Hua Chu had been silent all along without uttering a word, which Yu Qinghua noticed as rather unusual. Walking over to him, he asked with concern, what's wrong, Hua Chu? Are you feeling down? Hua Chu pursed his lips, glanced at Yu Qinghua who looked as if he could be blown away by a slight breeze, and felt increasingly worried. Qinghua, he gently touched Yu Qinghua's fingers, are you sick? Why have you become so thin? No, don't listen to Qingyuan's nonsense. Yu Qinghua didn't want to explain too much for fear that he wouldn't understand, so he mumbled vaguely, it's due to the makeup effects. I haven't lost weight nor am I ill. No, you've definitely lost weight. Hua Chu shook his head and reiterated, a lot of it. This guy is getting harder and harder to fool. Yu Qinghua internally sighed, yet still kept a straight face outwardly, not true, He hadn't finished his sentence when Hua Chu suddenly bent down a bit. Confused by what he was about to do, the next second, Yu Qinghua suddenly felt lighter. To his surprise, Hua Chu had directly picked him up horizontally. You've lost weight, much lighter than last time. Hua Chu confirmed after sensing it clearly. Lowering his head, his dark eyes locked onto Yu Qinghua steadily. Qinghua, you're lying to me. For some reason, being stared at like this made Yu Qinghua inexplicably feel extraordinarily guilty. Put me down. He moved his body, feigning firmness while issuing an order. No, Hua Chu refused sternly, unless you tell me the truth. It was truly. Yu Qinghua rubbed his forehead, pondering how to explain so he would understand, when he suddenly realized something was off. Wait. You mentioned last time. What do you mean? When exactly did you pick me up before? In the next moment, he saw Hua Chu's face gradually turn crimson, red all over. Chapter 37. The last time. Hua Chu's ear roots turned bright red. He lowered his head, not daring to look into Yu Qinghuan's eyes as he mumbled a vague explanation in a tiny voice. Which last time? How do I not know? A strange feeling suddenly rose in Yu Qinghuan's heart. He even forgot that he was still in Hua Chu's arms, narrowing his eyes and asking sternly, explain it to me clearly. Hua Chu, fearing he would get angry, didn't dare to lie and honestly replied, when you were sick. That day, Qinghuan looked very sad, even plagued by nightmares while sleeping, saying things in his sleep. Seeing Yu Qinghuan like this, Hua Chu felt uncomfortable too. He didn't know what to do, so in a moment of urgency, he instinctively jumped onto the bed, holding Yu Qinghuan tightly in his arms, hoping to comfort him this way. Strangely enough, although Yu Qinghuan had been feeling quite unwell before, after being held for a while, he actually calmed down and fell into a deep sleep. For Hua Chu, this event was like a piece of sweet candy, a treasure that he cherished carefully, guarding it strictly, often taking it out to smell and savor, unwilling to let anyone else take even a glance. Of course, Yu Qinghuan wasn't just anyone. But Hua Chu instinctively felt it was better to keep this from him. Once he understood the whole story, Yu Qinghuan felt much less weird inside. He pushed at Hua Chu's chest, signaling him to put him down. Laughing bitterly, he said, alright, I'm not really sick, I'm doing it for acting needs. Don't worry, I'll gain the weight back after I finish shooting. As Yu Qinghuan had anticipated, Hua Chu truly didn't fully grasp what he meant. But seeing how relaxed Yu Qinghuan appeared, he could only grab the edge of his clothes, earnestly pleading, Qinghuan, don't get sick again, you need to take care of yourself. Yu Qinghuan laughed, understood. Why so naggy? Hua Chu looked serious, because I'm worried about you. On the side, Zhao Qingyuan, who had long been forgotten, muttered to himself. Wait. Why did he feel something was off? This sudden overwhelming feeling of being flashed PDA, where was it coming from? Was his brain damaged from acting? Qinghuan. To assert his presence and break the strange atmosphere in the room, Zhao Qingyuan suddenly ran over, inserting himself between the two and dragging Yu Qinghuan outside. Come on, I have something to tell you. Yu Qinghuan, puzzled, asked, why can't you just say it here? With an exasperated look, Zhao Qingyuan stared at him, isn't it for your own good? Yu Qinghuan was completely confused and aimlessly followed him out, until they reached a secluded corner, where he finally asked, what is it, then? Here. Zhao Qingyuan fished out a few beautiful hair ties from the inside pocket of his coat as if stealing something, handing them secretly to Yu Qinghuan. I specially picked them for you, what do you think? Yu Qinghuan thought these kinds of things were all similar for girls anyway, so he simply nodded and said, they're pretty nice. Right? Zhao Qingyuan chuckled mischievously, bumping shoulders with Yu Qinghuan, if you like them, that's great. Yu Qinghuan thought today's Zhao Qingyuan was a bit strange, but since he always acted like a pest on other days, Yu Qinghuan couldn't immediately pinpoint what exactly was odd, until Qinghuan, Zhao Qingyuan winked at him, whispering, let me tell you something, my sister is a designer. Yu Qinghuan. What was he trying to say? Why did he suddenly bring up his sister? Zhao Qingyuan continued, her designed clothes are extremely popular among girls, and she's well known in the industry. After we go back this time, I'll secretly ask her to design a dress for you. After saying this, he looked at Yu Qinghuan with a self-satisfied expression as if saying, aren't I a great friend? Yu Qinghuan. After a long silence, he looked blankly at Zhao Qingyuan, seriously, go buy some walnuts. This time, Zhao Qingyuan was the one who was baffled, walnuts? Do you want some? I'll bring some next time. Then, changing the subject abruptly, you know, it's really remote here, almost like a deep mountain area. Yu Qinghuan didn't bother to explain. When Zhao Rui sent someone to call him for filming, in front of Zhao Qingyuan, he gave the hair ties to Wang Ruirui. Zhao Qingyuan. Against the backdrop of the little girl's surprised and delighted expression, Zhao Qingyuan's face, which seemed as if struck by lightning, stood out prominently. Yu Qingyuan sighed, pityingly reaching out to pat his shoulder, remember to buy walnuts when you go back. Zhao Qingyuan. After making such a huge mistake, Zhao Qingyuan was so ashamed that he couldn't stand to stay there any longer and started dragging Hua Chu hard, insisting on leaving. Unfortunately, Hua Chu had just seen Yu Qingyuan after much difficulty, and there was no way he'd leave so easily. No matter how persuasively or unreasonably Zhao Qingyuan talked, Hua Chu refused to leave with him. Finally, Zhao Qingyuan had no choice but to leave all by himself in great humiliation. As soon as he left, Hua Chu immediately turned to Yu Qingyuan. Qingyuan, what were you just talking about with him? It's nothing. Recalling the previous matter, Yu Qingyuan massaged his temples, saying, just a small issue. Is that so? Hua Chu counter-asked, steadily looking at Yu Qingyuan with a face full of disbelief. His gaze was profound and deep, completely emotionless as he stared at Yu Qingyuan, which strangely gave Yu Qingyuan a sense of cold, heavy pressure. Afraid that he might do something astonishing on set, Yu Qingyuan hurriedly explained, it's really nothing. It's just that Qingyuan misunderstood me. Once it's clarified, everything will be fine. Hua Chu nodded, yet he did not shift his gaze. Yu Qingyuan thought that he was dissatisfied with his explanation, and just wanted to elaborate further, when Hua Chu's voice suddenly came into his ears. Hua Chu, I have never misunderstood you. Yu Qingyuan, Hua Chu, so Qingyuan, I'm better to you than he is. Yu Qingyuan froze for a moment, then found it quite laughable and almost felt like crying. So this guy thought he had whispered secrets with Zhao Qingyuan earlier and was now feeling jealous? Yu Qingyuan, hurry up. Just as Yu Qingyuan was about to say something, an impatient voice came from afar. It was Zhao Rui, we're waiting for you. Coming. Yu Qingyuan raised his voice, glancing at Hua Chu who was still waiting for his response, and could only vaguely agree, I know. Then he ran towards the set. While Yu Qingyuan was shooting, Hua Chu sat nearby waiting for him. With so many people around on set, his eyes only followed Yu Qingyuan. Seeing Yu Qingyuan cry or feel distressed in the movie, knowing well that they were fake scenes, Hua Chu still wanted to rush forward and tightly hold him, ensuring that apart from smiling, no other expression ever graced his face. Do you like brother Qingyuan too? A soft child's voice broke the air beside him. Turning his head, Hua Chu saw a sweet and pretty little girl sitting next to him, looking up at him. Hua Chu was stunned, like. The little girl didn't answer his question, continuing on her own, I love brother Qingyuan so much, if only he were really my brother. Before she could say more, Hua Chu had stopped hearing, the word like constantly replaying in his mind as if under some kind of spell. He felt like he had grasped something important, yet try as he might, he couldn't make sense of it. He knew his affection for Yu Qingyuan was far deeper than others' affections for him, but exactly what kind of affection, he did not understand. The one thing he was certain of was that he must be better to Qingyuan, even better than everyone else, so that Qingyuan wouldn't be taken away by anyone else. Hua Chu spent the whole afternoon lost in thoughts until Yu Qingyuan finished filming and came over to find him, finally snapping back to reality. You've been sitting here the whole afternoon. Don't you feel cold? Yu Qingyuan held a few boxed meals in one hand, pulling Hua Chu with the other, let's go back and eat. All right. Hua Chu nodded, ready to take a step, but his eyes caught something, causing him to stop abruptly. There, Zhao Rui was bending down, speaking extraordinarily gently to Wang Ruiru, are you cold? Let Uncle Rui carry you back to the hotel, then you won't feel cold. Hua Chu lowered his gaze, the brightness in his eyes flickering momentarily. When they returned to Yu Qingyuan's humble cabin, both of them quickly ate dinner. The hot water from the water heater had already warmed up enough, and Yu Qingyuan let Hua Chu wash first, intending to enter the bathroom after Hua Chu was done. By the time he came back, he saw Hua Chu curled up on the bed like a partridge, shivering uncontrollably from the cold. Yu Qingyuan felt a bit strange. He remembered turning on the electric blanket before he took a shower, hadn't he? Could it be the electric blanket wasn't heating properly anymore? He went over to touch it, but there was nothing wrong. The bed was clearly very warm. How could Hua Chu feel so cold? Are you that cold? Yu Qingyuan asked while drying his hair. Hua Chu nodded faintly, responding indistinctly, yes, cold. Then shall I send you back? Yu Qingyuan became somewhat worried. Looking at Hua Chu's reaction, he must certainly be intolerant of the cold. If he got sick from freezing, how would that be good? As soon as Hua Chu heard this, he immediately became anxious and shook his head hard, I won't go back. His expression was like someone ready to die for a cause. Yu Qingyuan could do nothing but helplessly fetch another quilt to cover him with. After a pause, he asked again, are you still cold? Hua Chu, still very cold. It was getting absurd. Silently cursing, Yu Qingyuan hung the damp towel on the chair and climbed into bed after removing his shoes. The electric blanket had been set on rapid heat, and the mat was extremely warm. As soon as Yu Qingyuan lifted the quilt, a wave of warm air greeted him. With all this warmth, how could Hua Chu still feel cold? Perplexed, Yu Qingyuan touched Hua Chu's forehead with his hand. His temperature seemed normal, and there were no signs of fever, so what exactly was wrong? Yu Qinghuan didn't notice that ever since he got into bed, Hua Chu had slowly been inching closer to him like a little hamster. By the time Yu Qinghuan realized, Hua Chu was already pressed tightly against him. Is it really that cold? Yu Qinghuan pulled the quilt higher up over Hua Chu and asked. Hua Chu hummed in response, glanced at Yu Qinghuan for a second, then after a few seconds, his long lashes fluttered slightly as he quietly said, I heard, if I hug someone, I won't feel cold anymore. He paused briefly and looked at Yu Qinghuan expectantly. Qinghuan, is that true? Chapter 38. So, after all that build-up, it was just for the final request. Yu Qinghuan squinted at Hua Chu. When did this guy learn to play mind games? He let out a cold laugh and lightly flicked Hua Chu's forehead with his finger, saying, fake. Hua Chu never expected that Yu Qinghuan would not follow along. For a moment, he was completely stunned, unsure of what to do next. His eyes were wide open, his dark pupils filled with shock and disbelief, making him look both foolish and adorable. Yu Qinghuan couldn't help but want to tease him. He kicked him while lying in bed and lazily said, What? Is there a problem? Hua Chu's face turned bright red. He opened his mouth as if to say something but couldn't utter a word. Deserves it, Yu Qinghuan smirked evilly, do you dare to lie again? I'll tell you. Before he finished his sentence, a warm body suddenly pounced on him, pinning him down hard. What are you doing, Hua Chu? Yu Qinghuan struggled for breath, almost crushed by him, as he tried to push him off. But this push only made Hua Chu hug him tighter. Yu Qinghuan had just taken a shower and was only wearing a thin shirt. Hua Chu's heat transferred through the thin fabric to his body, like a small spark igniting a raging fire inside him. The crackling flames almost made him lose control. Yu Qinghuan liked men, and Hua Chu definitely met his aesthetic standards. Adding to that, being in his early 20s, the moment of stimulation caused his breathing to immediately become heavy. Hua Chu, get up, Yu Qinghuan slightly turned his head, panting as he said, listen to me. Hua Chu remained silent, as if he hadn't heard anything, burying his head in Yu Qinghuan's neck, even rubbing against him like a cat. The soft strands of hair gently brushed against sensitive skin, causing Yu Qinghuan's scalp to tingle. Almost unable to control himself, in a last resort, he decided to entice Hua Chu by reasoning, it's not like this, get up and I'll teach you. No. Hua Chu's muffled voice firmly expressed his intention. Yu Qinghuan, Hua Chu, are you trying to make me angry? Hua Chu shook his head without speaking. Yu Qinghuan's head ached. What was wrong with Hua Chu today? If only he knew Hua Chu would react this way, he wouldn't have teased him, after all, hugging him wouldn't make any difference. He sighed, reaching out to ruffle Hua Chu's hair, but Hua Chu noticed and thought he still wanted to push him away, so he directly caught his hand in midair, intertwining their fingers and forcefully pressing Yu Qinghuan's hand onto the bed. Yu Qinghuan, slightly angry, asked, do you want to crush me to death? I didn't. Hua Chu complained defensively. Then why don't you get up? I just want to hold you. Yu Qinghuan paused for a moment, then chuckled, there's no way you can hold like that, listen and get up. Hua Chu still shook his head. In the meantime, his moist lips grazed Yu Qinghuan's skin, triggering waves of shivers. Yu Qinghuan's eyes reddened slightly, tilting his chin up, just about to say something when he heard Hua Chu ask pitifully, Qinghuan, do you not want me to hold you? Yu Qinghuan deliberately answered harshly, yes, I don't. Thinking he could bully Hua Chu, unexpectedly, his voice sounded oddly pleased, I see. Refusal means permission, right? Qinghuan, I understand everything. Yu Qinghuan. Suddenly feeling as though he had dug a hole for himself, buried himself, and even trampled on it a few times. Hua Chu stayed with him for 2 days and finally had to go back to work due to the end of his vacation, unwillingly leaving with Hui Zheng. Yu Qinghuan told Zhao Rui and went outside to send them off. Come to our place for New Year this year, Hui Zheng suddenly invited him, my parents are very grateful to you and they also want to meet you. Yu Qinghuan was startled, then shook his head, thanks to your uncle and aunt, he pointed at Zhao Rui who was nearby with a gloomy face and smiled, but I might have to spend the New Year in the production team, or director Zhao will explode. Even with such a big festival, Zhao Rui couldn't possibly be so strict as to not allow actors to return home for the reunion dinner. Hui Zheng, being clever, immediately understood. This was Yu Qinghuan's polite refusal. He didn't expose it, just looking deeply at Yu Qinghuan, and said, all right, come to our place when you have time. Everyone in my family welcomes you. All right. Yu Qinghuan nodded in agreement, watching Hui Zheng get into the car before waving to Hua Chu, who had been looking at him through the window, and returned to the film set. Is your kid gone? Zhao Rui, seeing him back, grunted while smoking a cigarette. Yu Qinghuan couldn't help but give a word of advice, you should smoke less. Never mind, die and be done with it. Zhao Rui tossed the cigarette but into the trash can without much care, his face still gloomy. Let's hurry up and start filming, we've been slow these past few days. Yu Qinghuan sighed and followed behind him. The last time Zhao Rui was fumbling for his wallet, he accidentally dropped a photo. When Yu Qinghuan picked it up for him, he saw the little girl on it. She looked about 7 or 8 years old, round-faced with round eyes, smiling like a little sunbeam, adorable beyond compare. At once, he guessed this must be Zhao Rui's deceased sister. The little girl bore some resemblance to Wang Ruiri, which was likely the reason why Zhao Rui treated her so specially. When Zhao Rui flashed an awkward smile at Wang Ruiri, Yu Qinghuan felt a sudden pang in his heart, deeply distressed. In the following days, Zhao Rui seemed possessed by Zhou Bapi, wanting to film 24 hours a day. Even though Yu Qinghuan was young and in good shape, he was beginning to feel the strain. Everyone in the crew had dark circles under their eyes from sleep deprivation, complaints were everywhere. This dissatisfaction peaked when they heard the sound of fireworks let off by nearby villagers. Their production crew was located in the suburbs of the city, right next to a small village. Villagers didn't have the same firework restrictions as the city. After the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, regardless of whether adults or children, everyone would light a few crackers. The deafening sounds of fireworks brought a strong New Year atmosphere, making the cast and crew members red-eyed with jealousy, completely unable to concentrate on work. But after a few who tried asking Zhao Rui for leave got yelled at, no one dared ask him anymore. On the morning of the 30th day of the 12th lunar month, just after shooting a scene in the early morning light, everyone was preparing props for the next scene when Zhao Rui suddenly said, "Today and tomorrow are holidays. Go home if you want." Jaws dropped, some even dropped their props, some people thought they'd hallucinated hearing that. Seeing their reactions, Zhao Rui gave a cold snort, "If you don't want to go, stay and work." After those words, the set emptied rapidly, everyone fleeing faster than rabbits, afraid he might change his mind. Zhao Rui lowered his eyelids, pulled a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, picking up his phone to make a call with a frosty voice. "Since the crew is taking a holiday for the new year, when will you come pick up Wang Ruiri?" The other side responded with something that turned Zhao Rui's complexion deathly pale immediately. He opened his mouth to say something more, but the line went dead with a busy signal. He took another deep breath, dialed another number, only to receive the same busy signal after being hung up on again. Fucking hell. Zhao Rui swore angrily, so furious his hands shook. It took a long while to finally light the cigarette. Wang Ruiri's parents won't come pick her up. Yu Qinghuan stood by him, judging correctly based on his expression. Yeah, Zhao Rui answered heavily, replying, they outright said they want Ruiri to stay at the set. If there's no one at the set, I should take her myself. He raged furiously, these animals. Casually handing over their daughter to someone they've only met once, not caring whether this person has ulterior motives, or whether he'll treat their daughter well. Why are there always such irresponsible parents in the world? Had it not been for this, his own younger sister wouldn't have died so young. Zhao Rui gripped his phone tightly, his eyes dark enough to drip water. Big brother Qinghuan, not far away, Wang Ruiri put down her book, lifting her head sweetly calling out to Yu Qinghuan, wearing the hairband he'd given her that day. Seeing this, Yu Qinghuan felt pity and couldn't help but tell Zhao Rui, brother Rui, if you're busy, Ruiri can spend the new year with me. Zhao Rui raised his eyebrows, you're not going home for the holiday. Yu Qinghuan responded calmly, there's only me and my family. Whether I go home or not doesn't matter. Zhao Rui slightly lowered his eyes, remaining silent, neither confirming nor denying. By noon, most people in the crew had left, even the delivery guy for boxed lunches came to inform them that there wouldn't be any meals delivered on New Year's Eve and the first day of the new year. Soon, the vast crew dwindled down to just the three of them. It seemed that Wang Ruiri sensed something, the little girl's eyes were red as she kept her head down, afraid of being left behind. Contrary to her previous fear of Zhao Rui, she followed closely behind him, not daring to make too much sound with her footsteps. Yu Qinghuan couldn't bear to see this, and without caring whether Zhao Rui agreed or not, he took the little girl into his small shack. Will Ruiri spend the new year with brother Qinghuan? Brother Qinghuan is so lonely. The little girl immediately opened her eyes wide, still containing a bubble of tears. Is brother Qinghuan alone? Yes, Yu Qinghuan gently stroked her little curly hair, so Ruiri's company is needed. Does Ruiri agree? Agree. The little girl nodded her head incessantly, holding on to Yu Qinghuan's neck without letting go, finally breaking into a smile through her tears. Yu Qinghuan personally went to the village's little grocery store to buy ingredients for dinner, planning to prepare a proper New Year's Eve meal for Wang Ruiri. Although there was no gas in his small shack, there was an electric stove, which could be managed. Busy from the afternoon till evening, Yu Qinghuan finally made 8 dishes that looked delicious and aromatic. Brother Qinghuan is so awesome. Looking at the bountiful dinner on the table, Wang Ruiri's big eyes were filled with admiration. This is the reward for Ruiri's company, Yu Qinghuan smiled, sitting the little girl on the stool by the table and handing her a pair of chopsticks, softly saying, Ruiri, try if you like it. Brother Qinghuan eat first. Wang Ruiri shook her head, smiling shyly, quietly saying, anything brother Qinghuan makes, I like. This child was really too sensible. Yu Qinghuan's heart was almost melted by her. He felt that if he had such a daughter, even if she asked for the stars in the sky, he would die trying to pick them for her. Sitting next to Wang Ruiri, just as he was about to pick up the chopsticks, the door of the small shack suddenly opened, a gust of cold air with snowflakes surged in. Yu Qinghuan looked up, and it was actually Zhao Rui. He was carrying 2 bottles of Red Star Ergotu, putting them on the table, and sitting opposite Yu Qinghuan. The meal Yu Qinghuan had prepared originally included his portion. Seeing him come over now, he didn't say anything but simply handed him a pair of chopsticks. Zhao Rui opened his mouth as if wanting to thank him, but his throat seemed glued together, unable to produce any sound. In the end, he shut his mouth, wiped his own cup on his clothes, and poured a glass of wine for Yu Qinghuan. On the night of the New Year's Eve, 3 people crowded in a dozen-square-meter shack, gathering around a low table to have dinner. Under the warm yellow light, the 2 tall men bowed their bodies, occasionally feeding the little girl, instantly reaping sweet smiles from her in return. There was no fancy restaurant, nor delicately prepared meals. But Yu Qinghuan thought this was the best year he'd spent in over a decade. Finally, he wasn't alone anymore. Chapter 39. Yu Qinghuan couldn't handle her alcohol well. After merely pretending to drink a few sips with Zhao Rui, she put down her glass. Zhao Rui didn't mind and silently drank cup after cup by himself. Yu Qinghuan originally wanted to persuade him to stop, but seeing his dejected expression, she eventually swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. It only happened once a year, so let him go. Erguotu has a high alcohol content. Even though Zhao Rui's tolerance was good, he felt dizzy after finishing 2 bottles. Thankfully, his drinking manners were decent. Drunk as he was, he neither made noise nor caused trouble. Instead, he quietly took out the photo from his wallet and stared at it. "Uncle Rui, what's wrong?" Wang Ruirui blinked her big eyes, her young face filled with concern. Probably because of her upbringing, the little girl was especially perceptive and immediately noticed Zhao Rui's foul mood. "Nothing," Yu Qinghuan gave her a shrimp and gently said, "Your Uncle Rui is just drunk, don't worry about it, Ruirui." "All right." Wang Ruirui nodded in belief, her voice crisp and tender. "My dad also gets drunk often, but when he does, he hits people." Yu Qinghuan's heart suddenly became heavy with sorrow. A child doesn't understand how to hide emotions, and their innocent remarks often reflect the truth. The deep impression of her father being drunk suggested how terrible Wang Ruirui's life at home might have been. He sighed deeply. Just as he wanted to serve Wang Ruirui some more dishes as a gesture of comfort, he noticed her second bowl of rice had already been emptied. Shocked, he quickly stopped and asked, "Ruirui, are you feeling too full?" Deeply blaming himself for not watching over Wang Ruirui carefully enough, he worried what would happen if she got indigestion during the spring festival. A little bit, Wang Ruirui blushed as she put down her chopsticks. The girl lacked love since childhood, and Zhao Rui and Yu Qinghuan were the only ones who cared deeply for her. She cherished this care immensely and was afraid of doing anything that might upset them. Therefore, she accepted all the dishes they served her without refusal, eating everything up. Even though she wasn't yet 8 years old, she had already learned to bear things that shouldn't burden someone of her age. Seeing her plight, Yu Qinghuan felt both heartbroken and anxious, no longer focusing on eating himself, and hurriedly took her outside for a walk to aid digestion. Fortunately, children digest food quickly. After walking for no more than 20 minutes, Wang Ruirui said she wasn't too full anymore. Yu Qinghuan relaxed immediately and ruffled her small head. "Then Brother Qinghuan will take you back." When they went out, fearing Wang Ruirui would feel cold, Yu Qinghuan specifically gave her a thick coat, wrapping her up into a round bundle. Now, with her tiny steps moving through the snow, her whole figure appeared fluffy, looking just like a baby penguin learning to walk. Seeing this made Yu Qinghuan feel an itch in his heart. Unable to resist, he bent down, and amidst Wang Ruirui's surprised shouts, directly picked her up and placed her on his shoulders, saying, "Come on, Brother Qinghuan will let you ride a big horse." This was the first time in Wang Ruirui's life she had such a novel experience. Soon, fear turned into excitement. In the snowy winter night, the clear and delicate laughter of the little girl carried far and wide. Perhaps exhausted from the walk, as soon as they returned to the small shack, Wang Ruirui began to struggle to keep her eyes open. Yu Qinghuan plugged in an electric blanket for her, letting her sleep on his own bed. Originally, Wang Ruirui had a living assistant, but because it was New Year's Eve, the person had returned home for the holidays. Yu Qinghuan couldn't leave her alone at the hotel, while Zhao Rui was drunk and probably couldn't even distinguish directions, let alone take care of a child. He could only let Wang Ruirui sleep here. The girl fell asleep very quickly, completely unaffected by the firecrackers outside. Yu Qinghuan touched her rosy cheeks, wanting to clean up the table when a heavy set of footsteps sounded outside the shack, accompanied by an urgent male voice, "Slow down, San. What's the rush?" Eh. Yu Qinghuan's breath hitched, and without even putting down the bowl in his hands, rushed to open the door. "Qinghuan." Hua Chu's nose was slightly red, a flake of snow hung on his eyelashes, but his eyes sparkled. "I'm here. Our house is yours tonight." Behind him, Hua Rong walked up with a helpless look and said to Yu Qinghuan, "We heard there was going to be a reunion dinner tonight." No matter what, he refused to stay at home and insisted on coming to be with you. Pausing for a moment, he patted Yu Qinghuan's shoulder. "Happy New Year." "Happy New Year." Yu Qinghuan blankly responded, and it wasn't until Hua Rong waved and walked away that he snapped back to reality, looked at the nearby Hua Chu, and frowned while scolding him. "What are you doing here instead of staying at home for the New Year?" "Qinghuan," Hua Chu tentatively grasped Yu Qinghuan's wrist, his smile unwavering. "I'll be with you." Yu Qinghuan sighed, pulling him into the house and closing the door. "Hua Chu, you may not realize it, but Spring Festival is the most important holiday of the year, so on this day, we must spend time with the most important people to us. You can't act impulsively like that, do you understand?" "I understand." Hua Chu looked directly into Yu Qinghuan's eyes, speaking each word carefully and earnestly. "That's why I want to spend it with you." Yu Qinghuan caught his breath sharply, speechless for a moment. His heart was instantly filled with warmth, dispelling all traces of loneliness in an instant. Though those words were simple, they carried an indescribable magic that almost made his eyes well up. Yu Qinghuan's Adam's apple moved slightly as he was about to say something. But then, he saw Hua Chu suddenly widen his eyes in disbelief, staring at Wang Ruirui and Zhao Rui inside, as if he had walked in on his partner being unfaithful. Yu Qinghuan's heart jolted heavily. Instinctively, he felt something was wrong. Just as he wanted to change the subject, in the next second, Hua Chu pursed his lips and said plaintively, "Qinghuan, you don't want me here, do you?" "Of course not," Yu Qinghuan replied without hesitation. "But why are there other people in your room? Are they the most important people to you? Do you want to spend Spring Festival with them instead?" Yu Qinghuan immediately regretted everything and wished time could rewind just a few minutes so he could take back every word. Facing Hua Chu's accusing gaze, he felt immense pressure as he explained, "Sometimes, Spring Festival should also be spent with friends. Why don't you want to spend it with me? Am I not your friend?" Hua Chu shot back quickly, his eyes brimming with tears. He didn't want things to turn out this way, but he couldn't control himself. The more people surrounding Qinghuan, the more fear welled up inside him, fearing that even if he exhausted all his strength for Qinghuan would still drift farther away from him. A heavy ache weighed in Hua Chu's chest as he fixed his stare onto Yu Qinghuan's eyes, determined to make him say something satisfying. "Dear," Yu Qinghuan put an arm around his shoulder, sighing, then smiled, "You can't think like that. Spring Festival is a reunion festival. Neither I, nor Uncle Roy and Ruirui have families, so we've decided to get together this way. What about spending future festivals with me? Is that okay?" "Yes. Then. Can I be the most important person to you? The one you want to celebrate the holidays with?" Yu Qinghuan did not answer, causing Hua Chu to hold his breath in nervous anticipation. When his heart almost leapt out of his chest, Yu Qinghuan finally spoke. He said, "You already are." When Hua Chu heard that they would eat reunion dinner, he immediately came over without even having dinner. So, Yu Qinghuan reheated the leftover food on the table and served it to him as best he could. Hua Chu wasn't particularly skilled with chopsticks, and he ate very slowly. By the time he was finally full, it was already close to midnight. Having drunk a bit earlier, Yu Qinghuan now felt the alcohol kicking in, leaving his brain buzzing with excitement. He pulled Hua Chu outside to watch fireworks at the door. Although the fireworks in the sky weren't as beautiful or dense as the ones set off in big squares, under the sparkling stars, they held a unique charm of their own. Yu Qinghuan tilted his head back, enjoying the strong New Year atmosphere, and suggested to Hua Chu, "Make a wish. They say wishes made under fireworks come true." "Really?" Hua Chu replied, astonished. "Yeah." Yu Qinghuan responded lightly, teasingly adding, "What, do you want to win a Nobel Prize?" No sooner had he finished speaking when Hua Chu's sincere voice sounded nearby. He said, "I wish I could always celebrate the New Year with Qinghuan." Yu Qinghuan froze, his heartbeat thrown completely off balance. After a long while, he lowered his eyes and murmured softly, "Little fool." Qinghuan, as he was lost in thought, Hua Chu suddenly took his hand, shyly placing something cold into it. "This is my New Year gift for you." Yu Qinghuan looked down at his palm. There lay a round crystal pendant, crystal clear and radiant, shimmering beautifully under the brilliant fireworks, as though a piece of the stars had fallen from the heavens, exquisitely stunning. The only flaw was that the pendant's interior was empty, containing nothing. He chuckled, thinking how Hua Chu mistook him for a little girl who would appreciate such a delicate gift. Just as he was about to ask if this was the necklace sent for him, Yu Qinghuan heard Hua Chu's proud yet shy voice, "Qinghuan, I froze our DNA using liquid ethane according to the principle of cryo-electron microscopy. It can be seen with an electron microscope." He paused for a moment and carefully touched the crystal pendant, speaking softly, "Qinghuan, your DNA structure is the most beautiful one I've ever seen." Yu Qinghuan's fingers trembled slightly as he asked, "How did you get my DNA?" Hua Chu quickly stole a glance at Yu Qinghuan, his eyelashes quivering before replying weakly, I secretly picked up one of your hairs." Yu Qinghuan tried hard to suppress the rising corners of his mouth and continued asking, "Why did you make this thing?" Hua Chu pursed his lips, revealing the round dimple on the left side of his face, "I'm sorry, Qinghuan, sometimes I won't be able to stay by your side. But now, with this, I can always be with you." Yu Qinghuan remained silent for quite a while before managing to subdue the excitement in his heart and said difficultly, "I didn't prepare any gift." "That's fine." Hua Chu leaned closer to him, "Having you by my side makes me happier than receiving any gift." Yu Qinghuan thought, it must have been tonight's moonlight that was too beautiful, making him feel an urge to kiss Hua Chu. This should not happen, absolutely not. Hua Chu is the cutest person in the world, he couldn't lead him astray like this. But the emotions surging inside were too overwhelming, tears brimming in his eyes, and Yu Qinghuan couldn't help but lean on Hua Chu's shoulder. Just this once, he gently closed his eyes, indulging himself for just this one time. Once tomorrow arrives, today's event will forever remain hidden in the memories, never to be mentioned again. Hua Chu's body was warm, even through the thick coat, Yu Qinghuan felt his entire being becoming cozy and warm. The alcohol had reached its peak effect at this moment, and he rested against Hua Chu's shoulder, drifting into drowsiness. Qinghwan, Hua Chu called his name, and after a long pause, Yu Qinghwan faintly acknowledged him. Hua Chu lowered his head. From his angle, he could see Yu Qinghwan's soft strands of hair, long and dense eyelashes, and a graceful nose bridge. Every part of him was so handsome, captivating his attention every second of every day. Hua Chu's heart raced, a mysterious impulse running rampant in his body, not knowing what to do to relieve it. All he could do was instinctively hold Yu Qinghwan tighter, leaning his head on his and lightly rubbing it against him, with extreme desire in his voice. Qinghwan, I like you so much, I like you so much. On his shoulder, Yu Qinghwan's lips curled upward slightly as he slept soundly. Chapter 40. After the Spring Festival, the Tangerine Yellow film crew started to get busy again. Zhao Rui seemed to want to finish shooting all the scenes within the first lunar month. He not only rearranged the shooting schedule but also added a few staff members for the first time. Brother Rui, I need to ask for leave tomorrow. On the evening of the 14th day of the first lunar month, after finishing the last scene, Yu Qinghwan walked up to Zhao Rui and said while wiping the mud off his face, I have a previous endorsement that requires me to take some supplementary photos. Ada had called earlier that day, saying that they had found an endorser for the Refinement series watches and wanted him to take a few pictures with them. Although it was just a few photographs, two strangers needed time to adjust to each other, and the pictures had to convey feeling, something that would probably require more than just one day. Upon hearing this, Zhao Rui frowned immediately. A single day's delay meant spending another day's money, and he still needed funds to promote the movie. Truthfully, he didn't like it. He was about to ask if Yu Qinghwan's photo shoot could be rescheduled when he heard Qinghwan continue, Brother Rui, tomorrow is the 15th day of the first lunar month, and everyone wants to go home to reunite. You might as well give everyone a day off. Since the New Year's Eve dinner, Yu Qinghwan and Zhao Rui had become much closer and were able to joke around with each other. Yu Qinghwan realized that Zhao Rui was actually someone who spoke harshly but had a soft heart. The reason he pushed the cast and crew so hard before the new year was to make sure everyone could enjoy a 2-day vacation during the Spring Festival. But since his words were so severe, people got upset with him and never bothered to understand his true intentions. Yu Qinghwan lightly tapped Zhao Rui on the shoulder and said, Brother Rui, Ada's schedule cannot be changed, so please do me a favor and grant me a day off, and let everyone rest for a day too. Orange Yellow was nearing its conclusion, and it was estimated that less than a week was needed to complete the entire shoot. In such a situation, letting everyone go back to celebrate the Lantern Festival wouldn't hurt. Zhao Rui was silent for a moment, then gave him a stern look. What can I do if I don't give you the day off? Yu Qinghwan was the absolute lead of the movie, and without him, there would be no filming. If they weren't filming, it wasn't necessary for the crew to stay behind. This leave, Zhao Rui had to grant it whether he liked it or not. Thank you, Brother Rui. Yu Qinghwan smiled as he expressed his gratitude and took the down jacket handed by Yu Xin and put it on. Brother Qinghwan, can I go with you? While Yu Qinghwan and Zhao Rui were talking, Wang Ruirui had been listening intently nearby. The little girl feared nothing more than hearing the word vacation. It meant she might have to spend time alone in the hotel or somewhere else again. She cautiously glanced at Yu Qinghwan's expression and couldn't help asking the question. To be honest, Yu Qinghwan was somewhat hesitant. Ada was a place frequented by many people, and his schedule for tomorrow was tight. Once he got to work, he wouldn't have time to pay attention to Wang Ruirui, making it unsuitable to bring her along. But when he looked down and saw the expectant eyes of the young girl, the original refusal turned into a single word, okay. After more than a month together, this was the first time Wang Ruirui had actively made a request to him. If he refused, she might dare even less to express herself in the future. Yu Qinghwan sighed, thinking, well, at worst he could have Yu Xin watch her closely tomorrow. The cast and crew had already been used to Zhao Rui's harsh treatment, and suddenly hearing that tomorrow was a holiday, they thought it might be false information for a moment, even pulling out their phones to check if it was April Fool's Day. Once confirmed that the break was real, joyous howls quickly echoed across the entire set. In less than an hour, the entire production team had emptied out. Seeing this, Yu Xin couldn't help but comment, Zhao Rui is really ruthless. Look at how fast these people ran, it was like escaping from some sort of plague zone. After finishing his sentence, he glanced at his artist's sunken face, agreeing even more with his own statement. Brother Rui has no choice, Yu Qinghwan replied and returned to his small hut with Yu Xin. The next morning, Yu Qinghwan was woken up early by Yu Xin. Their location was far from Ada, and it would take at least an hour to get there. After rushing to pack, the two left. Just as they were about to head to the hotel to find Wang Ruirui, they saw Zhao Rui walking towards them with the little girl. Seeing the stunned look on Yu Xion's face, Zhao Rui explained unusually, I'm coming too. Alright, Yu Qinghwan paused for a moment, then nodded. With Zhao Rui around, he wouldn't need to worry about distractions while shooting. Though Zhao Rui seemed rough on the outside, he was much more careful with Wang Ruirui than 100 Yuzins could ever be. However, now there truly wasn't a single person left in the film crew. The group rode in Yu Xion's old second-hand Audi, bumping and swaying as they drove toward the city. They had no idea that shortly after they left, a drunk driver caused a large truck to overturn on the road outside the studio gates. It crushed an exposed natural gas pipeline that hadn't been repaired in years, leading to a massive explosion of the entire main pipeline. Flames erupted into the sky, spreading wildly in all directions with uncontrollable force, engulfing the filming site. Temporary structures built for the shoot and numerous props were swallowed by roaring fires. By the time firefighters arrived, the set had turned into a fiery inferno. Villagers nearby, having heard the tremendous explosion, gathered in groups to check on the situation. Seeing the state of the filming site, they sighed regretfully. You'd think everything was fine, but this kind of thing happens. I'm sure not many of the whole crew will survive. Who would have thought? This is such a misfortune. There was this nice young man who gave a handful of candies to my daughter. Alas. The media, who had arrived upon hearing the news, froze at these murmurs, quickly grabbing one of the villagers and asking, "You're saying it was a film crew? Were there still people inside when the explosion happened?" Exactly. The villager sighed, no one knows how many survived. I heard their movie was almost finished, but this tragedy struck. Others also chimed in, that's true. Their team even ordered boxed meals from our village. Staff said the crew was really poor, but they never delayed our payments. All because of their lack of funds, the director tried to make use of every minute for filming and rarely let the actors out. Now it looks like everyone might have gone down together. My daughter once got to act as an extra. She says their movie was called Tangerine Yellow, which was so touching that she cried when she learned about its content. The restaurant they ordered meals from belongs to my sister. She said their director was stingy but had a good heart, it's too bad. Before the journalists arrived, although they expected some casualties, they hadn't anticipated that an entire film crew had fallen victim to the disaster. How many people must it have taken? Just thinking about it made their scalps tingle. Just before this, they had learned the specific details of the movie from some extras who had participated in Tangerine Yellow. A topic increasingly discussed in recent years, child sexual abuse. In recent years, there has been more and more news about the sexual abuse of children. When people first see such stories, they are often extremely angry and demand chemical castration for those monsters who harm children. But today, with social media growing rapidly, and information bombarding us daily, when the heat of the news cools, the issue gradually fades from memory and eventually fizzles out without resolution. At this point, what's urgently needed is a great film that can expose the severity of this issue and leave a deep impression on every parent's mind. But such movies are often not favored by the market. The fact that the director, Zhao Rui, persisted in completing this film under such conditions shows just how much idealism he has. And then there was the lead actor, Yu Qinghuan. According to a familiar villager with close ties to the film crew, Tangerine Yellow was so financially strained that even the actors slept in makeshift huts on construction sites. This probably meant the lead didn't receive a high salary either. Nowadays, all rising young actors take every chance they get to participate in commercially driven productions, yet this particular one remained unusually low-key, sometimes you couldn't even find his name in the news, and privately worked hard to protect children. Because of what the villagers said, the reporters assumed everyone from the Tangerine Yellow crew was caught in the fire. And given how severe the blaze was, the chances of anyone surviving were extremely slim. It was really a case of good people getting no rewards. The reporters sighed, racing against time to post the tragic news online. Such sorrowful events attract the most attention and elicit the deepest sympathy from netizens. In no time, whether it was print or online media, overwhelming reports emerged covering the massive explosion, alongside mentions of the unlucky Tangerine Yellow crew. Tangerine Yellow quietly started filming without even an official opening ceremony. Zhao Rui was worried about the budget for post-production publicity every day, never expecting that this event would turn it into a trending topic across all major social media platforms, sparking intense online discussions. Alas, I don't know what to say, let's just pray silently for them. No way. I just became a fan of Qinghuan. Yesterday I was complaining that he doesn't update news often, but I'd rather not have any updates like these. Now I'm so worried, hoping he's okay. I'm crying. Seriously. Please be alright, everyone, I'll definitely support the film once it comes out. There are so few films in China tackling such topics. It's clear the director is passionate about cinema, may everything go smoothly for them. Great actors, great directors. No matter what, I'll watch this movie in theaters. Hopefully, the entire crew stays safe. At this moment, Yu Qinghuan had just arrived at Ada's building when he received countless concerned phone calls. He didn't initially understand what was going on, but after asking, his expression turned extremely serious. After replying one by one to the people who cared about him, he hung up and said to Zhao Rui, "Rui go, we need to go back right away." Though none of their crew members were at the set, they still needed to check the costumes and props used during filming to see how much damage had been done. More importantly, they had to appear before the media and reassure the public that they were unharmed. Yu Qinghuan finished speaking and immediately called Evanson, explaining the situation with deep regret and requesting that the next shooting schedule be postponed. Although Evanson seemed somewhat troubled, he understood the seriousness of the situation, hesitated for a moment, and eventually agreed. On the way back, Zhao Rui remained silent throughout. Yu Qinghuan assumed he was still shaken and wanted to console him, but no matter how he worded it, it didn't seem right. In the end, he gave up. The moment they got out of the car at the set entrance, they were recognized by the reporters. These journalists were experts at recognizing faces, especially since they'd just seen pictures of Yu Qinghwan and Zhao Rui recently. You weren't at the set. The reporters stared wide-eyed at them, completely disbelieving, nearly dropping their microphones. The set was empty, Zhao Rui replied plainly, relieving everyone. There were only our costumes and props. No one. The reporters suddenly felt as if their brains weren't functioning properly. Didn't this crew always rush progress daily? How could the set be completely vacant? It made no sense. Seeing their confusion, Zhao Rui explained the whole story once more. As he spoke, the reporters gaped, looking at Yu Qinghwan as though he were some kind of lucky charm, a human red carp. This luck was simply unbelievable, wasn't it? Hadn't he suddenly requested time off, causing Zhao Rui to grant a day off for the whole crew? Otherwise, the entire production might have been wiped out today. This was truly one man saving the entire team. What was originally expected to be a tragic event had become a comedy ending perfectly, a twist so shocking it defied belief. After a few seconds of stunned silence, the reporters rushed to share follow-up reports online. To grab attention, they intentionally used exaggerated headlines and descriptions, resulting in netizens everywhere learning about Yu Qinghwan's mysterious streak of good fortune overnight. People went wild over his luck, scrambling to forward his Weibo posts for blessings. Some even renamed their Weibo accounts to things like Yu Qinghwan's scales or Yu Qinghwan's red carp whiskers. Outside the set, Zhao Rui looked at the blackened ruins of the scene, then glanced down at his phone, finally fixing his gaze on Yu Qinghwan. With his stern appearance and somber demeanor, Zhao Rui's unblinking stare felt as though he were ready to pick a fight. Just as Yu Xin thought to ask what he was glaring at, Zhao Rui abruptly broke the silence. Do you have a photo? Send me one. I also want to forward the red carp post on Weibo. Not only had he saved the lives of everyone in the crew, but this incident had given Tangerine Yellow free publicity from major media outlets, an extraordinarily profitable deal. Even though Zhao Rui wasn't superstitious, he couldn't resist joining in to forward the red carp blessing, just in case. Before Yu Qinghwan could respond, Yu Xin's eyes lit up, and he excitedly rushed over, standing on tiptoe to strenuously put an arm around Zhao Rui's shoulders in a friendly manner. You're going to forward the red carp post too? Oh my goodness, I've been doing it every day, I've got tons of experience. Which photo should I send you? Pick one and I'll send it over. With a stern face, Zhao Rui stared intently at Yu Xin's phone for a full minute before finally pointing at one. This one. Perfect, I'll send it to you. Hey, what's your Weibo handle? Let's follow each other, and when there are new pictures, I'll tag you right away. Zhao Rui who makes films. Great, I'm following you now. I've returned the follow. Yu Qinghwan, forgotten off to the side, could only stare. Chapter 41. A massive explosion that shocked the entire nation resulted in nothing more than minor injuries to the driver, with everyone else completely unscathed. It was truly a miracle. Before the investigation results were out, people's heavy hearts had transformed into immense relief. Even the usually stern print media couldn't help but make jokes about Yu Qinghwan being a lucky charm. Although the influence of print media has gradually declined in recent years, retired seniors at home are loyal supporters of it. Originally, Yu Qinghwan's title as a lucky charm was only spreading online, but after such extensive promotion by the print media, even the elderly women who dance in the squares now recognize him. Ah! Yu Qinghwan. I know. Isn't he that little koi from Tangerine Yellow? Do you think Mom is out of touch with the times? Don't underestimate me. I know that Yu Qinghwan from Tangerine Yellow. That young man is really a lucky charm. Hey, Yu Qinghwan is handsome and so lucky. He must bring prosperity to the family. I think this young man would make a good son-in-law for me. In no time, Yu Qinghwan's fame soared, becoming the top choice for a son-in-law in the minds of the older women. However, it didn't stop there. Due to the big explosion, the crew of Tangerine Yellow also became an overnight sensation. Both the media and netizens were highly concerned about the future developments of the crew. As a result, journalists were often seen loitering around the shooting location these days, hoping to dig up some insider information. Hello, I'm a reporter from Wudong Media. The reporter casually grabbed a staff member from the Tangerine Yellow crew and eagerly approached them. May I interview you? Sure. The staff member wiped the sweat off his forehead and nodded. Because all the props and costumes were destroyed, Zhao Rui's temper had grown increasingly irritable over the past few days, and the tasks assigned to them had multiplied. Whenever they could catch a breath, it wasn't just about giving interviews, even if asked to go directly to the television station, he'd agree. Upon hearing this, the reporter's eyes lit up instantly, asking the questions prepared beforehand. I heard the big fire destroyed everything on your set. The staff member nodded, sighing, yes, the filming site is no longer usable. We're currently conducting the final inventory check to see if there are any other items we can take away. Tomorrow, we'll be done here. The reporter sighed, then do you have to reshoot from scratch? Though there were no casualties, the word was out that this production team was extremely poor, barely managing to keep going until nearly completing the movie when this happened. This fire turned the house into ashes, let alone those precious yet fragile film reels. Alas, troubles never come singly. For this movie to be released will likely face countless difficulties. Ah. The staff member looked perplexed, having no idea what the reporter meant. Why reshoot? What did this fire have to do with what they had already filmed? These media types were indeed peculiar. He didn't know that the reporter was similarly criticizing him internally at this moment. If it weren't for the impoverished condition of this crew, how could they hire such slow-witted staff members? Without the films, how would you reshoot? Probably, this person hadn't figured it out yet. Thinking of this, the reporter pitifully glanced at the staff member and reminded them, all your film rolls are gone, you definitely have to reshoot. The staff member looked baffled, retorting without hesitation, who said our films were gone? Ah. At this point, it was the reporter who seemed confused. The staff member scratched his head and blurted out without hesitation, our director is so stingy, how could he leave the films on set? However, immediately after saying that, he realized something was amiss. Glancing around and seeing no sign of Zhao Rui, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and quietly said to the reporter, sorry, can you cut this part out? Oh, sure. The reporter replied absent-mindedly, urgently asking him to continue. It's like this, the staff member rethought his words carefully, explaining, since our crew is so poor, we can't even afford hotel rooms. Except for Wang Ruirui, everyone including Brother Yu lives in shacks. There are no locks in the shacks, so it's unsafe. Director Zhao doesn't have money to hire security guards, so every day after shooting, we are required to move valuable items like cameras and films into Wang Ruirui's room, then bring them back to the set the next day when we shoot. He paused briefly, shyly smiling once, so this fire only destroyed the props and costumes left on set. Reporter. So all their worries, thinking that the meaningful movie, Tangerine Yellow, might be shelved forever, turned out to be unfounded concern. Miserliness truly saves lives. The reporter's face instantly froze, leaving the normally quick-witted person at a loss for words for the first time. Struggling to find another topic, the reporter asked, oh, Director Zhao is quite foresight, isn't he? I wonder if I'll run into him today, I wanted to interview him. At this, the staff member quickly interjected, you're looking for Director Zhao. He's not around today. Our location lease still has a week left, but as of today, it can no longer be used. Director Zhao went to negotiate a refund with the responsible party. The reporter. This interview was soon posted online. It was unclear whether the reporter had done it on purpose, but the segment where the staff mentioned Zhao Rui being stingy hadn't been cut, causing the netizens to burst out laughing after reading it. Ha 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 ha, although we should sympathize with the Tangerine Yellow crew at a time like this, I just can't help but laugh, what should I do? Ha 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 ha, I laughed so hard my abs are showing. What nonsense is this about Director Zhao running off to ask for money? This whole crew from the director down to the actors is so eccentric, ha 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 ha. Who would have thought that Director Zhao's gloomy face didn't seem scary anymore? Am I messed up? This crew should really be called the Koi crew, I've got to go check out Yu Qinghuan's Weibo again. Quietly whispering, the reporter in the end didn't cut that part either. Let's mourn for a second for the poor future career of that staff member, and then, ha 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 ha. Yu Qinghuan still had no idea what was happening online. These days, he was almost driven mad by Zhao Qingyuan that he didn't even want to look at his phone. Zhao Qingyuan couldn't stay idle. Once he heard about the accident, he immediately used visiting Yu Qinghuan as an excuse to come out to play. How could Yu Qinghuan possibly agree? The media was watching him closely recently. If they took photos of him together with Zhao Qingyuan now, who knows what kind of scandal might erupt. But Zhao Qingyuan seemed to thrive on defiance, the more he was told not to come, the more determined he became to visit. By the time Yu Qinghuan received the call, Zhao Qingyuan had already shaken off his manager and squatted downstairs outside Yu's house. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? Yu Qinghuan massaged his temples, sighing in frustration. I'm still out. Zhao Qingyuan sounded confused. Then what should I do? The apartment manager has the keys, I'll have him open the door for you. Wait for me inside, he paused briefly and reminded her again cautiously, don't wander around. Okay. Zhao Qingyuan replied with a sulky tone. Hurry up, there's no fun staying here alone. Understood. Yu Qinghuan was currently helping Wang Ruirui pack her belongings at the hotel. With Tangerine Yellow temporarily suspended, the staff had returned home to wait for further instructions. There was no way they could leave Wang Ruirui alone at the hotel. However, Zhao Rui had his hands full trying to get the movie production restarted, so he couldn't take care of her. Trusting no one else, he assigned the task to Yu Qinghuan. Let's go, to Uncle Qinghuan's place, Yu Qinghuan, carrying the suitcase in one hand and holding Wang Ruirui's little hand with the other, entered the elevator. All right. The little girl looked very happy, her round face glowing with satisfaction, making Yu Qinghuan unable to resist rubbing her head affectionately. Yu Qinghuan's house and the filming location were on opposite ends of town, one south, one north, and coincidentally hit rush hour. They had spent over an hour on the road but had barely covered half the distance. Fortunately, Yu Xian was considerate and had already bought Wang Ruirui a large bag of snacks before driving, or the little girl might have starved for who knows how long. I don't know when this will end. Yu Xian glanced at the endless line of cars ahead, sighing bitterly, I hate traffic jams most. Just wait patiently, what else can we do? Yu Qinghuan responded while carefully opening the package of biscuits for Wang Ruirui. Yu Xin sighed deeply once more. Just as he was about to say something, the phone rang. At this moment, the traffic was jammed to a standstill. Yu Xin pulled out his phone, startled, then turned back to Yu Qinghuan and said, "It's Zhao Qingyuan." Yu Qinghuan checked his own phone, pressed it a couple of times but nothing happened, realizing it had run out of battery. He looked up and said to Yu Xin, "Answer it. He must be getting anxious waiting for me. Put it on speaker." Yu Xin acknowledged and answered, "Teacher Zhao, hello. Is Qinghuan with you?" Zhao Qingyuan asked hastily. "Yes, go ahead, he's listening." Qinghuan. Hearing that Yu Qinghuan was present, Zhao Qingyuan's voice immediately boomed, "When will you come back? Can you pick me up from the Shangchong car wash? I estimate it will take another half an hour." Yu Qinghuan approximated the driving speed and asked, "What's wrong? Did your car break down?" That, Zhao Qingyuan stuttered for a moment before spilling out the situation hesitantly, I went to wash my car and then realized. I didn't drive it." Yu Qinghuan. Seemingly guessing Yu Qinghuan's silent disdain, Zhao Qingyuan quickly added a tragic tone, "Qinghuan, you have no idea. I walked for half an hour in the freezing cold wind. I feel like a dead dog from the cold. Ugh, I might even catch a cold." He didn't know what he was thinking when he went to the car wash without his car, it all felt so unbelievable in hindsight. "Yu Qinghuan, if you can walk there, you can certainly walk back." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingyuan immediately panicked, "Please don't say that, Qinghuan. Even if you killed me, I wouldn't be able to make it back on foot. Moreover, I lost my mask somewhere along the way, so I'm terrified of being recognized by others. Right now, I'm crouching behind a wall with my face covered, there's no way I can take a taxi." After pausing briefly, he whined pathetically, "Truly, I'm weak, pitiful, and helpless." Yu Qinghuan retorted icily, "But also dumb enough to eat." Zhao Qingyuan. Silent for a few seconds, he finally took the desperate route, "Just give me a straight answer, are you coming or not? If you don't come, get ready to pick up my body tonight." Yu Qinghuan rubbed his forehead in frustration, "Find a warm place to stay. Don't stand outside like an idiot. I'll head over right now." After finishing, he hung up and turned to Yu Xin, saying, "Brother, change course. Head to the car wash first." "All right." Yu Xin replied hesitantly, pausing for a moment before asking suddenly, "Qinghuan, seriously, don't you think it's time to find another friend? Their family koi is doing great, what if their IQ gets pulled down?" Cough, Yu Qinghuan coughed lightly, reluctantly uttering, "Qingyuan is actually pretty good." Meanwhile, downstairs at Hua family residence, Hua Chu was struggling painstakingly to learn how to recognize paths. However, just walking from the security booth to the building below already left him utterly exhausted. His brain, which had calculating capabilities sharp as a computer, could not remember even simple routes. A child would fare better than him. No matter how many times he tried, he always ended up getting lost. "Let's call it quits for today," Sanner, Huarong, feeling sorry for his brother whose face had gone pale with cold, pulled him gently. "It's fine to start again once the weather warms up a bit." Hua Chu shook his head firmly and pushed Huarong's hand away. He must learn how to recognize roads. He wanted to be able to reach Qinghuan wherever he might be, at any time, rather than helplessly standing still waiting for someone else to lead him around. Recognizing paths was no big deal. Hua Chu pressed his lips tightly and stepped forward again. For Qinghuan, he believed he could master anything. Under the bright streetlights, Hua Chu's shadow stretched long and thin. The soft light illuminated his focused profile, making his facial contours appear sharper and more handsome. Huarong stared fixedly at his younger brother's resolute side face, suddenly realizing that Hua Chu was no longer the simple and self-isolated younger brother who relied solely on him for protection. Hua Chu had become better over time and developed someone he wanted to protect. No matter what reason he might use, he could not stop this transformation in his younger brother. Huarong sighed, remembering Yu Qinghuan's flawlessly beautiful face. Well, regardless of what Hua Chu truly feels and whatever their future outcome will be, he would accept it. After all, in this world, only Yu Qinghuan has the ability to change Hua Chu, and none other than he. Chapter 42. Yu Qinghuan and the others changed their route, which immediately made things smoother. They soon arrived at Chongshan Car Wash and instantly recognized Zhao Qinzhen, who was clinging to the doorframe like a gecko on a wall. Yu Xian originally intended to get out of the car, but upon seeing this situation, he quickly shut the door and said to Yu Qinghuan, "Since it's your friend, you should go handle it yourself." Yu Qinghuan. How had Zhao Qinzhen fallen to a point where even Yu Xian disliked him? Yu Qinghuan put on a mask, opened the car door, and headed straight for Zhao Qinzhen. He efficiently brought him into the car. "You've finally come, I'm freezing to death." Zhao Qinzhen held his hands up to his mouth to warm them with his breath and deftly opened the back car door. Upon seeing Wang Ruirui, his eyes lit up, and he leaned over to her, saying, "Our little princess is here too." "Uncle Qinzhen," Wang Ruirui called sweetly as she offered her little cookie towards Zhao Qinzhen's mouth. Zhao Qinzhen didn't hesitate at all, opening his mouth to take the biscuit, chewing as he said, "Little princess, you should call me brother Qinzhen, see how you call Qinghuan brother." Wang Ruirui smiled at him, "Your uncle." Zhao Qingzhen turned his head, good girl, call me brother. Wang Ruirui shook her head, your uncle. Zhao Qingzhen, dear, be a good girl and call me brother. Yu Qinghuan. He simply couldn't bear to see Zhao Qingzhen acting foolishly anymore, casting a cold glance at him, mockingly saying, you two certainly do play well together. But he still underestimated Zhao Qingyan's intelligence. The other person clearly didn't notice anything amiss in his tone, even happily questioning him back, you notice too, I am more popular with kids. Yu Qinghuan. Wherever Zhao Qingzhen was, there was always lively chatter. Not only did he split the large bag of snacks with Wang Ruirui, but he even started playing games with her. The two interacted back and forth as if there were no age differences whatsoever. Yu Qinghuan supported his forehead, exchanging a look with Yu Xian through the rearview mirror, both seeing the despair in each other's eyes. By the way, Qinghuan, I heard the series of watches you endorsed sold quite well. Did Ada give you an extra red envelope? Seeing Wang Ruirui played herself tired, Zhao Qingzhen sat her on his lap, licking the potato chip crumbs off his fingers as he turned to ask Yu Qinghuan. Yu Qinghuan was momentarily surprised, then shook his head, no. He had been busy with the Orange Crew these days and hadn't paid any attention to the sales of the Cold Series watches. Had the sales figures already been released? And it seemed they were pretty good. He really had no idea at all. Shit, Zhao Qingzhen couldn't hold back an expletive, that grandson at Evanson is miserly beyond belief. The new release of the Cold Series watches this year has already surpassed the total sales of the previous quarter, yet for such impressive results, he hasn't given any indication. Normally, when the endorsed product has outstanding sales, the brand usually rewards the endorsing star to secure cooperation for a longer time ahead. Ada is considered a top-tier brand, it shouldn't be so stingy according to principle. Yu Qinghuan understood the rule too. After some thought, he said, I will be going to Ada tomorrow to take a group photo. I guess Mr. Evanson will say something at that time. Probably. Zhao Qingzhen shrugged indifferently, noticing one car after another passing them, unable to help but say to Yu Qinghuan, can't you buy another car? Driving this second-hand Audi. Pausing briefly, he expressed his distaste tactfully, isn't it tiring to use? I don't drive. Yu Qinghuan lowered his eyes, concealing the emotion in his gaze. Zhao Qingzhen was startled for a moment, just wanting to inquire further, but caught Yu Xian giving him frantic signals in the rearview mirror, instantly realizing the situation, silently closing his mouth. Yu Qinghuan's parents passed away in a car accident, it was understandable that he harbored a shadow about cars. Secretly blaming himself for talking too much, Zhao Qingzhen awkwardly pursed his lips. Just as he wanted to change the topic, he heard a cheerful ringtone from a mobile phone. I'll stop and take this call first. Seeing it was an unfamiliar number, fearing there might be an important collaboration looking for Yu Qinghuan, Yu Xian directly parked the car by the roadside. After saying a brief word, he pressed the answer button. Hello, I'm Tony, the Asia Regional Director of Shikli. I've previously worked with Qinghuan. The person on the other end first introduced himself, then straightforwardly revealed the purpose, we would like to invite Qinghuan to become our brand partner. Do you have any interest? Compared to his arrogant demeanor last time, he was being exceptionally humble, almost to the point of groveling. It wasn't Tony's fault for changing his attitude so quickly. When they last met, Yu Qinghuan was still an unknown newcomer. Back then, Tony had seen potential in Yu Qinghuan's image and wanted him as the spokesperson for their trench coats. The deal was almost done, but then a top-down order came through, bringing in another person instead, and that was the end of it. He'd regretted it slightly back then, but not enough to lose sleep over it. Who would have thought that fate would turn things around with a massive explosion, making Yu Qinghuan a success? Not only did the movie he starred in become famous before even premiering, the watches he endorsed also saw skyrocketing sales. When Tony looked at their trench coat sales now, he could feel nothing but regret, but the ad campaign had already been launched. There was no way to bring Yu Qinghuan back on board, so all he could do was act fast and call them up. All of our clothes and accessories will definitely be prioritized for Qinghuan in the future. Moreover, there won't be any issues with the fees for this collaboration. Since Yu Xian hadn't reacted for a while, Tony added another sentence. Normally, the partnership between stars and high-end brands is mutually beneficial. Stars have priority in borrowing clothes from the brand, and they promote the brand in necessary situations. But since they're not official endorsers, brands don't need to pay extra endorsement fees. And in this kind of relationship, it's usually the stars who hold a weaker position. Tony saying this already indicated considerable sincerity. Upon hearing this, Yu Xian turned back to look at Yu Qinghuan immediately. Since the call was on speakerphone from the beginning, Yu Qinghuan had heard everything Tony said too. Seeing Yu Xian looking at him for guidance, he remained silent and shook his head slightly. Yu Xian understood right away what his artist meant, narrowing his eyes and flashing an oily grin. He not only politely rejected Tony's proposal but subtly dropped hints about Yu Qinghuan's current popularity. He mentioned that several major brands were already in talks with him, and he couldn't take on so many activities at once. Please understand. Amid Tony's disappointed sighs, the phone hung up crisply. Back then, you told me the endorser was basically locked in as you, and then you turned around and found someone else. You tried to brush us off with a simple phone call, and now you regret it. Yu Xian scoffed, dream on. At first, Yu Qinghuan occasionally chimed in, but later, seeing how immersed Yu Xian was in the satisfaction of revenge and forgot himself completely, he finally had to remind him, "Brother, you should start driving. Rui hasn't eaten dinner yet." "Oh, right. How could I forget that?" Yu Xian slapped his forehead, about to start the car when Zhao Qingzhen suddenly poked his head out the window, exclaiming in astonishment, "Holy crap. What's going on over there?" Following the direction Zhao Qingzhen pointed to, Yu Qinghuan saw a man dressed in black standing under a large tree by the roadside. Next to him stood a Maserati with both rear tires completely blown out. "This guy's having a tough day." Zhao Qingzhen clicked his tongue sympathetically. For 2 tires on a Maserati to blow out simultaneously must be quite rare. "Guess something unexpected happened," Yu Qinghuan remarked casually. Somehow, he felt like the silhouette of the man was familiar to him. The man was currently speaking on the phone facing away from the road. Perhaps due to some situation, after putting down his phone, he rubbed his temples, obviously distressed, and kicked the car body furiously in frustration. Vehicles kept passing by on the side of the road, but none stopped to inquire about his predicament. These days, the temperature had dropped sharply, reaching well below 0 degrees Celsius. It was especially cold today with the wind. Unable to resist the discomfort, Yu Qinghuan finally decided to speak up to Yu Xian, "Brother, let me check it out first. It's freezing out here, and standing by the side of the road isn't helping anyone." Yu Xian was already used to his artist's willingness to meddle in others' affairs, so without hesitation, he unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car too. "Need help?" Yu Qinghuan approached the man and asked, "We noticed your situation when we parked." The man paused for a moment before replying, "If possible, can you give me a ride somewhere? Since the back tires are blown out, the car has such a low ground clearance it can't be towed directly, and the towing team can't help either. With the weather so cold, I can't wait around forever. So, I'll just leave and find another solution." Cars passed by on the roadside, none stopping to ask what was happening. The unnervingly familiar voice caused Yu Qinghuan to pause momentarily, and after a few seconds of silence, he responded with a sound, leading the man towards the roadside. He never imagined that in such a situation, he would encounter Qingzheng, his only friend from a past life. When Yu Qinghuan had first become famous, Qingzheng was already a top-tier star, and even later when Yu Qinghuan rose to stardom himself, there was still an unbridgeable gap between their statuses. Yu Qinghuan had thought they would never cross paths again in this life, but fate could indeed be fascinating at times. As soon as Qingzheng got into the car, Zhao Qingyuan recognized him, Qingzheng. Currently holding a similar status as Zhao Qingyuan, though following different career trajectories, Qingzheng was often compared with him, which made them somewhat acquainted. Zhao Qingyuan. Qingzheng paused for a second while removing his mask, perhaps just as surprised to find Zhao Qingyuan inside this rundown Audi. However, given his excellent mental composure, he quickly nodded in acknowledgement. The back seat was full, so Zhao Qingyuan volunteered to move to the front passenger seat while still enthusiastically engaging in conversation. Before Qingzheng could even introduce himself, Zhao Qingyuan had already taken over the introductions. "Qinghuan, you should know Qingzheng, right? He's that guy who's always on the headlines." Without waiting for Yu Qinghuan's response, and before he could reciprocate the introduction, Qingzheng spoke with a curious tone, "Qinghuan, Yu Qinghuan." Yu Qinghuan blinked in shock, responding with mixed emotions, "Qin. Brother Zheng, do you know me?" Qingzheng smiled, extending his hand, "Indeed, let me clarify, I'm also the endorser for Ada's Precise Series watches." After dropping Qingzheng off at his specified location, Zhao Qingyuan returned to sit beside Yu Qinghuan, disbelief laced in his voice, "Isn't this just too coincidental? You two seem really destined to meet." "Yes," Yu Qinghuan sighed softly, "thank goodness I took a look when I did." Not particularly interested in Qingzheng, Zhao Qingyuan mentioned it briefly then quickly moved on, excitedly engaging Yu Qinghuan in discussions about their dinner plans. Meanwhile, Qingzheng's agent had finally caught up with him. "Tomorrow, I'll get you a new car," Chunming furrowed his brows. "It's fortunate that today you encountered some kind-hearted people, otherwise, if the media found out, they'd undoubtedly twist the story." After a short pause, he added, "Was there any issue with the people who helped you today?" Recalling Yu Qinghuan's dark shimmering eyes, Qingzheng slightly curled his lips, "There were no issues." "That's good," Chunming breathed a sigh of relief. Stopping briefly, he stated, "By the way, remember Yu Qinghuan who endorsed Ada's Cold Series? That dog-luck beginner dared to step on you to climb up." Chunming coldly snorted, "You'll have to take photos with him tomorrow anyway. The draft is already prepared, we'll definitely give him a proper lesson." The Cold Series was merely a low-end watch line under Ada, and its better sales performance against the Precise Series was quite normal. But unfortunately, Yu Qinghuan's fans weren't tactful and loudly celebrated this fact. Chunming's gaze turned dark, how dare they think that their current lack of retaliation means they're easy to bully. He will make sure to settle this score afterward. Leave him alone. Qingzheng glanced coldly at Chunming, issuing a stern warning. "Why?" Chunming was startled, "Are you going to just stand by and let yourself be overshadowed by some nobody celebrity? What does overshadow mean?" Qingzheng's eyes darkened, "If I started minding every small matter, probably I'd have dozens of press releases a day to handle." After a pause, noticing Chen Ming's unsatisfied expression, Qin Jing tapped lightly on the table, his voice deepening, "Chen Ming, don't test my patience." Chen Ming stiffened, then respectfully bowed his head, "Understood, sir." The next day, after entrusting Yu Xian to care for Wang Ruirui at home, Yu Qinghuan took a ride with Zhao Qingyuan to Ada. Upon entering the studio, he immediately came across Qin Zheng. "Brother Zheng," Yu Qinghuan stopped and politely called out. "There's no need for such formality, treat me as a friend." Sitting on the sofa by the door, Qin Zheng looked up warmly at Yu Qinghuan. With his handsome and distinct features, dressed in an all-black suit, Qin Zheng's crossed legs gave him an exceptionally elegant appearance. Yu Qinghuan smiled in agreement. Having collaborated many times and being friends in another lifetime, Yu Qinghuan was well aware of Qin Zheng's style and knew exactly how to compliment him. Their cooperation synergy earned praise even from the photographer. This set of photos went incredibly smoothly, almost without a single subpar shot. They wrapped up right at noon. Qin Zheng glanced at his watch and said to Yu Qinghuan, "Let's have lunch together. There will probably be more opportunities for cooperation in the future, and it's always good to get to know each other better." Just as Yu Qinghuan was about to nod, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind, "Qinghuan." He turned around in surprise to see Hua Chu looking this way with a cold face. And beside him, Hua Rong stood there with a look of helplessness. Seeing that Yu Qinghuan had noticed, he innocently shrugged his shoulders. "How did you come here?" Yu Qinghuan went over and asked. Hua Chu did not answer his question. His facial features were tense, his handsome brows furrowed tightly, and his eyes locked on Qin Zheng with a murderous intent. For some reason, when Hua Chu saw Yu Qinghuan together with Qin Zheng, he instinctively sensed danger. This wasn't the kind of jealousy that arose from Yu Qinghuan's familiarity with Yu Xian or closeness with Zhao Qinyuan, it was another type of threat, one potentially lethal enough to raise all his alarms. He instinctively stepped forward, placing himself directly in front of Yu Qinghuan, ensuring Qin Zheng couldn't even see a single strand of his hair. Only then did he turn around and coldly ask, "Qinghuan, who is he?" Chapter 43. "This is my friend, Qin Zheng." Yu Qinghuan stepped out from behind Hua Chu and introduced them to each other. "Brother Zheng, this is Hua Chu." The two men looked at each other for a few seconds before Qin Zheng was the first to nod. Hua Chu wasn't quite sure how to greet a stranger, but seeing the situation, he felt that he shouldn't be outdone by Qin Zheng, so he also nodded in earnest. "Are you two going to have dinner together?" Hua Chu turned toward Yu Qinghuan and asked with some melancholy in his voice. "Yeah," Yu Qinghuan responded. Seeing him immediately putting on expression, she held back her laughter and asked, "Why are you here now?" "I missed you." Without thinking, Hua Chu answered, glancing at Qin Zheng on the side with a small voice, "But you're having dinner with someone else." After pausing for a moment, he added pitifully, "I didn't even have breakfast." "Why didn't you eat breakfast this morning?" Yu Qinghuan instantly felt pity, completely ignoring his first statement as she gave him a stern look and scolded, "Do you think your stomach's doing well enough already?" "Qinghuan," Hua Chu pleadingly grabbed her wrist and shook it, "Then take me along when you eat, I want to eat too." On the side, Hua Rong. If he hadn't remembered wrongly, his younger brother had consumed 2 bowls of pumpkin porridge and 1 pork-filled pancake earlier in the morning. So here comes the question, his honest little brother who never lies, when did he learn to deceive people? He looked complicatedly at Hua Chu and quietly sighed in his heart, suddenly realizing that his seemingly innocent younger brother actually has manipulative intentions. It was indeed quite revolutionary to his worldview. "You would have been included regardless." Yu Qinghuan patted his head and turned to Qin Zheng, "Brother Zheng, do you mind sharing the table?" "Of course not," Qin Zheng smiled, "your friends are my friends, plus I've met Hua Rong before." Yu Qinghuan always felt something off about his words but couldn't figure out exactly where the oddness lay, so she could only nod her head and change the topic. As they were talking, Hua Chu's eyes kept circling around Qin Zheng, as if evaluating his opponent's strength. And Qin Zheng, the moment Yu Qinghuan's gaze left him, immediately returned the look. Hua Chu being caught peeking didn't feel guilty, instead defiantly stared directly back at Qin Zheng without backing down an inch. Yu Qinghuan utterly failed to notice the tense undercurrents between these two, preoccupied as she was worrying about Hua Chu starving himself. She was frantically searching for an appropriate restaurant on her phone. Fortunately, there was a rather private family restaurant just downstairs. Yu Qinghuan led everyone over and directly reserved a private room. When selecting seats, Hua Chu perfectly embodied the principles of speed and accuracy, rushing forward while everyone else remained unaware and landing squarely next to Yu Qinghuan with a solid plunk. Qin Zheng, who had raised his hand to pull a chair out, suddenly feeling this seemingly simple boy a bit more difficult to deal with. He narrowed his eyes slightly, then settled for sitting across from Yu Qinghuan instead. Since Hua Chu was usually close to him, Yu Qinghuan didn't find anything amiss and handed a menu from the corner of the table to Qin Zheng, "Brother Zheng, order whatever you like. I'm not picky." "Alright," Qin Zheng took the menu with a slight curl of his lips and glanced meaningfully at Hua Chu with a smile. Hua Chu was already disgruntled because Yu Qinghuan handed the menu to Qin Zheng first, and now feeling provoked by this challenging look, tightened his lips unhappily. Although he wasn't sure why, Hua Chu was very certain, from the moment he saw Qin Zheng, that he disliked this person. In fact, he disliked him so much that he wanted to cover his eyes so Qin Zheng could never see Qinghuan again. "What's wrong, Hua Chu?" Yu Qinghuan placed her own menu in front of him, flipping open a page as she prepared to ask what he wanted to eat. Instead, she found him dazed, and concernedly nudged him with her elbow, laughing softly, "Starving yourself senseless?" Feeling a bit reluctant, Hua Chu opened his mouth, originally intending to ask Yu Qinghuan why she gave the menu to Qin Zheng first, but suddenly brightened up and became delighted instantly. While Qin Zheng was looking at his lonely menu, Qinghuan was actually sharing the same one with him. It was clear as day whose relationship was closer. "I want this, and this." Immediately cheered up, Hua Chu happily showed the dimple on his left cheek, tapping the page twice. If he had a tail, it probably would have been wagging right now. "All right." Yu Qinghuan was confused by the sudden change in his mood but didn't bother delving into it, following his finger and promptly froze in surprise. Hua Chu ordered sweet and sour pork ribs and cashew shrimp, which coincidentally were both his favorites. "Do you like eating this too?" Yu Qinghuan casually asked while flipping through the menu. "Huh?" Hua Chu paused for a moment, then shook his head. "Not really." He had never been particular about food. "Why did you order something you don't like then?" Yu Qinghuan couldn't help but laugh at him. Just as she was about to ask the waiter to cancel those 2 dishes, Hua Chu naturally replied, "Because you like them." At that moment, Yu Qinghuan couldn't describe how she felt. Her whole body seemed light, her nose tingled, and tears almost welled up uncontrollably. He lowered his head to hide his reaction, and after quite a while, he started flipping through the menu again. Beside him, Hua Rong was shocked once more. Had his little brother become so considerate and thoughtful? Remembering everyone's preferences? The excited elder brother rubbed his hands together and shamelessly pleaded with a smile, "Little 3, can you help your second brother pick a dish?" "Ah." Hua Chu raised his head in confusion, seeming a bit unsure of this request. After pausing for several seconds, he nodded slowly, "All right, what would you like, brother 2? An excited Ho Rong suddenly got choked, "You don't know what I like." Hua Chu's expression didn't waver, "No idea," he said simply. Hua Rong sighed under his breath, feeling blocked by his brother's words, "If you don't even know this, what do you know?" Thinking his voice was low enough, yet still being heard by Hua Chu. Honest Hua Chu answered straightforwardly, "I know what Qinghuan likes." "Hua Rong. Brother. You didn't have to answer that." After waiting a while, the dishes they ordered arrived. All 4 men had large appetites, and various kinds of food spread across the entire table. Coincidentally, most of the dishes Yu Qinghuan loved ended up in front of Qin Zheng. Eating was serious business. When Yu Qinghuan ate, he was never restrained, immediately plunging his chopsticks into the plate of cashew shrimp. However, the restaurant's metal chopsticks were slippery, and he failed to pick anything up on his first try. Putting down the chopsticks, Yu Qinghuan rolled up his sleeves, ready to switch to a spoon when Qin Zheng already scooped a full spoonful of shrimp onto his bowl. "Thanks, brother Zheng." Yu Qinghuan picked up a piece of shrimp and put it into his mouth, silently marveling inside. No matter whether it was the young Qin Zheng or the one 10 years later, he always took good care of others. Even back in their previous life, during meals, Qin Zheng had always taken great care of everyone around. This private kitchen used good quality ingredients, the shrimps were fresh and sweet, delicious to the core. After finishing one, Yu Qinghuan couldn't resist grabbing another, which made Hua Chu's eyes turn red instantly. Following Qin Zheng's example, he also attempted to serve some shrimp to Yu Qinghuan. Unfortunately, not only was he awkward with the spoon, but his anxiety at the moment worsened the situation, causing sweat to break out on his forehead. "Here, eat this." Suddenly, just as Hua Chu was getting restless, Yu Qinghuan served him a spoonful of shrimp, asking tenderly, "What else do you want?" Hua Chu, seeing his smile, immediately got an idea. Unable to use the spoon well equals Qinghuan serving him personally. Meaning. Sometimes using a disadvantage cleverly could turn it into an advantage. Lowering his gaze, Hua Chu faintly revealed the dimples on his face. By the time he looked up again, his face was full of innocence. "Qinghuan, I want to eat this one, and this one." Pausing momentarily, he hesitantly asked while biting on his chopstick, "Would you feed all of these to me?" "What else?" Yu Qinghuan glanced at him with a smile. "You won't be able to pick them up yourself anyway." Through this method, Hua Chu managed to attract Yu Qinghuan's full attention throughout the meal. They fed each other happily, making it seem as though there were only the 2 of them present at the table. Qin Zheng's eyes darkened slightly, noticing the smug satisfaction in Hua Chu's eyes, making him feel surprisingly depressed for the first time. Nothing else, he just couldn't learn this trick. Even if he did, he certainly wouldn't have the face to actually use it. As the dinner continued, everyone harbored their own thoughts. But trouble arose when it came time to settle the bill. Yu Qinghuan knew his place perfectly. Though this lifetime Qin Zheng treated him well, their relationship was fundamentally different from before, and he couldn't just take it for granted that Qin Zheng would pay. On the other hand, Qin Zheng believed himself to be an elder and also held a certain fondness towards Yu Qinghuan, thus insisting on paying. Neither of them managed to persuade the other. Just as Yu Qinghuan was thinking about whether he should take a step back, Hua Chu suddenly reached out and grabbed his wrist. "Qinghuan, I've already paid the money. Let's go." Hua Rong, who had just received his bank card from the cashier, remained speechless. "He didn't pay, did he?" Why is my little brother becoming so unlikable all of a sudden? Upon hearing Hua Chu's words, Yu Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback, and it took several seconds for him to finally nod dumbly, only realizing at that moment that Hua Chu was dragging him away again. Wait, Yu Qinghuan gestured for him to stop, then turned to Qin Zheng and said, Brother Zheng, where are you going next? I'll deal with my car first. Qin Zheng looked down at him and smiled, saying, You've got my contact info. Keep in touch and feel free to ask for help if you need anything. Thanks, Brother Zheng. Yu Qinghuan returned his smile, wanting to say more, but before he could, Hua Chu was already eagerly pulling him toward the door. With no choice but to bid farewell with a wry smile, Yu Qinghuan followed Hua Chu's lead. He didn't notice until later, that the moment he caught up, Hua Chu had sharply turned his head to glance at Qin Zheng. That look was cold and provocative, brimming with an intense warning, akin to that of a ferocious and savage young wolf. Yu Qinghuan hadn't noticed that as soon as he caught up with Hua Chu threw an icy glance back at Qin Zheng. This look was not only icy but also full of challenges and contained strong warnings, like a vicious wolf cub. The photo of Yu Qinghuan and Qin Zheng taken by Ada's official Weibo caused a sensation immediately after being posted online. No one expected that the spokesperson Ada invited this time would be Qin Zheng. Everyone sighed at how lucky Yu Qinghuan was. Merely endorsing a mid-range watch brand under a major label, and he somehow managed to associate with Qin Zheng, leaving people extremely envious. Qin Zheng was not some pretty boy celebrity riding on youth or fame without talent. He was 33 years old, and his acting skills were flawless. Moreover, he consistently ranked among the world's top 100 most charming men and stood out as one of the best stars in today's entertainment industry. Many actors competed fiercely to associate themselves with his popularity. Yet Qin Zheng always kept a low profile, making it impossible for outsiders to track his movements. Additionally, to avoid being embroiled in promotional tactics, Qin Zheng almost never got close to anyone. Such intimate photographs with others were still quite rare for him. Ah! I can't stop staring at Brother Zheng. Now I truly believe Yu Qinghuan must be a real lucky charm. Whimper, I wish Brother Zheng was mine. Oh, my two husbands have taken a picture together. I'm stuck deciding whom to take home tonight. I'm waiting for advice. Hey, wake up. Stop dreaming. Qinghuan has lost so much weight recently. Wow, he's worked hard for orange yellow, indeed admirable. However, what came next shocked everyone even further. Qin Zheng had extraordinarily reposted their joint photograph, tagging Yu Qinghuan. Qin Zheng v at Yu Qinghuan, the collaboration went smoothly. We'll plan another meal when free, handshake. This made the already hyped up audience even more excited. Not sure why, but I suddenly spotted a bit of chemistry there. Suddenly reflecting, Brother Zheng suits Qinghuan quite well. In 5 years of supporting him, it's the first time I've seen him support younger artists this way. Can't help shedding tears as an old mother figure. My Brother Zheng finally has a friend inside the industry. No words needed here. For this reason alone, I'll root for Qinghuan forever. Because of one post from Qin Zheng, Yu Qinghuan's fan base skyrocketed significantly, adding up past fans and breaking the 10 million mark. Typically, when a star breaks the milestone of having 1 million, 2 million followers on Weibo, they usually acknowledge it in some way. They might share a photo or offer a signed item. But Yu Qinghuan's fans waited anxiously for days, yet his Weibo remained eerily calm with no sign of life. Eventually, his disappointed fans grew desperate. Though his low-key nature was admirable, it couldn't be this silent, right? Would it kill him to occasionally post a Weibo? Or upload a photo? Hadn't it been for the few Weibos he previously posted, they'd nearly assumed it was a ghost account. Desperate measures arose, and the fans managed to track down Uxin's Weibo and urged him for updates there. Seeing this made Uxin chuckle and sigh simultaneously. He handed his phone screen to Yu Qinghuan and said, Don't you feel sorry for your fans? Look, they're asking for your photos on my Weibo. Just finishing a shoot, still catching his breath, Yu Qinghuan replied upon hearing this, Didn't you forward many of my pictures tagged as lucky charms? Just post one of those. The orange-yellow crew didn't delay for too long before resuming work. After gaining fame, many investors approached Zhao Rui to negotiate cooperation. Even the venue they were using now was lent to them for free by a responsible party. Orange-yellow only had its concluding work left, with the shooting schedule not exceeding a week at most. And considering the current attention from online users towards this movie, it was clear that it wouldn't fail disastrously. It neither required a huge budget, nor any major sacrifices on Zhao Rui's part, a win-win situation indeed. The fans want you to post something, Uxin said helplessly. He began to suspect strongly that what was initially said about pursuing a cool and distant image must have been Qinghuan's well-laid plan. Clearly, he was just lazy and didn't feel like maintaining his Weibo account. And I saw that Qin Zheng mentioned you. You should at least forward it, otherwise, people will say you're arrogant. Yu Qinghuan was taken aback and immediately pulled out his phone, where he surely found Qin Zheng's tweet. Furrowing his brow, while forwarding the post, Qinghuan wondered, always feeling that something about Qin Zheng seemed off, like there was an extra touch of sharpness and impulsiveness compared to his previous life. In the past, based on Qin Zheng's character, he definitely would never mention dinner invitations on Weibo. But after careful consideration, Qinghuan felt reassured. In his last life, he knew the 40-year-old Qin Zheng, who was certainly different from the 30-year-old version. Qinghuan. Get ready. As Qinghuan just put down his phone, Zhao Rui was already shouting to hurry him up. Coming. Qinghuan tidied his costume and rushed quickly to the set. As if trying to compensate for the days when filming stopped, Zhao Rui became more demanding these days, even shortening the intermission periods to 10 minutes. Fortunately, after the massive explosion, everyone's hearts were filled with the joy of surviving danger, so for the first time, instead of complaining about Zhao Rui's workaholic tendencies, everyone bore his harsh demands without murmurs and continued working diligently. Under this high-intensity work pace, Orange Yellow was fully shot within 3 days. All that remained was to wait for editing and then submission for review before release. Since they could save quite a bit on post-release promotion, Zhao Rui found himself more financially flexible and selected top-notch editors in the industry. With hard work around the clock, the entire editing process took less than a month to complete. Perhaps because of the rise in attention, Orange Yellow went through the submission process extraordinarily smoothly. The day they received the results, Zhao Rui got emotional to tears, invited Qinghuan to drink erguotu, Chinese alcohol, and scheduled the premiere date for April 18th. Since Orange Yellow was Qinghuan's first movie to hit theaters, both Zhao Qingyuan and Qin Zheng had informed him ahead of time, expressing their intention to attend the premiere. Brother Zheng, before departure, Chen Ming asked him, "Why are you being so nice to a young star?" Nice? Qin Zheng paused briefly as he tied his tie, then responded indifferently with a counter-question. Isn't this considered being nice? Chen Ming counted on his fingers, not only helping him gain followers on Weibo but also attending the premiere of his insignificant little film. After all, how many actors or directors spent big money yet couldn't get him here? What do you mean by insignificant little film? Qin Zheng locked eyes sharply and deeply on Chen Ming. Every single movie is the blood and sweat of its director and actors. Before Qin Zheng finished speaking, Chen Ming blurted out loudly, "Look. See. I just casually commented, and you're already protecting him." Kang Zheng hesitated for a moment, also puzzled by his furrowed eyebrows. Logically speaking, Kang Zheng had only met Yu Qinghuan twice. Although he liked him a little, it shouldn't be enough for him to defend him like this, right? Maybe I owe him for my previous life, Kang Zheng joked and opened the door to walk out. The premiere of Orange Yellow turned out to be an immense success. Zhao Rui wasn't good at making grand statements, so he hurriedly concluded the opening remarks and began screening the movie directly. Most of the audience present thought Orange Yellow would be a heavy-hearted film that one might find too difficult to watch carefully, but gradually, as the film unfolded, they realized they were wrong. Even though Orange Yellow had a rather heavy theme, its focus was not there, it was centered on healing. Zhao Qinggan, who was psychologically and physically injured, under the soothing and encouragement of her elder brother Zhao Qingping, finally managed to face herself and step out of the shadows of her past. And in this film, what moved people wasn't only Zhao Qingping's protection of his younger sister but also the warm neighborhood relationships of the Zhao family, as well as the love shown by teachers and classmates towards Zhao Qinggan at school. There was even care and comforting gestures from doctors and judges. In this brief hour and 40-minute-long movie, via various details, it continuously expressed the beautiful emotions between people. Sour yet sweet, heartwarming and touching. Yu Qinghuan's performance was natural and smooth, with every emotion vividly portrayed, easily drawing the audience into the story. Little Wang Ruirui also delivered a commendable performance, especially when interacting with Yu Qinghuan, which moved many to the brink of tears without them even realizing it. After the movie ended, no one spoke. It wasn't until several minutes later that thunderous applause erupted in the screening room. More than 3 months of hard work had finally come to an end. Both Zhao Rui and Yu Qinghuan heaved a sigh of relief. Now, they just had to wait for the audience's reactions once the film hit the big screen. Just as Yu Qinghuan was about to stand up and turn on the lights, a choked voice came from beside him. Qinghuan, do you have any tissues?" Yu Qinghuan turned around in surprise to meet Zhao Qingyuan's eyes, red and swollen like walnuts. Yu Qinghuan. Well, now he didn't know whether he should feel happy or disgusted. "Do you think I carry tissues?" Yu Qinghuan arched an eyebrow, pulling Zhao Qingyuan's head down as he teased, "Quick, adjust your state or else if the media take some unflattering pictures, how are you going to deal with that?" "I don't want to." Zhao Qingyuan still sobbed miserably. "If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have come, truly." Yu Qinghuan. In order to help Zhao Qingyuan recover from his emotional state caused by the movie, he jokingly suggested, "If nothing works, just use the sleeves of your shirt to wipe your tears." "Like I don't want to." Zhao Qingyuan glared at him, "But this suit is borrowed from a brand and needs to be returned later." Alas. Yu Qinghuan. Could it be that this guy actually wanted to do that? Ultimately, the media managed to capture Zhao Qingyuan crying during the movie. Sensing a good scoop, they exaggerated the coverage extensively upon returning, adding another layer of buzz to Orange Yellow. After accepting interviews from the media and thanking Qin Zheng for his congratulations, all guests left the premiere. Yu Qinghuan collapsed onto a chair, letting out a long breath. After resting for a moment, he intended to ask Zhao Rui about the schedule when suddenly someone sat next to him. Yu Qinghuan glanced over absent-mindedly, instantly startled to sit straight up. "Ho Chu, what are you doing here?" He suspected his vision had blurred after watching the movie, so he even childishly rubbed his eyes. Didn't Ho Chu always go to bed at 9 o'clock sharp? It was 2 o'clock in the morning now. What was he doing here? I came to see your movie. Ho Chu took his icy hand into his own, using his body warmth to warm it. Yu Qinghuan was puzzled. Why didn't I see you? Ho Chu smiled shyly. I stayed at the back. This is your important moment, I couldn't disturb you. He paused briefly, looking earnestly into Yu Qinghuan's eyes, and said, Congratulations, Qinghuan. I'm genuinely happy for you. Yu Qinghuan was taken aback, then laughed. Who taught you to say this? Your second brother? Ho Chu shook his head. No. Then how could you come up with something like that? Yu Qinghuan didn't believe him and added, Do you even understand what the movie is about? I don't. Ho Chu honestly shook his head, and when Yu Qinghuan started laughing again, he slowly pronounced every word. That doesn't stop me from being proud of you. He continued, It's very simple. Just like when I give a speech on stage, you may not fully understand it, but it doesn't matter because I know you'd feel the same way for me. Right, Qinghuan? Yu Qinghuan remained silent for a long time before finally suppressing his emotions bubbling inside. I will. So if I ever stand on stage again, could you wait for me below? I want you to look at me. Why? Because. I want you by my side during my important moments too. Chapter 44. Hua Chu's tone was so sincere, each word sounded as if it came straight from the heart, carrying an unfiltered authenticity. Yu Qinghuan only felt her heart itching and aching, as if a tiny bud of life were breaking through inside her. With his scattered heartbeat, it quickly grew. She couldn't help but raise her head to look at Hua Chu. Tonight, Hua Chu was wearing a well-tailored navy blue overcoat, his slender and tall figure standing out. His clear and handsome features, under the dim yellow lighting of the screening room, appeared profound and enchanting, with a spirited charm. Seeing Yu Qinghuan looking at him, he pursed his lips, his lashes fluttering bashfully, revealing the round dimple on his left cheek. The little bud in Yu Qinghuan's heart instantly seemed to have absorbed enough nourishment, growing into a towering tree that filled her chest completely, leaving no room for anyone else but Hua Chu. How could this person be so adorable? Whether it was what he said or did, even his every gesture, nothing could divert her gaze. Yu Qinghuan's eyes carefully traced Hua Chu's eyebrows and eyes, as if trying to deeply engrave him in her mind. Qinghuan. Hua Chu's cheeks flushed red under her gaze, his earlobes heating up, even dampness starting to gather in his palms. He suddenly felt somewhat embarrassed and wanted to let go of Yu Qinghuan's hand to wipe off the sweat, but he just couldn't bring himself to do it. Just as he hesitated, Yu Qinghuan had already gently withdrawn her hand. I'll have Xin send you back. She shifted her gaze, avoiding Hua Chu's eyes and said softly, It's so late, you should sleep early. Upon hearing this, Hua Chu immediately became anxious, but I want you to come with me. Don't be silly, Yu Qinghuan gave him a smile, pointing at Zhao Rui on stage. Didn't you see Director Zhao? We still have work to do later. Unintentionally locking eyes with Hua Chu's dark and beautiful pupils, Yu Qinghuan's heart quivered slightly. She forcibly suppressed the overwhelming guilt rising within. When I have time, I will find you, okay? This person understands nothing, like a blank sheet of paper. The only friend he has ever made in his life is herself. He has poured all his sincerity into being kind to her, cherishing their friendship more than anything. But she harbors inappropriate feelings due to this appreciation. Yu Qinghuan thought to herself that she needed to give herself some time, to properly sort out this chaotic heart. Really? Hua Chu's gaze clung to her, confirming repeatedly, Qinghuan, will you really come find me soon? Of course. Yu Qinghuan assured him, once the movie promotion is done, I will definitely come. Only then did Hua Chu reluctantly follow Yu Xin away, glancing back several times before stepping out the door. Yet, Yu Qinghuan kept her head down, not noticing him at all. He could only purse his lips and step out the door upon Yu Xin's urging. Aren't you going with them? Zhao Rui looked at Yu Qinghuan with a puzzled expression while smoking a cigarette. You need to be in good shape for the promotional tour in a few cities starting the day after tomorrow. Was it because the smooth post-production of Tangerine Yellow? Compared to his gloomy demeanor 3 months ago, Zhao Rui has become much more cheerful now. At least he doesn't stare at people with a cold glare anymore, and people on the street wouldn't mistake him for a bad guy when they saw him with children. I'll leave in a bit. Yu Qinghuan closed her eyes, seemingly weary, leaning her head back against the chair, her voice raspy. You better not get sick, otherwise who will accompany me for the promotion? Zhao Rui was startled by her listless appearance, looked around, and seeing that there was no one left in the screening room, he picked up his belongings. Let's go, I'm heading back anyway, and can take you along. All right. Yu Qinghuan nodded, walking out first. Looking at her retreating back, Zhao Rui furrowed his brows. For some reason, he felt that Yu Qinghuan's mood wasn't good today. Was it just an illusion? Due to its prior success in gaining fame, although Tangerine Yellow's screen schedule in cinemas didn't match other films, it was far better than Zhao Rui had anticipated. On the opening day, many netizens who had been paying close attention bought tickets and went to watch it in the cinema. Compared to Yu Qinghuan's calm demeanor, Yu Xin was like an ant on a hot pot, searching for keywords on Weibo every few seconds to read the reviews of Tangerine Yellow, yet after half a day, he hadn't found a single one. Yu Xin's heart gradually cooled. He also attended the premiere of Tangerine Yellow. Watching the movie, he unexpectedly shed a few tears. He originally thought that Tangerine Yellow would at least spark a minor sensation, but it turned out that it didn't create any waves at all. Uxin glanced secretly at the calm profile of his artist and quietly hid his phone. He silently cheered himself up inside. After all, this was just Yu Qinghuan's first movie, and it was a heavy topic that wasn't very market-friendly. If it flopped, so be it, it wasn't a big deal. They could make up for it in the next film. He didn't dare to search for reviews anymore, and after Yu Qinghuan became aware of her own feelings towards Huachu, she had no heart to search either. Thus, neither of them knew that in a few hours, Tangerine Yellow would trend on the hot search list. Originally, I only bought tickets because I felt sorry for this production team. However, after watching it, I immediately got absorbed. When I left the theater, I felt that I should write something about this movie, but I couldn't put it into words. It's too good, no words are sufficient to describe it. Right now, I'm crying like an idiot in front of my computer. Really, go watch it in the cinema, you won't regret it. The warmth in Tangerine Yellow is beyond my expectations, but I'm still crying uncontrollably right now. Qinghuan's acting is absolutely stunning. This is the first time I've experienced such impressive acting from an actor. I recommend everyone to go watch it in the cinema. To clarify, I'm not a Water Army member. Of course, the crew probably can't even afford one. But this movie is simply great. With inadequate funds, a rookie director, and novice actors, I originally thought we'd see chaos on the big screen, but instead, I witnessed a pleasant surprise. I absolutely must watch this movie again. The overwhelming positive reviews began pouring in, creating an excellent reputation for the movie. People have curious natures, and the fact that a film with such a heavy subject avoided by everyone received so many good reviews, with most saying it was warm-hearted, this was simply astonishing. Initially, some netizens were still observing, but upon reading these reviews, they instantly started feeling eager. One by one changed their original plans and rushed to the cinema. This herd mentality escalated to its peak when renowned film critic Zhou Mingjiang's review came out. Zhou Mingjiang, having written countless movie reviews over the years, this is the first time I truly feel lost for words. Tangerine Yellow really exceeded my expectations. The last movie that moved me this much was 10 years ago. I won't say too much to avoid spoilers. However, I believe that a movie as good as this should indeed be enjoyed slowly in the cinema. Being able to convey such profound love while handling a heavy subject like this makes Zhao Rui someone I can't help but admire. Yu Qinghuan's performance also surprised me greatly. For a newcomer to express various emotions of a character so fully is incredibly rare. Tomorrow, I will definitely watch this movie in the cinema again, there's much more to appreciate. Lastly, off topic, I hope my wife could give birth to a daughter as cute as Wang Ruirui. Zhou Mingjiang's reviews were known for being sharp and biting. Looking through his recent Weibo posts, one entry criticized a movie claiming a 200 million investment with merely 4 words, "What garbage, scram." A movie that could gain his strong endorsement and even made him crack jokes must be pretty good, right? With a trial attitude, another wave of people flocked to the cinema. Qingye was one of those dragged there by her friend. Even after sitting down in her seat, she still harbored some resentment. She chewed on a mouthful of popcorn and glared at her friend. Doing experiments every day is already exhausting enough, and now you want me to watch a depressing movie? Are you serious? Physics courses were burdensome, and Qingye often stayed up until 2 or 3 in the morning just trying to finish her assignments. Not only that, she had to wake up early every day, fearing any slip-up that might leave her lagging behind her classmates. Whenever studying gave her headaches, she envied Huachu's brain. "We're just contributing to the box office, we'll leave halfway through." Her friend grabbed a handful of popcorn from her bucket, shoved it into her mouth, and mumbled, "Didn't you see Weibo? The production team is poor. The director and the actors are struggling anyway. It's just tens of yuan worth. Where do I even have time to check Weibo?" Qingye sighed. She barely finished her homework daily, didn't she? As they were chatting softly, the movie began. Zhao Qing'an's tragic experience immediately pulled the hearts of the two girls tight, plunging them quickly into the atmosphere created by the movie. Later, when they saw Zhao Qingping pretending nothing happened despite feeling miserable and desperate, consoling his sister and cooperating with police investigations, saw Zhao's neighbors caring for Zhao Qinggan, saw a group of schoolchildren who themselves were still naive yet treating Zhao Qinggan like precious gems, both girls instantly welled up tears in their eyes. It wasn't until the end credits started playing that they finally snapped out of their trance. Xiaoya, her best friend nudged her, voice still trembling with emotion, "Let's go. The movie is over." Qingye's eyes were puffy from crying, and she didn't even notice popcorn scattered all over her lap. In response, she hiccuped and said, "I don't want to leave. I want to watch it again." "Forget it," her friend consoled her, "we'll come back next time. We still have our evening study session tonight." "Ugh, I hate this so much." Qingye wiped away her tears as she walked out with her friend, muttering, "I'm going to look up who the male lead is, he was absolutely incredible. I wish I had a brother just as warm as him." Her friend responded, "I glanced at the screen earlier, he seems to be called Yu Qinghuan." Qingye tilted her head in confusion and mumbled, "This name feels kind of familiar." As she said this, she began searching on Weibo. When she stumbled upon Hua de Shuaguzi's husband-husband duo, she fell into an unsettling silence. Her friend noticed something was off and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, Xiaoya?" Qingya let out a long sigh. "Do you know what the most tragic thing in the world is?" "Friend?" "Qingya, I've fallen for my own rival." "Friend? Has this movie been poisoned?" After watching, her friend felt like her brain had short-circuited. When the first day box office results for Tangerine Yellow came out, Yu Xian didn't dare to check his phone at all, while Yu Qinghuan was also slightly nervous inside. It was, after all, the first movie ever released in his lifetime. However, seeing how timid Yu Xian acted made him feel significantly less stressed. He had already given it his absolute best with Tangerine Yellow. No matter what the outcome would be, he could live with himself knowing he tried. Taking a deep breath, he unlocked his phone. Upon seeing the numbers displayed there, he froze instantly. "How much?" Yu Xian's voice quivered slightly as he hesitated before inching closer, afraid to look directly. Instead, he tilted his face sideways and asked Yu Qinghuan. "Take a look yourself." Yu Qinghuan's expression remained unreadable, making it impossible for Yu Xian to gauge whether he was pleased or angry. After pondering for several seconds, Yu Xian finally gritted his teeth and took another glance. "Holy sh*t. A few seconds of stunned silence followed before he burst into profanity, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. He then exclaimed in shock, "Did Zhao Rui fake these box office figures? Could a film like Tangerine Yellow really gross 600 million yuan on its opening day? Are they joking?" It wasn't just them, Zhao Rui went ballistic too. He never dreamed Tangerine Yellow would achieve such results, nearly dropping his phone from excitement when he saw the figures. Unlike the crew members, the theater chains were quick to react. Initially unimpressed by Tangerine Yellow, they promptly increased screening slots once the impressive box office numbers became evident. From that point on, Tangerine Yellow exploded completely. Chapter 45. As if a catalytic button had been triggered, from the first day of its release, the box office revenue for Orange Yellow began to steadily increase. With an unstoppable momentum, it quickly surpassed most films released around the same time. The overwhelmingly positive reviews and massive discussions created a virtuous cycle. Gradually, more and more people chose to watch Orange Yellow at cinemas, and the number of showings in theaters kept increasing. No matter what happened later, just based on the first 3 days alone, Zhao Rui could already make a killing. Not only that, a renowned film review website even gave Orange Yellow a high score of 9.3, a treatment that domestic films hadn't received in many years. And the benefits of a great movie extend far beyond the box office itself. Audiences who were unable to leave the world of the movie began gathering information about Orange Yellow, from the actors to the director. None were overlooked. The hardships endured during filming transformed in that instant into the sweetness of reaping the fruits of labor. Netizens who learned in detail about their financial situation immediately became concerned. Not only did they voluntarily promote the film without payment, but they also actively helped combat pirated versions. In no time, the popularity of Orange Yellow surged, and in some cities, there even appeared queues of people scrambling for tickets. Yu Qinghuan received many congratulatory calls, and Yu Xian's phone was almost ringing off the hook. They were all coming for collaborations, with some directors offering 10 million yuan to invite Yu Qinghuan to star in youth idol dramas. "Just decline them all," Yu Qinghuan said while packing luggage for the roadshow, not even looking up as he instructed Yu Xian. "Understood." Yu Xian sighed, pulling out the SIM card and replacing it with a private number. He couldn't help but admire Yu Qinghuan's composure. Due to the explosive success of Orange Yellow, Yu Qinghuan's value soared. Good directors and scripts are indeed important, but his own superb acting deserves much credit as well. As the absolute lead in this movie, Yu Qinghuan single-handedly carried the box office of Orange Yellow. For a first-time hit, achieving such a level of success is unheard of in the entertainment industry. Leaving aside other factors, the sheer luck alone was enough to stir many hearts. Businessmen believe in these things, which led to many individuals being willing to pour money to hire Yu Qinghuan. For someone who lost their parents at 12 and has worried about money since childhood, these offers were incredibly tempting. A single TV drama or commercial endorsement could guarantee him comfort for many years. Frankly speaking, even Yu Xian was tempted. Yet Yu Qinghuan remained calm, his eyebrows not moving a single inch, as if the money meant nothing to him. He acted as usual, completely unaffected. "Qinghuan, you're likely going to be busy over the next few days, so I'll let you know in advance." Yu Xian sat down beside him and flipped through his phone gallery, saying, "The design concept for your house is ready. Take a look if there's anything you're not satisfied with." Yu Qinghuan lowered his head to look closer at the phone. The effect diagram was in a typical new Chinese style, warm in color and meticulous in design. Every space was utilized reasonably, making it both warm and beautiful at first glance. "It's good." Yu Qinghuan placed a shirt into the suitcase and said, "Proceed according to this." "All right," he nodded, putting Yu Xian's mind at ease. "I'll go communicate with the designer." He prepared to leave, but just as he stood up, the phone rang. He didn't want to answer it, but when he glanced at the name on the screen, he had no choice but to hand the phone back to Yu Qinghuan. "Zhao Qingyuan, he's calling for you." "Qingyuan?" Yu Qinghuan turned his head, holding the phone with his shoulder and calling out. Congratulations, Qinghuan. Zhao Qingyuan's voice sounded very excited. I checked the box office of Orange Yellow and estimated it will continue to perform well. This is a red letter opening for you. Influenced by his mood, Yu Qinghuan laughed along. It's a pity you're not here, otherwise I'd let you share in my good fortune. No problem, Zhao Qingyuan replied. I called you because tomorrow you'll be going to Jiangqing for the roadshow. Coincidentally, I'll be there too. I'll come support you then. There was a tinge of pride in his tone, but more than anything, it was wholeheartedly for his friend's benefit. Sure, Yu Qinghuan naturally accepted his goodwill. I'll call you tomorrow. Okay, Zhao Qingyuan responded, then added, by the way, aren't you planning to renovate recently? Leave it to me, my brother-in-law specializes in this field. I guarantee a top-notch renovation job for you. Yu Qinghuan felt a warm flush in his heart. Zhao Qingyuan, who usually had the thickest nerves and seemed not to care about anything, could now remember his affairs so clearly, showing how much he cared for him. I won't worry then, and I'll leave everything to you. Zhao Qingyuan pounded his chest as he assured him, don't worry. After pausing for a moment, he cheerfully added, by the way, I also picked out several floorings for you. I will send them over WeChat right away, check if they look good or not. Yu Qinghuan opened his WeChat with confusion. When he saw a row of dark old-style floors, he was momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingyuan urged impatiently, Qinghuan, are they good-looking? What do you think about using these floors for your home renovation? Yu Qinghuan. Qingyuan. Zhao Qingyuan, question mark. Yu Qinghuan, I know the logic, but why do you want to torture my eyes with such ugly things? Zhao Qingyuan. Jiangqing is in the south, by mid to late April, it's already very warm. Yu Qinghuan simply wore a white shirt and jeans, tall and handsome like a burgeoning young white poplar tree. Wherever he went, he became the focus of attention. He had yet to fully comprehend his current popularity. After disembarking from the plane with the crew members, he was suddenly surprised to see a large group of fans holding banners with his name, making him freeze. Because they needed to tour 5 cities within 2 days, the schedule for the orange-yellow team was tight. Even the ticket for their first city's promotional flight was booked at dawn. They arrived at the airport just past 8 in the morning. Yet even at this time, the airport was already filled with fans waiting to greet them. Despite the early spring chill still lingering in the air, these adorable girls mostly wore short skirts in hopes of looking their best for their idol. No one knew how long they had been standing there, to the point that their carefully made-up faces could no longer hide their blue-tinged complexions. However, when Yu Qinghuan appeared, the cold and waiting fatigue were instantly forgotten, replaced by excited screams as they all rushed forward trying to get closer to their idol for an up-close encounter. With limited time, Yu Qinghuan couldn't possibly stop to sign autographs. As soon as he slowed down, Zhao Rui began urging him on with sharp glances. The security personnel formed an impregnable wall, firmly separating Yu Qinghuan from the fans. Seeing their idol gradually moving farther away, the fans couldn't help but show obvious disappointment as their hands holding signs limply dropped. Just at this moment, Yu Qinghuan suddenly stopped walking. Though his voice was soft, every fan on site could hear him clearly. Everyone has worked hard, but our itinerary today is too tight. I'm sorry I can't sign for everyone. In a while, I will have someone buy everyone a cup of tea, drink it and go home quickly. The previously chaotic crowd fell silent instantly. Even after Yu Qinghuan walked out of the airport, the fans continued staring blankly at his retreating back, unable to recover immediately. The staff acted swiftly, passing steaming hot chocolates into the fans' freezing hands, warming both their icy fingers and their bare hearts. Muffled sobs echoed through the hall. Qinghuan is so kind. I'm going to support him forever. Although we didn't get his signature or a photo with him, this trip was worth it. Ugh, where does he get the money from? He spends so much for us, it's heartbreaking and touching. In the car, Yu Xian complained about Yu Qinghuan, you're just too generous. Don't you know, these fans are yours today but could be someone else's tomorrow. Yu Qinghuan smiled softly and said gently, but as long as they are mine for one day, I should protect them well for that day. According to the agreement from the night before, Yu Qinghuan called Zhao Qingyuan to join the event later that day. The attending fans were thrilled beyond belief with this unexpected surprise, frantically posting on Weibo to express their excitement. This significantly increased the heat for the following few promotions. After finishing the promotion event in Jiangqing, Yu Qinghuan hurried to the next city without resting. After 2 rounds, despite his robust stamina, he also started feeling somewhat exhausted. He greeted Zhao Rui briefly and returned to his room without eating. But strangely enough, despite being physically drained, after finishing his hygiene routine and lying down on the bed, Yu Qinghuan didn't feel a bit sleepy, as if all his tiredness washed off along with the shower gel under the water. Yu Qinghuan picked up his phone, his fingers subconsciously hovering over Huachu's name. He paused for a few seconds and then dispiritedly put it down. After being apart for only 1 day, he already missed him a bit. Thinking of the soft dimples and bashful smile of that person, Yu Qinghuan felt his heart heat up. The impulse that had just been suppressed instantly surged back like a tsunami, battering his reason to pieces. Just this once, he wouldn't say anything, he would just listen to his voice. No, he couldn't do it. If once, there would be a second time, and he had to control himself. Feeling irritated, Yu Qinghuan shook his head and was about to hang up when Hua Chu's familiar voice came from the other end, "Qinghuan." Unprepared for Hua Chu's quick response, Yu Qinghuan's thoughts immediately tangled into a knot. After thinking for a long while, he managed to bring up a topic with difficulty. "What are you doing?" "And nothing." This simple casual chat caused Hua Chu's voice to suddenly drop down low. He panicked as he held his breath, stutteringly replying a sentence. Yu Qinghuan immediately noticed something was off, unconsciously sitting up in bed, asking somewhat anxiously, "Hua Chu, has something happened to you?" There was silence on the other end. Just as Yu Qinghuan was about to open his mouth to urge, Hua Chu finally spoke. That person who was always carefree and happy upon seeing him now had a voice filled with disappointment and dejection. Just imagining it made Yu Qinghuan feel as if his heart were tightening. He said, "I'm sorry, Qinghuan, I am just as useless as they say." His voice slightly cracked. "I thought I was smart, but I'm not. My experiment failed again." He paused for a moment, cautiously yet flusteredly asked, "Qinghuan, will you think I'm useless?" Everything seemed perfectly planned in his mind, but in reality, his experiments kept failing again and again. Hua Chu tightly clenched his lips, pain filling his eyes. Qinghuan was so good, shining on the stage like radiating light. But what about him? His research projects always failed. How could he possibly deserve to be Qinghuan's friend if this continued? An unprecedented fear filled his chest like slippery marbles, rolling around, refusing to go away. "Of course not," Yu Qinghuan replied without hesitation, "you are the best person in the world, and you're doing great work. How can you be useless?" Yu Qinghuan's heart ached to the point of trembling. His Hua Chu was so good, pure and sincere. He was just slightly different from ordinary people. How could someone be so malicious, hurting him with such words? Every time he thought about how many times Hua Chu must have been hurt without him knowing, Yu Qinghuan couldn't help feeling uneasy. "Hua Chu, don't care about other people's opinions, and certainly don't negate yourself because of them, understand?" "I haven't," Hua Chu's eyelashes trembled, "I don't care about them." "So why are you so sad?" "I'm just afraid that you'll be disappointed in me." "I won't." Yu Qinghuan's heart suddenly became tight, and he said, "In my heart, you will always be the best." After Orange Yellow became popular, many people began paying attention to their roadshow. Thus, when the girls who went to meet the flight posted online about Yu Qinghuan buying them hot cocoa, it quickly caused quite a stir. They'd seen fans being pampered, but never to this extent. Even though he had just started out and was getting the lowest pay, he cared about the fans this way. He was truly unique among celebrities. "I regret not going to meet him and not meeting Qinghuan. But I'm also glad I didn't, saving Qinghuan a cup of hot cocoa money. Our little Lucky Charm is really too warm. Qinghuan is only 20 years old, yet already so considerate. I really envy his future partner. Qinghuan is so kind, moved to tears by his goodness. There's nothing to say except to continue supporting him in the future. Our little Lucky Charm doesn't have a family, it's fine. From now on, we will be your family." Not only that, Zhao Qingyuan's appearance at the Orange Yellow roadshow also spread on Weibo, making many of Zhao Qingyuan's fans suddenly want to beat themselves up. They cursed yesterday's selves who missed the chance. After all, Zhao Qingyuan hadn't posted on Weibo for nearly a month. A person who used to post 8 updates a day, now hasn't posted for a whole month. It simply made those fans waiting below his posts restless and anxious. Who knew that after finally having a chance to see Zhao Qingyuan, they ended up missing it? With the support of Zhao Qingyuan's fans, very soon, the news that Zhao Qingyuan supported Yu Qinghuan's roadshow spread wildly on Weibo. While scrolling through Weibo, Qin Zheng accidentally came across this piece of news. After pondering for a few minutes, he gestured to summon Chen Ming and said, "Help me cancel my schedule for this afternoon." Upon hearing this, Chen Ming's face immediately dropped. "Come on, brother Zheng, even you have limits when it comes to acting impulsively. That press conference this afternoon is crucial. I have something even more important to take care of." Qin Zheng stood up and loosened his tie somewhat irritably. "Also, book me a ticket to Huang City." Qin Zheng's personality was strong-willed, he always said what he meant without hesitation. Despite years of cooperation with him, Chen Ming still felt nervous around him. Now, upon hearing Qin Zheng mention an important matter along with his serious expression, Chen Ming could only swallow the words he was about to say and silently went off to arrange the flight. Meanwhile, far away in Huang City, Zhao Rui was eating dinner while going over the contents for today's roadshow. Suddenly, Yu Qinghuan approached holding a phone, asking, "Rui Gu, can we delay the roadshow for a bit later?" "Absolutely not." Zhao Rui snapped back from his thoughts and firmly rejected Yu Qinghuan's request. One must keep their promises, if a certain time was set, it should never be altered. After putting down his chopsticks, Zhao Rui asked Yu Qinghuan, "Do you have something important?" Having spent so much time together, Zhao Rui knew that Yu Qinghuan wouldn't deliberately cause trouble, so he probed further. "Not really." Yu Qinghuan put down his phone, his expression looking quite complex. "Zhenggu said he'll be here soon." For a moment, Zhao Rui couldn't process the information, questioning in confusion, "Zhenggu? Which Zhenggu?" "Yu Qinghuan, Qin Zheng." "Zhao Rui." It took him a whole minute to regain his composure, then he looked at Yu Qinghuan resolutely. "Tell me, how long do you want to delay it?" "Yu Qinghuan. After informing Zhao Rui, Yu Qinghuan sat down to eat, unaware that under the table, Zhao Rui was secretly messaging Yu Xin on WeChat, "Send me a recent photo of Qinghuan. Quick. I need to repost lucky tweets on Weibo." Qin Zheng's arrival added a significant stroke to the grand finale of Orange Yellow's final roadshow. The presence of this top-tier celebrity who rarely attended such events electrified both the venue and the internet alike. "Mom. I used to think you were superstitious, but now I truly believe Yu Qinghuan is the ultimate lucky charm. Started with Zhao Qingyuan, ended with Qin Zheng. This operation, I approve." Feeling like Yu Qinghuan doesn't seem particularly warm either, but why does he have such good connections? Mind-blowing. Replying to upstairs, although Qinghuan seems indifferent on the surface, he's actually a very kind person. "Oh. I'd marry him. Congratulations, little lucky charm, you've collected another top star for your scrapbook. Ha ha ha, what's wrong with upstairs? You get out of here." Not only netizens, but also the media used extremely exaggerated language to report the friendship among Yu Qinghuan, Zhao Qingyuan, and Qin Zheng. To those unfamiliar with them, it might even seem they were sworn brothers. However, this move benefited Orange Yellow the most. By the day Yu Qinghuan finally prepared to go home, the box office revenue of Orange Yellow had already reached 350 million yuan. Yu Xin kept complaining incessantly in his ear, "How much money will Zhao Rui make from this? You've lost so much with this salary." His face showed visible frustration. "Brother, that's enough." Unable to bear Yu Xin's chatter any longer, Yu Qinghuan interjected, "Director Zhao worked hard too, after enduring so much hardship previously, he deserves all this wealth. And you didn't work hard?" Yu Xin gazed with heartache at Qinghuan's sunken cheeks, raising his voice, "You're already thin enough, and during these days of roadshows, you've lost 2 more kilograms. If this continues, even the strongest man won't be able to endure it." Once Yu Xin started nagging, there seemed to be no end in sight. Yu Qinghuan feared this most, so he raised his hands in surrender. "Isn't that just for the sake of acting? I'm already working on gaining weight back, don't worry." Yu Xin wanted to say more, but Zhao Rui suddenly entered, forcing him to reluctantly shut up. "Qinghuan," Zhao Rui looked at Yu Qinghuan with shining eyes, filled with uncontainable joy. "The cumulative box office has reached 350 million yuan. Yu Qinghuan smiled. "Yes, congratulations brother Rui," handing his phone over to Zhao Rui as a gesture to look at the screen. "I just read a post online earlier, summarizing the daily release volumes and box office earnings of Orange Yellow. It's estimated that we may reach 5 billion. As Zhao Rui took the phone and carefully read every word in the post, the heavy stone that had been hanging in his heart finally settled. He did it, he managed to finish filming this movie, bringing it successfully to the big screen. In real life, he was an incompetent older brother who could only watch helplessly as his younger sister suffered and passed away. But when he froze her life in a movie, he could personally craft a perfect, warm ending for her. Moreover, now so many people were watching this movie, and many parents had begun paying more attention to their children's safety. The purpose of him making this film had already been fully achieved. He took a gentle sigh, as if trying to expel all the shackles that had weighed on his heart over the years. "Qinghuan," Zhao Rui looked at him with excitement all over his face, speaking his heartfelt truth without any awkwardness for the first time. "Thank you, really, there wouldn't be this movie without you." The salary he paid couldn't interest anyone, let alone that he needed an actor who could express all emotions with just one pair of eyes. Even if he took 10,000 steps back, supposing he found such an actor, if it weren't for Yu Qinghuan, the big explosion would have not only destroyed the movie but even himself. Though Zhao Rui often talked harshly, he had always been grateful to Yu Qinghuan in his heart. Yu Qinghuan was accustomed to Zhao Rui's grim expressions and sharp tongue. This time, his amiable attitude felt oddly unfamiliar. "Brother Rui, don't say that. It's the result of everyone's efforts," Yu Qinghuan replied humbly. Shaking his head resolutely, Zhao Rui said firmly, "Rest assured. Once all box office earnings are finalized, I will top up your pay in one lump sum." At hearing this, Yu Xin immediately became ecstatic, starting to think about the shopping list he compiled, until Zhao Rui continued, "You know about my sister. I plan to establish a fund with the remaining money to specifically help these kinds of children." He knew he couldn't help all of them, but he'd do his best. He didn't want to see his sister's tragedy happen again. Yu Qinghuan fell silent for several seconds, then calmly said under Yu Xin's agonized gaze, "Brother Rui, there's no need to top up my pay. The amount we agreed upon initially is enough. If you really feel obligated, you can use my share of the money to build the fund." Though Zhao Rui wanted to refuse, seeing the earnest look in Yu Qinghuan's eyes, he nodded, saying, "All right." After he left, Yu Xin immediately rushed to Yu Qinghuan, scolding him like iron not turned into steel. "Qinghuan, are you stupid? Do you know how much that is? So much money. He had planned to buy a good car. Money isn't saved." Yu Qinghuan tried to console him under Yu Xin's accusing gaze. "Don't you remember? I haven't signed How to Love You yet. The remuneration from that won't be low, plus I'll take on an advertisement or two, and the money will come right back." What he said made sense. Yu Xin's rage disappeared instantly, like a burst balloon. Sighing, just as he was about to say something, the phone rang. They were told by the other party that a variety show from the national channel wanted Yu Qinghuan as a guest, inviting him for talks at Starlight. Yu Xian was immediately elated, nodding repeatedly while indicating he'd bring Yu Qinghuan over right away. After hanging up the phone, without packing anything, he dragged Yu Qinghuan out and left directly. Meanwhile, as usual, Hua Chu was on his way to work, clumsily logging onto Weibo to search for news about Yu Qinghuan. Unexpectedly, he saw the media's lavish reports on the relationship between Yu Qinghuan and Qin Zheng. The repressed brutality and darkness inside him surged instantly. Just imagining that Yu Qinghuan could smile at Qin Zheng or tenderly comfort Qin Zheng made Hua Chu feel as though a fierce beast was roaring in his chest, wanting to destroy the entire world. His eyelashes trembled slightly, and his face exuded an eerie calmness before a storm. No matter how useless he might be, Qinghuan could only be his alone, and nobody could snatch him away. To second brother's company, he coldly instructed the driver. The driver blinked in surprise, intending to ask if something happened. However, when he caught sight of Hua Chu's expression in the rearview mirror, he didn't dare utter another word, simply nodding hastily and quickly changing the route. Thus, in the parking lot at Starlight, Yu Qinghuan had just stepped off of Yu Xian's car and encountered Hua Chu getting out of his own car simultaneously. Hua Chu. Why are you here? Asked Yu Qinghuan, only to be stopped by Yu Xian pulling him back. Qinghuan, the national station is waiting. You go ahead first. Noticing Hua Chu's odd expression, Yu Qinghuan turned to Yu Xian, I'll bring him along later. Seeing his determined look, realizing there wasn't room for negotiation, Yu Xian reluctantly nodded and hurried upstairs with anxiety. Is something wrong? Yu Qinghuan looked at Hua Chu with concern, thinking he was still hung up about the incident from that day. After informing the driver of the Hua family, he pulled him to a corner of the parking lot, intending to give him some good counseling. Hua Chu pressed his lips together, just about to speak when suddenly a cacophony of voices arguing erupted from the front. Yu Qinghuan followed the sound source and froze instantly, arguing there were none other than Evanson and Fang Zhongxi. Due to the distance, it was unclear what exactly they were arguing about. But right after, Yu Qinghuan saw something jaw-dropping. Evanson abruptly pushed Fang Zhongxi against the wall and kissed him straight away. They were kissing fervently and deeply, entirely oblivious to the fact that two people were standing not far behind them. Yu Qinghuan's scalp tingled as if ready to explode, seeing this adulterated scene. Reflexively, he glanced at Hua Chu. Hua Chu was staring at them wide-eyed, completely transfixed. Let's go, Hua Chu, Yu Qinghuan tugged lightly on his sleeve, speaking in a low voice. If both sides met, it would surely be an awkward situation for all. Better to leave before they noticed them. However, Hua Chu, who usually listened to everything he said, paid no attention to him this time. His gaze remained glued on those two, unwilling to look away. What? Envious? Yu Qinghuan arched an eyebrow and teased, if you want a kiss, find yourself a girlfriend. After saying that, Hua Chu showed no reaction, but instead, he himself started feeling uneasy. He didn't know what kind of person Hua Chu's future wife would be. With how dedicated and sincere his feelings were, she'd probably also experience such uncontrollable affection, no matter the place or time. The more Yu Qinghuan thought, the tighter his chest felt. Adding to that, his attempts to tug Hua Chu proved futile, leaving him rather frustrated. Suddenly, Hua Chu called out to him, Qinghuan. His voice was low, carrying an unusual tone. Before Yu Qinghuan could even contemplate the meaning behind that tone, he felt his head being tightly gripped from behind, followed by a clumsy yet domineering kiss landing upon him. Chapter 46. The kiss came without any warning, like a sudden little rose in the icy wasteland, though it was shocking and unbelievable, yet it carried an irresistible allure. Yu Qinghuan's eyes widened as her body froze completely, unable to move. Her heart began to beat rapidly, feeling like there was a lively rabbit inside her chest, jumping uncontrollably as if about to leap out of her throat. His face flushed red, breathing heavy, wanting to push Hua Chu away but his hands were limp and useless. He could only let Hua Chu continue the kiss, deeper and more intensely with each moment. Without knowing how long it had been, Yu Qinghuan felt it drag on like a century. Taking advantage of a moment when Hua Chu awkwardly changed his breath, she finally regained her senses, turned her head to avoid another approaching kiss, and panted while pushing him away, Hua Chu, enough, enough. Qinghuan. Hua Chu's beautiful eyes sparkled brightly, as if discovering some new land, staring intently at her lips, as if ready to pounce again at any second. Yu Qinghuan instinctively took a step back, her back tightly pressed against the wall. At that moment, her mind was in complete chaos, as if filled with a jumble of tangled threads that couldn't be untangled, and she couldn't find any clarity. Why did Hua Chu kiss her? Was he stimulated by something he wanted to try, or for some other reason? Thinking about that possibility made Yu Qinghuan feel dizzy. She couldn't help glancing forward. Fang Zhongxi and Evanson were gone without her noticing, leaving only the two of them in the parking lot. The cool wall behind her brought her some clarity. Licking her lips, she spoke painfully, Hua Chu, you are just curious, right? It must be this way, she kept reassuring herself in her mind. Since Hua Chu hadn't encountered homosexuality before, seeing two men kissing shocked him so much that it made him want to try it. He must have no other intention, she had overthought this. No, immediately after her words, Hua Chu suddenly took a big step forward, their toes almost touching, so close that if Hua Chu merely lowered his head slightly, he could touch Yu Qinghuan's lips again. Yu Qinghuan's pupils contracted, and her breathing ceased abruptly. I'm not curious, Hua Chu said, affectionately brushing his nose against hers. His voice carried undeniable joy and excitement. Qinghuan, I just really like you, I really like you. His cheeks were crimson, his eyes shining, repeating 3 times, I really like you. Even the small dimple in his round face seemed full of sweet and intoxicating feelings, making waves crash through Yu Qinghuan's heart instantly. Does Hua Chu like me? When did this start? How could this happen? Why is this even happening? The overwhelming heat throughout her body subsided instantly. Guilt, self-reproach, regret, all these complex emotions flooded her heart so quickly that she almost couldn't bear it. She clenched her fists so hard that it was almost as if she was going to crush her own knuckles. Hua Chu was pure, like a blank sheet of paper where whatever color was painted would define it forever. It was certainly because her sexual orientation unintentionally influenced him, giving him the wrong impression that liking the same sex was normal. A chill ran down Yu Qinghuan's spine. Unable to resist, she lifted her gaze toward Hua Chu. At this time, Hua Chu was still lost in the thrill of the first kiss, his breathing slightly heavier. When his eyes met hers, they were full of shyness and happiness, dark and moist. That sincere emotion almost made Yu Qinghuan shed tears. Yu Qinghuan had never felt inferior due to her sexual orientation. She naturally liked men and was open about it, which had nothing to do with anyone else. But Hua Chu was different. He was a promising scientist destined to stand at the pinnacle of academia. He should stand tall on the podium as a flawless scientific pioneer, absolutely not being labeled with such terms as homosexual for people to criticize and ridicule. Hua Chu, Yu Qinghuan took a deep breath, pushed him hard, and coldly stated, this time, I won't count it against you, but there will be no next time, between friends we shouldn't. No. Her sentence was cut off by Hua Chu interrupting. He fixed his gaze on Yu Qinghuan, determined, Qinghuan, I've thought it through. I don't see you as a friend. His eyelashes trembled, his heartbeat racing, speaking one word at a time and then taking deep breaths, yet persisting, I like you, I want to be with you forever. Shut up. Yu Qinghuan nearly collapsed, covering his mouth to stop him from saying any more. He wanted to loudly tell Hua Chu that he wasn't a homosexual, he had just been influenced by him. But as he met Hua Chu's gaze, which showed no sign of error, Yu Qinghuan immediately calmed down. Hua Chu, Yu Qinghuan patted his hair, barely squeezing out a slight smile, it's not like that. You're just too attached to me as a friend, so you're having this illusion. Hua Chu pressed his lips together, wanting to say something, but Yu Qinghuan didn't give him the chance. He quickly continued, you need to try making more friends, both male and female. Then you'll understand the difference between a friend and a lover. But I only want to be with you. Hua Chu rubbed his fuzzy head against the palm of his hand, his voice gradually lowering. Yu Qinghuan's heart ached, but he still maintained a faint smile on his face. He tried to make his voice sound calmer, do as I say. You don't want to make me unhappy, do you? Hua Chu didn't understand the relationship between the two things, but he was afraid that Yu Qinghuan would be unhappy. So, in confusion, he nodded, yeah, I don't want that. That's good. Yu Qinghuan lowered his gaze, his voice slightly trembling, almost unable to hold up. He clung tightly to the wall, trying hard to maintain his composure, I'll call your second brother to come pick you up. You still have to go to the research institute today. Qinghuan, I don't want to go. Hua Chu's gaze fell on his soft, moist lips, instantly turning fiery. He sidled up to Yu Qinghuan and softly coaxed, I just want to stay by your side. I miss you so much. Leaving for even a minute, no, a second, makes me miss you. Don't be silly. Yu Qinghuan felt as if his heart was being slashed, forcing himself to suppress the lump in his throat, saying, are you not listening to me? Remember, I said I hate irresponsible people the most. Go to work properly. We'll see each other when you're off, alright? Hua Chu didn't want to become someone Yu Qinghuan disliked. He liked him so much, to the point where he wished to change all the aspects of himself that Yu Qinghuan might dislike, transforming into the version Yu Qinghuan loved the most. Upon hearing this, despite feeling extremely reluctant, he still nodded, all right. Pausing for a moment, he looked at Yu Qinghuan carefully yet full of hope, his face red with shyness as he asked, Qinghuan, see, can I kiss you one more time? No. Yu Qinghuan's voice was cold and firm, rejecting him without hesitation. As he was about to emphasize again that it should never happen in the future, Hua Chu suddenly lowered his head, pecked him fiercely on the lips. Immediately after, he obediently stepped back, smiling like a cat who had just stolen some fish, even his dimples brimming with undisguised pride. Yu Qinghuan's eyelashes trembled. He wanted to say something but ultimately did not. Fine, let it be the last time then. Just allow him this. Hu Rong arrived very quickly. Not even 5 minutes after Yu Qinghuan hung up the phone, he was already panting and arrived at the parking lot. What are you running around doing all day? He slapped Hua Chu's back of the head, exasperated yet caring, hurry up and get in the car. I'll take you to the research institute. Do you know how many times you've made me run errands for you this month? Hua Chu laughed without replying, his gaze still fixed on Yu Qinghuan, unwilling to leave. At this point, Hu Rong finally noticed something unusual. However, due to the tight schedule, he had no time to probe further. After nodding briefly to greet Yu Qinghuan, he pushed Hua Chu into the car and prepared to leave. Just as he was about to step on the gas pedal, Hua Chu suddenly rolled down the window, sticking his head out, gazing at Yu Qinghuan with burning eyes. "Qinghuan, can I come see you this weekend?" "No, right after work on Friday." Yu Qinghuan stared deeply at him, as if wanting to etch him into his heart. After several seconds, he responded slowly, "All right." Hua Chu immediately brightened up, waving at him forcefully until the car left the parking lot. He kept staring through the rear glass. Hu Rong glanced at his younger brother through the rearview mirror and couldn't help but say, "All right, 3, the person's long gone. Sit properly now." Hua Chu ignored him, touching his own lips before licking them carefully, secretly smiling. His heart was filled with honey-like sweetness, fragrant and delicious. When Yu Qinghuan went upstairs, Yu Xian had already negotiated almost everything with the production team. Coincidentally, this variety show was the same one that had once interviewed him and Hua Chu. Young ones got a high. The director smiled at him upon sight, directly saying that he had a special connection with the program, and nothing could be better than coming as the last guest for the first half of the year. Yu Qinghuan exchanged a few pleasantries with him, checked the contract he brought over, found no issues, and then turned to Yu Xian. "Brother, you've discussed it thoroughly, right? Then I will sign directly." "Sure, sure." Yu Xian's eyes sparkled as he kept nodding, still unable to suppress his excitement from earlier. Truly worthy of being the first variety show of the national station, it was extravagant and powerful. This time, he would finally be able to buy a new car. After seeing the director off, Yu Qinghuan and Yu Xian also left the company. On the way, Yu Xian glanced at Yu Qinghuan several times before finally giving in to his curiosity and asking, "Qinghuan, why does your face look so pale?" He paused, then jokingly added, "Did you argue with Hua Chu?" At the mention of Hua Chu, Yu Qinghuan felt a tremor in his chest. Lowering his gaze, he replied indifferently, "It's nothing. I'm just a little tired. I'll feel better after resting at home." Yu Xian didn't believe him but was about to ask more when Yu Qinghuan said, "Brother, can you buy me a plane ticket? I want to check out this episode's filming content for Young Ones Gotta High to familiarize myself with the style of the show." "All right." Upon hearing it was for work purposes, Yu Xian didn't hesitate to agree, but soon afterward, something didn't seem right. If he wanted to understand the show's style, wouldn't watching previous episodes suffice? Why would he need to go to the live recording? But just as he opened his mouth to question further, he noticed that Yu Qinghuan had already closed his eyes in the back seat. Swallowing all his words, he continued driving silently. Thus, during the following days, whenever Hua Chu called Yu Qinghuan, no one picked up. Though Yu Qinghuan later texted to explain, saying he was busy working and couldn't answer calls, Hua Chu still instinctively felt something wasn't quite right. He suppressed his growing anxiety and waited, day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. Not only did he not see Yu Qinghuan, but he also couldn't even hear his voice. Hua Chu could bear it no longer. Chapter 47. The theme of this episode of Young and High was budget travel. Not only did the director crazily confiscate all the money from the guests, but he also deliberately applied ugly makeup to them, ensuring that passers-by would never recognize them. Afterward, they were dumped at the airport as if they were being unloaded like cargo. The production team was financially robust, and for each episode, they would invite a superstar to anchor the show, ensuring high ratings. For this episode, they had invited Yi Yunlan, a legendary female star who had been popular for 10 years in the entertainment circle. Yi Yunlan's career path had been exceptionally smooth. She debuted at 16, and her first movie became an instant hit. All the shows she took on after that generally received good ratings and positive reviews, earning her numerous awards big and small. Though she was already 35 this year, she maintained herself to look like a girl just over 20, with fair skin, exquisite features, and captivating eyes that shone with beauty. When Yu Xian saw her, his eyes widened in awe. He excitedly tugged at Yu Qinghuan's sleeve, repeating, "Qinghuan. I've seen my goddess. My god. How can she be getting more beautiful?" Although both were part of the entertainment industry, Yu Xian was merely one of the lowest-level brokers, and normally had no chance to interact with Yi Yunlan. Over the years, he could count on one hand the number of times he'd even glimpsed her from afar, let alone appear in the same program. Yu Xian's face flushed red, his heart pounding wildly as he nearly lost control and wanted to rush forward. However, he was held back just as he took a step by Yu Qinghuan. "Brother, the show is still being recorded. Don't go creating trouble," said Yu Qinghuan, his face pale with bloodshot eyes, looking even more exhausted than when shooting orange-yellow. His voice was hoarse and tired, instantly snapping Yu Xian out of his daze. In the end, between the goddess and his own artist, Yu Xian chose the latter. "Didn't you sleep again?" Yu Xian worriedly looked at Yu Qinghuan, digging through his bag to pull out a bottle of eye drops and handing it to him. "Drop some in your eyes. Your eyes are as red as a rabbit's. It wouldn't do if the reporters photographed you like this." Yu Qinghuan nodded, accepting the eye drops and unscrewing the cap. Just as he was about to tilt his head and squeeze the bottle, Yu Xian suddenly remarked, "You really had an argument with Hua Chu, didn't you? You know, you shouldn't." Before he finished speaking, Yu Qinghuan suddenly flinched, squirting a mess of light pink eye drops all over his face. How come someone so grown up can't even put eye drops in correctly? Yu Xian complained, moving closer to help. But when he noticed the trail of light pink liquid covering Yu Qinghuan's face, he stopped helplessly. You come with me ahead, suggested Yu Qinghuan. I'll ask if any of the crew members have tissues, and we can also pay our respects. All right, agreed Yu Qinghuan, nodding as he wiped the droplets sliding down his cheeks. He then followed Yu Xian forward. The late spring breeze blew past his face, icy and cool, causing his whole body to feel cold. With blank steps, Yu Qinghuan's thoughts drifted involuntarily to Hua Chu. He wondered what Hua Chu was doing now, whether he was still obediently waiting for his call, or if he still hoped that he would seek him out. Hua Chu was such a pure person, believing whatever he said, unable to comprehend that the promises he gave him could never be realized. But it didn't matter, their connections would gradually decrease, and they would slowly grow distant. Hua Chu had already improved much compared to before, and soon enough, he might make a few or even a group of new friends, after which he would probably forget about him. At the thought of this scenario, it felt as if a lump of hemp rope had been harshly shoved into Yu Qinghuan's throat, causing an uncomfortable pain. Such a wonderful Hua Chu whom he had patiently taught to change, now he had to personally let go. Qinghuan. Qinghuan. Yu Xian's loud voice instantly pulled Yu Qinghuan back from his reverie. Raising his head, he met the somewhat astonished gazes of several people in front of him. Sorry, he apologized with a smile, the eye drop stung a little, and I zoned out because of the pain. The young man sure is delicate, the director laughed, teasing him without reservation and then added jokingly after a moment, you want tissue paper from us rugged guys? There's no way we would have that. He pointed towards Yi Yunlan's direction, winked, and whispered, didn't you see? Goddess Yi is right there. You should ask her for tissue paper. No sooner had the words left the director's mouth than Yu Xian unexpectedly surged forward in excitement, his excitement tinged with shyness. Can I really go and ask Goddess Yi? Then I will. The director hadn't expected him to take it seriously, momentarily rendered speechless by his question. But he was the director of a variety show, born with a humorous touch. Coming back to his senses, he suddenly felt mischievous and, before anyone could react, shouted towards Yi Yunlan's direction, Goddess, there's a kid here who wants tissue paper from you. Do you have any? Yi Yunlan was still fixing her hair that had been messed up by the wind, and as the filming hadn't started yet, she was quite close to them. The director's shout immediately caught her attention. Yi Yunlan had high emotional intelligence and good relationships within the circle. Over the years, there had never been any rumors of her being on bad terms with anyone, she was known for her pleasant temperament. Upon hearing this, she actually began patting her pockets while walking over. I don't have tissue, but I do have 2 pieces of cotton pad, she said with a gentle smile. Which little one needs it? Him. The director pushed Yu Qinghuan forward with a laugh. Look at that face covered in eye drops, it looks like he's been crying. Yi Yunlan's eyes immediately brightened upon seeing Yu Qinghuan. Yu Qinghuan wore a mint blue shirt today. Although he looked a bit tired, youth was his advantage. He didn't look disheveled but instead appeared fresh and spirited, with an energetic youthful charm. Yi Yunlan loved this type of boy and couldn't help but quicken her pace slightly. This person is Yu Qinghuan, next episode's guest, the director smiled as he introduced him, from the same company as you, your. His words were cut off by a sudden loud boom sound ahead. They all instinctively turned around and were shocked to find cold sweat running down their backs. The place where Yi Yunlan had been standing just now was lying a small advertising board broken into several pieces. If Yi Yunlan hadn't come over to give out the tissue paper, it probably wouldn't have been the ground getting smashed but her head. Though the sign wasn't large, it fell from such a height that, even if Yi Yunlan had survived the impact, her beloved face would surely have been destroyed. Everyone present immediately felt chills down their spines. Yi Yunlan wasn't just any first-tier celebrity, her fans spanned across countries and age groups. Had something happened to her during this recording, not only the production team but possibly the entire national channel would have drowned in outrage. Just as everyone was silently rejoicing, Yu Xian suddenly hugged Yu Qinghuan, sobbing in gratitude, Qinghuan. Thanks to you protecting her. That's great, my goddess is fine. The others? Seeing their confused expressions, Yu Xian quickly explained what had happened earlier regarding Yu Qinghuan. At this, many people suddenly remembered why the name Yu Qinghuan sounded familiar, they realized that he was the reason the orange-yellow crew had narrowly avoided disaster last time. Suddenly, the program staff's perception of him changed dramatically. Isn't he literally a lucky charm? Yu Qinghuan felt uncomfortable under their gazes, trying to stop them from believing Yu Xian's tall tales when suddenly a group of people swarmed around him like bees. Qinghuan, hurry. Send some pictures so we can transfer your luck. Me too, me too. Whoever gets the pictures isn't allowed to keep them hidden, start a group chat right away. Let's share good fortune together. Even more surprisingly, even Yi Yunlan joined the ranks of those who wanted to pass on the lucky charm photo. Perhaps stimulated by the joy of surviving, the queen of the entertainment industry abandoned her usual grace and dignity, becoming crazier than anyone else about saving the photos. She even proactively gave her private number to Yu Qinghuan. Qinghuan, can I make a request? Yi Yunlan had no airs of a big star, instead behaving like a little girl as she clasped her hands and bowed slightly toward Yu Qinghuan. In a soft voice, she asked, when I record later, could you follow behind me? That incident earlier was truly terrifying. Without you, I might have ended up here today. She paused briefly before adding, your photos are being transferred so much already, if I miss out on catching some good luck, what should I do? A lot of people in the entertainment circle strongly believed in such things, and Yi Yunlan was undoubtedly one of the top believers. Nearly being hit by the advertisement board left her with lingering fears. Were it not for maintaining her public image, fearing accusations of arrogance, she might have already dropped out of the show. No problem. Before Yu Qinghwan could respond, Yu Xian, wanting to catch the goddess' attention, interrupted with red cheeks as he cast a loving glance toward Yi Yunlan, then reluctantly turned to Yu Qinghwan, right, Qinghwan? Yi Yunlan was out of sight, but she kept giving Yu Qinghwan significant glances filled with earnest pleading. After such a long period of collaboration, Yu Xian had never asked Yu Qinghwan for anything, so when he finally did, how could Qinghwan refuse? Moreover, in his previous life, Qinghwan had interacted with Yi Yunlan, and though they hadn't developed a close relationship, he had a decent impression of her. So, he nodded, accepting the request. Only after this did Yi Yunlan let out a sigh of relief and enter the camera's range, constantly looking back. But, perhaps for some psychological reassurance, during filming, Yi Yunlan would unconsciously glance toward Yu Qinghwan. Once or twice wouldn't hurt, but doing it repeatedly caused issues. The director's assistant hesitated before indirectly reminding him, Sister Ye's behavior might not be very appropriate. The number of times she gazes at Qinghwan is getting too frequent, no matter how much we edit, the audience may still find it strange. The director also looked troubled because Yi Yunlan was already such a big name that getting her for the show was an achievement itself. Asking her to reshoot seemed nearly impossible. Heaving a heavy sigh, the director was just about to swallow his pride and gently warn Yi Yunlan when suddenly an idea struck him. Why even bother editing out the repeated glances of Yi Yunlan looking at Yu Qinghwan? Instead, he could leverage this as an attraction to grab more attention from the audience. A top celebrity almost met with an accident but was saved by the good fortune of a renowned, lucky charm, leading her to only feel secure while looking at him. Such a mysterious yet real occurrence would surely boost their program's viewership ratings. Realizing this, the director became abnormally excited and, under the assistant's confused gaze, even added more shots of Yi Yunlan searching for Yu Qinghwan with her eyes. After 2 days of filming, Yi Yunlan left, specially reminding Yu Qinghwan to hang out whenever he had time before she departed. It wasn't like she harbored any ulterior motive. At her age, although she occasionally preferred energetic young men, Qinghwan didn't seem like one who indulged in trivial pleasures. It wasn't worth her time to pursue someone like him. What Yi Yunlan wanted was straightforward. She greedily sought more luck directly by staying closer to Yu Qinghwan rather than depending on people retweeting his good fortune on social media platforms like Weibo. Once Yi Yunlan left, Yu Qinghwan remained with the program crew for another 2 days until Lu Jian called, inviting him back to discuss the promotion of Life or Death line. Then Qinghwan prepared to return. Let's go, Qinghwan. Yu Xian carefully inspected their room, making sure nothing was left behind before turning around and speaking to Qinghwan. All right. Yu Qinghwan nodded, put several drops of eye solution in his eyes to get rid of red bloodshot veins, then reached out to unplug the key card. As soon as they stepped out of the door, Yu Qinghwan's phone rang. He glanced down at it and when he saw the words, Huachu, his reflex was to slip the phone back into his pocket. Are you serious? You're playing childish games and avoiding answering calls. Yu Xian rolled his eyes dramatically and snatched the phone, hitting the answer button before placing it against Qinghwan's ear. Answer it quickly. Qinghwan. Huachu sounded thrilled upon finally reaching him, barely containing his excitement. Can I see you tonight? Yu Qinghwan felt a slight tremor in his heart but managed to suppress the yes rising to his lips, changing it instead to, I'm still away shooting outside the city. I won't be home recently, so don't come over. I'll visit once I'm back. Huachu fell silent for a few seconds. When he spoke again, all traces of joy had vanished, his voice trembling as he confirmed repeatedly with Qinghwan, Qinghwan, are you really away today? Tonight? Tomorrow? Yu Qinghwan replied evenly, calmly lying without any change in demeanor. I've been quite busy. He paused momentarily, apologizing softly. The director needs me now, I must hang up. Have a good day at work, I'll come see you when I'm back. Then he firmly cut off the call. On the other end of the line, listening to the busy tone through his phone, Huachu's eyes immediately reddened. Opening the Weibo page, his fingertip hovered motionless above a certain post. The message outlined Qinghwan's schedule, specifically mentioning he would be returning tonight. Below, many fans clamored about coming to welcome him. Huachu's chest tightened, making it hard to breathe. Qinghwan clearly came back, yet lied about being absent. Though unwilling to meet him, he said he would visit. Qinghwan was lying, every word. Yet Huachu still loved him, loving him so much that even his lies tasted sweet to him. But Huachu decided he couldn't wait anymore. He'd waited long enough, and since Qinghwan wouldn't come, he would. He wanted to see Qinghwan, wanted to prove to him that he wasn't an incapable person, and also, wanted Qinghwan to like him. When Yu Qinghwan arrived home, it was already past 9 in the evening. He hadn't slept well for several days and had spent a few more hours on the flight, leaving him utterly exhausted now. After hastily taking a shower, just as he was about to climb into bed, there suddenly came a loud knock at the door. Who would come at this hour? Could it be Uxian needing to speak to him urgently? He rushed over and quickly opened the door, but froze when he saw who stood outside. Hua Chu. What are you doing here? Hua Chu's once neat blue windbreaker was now wrinkled and covered in dirt, his pants torn in several small places, and even his face bore a few streaks of blood, making him look entirely disheveled. Yu Qinghuan felt immense concern and was just about to ask what had happened when Hua Chu abruptly reached out and pulled him tightly into his arms. His body was trembling slightly, tiny beads of blood from his cheek dripped onto Yu Qinghuan's neck. Breathing heavily, Hua Chu murmured, Qinghuan, I can. I've learned how to find your house now. It doesn't matter if you don't come see me, I'll come to see you. Chapter 48. In the tranquil corridor, his words reached Yu Qinghuan's ears word by word. The sincerity and intensity of his affection were like a sweet wine, just a whiff of it filled Yu Qinghuan's heart with sweetness. Her fingertips trembled, almost unable to control herself from reaching out to caress He Chi's face. How could this person be so good? So considerate. What good deed must she have done in her past life to deserve such cherished treatment? Her heartbeat was fierce and rapid. Yu Qinghuan closed her eyes for a moment, almost wanting to remain embraced by him without ever parting, until the end of time. But the sight of that crumpled windbreaker collar quickly brought back her rationality, reminding her of He Chi's present condition. Yu Qinghuan couldn't help but feel an uncontrollable sense of fear. If something had happened to He Chi on his way to find her, if he never came back. Just thinking about this possibility made Yu Qinghuan's heart ache, almost unable to catch her breath. With a pale face, she pushed He Chi away and rudely dragged him inside, pushing him onto the sofa under his bewildered gaze. Qinghuan. He Chi anxiously stretched out his hand to pull her but was avoided by a quick turn of her body. Stay here, don't move. After leaving those words, Yu Qinghuan rushed into the bedroom. When she returned, she already had a small square first aid kit in her hands. She fumbled through the contents of the first aid kit aimlessly, eventually managing to shake a bottle of alcohol out with trembling hands. Half scattering, half pouring, she dampened a cotton swab and then walked in front of He Chi, sternly commanding, tilt your head back. He Chi obediently tilted his head, his eyes locked onto Yu Qinghuan's face unflinchingly, all joy in his eyes as he even ignored the pain from the alcohol stimulating his wounds. How did you get hurt? Yu Qinghuan's voice was fierce, yet her actions were exceptionally gentle, as if He Chi were a porcelain doll that would break at the slightest touch. A bicycle collision, He Chi replied nonchalantly. After saying that, he raised his hand to touch the treated wound on his face, only for Yu Qinghuan to swat it down with a sharp sound. Why do you always take such risks? Yu Qinghuan's eyes were full of anger. Clenching both fists tightly, she seemed to be at her breaking point, shouting loudly, that is very dangerous, don't you know? Don't you have bodyguards? Where are they all? Were none of them watching over you? Today it's a bicycle, tomorrow it might be. Yu Qinghuan's chest tightened painfully, and she swallowed the rest of her words, meeting He Chi's bewildered eyes. A sudden wave of deep self-loathing surged within her. If it hadn't been for her continuous avoidance of him, He Chi wouldn't have risked coming here. She was wrong all along, and knowing that, she still exploded with such anger at him. He Chi must have been terrified, probably thinking he'd committed some unforgivable offense. Yu Qinghuan turned away, not letting He Chi see her reddening eyes. Struggling to make her voice steady, she apologized, I'm sorry, He Chi. I shouldn't have shouted at you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It felt like all her strength had drained away with her anger earlier, and she stared fixedly at the floor, murmuring hoarsely, what am I supposed to do if anything happens to you? Qinghuan, noticing the spreading water droplets on the ground, He Chi panicked and hugged Yu Qinghuan tightly, consoling her incoherently, nothing will happen to me, Qinghuan. I'm fine, please don't be upset. Even though it was him who was injured, he was now trying to comfort her instead. Seeing how flustered He Chi looked, Yu Qinghuan's eyes immediately became even redder. Qinghuan, don't be sad. Unsure what to do to comfort her, He Chi paced nervously in place for a bit before suddenly sitting down and lifting her face into his hands, mimicking what she had once done to him, cajoling her repeatedly, Qinghuan, don't cry. It's my fault, really my fault. He struggled for the right words, I won't come find you again, hesitating a little, realizing the promise was too hard to keep, added haltingly, but, when I miss you too much, I may, possibly come anyway. Seeing that Yu Qinghuan remained silent, he steeled his resolve and dared to lower his head, planting light kisses on her face one after another, don't cry, Qinghuan, listen. Yu Qinghuan's body froze, instinctively wanting to push him away. Her fingers twitched but didn't rise. For a long while, Yu Qinghuan finally regained her composure. Looking at that handsome face close to hers, she put on a serious expression, planning to settle accounts with him thoroughly. She snapped her fingers against Hua Chu's forehead and threatened, if you ever come here alone like this again, I will make sure you return the same way you came. He needed to be taught a lesson, otherwise, if he did this one more time, even if she had dozens of hearts, they wouldn't be enough to sustain her fright. Hua Chu widened his eyes as if he couldn't believe that Yu Qinghuan could be so cruel. He pressed his lips together, about to protest, but then a look of smugness quickly crossed his face. But I know the way here. Even if you send me back 100 times, I'll come back 100 times. Seeing that he dared to talk back, Yu Qinghuan was just about to say something when Hua Chu continued, and anyway, I can't go back the way I came because I don't know the way home. How did you get here then? Yu Qinghuan thought he was playing tricks on her, and with a humph, she asked again. Hua Chu looked back blankly for a moment, then replied, I came this way. He gave a nervous glance at Yu Qinghuan, seeming frustrated with his own ineptitude. After a long while, he whispered, I only remember the way to your house. Other places. I just can't remember them. Yu Qinghuan caught her breath, her regained composure instantly collapsing, almost making her eyes red again. Concerned about Hua Chu's facial injuries, she didn't want him to clumsily touch them while washing his face, so she took over herself, wringing out a towel to gently wipe his face for him. If I touch any wounds, tell me, okay? Hua Chu nodded, secretly thinking that even if it hurt, he wouldn't tell Qinghuan, or she'd get upset. After settling Hua Chu down, Yu Qinghuan suddenly remembered an important thing. Did you tell your family before coming over? No, Hua Chu anxiously shifted his body, whispering, I just wanted to find you. Everything else had completely slipped his mind. The whole family must be in a state of chaos by now without their son. Thinking about such a scene, Yu Qinghuan felt a chill up her spine, and quickly dialed Hua Rong's number. However, to her surprise, Hua Rong sounded perfectly calm, showing no sign of worry, as if already aware of Hua Chu's whereabouts, even asking him to take good care of Hua Chu. Baffled, Yu Qinghuan hung up, unable to comprehend what was going on for quite a while. What he didn't know was that at that very moment, Hua Rong was waiting downstairs. Ever since Hua Chu ran out, the bodyguards had noticed it. But according to previous orders from Hua's father, they were not allowed to interfere with Hua Chu's actions. Helplessly, they reported this matter to Hua Rong instead. Upon hearing his younger brother had run off, Hua Rong rushed to find him right away but was stopped by his father. Sitting leisurely on the couch drinking tea, the elder Hua seemed utterly unconcerned about the safety of his son, even scolding them, no one is to meddle with the third son. Let him do whatever he wants to do. How old is he now? You're still treating him like a child like your mother does. Hua Rong dared not oppose his father's will but still found it hard to feel at ease. In the end, he could only secretly trail after Hua Chu, watching him fumble to find the way, and witnessing him getting knocked down by a fast-moving bicycle while crossing the road. But Hua Rong kept his father's words firmly in mind, restraining himself from helping, silently following all the way. When he received the call from Yu Qinghuan, his relief finally set in, allowing him to drive off. Hua Chu hadn't eaten since noon, fearing he might have starved. Yu Qinghuan hurried into the kitchen to prepare food. Fortunately, he always made sure the fridge was well stocked, so there were plenty of quick meals available despite his absence for several days. He lit the gas stove, heated a frying pan, and quickly fried several pancakes. Adding eggs, bacon, and a few lettuce leaves inside, he wrapped them up and handed them to Hua Chu. Eat quickly. Hua Chu nodded, taking a big bite of the pancake. Watching Yu Qinghuan bustling around the countertop, he suddenly felt a deep longing within. It would be wonderful if it could always be like this, just the two of them together, with Qinghuan belonging only to him and him only to Qinghuan. That would surely be the happiest thing in the world. Yu Qinghuan didn't notice Hua Chu's emotions, giving him a glass of warm water, telling him to eat slowly. After tidying up the kitchen, he went onto the balcony to make a phone call. Just as he started talking, he heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he indeed saw Hua Chu looking at him with a piteous expression, as if saying, I'm right here with you, why are you calling someone else, speaking to others? Yu Qinghuan helplessly smiled and ended the call hastily, having no choice but to wrap things up quickly. As soon as he put away his phone, Hua Chu approached like a drill sergeant making rounds and asked immediately, Qinghuan, who were you talking to on the phone? A watch seller. Yu Qinghuan smiled and said to him. Are you going to buy a watch? Hua Chu furrowed his brows in confusion and then lit up as if struck by an idea. I'll buy it for you. And give it to you as a gift, how about that? Yu Qinghuan shook her head and poked his left cheek, which had a small dimple. No, I'm buying it for you. For me. Hua Chu's face slowly turned red. He glanced at Yu Qinghuan and quickly looked away when their eyes met. After quite a while, with his face flushed bright red, he hesitated and asked softly, why are you buying me a watch? Is Qinghuan giving me a present? It's the first time Qinghuan is giving me a present. Yu Qinghuan laughed, because you don't have a watch. Of course, it's because I want my mark to be with you in every moment of your future life, silly. Chapter 49. It was already past 11 at night, and Yu Qinghuan of course wouldn't let Hua Chu go home. She found her own pajamas and a new pair of underwear for him to change into and asked, which side of the bed do you want to sleep on? This was the first time Hua Chu had worn Yu Qinghuan's clothes. Though the sleeves and legs were too short and the underwear felt a bit tight, his heart felt sweetly delighted. Just thinking about how Yu Qinghuan had also worn the same pajamas made his body begin to unconsciously heat up. His face turned red, and while Yu Qinghuan was busy fluffing the pillows, he quickly lifted his sleeve like a little squirrel and took a whiff of the clothing. Immediately, he closed his eyes with satisfaction. Why did Qinghuan's clothes always smell so good? Hua Chu. What are you thinking about? Seeing he wasn't responding, just sitting there silently with his cheeks flushed as if roasted by fire, Yu Qinghuan couldn't help but flick his forehead. Speak quickly. Or I'll make you sleep on the couch. This threat worked perfectly on Hua Chu. As soon as Yu Qinghuan finished speaking, he jumped onto the bed with agility and slipped into the quilt with a whoosh, only revealing those sparkling eyes as they fixed unblinkingly on Yu Qinghuan. Either side is fine. He hesitated for a moment, then added in a low voice, as long as I'm with you, it's fine. Yu Qinghuan's hand paused mid-motion as she pulled back the covers. She lay down beside him with a gentle smile in her eyes. Are you this happy? Upon hearing this, Hua Chu immediately nodded without a second thought. Meeting Yu Qinghuan's beautiful and kind eyes, his heart suddenly thudded madly. Qinghuan tonight seemed particularly tender, treating him exceptionally well, so. Hua Chu lowered his gaze, his eyelashes trembling bashfully. I can be even happier. Yu Qinghuan raised an eyebrow in confusion. The next second, a shadow fell over her. Hua Chu braced both hands on either side of her head, and leaning down all at once, lightly pecked her lips. Mission accomplished, Hua Chu's face turned bright red as he pressed himself onto Yu Qinghuan, burying his burning face into the crook of her neck. His hands weren't idle either, they carefully, cautiously reached out and grasped her hands, holding them tightly in his own. His body was warm and firm, pressing onto her like this. Though a little heavy, it exuded an undeniable sense of security. Yu Qinghuan sighed and gently rubbed Hua Chu's hair against her cheek. If you're happy, then let's go to sleep. There was only one person in the entire world who would forever render her unable to refuse him. Let him have his way, let him do as he pleases. As long as it was his request and as long as it made him happy, no matter what calamity came, she'd grant him all of it. Qinghuan didn't get angry, she didn't push him away. Hua Chu joyfully lifted his head, gazing fervently at Yu Qinghuan. Then, can I kiss you again? Go to sleep. Yu Qinghuan turned cold-faced, reaching out a hand to press his head firmly into the soft bedding, muttering. Still messing around endlessly. She withdrew her previous thoughts, this habit of taking things too far absolutely couldn't be indulged. Okay. Hua Chu grumbled in agreement, struggling to raise his head from under the quilt before suddenly scooping her into his arms tightly when Yu Qinghuan hadn't reacted yet. Hua Chu exerted considerable force, wrapping his arms around her so tightly as though afraid she might escape. Uncomfortable, Yu Qinghuan tried shifting her position slightly, only to hear him say right away, go to sleep, Qinghuan. Don't move around. Applying what he'd learned, the phrase suited perfectly. Yu Qinghuan. The next morning, Yu Qinghuan woke up early to prepare breakfast for Hua Chu. After making sure he had eaten enough, she sent him off to the institute. Before getting out of the car, Hua Chu triple confirmed that Yu Qinghuan would come to pick him up that evening before stepping inside with several backward glances. Did you make up? On the way back, Yu Xian joked with Yu Qinghuan. Seems like you're joined at the hip now, tsk. Today, Yu Qinghuan had arranged to meet Lu Jian to discuss the promotion of life or death, so Yu Xian conveniently drove Hua Chu along the way. What reconciliation? Yu Qinghuan smiled faintly. We've never quarreled. Her eyes still lingered on the entrance of the institute, not leaving for a long time. This person was so adorable, so serious, doing countless impossible things for her sake. Even when she backed down or became fearful, he still possessed the unwavering courage to find her. Hua Chu had taken 99 steps forward, so the remaining one step, she would take instead. Yu Qinghuan looked down softly, gently touching the small pendant he had hung around her neck again. Hua Chu was too important, too precious to her. She didn't want him to be harmed in even the slightest way. However, as a public figure, if news of his homosexuality were to break, criticism would be inevitable. He himself didn't care, but the thought of Hua Chu being dragged into controversy alongside him was unbearable. But Hua Chu was so good, so single-minded in his affection for him, how could he bear to make him hide it, to engage in a secret romance with him? So, he had to resolve this issue as soon as possible. It was indeed a difficult problem. Yu Qinghuan sighed, closing his eyes and rubbing his temples. No matter how hard it was though, for their future, he would take action. Lu Jian began showering Yu Qinghuan with compliments the moment he saw him. I've watched, Orange Yellow, and you really did an excellent job, Qinghuan. The box office success is no fluke. Yu Qinghuan smiled and thanked him, sitting down across from him while refilling his cup with tea, saying, thanks to your guidance. This wasn't empty flattery. During the filming of Life or Death, Lu Jian was extremely strict, going so far as nitpicking every detail. They reshoot bad scenes endlessly, demanding even the smallest glance meet the standards. It was through this process that Yu Qinghuan's acting was honed to perfection. Thus, when filming Orange Yellow, a movie heavily reliant on expressing emotions through the eyes, everything went smoothly. Lu Jian laughed heartily, his normally serious and stern face softening instantly. Of all the actors he'd worked with, only a very few had shown improvement like Yu Qinghuan's, which clearly wasn't because of his guidance but due to his own effort. Looking at the gaunt yet handsome face before him, Lu Jian felt a myriad of emotions. He'd known Yu Qinghuan for just over half a year, and within this short time, Yu Qinghuan had gone from being an unknown newcomer to one of the most sought-after rising stars in the entertainment circle. Even he had to adjust the original publicity plan, adding Yu Qinghuan into the mix. Everyone envied Yu Qinghuan's good fortune, unaware of the hard work behind his success. These days, fewer and fewer actors were willing to sacrifice their appearance for movies. The promotional period for Life or Death was longer, it would last over a month. For most of that month, Yu Qinghwan needed to participate in nationwide roadshows, variety shows, and even live streams to promote the film. Regarding all these obligations, Yu Qinghwan already knew them well, not finding anything surprising in Lu Jian's words. As he silently noted the important points, he also mentally calculated his schedule during this period. By the way, after discussing promotion, Lu Jian took a sip of tea, pulling out 2 contracts and a script from his bag, addressing Yu Qinghwan. This is the full script of How to Love You. If there are no issues, we can sign the contract today. The start date for shooting How to Love You has been moved up to June 15th. Was it rushing for next year's Spring Festival release? Yu Qinghwan understood immediately, handing a contract to Yu Xian and keeping the other to carefully go over its contents. When he saw the price stated within, he froze in shock. When filming Orange Yellow, Zhao Rui had offered him 850,000 yuan, yet the salary for How to Love You was set at 8 million yuan. Even though he had braced himself, he still couldn't help being surprised. Lu Jian mistook this reaction for dissatisfaction and cleared his throat. Qinghwan, this is already the highest offer I can make. Actually, coming here to sign the contract made Lu Jian feel somewhat guilty. Yu Qinghwan's rise in fame was too fast. With Orange Yellow successfully raising his profile in the entertainment industry and then Life or Death, Lu Jian was absolutely confident in his movies. Barring unforeseen circumstances, they should at least reach 800 million yuan in revenue. Probably by then, Yu Qinghwan's value would increase again, making this signing quite profitable for him. I know. Fortunately, Yu Qinghwan wasn't the type to haggle over details. After checking the contract without any issues, he quickly signed his name, finally allowing Lu Jian to put the heavy stone in his heart to rest. Lu Jian had been exceptionally busy recently. After finalizing everything, he hurriedly left. Checking the time, Yu Qinghwan decided to head to Ada first to pick up a watch. The person back home had eagerly awaited the entire evening, casually asking about the watch's arrival time in the morning. If he didn't wear it today, that person probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Brother, let's go to Ada. Fastening his seatbelt, Yu Qinghwan turned to Yu Xian and said. However, Yu Xian acted as if he hadn't heard, giving no response whatsoever. Unable to contain himself, Yu Qinghwan called out again, brother. At this point, Yu Xian finally reacted, but it was an awfully big reaction. He suddenly slapped his thigh and his chubby cheeks quivered with excitement. Qinghwan, is your current acting fee over 8 million? And you're still just a supporting actor. For actors, reaching a 5 million yuan pay rate was a significant milestone. He originally thought it would take Yu Qinghwan at least 2 or 3 years to reach that threshold, but he had effortlessly surpassed it, so much so that even after signing the contract, it still felt surreal. Yeah, Yu Qinghwan responded very calmly, deftly brushing the matter aside as if it were no big deal. I bought a watch yesterday and need to pick it up from Ada today. Oh, Yu Xian casually waved his hand. It's just a watch, buy as many as you like. He paused for a moment before asking offhandedly, how much did it cost? Yu Qinghwan wasn't the type to indulge in luxury items, so this question carried absolutely no pressure, for Yu Xian, at least. But little did he know, Yu Qinghwan was about to drop a bomb on him. I spent all the balance in my account. Yu Xian. That evening, after picking up Hu Chu from the research institute, Yu Xian left without sparing a second glance at Yu Qinghwan. The shock of losing everything overnight hit him hard, and he still hadn't fully recovered by now. As soon as they got home and opened the security door, Hu Chu excitedly dashed toward Yu Qinghwan. Knowing what he was going to say, Yu Qinghwan didn't let him speak but took out the watch and carefully strapped it onto his wrist. Do you like it? Hu Chu nodded enthusiastically, gently feeling the watch over and over again, his happiness beaming through his expression. I like it. He paused briefly and looked up at Yu Qinghwan seriously, saying, I will always like anything you give me. Yu Qinghwan immediately warmed at these words. Pulling Hu Chu down to sit beside him on the couch, he found himself reluctant to share the upcoming news when seeing how happy Hu Chu was. However, whether sooner or later, he knew he eventually had to tell him. After steeling himself, he said hesitantly, Hu Chu, there might be something, not so good. Before he could finish his sentence, Hu Chu immediately tensed, panicking, Qinghwan, are you going to send me away again? No way, Yu Qinghwan comforted him by gently stroking his head, guilt washing over him. It was his fault for failing to provide Hu Chu the security he needed, and he vowed silently to mend his mistakes. I will never send you away. Seeing Hu Chu's adorable dimples reappear, Yu Qinghwan struggled to express, it's just that, for quite a long time ahead, I'll be busy promoting the movie and shooting new films, so I may not be home. Hu Chu froze instantly, and the smile on his face gradually faded. Yu Qinghwan's heart dropped as he racked his brain for ways to soothe him. However, Hu Chu suddenly reached out and pulled him into an embrace. The next second, a voice came from above his head. He said softly, it doesn't matter, Qinghwan. No matter how long it takes, I'll wait for you at home. As long as you come back, that's all that matters. Chapter 50. For actors, promoting a movie is not only physically demanding but also a money-draining activity. One has to wear different outfits and accessorize accordingly for various events. Although many luxury brands had extended olive branches to Yu Qinghuan after he gained fame, hoping to establish brand partnerships, he couldn't keep borrowing clothes forever. He still needed to have several personal outfits on hand. Yu Qinghuan, if you keep splurging and donating recklessly, I swear I won't put up with it anymore. Yu Xin sat on the floor angrily, glaring at him. Why are you laughing? Are you even listening to me? This wasteful kid. One watch emptied his account. Fortunately, 1/3 of the salary from How to Love You arrived just in time, or else he wouldn't know where to find the money to buy him more clothes. Other artists used their newfound fame to buy houses, cars, or start businesses, making fortunes swiftly. But their family's little star, once he got some money, splashed it all out immediately. I understand, big brother. Yu Qinghuan sat down beside him and promised, it will not happen again. Next time, I'll definitely consult you before any big expenditure. Yu Xin sniffed in acknowledgement, accepting his explanation. After a pause, he asked, what about the watch you bought? I want to see what kind of watch costs so much. When Yu Qinghuan went to get the watch, Yu Xin was too upset to follow him into the store or take a look. Now thinking about it, curiosity bubbled up inside him. Yu Qinghuan usually remained aloof about everything. There weren't many things that could make him this enthusiastic. Yu Qinghuan coughed awkwardly, unusually flustered. Ahem. I gave it away. What? Yu Xin jumped up instantly, glaring furiously at Yu Qinghuan. You just casually gave away such an expensive thing. Fuming, Yu Xin thumped his chest repeatedly. Just as he was about to scold Yu Qinghuan, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. Wait a moment. Did you use the watch to charm a young girl? Yu Qinghuan rubbed his forehead. Big brother, I'm gay. Oh, right, I forgot. Yu Xin slapped his forehead. So did you charm a young man then? After saying this, he scrutinized Yu Qinghuan thoroughly from head to toe and remarked in astonishment, be honest now. Did you fall for someone outside who's seductive and reckless? Yu Qinghuan. He knew Hua Chu liked the watch immensely and never took it off, even while sleeping. And besides, from the beginning, he never intended to hide this from Yu Xin. Big brother, stop overthinking it. I gave the watch to Hua Chu. Upon hearing this, Yu Xin immediately sighed in relief. At the same time, however, he sensed something amiss. Why did Qinghuan suddenly give such an expensive gift to Hua Chu? For mere friendship, this was way too grand. An impossible thought crept into his mind, startling Yu Xin so much that his scalp tingled. He tried to speak but was cut off by Yu Qinghuan's calm voice. Yes, exactly what you're thinking. I like him. Yu Xin's brain buzzed, and he fell flat on the ground in shock. It took 5 whole minutes for him to regain his composure. Frustrated, he grabbed Yu Qinghuan's shoulders and shouted, are you crazy? Not only might Hua Chu, that kind of person, not reciprocate your feelings, don't you realize he's your boss's younger brother? If Hua Rong found out about Yu Qinghuan's feelings toward Hua Chu, a complete boycott would be the lightest consequence. Big brother, calm down. Yu Qinghuan felt dizzy from being shaken around. Finally breaking free, he massaged his shoulder while smiling gently, but he likes me too. Yu Xin froze instantly. In all the years he'd known Yu Qinghuan, he'd never seen such a childishly joyful expression on his face. There was sweetness mixed with a hint of smugness, as though he had received the most precious gift in the world. Any harsh reprimand he planned to deliver disappeared. Qinghuan's life had been too hard, too bitter. Even though he acted calm and collected, Yu Xin could sense his loneliness. Fine, if he likes, let him like. Sexual orientation is innate anyway, and he'd eventually need to settle down with a man. They're all guys, none is better or worse. Yu Xin came to terms with it, suddenly realizing that Hua Chu wasn't bad at all. Putting aside the Hua family factor, he was actually the perfect match for Yu Qinghuan. A clingy person who didn't know how to lie and regarded everyone except Yu Qinghuan as invisible heir. Such a person could surely provide the most security to Yu Qinghuan. Have you two already started dating? Not yet. Yu Qinghuan shook his head, unconsciously touching the small pendant hanging around his neck. Before that, I at least need to come out publicly. Upon hearing this, Yu Xin immediately gasped. Yu Qinghuan actually wanted to publicly date someone. They hadn't even done anything yet, and he would already bear all the insults and filth. Was it really worth it? But he knew that since Yu Qinghuan had told him, it meant he had already made up his mind. No matter how he tried to persuade him, Yu Qinghuan wouldn't change his decision. With this thought in mind, Yu Xin sighed and looked at Yu Qinghuan with pity. What kind of family was the Hua family? It didn't take much imagination to know that they definitely wouldn't allow Hua Chu to be labeled as a homosexual. If these two wanted to be together, their path would be much harder than for other gay couples. There's a high chance Yu Qinghuan might anger the Hua family, thereby losing everything and becoming destitute. But since it was about two people, why should Qinghuan bear all the consequences alone? Even the Hua family couldn't act so overbearingly unreasonable. As long as he was still around, he would protect Yu Qinghuan for as long as possible. Their little lucky fish may not have a family, but that doesn't mean anyone can bully them at will. If necessary, he would quit this job anyway. After all, he hadn't achieved much after mixing in the industry for over 20 years, changing jobs would still make him a decent man. Yu Xian massaged his aching temples and said to Yu Qinghuan, alright, if you've got a plan, it's fine. Come find me if there are any issues, don't rush into decisions. I know, Yu Qinghuan lowered his head, his eyes welling up with heat. In other people's situations, when faced with such an event, the first reaction of a manager would surely be to ask the artist to conceal their sexual orientation to avoid affecting work. But Yu Xian considered everything from his perspective. Brother, thank you. No, stop being so sentimental. Yu Xian scrunched his face, searching through layers of fat to rub his injured tailbone. Making money for me is the best way to thank me. After pausing briefly, he added, since you and Hua Chu aren't settled down yet, be cautious outside. You're famous now, and quite a few paparazzi are waiting to catch your missteps. I understand. After their talk, neither of them brought it up again. These days, Yu Qinghuan was free at home and was reviewing the lines from How to Love You, but after only studying 2 pages, Yu Xian came knocking on the door. Qinghuan, your hometown folk sent over a pile of canned peaches. Do you want to try some? Yu Qinghuan put down the script and walked out. Seeing the entire burlap bag filled with canned peaches, he was momentarily stunned. Did these uncles and aunts send him a year's worth of canned peaches? Brother, take as many as you want, I won't bother with formalities, Yu Qinghuan said, I'll go call my old village. You don't have to tell me. Yu Xian chuckled, picked up a can of peaches, expertly pried it open, found a spoon in the kitchen, and started eating. Yu Qinghuan dialed the old village chief's number from his contact list. After a long wait, the call was finally answered. Qinghuan. Did you receive the canned peaches? The old village chief asked as soon as he picked up. I received them, Yu Qinghuan raised his voice, shouting into the phone, Uncle, please don't send so many. I can't finish them alone. When the old village chief worked young in the mine, his eardrums were damaged by a blast, and the older he got, the worse his hearing became. Hence, whenever Yu Qinghuan spoke to him, he had to shout. What? Can't finish? The voice in the receiver was loud and clear, a big guy like you can't eat so little. You're not even better than me. Are you being polite again? TSK, you kid, why are you still so polite? Yu Qinghuan said helplessly, Uncle, I'm not being polite. I really can't finish. If you can't finish, give them to your friends. The old village chief boasted proudly, our village's canned peaches taste the best. Giving them away also saves face. He paused for a moment, then suddenly remembered something, where did you get the money to donate so much to our village? And you didn't even tell us. We wouldn't have known if the town mayor hadn't let it slip last time. Worried, he continued, I often hear those young ones talking nonsense about selling kidneys. Don't tell me you've ruined your health too. Let me tell you, if that's the case, I won't accept a single cent. Even if I have to destroy the cannery, I'll return the money to you. Uncle, Yu Qinghuan explained helplessly to him, I didn't sell my kidney. I won the lottery. There's a lot of money. Don't worry about me. You won the lottery. The old village chief immediately relaxed upon hearing this. He had watched Yu Qinghuan grow up and knew this child's character well. Even though he found it hard to believe that Yu Qinghuan could suddenly earn so much money, he never doubted that he wouldn't do anything immoral. Hence, when Yu Qinghuan mentioned this, the village chief, who always had an unshakable view of his talented nephew from 100 meters away, gleefully stated, our Qinghuan is truly remarkable. Not only has he always been top of the class, but even when buying lottery tickets, he wins big prizes. After pausing for a moment, the old man continued, Qinghuan, you are now a superstar. Your uncle and aunt went to watch your movie yesterday. They came back praising your acting skills highly. Once we finish planting all the fields, I will also go into town and watch it at the cinema. Abar, don't go. A lump formed in Yu Qinghuan's throat as he couldn't have imagined that these traditionally rigid uncles and aunts would make the effort just to see his movies in the county cinema. After all, in their village, if someone wasted money on movies, they were often scolded by the elders. Besides, this was a busy farming season, and there must be much work to do at home. They must have hurriedly completed their chores the day before, just to get this tiny bit of leisure time. I'll buy you a computer so you can watch at home. As soon as these words left his mouth, he was promptly scolded by the old village chief, why waste money on a computer? Such an expensive item, what use would an old man like me have for it? You shouldn't recklessly spend once you've got money. It's not easy earning it. Your uncle and aunt told me your face has grown thinner. If you buy it, I won't accept it, do you understand? Understood. Wiping his eyes, Yu Qinghuan listened patiently to the old man complain about the year's lack of rain, dry weather, and potential poor autumn harvest before hanging up. Turning around, he saw Yu Xian standing there with a complicated expression. Wiping the corner of his eye, Yu Qinghuan asked, what's wrong, brother? Yu Xian responded, I finally understand why your values are so upright. There were many cases where people, after being given small favors, become hostile or overly demanding. Many individuals found themselves burdened by greedy relatives. But upon learning that Yu Qinghuan had wealth, the first thing the people from Tao Township worried about was him ruining his health. Then they reassured him about how everything was fine back home and told him not to worry, insisting he take care of himself instead. That 20 million yuan really was worth it. Meanwhile, inside the institute, Hua Chu was sharing his recent experimental findings on stage. The cold snap had brought about another chilly day, so Hua Chu wore a long black wool coat, which emphasized his tall and upright figure. Calmly and easily, complex data spilled from his lips, leaving those below utterly captivated. Some even started recording audios, afraid of missing a single word. Perhaps because it was getting warm, right after starting his presentation, Hua Chu rolled up his left sleeve, revealing a classy wristwatch. Everyone present at the institute was engrossed in science, none paying any attention to such a detail, no one glanced toward it, and everyone continued scribbling notes diligently. Hua Chu pressed his lips together slightly and picked up the whiteboard marker with his left hand, slowly writing down the previous numbers and methods of calculation on the board. This immediately excited the audience below. They quickly pulled out their phones and snapped photos of the board, for it was the first time Professor Hua had actually written things down during a presentation. Previously, he'd merely gone on uninterrupted without caring whether anyone understood. Professor Hua was indeed improving. They were moved. Still, when had Professor Hua become a lefty? But, genius, they reasoned, using both hands effectively wasn't unusual at all. Thus, they shrugged it off and continued focusing intently. Hua Chu. Hadn't anyone noticed he was wearing a new watch? Why didn't anyone ask? He vividly remembered last time, when Chang's father was presenting. Someone had questioned whether Chang's pants were on backward, and someone else asked if Changya had found a boyfriend yet. Was it because the hints he dropped still weren't clear enough? Thinking this over, Hua Chu surprisingly said after concluding his presentation, if you have questions, you can ask them. His sharp features exuded a deep sense of seriousness, his posture erect, while his gaze swept across the room, emanating an aura that chilled the spine. Those whom his eyes touched shuddered, instantly remembering the terror of having their intellects crushed by him in years past. They quickly shut their mouths, vigorously shaking their heads. No, Professor Hua, you've worked hard. Professor Hua, what you said made perfect sense, we fully understand it. Yes, precisely, not bothering you further. On the podium, Hua Chu's brows gradually furrowed. The scientists below were terrified, lowering their heads and slouching, resembling students fearing to be called upon by their teacher. Abar, don't go. What's wrong with all of you? A scientist who had just joined the institute looked bewildered at the others. Professor Hua isn't that scary, is he? Did you really all understand what he said? I think there are parts one didn't get, so I'm going to ask a question. Don't. Just as he was about to raise his hand, the person next to him quickly stopped him. Do you know where the last person who asked Professor Hua a question is now? The man, where? He felt his knowledge wasn't enough to stay in the institute, so he quit and became a physics teacher at a university. The man. So, don't willingly invite punishment. The man shivered and immediately lowered his restless right hand. However, Hua Chu had been closely watching the audience the whole time, instantly noticing his small movement, and turned over with hope. Do you have any questions? He deliberately lifted his left hand, full of implication. But when the man heard this, it was as if he'd encountered some terrible beast, and he shook his head vigorously. No. I have no questions at all. Hua Chu took a step forward. You can ask, really. The man, I really have no questions at all. Hua Chu. He pressed his lips together and scanned the seated crowd from left to right, then back again. Suddenly, he placed the whiteboard marker on the table and strode out. The new man cried out in surprise, is Professor Hua angry? Something seems off. Are you stupid or what? Professor Hua never gets angry. In his eyes, we're just a bunch of turnips. Would you get mad at turnips? We had no questions, so naturally he would leave. I see, now I understand. Chapter 51. The amount of canned yellow peaches sent by the village chief was just too many. Yu Qinghuan counted them, and sent a few to Zhao Qingyuan, Zhao Rui, Wang Jinxing, and Qin Jing each. Among them, Zhao Qingyuan's and Zhao Rui's portions were relatively more. Zhao Qingyuan had always been a foodie, no matter how much you give him, it's no worry he'll finish. As for Wang Rui, after she finished filming, she has been living with Zhao Rui ever since. Kids generally like these sweet things, so after thinking about it, Yu Qinghuan also packed some extra for them. After everything was sorted out, he opened a can, took a few photos while eating, and uploaded them to Weibo. It had been months since he last posted on Weibo. The fans down below were starving for content, flipping through his old posts repeatedly until they nearly had them memorized. When this new Weibo post showed up, everyone got extremely excited and left messages one after another. Ah! Qinghuan finally posted on Weibo. What tremendous joy that deserves a celebration. Wow. Canned yellow peaches. The most frequently seen canned yellow peaches on Qinghuan's Weibo. I remember he once said, this is a specialty from his hometown and will be produced in bulk this year. Does this mean we can buy it now? The comment above is right. It must be so. I have to quickly search online. Canned yellow peaches favored by Qinghuan lucky charm, does eating them bring good luck? Ah. I didn't plan to buy them, but now I'm going to immediately purchase them because of what you said. Ah. Me too. Lately unemployed, I intend to take advantage of Qinghuan's good fortune. When Yu Qinghuan saw such comments, he couldn't help but feel somewhat amused. He once thought that if he stayed in showbiz forever, he might get labeled as the Huada campus heartthrob, or might even be recognized as an actor with great skills, but he never expected that in the end, the thing he became most famous for was his good luck. But it was alright this way. When people mentioned buying cans brought good luck, subsequently, quite a number expressed their intentions to buy. Yu Qinghuan put down his phone, sighing with relief. All he could do for his hometown was done. Local express was extremely fast. By evening, several people had received Yu Qinghuan's cans. Zhao Qingyuan loved showing off. In the blink of an eye, he sent a Weibo post, bragging everywhere. Zhao Qingyuan V received the cans Qinghuan sent. Opened it right away and enjoyed it instantly. Yummy. Picture at Yu Qinghuan. Zhao Rui also posted a Weibo almost at the same time. Ever since Wang Ruirui's parents left her in his care, Zhao Rui's demeanor started changing visibly. No longer walking around like a zombie, his smiles increased, his physique improved. Almost every day, he posted 8 Weibo updates related to Wang Ruirui, completely becoming a bragger about his sister. After Orange Yellow became a hit, quite a few paparazzi began following Zhao Rui, often capturing him holding a notebook, writing feverishly wherever he was. The media side, no wonder his movies became so successful. Look! How diligent he is, thinking about writing scripts all the time. However, they did not know that Zhao Rui wasn't writing any screenplay. Orange Yellow was still playing in theaters, even if he was anxious, he wouldn't be so rushed to write a new one yet. He was writing notes about cooking. Worried that constantly eating takeout might harm Wang Ruirui's health, Zhao Rui started learning how to cook long ago. But, the culinary skills of this brilliant new director stood on an entirely different level than his filmmaking ability. Helpless, he could only carry his notebook around, look at recipes online while simultaneously summarizing where he went wrong, which caused him to make so many dishes unpalatable. Even he didn't expect that he would be photographed by the media and given excessive praise, thus establishing the persona of an indomitable spirit. Both these guys posted their Weibos, subtly boasting about their friendship with Yu Qinghuan. Of course, Qin Zheng wouldn't let this opportunity pass and followed suit soon. Qin Zheng V, thank Qinghuan for thinking of me. I'm very happy, the canned peaches are really delicious. Picture at Yu Qinghuan. The internet immediately exploded in discussion. Who would have known such a small item as canned yellow peaches could receive such acclaim from two great actors? Netizens frantically searched online. Unexpectedly, when they searched, they indeed found the exact same product. In charge of handling matters for the peach canning factory were several college students who served as village cadres. Right after the factory opened, they set up an online store without delay. Prior to this, hardly anything was sold. Who knew that when they logged onto the website today, order volume soared suddenly, scaring them into believing they were dreaming or getting fake orders. Only after someone saw the Weibo posts did they realize what happened, promptly informing the warehouse side to prepare. However, none of them realized that Qin Zheng and Zhao Qingyuan were not the final recipients of the canned yellow peaches, Yi Yunlan was. This superstar, who firmly held the position of big sister in the entertainment circle, actually reposted Yu Qinghuan's Weibo and then plaintively asked him why she didn't get any cans herself. It startled the netizens so much that the watermelons they were eating literally dropped from their mouths. Who didn't know that although Yi Yunlan always looked like a good-tempered person with a warm smile, she never associated with young actors or actresses in the industry. Just how lucky could Yu Qinghuan be to gain her favor? Because of this fortune, people just had to buy a can to share some of his good luck. Thus, the canned yellow peaches from Peach Village ran out of stock. Yu Qinghuan was also surprised by Yi Yunlan's Weibo post. They had exchanged contact information but hadn't interacted much. Regardless of whether Yi Yunlan truly wanted the canned peaches or was intentionally helping him promote, he accepted her kindness. Yusin was even more delighted, packing a box of canned peaches without waiting for Yu Qinghuan to ask, and sending it off to Yi Yunlan. In the evening, Hua Chu's driver conveniently brought Hua Chu to Yu Qinghuan's house and also delivered several sets of his changed clothes. As Hua Chu entered, Yu Qinghuan stood by the window in the master bedroom, gazing outside. At the end of April in northern China, the once barren willow trees along the roadside had transformed into a sea of green. The tender branches swayed gently in the humid air. In the flower beds, the peony blossoms were at their peak bloom season. The large and gorgeous flowers weighed heavily on the branches, exuding a sense of vitality and prosperity. He couldn't help but extend his hand and place it on the glass, nearly greedily observing everything before him. It was the first time he felt that living through his entire life again was such a wonderful thing, to see those overlooked sceneries of the past and meet the best person he would ever encounter. Qinghuan, came the deep and melodic voice of Hua Chu suddenly. The next second, Yu Qinghuan felt his waist tighten as a warm and firm body pressed against him from behind. Hua Chu wrapped his arms around Yu Qinghuan, capturing the hand resting on the window and intertwining their fingers while resting his chin on his shoulder. He murmured softly. "You're back." Yu Qinghuan turned his head to look at him and noticed the hint of melancholy in his gaze, showing concern. "What's wrong? Are you tired?" "No," Hua Chu hugged him tightly, almost squeezing him into himself. This person had given him a present, and he was thrilled enough to want to proclaim it to the world. But no one had come to ask him about it. Hua Chu rubbed his cheek against the side of Yu Qinghuan's face and extended his left hand to show him his watch. They don't ask me. At first, Yu Qinghuan didn't understand what he meant, but after pondering it carefully, he couldn't help but find it amusing yet heartrending. This man clearly wanted to flaunt his new gift, but because nobody noticed he was wearing a new watch, he had resorted to pouting right upon returning. Yu Qinghuan initially wanted to comfort him, but seeing his current adorable state made him feel like teasing him instead. He restrained his laughter and asked, I gave you a watch, and you want to flaunt it. What if I gave you underwear, would you also want to show that off? Hua Chu froze for a moment, then his face instantly flushed bright red, even his ears turning crimson. Underwear. He slightly loosened his embrace around Yu Qinghuan and involuntarily looked downward below his waist. Yu Qinghuan had a slender waist and long legs, with an athletic build. Initially, Hua Chu only thought he looked good, but now he found himself wanting to touch him, to caress him. A surge of heat coursed through his body, leaving him parched and restless. His hands instinctively moved across Yu Qinghuan's figure and unknowingly found their way under his shirt hem, trying to slip inside. Unaware of the danger, Yu Qinghuan thought Hua Chu was simply flustered and didn't know how to react, so he was just about to make fun of him further when Hua Chu pressed closer to him. He immediately froze. Hua Chu had responded physically. The slightly heavy breathing near his ear sent warm puffs onto his neck, making Yu Qinghuan's thoughts swirl with distraction. He tried to shift away from Hua Chu's embrace but found himself gripped tighter. And the sensations between them became clearer. Yu Qinghuan's scalp tingled as he finally recognized just how intimate their position was. Hey! Swallowing hard, he dared not move and whispered hoarsely, let me go, quickly. No. Hua Chu refused instantly, not only refusing but instinctively grinding against him slightly while panting, I won't let you go. As a man, even if he is ignorant in love, he naturally understands certain things. Previously, all it lacked was a key, but now, Yu Qinghuan had unintentionally handed over that key, and Hua Chu promptly opened the door to a new world. Be a good boy, said Yu Qinghuan, who at his age could not withstand teasing. He tried his best to move his body forward, striving to divert Hua Chu's attention. Are you hungry? I'll open a can of food for you. No. Hua Chu's reply was still one word. It seemed as if he knew only Yu Qinghuan could ease this discomfort within him, so Hua Chu held onto him tightly and wouldn't let go no matter what. If this continued any further, they were really going to get carried away. Having no choice, Yu Qinghuan resorted to his ultimate weapon. He put on a serious face and pretended to be angry, if you keep doing this, I'll get mad. Sure enough, the person behind him, Hua Chu, froze and didn't dare to move anymore. Seeing that this worked, Yu Qinghuan quickly pushed harder, haven't you let go yet? If you keep acting like this pervert, I'm really going to be angry. In this world, only Yu Qinghuan was special to Hua Chu. Whenever this person mentioned anger, he immediately became flustered, wanting nothing more than to place the entire world in the palm of his hand to make him happy. He released his hold, lips pressed together, and with some apprehension and slight accusation, looked toward Yu Qinghuan, it's clearly because of you. Who brought up the underwear first? Thinking about this made his gaze involuntarily wander back to places he shouldn't look at. Don't stare wildly. Yu Qinghuan downed most of a bottle of cold water and sat cross-legged on the sofa, as though covering something. Come here and have a sip of the canned water, you'll feel better soon. He didn't acknowledge Hua Chu's charge, saying, don't blame me for starting trouble, just because of a sentence you acted like this. What would you do if you saw an underwear advertisement outside? Yu Qinghuan rambled on, while Hua Chu actually understood very little of it. After hesitating for a moment, he awkwardly walked to sit beside Yu Qinghuan, took a few sips of the canned water passed to him, and then whispered softly, but I would only act this way with you. Yu Qinghuan paused in his thoughts, falling silent. A while later, just as Yu Qinghuan was about to suggest they have dinner to shift past this embarrassing incident, Hua Chu suddenly spoke again. His eyelashes trembled slightly, looking almost innocent. Qinghuan, don't you hate irresponsible people the most? Yu Qinghuan didn't catch why he would say this, and instinctively nodded, yes. In that case, since I'm still uncomfortable right now, will you take responsibility? Yu Qinghuan. Chapter 52. Yu Qinghuan was utterly shocked. When on earth had Hua Chu learned to trap him like this? How was he supposed to answer that? If he said he didn't want responsibility, then what were all the things he'd said in the past? And if he said he did want it, then that would only make matters worse. Who knows what could happen tonight? For a moment, Yu Qinghuan was at a loss for words, and he just stared at Hua Chu blankly, not responding. Even among the multitude of handsome men and beautiful women in the entertainment industry, Yu Qinghuan's look stood out exceptionally. His features were as though someone had dipped their brush in ink and carefully drawn them out, every aspect meticulously crafted just right. His nose was straight and high-bridged, his lips plump. Especially those peach blossom eyes, with their soft and refined lines, the long and thick lashes curling up slightly, casting a graceful curve. At that moment, he was sitting on the couch, and the bright light sprinkled gently in his eyes, as if the whole sky's stars were scattered there, dazzling and mesmerizing. Hua Chu stared straight at him, his eyes brimming with burning affection. How could this person be so beautiful? Whether smiling, having a cold face, or even angry, he looked so good that Hua Chu couldn't look away. He liked him so much, he liked him to the point where he wished he could merge him into his own body, so they could always be together. The heat in his body that hadn't yet subsided only burned hotter, and Huachua's Adam's apple moved as his gaze lingered over Yu Qinghuan. Unable to resist any longer, while Yu Qinghuan was still dazed, he suddenly lunged forward. He wanted this person, wanted him to belong solely to himself. Yu Qinghuan felt dizzy for a moment, and the next second, everything went dark before his eyes. His back of the head thudded against the edge of the sofa, causing him to sharply inhale from the pain. Huaqiu. What the? Before he could finish, he saw the blazing intensity in Huachua's eyes. Yu Qinghuan's heart jolted unexpectedly, and before he could finish the sentence, Huachua's lips covered his. Unlike the brief touches from previous times, this kiss was fierce and rough, with his sharp canines occasionally grazing over Yu Qinghuan's lower lip, bringing both tingling numbness and pain. Saliva that couldn't be swallowed in time trickled down from the corner of his mouth, running along his elongated neck until disappearing under his collar, flowing into the hidden and inviting areas beneath his clothes. Huaqiu. Yu Qinghuan reached out and grabbed his hair, pulling him off forcefully. He turned his head away with difficulty and rebuked, "Get off me." Just when things seemed almost under control, why did Huaqiu suddenly act crazy? Sensing the changes in his body, Yu Qinghuan's heart beat heavily, as if a drum resounded within his chest, thundering incessantly, nearly bursting through. This couldn't go on anymore, or it wouldn't just be Huaqiu who lost control, he would lose control himself too. "Get off, quickly." Swallowing hard, Yu Qinghuan repeated hoarsely. Huaqiu neither responded nor moved. He simply lowered his head and fixedly stared at him, his eyes filled with turbulence. It was still the same Qinghuan, but something seemed different now. His pupils sparkled seductively, carrying a faint red hue around the corners. Weakly lying beneath him, his breaths came in short pants, displaying a vulnerable allure akin to a fatally fragrant flower tempting one to pick it. Huachua's breathing grew heavier, the sweat from his forehead trickling down his temple onto Yu Qinghuan's body. The dripping sound heightened the intimate atmosphere in the air. "Qinghuan," Huaqiu murmured softly, trying to lower his head again despite the pain in his scalp, but Yu Qinghuan quickly stopped him by covering his mouth. "Are you insane?" Yu Qinghuan glared at him, his chest rising and falling dramatically, his breath still uneven. "If you keep acting like this, don't come here at night next time." Huaqiu pursed his lips, fixing an inky dark gaze upon Yu Qinghuan's face until the latter felt goosebumps rising, making him move back slightly. Looking down dejectedly, Huaqiu mumbled, "I'm not crazy. I have an IQ of 190. Yu Qinghuan pressed his fingers to his forehead, just about to speak, when his eyes met Huachua's pure black ones. "Qinghuan, do you not want to take responsibility?" Pausing, it sounded as though he was talking to himself or to Yu Qinghuan, "But you've said before that you hate irresponsible people, are you deceiving me?" With that pitiful expression, if not for the fact that Huaqiu was still on top of him, Yu Qinghuan might really have thought he was the one bullying him. Even so, he felt somewhat guilty. No, how could I deceive you?" It seemed the last incident left a significant shadow on Huaqiu. It was like after being bitten once by a snake, he feared rope for 10 years, constantly worrying that Yu Qinghuan would go back on his word. Huachua's sixth sense was incredibly sharp, and in an instant, he noticed a shift in Yu Qinghuan's attitude. His eyelashes quivered slightly as he gently leaned down, burying his face in Yu Qinghuan's neck, rubbing against it like a playful puppy. "Qinghuan, I feel so terrible." He lightly kissed Yu Qinghuan's neck, whispering endearments, "You can't leave me alone, Qinghuan." Yu Qinghuan turned his head with some difficulty. He felt just as bad as Huaqiu did. But if they started this now, they might not be able to stop later. He dared not overestimate the self-control of two virgins who were both over 20. Besides, there were still countless problems between them to solve. "Qinghuan," Huaqiu tilted his head to kiss him, his warm breath tickling his lips with a teasing allure. He kept calling out his name with deep affection, "Qinghuan." Yu Qinghuan's cheeks turned scarlet. He took a heavy breath and unconsciously caressed Huachua's soft black hair. Huaqiu rubbed against his palm, and at that moment, Yu Qinghuan's heart softened completely. This person always made it impossible for him to stay firm. Whenever Huaqiu pouted just a little, all his principles and worries would fly out the window. Well, it was just helping him out a bit, it wouldn't go too far. It wasn't a big deal. Straight guys often do this too. What's there to fear when they're already together? With this thought, he exhaled deeply and extended his fingers to search for Huachua's belt buckle. But just then, the phone on the coffee table suddenly rang. The room full of intimate ambience was instantly shattered, and the courage Yu Qinghuan had built up vanished like a punctured balloon. He tried to withdraw his hand as his cheeks heated up, but Huaqiu held on to it tightly. "I need to answer the call," said Yu Qinghuan, looking into Huachua's dissatisfied gaze. He helplessly smiled and brushed the sweat-dampened hair off his forehead. "Be good, let go." Huaqiu pursed his lips and remained silent. It might be something urgent. Yu Qinghuan struggled against the emptiness and discomfort within him and patiently encouraged, "You can take care of yourself in the bathroom, all right?" Huaqiu shook his head, and his bright, dark eyes brimmed with. Not knowing what else to do, Yu Qinghuan lowered his head and gently kissed the corner of Huachua's mouth. "I'll take responsibility, but this time, it'll have to wait." Huaqiu stared stubbornly at him for several seconds and said, "You must not deceive me." "All right, I won't deceive you, I promise," Yu Qinghuan vowed, about to reach for the phone, but once again, Huaqiu stopped him. "What is it?" Huizu turned his face, pointing to the left corner of his lip, here too. Yu Qinghuan chuckled, kissing where he pointed, only then did Huizu graciously let him go. The phone had rung twice by this point. The caller seemed insistent, as if they knew Yu Qinghuan was right next to the phone. Before long, it started ringing for the third time. Yu Qinghuan steadied his breathing, picked up the phone, and saw Zhao Qingyuan's name on the screen. Qinghuan, what are you doing? A slightly discontented voice came from the other end, I've called you several times. I didn't hear it, Yu Qinghuan coughed, what's wrong? Why does your voice sound so hoarse? Don't tell me you're catching a cold, Zhao Qingyuan voiced his concern, you have to go to High City to film a variety show the day after tomorrow. What if your body doesn't hold up? I'm fine, Yu Qinghuan's ears burned with embarrassment as he mumbled unconvincingly before quickly changing the subject awkwardly, what do you want? Oh, I see, Zhao Qingyuan was easygoing and, hearing Yu Qinghuan say nothing serious, didn't pursue it further, continuing along the lines of the topic brought up earlier, the young one's team contacted me too. I initially didn't want to do any variety shows, but since you're going and director Liu mentioned this would be a chance to promote our movie, I decided to join. Pausing a moment, he added, have you booked your flight yet? If not, send me your ID number, and I'll have my agent book tickets for us both. Alright, Yu Qinghuan didn't bother being polite, listened as Zhao Qingyuan chatted on for a while more, and then hung up, snapping a photo of his ID and sending it over. No sooner had he put down the phone than Huizu approached, asking, are you leaving the day after tomorrow again? Sorry, Yu Qinghuan couldn't bear to look at him directly, I promise, after I finish this busy stretch, I'll spend some proper time with you, okay? Huizu rested his forehead against his shoulder without speaking. Yu Qinghuan was filled with guilt. Due to the previous incident, Huizu had recently been feeling insecure and uneasy, lacking the security needed. He was different from ordinary people and needed more companionship, yet here he was, leaving him again at such a critical time. Even Yu Qinghuan thought he was being a little unreasonable. I've learned the way to your place, but you're not here. Haki's muffled voice by his ear made Yu Qinghuan's eyes almost redden. He sighed and was about to say something when Huizu spoke again, but you will always come back, right? It's okay, Qinghuan. I can just keep waiting for you. How could he be so endearing? Yu Qinghuan felt a lump in his throat. The Huizu from before had been a person who lived in his own world and never cared about other matters. But now, because of him, Huizu had even learned how to compromise. Yu Qinghuan felt both heartache and deep emotion. After quite some time, he finally managed to calm down the overwhelming feelings inside. Realizing the melancholy tone filling the room, he pushed Huizu's head away and teased him, Huizu, can you remember where I live? Yes, Huizu nodded, looking up with bright eyes like he was hoping for praise. Yu Qinghuan smiled and said, but I'm going to move house soon. What then? Huizu. Chapter 53. The previous evening, Yu Qinghuan and Zhao Qingyuan had agreed to meet 1 hour earlier at the airport. But the next day, Yu Qinghuan waited and waited in the lounge, not seeing him come. He didn't reply to her messages either. As the flight attendants came over to remind of boarding time, it was almost too late. Just as Yu Qinghuan was about to call him, Zhao Qingyuan rushed and completely covered up. His agent and assistant followed behind, running so hard they were drenched in sweat. Shit, upon seeing Yu Qinghuan, Zhao Qingyuan couldn't help but curse out loud, accelerating his steps toward the boarding gate while complaining, those paparazzi are everywhere. I even encountered them on the highway. I wanted to change lanes to avoid them, but who knew I would run into a traffic jam. At this point, he took off his sunglasses and mask, giving a curious glance at Yu Qinghuan, who looked fresh and clean. Qinghuan, how does that feel so off? Logically speaking, you're exactly in your prime right now, yet why aren't there any paparazzi following you? Yu Qinghuan paused at his question, feeling a bit puzzled inside. It was strange, since he entered the entertainment circle, no one had ever followed him around. He lived in the company's apartment complex, yet it was impossible for the paparazzi not to find his address. Why was that? Probably just extremely good luck. Seeing he couldn't explain much either, Zhao Qingyuan laughed and commented offhandedly. Maybe. Yu Qinghuan frowned and tucked this doubt deep down in her heart. After running all the way, Zhao Qingyuan was utterly exhausted. Once on board, for the first time ever, he remained quiet. He said hi to Yu Qinghuan, then covered himself with a blanket and fell asleep immediately, snoring the entire flight. It was only with great difficulty that Yu Qinghuan managed to drag him off the sofa bed when they landed. The production team had already arrived in High City. The moment they got off the plane and hadn't even recovered, the director gleefully pretended to grab the camera. Scared stiff, Zhao Qingyuan quickly hid behind Yu Qinghuan, taking a long while to compose himself before daring to come out. Just fooling you, the real filming will start after we reach the filming location, the director continued, ignoring Zhao Qingyuan's angry glare. You've both reviewed the script already, right? This episode is themed around experiencing rural life. We'll leave once everyone arrives. Young Hearts had 4 guests per episode. Now that they had 2, they were still missing 2 more. Out of curiosity, Zhao Qingyuan forgot his previous anger and moved closer to ask the director, who are the other 2? One is Tong Qin, the director, without playing around anymore, truthfully replied, the school flower from the drama academy who just entered the industry this year, and the other. He chuckled and said, "Someone you both know, Wang Qingqing, the lead actress from On the Edge. Is she really here?" Zhao Qingyuan first showed surprise, then his face turned sour almost immediately, scaring his assistant so badly that they immediately took a step back. "Qingyuan." Yu Qinghuan frowned and called his name, pulling him aside with her hand. "You should try to rein it in. This person has a great character, kind, loyal to friends, serious about work, but can't hide his emotions well, like just now where everything in his mind quickly surfaced on his face. Those who know think he dislikes Wang Qingqing, those who don't might think he's throwing tantrums." Zhao Qingyuan also realized his reaction was a bit too intense. He scratched his head and gruffly said to Yu Qinghuan, "Why is she always around? She annoys me to death. So many years ago, when I collaborated with her, the PR release made it sound like she was my ideal partner. Disgusting. If she dares to use me for more publicity this time, I'll ruin her." "That's enough, calm down," Yu Qinghuan patted his back, "just avoid her later. You don't understand. That woman sticks to people like gum." Zhao Qingyuan pulled out his phone, opened the search page, and showed it to Yu Qinghuan. "Look at her PR releases. Any male actor she collaborates with somehow becomes irresistibly attracted to her. Tell me, how does she have such a huge ego?" "Getting mad won't solve anything," Yu Qinghuan advised. "We can't quit the show now. Alright, tidy up your expressions, someone's coming." Zhao Qingyuan knew this wasn't the time to act impulsively, sighing and reluctantly trailing behind Yu Qinghuan. Wang Qingqing and Tong Qin arrived together. She was as beautiful as ever, walking with the somewhat shy Tong Qin, making her appear even more elegant. She first greeted the production team, then turned cheerfully towards Zhao Qingyuan, seemingly wanting to engage in a conversation. Unexpectedly, despite working together for so long, Zhao Qingyuan still gave her absolutely no respect, turning away and leaving without so much as a glance. "Maybe brother Zhao has some urgent matters," she said without any embarrassment, nodding at Yu Qinghuan and maintaining her smile as she boarded the program's arranged coach, with a light and elegant demeanor. Seeing this, Zhao Qingyuan's heart burned with anger and he remained sullen throughout the journey. This production team seemed to have an evil streak. The previous episode had the guests enduring tough trips on tight budgets, and this episode even set the shooting location in a remote small village. The guests would not only have to stay there for 3 days but also help the villagers plow the fields. They would even have to cook their own meals. This village was quite isolated, with only a narrow path leading to the county. Bicycles were the main mode of transport, only those with better conditions might have motorcycles. It was early May, and every household piled up dung by their front doors, covered by a layer of plastic waiting for the manure to ferment before using it as fertilizer for the fields. The smell lingering in the air was hard to bear, so much so that even Wang Qingqing, who always took care to maintain her image, couldn't resist covering her nose in front of others. My goodness, Zhao Qingyuan had never been to such a place before, and when he stepped on his second pile of cow dung, he finally couldn't help but jump up. "I'm going to die. Can I still quit now?" He looked at his feet in panic as if he wanted to chop them off and throw them away. "Are your eyes just for breathing?" Yu Qinghuan tossed him a pack of tissues disdainfully, quickly stepping further away from him. "I won't wipe." Zhao Qingyuan dry-heaved twice, tiptoed awkwardly forward like an ancient woman with bound feet. "Once we get to where we're staying, I'll throw these shoes away." However, his grand words disappeared the moment he saw their accommodation. "Do we have to stay here?" He widened his eyes, staring incredulously at the mud brick house in front of him, stunned. This could collapse while sleeping, right? "Relax, it definitely won't collapse." At this point, the director again flashed his characteristic sly smile, smiling gently and saying, "This is a standalone little house, complete with a yard, basically counts as a villa." Yu Qinghuan massaged his forehead. Even someone as calm as him thought the director had gone too far, let alone Zhao Qingyuan. But at least he remembered they were already filming and endured despite wanting to jump up again. The director continued, "There are 2 beds in this house. Qingqing and Qin will take the east side, you 2 take the west. Later, I'll send over ingredients and kitchen utensils. Whether you eat or not is entirely up to you." Just as Zhao Qingyuan was about to wail to the sky, suddenly his gaze brightened, turning towards Yu Qinghuan. "No problem. Qinghuan can cook." "Huh?" The director curiously looked over, then jokingly said to the cameraman, "Then later, we should give Qinghuan more camera time." In his mind, however, he doubted Ouyang Yuan's claim of being able to cook probably meant nothing more than boiling instant noodles. 4 people split into pairs, entering their respective rooms. Once inside, they realized how merciless the production team really was. Although the house didn't leak, it was full of dust inside. There were many cobwebs on the ceiling, clearly showing it hadn't been lived in for a long time. "I choose death." Zhao Qingyuan stood blankly in the center of the room, almost crying. He had only participated in a variety show once every few years, originally thinking the national station would do something grand and high-end, but didn't expect it to be like this. Before choosing death, tidy up the house first. Yu Qinghuan walked past him, finding a plastic basin on the ground, picking it up and saying, "Find a cloth, I'll go fetch some water first." With a grimaced face, Zhao Qingyuan nodded, pinching his nose and began looking around. The production team was somewhat humane, having pre-filled the water tank. Yu Qinghuan scooped half a basin of water and just as he was about to return, he bumped into Wang Qingqing. He politely greeted her and then entered the west room. Qinghuan. Zhao Qingyuan arrived upon hearing the call, holding a small flower pot. Here, give me some water, I want to water this cactus. Before Yu Qinghuan could speak, Zhao Qingyuan carefully cupped water in his hands and sprinkled it onto the flower pot, saying, I found it under the bed. This little thing has quite a strong vitality. Haven't watered it in who knows how long, and yet it's still green. Regardless of the time, green life always gives hope, especially after Zhao Qingyuan had endured such a string of blows. He held the pot of cactus enthusiastically and said to Yu Qinghuan, after we've finished tidying up, we'll put it on the windowsill. How celebratory does it look? Qinghuan, what do you think? Not great, Yu Qinghuan gave him a complicated look. Qingyuan, haven't you noticed that this cactus is fake? Huh? Zhao Qingyuan was stunned. Deeply affected, Zhao Qingyuan dared not to speak anymore and sorrowfully helped Yu Qinghuan clean the house, making the director laugh heartily. He said, this comedic moment must be kept. As for Zhao Qingyuan's image, the director indicated it was none of his concern. After 2 hours of cleaning, the house was finally livable. But before they could take a break, the director sent over several items. You help me light the fire. Yu Qinghuan washed his hands, walked to the stove, and told Zhao Qingyuan, I'll cook. In terms of food, the production team was relatively conscientious. The ingredients sent over included baby bok choy, peppers, potatoes, and even a high-quality slab of fatty pork. Yu Qinghuan quickly knew what dishes he would prepare upon inspection. I don't know how. Zhao Qingyuan stared blankly at the stove, clueless about where to start. Yu Qinghuan had no choice but to gather firewood and fill the stove himself, struggling considerably to ignite the flames before stepping aside to let Zhao Qingyuan take over. You watch it and make sure the fire doesn't spill outside. This task was simple, and Zhao Qingyuan readily accepted, obediently sitting on a small stool in front of the stove, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on the roaring flames inside. While Yu Qinghuan was washing the vegetables, Wang Qingqing and Tong Qin also emerged, surprised to see them already cooking. They remarked, are you really able to cook? No wonder they were astonished, even they felt uneasy hearing about cooking, yet these two men were already doing it with some confidence. A bit, Yu Qinghuan scooped out the washed greens while peeling potato skins. Do you want us to cook for you too? Before he finished speaking, Wang Qingqing immediately shook her head and smiled coquettishly. Thank you, Qinghuan, we can cook ourselves. It wasn't uncommon now for many celebrities to adopt down-to-earth personas. Wang Qingqing had always taken a friendly route and wouldn't miss the opportunity to showcase her skills. Politely declining, she immediately turned to the other stove and directed Tong Qin to start cooking. Yu Qinghuan planned to make pepper-fried pork, sour spicy shredded potatoes, and a bok choy braised with 5-flavored pork soup. Coincidentally, after asking him, Wang Qingqing also decided to make the same dishes. Taking advantage of a trip to gather firewood, Zhao Qingyuan whispered discontentedly into Yu Qinghuan's ear, why did you tell her what you're cooking? She's definitely trying to disgust you by deliberately doing the same thing. How dare she claim it's coincidental? Yu Qinghuan shoved a bundle of firewood into his hands, smirking slightly, you'll see soon enough. This type of northern-style stove was something Yu Qinghuan had used extensively during filming in a past life. Thus, he handled it deftly. Before long, under the dumbfounded gaze of the production crew, he skillfully prepared all 3 dishes. The pepper-fried pork was made with broad bean paste, exuding an irresistible aroma that instantly made one crave rice. The sour spicy shredded potatoes were uniformly cut, looking exceptionally appealing. The bok choy soup appeared tender and green, seeming refreshingly delicious. Director, a crew member suddenly swallowed a large mouthful of saliva, ogling the 3 dishes like a starving wolf. Can we have a bite? Though these were all common home dishes, Qinghuan had made them smell absolutely heavenly. Even just a tiny taste would suffice. One side, the director wiped a corner of drool from his mouth and scolded, there's barely enough food for you wolves. All right then. The crew members dejectedly lowered their heads, wanting to ask the director how they would eat when they saw him, who had moments ago looked so stern, already shamelessly approaching Yu Qinghuan. Qinghuan, I haven't eaten either, see if maybe. Crew members. In stark contrast to Yu Qinghuan's group stood Wang Qingqing and Tong Qin. Wang Qingqing's culinary skills were already lacking, plus it was her first time using this manual fire stove, resulting in chaos and obvious clumsiness. Especially while frying the peppers, due to the intense heat below, the spicy smoke surged upwards, forcing Wang Qingqing to drop her spatula and flee outdoors hastily. Tong Qin was not only incapable of cooking but also followed Wang Qingqing completely. Being earnest, when Wang Qingqing instructed her not to help, she truly didn't lift a finger at all. By the time Wang Qingqing returned, the contents of the pot had already burned into a pile of charred remains, looking utterly catastrophic. Ha 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 ha, it's so refreshing. As he washed his hands and watched the camera shift focus to capture Wang Qingqing's disastrous predicament, Zhao Qingyuan couldn't help but laugh heartily into the sky. Finally, I've vented some of my frustration. Even if this trip is arduous, I'd say it's worth it. Now do you understand why I told her about the menu? Yu Qinghuan calmly wiped his hands and smirked. Zhao Qingyuan was startled for a moment, then quietly gave him a thumbs up. Brilliant. On the other side, the Hua family members were standing guard outside Hua Chu's room door, utterly perplexed as they stared at the pile of books and materials scattered across the floor. Third son, what on earth are you doing? Why had he suddenly dug all these things out? Could it be that their third son wanted to change rooms? I'm going to find Qinghuan. Without looking up, Hua Chu added while continuing to sort through his precious books, I want to live with Qinghuan. You don't need to bring all these things just to see Qinghuan, do you? Hua Rong asked curiously, you Qinghuan won't use them anyway. I want to live with Qinghuan, he paused briefly before adding another sentence, I need to stay at home and wait for him to come back. But, why? Mrs. Hua was completely puzzled, asking instinctively. Hua Rong mentally cursed and tried rushing over to cover his mouth, when he heard Hua Chu solemnly affirm, because I like him, really like him. Yu Qinghuan had always believed that being together with Hua Chu meant he had to shoulder more responsibility. Therefore, he hurriedly aimed to pave the way ahead so that Hua Chu would only need to follow the smooth path set before him. But in reality, things weren't that simple. His Hua Chu might never be like other boyfriends, strong, dominating, or empathetic. He lacked social graces, struggled with common communication, and even failed to recognize places he had lived in for decades. Yet that person would wait until midnight for a single phone call from him, would cry because of his sadness, and would try overcoming his natural deficiencies, such as injuring himself on a freezing winter night just to knock on his door. That person possessed an extraordinary courage not found in ordinary people, openly and candidly declaring his feelings toward Hua Chu's family. From the moment Hua Chu first called him in his previous life, to the time he took his hand crossing the road for the first time, Hua Chu had already taken hold of both their futures with unwavering courage and resolution. Chapter 54. Mrs. Hua's head buzzed as if it had gone completely blank in an instant. Her body wavered, and if Mr. Hua hadn't caught her just in time, she would have collapsed on the spot. Her face was deathly pale as she stared at Hua Chu with disbelief, her lips trembling. Third son, what do you mean by this? What do you mean? Hua Chu had always been different from other children since he was young. Among the three sons, Mrs. Hua loved him the most. Throughout Hua Chu's life, not only had she never hit him, but she had never even spoken a harsh word to him. However, today, she abruptly changed from her usual gentleness, glaring fiercely at Hua Chu as she demanded, explain yourself clearly. Hua Chu did not understand why she had suddenly become so angry. He glanced confusedly at Mrs. Hua and obediently repeated himself, I like Qinghuan, and I want to be with him forever. The moment he thought of you Qinghuan, Hua Chu felt as though his heart was bathed in honey, sweet and soft. Shyly, he revealed the round dimple on his left cheek and quietly added, I want Qinghuan to see me the moment he walks through the door. You will shut your mouth right now. Tears streamed down Mrs. Hua's face as she broke into sobs, overwhelmed with anguish. Suddenly, she rushed toward Hua Chu and, lifting her hand, struck him. You're not going anywhere. You will stay home, do you hear me? Mom. Meow meow. Mr. Hua and Hua Rong hadn't expected her to actually lay a hand on Hua Chu. Stunned for a moment, they quickly pulled her away. What are you doing? Mr. Hua tightly embraced her to prevent her from losing control further, hissing softly in her ear, calm down. Don't upset third son. Let's go inside and talk. I won't go back inside. With tear-filled eyes, Mrs. Hua stared at Hua Chu, choked up continuously, and simply could not accept this reality. How could this happen? How could this happen? It must be a mistake by our third son. Her youngest son, being unlike ordinary people since childhood, had endured no small amount of suffering and ridicule, growing up alone until he was over 20 years old. Now, when there were finally signs of improvement, when he had not only learned how to care about others but also made friends, just as she was becoming more reassured, thinking that he would eventually return to normal, a thunderclap shattered her dreams. Hua Chu had told her that he liked a man. How could she possibly accept this? It was a much harder path. If he truly walked it, he would endure far greater harm than before. Hua Chu was her flesh and blood, her son she raised herself. How could she bear to watch him stray down the wrong path? Mrs. Hua's reason returned slightly. She pushed Mr. Hua away, walked to Hua Chu's side, and was just about to speak when a long, slender finger with well-defined knuckles appeared before her. Mom, don't cry. Hua Chu carefully wiped away the tears on her face, his beautiful black eyes revealing a hint of panic. Did I make you mad? I'm sorry. His hair was disheveled, and red marks from nails remained on his face, making him appear quite disarrayed. But he didn't seem to notice his own condition at all, awkwardly consoling his mother, don't cry. This was the first time Hua Chu had responded to the emotions of his family and reciprocated accordingly. Mrs. Hua's heart was filled with a complex mix of bitterness, sweetness, and pain, as if all the flavors in the world had spilled over. Her tears flowed uncontrollably. Regretfully, she touched the wound on her youngest son's face, discarding any anger or shock, and only feeling profound concern for her son. Mom's fine, third son, don't worry. Does your face hurt? Hua Chu honestly nodded, it hurts. It's Mom's fault, I shouldn't have hit you, Mrs. Hua blamed herself immensely. Her voice cracked as she couldn't help but wish to snap off the finger that had injured Hua Chu. Seeing his wife's emotions finally calm down, Mr. Hua gestured subtly to Hua Rong beside him. Second son, take third son to the living room for some medicine. Hua Rong understood immediately, leading Hua Chu out of the room. Once both brothers had been sent away, Mr. Hua then turned to Mrs. Hua and said disapprovingly, "Meow meow, you scared third son." Old Hua, Mrs. Hua clutched Mr. Hua's wrist tightly, as if that alone gave her the strength to carry on. "What will happen to our third son in the future? Why does he like you, Qinghuan?" She muttered incredulously, "How can two boys feel this way toward each other?" Mr. Hua's expression was taut as he fell silent for a long while before letting out a heavy sigh. "I don't know." He paused, then grasped Mrs. Hua's hand. "To be honest, I'm not as opposed as you think I am." "Why?" Mrs. Hua's eyes widened as she violently shook off his hand, her voice sharp and accusatory. "Do you actually think it's a good thing that our son is homosexual? Do you know how many people will mock and insult him in the future?" "Meow meow, calm down." Mr. Hua firmly closed the door before continuing. "I don't know what Yu Qinghuan truly feels, but if these two really can spend their lives together, it's not necessarily bad. I've never dared to imagine a day when third son would also have friends, have love." His expression turned complicated as he rubbed his pocket where the gloves given by Hua Chu were placed, but ever since Yu Qinghuan appeared, third son changed. "Thinking about the fact that third son won't be alone anymore, I am very happy. Haven't you noticed, meow meow?" Mr. Hua gently tucked the tear-soaked hair of Mrs. Hua behind her ear, sighing deeply. Third son has always been different towards Yu Qinghuan from the very beginning. From their first meeting until now, every subtle change in his youngest son was due to Yu Qinghuan. Even though it made him feel defeated, he couldn't help but admit that Yu Qinghuan was an irreplaceable presence in Hua Chu's heart. "I don't want our son to be labeled as homosexual." Mrs. Hua rested her forehead on Mr. Hua's shoulder with a muffled tone. "Old Hua, I am scared. But..." She pursed her lips. "I can't bear to stop him from seeing Yu Qinghuan. Let nature take its course." Mr. Hua patted her shoulders. "Isn't our purpose as parents to hope for the happiness of our children? Compared to being lonely all their life, I'd rather he be ridiculed. Stop glorifying yourself." Mrs. Hua wiped her crimson eyes, feeling somewhat relieved even though she still hadn't fully accepted it yet. However, she wasn't as intensely reacting as earlier. "Do you think I should talk to Yu Qinghuan?" "No way." Mr. Hua frowned severely, his face instantly turning stern. "I know you care about your son, but you cannot coerce Yu Qinghuan. There is no rule stating that because third son likes Yu Qinghuan, he must reciprocate the feelings." "But..." "Meow meow, listen to me." Mr. Hua embraced her in his arms, full of pity in his eyes. "We can't treat someone else's child unfairly just because of ours. Third son has us supporting him, but who does Yu Qinghuan have? His parents are long gone. The matter of the children should be resolved between them." Mrs. Hua remained silent for a long while before finally agreeing with a simple, When Hua Rong brought Hua Chu back again, Mrs. Hua had already composed herself. Although she wasn't completely clear in her thoughts, she began trying to accept things. However, she still hadn't agreed to let Hua Chu move everything away. Under the pretense of Yu Qinghuan soon moving, she only allowed him to take regular clothing and items. This was the first time Hua Chu stayed at their house without Yu Qinghuan. He quietly sat on the sofa, clutching his chest uneasily. His mother burst into tears right after he told her he liked Qinghuan. Why was this? He sniffled slightly, staring blankly at the floor. Qinghuan was such a good person, why wouldn't his mom be happy about him liking Qinghuan? Wasn't he just trying to gain their blessing and envy? He instinctively touched the watch on his wrist, picked up the phone, inputted Yu Qinghuan's number, and dialed it. At that moment, Yu Qinghuan had just finished shooting for the day, so exhausted his waist could barely straighten. Even combining both lifetimes, he hadn't done such arduous farming work before. Despite having good stamina, he was still exhausted. After resting on the Kong, traditional heated bed, preparing to go drink some water, Zhao Qingyuan walked in looking thoroughly dissatisfied. "I just called Uncle Lu, and it turns out Wang Qingqing participating in this show was arranged by him. To promote his movie, he deliberately put me and Wang Qingqing into the same reality show. No wonder this seemed so coincidental." Furious, he slammed his fist on the edge of the Kong. "To make sure I wouldn't leave, they intentionally didn't tell me the list of guests in advance. Too sly. Don't beat the Kong." Yu Qinghuan hurriedly slapped his hand aside, pointing to the dust flying through the air. "Keep doing that and we won't be able to stay in this room." With a sheepish look, Zhao Qingyuan retracted his hand and muttered, "Wait until we get back, and I'm definitely going to have a serious talk with him." Wiping the sweat from his face, he added disdainfully, "Qinghuan, light the fire for me, I'll boil water and take a shower." "All right." Yu Qinghuan responded, intending to follow Zhao Qingyuan outside, but his phone rang. When he picked up his phone, he discovered it was Hua Chu. Hua Chu rarely initiated calls to him. Most of the time, he preferred sending messages. Worried that something might be wrong, Yu Qinghuan quickly pressed the answer button. "Qinghuan," as soon as the call connected, Hua Chu's low and muffled voice came through. "What's wrong?" Sensing his mood seemed a little off, Yu Qinghuan couldn't help but furrow his brows, asking with concern, "What happened?" "I miss you." Hua Chu's voice was very soft, laced with a tinge of grievance. "When will you come back?" "In 3 days." Yu Qinghuan's tone naturally softened. "Are you bored at home?" Hua Chu didn't quite understand what bored meant, so he ignored the question, instead putting effort into describing what had occurred, trying to inform him of the events at home. "Qinghuan, today, it was strange. Yu Qinghuan paused momentarily, intending to press for more details when a sudden commotion behind him interrupted him. Qinghuan. Hurry up and come out, there aren't enough seedlings for tomorrow, we need to go fetch them right now. Stop talking on the phone and hurry up, we're waiting for you. Come on, come on. Sorry, Huachu, I've got work suddenly. Go to sleep, I'll call you again tomorrow. After saying this, under the repeated urging of the staff, he reluctantly hung up the call. Huachu sat dazedly listening to the busy signal in the phone, after a long while finally lowering the phone weakly. He missed Qinghuan so much, and had so much to tell him. But Qinghuan didn't seem to miss him at all, instead only liking work, even going so far as to hang up on him during their call. Huachu pursed his lips, feeling for the first time somewhat upset. At just this moment, the phone suddenly beeped, popping up a new message notification. It was from Yu Qinghuan, containing only 5 short characters. I miss you too. Huachu repeatedly caressed those words displayed on the screen, his lips unconsciously curling upward. Since Yu Qinghuan also missed him, well then, he would forgive him just a little bit, but only a tiny bit. The rest would have to wait until they saw each other. Chapter 55. You need to go transport the seedlings back from the village entrance. The director pointed at a thin elderly man standing beside and introduced, this is Uncle Wang. He will guide you. Upon hearing this, Yu Qinghuan and others let out a sigh of relief. It turned out their task was truly only to transport seedlings. Thank goodness for that. Though it would take some effort, at least the production team didn't pull any more pranks. It's not their fault they were on edge, this director was extremely mischievous. One couldn't help but wonder how his mind worked, continuously churning out tricks one after another. Just 2 days in the village had already transformed the originally shiny individuals into dusty ones. It was rumored that Wang Qingqing had secretly complained to the director, only to be deflected by the latter with ease. My waist is killing me, Zhao Qingyuan, clenching his fist, pounded twice on his waist and lamented to Yu Qinghuan, right now, all I want to do is take a bath and then have a good sleep. Zhao Qingyuan had always been a night owl. It was just 6 o'clock now, and usually, his nightlife would just be beginning. Now he was forced to change his routine entirely, clearly exhausted. The seedlings won't be too much, Yu Qinghuan tried to cheer him up, I've seen it, we'll need no more than 3 carts. How do you know? Zhao Qingyuan tilted his head questioningly. We're only planting on a small plot of land. Today, I inquired about the number of seedlings needed per acre of land from the villagers, Yu Qinghuan pointed at the ox cart and whispered, roughly calculated, it's no more than 3 cartloads. Given the size of the village and adding loading and unloading time, 2 hours will suffice. Hearing this, Zhao Qingyuan stared wide-eyed in astonishment for dozens of seconds before finally exclaiming, forget helping old ladies across the road, I just admire you. What are you two whispering over there? At this moment, the director suddenly turned and looked over with a teasing smile, do you think this task is pretty simple? Don't rush, I haven't finished speaking yet. You not only need to transport the seedlings, but you also have to personally drive the ox cart. He squinted his eyes, I'm giving you an opportunity to experience a new mode of transportation, so don't thank me. Yu Qinghuan and Zhao Qingyuan. Clearly, this job wasn't suitable for girls. Yu Qinghuan was just about to say something to Wang Qingqing and Tong Qin, letting them wait on the side while he and Zhao Qingyuan handled it. However, Wang Qingqing stepped forward, saying, then I'll give it a try. Though slightly tired, she still carried a light makeup look, and her good figure gave her a goddess-like aura wherever she stood casually. But this goddess was actually going to drive the ox cart. Even the show staff felt a bit heart-wrenching seeing it. The impression of Wang Qingqing gradually improved in everyone's hearts. Many current female celebrities become high maintenance once they gain some fame, refusing to touch or involve themselves with certain things. Look at Wang Qingqing. Truly deserving of the title Goddess Killer, what a great personality she has. Wang Qingqing entered the entertainment circle in her teens and long ago understood its rules, gaining approval accurately each time. Watching her, Zhao Qingyuan rolled his eyes constantly, wanting nothing more than to vet with Yu Qinghuan if not for the cameras. However, perhaps due to bad luck, the normally obedient yellow ox showed no signs of moving when she sat on it, refusing to go forward despite trying all the methods the villagers taught her. Having no choice, Wang Qingqing could only jump off the ox cart, facing the camera with regret as she declared, I did my best. Then she reached out, pretending to affectionately pat the cow's rear. She internally despised doing this action but maintained her image, bearing through it, gritting her teeth with extremely light force, almost as if tickling the ox. As Tong Qin was just about to compliment her, the previously motionless yellow ox suddenly lifted its tail and swept it right where Wang Qingqing had patted. Avoiding in vain, Wang Qingqing ended up getting splashed with dung-laden spots on her pristine white hand. Ha! Watching Wang Qingqing forcibly suppress her urge to vomit, Zhao Qingyuan couldn't hold back a laugh, instantly considering the yellow ox as his ally. Without waiting for the director's command, he rushed forward voluntarily, taking the role as the second driver of the ox cart. Unfortunately, his so-called comrade-in-arms showed no face-saving gesture towards him. Like Wang Qingqing, Zhao Qingyuan also returned defeated. This was downright eerie. The director quietly wondered, why was this normally most personable and obedient ox acting this way? Even though Tong Qin usually followed Wang Qingqing blindly, she was an astute young woman. Seeing the situation, she immediately knew this was her chance to shine, quickly stepping forward and offering, "Let me try." However, much to everyone's disappointment, Tong Qin was also unable to get the old yellow ox to take a single step. Just as Uncle Wang was about to give it a try himself, Yu Qinghuan suddenly spoke up, "Let me give it a try." Having grown up in the countryside, he had quite a bit of experience dealing with oxen. It was uncertain whether he would be able to command this old yellow ox. Strangely enough, the moment Yu Qinghuan took hold of the whip, without even doing anything yet, the old yellow ox started moving forward on its own, leaving the others gawking in amazement. This. Is Qinghuan's luck just too good? Even the ox likes him. This young man is excellent. A kid blessed with such good luck will surely have great fortune. Since the old yellow ox couldn't pull too many people at once, aside from Yu Qinghuan and Uncle Wang, the rest had no choice but to follow the cart on foot. Zhao Qingyuan looked left and right, not wanting to walk side by side with Wang Qingqing for a second longer. Spotting an opportunity, he slipped over to Tong Qin, leaving her feeling extremely surprised and flustered, nearly losing coordination while walking. Sure enough, as Yu Qinghuan had foreseen, the seedlings filled only 2.5 carts exactly. Since no one else could make the old yellow ox move forward, Yu Qinghuan openly took control of the ox cart driver position until all the seedlings were transported. Afraid the ox might destroy the vegetables if left alone in the yard, the production team left Yu Qinghuan behind to watch over it, letting the other 3 go inside to count the seedlings. Qinghuan, just as he was about to grab a broom to clean the ox cart, Wang Qingqing suddenly approached him with a smiling face, tilting her head up at him with admiration. "Why do you always have such good luck?" Her eyes were gentle like water, brimming with adoration that shone under the lamplight, making her appear especially alluring. "Unfortunately, I've never been this way. Have you always been this lucky since childhood? You're so talented." She displayed the complete image of a young girl admiring her idol. Yu Qinghuan inconspicuously took a step back, maintaining some distance, his mind setting off warning bells. There was no one else in the courtyard besides the 2 of them now. If this got filmed, it would leave plenty of room for interpretation. This woman was nothing like her seemingly gentle and innocent appearance suggested. He hadn't forgotten her warning from their last time in the studio. Qinghuan, Wang Qingqing acted as if she didn't notice his distancing, taking a couple of steps forward and standing precisely beside him, calmly saying, "Have you ever considered buying lottery tickets?" "Not really. What luck. It's all coincidental." Yu Qinghuan sighed helplessly, glancing at the house and said, "Qingqingji, can you help watch over the ox? I'll go check if they've finished counting." With that, he nodded at her and turned to leave. The moment he walked away, Wang Qingqing's smile vanished immediately. She glanced at the corner and asked coldly, "Did you take the picture?" Yes, her assistant emerged from the corner with a phone, cautiously showing the screen, "But it's too dark because of the weather. It might not be very clear." Wang Qingqing frowned, then seemed to recall something, curling her lips into a smirk. "Unclear is better, unclear makes it more authentic." After pondering for a moment, she added, "Tonight, let Xiaolu stand outside my door and take a photo. We'll release them together later." Xiaolu was another of her male assistants, with a build similar to Yu Qinghuan. Wang Qingqing had maintained her heartthrob persona for years, worried the audience might grow tired of it. So this time, she decided to spice things up a bit. Since they were in the countryside wearing identical work uniforms provided by the program, when Xiaolu wore them, it would be impossible for anyone to tell the difference, especially if the shot was taken from a distance claiming he was Yu Qinghuan. With the accompanying blurry photo, word of a popular young actor attempting to win her affection, getting drunk after rejection, and knocking on her door late at night would become unavoidable scandal material. Whether Yu Qinghuan liked it or not, he would be dragged into the storm. Wang Qingqing had already plotted everything out. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if Zhao Qingyuan meddled and stood up for Yu Qinghuan, hiring internet trolls to steer public opinion towards dismissing Zhao Qingyuan's support as lies would suffice. When filming Life or Death together, she harbored resentment against Yu Qinghuan. During the first scene of the movie shoot, as a top-tier actress, she was completely overshadowed by a minor newcomer. This she simply couldn't endure. She held off on any action beforehand because Yu Qinghuan wasn't worth it. A silent unknown fresh face wouldn't gain her any undue attention by picking on him. But now that he was famous, it was perfect timing to use him as her stepping stone. Yu Qinghuan had absolutely no idea someone was plotting harm behind his back. After transporting the seedlings, supporting each other around the waist with Zhao Qingyuan, they were just about to return and shower before sleeping when Uncle Wang stopped them. This old man, who always wore a deadpan expression during the recording of the show, was now staring at him with burning eyes until Yu Qinghuan felt his entire body become itchy. Then the old man grabbed him and walked forward, saying, "I like kids with good luck. Let's go play a game of mahjong." There was a small grocery shop in the village where men liked to gather after finishing their farm work in the evenings for a bit of gambling. "Uncle," Yu Qinghuan said hesitantly, "I'm tired after a whole day's work, I want to go back and sleep." "Sleep. Sleep. At your young age, why are you so lacking in spirit?" Uncle Wang didn't stop walking, turning around to glare at him. "I'll take you to play something nice." Yu Qinghuan. As if he hadn't played mahjong before. However, the elder was just too enthusiastic, and Yu Qinghuan couldn't bear to keep refusing. He asked Zhao Qingyuan to go back first while following Uncle Wang. After arriving, however, Uncle Wang didn't let him join the table but instead brought out a little stool and made him sit next to him, acting as a mascot. Yu Qinghuan. Yu Qinghuan wasn't particularly fond of playing mahjong. He watched seriously for a few minutes at the beginning, then took out his phone and began reciting the lines from How to Love You that had been imported onto his phone until he heard an ear-piercing shout. I've been playing mahjong for years and finally won a hand, ha 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 ha. Uncle Wang's face turned red with excitement as he slapped Yu Qinghuan's shoulder forcefully, spraying saliva everywhere. Truly, this kid brings good fortune indeed. At first, his mahjong buddies were still immersed in the shock of the perennial loser actually winning, but after hearing him say that, there was a moment of silence before. Come on boy. Sit by me. I'll give you half of my winnings. Wu Lao-san, shut up. Qinghuan is with me. Oh wow, what a golden child. Come, sit beside uncle. I hear you're in the movie business. If I watch your movies and help promote you, what do you think? Golden child Yu Qinghuan. He originally planned to accompany Uncle Wang for a few rounds and then leave since Uncle Wang had helped them quite a bit earlier when moving the seedlings. But unexpectedly, once he started, he found himself unable to leave. Eventually, he ended up curled up on a single bed in the grocery shop and fell asleep. And because Uncle Wang tasted the sweetness of his luck, every evening after the program filming finished, he secretly came to find Yu Qinghuan. He even brought over a newly made big cotton quilt from his home for Yu Qinghuan to use while sleeping at the grocery shop. Yu Qinghuan could not resist his persistence, and also because the grocery shop kept a pretty, affectionate calico cat, Yu Qinghuan, the cat lover, succumbed shamelessly. As a result, for the next 2 days, his sleeping location was changed to the grocery shop. Afraid the director wouldn't allow it, Yu Qinghuan deliberately avoided everyone when leaving at night and instructed Zhao Qingyuan not to mention it to anyone else. Thus, until the program filming was completed and everyone boarded the plane, apart from Zhao Qingyuan, no one else knew that, just for stroking the cat, he not only became a mascot but shamelessly slept in the grocery shop for several days. Just as they had calculated, their plane had just taken off when online rumors about Wang Qingcheng and Yu Qinghuan sprang up like mushrooms after the rain. Since the first day of their shooting, the official Weibo account of Young People Want High had announced the list of guests for this episode and even released a few engaging teasers. Therefore, netizens all knew that Wang Qingcheng and Yu Qinghuan had indeed spent these past few days together. The public's curiosity was strong, compounded by Water Army comments leading the tone. Very soon, the news of Yu Qinghuan having a secret crush on Wang Qingcheng climbed to the top headlines of major websites. Wang Qingcheng's fans were smugly celebrating while continuously cursing Yu Qinghuan. Our goddess is just loved by all. But what is that Yu Qinghuan thing? A real frog aspiring to eat swan meat. Fortunately, Qingcheng is with us in the same room, otherwise, who knows what that Yu Qinghuan might have done, so disgusting. OMG, looking decent like Yu Qinghuan, how dare he do such nasty things. Of course, Yu Qinghuan's fans weren't willing to back down without a fight. What nonsense. Did Wang Qingcheng release crazy press releases? That man definitely isn't Qinghuan. To be honest, saying our little carp harassed Wang Qingcheng, I would not believe it even if you told me 100 times. Qinghuan is so gentle, if he truly liked someone, would he act like that? Are Wang Qingcheng's fans blind? That person would never be Qinghuan unless I gouge out my own eyes. Both sides' fans argued fiercely, making the situation grow increasingly chaotic. The journalists were eagerly hoping to obtain the latest news, but at this moment, the parties concerned were all on the plane and could not be reached. They could only keep a watchful eye on the airport, hoping to interview them when they landed. However, compared with the restlessness of other peers, the journalists from Haicheng TV station were extremely pleased. The incident happened in their locality, and even though the village was remote, it wouldn't take them long to get there. There are no secrets in the village, especially such a scandalous rumor, the villagers would certainly know something about it. So, when the journalists drove into the village full of confidence, they happened to meet the men who were just about to head to the grocery shop for a game of mahjong. The journalists quickly got out of the car, took out the microphones, and walked over. Excuse me, do you know Yu Qinghuan? Because the production team had stayed in the village for a few days, the villagers didn't feel uncomfortable facing the camera now. Upon hearing the question, several men glanced at each other and immediately revealed knowing smiles. Know him? Of course. He's that golden child, forget whoever else, but we won't forget him. Journalists are very good at reading people's expressions. Seeing the villagers' reaction, they instantly became excited. These people must definitely know some inside information. One of the journalists, the boldest one, turned on the live broadcast in order to attract more viewers and rushed to the front, eagerly asking, do you know what Yu Qinghuan did 2 nights ago when he knocked on a female star's door in the same team? What? Knocked on the door. The men exchanged glances and unanimously asked, of course he didn't knock on any door. At this point, the journalists were so excited that they started shaking. My goodness. It wasn't knocking on the door. Could there be an even bigger scandal? We'll hand you the microphone, you talk. Just as they were about to properly guide these villagers, one person said, don't make things up. Qinghuan never went to knock on any door. These past few days, he has been sleeping in the grocery store, playing mahjong all night with us. Thinking of Yu Qinghuan's good luck, the man couldn't help but sigh in appreciation. Ah, he's truly a lucky young fellow, whoever he sits next to wins. The journalists were dumbfounded. They had prepared themselves for a sensational story, only to hear this. A popular idol staying up all night playing mahjong with a bunch of scruffy uncles is beyond comprehension. What the heck kind of weird hobby is this? The audience watching the live stream also froze, and the scrolling comments stopped moving for a minute. Then they all instantly turned into ha 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 ha. Face slap. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 56. You, are the paparazzi mentioned on TV? The man eyed the reporters up and down with a strange gaze and asked. No, we're not. The reporters shook their heads hurriedly, pointing to the logo on the microphone. We are reporters from Haicheng TV station. Close enough. The man waved his hand dismissively, paused for a moment, then leaned close to the reporters in a secretive manner and said, You came here wanting to know about Qinghuan, right? Will anything do? Seeing the reporters nod vigorously, he pointed to the small shop and said, There's Qinghuan's favorite tricolor cat there. Do you want to take some pictures? The reporters. What was going on with this village? Was every villager this theatrical? Who cared about photographing a tricolor cat? At the same time, the comments were already bursting with laughter. Ha 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 ha. Tricolor cat. Suddenly discovering Qinghuan's secrets. Shocking. The popular male star sneaked into the convenience store at night actually for. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying laughing. This drama is fast-paced and full of ups and downs. Highly recommend. Since the entire internet was paying attention to this event, the live stream was quickly recorded and distributed. Instantly, all netizens were laughing out loud. Wang Qingqing's fans had just been boasting about how charming their goddess was 1 second, only to get slapped hard in the next. If they had kept low profile at that point, waiting until things cooled down, the matter would have passed by now. But the fans, acting impulsively, not only refused to admit that their idol maliciously dragged Yu Qinghuan into controversies but also claimed that the villagers were bribed by Qinghuan. Their irrational statements were rampant, which immediately ignited public anger. Sure enough, what kind of person has what kind of followers? Wang Qingqing's fans are the dirtiest-mouthed ones I've ever seen. How innocent Qinghuan is, getting slandered just for appearing in a variety show. WTF, so disgusting. Originally, I thought Wang Qingqing was just a clown, but after her fans started jumping around, she became utterly repulsive. Wang Qingqing will be hated for life. Wang Qingqing's fans, don't rush. I've already listed all the male stars who have been targeted by your idol. Let's see how proud you still feel. The first time seeing such a distasteful female star. No more words needed, forever hating her. I feel sorry for you Qinghuan. After this, Wang Qingqing was truly mocked by the entire internet. Her carefully constructed public persona crumbled entirely, and within a short few hours, her Weibo followers dropped by millions. As for the events online, Yu Qinghuan and her crew had no knowledge of them. At 6 o'clock in the evening, they landed at the airport as scheduled. Their itinerary wasn't deliberately kept secret, they had foreseen that reporters would try to intercept them, so preparations were made ahead of time. Even so, when they exited the passage and saw the large crowd waiting in front, they couldn't help widening their eyes. This formation, it was way too exaggerated. Damn, what's going on? Zhao Qingyuan muttered softly in Qinghuan's ear, startled, how come I didn't know I was already this famous? What if something bad happened? Yu Qinghuan frowned slightly, just about to take out her phone to check, when the reporters surrounded them. Qingqing, did Qinghuan really knock on your door at night? Qingqing, did you really hear knocking sounds? Qingyuan, what's your opinion on this matter? Similar questions followed one after another, leaving Zhao Qingyuan and Yu Qinghuan dumbfounded. They exchanged glances, both completely baffled. What knock on the door? What exactly were these reporters talking about? Before Qinghuan could open her mouth to ask, Wang Qingqing suddenly changed her expression and said, knocking sound. It seems like I heard it 2 nights ago, but it definitely wouldn't be Qinghuan, would it? Why would Qinghuan knock on my door? Pausing briefly, her gaze shifted toward Qinghuan, isn't that right, Qinghuan? However, the reporters did not, as Wang Qingqing expected, pursue further questioning of Qinghuan, instead falling strangely silent. The villagers had clearly stated that Qinghuan slept at the convenience store the whole time and never left. Therefore, claiming that Qinghuan went to knock on Wang Qingqing's door was undoubtedly fabricated. They were actually questioning why Wang Qingqing lied due to time constraints and fierce competition among peers. Thus, unintentionally before Wang Qingqing, they obscured the truth that had already been revealed. This led Wang Qingqing to still believe the situation was under her control. Even though the matter of Qinghuan knocking on the door had been cleared up, she subtly tried to implicate Qinghuan. The reporters were no fools and instantly understood the situation. The so-called secret admirer and midnight drunken knocking due to unrequited love were nothing but a self-devised plot by Wang Qingqing for hype. Wang Qingqing still had no clue about her grave mistake. In an effort to substantiate this plot, she deliberately insinuated a series of half-truths, entirely missing that the reporters' expressions were growing increasingly peculiar. Taking advantage of the few seconds while the reporters were bewildered, Yu Qinghuan swiftly pulled Zhao Qingyuan through the crowd, following his lead until they reached a car waiting outside for them. Only then did they exhale in relief. The black Bentley drove smoothly on the road. Yu Qinghuan wiped sweat from his forehead, his hand just dipped into his pocket before he could grab the phone when Zhao Qingyuan suddenly burst out laughing like a lunatic. Holy shit. That's too fucking great. Ha ha ha. That dead woman Wang Qingqing tried to pull you into her scheme. Look. Zhao Qingyuan thrust his phone screen towards Yu Qinghuan, saying, in the end, her face was utterly disfigured, Qinghuan, you're truly a walking lucky charm. Yu Qinghuan took the phone and meticulously read the news. He couldn't help bursting into both laughter and bewilderment. Now it made sense why there had been so many reporters earlier, it was all because of this matter. Feeling sorry for Wang Qingqing right now, Zhao Qingyuan flashed a crocodile-like smile. After talking endlessly at the airport, she completely exposed herself. This will probably piss her off to no end once she sees the news. Yu Qinghuan snorted coldly, she deserves it. Zhao Qingyuan paused for a moment, then abruptly threw himself onto Yu Qinghuan, exclaiming, Qinghuan. I'm wrong. I apologize to you. In the future, even if you confess to liking someone or something more private, I wouldn't laugh at you anymore. Zhao Qingyuan thought his friend was amazing. Just seeing the cat-eye door viewer and being a bit mischievous at night had helped him evade such a scandalous stir. He's clearly heaven's chosen child, no doubt about it. Such golden legs needed to be held firmly. Yu Qinghuan. Shut up. Zhao Qingyuan personally sent Yu Qinghuan to his doorstep. Be careful on your way back, Yu Qinghuan waved goodbye as his car gradually disappeared into the distance. Then he carried his suitcase home. For some reason, the closer he got to the door, the faster his heartbeat became. Imagining seeing Hu Chu soon, Yu Qinghuan couldn't help smiling faintly and quickened his steps accordingly. But as soon as he fished out his key to open the door, his phone rang. Placing the suitcase near the entrance, Yu Qinghuan shut the door behind him as he picked up the call, Brother Rui. Qinghuan, let's have dinner tomorrow. Zhao Rui sounded unusually glad as he actively invited Yu Qinghuan. It's been half a month since the movie came out, and there are some arrangements I need to discuss with you. Alright, Yu Qinghuan slipped into soft slippers, muttering one word when suddenly the bedroom door slammed open. His gaze collided straight into the dark, penetrating eyes of Hu Chu. Moving the phone slightly away from his ear, he formed a, wait a minute, shape with his lips toward Hu Chu. But Hu Chu pounced forward like a leopard locking onto its prey. With a splash sound, both of them fell onto the ground. If not for Yu Qinghuan clutching the phone tightly, it might have flown out of his hand. Qinghuan. Zhao Rui questioned curiously, what happened? Nothing. Yu Qinghuan gasped, barely lifting his hand to place the phone against his ear again, saying, Brother Rui, there's an issue here, I'll call you back later. And he hung up. What are you crazy about? Lowering his hand, Yu Qinghuan furrowed his brows, glaring at the person on top of him, coldly demanding, you, ugh. Before he could finish speaking, Hu Chu suddenly lowered his head and bit down hard on his neck. Yu Qinghuan trembled all over from the sudden pain, quickly touching where he'd been bitten. A deep tooth mark was already there, proof that Hu Chu hadn't held back. Enraged, he grabbed Hu Chu's hair and forcefully yanked his head up, growling, what are you doing? Hu Chu said nothing, his lips pressed into a tight line. Stray strands of hair covered his face, making his eyes seem even darker. After staring at Yu Qinghuan for several seconds, ignoring the pain on his scalp, he once again lowered his head and bit down on his neck. This time, Yu Qinghuan was genuinely angry. He violently pushed upwards with a bent knee and demanded coldly, Hu Chu, do you think I indulge you all the time? Who would be happy after coming home eagerly expecting an intimate moment with their loved one only to find themselves met with an icy reception and a couple of bites? No one would stay calm in this situation. Qingqing Wang. Hu Chu slightly lifted his body, his hands bracing on either side of Yu Qinghuan's head, and squeezed out a few words almost through clenched teeth. His eyelashes trembled restlessly as he struggled to control his emotions, taut like a bow fully drawn. Any slight movement could unleash everything. Yu Qinghuan was startled for a moment before immediately understanding the reason behind his abnormal behavior. Sighing inwardly, he regretted letting Yu Xian teach him how to use Weibo back then. His tone softened a bit, it's just nonsense written by reporters. Don't take it seriously, I have no relationship with her at all. He paused for a moment and added, and didn't a video come out later? I never even knocked on her door. Hu Chu pressed his lips together tightly without saying anything. Alright, get up, Yu Qinghuan pushed him aside, stood up from the floor, and rubbed his temples as he said, stop being childish. I'm really tired. Let me take a shower first. He hesitated briefly and then asked another question, did you eat dinner tonight? Hu Chu sat silently on the floor without any response. Hu Chu, don't throw a tantrum, Yu Qinghuan tried hard to make his tone sound gentle. I've just come back. If this had been in the past, Yu Qinghuan's patient coaxing would have made Hu Chu extremely happy. But today, he still kept his eyes lowered, refusing to speak. Yu Qinghuan waited a while but seeing that Hu Chu still wouldn't talk, his anger that had just subsided surged again. Was Hu Chu giving him the cold shoulder? He suddenly felt exhausted. Glancing at Hua Chu, whose entire demeanor radiated rejection, frustration welled up inside him. He got up directly and headed for the bathroom. This was already bad enough. If things continued like this, once the novelty wore off over time, would Hua Chu not speak to him for the rest of his life? The warm water sprayed over his body as Yu Qinghuan wiped the water droplets off his face and slammed against the slippery wall. Feeling disturbed by Hua Chu's antics, he kept losing focus while taking a shower. It wasn't until half an hour later that he finally came out of the bathroom. Hua Chu was still sitting on the ground in the same position, not even raising his head when Yu Qinghuan walked right in front of him. Seeing this, Yu Qinghuan became even angrier. He cast a cold glance at Hua Chu, dried his hair while walking into the bedroom, and slammed the door forcefully. So, this was going to be a full-blown Cold War. Fine, who's afraid of whom? If Hua Chu wanted to sit in the living room all night, so be it. But Hua Chu seemed to truly want to clash with him. Even though it was almost his fixed bedtime, there was no sign of him getting up. Yu Qinghuan sighed deeply, hesitating for a long time, and ultimately did not call out to him. Lifting the blanket, he climbed into bed alone and stretched out his arm to cover his eyes. Suddenly, he felt somewhat aggrieved. He loved Hua Chu so much, without doing anything wrong to him. Why should he be treated this way? He had done his best to explain, but Hua Chu had chosen to shut him out completely, isolating him from the world. No matter how passionate his heart was, it had grown cold by now. Fine, let it be for now. He needed to calm down and think about what to do next. He wasn't always rational and cool-headed either. Occasionally, he also had moments of irritation. Yu Qinghuan turned over just as he was about to switch off the bedside lamp when the bedroom door suddenly opened. A shadow rushed in, diving into the quilt in a flash and tightly hugging him. Qinghuan, don't ignore me. Was this someone filing a complaint before they were blamed? Yu Qinghuan laughed bitterly with anger, curling his knees and fiercely bumping Hua Chu once. I'm ignoring you. You're good at shifting blame. How many times did I speak to you, did you reply? Clearly, it's you ignoring me. Hua Chu gasped in pain but showed no intention of loosening his grip around Yu Qinghuan. Qinghuan, he tried hard to find the right words to explain, I didn't. I really didn't. As soon as he got lost in thought, it was hard for him to hear external sounds. He wasn't ignoring Qinghuan, it was simply that he hadn't heard. Hua Chu buried his head in Yu Qinghuan's neck and rubbed gently. I will never ignore you. I really didn't hear. He had only been thinking about what he could do to ensure others stayed far away from Qinghuan, so that Qinghuan belonged solely to him. You talk such a good game. The obvious anger in Yu Qinghuan's voice dissipated significantly, but he still maintained a stern expression. Give me a reason, why were you mad? Hua Chu pursed his lips, his voice low and carrying a hint of pain. I saw them all saying you liked Qinghuan. I was so sad. Even though Ergu had later explained to him, and Qinghuan had personally told him that he had no relationship with that woman, he still felt an ache in his chest, making him extremely uncomfortable. He knew he shouldn't feel this way, but he couldn't help himself. Yu Qinghuan's heart tightened. All thoughts of leaving him alone or arguing to make him suffer now transformed entirely into feelings of deep pain for Hua Chu. Why hadn't he managed to control his temper just now and gotten angry with Hua Chu? He had already decided to take on more responsibility. Why didn't he communicate well with Hua Chu? I'm sorry. With guilt, he hugged Hua Chu tightly. It's all my fault. I promise, this is the last time. This kind of thing will never happen again. Hua Chu shook his head and whispered softly, Qinghuan, you're not wrong. It's me. His voice stammered as he said, it's my fault. I shouldn't have gotten angry even though I knew it was false, and I shouldn't have been jealous. He looked up, seriously locking eyes with Yu Qinghuan. Qinghuan, if I don't respond to you in the future, it's definitely not because I don't want to answer, it's because I didn't hear you. Can you wake me up? He leaned down carefully and pressed a soft kiss to Yu Qinghuan's lips, whispering, I'll really try my best not to get upset over things like this anymore. Hua Chu, Yu Qinghuan's nose tingled, touching the little tuft of hair sticking up from Hua Chu's head as his eyes watered. You have every right to be angry. If I saw someone saying they liked you, even if I knew it wasn't true, I would still feel uncomfortable. It's my fault for making you sad and yelling at you. Hua Chu, can you forgive me? There's nothing to forgive. Hua Chu quickly interjected, I won't be mad at you, Qinghuan, absolutely not. Yu Qinghuan felt a mix of bitterness and sweetness, sniffed, and rested his face against Hua Chu's solid chest. After a long pause, Hua Chu's earnest voice sounded above him. Qinghuan, I'll be good to you, better than anyone else. So, you can't like anyone else? Yu Qinghuan smiled slightly, lifting his head to press another soft kiss on his lips. There's no one else, only you. Hua Chu, I like you. Chapter 57. This was the first time Yu Qinghuan had clearly said the words, like, to him. Hua Chu was momentarily stunned, then immediately became overjoyed as if he had won the lottery. He felt a bit overwhelmed with happiness. He repeatedly confirmed with Yu Qinghuan, Qinghuan, do you like me? Do you really like me? Of course, Yu Qinghuan held his hand, deeply regretting her decision. She had always planned to confess her feelings to Hua Chu once everything was settled. But she never thought about how uneasy Hua Chu must have been, revealing his naked feelings without receiving any response. Hua Chu was different from ordinary people, and she should have shown more tolerance towards him instead of losing her temper at the slightest dissatisfaction. "I'm sorry, Hua Chu, it's my fault for being so presumptuous." Looking at Hua Chu's handsome face filled with contentment, Yu Qinghuan felt an immense pang of guilt. You don't have to force yourself not to care about such matters or silently grieve on your own. When I make mistakes, you can also get angry with me. I'm not as good as you think. I am very stubborn and easily lack security, so I often act arrogantly. Sorry, for causing you so much suffering. Even though she knew Hua Chu wasn't someone who liked to make scenes, even though he was as genuine as ever in front of her, she still ended up stuck in a rut. Yu Qinghuan's eyes reddened. She thought after finishing her work and coming back, feeling exhausted and strained, Hua Chu should sympathize with her, let this matter go, and then they could be happy together again. But she forgot how upset Hua Chu must have felt, given how much he loved her and depended on her, having gone so many days without seeing her, and hearing everyone say she liked Wang Qingcheng. Instead of patiently explaining things to him, she only thought he was making trouble unreasonably. At the time, hearing her cold words, Hua Chu must have been heartbroken. Yu Qinghuan's heart ached intensely, almost wishing she could turn back time to rectify her mistake. Qinghuan, although Hua Chu didn't fully understand what she said, he carefully selected the parts that made sense to him and replied, "I." His voice paused here, then under Yu Qinghuan's encouraging gaze, he gathered some resolve and said reluctantly, "I was a little mad. I saw your picture with her, and you two were standing too close." He pressed his lips together, full of indignation yet helplessness, and said, "Qinghuan, she wants to take you away from me, I am so scared." Although he has been working hard to learn, Hua Chu knows that he might never be able to understand other people's emotions as well as a normal person would. For example, last time when his mother suddenly got angry, or today when Qinghuan gave him a cold look. He recalled those words that classmates, and even colleagues, used to call him. Retard, psycho, freak, abnormal, brain dead. Words that he usually ignored but now transformed into sharp swords piercing through his heart. Feeling so powerless, apart from repeatedly mentioning his IQ to Qinghuan, he couldn't think of any advantages he possessed anymore. The thought of Qinghuan being taken away by others or liking someone else caused overwhelming negative emotions in Hua Chu. "Qinghuan," his voice was low and lacked confidence, "do you really like me? Why wouldn't I?" Leaning against his chest, flashes of their time together passed through Yu Qinghuan's mind, curling her lips into a gentle smile, and unconsciously softening her tone, "Every part of you is just what I like." Yu Qinghuan is usually a cold and reserved person. If not for today's argument with Hua Chu and this atmosphere, she may never have said such mushy words in her entire life. But right now, her sole intention was to reassure Hua Chu, and everything else seemed less important. Focusing on tasks seriously, excelling in scientific research, and even being directionally challenged is adorable. Her warm voice fell like a spring rain nourishing all, sprinkling on Hua Chu's heart, causing the slightly withered plot within him to instantly bloom a sweet flower. It was as if the nectar inside intoxicated Hua Chu, making his face blush red. It turned out he was viewed so highly by Qinghuan. All his timidity and self-doubt vanished instantly. Hua Chu rubbed his chin against Qinghuan's head with force, deep dimples forming on his cheeks. After an affectionate silence in which they hugged each other warmly, Yu Qinghuan remembered something. Gently pushing Hua Chu away, she asked, "Did you eat dinner tonight?" "No," Hua Chu answered with an air of. "When you called and said you were coming back, I was so excited that I couldn't eat. Then when I saw that news about you, I became so sad that I still couldn't eat." He deliberately rubbed his stomach, hinting meaningfully, "I am a bit hungry though." Not sure if it was a mistaken feeling, but Yu Qinghuan thought Hua Chu seemed just a tiny bit spoiled. Anyway, it was a good sign. Yu Qinghuan climbed out of bed and simply said, "Wait for me a moment," before entering the kitchen. She had originally intended to make some fast food for him, but then she saw a full table of dishes that had already gone cold without even a bite taken. She guessed these must have been delivered by Hua family's bodyguard or driver. He turned on the gas stove intending to reheat all the dishes. Just as he lifted a plate, he was suddenly hugged from behind. Hua Chu rested his chin on Yu Qinghuan's shoulder, sticking to him like a piece of bubble gum. "Let go, I can't work like this." Yu Qinghuan said a sentence and waited for several seconds. Seeing he did not move, he tilted his head to repeat again, only to be quickly kissed on the corner of his lips by Hua Chu. His eyes shone brightly, and when Yu Qinghuan looked over, he didn't dodge like before. Instead, he shyly yet defiantly stared back at him, as if saying, "So what if I kiss my boyfriend?" Yu Qinghuan could do nothing about him, and was reluctant to scold him. Besides, the warmth coming from his back made everything seem lighthearted, even soothing. So, while reheating the food, Hua Chu continued hugging Yu Qinghuan tightly. Every step Yu Qinghuan took, Hua Chu followed suit until the food was finally ready, reluctantly letting go. "Eat a little, just pad your stomach is fine." Although he said that, Yu Qinghuan still pushed all the dishes towards Hua Chu. Hua Chu nodded and awkwardly picked up the chopsticks. "You eat first, I'll make a call." Yu Qinghuan told Hua Chu and reached for his phone intending to leave, but Hua Chu held him back. "Make it here," he said, making his demand stronger than ever. Yu Qinghuan paused, then sat down again. All right. Gage has something for me. Yu Qinghuan explained while dialing Zhao Rui's number. Brother Rui, is there a new arrangement for Orange Yellow? Currently, Orange Yellow has almost reached 5 billion in box office sales. Although its upward trend has slowed down, it's still significant. Word is another movie postponed its release because of Orange Yellow. But the promotion for Orange Yellow is done. What could Zhao Rui want with him at this time? Orange Yellow has been selected as one of the best films of the quarter and will premiere in AO City. Zhao Rui's voice remained level, as if the film wasn't directed by him at all. I plan for you to join me. This shouldn't be necessary, right? Usually, situations like these only require the director and producer to be present. They have nothing to do with the actors. Yu Qinghuan hesitated and asked again, or is there any special arrangement? He had just come back, and then came the publicity period for On the Edge of Life. He wanted more time to stay with Huachu. Cough. Zhao Rui gave an awkward cough and vaguely blurted out, it's not like, I've seen your recent news. Yu Qinghuan assumed he meant avoiding Wang Qingqing, thus replied, it doesn't matter. The gossip has already been clarified. Netizens are now attacking Wang Qingqing en masse, so this issue is no longer relevant to me. Not that. Zhao Rui gathered his courage and directly revealed his intention. Villagers mentioned that sitting beside them makes them win big at mahjong. I want to visit casinos in AO City. Yu Qinghuan. Suddenly, he missed the grumpy-faced Zhao Rui who disliked everyone back then. Just as he was about to gently decline, his left hand, placed on the table, was suddenly caught. Yu Qinghuan looked up to see Huachu staring blankly at him, having completely lost interest in eating. Understanding his fear of him leaving again, Yu Qinghuan clasped his hand, giving him a reassuring look, and said to Zhao Rui, sorry, brother Rui, I'm busy and really don't have time. What could you possibly be doing? Zhao Rui scoffed once. Isn't the publicity period for On the Edge of Life not due yet? Accompanying my boyfriend. Yu Qinghuan smoothly interjected without any hesitation. Zhao Rui paused silently for a few seconds, then said, is it Huachu? For someone who once disregarded life and death, homosexuality was truly not an issue at all. Yu Qinghuan was surprised, how did you know? He and Huachu just got together today, was Zhao Rui clairvoyant or what? Zhao Rui took a drag of his cigarette, calm as ever, and said, given how sticky sweet you two are, I bet even Zhao Qingyuan is blind to it. Yu Qinghuan, who was mysteriously labeled as sticky sweet. Since everything had been laid bare, Yu Qinghuan felt no pressure rejecting the invitation. Rui go, my schedule next will be packed, so for this period, I don't want to run around much. You can bring him along to AO City, Zhao Rui persisted stubbornly. Anyway, I only need you when I go to the casino. Yu Qinghuan. Still, Zhao Rui made a point. He and Huachu had known each other for so long, but they'd never gone out to play together. Yu Qinghuan pondered for a moment, then asked, when do we leave? The day after tomorrow. Yu Qinghuan calculated that the day after tomorrow happened to be Saturday. He covered the mouthpiece and turned to ask Huachu, do you want to go out and play? Going far away with the person he liked was an unprecedented and novel experience for Huachu. After some thought, he nodded seriously, yes. Good. Yu Qinghuan uncovered the mouthpiece and said to Zhao Rui, I'll first check if Huachu has a pass. If he does, we'll go. Alright. The permit was indeed an issue, and Zhao Rui understood, leaving the final sentence, let me know as soon as you have results, before hanging up. It would be impossible to ask Huachu about whether he had a pass, he wouldn't even understand such things. Yet every time he thought about taking Huachu without permission, Yu Qinghuan couldn't help feeling guilty. He hesitated for a long while, and ultimately failed to summon the courage to call Huarong. In the end, he timidly handed the phone over to Huachu, saying, you call and ask your brother yourself. Although Yu Qinghuan always believed he was prepared to face the Huas head-on, at this crucial moment, he realized otherwise. No matter how many times he built himself up mentally, he still felt guilty and fearful. Huachu, however, had none of those inner struggles. Without any hesitation, he directly called Huarong. Listening to his straightforward voice, Yu Qinghuan enviously scratched his palm, thinking that in critical moments, his Hua professor was the one to rely on. Hogo says there is one. Huachu looked quite pleased, the driver will deliver it tomorrow morning. That's good. Yu Qinghuan sighed in relief, handing chopsticks to Huachu so he could continue eating, and sent a message to Zhao Rui to confirm their plans. Due to Zhao Rui's insistence, they bought the earliest flight from their city to AO City, yet even so, they landed at 7 p.m. Zhao Rui seemed already impatient. He hurriedly left the luggage at the hotel, bought a few char siu buns downstairs, exchanged Hong Kong dollars, and then pulled Yu Qinghuan and Huachu off to a casino he'd selected in advance. He'd heard from someone that you must not gamble at the casino within the hotel where you're staying if you wanted to win money, so he made a detour to another one. The casino's exterior was extremely grand, and its interior even more dazzling with gold and gold decor. Zhao Rui, stepping into such a place for the first time, looked excitedly left and right, swearing earnestly to Yu Qinghuan, just wait, I'm sure to exchange enough chips to make some money. Yu Qinghuan ignored his crazy talk and quietly took Huachu for a little walk, turning back to whisper to him, what about you? Want to try? Hua Chu had little interest in these matters and shook his head upon hearing. Yu Qinghuan didn't either. His fear of his own weird luck had been cemented by winning the lottery once. He was never greedy. Their thoughts aligned perfectly, they both decided it would suffice just to watch Zhao Rui play. I've exchanged 5 million worth of chips, Zhao Rui declared with a face like someone cutting meat. If I don't double it and win, I'll never forgive myself. Yu Qinghuan. So, more, referred to 5 million. And why did Zhao Rui feel so confident he'd definitely win? As if reading his thoughts, Zhao Rui gave him a wink, isn't it because I've got my lucky charm here? Actually, I originally planned to exchange only 5,000. Yu Qinghuan. With unstoppable momentum, Zhao Rui rushed to the gambling table and strongly insisted that Yu Qinghuan stand behind him, not letting him leave for even a second. Helplessly, Yu Qinghuan went along with it. Fortunately, with Hua Chu by his side, watching Zhao Rui and explaining the rules to Hua Chu made the time less boring. However, despite having Yu Qinghuan's blessing, Zhao Rui's luck was utterly abysmal. Generally speaking, anyone going to a casino for the first time wins something, big or small. But Zhao Rui lost every single time without exception. From start to finish, he won nothing. In no time, his chips were almost all gone. Zhao Rui gnashed his teeth in pain, shit, I shouldn't have come. 50,000 yuan, just like that it's all gone. He paused for a moment, glancing sideways at Yu Qinghuan. Qinghuan, your luck isn't good today. Previously, it was all coincidences. Yu Qinghuan let out a breath of relief and laughed, it's all in fun, why take it so seriously? No, maybe you used up all your good luck on me last time. Zhao Rui sighed. Just as he was about to put his hand on Yu Qinghuan's shoulder, he was fiercely stared down by Hua Chu. With no choice, he pulled his hand back and threw 2 $100 chips at Yu Qinghuan. I'm not playing anymore, too heartbroken. You spend this, let's go quickly. Alright. This time, Yu Qinghuan didn't decline the offer. With bad luck today, there was no harm in trying one game. Looking around, seeing that the Golden Sands poker table was closest to them, he walked over to the table and pressed the start button. The cards were revealed, and he immediately placed a bet. The first card dealt was the ace of spades, and Zhao Rui jokingly remarked, you're not going to hit a straight flush, are you? Instantly, he received disdainful looks from others at the table who had been frequenting casinos for years. They had seen countless tourists like him. A straight flush. Is he dreaming? Yu Qinghuan paid no attention, giving Zhao Rui a calm glance before continuing to reveal the next cards. However, as his cards continued to be turned over, the expressions of the people at the table began to change. A crowd gathered around them. Jack, Queen, King, they appeared consecutively as if they had agreed upon this beforehand. Many people started to wonder if this young man really would hit a straight flush. Yu Qinghuan's heart quivered slightly, he desperately wanted to quit right then and there. However, once a gambling round started, it couldn't be terminated under any circumstances. He could only grit his teeth and flip the final card. The 10 of spades. Whoa! Suddenly, an astonished gasp rose from the surrounding crowd. It truly was a straight flush, a royal straight flush even. With just 200 yuan, he won 86 million. What kind of luck is this? The entire casino erupted into chaos. Security personnel arrived en masse in record time, forcibly sealing off the gaming table, disallowing anyone to approach. At the same time, Yu Qinghuan and his companions were surrounded, encased in tight protection. The highest-ranking official of the casino personally showed up, registering Yu Qinghuan's ID number and permit number. The whole casino immediately went into its highest alert status, allowing only exits but no entries, creating a grand and imposing scene. Only at this moment did Zhao Rui fully comprehend the situation. Clutching his wildly pounding heart, he spat out 2 words, holy shit. Chapter 58. Yu Qinghuan tightly held Hua Chu's hand, to prevent him from getting lost in the chaos. She deeply regretted not refusing Zhao Rui earlier, which led to such a big commotion. Qinghuan. Qinghuan. Zhao Rui excitedly spun around on the spot, his fists clenched tightly. His eyes stared at Yu Qinghuan like a wolf, murmuring incessantly, lucky fish. Real lucky fish. His face was flushed red, the veins on his neck bulging out, clearly reaching a peak of excitement as if he had won 8.5 million yuan himself. Beside them, the dealer checked the surveillance and after reviewing everything from start to finish, finding nothing amiss, also looked at Yu Qinghuan with a smile, your friend is right, you really are super lucky. A probability like this only happens once every decade or so. Yu Qinghuan hadn't yet become famous enough to be recognized by everyone across the 2 shores and 3 regions, so although the dealer thought he looked good, he didn't know that he was actually an actor. It's just sheer luck, Yu Qinghuan sighed helplessly, rubbing his temples while receiving envious looks from all directions. He sighed again inwardly. It was truly strange, in this life, his luck had reached a godlike level. Was it because the heavens wanted to compensate for the lack of luck he had experienced in his previous life? Since this event was extremely shocking, even though the casino quickly mobilized over 200 security guards, maintaining order was still incredibly difficult. Many people took advantage of the guards' distraction to secretly take photos with their phones, causing this incident to spread rapidly online. Yu Qinghuan and the others didn't have to wait long in the casino. Soon, the Macau government's gambling regulators arrived and thoroughly investigated his identity information, repeatedly confirming that he had turned 21 before returning all documents to him and shaking hands with him. Congratulations. Yu Qinghuan nodded and thanked him. Thank you. Winning several million, or even tens of millions in the casino, was quite common. But for someone like Yu Qinghuan, who not only came here for the first time but spent merely 200 yuan to win 8.5 million, that was very rare indeed. To prevent any mishaps, the casino not only arranged accommodation and security for him but even offered that if he paid a small fee, they could send him back to the mainland with a private jet. As for the winnings, there was no need for him to worry, relevant personnel would directly transfer the money into his dollar account. My goodness, only when they entered the room and sat on the soft king-sized bed did Zhao Rui exhale deeply. I keep feeling like I'm still dreaming. After saying this, without waiting for Yu Qinghuan to respond, he pinched his thigh hard. Ouch, the pain instantly pulled him back to reality. Looking at Yu Qinghuan and then at Hua Chu beside him, Zhao Rui suddenly sincerely said, honestly, Qinghuan, do you think I look good? Now I want to date you too. Hell, this was practically finding a walking mountain of gold. Why bother working? Why bother shooting films? If ever short of money, just bring Yu Qinghuan to the casino, he's truly a money-making genius. Who would have guessed, the previously oblivious Hua Chu, upon hearing this, immediately acted like a protective little wolf pup, rushing to stand in front of Yu Qinghuan. He glared fiercely at Zhao Rui as if ready to pounce and tear him apart if he dared say another word. It's fine, he's just talking nonsense, Yu Qinghuan consoled Hua Chu, turning toward Zhao Rui. Big brother Rui, please don't joke around like that. I get it, Zhao Rui raised his hands in surrender. He was just being vulgar with his words, there was no need for such overprotection. The luggage left in another hotel had already been fetched by personnel from the casino, and they didn't need to handle anything themselves. However, their planned trip got ruined. For safety reasons, Yu Qinghuan would have to fly back to the mainland tomorrow. After Zhao Rui left, Yu Qinghuan apologized to Hua Chu with regret. Sorry, Hua Chu. We went through all this trouble, but I couldn't show you anything. He had really wanted to take Hua Chu to see the water performances and try bungee jumping, letting him experience the joy of traveling. However, due to this incident, there was nowhere else they could go except the hotel. It's okay, Hua Chu bashfully smiled, as long as I can be with you, it doesn't matter. The news of Yu Qinghuan achieving a flush at the casino created a bit of a sensation locally. When people learned he was an actor promoting the movie Tangerine Yellow, they rushed to buy tickets for the film. Everyone has curiosity, especially about events akin to winning a lottery jackpot. While feeling envy, they also wanted to partake in some of his good fortune, leading to the fact that Tangerine Yellow's opening day in Macau broke box office records. Zhao Rui's jaw nearly dropped when he saw this, suddenly feeling like a new door to a whole different world had been opened for him, as if something new was waving at him. So, it turned out movies could be promoted this way. Not only did it cost nothing, but the results were extraordinarily effective. It was truly a winning strategy. The leaders who came over together to promote mainland game films were initially very confused, not understanding why there would suddenly be so many people rushing to see Tangerine Yellow overnight. When they heard Zhao Rui explain the ins and outs of the situation, they immediately understood. It turns out everything was because of Yu Qinghuan. The higher one's position, the more they believe in intangible things like this. Moreover, upon learning that Yu Qinghuan had once unintentionally saved the entire crew of Tangerine Yellow, his name was instantly etched into their hearts. Although mainland China has always wanted to export its culture abroad, due to various reasons, it has never achieved ideal results. It's not that their movies aren't excellent, nor is it that they lack good actors, what they lacked was just this little bit of luck. Actors like Yu Qinghuan, who have great acting skills and come with a natural koi effect, must be cultivated vigorously. Not only in Macau City, news of Yu Qinghuan quickly spread back to the mainland. He was currently on the rise, and the major media outlets already loved teasing about his koi title. Upon hearing this incident, they were invigorated as if injected with adrenaline, rushing to report on it. In no time, Yu Qinghuan was pushed onto Weibo's trending list. Holy shit, holy shit. I don't even know what to say. Is there really someone who can be this lucky? Damn. Ridiculous. By the way, does Yu Qinghuan need an assistant? I'd do it for free. My family's rich, I just want to rub off some of his luck. Is what the person above said really okay? I also want to apply as an assistant now. Mommy Mayo, OMG, what good deeds did Yu Qinghuan do in his past life? His life is literally on cheat mode. Recently, I've been having such bad luck, coming here to rub some of Qinghuan's aura. Oh, I wonder who will marry him, so jealous of that person. After all the hype surrounding this event, the previously slowing box office growth of Tangerine Yellow skyrocketed significantly. Not only that, when people learned that Yu Qinghuan was also starring in Life and Death Line, netizens all expressed that even though they weren't interested in war themes, they still wanted to go to the cinema to watch it. After all, Yu Qinghuan is so lucky, the movies he selects should not be too bad either. Plus, watching his film might get you under the protection of the koi spirit. Exchanging several dozen bucks for some good luck, how much better could it get? Lu Jian was almost overwhelmed by joy. Originally, after Wang Qingqing ruined things with her scandal, quite a few netizens were saying they would boycott Life and Death Line. Now, Yu Qinghuan had not only won these netizens back, but also given Life and Death Line an early promotion. The strength of this kind of advertising was worth 10 times more than ordinary promotions. That evening, Lu Jian sent Yu Qinghuan a big red envelope and asked him to definitely be present every day during the promotional period. Yu Qinghuan helplessly agreed to him, rested up with Huachu, and then fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know that while he was sleeping, someone suddenly posted a photo from overseas websites. Hold on. Isn't Yu Qinghuan holding hands with the man beside him? Netizens on Weibo paused for a few seconds before simultaneously exclaiming. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. The person who took the picture somehow managed to evade the casino security surveillance. The photo was taken exceptionally clearly, leaving no doubt that it wasn't a misalignment or deliberately misleading for attention. Yu Qinghuan and Huachu indeed were holding hands. Holy shit. Yu Qinghuan is gay. But he doesn't seem effeminate at all. I don't believe it. Previous floor. Not all gays are effeminate, okay. I feel like the person Qinghuan is holding hands with looks familiar. Step aside, step aside. Let me tell you. That's Huachu. You remember Hua Da's water drainage couple, right? Ah, remembered. That's super smart but quirky older brother. If it's Huachu, then it doesn't seem strange for Qinghuan to hold his hand. Originally, regardless of how explanations were made, the netizens wouldn't believe there was nothing between two men who held hands. However, it just so happened that Huachu was special. Many netizens had seen the interview of Young Want Hai and knew Huachu's story to varying degrees. Therefore, when they learned the other protagonist of this incident was him, the suspicion in their hearts disappeared instantly. Gay. What gay? I think you're all using Jai to see things. Qinghuan was just afraid Huachu would get lost, so he held his hand. I feel the same. Although the drainage couple is super cute, we still shouldn't spread rumors blindly. Ah, don't worry for nothing. Carefully thinking about it, if Qinghuan and Huachu were together, it would be quite good. I don't want some woman always hanging around my Qinghuan to mooch off his luck, but if it's a cute guy like Huachu, I can endure it. Angle I agree with the floor above. You guys are meddling too much. Yu Qing has so much luck as a koi, the one he chooses will definitely not be bad either. Just wait and see. As for someone like me, an ordinary person, I'm more concerned about how he draws flushes. The next morning, when Yu Qinghuan refreshed Weibo and saw the comments under the news, he almost cried. Back in the casino, the reason why he had been holding Huachu's hand all the time was partly because he was afraid Huachu might be separated by the crowd, but there was also the unspoken implication of hinting at their relationship. Coming out wasn't an easy matter. He intended to gradually drop subtle hints to prepare netizens from now on. Then, when they were already 9/10 sure, he could go along with the flow and admit his sexual orientation, which would create less impact. But he never expected that the netizens didn't think about it that way at all, dragging even those who were ready to follow his plan back. What should he do now? Their relationship was not simply a pure male-male friendship. They were in love. How could no one have figured it out? At this moment, Yu Qinghuan's feelings strangely synchronized with Huachu's disappointment after wanting to show off his watch. Chapter 59. On the momentum of Yu Qinghuan's flush victory, Lu Jian began to promote Life or Death, and the first stop was in this city. But after all, Yu Qinghuan was only the third male lead in this movie. Although Lu Jian wanted very much to hype him up with his Lucky Charm title, he held himself back. After last time's incident, Wang Qingqing lost endorsements from two major brands, and quite a few investors stated they wouldn't invest in her movies anymore. Nowadays, the entertainment industry is dominated by online traffic. Wang Qingqing was known for her acting skills, but although she had some fame, she didn't have nearly as much buzz as the newly rising actresses. This dealt her a heavy blow, so during the promotional events of the crew, she behaved unusually obediently, and didn't dare to create any unnecessary publicity. Serves her right. After an interview ended, Zhao Qingyuan looked at Wang Qingqing's back and cursed under his breath. Turning to Yu Qinghuan, he teased and blinked at him. Qinghuan, you've won so much money, aren't you going to treat me to a meal? Normally, 8 million yuan wouldn't even register with Zhao Qingyuan. But this money wasn't from royalties or endorsement fees, it was something Yu Qinghuan gained purely by luck, which made Zhao Qingyuan particularly envious. He slung an arm around Yu Qinghuan's shoulder and casually slapped a black mask onto his face, laughing cheerfully. Let's go. Now. What do you want to eat? Yu Qinghuan swatted away his wandering hands, giving him a light, warning glance. Don't get too touchy. So what if I put my arm around you? You're not going to lose any meat, are you? Zhao Qingyuan growled indignantly, though he did drop his hand. However, he continued to eye Yu Qinghuan resentfully. I'm gay and I have a boyfriend. What do you think? Yu Qinghuan straightened out the wrinkles on his shirt caused by Zhao Qingyuan and arched a brow. Zhao Qingyuan was just about to ask if he was afraid of falling in love with him when suddenly, he realized something. What did you say? He stared blankly at Zhao Qingyuan, even stopping in his tracks. Boyfriend? Who's your boyfriend? Yu Qinghuan couldn't help but remember Zhao Rui's words and restrained himself from laughing. No wonder only you can't tell. Hearing this, Zhao Qingyuan was more shocked. Me? The people around you already know. Holy crap. Who is it? Is it someone outside the circle? Your schoolmate? I probably haven't met him yet, right? Otherwise, with his sharp eyes, how could he have missed it? Hua Chu. Yu Qinghuan looked straight ahead, calmly stating. Ho, Chu, ah. These 3 words fell upon Zhao Qingyuan like a 1,000-gene cauldron from the heavens, making his head explode. Staring dumbly at Yu Qinghuan for a minute, he finally burst out, holy crap. Qinghuan and Hua Chu. How on earth did these 2 get together? No. To be more specific, what kind of person is Qinghuan into, that he'd fall for Hua Chu? Didn't Hua Chu only care about his own little world and ignore everyone else? Not only did he become single before me, but he also roped in Yu Qinghuan. This is simply unscientific. Qinghuan, he stared at Yu Qinghuan in disbelief, are you serious? Yu Qinghuan frowned and pushed his big face away from himself, what else? Zhao Qingyuan remained silent for a long time before painfully asking one final question, Qinghuan, let me ask one last thing. Yu Qinghuan, never loved. Zhao Qingyuan, no, you and Hua Chu. Are things in the bedroom okay? Yu Qinghuan. Get lost. Though Zhao Qingyuan said he would make Yu Qinghuan pay for a big dinner, in reality, once outside, he sneaked off and bought several servings of stinky tofu before dragging Yu Qinghuan back. Looking at his joyful side profile, Yu Qinghuan sighed inwardly. Although Zhao Qingyuan was boisterous, sometimes he was very considerate of his friends. There was a very famous Japanese restaurant near their hotel that was well known across the country. It was rumored their salmon roe mixed rice was incredibly delicious, naturally, its price was also impressive. Zhao Qingyuan had recommended it to him many times before, but today, he bypassed it entirely. Yu Qinghuan knew that it wasn't because he didn't want to go, but because he was afraid of spending too much money. What are you thinking about? Zhao Qingyuan called out to Yu Qinghuan several times without getting a response, prompting him to say teasingly, still about what just happened. How was it? Really not harmonious? No. Yu Qinghuan snatched a portion of stinky tofu from him, pointing at his brain with a cold laugh, my mind is now full of a world that lonely dogs can't imagine. That's right. Even though he and Hua Chu haven't even used their right hands yet. But under no circumstances should they let Zhao Qingyuan find out. Zhao Qingyuan. Zhao Qingyuan was about to ask again when suddenly, a piece of stinky tofu that Yu Qinghuan shoved into his mouth silenced him. Damn it. This one has chili on it. Cough cough cough. Yu Qinghuan's hand trembled slightly as he quickly patted Zhao Qingyuan's back, are you okay? Spit it out fast. In response, Zhao Qingyuan only coughed more violently. By the time they entered the hotel, Zhao Qingyuan refused to acknowledge Yu Qinghuan. His eyes were red-rimmed, his lips slightly swollen, and his tongue still tingling. Feeling guilty, Yu Qinghuan could do nothing but silently accept Zhao Qingyuan's cold treatment. As soon as the 2 stepped out of the elevator, they ran into Fang Zhongxi. Zhao Qingyuan, who had a warm and generous personality, and being part of the same crew anyway, extended his stinky tofu and said, Zhongxi, want some? No thanks. Fang Zhongxi glanced at him coldly and walked straight into the elevator, showing an icy attitude. This left Zhao Qingyuan quite embarrassed. As soon as the elevator door closed, he instantly forgot about the spicy revenge against Yu Qinghuan and began venting his frustrations, damn it, why is Fang Zhongxi so arrogant? What gives him the right? That's just how his character is. Yu Qinghuan vaguely replied and drew his gaze away from the elevator. Just a second-line actor, Zhao Qingyuan sneered, and acting so full of himself. Forget about him. Qinghuan, come on, let's go eat stinky tofu. You eat, Yu Qinghuan smiled at him and said, I need to tidy up some things. I'll be going home later. What the heck are you talking about? We've got an early flight tomorrow morning. It makes sense to stay here in the hotel, so why are you going home? Just going to check on Hua Chu. Yu Qinghuan pulled out his room card, heard a beep as it unlocked the door, then said, after all, for the next half-month or so, I'll be out running around. Ugh. Zhao Qingyuan shivered from goosebumps on his arms and waved his hand impatiently at him, hurry up and go already. Don't show off in front of me. The hotel booked by the production team was near the airport, far from Yu Qinghuan's dormitory. Plus, it was rush hour, so after over 2.5 hours of driving, they finally entered the neighborhood. Hua Chu had messaged several times asking when he would return. Smiling with his eyes curved, Yu Qinghuan sent a reply, almost downstairs. He then put away his phone and turned to Yu Xin, saying, brother Yu, thank you. You can drop me off here, I'll walk back. Alright. Yu Xin parked on the side. Your place isn't good for reversing, so I won't enter. Okay. Yu Qinghuan unbuckled his seatbelt, reminded Yu Xin to drive safely, and got out of the car. Yu Qinghuan's dormitory was at the far end of the compound. He quickly rounded the large central garden, just about to go inside when his phone rang. He thought it might be Hua Chu, but surprisingly, it turned out to be Qin Zheng. Yu Qinghuan had been very busy recently, while Qin Zheng's schedule was packed, traveling all over the world every day, so they hadn't been in touch for a long time. Brother Zheng. Qinghuan, Qin Zheng's deep and magnetic voice came through the phone, laced with a hint of laughter. It sounded particularly pleasant in the darkness of the night, guess where I am? You Qinghuan. He always remembered Qin Zheng from 10 years later, hearing such words now shocked him. After hesitating for a few seconds, he squeezed out a few words, how am I supposed to guess? With a bang sound like a car door closing, Qin Zheng then said, I'm downstairs at your place. At this hour? What was he doing downstairs at his place? Confused, Yu Qinghuan didn't get the chance to ask before Qin Zheng explained, I just came back from the airport, and I happened to pass by, so I decided to come visit. Yu Qinghuan didn't know where Qin Zheng lived at this point, so he didn't think much of it upon hearing his explanation. Perfect, I've just returned from outside, and I'm almost downstairs. Please wait a moment. Sure. Yu Qinghuan ended the call, turned a corner, and saw Qin Zheng standing under the streetlight. He shouted, Brother Zheng, and jogged towards him. Since Yu Qinghuan mentioned he would be arriving downstairs soon, Hua Chu felt that time was passing even slower. He restlessly paced back and forth in the living room, unable to wait any longer. Finally, he tore open the curtains and leaned against the window to look down, only to frown immediately when he did. The street lamp illuminated the small road in front of the building clearly, giving Hua Chu a perfect view of the scene down below. To his chagrin, the person he had been missing was chatting with Qin Zheng, leaving him waiting at home. Worse still, how dare Qin Zheng show up here? He must have wanted to snatch Qinghuan from him. How could that be allowed? Hua Chu pressed his lips together and rushed out the door, running downstairs. He had originally intended to dash over and rudely shove that shameless man aside, then loudly declare that Qinghuan was his boyfriend. But just as he reached the threshold, he suddenly changed his mind. He couldn't forget how Qin Zheng always took advantage of Qinghuan's distraction to look at him. Since that was the case, then. Hua Chu racked his brain to devise a plan, and accidentally caught sight of a sign beside him that read, Main Electrical Control Room for the Compound. His eyes lit up, and he headed straight over. Stardom was flush with resources. To ensure the safety of its stars, when they built the employee dormitories, they had purchased an entire plot of land. So everything inside the compound, including the power lines, fiber optics, and water pipes, were all constructed and operated by Stardom, completely segregated from surrounding areas. Coincidentally, the control room's door was unlocked. Inside, an elderly man was walking around with his hands clasped behind his back. When Hua Chu entered, he jumped in surprise and demanded, Who are you? What are you doing in the control room? Hua Chu didn't respond. His gaze quickly scanned various machines and wires before heading straight to the window. The old man followed closely behind. Young man, what are you doing? I'm telling you, if you damage anything here, you can't afford to pay for it. Wait. Don't touch it. Hua Chu paid no attention to the elder's shouts. In no time, among the tangled mess of wires resembling a ball of yarn, he located exactly what he needed. He extended his fingers and smoothly pressed a series of buttons. The indicator lights on the controller instantly went out, as though obeying the highest command. The old man watched dumbfounded, so shocked that he forgot to stop him. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng was smiling as he looked at Yu Qinghuan. Qinghuan, you've gained a little weight, making you even more attractive than before. He had been following Yu Qinghuan's news very closely, so he also saw the photo of Hua Chu holding Yu Qinghuan's hand at the casino. Unlike netizens who were simpletons, Qin Zheng immediately guessed a possibility and was instantly alarmed, so as soon as he returned from overseas, he came straight to Yu Qinghuan's place without even going home first. He wasn't sure what was wrong with him, it was as if Yu Qinghuan had put a spell on him. Despite meeting only a few times and not truly knowing each other well, he couldn't help but feel inexplicably drawn. It was almost as though he'd known Yu Qinghuan for years in a past life, everything about him felt familiar, everything made him want to get closer. The reason he hadn't made a move before was because he wasn't 100% sure, and he worried about rushing things and having Yu Qinghuan misjudge him as someone frivolous. But now things were different. If he didn't confess, Yu Qinghuan might be taken away by someone else. Qin Zheng took a deep breath, looking down at Yu Qinghuan's flawless, handsome face, his gaze gradually softening. Qinghuan, though it's a bit sudden, I still want to tell you. Before he could finish saying, like you, all the streetlights on both sides of the road suddenly flickered off one after another. The entire compound was instantly plunged into darkness. What's going on? Yu Qinghuan blinked in confusion, waiting for his eyes to adjust to the darkness before speaking to Qin Zheng. Sorry, Brother Zheng, what did you want to say earlier? Let's go upstairs to my place and talk about it. Who knows what's wrong with these streetlights tonight? They say opportunity strikes once, and every subsequent attempt weakens. Qin Zheng felt irked, inwardly cursing the streetlights for being unhelpful. But this kind of situation was beyond his control. He tried again to gather his emotions and, taking advantage of the darkness, boldly grabbed Yu Qinghuan's wrist. Qinghuan, Just then, all the streetlights in the compound abruptly lit up like crazy, the glaring brightness nearly blinding Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng. What the hell is wrong with this damn neighborhood? Chapter 60. Yu Qinghuan narrowed his eyes, and after a good 10 seconds, he finally adjusted to the sudden brightness. He subtly disengaged from Qin Zheng's hand and smiled, saying, there might be something wrong with the streetlights tonight, let's go upstairs and talk. His smile was faint, but his beautiful eyes looked straight at him with calm sincerity, without an ounce of hesitation or embarrassment akin to Qin Zheng's. Qin Jing glanced down at his now empty palm and sighed softly, all right. Interrupted this way, all traces of his impulse to confess had vanished. Only when he calmed down did he notice more details. From Yu Qinghuan's reaction to receiving his call, to the attitude toward being touched, all of it was as clear as day. It explicitly indicated that he had no feelings for him in that romantic sense. To Yu Qinghuan, he was nothing more than a friend with slightly closer relations. Even so, he still wanted to shamelessly follow him upstairs, seizing whatever minuscule chance remained to grow closer to him. Qin Zheng's gaze fell on Yu Qinghuan's straight-backed posture, causing a slight pain in his chest. In the silent and empty hallway, their footsteps were amplified infinitely. Following Yu Qinghuan's steps, a ridiculous feeling arose in Qin Zheng's heart. It was as if he'd been striving across lifetimes, just to reach this moment where he could quietly stand behind him and look at him. Even if he never turned around and continued walking forward, as long as he was still there, that was enough. Yu Qinghuan always felt like something about Qin Zheng tonight was off, but no matter how long he thought about it, he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Kid, you are really talented. An excited voice interrupted his train of thought. Not pausing his step, Yu Qinghuan pressed the upward elevator button and was about to step inside. Thank you. This was Hua Chu's voice. How did Hua Chu end up here? After exchanging greetings with Qin Zheng, Yu Qinghuan quickly changed direction and ran over. Boy, what's your name? Would you like to come work with Grandpa? The old man who'd moments ago been fuming, now stared at him excitedly, his face glowing. Goodness. Can you teach me how you manage these things? The machines and circuits here, you understand them, right? Hua Chu was completely thrown off by the string of questions, struggling to process what the elderly man meant while answering as fully as possible. I'm Hua Chu. Everything here is simple, I can understand it all. The elder man paused. Although this young man was truly impressive, wasn't he getting a little cocky? Clearing his throat, just as the older man was about to speak, the control room door swung open again. Hua Chu, what are you doing here? Yu Qinghuan walked in, his expression clearly disapproving of Hua Chu. The elder man had been somewhat irritated by Yu Qinghuan's abrupt intrusion until realizing that he knew Hua Chu. Instantly, he felt a kindred spirit and approached Yu Qinghuan excitedly, saying, Do you know him? Is he always this amazing? Yu Qinghuan seemed puzzled. What's so amazing? What did Hua Chu do? Unmindful of Hua Chu's panicked glance, the effusive elder man animatedly told Yu Qinghuan, You won't believe it, just now, he waved his hand slightly, and suddenly controlled all the streetlights in the entire park. I've guarded the server room for so many years and never figured out those circuits. Yu Qinghuan. No wonder the streetlights were acting erratic, it turns out it was caused by Hua Chu. You're becoming quite capable, Professor Hua. Yu Qinghuan placed a hand on Hua Chu's shoulder, scoffing lightly. Qinghuan. Hua Chu's eyelashes quivered, tentatively touching his fingers. I didn't mean to. I just tried experimenting randomly. Bull. Yu Qinghuan pinched his dimple hard, nearly laughing out of frustration. This person not only learned how to cause trouble but also mastered lying. I'll settle accounts with you once we're back. Yu Qinghuan whispered to him sternly before turning to the elder man and sincerely apologized, sorry for the inconvenience. Surprisingly, not only was the elder man not bothered, but he even suggested that perhaps Hua Chu should join him in working together. According to the elder man, Hua Chu was simply born to stay in the control room. Yu Qinghuan. Grandpa, you sure have lofty ideals. After much effort, he managed to tamp down the elder man's enthusiasm and only then took Hua Chu out of the control room. Sorry, Zheng, for keeping you waiting. Yu Qinghuan pulled Hua Chu in front of Qin Zheng, and as he spoke again, he pressed the upward button. Ah. Qin Zheng pursed his lips, hesitating for a few seconds before finally blurting out, He's been with you all this time. Yu Qinghuan chuckled somewhat bashfully, realizing outing himself to his decades-long friend was no easy feat yet under Hua Chu's relentless gaze. Scratching his hair, he confessed anyway, well, he's my boyfriend now. He is my boyfriend. These simple words hit Qin Zheng's chest like a boulder. His heart felt as if pierced by needles. Instinctively pressing his chest, his mind became muddled, feeling as though his very soul might drift away. For an extended period, he had cautiously desired something precious, always fearing that his impulsiveness might ruin it. Thus, he meticulously prepared to retrieve it carefully. But on the day of reckoning, he realized someone braver and more audacious than him had already taken it. Great. Qin Zheng's eyes were rimmed with redness as he stepped back, leaning against the cold wall, throat bobbing with emotion. Just be careful not to get photographed by paparazzi. Though he tried his best to control it, the slight tremor in his voice betrayed his feelings entirely. Yu Qinghuan's heart gave a pang. Looking at him incredulously, he suppressed a preposterous thought and maintained his composure. Thanks for your concern, Zheng. I'll pay attention. Qin Zheng shifted his weight against the tiled baseboard of the wall and straightened up with its support. I have nothing special to do, just wanted to see how you were doing. Since Hua Chu is here too, I won't disturb you too. Saying this, he turned around and left quickly, his hurried steps betraying his attempt to escape something. Qin Zheng. Yu Qinghuan called out to him, his chest suddenly constricting. What? Qin Jing stopped but only turned his face slightly, refusing to fully look back. Safe journey. Qin Jing simply agreed and took large strides out the door. After Qin Jing left, Yu Qinghuan seemed low-spirited. Originally relieved to have avoided disaster, Hua Chu noticed how downcast Yu Qinghuan looked, and began to panic. Qinghuan, are you still upset with me? He sat beside Yu Qinghuan, pulling him towards his chest, and asked guiltily. Not at all, Qinghuan came to his senses and smiled while poking Hua Chu's cheek. I've just realized some things. Huh? Hua Chu wasn't sure what to make of this. It's nothing, Qinghuan straightened up from Hua Chu's embrace, sighing deeply. I'm going to take a shower first. He paused briefly, seeing Hua Chu still worriedly pouting, so he handed over his phone with a laugh. If there's a call, you can answer it for me. Hua Chu once saw Yu Xian meticulously guarding Qinghuan's phone, not allowing even a touch from anyone else. Now, seeing Qinghuan entrust such an important item to him, all worries dissipated. He carefully placed the phone in front of him and nodded, okay. Seeing this, Yu Qinghuan finally relaxed and entered the bathroom. However, little did he know he was celebrating prematurely. Sometimes, life isn't just about present trivialities, there are also traps lurking far away. While he was in the shower, a sudden deluge of messages from Zhao Qingyuan flooded his phone. Qinghuan hehe. Take a look. Isn't Big Bro good to you? A straight guy actually shares something like this with you. Video. Wish you a pleasant night's sleep, mischievous. Hua Chu didn't understand his hint at all. Carefully, he opened the phone, noting down the message to tell Yu Qinghuan later, while simultaneously opening the video. And, his eyes bulged wide. Then, a whole new world slowly unfolded before him. When Yu Qinghuan finished his bath, he haphazardly dried his hair, wrapped in a bathrobe and came out. It's your turn. He lounged lazily against the sofa, reaching to touch Hua Chu. His gesture was light, but Hua Chu jumped noticeably as if startled. Yu Qinghuan approached curiously and found Hua Chu's face flushed abnormally, sweat beads forming on his nose tip. What sort of shock had he undergone? How come? Just as he started questioning, a strong force gripped his waist. The next moment, Hua Chu forcefully covered his lips with his own wet and soft ones. Hua Chu's lips were hot, kissing fiercely and harshly as his clumsy tongue pried open Yu Qinghuan's neatly aligned teeth. By accident, he grazed Yu Qinghuan's sensitive palate, instantly causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Gradually, he became unsatisfied with just kissing. His burning lips moved downward, planting kisses on Yu Qinghuan's pale, slender neck with increasing force, his eyes flashing with sparks of desire. Hua Chu. Yu Qinghuan finally managed to gather his wits, panting heavily as he asked, what's gotten into you? When had he learned how to French kiss? Just a few days ago, all he knew was how to gnaw. Hua Chu remained silent, continuing to ignite flames within him. Yu Qinghuan went limp under his touch, pushing him several times but unable to shove him away. Surely not, did Hua Chu really have such heavy preferences? Was he planning for them to lose themselves on the sofa at their very first time? Yu Qinghuan was startled by his own thoughts and quickly grasped his wandering hand, gasping, we can't. Hua Chu slightly raised himself up, gazing intently into his eyes, demanding an explanation. I have work tomorrow. Yu Qinghuan's heart beat wildly as he met Hua Chu's disappointed gaze. He swallowed hard, enduring his embarrassment as he undid his belt and slipped his hand inside, but this is possible. Hua Chu's body stiffened, his breathing becoming erratic. Both being new to serving each other, they stumbled along at first, feeling discomfort. But soon enough, Hua Chu entered the mood ahead of time. Qinghuan, does this feel good? Wait. Yu Qinghuan suppressed his heavy breaths, signaling Hua Chu to slow down. Instead of doing so, Hua Chu earnestly inquired, why? You clearly seem comfortable. Yu Qinghuan inwardly screamed as he struggled to pull back slightly, glaring at him and asking, why do you learn so fast? A person who struggled even holding a spoon, yet excelled so swiftly in matters like these. It wasn't logical. Though somewhat confused, Hua Chu instinctively realized it was praise. Recalling how many classmates once questioned his abilities in class, he imitated the professor's tone seriously, saying, it's a gift. Yu Qinghuan. Chapter 61. The next day, Yu Qinghuan got up early and went to the airport. He had slept very little the night before. After entering the lounge, he pulled down the brim of his cap and leaned back on the chair, dozing off. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he was suddenly woken by a strong push. Then, he heard Zhao Qingyuan's sly voice in his ear, did you watch the video I sent you yesterday? Why didn't you reply to me? Could it be that? Although he didn't finish his sentence, the expressions on his face already revealed everything. Yu Qinghuan glanced at him expressionlessly, try catching a flight at 4 in the morning. The previous night, he and Hua Chu had stayed up until late, and at the end, Yu Qinghuan felt like a dried-up fish. On the other hand, Hua Chu remained lively and sprightly, making him both envious and curious. When Hua Chu shyly showed him the little video, Yu Qinghuan finally realized that it was all Zhao Qingyuan's doing. No wonder Hua Chu had suddenly acted crazy. Yu Qinghuan originally didn't want to bother with Zhao Qingyuan, but couldn't resist his persistence. Seeing that lewd grin reminded Yu Qinghuan of being completely outclassed by Professor Hua on every level anew. The grudge and the old hatreds immediately shifted to Zhao Qingyuan. Lifting his cap slightly, just as Yu Qinghuan was about to speak, Zhao Qingyuan asked, "Qinghuan, seriously, between you and Hua Chu? Is Hua family opposed?" This was a question Yu Qinghuan had always avoided. Sighing, he was about to ask Zhao Qingyuan if he had any ideas when he continued, "Do you think Hua Rong would simply give you a few million yuan check and let you walk away from Hua Chu?" Yu Qinghuan. He sat up straight, shaking Zhao Qingyuan's head gently. Not using much force, Zhao Qingyuan seemed quite content and smiled mischievously asking, "What's wrong, Qinghuan? Do you suddenly think I am handsomer than Hua Chu?" "No." Yu Qinghuan looked at him coldly, "I was checking whether your brain is waterlogged." Zhao Qingyuan. Yu Qinghuan, it isn't waterlogged, maybe you were born this stupid. Zhao Qingyuan, QAQ. Just before takeoff, it drizzled a little. Fortunately, the flight wasn't delayed. Around noon, they landed in the destination city. The promotional tour for Life and Death on a Knife's Edge was divided into two teams. Lu Jian took Zhao Qingyuan, Wang Qingqing, and Yu Qinghuan to promote in first-tier cities, while assistant director Jiang Qi took Fang Zhongxi and Li Hongxu to second and third-tier cities. During this time, Yu Qinghuan's status skyrocketed, not only gaining recognition in the mainstream film industry, but also collaborating with big brands like Ada for advertisements, which made him well-liked in the fashion circle. Many renowned magazines have even contacted him, hoping to invite him to shoot covers for them. So, even if Fang Zhongxi and Li Hongxu had objections to such arrangements, they could only keep quiet. Due to the tight schedule for the promotion, after rushing to place their luggage at the hotel, Yu Qinghuan and the team proceeded to the promotional venue arranged by the host. Since Life and Death on a Knife's Edge hadn't been released yet, their current roadshow venues were all outdoors. After the movie's release, they would then move to key cinemas in various major cities for publicity. Most films would conduct roadshows after the premiere, but since this was Lu Jian's first movie 7 years after his return, he naturally placed more emphasis on it, arranging promotions both before and after its release. This stop for the roadshow was chosen in a spacious stadium where many standing banners for Life and Death on a Knife's Edge had already been set up. The scene was arranged accordingly to be related to the movie. Before going on stage, Lu Jian was nervous, fearing there might be empty seats. But when they truly stepped onto the stage and saw the sea of people below, he finally relaxed. Good thing, good thing. This is when an actor's popularity comes into play. The majority of the audience present today were fans of Zhao Qingyuan and Yu Qinghuan, while only a few were fans of Wang Qingqing, barely moving their banner support signs. Lu Jian has a rather sharp personal style, never dragging or indecisive. He briefly spoke a few opening words and then played the trailer for Life and Death on a Knife's Edge. His skillful camera work created grand and majestic scenes in the movie, without appearing rough, instead exquisitely delicate, further enhanced by the grand and melancholic music, creating a highly impressive viewing experience on the big screen. A part of the audience originally had no interest in the movie, coming solely to support their idols. However, after watching the preview, they became instantly captivated. War-themed material, as it turned out, is not merely full of fighting and killing, it can also portray intricate emotional storylines and fluid narratives. As the audience's emotions were already stirred up, the host seized the momentum and asked several questions related to the movie, even inserting a few behind-the-scenes clips from the filming process, making the atmosphere on site increasingly lively. Speaking of which, the character Peng Cheng should be considered as a breakthrough for Qin Yuan, right? I remember that you haven't acted in similar roles before. The host handed the microphone to Zhao Qingyuan and asked. Yes, Zhao Qingyuan, who had already stepped onto the stage, appeared cold and indifferent with a distant expression, completely different from his usual demeanor. Yet, his fans adored this act, and at the moment he opened his mouth, waves of cheers erupted from below. I am very glad to have taken on this role. Peng Cheng's personality is completely different from mine. So, after shooting this film, I truly gained a lot. I hope everyone can support it more. He smiled slightly and glanced at Yu Qinghuan, and most importantly, I got to know Qinghuan. The host said, we all know about your good relationship with Qinghuan, no need to brag anymore. We're all very much looking forward to your performance in Life and Death on a Knife's Edge. She turned to Yu Qinghuan, paused for a moment, and intentionally made a joke. Qinghuan, I originally wanted to ask about your thoughts on Life and Death on a Knife's Edge, but now I've changed my mind. Yu Qinghuan looked at her curiously. The host said, I've heard your luck is out of this world, netizens even call you Jinli. You won quite a bit of money in AO City not long ago, right? My luck is indeed good, Yu Qinghuan nodded with a smile, cleverly steering the topic back to the movie, so, my first film could be such an excellent piece like Life and Death on a Knife's Edge. Wow! The host covered her face in surprise and exclaimed, Qinghuan knows how to speak well. Director Lu must be very happy, right? Lu Jian nodded with a smile, indeed, I am very happy. A great movie needs great actors to present it, and Qinghuan is. He hadn't finished his sentence when a girl standing in a corner under the stage suddenly took advantage of the security guard's inattention, threw her fan banner, and rushed towards the stage straight toward Yu Qinghuan. Everyone was shocked by this unexpected event, watching helplessly as the girl grabbed Yu Qinghuan, lifting her head to attempt a kiss. At the last critical moment, the security personnel finally reacted, jumping onto the stage swiftly and firmly controlled the girl, dragging her off stage. "Miss Fan, please calm down a little." "Qinghuan. Qinghuan." The girl struggled helplessly and began to cry out loud, "I love you. I adore you." This girl appeared only about 20 years old, wearing a pink dress, with delicate makeup. Even among the crowd, she stood out as a pretty little beauty. But it seemed that her desire to get close to her idol was so intense that it momentarily caused her to lose her sanity and make this absurd decision. Just as the girl was about to be dragged off the stage, Yu Qinghuan came to his senses, signaled the security to stop, and picked up a poster on site. He quickly signed his name and walked over, handing it to the girl. The girl had never expected him to sign for her and couldn't believe her eyes, forgetting her cries and screams in that moment. "Thank you for liking me." Yu Qinghuan looked down at her. "I'm delighted." "Qinghuan." The girl choked on her words, tears welling up again after trying so hard to suppress them. "But please don't do things like this anymore." Yu Qinghuan looked into her eyes seriously, "Okay?" Even though the idol was standing right in front of her, speaking kindly to her, the girl suddenly felt deeply ashamed. How could she have been so impulsive? Why had she caused trouble for Qinghuan? And yet, instead of blaming her, Qinghuan gave her an autograph. She merely wanted to show her best side in front of the person she liked. The girl kept wiping her tears, sobbing and apologizing. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I've troubled you. I will never do this again." Only then did Yu Qinghuan take a step back and signal the security to take her away. After this little incident, there was a brief silence in the stadium. As the host was about to tell a joke to enliven the atmosphere again, her gaze fell upon Yu Qinghuan's neck and froze instantly. The top two buttons of his shirt were accidentally unbuttoned due to the earlier mishap, revealing a transparent and exquisite pendant underneath. "Oh. Qinghuan's pendant looks rather unique." "Ah." Unconsciously, Yu Qinghuan touched it, his eyes softening suddenly. "Yes, it is quite unique. Absolutely one of a kind." The stage lights were extremely bright, so his expression at this moment was fully captured by everyone present. That sweet and slightly smug look clearly revealed that there was no way he could say there was nothing going on without raising suspicions. However, since this was the promotional tour for Life and Death on a Knife's Edge, the focus had to be on the film. Therefore, even though the host was curious, she redirected the conversation back to the movie. But the fans weren't having it. They excitedly waved their banners and shouted. "Qinghuan. Who gave it to you? Who gave you the pendant? Qinghuan, tell us quickly." Seeing that there was no way out of answering, Yu Qinghuan took the microphone under the host's exasperated gaze and said, "Did you guess right? It was given to me by someone I like." There was silence for a few seconds in the venue before it erupted into a chorus of ayahs. "My God! Who is it? Am I witnessing something incredible? I thought I'd feel jealous, but hearing this answer makes me so relieved." "It's, who?" Yu Qinghuan smiled. "I can't say yet. At least not until Life and Death on a Knife's Edge is released. Yu Qinghuan has someone he likes." This piece of news was explosive enough to make headlines that very day. However, when the curious netizens came rushing over, ready to uncover the identity of the lucky person Yu Qinghuan fancied, they discovered that it was all just a setup. The answer would only be revealed after the movie premiere. The suspense was almost unbearable. But as a result, many more netizens remembered the release date of Life and Death on a Knife's Edge, leading some to comment that this was probably part of the production team's promotional strategy. Yu Qinghuan didn't know about the online frenzy. Once the promotional tour ended, he walked backstage and was greeted with a hard slap on the shoulder by Zhao Qingyuan. "Are you crazy? Do you want to come out? Qinghuan, don't do anything stupid. Your career is just beginning." In China, tolerance towards homosexuality wasn't exactly as open-minded as one might hope for. This much was evident from the last round of rumors spread about the two of them. If Yu Qinghuan insisted on coming out, it would be better to wait until after he had retired from the entertainment industry. There was no reason to create such drama during his rising phase. "No worries, I've got everything under control." Yu Qinghuan fastened the shirt buttons that had been undone by fans and said, "Qingyuan, I appreciate your concern, but I don't want to hide my relationship anymore. It feels pointless to keep things secret all the time." Zhao Qingyuan had dated quite a number of girlfriends, yet never intended to publicly disclose any of those relationships. He couldn't understand why Yu Qinghuan felt the need to reveal so much, but looking into those determined eyes, he realized that Yu Qinghuan wouldn't change his mind easily. "Then I'll stop nagging," he said with mixed emotions, "as long as you don't regret it." By the time the group returned to the hotel, it was already 7 p.m. Yu Qinghuan checked the time, guessing Hua Chu must have finished dinner by now, so he pulled out his phone and dialed him. The call was quickly answered, and Hua Chu's delighted voice came through the receiver. "Qinghuan. What are you doing?" Yu Qinghuan couldn't help curling his lips in a warm smile and asked softly. Hua Chu replied earnestly, "Thinking about you." Yu Qinghuan's heart instantly warmed up. He hummed affirmatively, about to respond with, "I miss you too," when Hua Chu suddenly added, "I'm thinking about every single part of you." Yu Qinghuan. Wait. Was Hua Chu flirting with him? He huffed, "Hua Chu, you're getting pretty bold these days, huh? Where did you learn all this nonsense?" Hua Chu. What does Qinghuan mean? Perplexed, Hua Chu rubbed his chest, thinking maybe he'd said something wrong, and began explaining, Qinghuan, I'm telling the truth, my heart and mind are both full of thoughts about you. You Qinghuan, cough cough cough. Alright, I get it. And me too. So Hua Chu hadn't actually been implying that kind of thing. Why did he have to phrase it in such an ambiguous way? Hua Chu immediately sensed something odd. Replaying their dialogue in his mind, he suddenly connected the dots. Last night, while they were engaged in that activity, Qinghuan also asked him where he had learned such things. Ah, so in Qinghuan's mind, that activity equals messy things. Could it be? Qinghuan was thinking about that kind of thing. Realization dawned on Hua Chu. He shyly grinned, showing off his dimples deeply carved into his cheeks. Qinghuan, are you thinking about continuing what we did last night? Don't worry, I'll wait for you at home. You Qinghuan. You, go. Chapter 62. After Yu Qinghuan publicly announced at the roadshow that he had someone he liked, his friends were all worried for him. Many fans have an exclusivity over their idols and can hardly accept the fact that their idols are in love or get married. Not only will they unfollow, but they may even turn around and criticize. However, surprisingly, the situation they feared did not happen. Upon seeing the roadshow video uploaded by the official Weibo account, most of Yu Qinghuan's fans strangely felt a sense of relief. Truly happy for Qinghuan, being alone for so many years, hopefully, having someone he likes will make him happier. As long as Qinghuan is happy, I don't care who he likes. I wonder if that person knows about Qinghuan's feelings. I hope she also likes Qinghuan. Pray to God that Qinghuan's romantic path goes smoothly. It's heartbreaking for Qinghuan. I've always wanted someone to enter his life and take care of him in place of his parents. Now that person has appeared. To be honest, it's a bit touching, but more than anything, supportive. As long as Qinghuan is good, that's enough. This was thanks to Yu Qinghuan's insistence on not taking the route of a flow star at the time, so most of his fans were not girlfriend-style fans. Therefore, even if the relationship came out, it didn't have much impact on him. At least no big trouble was caused. In the Hua family, Hua Rong finally sighed with relief after putting down his phone. As the boss, he actually didn't like actors like Yu Qinghuan who made public announcements without discussing them with the company first. However, what could he do? After all, the other party involved was his own younger brother. Looking across the entertainment industry, there are very few couples, let alone two men, who openly date. For Yu Qinghuan to do this meant he truly cherished his younger brother deeply. Hua Rong glanced enviously at Hua Chu and silently thought to himself that perhaps this was what people referred to as dumb luck. Chu, stop looking at your phone. Hua Rong snapped back to reality when he saw Hua Chu staring at his phone non-stop this morning. He couldn't help but scold him, don't ruin your eyes. These days, Yu Qinghuan wasn't home, but after much persuasion from their mother, Hua Chu agreed to return home this weekend. But unexpectedly, once Hua Chu returned, he was either playing with his two fish or looking down at his phone. Hua Rong furrowed his brows. When did his younger brother become a young internet addict? Hua Chu ignored him, keeping his gaze fixed on the phone screen without moving. Helpless, Hua Rong went over and nudged him. Didn't you hear me tell you not to look? Why keep staring? As he leaned closer, he discovered that Hua Chu was watching a video of Yu Qinghuan's roadshow. Why bother watching his video when you see him every day? Ah. The three words, Yu Qinghuan, finally managed to pull Hua Chu's attention back. He blushed shyly, feeling a little embarrassed, and said, but Qinghuan isn't by my side right now. Hua Rong didn't understand, so what? Won't he be back in a week? Is it really necessary to pine like this? But these few days he's gone, Hua Chu was extremely stubborn. He reached out and touched the smiling face of Yu Qinghuan on the screen, his eyes filled with sweetness. I want to see him every day. Hua Rong. For some reason, he suddenly felt somewhat congested. The roadshow schedule for Life or Death was packed tight. They had to cover 13 key cities nationwide within 2 weeks, from the southernmost point to the northernmost. In early May, the temperature difference between the south and north was still quite large. On top of the exhausting nature of the roadshow, the cast and crew began to fall ill one by one. Initially, it was just a few, but eventually, it became a widespread occurrence, including Zhao Qingyuan. Yu Qinghuan took his temperature. It had already risen to 100.4 degrees Fahrenheit 38 degrees Celsius. It was just a mild fever, but Zhao Qingyuan panicked almost to the point of jumping off the bed. What the hell? How come it's so high? Damn! There's another roadshow tonight. This is life-threatening. Don't shout nonsense. Yu Qinghuan put down the thermometer and pushed him back into bed. I'll cook you a bowl of ginger soup. After sweating it out, you'll feel better. I'm not drinking it. Just hearing the word ginger soup, Zhao Qingyuan started shaking his head violently. Forget drinking ginger soup, even if there's too much ginger in stir-fried dishes, he can't stand it. If you don't drink it, try me. Yu Qinghuan sent him a glare. If you keep acting up, I'll double the amount of ginger. At those words, Zhao Qingyuan immediately caved in fearfully. He shrank back and his voice became softer. All right. I'll drink it. Please don't give me double the ginger, okay? Yu Qinghuan snorted, poured a glass of warm water for Zhao Qingyuan and placed it on the bedside table before returning to his own room. Because quite a few people in the crew had been sick these past few days, ginger was always available, it wasn't hard to find. Yu Qinghuan used a fruit knife to cut some ginger slices and boiled them in an electric kettle to make a pot of ginger soup. He made Zhao Qingyuan drink an entire large bowl under his watchful eye. Stop playing with your phone. Yu Qinghuan took the phone out of Zhao Qingyuan's hands and tightly wrapped him up in blankets so no air could escape. Do not come out until you've sweated, then you'll be fine. Understood, Zhao Qingyuan's muffled voice came from beneath the covers. He'd made many friends, but none had cared for him like this. Although he found the ginger soup distasteful, hated being covered up so tightly, and resented not being allowed to play with his phone, the feeling of being cared for by a friend made his heart warm all over. Still, he was obstinate by nature. Even though he was indebted to Yu Qinghuan for his care, he couldn't help himself from making a sly remark. Qinghuan, I think you'd make a great kindergarten teacher. Yu Qinghuan gave a cold glance at the cocoon-like figure on the bed, and isn't that exactly what I'm doing now, caring for a giant baby? Giant baby Zhao Qingyuan. Zhao Qingyuan was in good physical condition, so after sweating profusely, his fever subsided quickly, leaving him looking more energetic than anyone else. However, Yu Qinghuan felt off when he returned that night. He constantly felt thirsty, even though he kept drinking water, his lips were still chapped. This city is too dry. Yu Qinghuan put down his water cup and licked his lips as he spoke. Not at all, I find it pretty humid. Yu Xian looked at him puzzled. Today's humidity level was over 70%. Yu Qinghuan paused, is that so? But I'm just really thirsty. Yu Xian didn't take it seriously, assuming he was genuinely parched. He even reminded him, drink less water at night, otherwise, you might wake up with puffy eyes, which wouldn't look good if photographed by journalists. Yu Qinghuan nodded and obediently set the cup down. Who would have guessed that in the middle of the night, Yu Qinghuan started running a fever, his temperature spiking directly to 102 degrees Fahrenheit 39 degrees Celsius. He had no fever-reducing medicine around, and he didn't want to bother Yu Xian over something small like this. Fortunately, there was still plenty of ginger soup left from the afternoon when he'd taken care of Zhao Qingyuan. So he heated it up again, drank nearly half the pot, and fell back asleep in a daze. He thought that being young, he could tough it out and recover quickly. Unexpectedly, when he woke up the next morning, he not only felt sore all over but also dizzy. He checked his temperature, only to find that instead of coming down, it had risen to 102.9 degrees Fahrenheit 39.4 degrees Celsius. But there was no time for rest, the crew was about to head off to South City. Yu Xian was both angry and worried, so he rushed to a pharmacy to buy 2 pills of antipyretics and had Yu Qinghuan swallow them. Lu Jian saw his pale, listless appearance and was very concerned, intending to send him to the hospital as soon as they arrived in South City. But during check-in for the flight, the usually cautious Yu Qinghuan suddenly couldn't find his ID card. Yu Xian searched through his belongings and luggage thoroughly, but couldn't locate it, guessing it must have been left at the hotel. Yu Qinghuan always took excellent care of his personal belongings, so Yu Xian never interfered with them. Who knew today, while delirious with fever, he'd made such a mistake. The hotel where they stayed this time was far from the airport. Even if they immediately retrieved the ID card, they probably wouldn't make it in time for this flight. Everyone else go ahead, Qinghuan and Yu Xian should rebook their tickets. The next flight is at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and if it departs normally, it won't delay tonight's roadshow. Lu Jian furrowed his brow, thinking for a moment before coming up with a solution. I'm sorry, Director Lu, Yu Qinghuan continuously apologized, I've caused you trouble, I'll try my best to arrive early. Lu Jian was initially annoyed, but seeing that his eyes were red from the fever, his heart softened slightly. He could only say, there's nothing we can do now except retrieve your ID card first. Yu Qinghuan nodded, getting ready to return to the hotel with Yu Xian. Suddenly, Zhao Qingyuan stepped out, I'm not going, I don't feel safe leaving Qinghuan alone. Nonsense. Lu Jian scolded sharply, completely refusing. Yu Qinghuan may be popular, but he couldn't match Zhao Qingyuan in terms of status. If he were to be late or delay, the fans might complain, but it wouldn't cause a major issue. That wasn't the case with Zhao Qingyuan. Their roadshow could afford to miss anyone except him. But Zhao Qingyuan was as stubborn as a mule. No matter who tried to persuade him, he refused to leave and insisted on staying to accompany Yu Qinghuan. The weather is stable now, and the 2 o'clock flight will definitely depart on schedule, reaching South City by 5 o'clock without any delays. Zhao Qingyuan wasn't being reckless, he placed his phone in front of Lu Jian. Uncle Lu, don't worry, I won't joke about something so serious. Lu Jian could get angry with anyone, but for Zhao Qingyuan, his heart was too soft to be stern. Being badgered by Zhao Qingyuan until he had no choice, Lu Jian finally consented to let him stay behind. By the morning, Yu Qinghuan's cold had worsened considerably. He couldn't stop tearing up, and he kept sneezing endlessly. Fortunately, the ID card was indeed left at the hotel, and when they arrived, the front desk promptly returned it. With this resolved, Zhao Qingyuan and Yu Xian managed to squeeze out a bit of time to take Yu Qinghuan to the hospital for an injection. The medication Yu Qinghuan received contained a sedative, so from the moment they boarded the plane, he was sleeping. It took Yu Xian quite a bit of effort to wake him up after they landed. I told you we shouldn't have delayed, said Zhao Qingyuan as soon as they disembarked, checking the time while speaking to Yu Qinghuan and simultaneously dialing Lu Jian's number. The call was picked up after only one ring. Before Zhao Qingyuan could say anything, Lu Jian's complicated voice came through the line. Qingyuan, are you guys in South City now? We've made it, Zhao Qingyuan responded smugly. See, I told you we'd make it for the roadshow. Upon hearing this, Lu Jian sighed. You two made it, but we didn't. Stunned, Zhao Qingyuan asked, what do you mean? Our flight was just about to take off when it started leaking oil. The entire passenger load is now stranded at the airport, explained Lu Jian. I tried calling you, but my phone got crushed as we were exiting the aircraft, and I forgot your number. By the time I retrieved it, you two were already on board. Zhao Qingyuan fell silent. He hadn't expected such a dramatic turn of events in just a few hours. With another sigh, Lu Jian added, it's fortunate that you insisted on staying behind then, or today's roadshow would have been ruined. I've already informed the event organizers. Tonight, you and Qinghuan will handle it yourselves. Understood, replied Zhao Qingyuan after exchanging a few more words, hanging up the phone shortly after. Yu Qinghuan sat next to him. Given Lu Jian's loud voice, Yu Qinghuan clearly overheard their conversation. Just as he wanted to discuss the upcoming arrangements with Zhao Qingyuan suddenly scooted closer and remarked, you truly are like a living lucky fish. Yu Qinghuan remained silent. Since only they two members of the crew were present, there was not even a stylist available. Luckily, Zhao Qingyuan knew many people, and he urgently borrowed a styling team from elsewhere. Qinghuan, if you're feeling unwell, don't go on stage, advised Zhao Qingyuan, concerned, since despite having received an injection, Yu Qinghuan was still feverish. At this point, his pale complexion tugged at Zhao Qingyuan's heartstrings. I can do it myself, Uncle Lu will surely understand. Pausing briefly, he continued, besides, if we both boarded that flight, probably none of us would have made it here tonight, so you shouldn't force yourself. No problem, Yu Qinghuan replied, reaching out to summon the makeup artist and instructing them to apply a heavier layer of makeup, trying to hide the fact that he was sick. Are you stupid? Zhao Qingyuan leaned close to his ear and whispered. Even if you must go on stage, don't wear makeup. Don't worry about looking unattractive, go on as you are and let fans and media see how much you're enduring. No, Yu Qinghuan shook his head. Hua Chu has been watching our roadshow videos. I'm afraid he'll worry. Chapter 63. The roadshow is the actor's main stage, and whether the director attends or not is completely irrelevant. Since the movie has yet to premiere, those who spend money on tickets to attend the roadshow are basically the actor's fans. So this time, the Nanqing Roadshow for Life and Death on a Thin Line went pretty smoothly. Even without the female lead, everyone seemed quite pleased with the outcome. Not only did it fail to cause any dissatisfaction, but it even garnered a chorus of approval. Netizens thought that the production team had finally listened to their opinions and suspended Wang Qingqing's activities, and thus left many comments under the official Weibo account. OMG, this roadshow video can finally be watched from beginning to end without needing to skip parts, applause. It feels so much better without Wang Qingqing. When she was there, it felt like even the air was awkward. Good job, director. I'm definitely going to buy a ticket and support this film because of this. After applying makeup, Yu Qinghuan no longer looked sick, but his condition was actually very poor. He had a viral cold, running a high fever and feeling sore all over. After standing on stage for just a while, he started breaking out in cold sweat. Still, having been used to hardship since childhood, although he was physically uncomfortable, he could endure it. He didn't miss any jokes from the host and even interacted with fans for a while. Even Zhao Qingyuan, who shared the stage with him, didn't notice anything unusual. When the roadshow ended and they returned backstage, Yu Qinghuan slumped into the chair as if exhausted. Qinghuan, are you alright? You were fine just now, weren't you? Zhao Qingyuan was taken aback when he saw this, hurriedly reaching to feel his forehead. Unexpectedly, his touch revealed a startling heat. Shit, you're burning up. You need to go to the hospital immediately. Yu Qinghuan knew that if his condition worsened, it would likely delay the upcoming roadshows, so he didn't hesitate to agree, nodding weakly with a hoarse voice, I'll go. Sighing with worry, Zhao Qingyuan said, I'm really amazed by how tough you are. Being pampered by his family since childhood, Zhao Qingyuan was typically someone who wouldn't bother helping even if an oil bottle tipped over. Now, seeing how distressed Yu Qinghuan was, he anxiously wanted to help but didn't know what to do. In the end, he handed a bottle of eye drops to Yu Qinghuan, saying, use some, it'll get rid of the redness in your eyes. Out of kindness, Zhao Qingyuan offered it, and Yu Qinghuan, unable to refuse, accepted it with a wry smile, squeezing a drop into his eyes. Qinghuan. Just after wiping off the sweat from his face, Yu Xian came bustling over with a cup of warm water, his tone lively and joyful. It was clear he had encountered something good. What is it, brother? Yu Xian pulled a chair close to him and sat down excitedly, announcing, just now, Ken's Asia-Pacific regional manager contacted me. They want to invite you to endorse their new Passion Series supercar. Ken was a top-tier sports car brand. Although it didn't rank in the world's top 10, it was still the first choice for many wealthy individuals when buying cars. Ever since the Ada watch, Yu Qinghuan hadn't received any other endorsements. It wasn't because brands hadn't approached him, nor because their offers were too low, they simply weren't suitable. This endorsement from Ken was like a timely rain. If he managed to secure it, it would significantly benefit Yu Qinghwan's future commercial endorsements. Yu Xian was so excited that for a moment, he didn't even notice Yu Qinghwan's abnormal state. The Ken representative happens to be in Nanjing today, and they've told me they'd like to have a talk with you first. As soon as these words escaped his lips, Zhao Qingyuan frowned and said, no, Qinghwan still has a fever. He needs to go to the hospital first. Yu Xian paused, placing his hand on Yu Qinghwan's forehead and realizing immediately the urgency. We must head to the hospital right away. I thought you'd already gotten better. Come on, let's go. Brother, there's no rush. Yu Qinghwan held him back, saying, let me see Ken's representative first. At present, Yu Qinghwan's status wasn't enough to make Ken's representative wait, and even if he informed them beforehand that he needed to visit the hospital, the Ken side would still be dissatisfied. They wouldn't think he was genuinely ill but rather assume he was being capricious. If that happened, this endorsement would probably fall through. But how will your body hold up? Yu Xian asked worriedly. Zhao Qingyuan also added, Qinghwan, don't ruin your health for work, it's not worth it, and you're not particularly short of money. I understand. Yu Qinghwan drank a full glass of water in one go and stood up from the chair. But I still need to try my best for anything worth striving for. Meeting won't take long, right? And I took fever-reducing medicine before the roadshow. I think I can hold out for a while longer. I'm not going to play around with my own health. Seeing that he had made up his mind, Yu Xian and Zhao Qingyuan could do nothing but follow his plan. However, during their way to the meeting, Yu Xian was still uneasy and therefore stopped halfway to buy a cooling patch, which he placed on Yu Qinghwan's forehead. Ken's Asia-Pacific regional manager was named Lu Feng, who was around 40 years old. Though he had an ordinary appearance, his presence was extremely strong. If you lacked confidence, it would be easy to be completely overwhelmed by him. Yu Qinghwan, in his previous life, had experienced countless scenes and had already built up a very strong mental fortitude. Besides Hua Chu, no one could make his heart waver. Therefore, while conversing with Lu Feng, his expression remained calm, courteous yet relaxed. This left Lu Feng secretly nodding in approval. What was initially only a 60% willingness to choose Yu Qinghwan increased to around 80 to 90%. Ken always paid great attention to brand image maintenance, so they were extremely cautious when selecting endorsers. They rejected those whose appearances weren't suitable, those with bad rumors surrounding them, and even scrutinized an actor's educational background and origin strictly. Although Yu Qinghwan had just gained fame, he possessed quite a few advantages. Graduated from Hua University, having extraordinary luck, bursting onto the scene with his first movie, then participating in films directed by renowned directors and scripted by well-known screenwriters. Each of these conditions wasn't simple on its own, let alone combined together. Lu Feng was originally just satisfied with these conditions, but upon meeting Yu Qinghwan in person, he realized that there was more to Yu Qinghwan than just these cold facts. This young man did not possess the same impulsiveness and immaturity as his peers, instead, he carried an intriguing charm. Not only would he not lose value because of his young age, but he actually aligned perfectly with the Passion series' desired vibe. This made Lu Feng quite pleased, and he had almost decided to push this endorsement decision internally after returning. However, Yu Qinghwan suddenly said, Mr. Lu, I know Ken values their endorsers a lot, so there is something I must mention up front. Go ahead. After taking a sip of tea to moisten his throat, Yu Qinghwan continued, I'm gay, and I will eventually come out. Lu Feng fell silent. If everything beforehand convinced him to select Yu Qinghwan as the endorser, then this point was enough to overturn all his decisions. Though personally he didn't have any issues with homosexuality, coming out was a significant blow, whether for the artist or the brands they endorsed. Despite being pleased with Yu Qinghwan, this pleasure wasn't enough to justify risking Ken's brand image by associating with someone coming out. I see, Lu Feng appreciated his honesty, I will carefully consider it. After the meeting ended, Yu Xian immediately took Yu Qinghwan straight to the hospital. Along the way, he couldn't suppress his question and finally asked during a red light, turning around, Qinghwan, aren't you a little too honest? Something like this didn't need to be brought up ahead of time, right? The moment Yu Qinghwan revealed his sexual orientation, Yu Xian knew that this endorsement was definitely off the table. He truly couldn't understand why Yu Qinghwan had done such a thing. There were plenty of artists who passively came out, but none actively confessed their orientation to brands except this foolish kid. If it were him, he would have accepted the endorsement first, and as for the future, that could be handled in the future. Brother, Yu Qinghwan coughed once, waiting for the itch in his throat to disappear, then said, I must be responsible for my endorsements. I can conceal once, but I can't do it twice. If this comes out and Ken suffers consequences because of me, then how can other brands dare to seek me for endorsements in the future? That's true, but... Brother, don't worry, I'm not stupid either. Rarely showing a mischievous side, Yu Qinghwan blinked at him, did you know Ken's CEO is gay? He not only participated in gay pride marches, but he also often urges homosexuals online to courageously reveal their sexual orientations. Yu Xian hesitated, really didn't know that. Yu Qinghuan sighed inwardly. His brother was good everywhere, attentive, fully devoted to considering the interests of his clients, but the resources at his disposal and the information he had access to were really far too limited. I have my own considerations. As for whether it will work or not, it depends on fate. After hearing this, Yu Xian smiled, pressing the gas pedal while saying, if it truly depends on luck, then this endorsement is certainly yours. Yu Qinghuan couldn't help but laugh along. Soon, the two arrived at the hospital. Afraid of being recognized, Yu Qinghuan covered his face tightly with a mask. It looked strange outside but was pretty common inside the hospital, so not many people paid him much attention. The doctor took his temperature, tested his blood, and eventually determined it was a viral cold. I'll prescribe you 2 boxes of oseltamivir, the doctor typed on the keyboard without looking up and said, take the medicine according to the instructions. Don't forget, you must get plenty of rest and avoid staying up late. Shouldn't we do an intravenous drip? His condition is already quite serious, Yu Xian worriedly interjected. No need, the doctor waved his hand, handing over the printed slip, don't think an 4 drip is always good, if the disease can be cured by medicine, then use the medicine. Now go pay the bill. After the doctor said that, Yu Xian could hardly insist any further, so he took the medicine and carefully escorted Yu Qinghuan back to the hotel. Brother, I'm fine. After taking the medicine, Yu Qinghuan noticed Yu Xian still worrying around him and consoled him, it's just a cold. He hadn't finished this sentence when his phone suddenly rang. He looked down, it was Hu Chu. Afraid that Hu Chu might notice something wrong about his voice, Yu Qinghuan hesitated for a while before answering the call. It was Yu Xian who handed the phone over to him, and only after some hesitation did he press the answer button. He tried to control his voice as he called out, Hu Chu. To his surprise, Hu Chu's first sentence was, Qinghuan, you're sick. The media didn't realize it, neither did the fans, even Yu Xian had been deceived by his performance. Yet Hu Chu, despite the great distance, immediately saw through his pretense. Yu Qinghuan felt a warm sensation in his chest but still lied, no, don't say nonsense, I'm fine. I can tell, Hu Chu insisted, you're different from usual. You're sick. He paused, asking anxiously, Qinghuan, where does it hurt? Continuing to deny would only make Hu Chu more concerned, so Yu Qinghuan helplessly admitted, just a cold, with a slight fever. I've already been to the hospital, so don't worry. After speaking, he waited nervously for Hu Chu's reaction, thinking at the same time about what to say to comfort him. In the past, hearing about his illness, Hu Chu would have undoubtedly become extremely anxious, perhaps even throwing a tantrum and insisting on coming to see him. But this time, Hu Chu did nothing of the sort. Despite the detectable worry, he remained calm. After detailing Yu Qinghuan's condition, he advised him to recover well and hung up the phone, leaving Yu Qinghuan somewhat disoriented. He didn't know that, as soon as Hu Chu put down the phone, he anxiously dialed the driver, please take me to the hospital. The driver was startled, thinking Hu Chu himself was ill, but after learning the details, he couldn't help but smile wryly. What use would it be for Master Hu to visit the hospital when it was Yu Qinghuan who was sick? However, anything Hu Chu insisted on doing, nobody dared to argue against. In the end, the driver not only took him to the hospital but even helped him register for a consultation. Inside the consultation room, the elderly doctor adjusted his reading glasses on the bridge of his nose, glanced at Hu Chu sitting opposite him, took out a small flashlight, and said, do you have a cold? Open your mouth and let me check if your throat is inflamed. Hu Chu shook his head. Not me, he paused, bashfully yet worriedly saying, my boyfriend is sick. The doctor. Hold on. Boyfriend? Wasn't that too much information? That's incorrect. He shouldn't have been distracted like this. If his boyfriend was sick, why wasn't the boyfriend here personally instead of sending him? These young people these days, what were they up to? The doctor coughed, trying his best to remain professional and rational. Where is he? He's in another city and can't come. Hu Chu frowned anxiously, earnestly looking at the doctor and adding, but I know all his symptoms. You can ask me. I came here to seek treatment for him. The doctor. Having worked in the hospital for years, this was the first time he'd seen such a strange way of seeing a doctor. Was this young man just trying to cause trouble? Furrowing his brows, the doctor originally intended to scold Hu Chu, but upon meeting those earnest eyes, inexplicably, he found himself unable to be harsh. All right then, given how rampant flu has been recently, and since this stubborn boy managed to get an appointment, he should give him more detailed advice. Let him drink more hot water, eat light food, and stay away from chili peppers. Seeing Hu Chu listening intently, the doctor continued, if it is indeed the recent flu that's going around, then don't delay. Have him seek medical treatment at a local hospital as soon as possible. The doctor went on to list a series of instructions, but Hu Chu still wasn't satisfied and asked again, then what medicine should he take? Since the person isn't even here, what medicine do you want me to prescribe? The doctor glared at him, his patience finally running out, all right, go home quickly, I've got a lot of patients waiting behind you. Hu Chu was somewhat dejectedly escorted out of the examination room. Just as the driver was about to drive him home, Hu Chu had already taken out his phone and called Yu Qinghuan. Repeating word for word everything the doctor had said earlier, Hu Chu added at the end, Qinghuan, you have to follow all these instructions carefully. Yu Qinghuan hadn't expected Hua Chu to take such extreme measures for him, his heart was nearly melting with emotion. Swallowing hard against the lump in his throat, he replied hoarsely, "All right, I'll do as you say." A person tends to be fragile when they're sick, let alone having someone worry so attentively about them. Yu Qinghuan instinctively rubbed his face against the blanket, almost like he was whining, softly muttering a line, "You always end up doing foolish things." Hua Chu hesitated for a moment, not fully grasping his meaning. In his mind, seeking medical attention when sick was only reasonable and logical, how could this be considered a foolish act? However, ever since the day he met Yu Qinghuan, Hua Chu's sense of values had transformed into one simple creed: whatever Qinghuan says, goes. He didn't contradict him but instead held on to the receiver and earnestly declared, "For you, I would do anything." Chapter 64. Yu Qinghuan's bad cold had hit hard and lingered on. It wasn't until more than a week later that she finally got almost better. However, she would still occasionally cough a couple of times, which made Yu Xintime constantly keep her luo hangua, a type of fruit, with him and feed her some every now and then. The promotional tour for Life or Death had been ongoing for half a month. Today's stop was the last city they were visiting, after which they could each return home after this meal. Thinking about no longer having to wake up early and go to bed late, traveling exhaustively, everyone from the crew showed expressions of relief. Even Lu Jian, known for his tough approach, rubbed his shiny bald head and unprecedentedly smiled, saying, "Everyone has worked hard. I'll send out red envelopes in the group chat later." He paused for a moment, deliberately emphasizing, big red envelopes. In fact, this was also for good luck. Tomorrow was the premiere day for Life or Death, and Lu Jian wanted an auspicious start. Once they heard about the red envelopes, everyone immediately became enthusiastic. The previously quiet WeChat group quickly filled up with various hand-rubbing emojis waiting for the red envelopes. There were even bold jokes directed at Director Lu. "Don't wait, Lu Director, send them now. We don't mind it being too early." "Yes. Send it now. Now. Can't wait. Please send now." Not knowing whether it was because all efforts for the new movie were complete and he finally relaxed, or if he was moved by such an atmosphere, Lu Jian actually took out his phone. "All right. Let's send them now." The private room immediately erupted in thunderous cheers. Everyone lit up their phone screens, holding their breath, as they waited for Lu Jian's red envelopes. Lu Jian didn't make any big deal about it, deftly moving his fingers over the phone screen and sending out a string of over 10 red envelopes consecutively. The members of the crew nearly went cross-eyed trying to grab them. "What are you spacing out for?" Zhao Qingyuan managed to snatch red envelopes while still paying attention to Yu Qinghuan. Seeing that she wasn't moving, he nudged her with his elbow, "Hurry up. Otherwise, there won't be any large ones left." "I know." Reluctantly, Yu Qinghuan put down the durian puff she had been enjoying, slowly beginning to claim red envelopes starting from the first one. Lu Jian had set the number of red envelopes equal to the exact number of people in the group, so everyone was guaranteed to get one. As Yu Qinghuan's finger tapped, the amounts of the red envelopes appeared one by one. 199, 190, 195. The smallest amount was not less than 190. Yu Qinghuan struggled to swallow, feeling like fate was playing another joke on her. Although she had intentionally waited to grab the envelopes last, how could she still end up with so much? Was it due to her excellent luck, or the poor fortune of everyone else in the same production team? Just as she thought this, she suddenly felt a chill down her back. She looked up to see that everyone in the whole team was glaring at her angrily. Being stared at by dozens of unfriendly eyes created immense pressure. Yu Qinghuan let out a dry laugh and was just about to say something when Zhao Qingyuan patted her shoulder with a troubled expression. "Qinghuan, bro needs to have a word with you. Can you stop grabbing the next red envelopes and leave us some space to survive?" After working hard for hours and seizing over 10 red envelopes, only to find out that the total amount received wasn't even enough for 5 yuan, what a terrible feeling that was. Though Zhao Qingyuan appreciated Yu Qinghuan as a close friend, at this moment, he admitted he had a murderous impulse too. Driven by sheer resentment toward Yu Qinghuan, several staff members from the production team forgot who Zhao Qingyuan was and broke down, shouting, "Teacher Zhao, quit your worries already. At least you got a few yuan." Several of us added together barely even reached a few jiao. Zhao Qingyuan. So, he was still considered lucky. Thus, under strong protests from the rest of the team, Yu Qinghuan was unceremoniously removed from the red envelope grabbing lineup. Come to think of it, none of the subsequent red envelopes ever exhibited such an uneven distribution again, leaving Lu Jian marveling at the strange phenomenon. In the end, without shame, he even exercised his directorial privilege, swapping seats with the person sitting next to Yu Qinghuan, claiming it was for good vibes as the movie was about to release soon. "Qinghuan, look at me." Right as Yu Qinghuan was caught between laughing and crying, Zhao Qingyuan suddenly called her name. In the moment she turned her head, he snapped a picture of her. While happily editing it, he said, "I'm going to post this to Weibo along with a koi fish emoji, wishing Life or Death a successful premiere." Typing at lightning speed, Yu Qinghuan didn't have time to stop him before the Weibo post went live. Zhao Qingyuan v, look below at this monster. Over 20 of us were grabbing these red envelopes, we snatched over 10. But each time, he grabbed around 190 plus yuan. Farewell, I'm exposing him. And will piggyback off his luck. Picture. Zhao Qingyuan had only meant to joke around with Yu Qinghuan, but unexpectedly, after he posted his Weibo, Lu Jian immediately reposted it. Soon afterward, everyone who was present also forwarded it. The onlookers on the internet were astonished. How good could Yu Qinghuan's luck possibly be? Not only had she angered everyone, but she had also been mercilessly taken advantage of. The casual observers remarked that for such an entertaining event, they wanted a piece too. Repost this. Grab some good vibes. Ha ha ha, our little lucky fish is truly heaven's favorite child, reposting for his luck. To be honest, if you hadn't reminded me, I'd have forgotten her real name. To me, she has only one title, Lucky Fish. After this incident, much of the sadness about the crew parting ways dissipated. Even though Life or Death would be in theaters soon with half a month of promotion, this campaign would mainly involve Zhao Qingyuan and Wang Qingqing, not requiring others' participation. Lu Jian, a former soldier, had a tough but upright personality. He managed the crew strictly on a day-to-day basis, so there weren't many random happenings under his direction. Having lived together through shared meals and accommodations for such a long period, the staff and the crew had all formed pretty solid relationships. Thinking about how difficult it would be to see each other again in the future caused more than a few eyes to tear up. Though the dinner party was originally scheduled to end at 9 in the evening, everyone subconsciously wanted to delay their time of separation, delay it even further, until the group ended up lingering till early morning before finally returning to the hotel. Yu Qinghuan had already told Hua Chu the date and flight information for when she'd return home, giving him an approximate arrival time. At the mere thought of meeting Hua Chu again soon, her heart couldn't help but start racing excitedly. It had been half a month since Yu Qinghuan last saw Hua Chu, and due to the rushed promotional tours, she had only been able to maintain contact through sporadic messages and limited phone calls. But this simply wasn't enough for people deeply immersed in the fervor of new romance. Ah, his Hua Chu. How she wished to just instantly see him. Yu Qinghuan tossed and turned countless times in bed hugging her blanket, feeling like every minute and second ahead was unbearable torture. Tossing and turning the entire night, she ultimately failed to fall asleep. On the way to the airport the next morning, she yawned repeatedly, making Yu Xin suspect she might catch a cold again. Frightened, he pulled out a cotton jacket from his bag, insisting she put it on. They were taking an early morning flight, which would allow them to land in the afternoon. After boarding the plane, Yu Qinghuan sent Hua Chu a message first, then powered off her phone. Hua Chu, who had been staring at his phone eagerly waiting, became elated as soon as he saw her message. He carefully reread Yu Qinghuan's words over and over, treating them like treasures. Suddenly, he jumped to his feet and ran towards Hua Rong's room. "Second brother, can you take me to the airport shortly?" "Oh ho ho, you're so eager to meet her," Hua Rong teased him, gazing at the deep dimples on his younger brother's face, and couldn't help but ruffle his hair. "What are you going to bring to pick up Yu Qinghuan?" Hua Chu looked at him, puzzled by what he meant. His younger brother being a bit slow on the uptake, Hua Rong decided to guide him slowly. Generally, when picking someone up, we often bring something for the person. Like food or flowers, for example. Hua Chu tried hard to process what he said, unconsciously rubbing his hand against his pocket. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He got it. He would bring Qinghuan silver ear snow pear soup. That was something an old doctor at the outpatient clinic had recommended during the last hospital visit, claiming it could relieve coughs. Not only had he passed the advice along to Yu Qinghuan, but he'd also jotted it down in his small notebook, planning to go through it a few times with her once she returned. How had he not realized he could prepare it beforehand and bring it along for Qinghuan? Hua Chu smacked his temple regretfully, and in the shockingly astonished gaze of Hua Rong, suddenly dashed down the stairs like a whirlwind, barging into the kitchen like a little bull. Mrs. Hua was discussing the lunch menu with the chef when he startled them, prompting her to quickly intercept him and ask anxiously, "Third son, why are you here?" Seeing the panicked look on her youngest son's face, she suddenly felt a bad premonition arise in her heart. Her third son probably wasn't going to do something strange again, was he? Remembering how last time Hua Chu had experimented at home and nearly blown up her living room, Mrs. Hua shuddered involuntarily. "I want to cook silver ear snow pear soup for Qinghuan," Hua Chu said without turning around, staring sharply at the pots and pans on the cooking counter. "Oh, thank goodness, thank goodness. It was just soup cooking." Mrs. Hua let out a long sigh in relief, feeling much more reassured. She ignored the purpose of Hua Chu's cooking altogether. However, there was one important thing to confirm with the youngest son. Mrs. Hua coughed lightly and tentatively asked him, "Will you cook it yourself?" A person who didn't even know how to use a kettle suddenly said he wanted to cook soup. Wasn't that too big a jump in skill level? Hua Chu shook his head, somewhat disheartened, saying, "I can't," hesitated for a moment, then turned to the chef, "Aunt Wang, could you help me cook it?" This was the first time Mrs. Hua had ever seen Hua Chu seek help from someone. She was so shocked that her eyes widened, almost thinking this was all her illusion. It turned out her youngest son had progressed to this point. When Hua Chu was little, she had taken him all over the world to every top hospital. But none of those hospitals dared define his condition, like autism, yet resembling savant syndrome, but never quite fitting completely. In the end, they vaguely concluded, it was a new branch derived from the combination of autism and savant syndrome. No matter whether it was the hospital or their family, they tried every possible method to get Hua Chu to communicate normally with others, but they ultimately failed. Mrs. Hua had never thought that Hua Chu's situation would progress to this stage someday. Even if she was unwilling, she still had to admit, all these changes were because of you Qinghwan. I'll cook it. Mrs. Hua rolled up her sleeves and said to Hua Chu, Mom will cook it for you. She cooked it willingly and without complaint. Yet she hadn't expected that Hua Chu did not simply nod and leave everything to her as she'd anticipated. Instead, he looked at her hesitantly and then glanced at the chef. Can you cook it well? He wanted to bring something good on his first time taking a present to Qinghwan. Mrs. Hua. She took a deep breath, reminding herself not to quarrel with this brat. After emphasizing countless times to Hua Chu about her cooking skills, she finally managed to get Hua Chu to nod, thus securing the responsibility of making the soup for Yu Qinghwan. Mrs. Hua snorted, rolled up her sleeves, and decided she would definitely show off her skills today to let Hua Chu, who knew no better, experience her culinary art. However, soon enough, Mrs. Hua regretted her decision thoroughly. Because, what Hua Chu meant by letting her cook wasn't actually letting her cook freely, it was to cook according to his specific method. He found a detailed recipe on Weibo, insisting she follow it strictly, down to the ingredients which couldn't be off by even 0.1 grams. Hua Chu studied experimental physics, so naturally, there were many small tools in the house for measuring weight. Mrs. Hua had never imagined that one day these tools would be used in her kitchen. Being a hot-tempered person, looking at Hua Chu nitpicking while weighing the ingredients, she literally wanted to throw the pot at him and shout, I quit. Cooking this soup made Mrs. Hua feel harder than when she gave birth to her children. After all the ingredients were finally in the pot, she finally sighed in relief and secretly vowed that next time, no matter what, even if she pushed Hua Rong into the kitchen, she wouldn't step forward. Hours later, Hua Chu held a bucket of sweet silver ear snow pear soup and was driven to the airport by Hua Rong. The airport was bustling, and parking spaces were incredibly hard to find. Since Hua Chu had improved a lot during this period, Hua Rong confidently left him at the entrance of gate number 4, telling him not to move and wait for him there while he went to park and would return shortly. Seeing Hua Chu nod in agreement, knowing his younger brother's personality, Hua Rong drove away with peace of mind. However, he didn't anticipate that unexpected things happened every moment. As soon as he left, a young man with a slick look bumped into Hua Chu. Hua Chu didn't understand any of the social tricks, so he watched dumbfounded as the young man walked away. It wasn't until he wanted to take out his phone to call Hua Rong and ask how much longer it would take for him to come back that he realized his phone was gone. Hua Chu had no knowledge of the word, steal phone. He just thought he must have dropped his phone accidentally. So he opened his eyes wide and looked around for a while, but instead of finding the phone, he lost himself in confusion. Without a phone, unable to contact anyone, Hua Chu pressed his lips together, casting a glance at the strangers around him before quickly withdrawing his gaze. Although he had improved a lot compared to before and was able to start conversations actively now, people like drivers and chefs were all familiar faces to him. Asking for help from a stranger was an experience he had never had. Hua Chu nervously pressed his lips, his tightly clenched palms full of sweat. What to do? What to do? Maybe he could just wait for his second brother. His second brother would surely find him. But this thought was immediately discarded. He looked down at the watch on his wrist. Qinghwan would be back soon, and he wanted to see her as soon as possible. Qinghwan, he couldn't wait to see her. Finally, Hua Chu took a deep breath and turned to the person next to him, somewhat stiffly asking, Excuse me, can I use your phone? However, upon hearing this, the person cast him an alert glance, hurriedly said, My phone is out of power, and left immediately. After the first failure, Hua Chu carefully analyzed his mistakes and quickly stopped another person. Sorry, can you lend me your phone? He hesitated for a moment, glancing unwillingly at the thermal container in his hand. I can exchange it for some silver ear snow pear soup. It must have been because he didn't offer anything, which is why the others were reluctant to lend him their phones. If he traded something with them, they should agree to lend it, right? To his disappointment, the second person not only refused but also directly called him a dead fraud. The same thing happened with the third, fourth, fifth, each time ending the same way. Hua Chu dejectedly leaned against the wall behind him, his head drooping lifelessly. He didn't understand what was going on. He had clearly tried his best to communicate with them, yet he still didn't get the results he wanted. He really was useless. The soup he brought wasn't liked by anyone. When Hua Rong returned and didn't see Hua Chu at the entrance, his world went dark for a moment as he quickly pulled out his phone and called, only to find that Hua Chu's phone was off. Could something have gone wrong? Scared and drenched in cold sweat, Hua Rong immediately started searching for Hua Chu all over the airport, even using the airport broadcast system. Thus, when Yu Qinghwan stepped off the plane, she was startled by the airport-wide announcement looking for Hua Chu. She immediately called Hua Rong, and upon learning the situation, completely disregarded everything else. She handed her luggage to Yu Xin, asking him to take it back, and began urgently searching herself. For 2 whole hours, the group searched around the entire airport. Just as Hua Rong was about to alert their father, Yu Qinghwan spotted Hua Chu. He was standing beside a round revolving pillar in the airport lobby, hidden from view by the structure so they hadn't noticed him before. Hua Chu. She let out a huge sigh of relief and ran toward him quickly. Qinghwan. Upon seeing her, Hua Chu's eyes lit up, but very soon, the light dimmed, and he even shyly hid the thermal container behind him. What's wrong? Hua Chu, Qinghwan ignored his panicked resistance and forcefully pulled the thermal container to the front. Is this for me? Hua Chu shook his head then nodded, hesitating for a moment before softly saying, Silver Ear Snow Pear Soup, you've been coughing. Pausing for a moment, he added, it doesn't taste good. After uttering these words, he instantly gave up and rested his forehead on Qinghwan's shoulder, expressing his heartache. I'm sorry, I'm always useless, always getting lost. Pressing his lips together, Qinghwan, are you mad at me? I keep causing trouble for you. What's there to be mad about? Yu Qinghwan sighed, gently holding the hand he tried to hide. Seeing you safe makes me happy enough. Chapter 65. After simply understanding the gist of what had happened, Yu Qinghwan first called Hua Rong and told him that Hua Chu had been found, so he could rest assured. Only then did she lead Hua Chu to sit down on a corner bench. During this process, Hua Chu kept his head lowered the whole time, his lips tightly pursed, resembling an injured fawn that had again become resistant to the outside world. Yu Qinghwan didn't rush to comfort him. Instead, she opened the thermal bucket, took out 2 spoons from its compartment, handed one to Hua Chu, and said, Here, have a sip of soup. The quality of the thermal bucket was excellent. Despite all the time that had passed, the soup inside was still emitting warm steam and smelled sweet and inviting. Recalling how Hua Chu managed to lose himself but had clutched onto this thermal bucket tightly, Yu Qinghwan felt warmth in her chest. She dipped a spoonful into her mouth, feeling comfortable from head to toe. Try it, it really is good. Seeing that Hua Chu wasn't moving with the spoon in his hand, Yu Qinghwan moved closer to him, scooped up half a spoonful of soup and brought it to his lips. Open your mouth. Hua Chu's senses finally returned at the mention of good tasting, hesitatingly opening his mouth to sip the soup off the spoon. How about that? Didn't I tell you? Yu Qinghwan smiled at him. Did your second brother buy this for you? Hua Chu shook his head. No, my mom made it. Yu Qinghwan felt as if her heart skipped a beat and almost dropped the spoon. It was actually prepared by Mrs. Hua herself. Involuntarily, she swallowed hard and wanted to ask Hua Chu what he had said to his mother, but when her gaze fell upon his slightly dim face, all the random thoughts in her mind disappeared. The most important thing now was to rebuild Hua Chu's confidence in communicating with strangers. He had taken the initiative to take the first step, and under no circumstances could he be allowed to retreat again. With that in mind, Yu Qinghwan carefully considered her words and cautiously explained, Hua Chu, the reason why borrowing the phone failed earlier was partly due to your own reasons. She hadn't finished one sentence when she saw Hua Chu immediately displaying an expression of, just as expected, so she quickly continued, however, the bigger part was others' reasons. Hua Chu looked at her in confusion. Others' reasons? Yu Qinghwan nodded. They refused you likely because they were rushing to board their flight and feared running out of time. It's also possible that their phones were genuinely dead. Seeming convinced by her argument, Hua Chu clenched his fingers after a moment of pause and asked in a low voice, then, what were my reasons? As for you, Yu Qinghwan replied with a smile, your reason is that you didn't explain clearly to them why you needed the phone. A flicker crossed Hua Chu's eyes. He indeed seemed to realize that he hadn't. Yu Qinghwan further explained, if you don't explain yourself, others wouldn't know why you need the phone, thus assuming you're a scammer. She patiently explained, especially in places like airports where there are many people. Think about it, didn't someone steal your phone here too? So, naturally, others' vigilance increases just a bit more. Is that really the case? It's not because I'm useless. Hua Chu glanced quickly at Yu Qinghwan, quietly holding her hand as though drawing strength from her. Qinghwan, is what you're saying true? Of course. Yu Qinghwan tightened her grip on his hand and gently said, if you don't believe me, let's find another person and try, okay? Thinking back to the discomfort of talking to a stranger before, Hua Chu instinctively shook his head no. But remembering this was a request made by Qinghwan, he gritted his teeth and suppressed the desire to avoid the task, finally nodding stiffly. Go to that guy. Yu Qinghwan pointed at a young man coming up the escalator. Ask him. Hua Chu's eyelashes quivered. Still hesitant, he stood up slowly, took a few slow steps forward, and stopped to look back at Yu Qinghwan. Yu Qinghwan smiled and formed the shape, go ahead, with her mouth. Hua Chu gripped his fists tightly, walking to the young man with the stiffness of going into battle. Qinghwan was watching him right behind him. He couldn't disappoint Qinghwan. It was just asking a stranger to borrow a phone, something he certainly could accomplish. Even if he got rejected again, it didn't matter. Qinghwan said it wasn't all his fault. Nervously, Hua Chu swallowed deeply, gathered courage amidst the surprised glance from the man, and stated firmly, excuse me, I lost my phone, can I use yours to make a call? The man eyed him up and down several times, making no move. As expected, it wouldn't work. Hua Chu's head slowly bowed, realizing once again that he still couldn't do it. He sniffed and was about to walk away when a cheerful male voice suddenly rang in his ears, sure. Then, a black phone was handed right to him. Huh? Hua Chu abruptly looked up, unable to believe what he saw. The man smiled and said, my phone has been stolen too, so I know how terrible it feels. It's okay, go ahead and use it, just making a call costs only 10 or 20 cents. Hua Chu almost trembled as he received the offered phone. His mind was buzzing, as if dazzling fireworks were bursting inside, brilliant and resplendent. He had made it. He really borrowed the phone. Though slightly out of breath from excitement, his face beamed with joy that he couldn't suppress. Without hesitation, he pressed down on Yu Qinghuan's number and dialed. In Ho Chu's mind, after asking for the phone, one must use it for its intended purpose. Even if Yu Qinghuan was standing so close to him, he still had to make the call. I see. Yu Qinghuan walked over while holding her phone and praised him with a smile. You did an amazing job. Ho Chu's heart soared at once. Thank you, he sincerely thanked the man after hanging up the phone. Oh, no problem. The man stood beside Ho Chu, having clearly seen the interaction between him and Yu Qinghuan. Though unsure of their exact relationship or plan, he nodded in confusion and took back his phone. His phone is truly lost. Yu Qinghuan stopped in front of the man, smiling. I just found him. Earlier he tried borrowing a few people's phones but failed, which made him feel a bit discouraged. So I let him try again. Today we owe everything to you. That man felt Yu Qinghuan looked somewhat familiar, but couldn't figure out where he'd seen her before. Upon hearing this, he scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, saying, you don't need to be so polite. When we're outside, anyone can hit a rough patch. If I can lend a hand, I'll help out. Yu Qinghuan nodded, pulled out a delicate small wooden carving from her pocket, and placed it in the man's hand. This is a souvenir I brought back from elsewhere, take it for fun. The man refused. No, there's no need for that, it was just a call. It's fine, it's not expensive anyway. Just keep it as a keepsake. Yu Qinghuan smiled at him and thanked him again before leaving with Ho Chu. When she first saw Ho Chu's state, she was extremely worried, yet dared not show it on her face. She had observed the passing travelers secretly for quite some time. It was only after seeing this man helping an elderly person carry luggage on the escalator that she dared to let Ho Chu approach him. Fortunately, facts proved that her choice had been correct. As the man watched Yu Qinghuan lead Ho Chu further away, he glanced at the carp-shaped wooden carving in his hand and experienced an epiphany. Holy cow! Now he realized why she looked so familiar. That person was Yu Qinghuan. Ah! And every day he forwarded photos of her online hoping to absorb good energy. How could he not have recognized her just now? The man angrily thumped his temples, feeling like slapping himself. However, when his eyes fell upon the wooden carving in his hand, he suddenly cheered up. This was a wood carving given by Xiao Jinli. Surely it carried good luck. Being kind-hearted definitely paid off. After taking Ho Chu home, Yu Qinghuan simply prepared a quick dinner for him, washed hastily, and climbed into bed. She had been traveling across the country non-stop recently, suffered insomnia all last night, and had also been frightened by Ho Chu today. Now, she was utterly exhausted. She turned off the bedside lamp, mumbled a drowsy good night to Ho Chu, and practically fell asleep the moment her head touched the pillow. And that sleep lasted until noon the next day. Life on the Edge had already been released in cinemas, while Tangerine Yellow coincidentally went off screens. These two movies of Yu Qinghuan's had perfectly avoided clashing schedules. While Yu Qinghuan was asleep, these two films had dominated virtually all the headlines of both print media and online media. Tangerine Yellow ended successfully with 680 million yuan box office takings, and its reputation consistently far surpassed other similar movies. The press exaggeratedly referred to Tangerine Yellow as one of the brightest lights of cinema in recent years. As for Life on the Edge, despite being shown only half a day, thanks to powerful promotions, it showed impressive momentum. By noon at 12 o'clock, the movie had reached a box office of 25 million yuan. Not only that, netizens' evaluations of Life on the Edge were highly favorable as well. Initially, netizens thought Life on the Edge would be the final desperate work of a declining director, entering the theater with mocking attitudes. However, they were immediately deeply attracted. Many netizens expressed that even after watching it once, they still wanted more, needing multiple trips to the cinema to enjoy the film. The performances of several actors were praised, especially the scene where Yixing dies, which was repeatedly mentioned by netizens. It was originally thought that Tangerine Yellow represented the peak of Yu Qinghuan's acting, but unexpectedly, his portrayal in Life on the Edge was no less impressive. To be able to play a male supporting character with so little screen time to such a memorable degree truly commanded respect. Yu Qinghuan had no idea that so much had happened while he was asleep. He could have slept a little longer, but the dryness in his throat woke him up. He got up from bed and poured himself a glass of water. As he drank, he picked up his phone, which was full of missed calls and messages from Zhao Qingyuan. Zhao Qingyuan, did you see how our movie performed? Amazing. Ha ha ha, I'm thrilled. Zhao Qingyuan, man, why aren't you picking up my calls? Still sleeping. Zhao Qingyuan, haven't woken up yet. Zhao Qingyuan, it's this late already. You're still sleeping. Seriously, I can't believe you. Just back from the south, Yu Qinghuan wasn't used to the dry climate in the north. He wanted to return Zhao Qingyuan's call but felt uncomfortable in his throat, so he simply texted back. Yu Qinghuan, I just woke up. Almost instantly, Zhao Qingyuan replied, pig. The sound of the phone didn't wake you up. Finally had a full night's sleep and woke up naturally. Still groggy from just waking up, Yu Qinghuan thought nothing of it and truthfully replied to Zhao Qingyuan. Yu Qinghuan, no, woken up because of being dry. When Zhao Qingyuan saw the message, his hand shook, and he accidentally threw his phone away in shock. Holy cow! What did Qinghuan just say? Woke up because of being dried? How suggestive is that? Do gays really live like this every day, experiencing such bliss? Unbelievable. Ho Chu appears so abstinent, but turns out to be secretly sensual enough to actually do that to Qinghuan. Real man. Hardcore guy. In that moment, the image of Ho Chu in Zhao Qingyuan's mind suddenly became overwhelmingly grand. Chapter 66. Due to the constant positive reviews online, as soon as 12 o'clock noon passed, the box office of Life and Death was like on drugs, starting to grow crazily. Between 8 and 9 o'clock in the evening, there even appeared the peak value of that day, with a growth of 120 million yuan within an hour. By the time the box office statistics for the first day came out, everyone was stunned. With only 14% screening volume, the opening day box office of Life and Death reached a staggering 60 million yuan. Previously, although Lu Jianan had been actively liaising with the cinema lines, due to his 7-year hiatus and choosing a cold topic after returning, the cinema lines were not optimistic about Life and Death. Even though Lu Jianan's previously accumulated network of connections still existed, in the face of interests, they had to step aside. In this situation, achieving such results for Life and Death was extremely difficult. The media went berserk. The netizens also went berserk. In recent years, domestic films have continuously been predicted to decline. Many film review websites' evaluations on domestic films often boil down to poorly shot, scattered plotlines, and not knowing what story the director is trying to tell. Although Tangerine Yellow had good word of mouth before, it didn't enjoy high national awareness due to the theme limitations. The appearance of Life and Death was like a hurricane. Instantly, it stirred up huge waves nationwide and sparked heated discussions. Cinema line operators were the best at adjusting to the wind, increasing the screening percentage of Life and Death to 40% on the second day. Such a large-scale adjustment had never been seen before. But even so, the newly released tickets were completely sold out. On most ticketing apps, all movie tickets would be gone basically right after 11 o'clock in the morning. Life and Death had truly set the world on fire. Whether in office buildings, neighborhoods, buses, or subways, one could hear people discussing this movie. It was said that many even went to the cinema to watch it 4 or 5 times. The unintended effect of viewers recommending the film like free publicists was something the production crew could never have imagined. On the second day of its release, the cumulative box office of Life and Death reached 300 million yuan, on the third day, 520 million, and on the fourth day, 830 million. And it showed no sign of slowing down, continuing to grow explosively. Thus, Lu Jianan had finally managed to make a beautiful comeback, vividly demonstrating what it meant when one says, "Today you ignore me, tomorrow I become too lofty for you." A movie popular to this extent caused both director, main cast, and supporting actors' popularity to soar accordingly. Yu Qinghuan's Weibo followers surged by 2 million overnight because his last scene was so heart-wrenching. #Yisheng's death even became a trending topic. Previously, Yu Qinghuan's fanbase consisted mainly of female fans, but Life and Death brought him a large number of male fans. A brash rich second generation who ends up sacrificing himself to save others, this fiery contrast left an even deeper impression. Having debuted just over half a year, Yu Qinghuan had already gained significant popularity with merely 2 movies. New movie scripts and endorsements flooded his desk, all offered at high prices, and some even gave him the power to adjust the script. "I think this one is fine." Yu Xian pushed a romantic comedy towards Yu Qinghuan and said, "You should act in urban light comedies. Movies like these don't strain your brain, make people feel happy, and will definitely not have bad box office numbers." He continued, "Also, regarding the perfume endorsement I told you about yesterday, they are full of sincerity. What do you think? Let's wait." Yu Qinghuan spoke slightly ambiguously with a throat lozenge in his mouth. "Let's discuss after this storm." "My ancestor." Yu Xian slapped his fleshy thigh until it shook. "What are you waiting for? Opportunities like this won't come again. Popularity can't withstand the test of time. You need to take on several more shows while you're hot." Pausing, he looked at Yu Qinghuan. "Are you still waiting for Ken's endorsement?" He sighed regretfully. "There's no way that'll happen, given how you revealed everything to them." "No." Yu Qinghuan helplessly smiled, patiently explaining to Yu Xian, "I'm going to start filming How to Love You soon. Even if I accept offers, I can only manage endorsements. As for movies, I don't think any movie can wait for me until next year." "You won't know if you don't try." Though Yu Xian said this, he seemed a little lacking in confidence. Yu Qinghuan added, "Moreover, I want to take a good rest for a while." "Rest? No way. I forbid it." Yu Xian glared at him furiously, wishing he could grab some ambition from himself and give it to him. If it were someone else's artist with such a good opportunity, they wouldn't even need their agent telling them, they'd already be grabbing every chance to climb up fast. But theirs was different. In such a precious period of growth, he actually wanted to rest. That day, he had to give him a good lesson in ideological politics. Thinking about this, Yu Xian cleared his throat, just as he was about to speak when he heard Yu Qinghuan sigh from across the table. His lashes slightly drooping, his handsome lips pursed, he softly said, "Brother, doing films back-to-back is really tiring. I haven't rested for a long time." Uxin froze, the words on the tip of his tongue disappearing instantly. Their Qinghwan had always lived under a lot of pressure, struggling for money when he was little, and working tirelessly as an adult. He probably never truly relaxed. Now that they finally didn't have money issues, and he had a boyfriend, taking appropriate breaks was indeed reasonable. Uxin sighed, knowing he wasn't professional or particularly capable, but seeing their artist happy was all he wanted. "Alright then, I'll push your work back a bit." "Thank you, brother." Hearing this, Yu Qinghwan immediately looked up, smiling warmly at him. Uxin blinked slightly. "Were you pretending to be pitiful just now?" "Of course not." Yu Qinghwan quickly donned an innocent face. He hadn't noticed that his attitude towards Uxin had become increasingly relaxed. The teasing and whining he would never show others unconsciously appeared before him. "Never mind you." Uxin gave him a huge roll of his eyes and got up to tidy up the house. In the afternoon, Zhao Rui called Yu Qinghwan, saying he wanted to invite him for dinner. Yu Qinghwan had nothing planned for the evening, and he happened to want to take Hua Chu out to buy a phone, so he accepted. After picking Hua Chu up from the research institute in the evening, he directly took him to the mall. Losing the old phone was no big deal since it didn't have any password. After wiping it clean, thieves could only use it without access to what was inside. Thus, they didn't fear anything leaking. Hua Chu was a little unhappy because the messages he had secretly kept for so long were all gone. Yu Qinghwan consoled him for a long time, promising to frequently send him messages in the future, and only after that did he successfully soothe Professor Hua, who was sulking. Fearing Hua Chu might find using another model inconvenient, Yu Qinghwan specially bought the same model as his old phone. When they arrived at the reserved private room, seeing Zhao Rui still wasn't there, he unwrapped the package and set up the new phone for Hua Chu, handing it over. "Come on, try it." Hua Chu's only requirement for the phone was that it could contact Yu Qinghwan and search for his information. Seeing that the Weibo app was already downloaded, he entered Yu Qinghwan's number into the phone. With his head bowed, typing slowly, he looked unbearably adorable. Yu Qinghwan couldn't resist teasing him. "Didn't you memorize my number? Why are you saving it?" Hua Chu's cheeks turned slightly red. "It has to be saved." Yu Qinghwan continued his playful interrogation. "Why is that?" Slowly turning the straw in his corn juice, corners of his eyes slightly tilted, his gaze falling on Hua Chu like a small hook. Every glance seemed flirtatious. Hua Chu's heartbeat quickened, his face heating up almost burning hot. He didn't know why he insisted on saving it, but following his instinct felt right. Quickly glancing at Yu Qinghwan, his Adam's apple slightly rolling, "Like now?" Yu Qinghwan persisted. "Hua Chu, why aren't you saying anything?" "Shy." The straw that just touched his lips was rudely pulled away. Hua Chu reached out, holding the back of his neck, fiercely silencing that chatterbox mouth. Just then, the door to the private room suddenly opened, and Zhao Rui came in holding Wang Ruixi's hand. Seeing the scene inside, he quickly covered her eyes, shouting at the two, "Can you two pay attention to your surroundings?" Caught in their affectionate moment, even though Yu Qinghwan had thick skin, he felt somewhat embarrassed. He coughed lightly, awkwardly pulling Wang Ruixi into his arms, acting as if he hadn't heard Zhao Rui's comment, lowering his head to greet her. "Ruixi, hello. Brother Qinghwan, brother Hua Chu, hello." Having not seen each other for a long time, Wang Ruixi wasn't shy at all, bending her big eyes politely as she greeted them. Zhao Rui had taken good care of her. The little girl was wearing a pink windbreaker, with rosy cheeks glowing healthily, looking extremely cute. Yu Qinghwan couldn't help but kiss her chubby little face, feeling a surge of longing to take her home and keep her for a few days. She was utterly adorable. "Brother Qinghwan," Wang Ruixi touched her own cheek, looked up, her big glossy black eyes staring at Yu Qinghwan. "Why did you kiss me?" Yu Qinghwan grinned, saying, "Because I like you." After pausing for a moment and meeting Zhao Rui's dark, almost murderous gaze, he quickly added, "But Ruixi, remember that no one else is allowed to kiss you, got it?" Wang Ruixi nodded. "Uncle Zhao tells me this every day." The little girl snuggled in Yu Qinghwan's arms, glancing back and forth between him and Hua Chu before suddenly surprising everyone by asking, "Then does brother Qinghwan kissing brother Hua Chu also mean that you like him?" Yu Qinghwan. He strongly suspected Wang Ruixi was a spy sent by Hua Chu. That. He was about to use his go-to-topic switching trick, when he met Hua Chu's deep, black eyes. Yu Qinghwan swallowed, hesitating for several seconds, then steeled himself to painfully force out a few words. "Ahem, yes, that's right." Hua Chu immediately blushed and showed off his dimples in delight. Under the table, he discreetly yet affectionately held Yu Qinghwan's fingers, beaming with satisfaction. After this small interlude, they ordered food and chatted as they ate. Yu Qinghwan told Zhao Rui about Ken coming to discuss an endorsement. However, there shouldn't be much hope. Brother Xin is pushing me to accept new endorsements, so I still need to keep an eye out. Upon hearing this, Zhao Rui smirked mischievously. "Oh, seems like your luck is running out, and what a shame about my 50,000 yuan. Yu Qinghwan. Was it still possible for him to cut ties with this person? Just as he thought this, the phone beside him rang. He picked it up, only to see it was Lu Feng. "President Lu." On the other end came Lu Feng's indifferent voice, not softening even when delivering good news. Qinghuan, are you free tomorrow? Come to our company to sign the contract. Congratulations on becoming the spokesperson for Ken's passionate series. Beside them, Zhao Rui who had just raised a glass to celebrate. Smack smack smack. It sounded like Zhao Rui's face had been slapped into puffiness. Chapter 67. Zhao Rui was a penny pincher. The fact that he had managed to secure the Ken endorsement even when being so stingy reminded him of the 5 10,000 yuan blocks he had recklessly thrown away in the casino. Filled with envy, resentment, and hatred, he couldn't help but keep glancing at him. Yu Qinghuan didn't bother with him, leisurely eating his meal. Occasionally, he would take care of Hua Chu and Wang Ruiri, which made Zhao Rui, sitting across holding a wine glass, look even more miserable in contrast. However, while Yu Qinghuan could endure Zhao Rui's stares, Hua Chu couldn't. In Professor Hua's mind, his wife was the #1 heartthrob in the world. Everyone wanted to compete with him for her affection, so she must be tightly guarded. Therefore, when Zhao Rui once again looked at Yu Qinghuan, an unopened bottle of wine, along with its box, suddenly landed in front of him with a thud, causing the soup in his bowl to ripple. Zhao Rui. What was Hua Chu doing? This stuff is blocking my view too much. Initially not understanding, Zhao Rui hesitated for a moment before attempting to move the wine bottle. However, Hua Chu forcefully stopped him. Hua Chu's dark eyes were as cold as ice, his gaze cold and sharp as he said nothing but mm. What did this mean? Was Hua Chu really just trying to block his line of sight? He hadn't offended him, had he? When Zhao Rui looked up at Yu Qinghuan seeking an explanation, he found that, with his movement, Hua Chu's glare became even sharper. Realization dawned on Zhao Rui. Was Hua Chu upset because he kept looking at Yu Qinghuan? I need to clarify something. Zhao Rui raised both hands to show innocence. I like women. Hua Chu didn't even flinch. You're really... Zhao Rui clicked his tongue in annoyance, catching a glimpse of Yu Qinghuan smiling indifferently from the corner of his eye. Unable to suppress it, he kicked him under the table and asked incredulously, why don't you rein him in? How dare this guy, who wasn't even gay, be jealous? It was sheer madness. Yu Qinghuan arched a brow. Rein him in for what? Hua Chu is fine. Zhao Rui. These two were completely out of their minds. Zhao Rui poured himself a big gulp of wine, enduring, but ultimately couldn't resist asking Hua Chu, why are you even jealous of me? Qinghuan works in the entertainment circle, there are always so many people around him. Can you possibly handle all that jealousy? Hua Chu gave him a glance like looking at an idiot. I'm not jealous of you, I'm just craving lettuce. Zhao Rui. But Zhao Rui was one of those who wouldn't give up until he saw a coffin. Despite almost choking out some old blood from Hua Chu's words, he stubbornly rephrased his question. What I mean is, if you can't stand me looking at Qinghuan, then how about others around Qinghuan? Hua Chu tried hard to analyze his long string of words, but, still didn't understand. Pretending not to see Yu Qinghuan's subtle hint, Zhao Rui insisted on getting to the bottom of things. Let me put it this way, what can you endure when it comes to Qinghuan's interactions with others? Oh, sorry, opposite sex. And same sex. Finally, after some thought, Hua Chu answered seriously, I can't endure anything. But leaving, I can endure. Zhao Rui. Alright, he surrendered. This level of jealousy was truly boundless. This meal left Zhao Rui incredibly depressed. The couple across from him were showing off their love to no end. Not only was he single, but he also had to take care of his own child. It was like a newlywed couple versus a middle-aged widower, wasn't it? A little carelessness later, Zhao Rui got drunk. By the time Yu Qinghuan realized, it was already too late. He obviously couldn't hail a taxi. Lately, the movie Dead or Alive had made him extraordinarily recognizable. There was no choice but to call Xian to first send Zhao Rui and Wang Ruiri home. Brother, wait. I want to buy a double-layer milk pudding. At the foot of Zhao Rui's building was an old established dessert shop. Upon seeing the double-layer milk pudding, Yu Qinghuan couldn't resist. He jogged over to the car, greeted Xian, then turned to Hua Chu, what flavor do you want? Hua Chu shook his head, I'll go with you. Yu Qinghuan was surprised but then smiled, alright. Yu Qinghuan was an eternal fan of durians, whereas Hua Chu, well, he didn't have any particular preference. So, Yu Qinghuan played a little trick and bought 2 servings of durian-flavored puddings. For Xian's portion, he chose mango. After paying, he eagerly dug in with a spoon, closing his eyes in satisfaction. Durians were truly the greatest invention in the world. Noticing Hua Chu wasn't touching his dessert as they walked, he casually asked, why aren't you eating? Hua Chu's eyelashes trembled as his hand shook, causing the small white spoon to fall onto the ground. I'll get you another one. Yu Qinghuan didn't think much of it and picked up the spoon, throwing it casually into the trash can. As he was about to turn back, Hua Chu pulled him. What's wrong? Hua Chu pursed his lips. We can just use the same one, right? Yu Qinghuan squinted at him until Hua Chu's cheeks turned slightly red. Only then did Yu Qinghuan hum in agreement and scoop a spoonful of double-layer milk pudding. In Hua Chu's anticipatory gaze, he popped it into his own mouth. I'll finish before you. Hu Chu meekly murmured an okay, following behind him in disappointment. The next second, without warning, his mouth was filled with the warm sweetness of a spoonful of pudding. An overwhelming sense of happiness quickly flooded his heart. Hu Chu carefully licked his lips, not wanting to miss any bit of sweetness from what Yu Qinghuan had given him. What are you spacing out for? Let's go back to the car. Came Yu Qinghuan's gentle reprimand from ahead. Hu Chu grinned, revealing the dimples on his cheeks. All right. The car slowly started, and as it was about to drive out of the lane, Yu Qinghuan suddenly glanced back. Hidden within the garden view, there was a flicker of light that disappeared instantly. That evening, a well-known paparazzi's Weibo posted an extremely shocking message. The popular young idol already has a male lover, see tomorrow morning. Instantly, the entire Weibo platform exploded, with all kinds of speculations flying about who this person might be. Not only were no young idols guessed, but older actors too were considered, none landing on Yu Qinghuan. At the same time, the variety show Yu Qinghuan participated in called Young and High finally premiered. The director was incredibly smart, choosing to tag Zhao Qingyuan and Yu Qinghuan when their movie box office passed 1.5 billion yuan. By riding the wave of the film's success, the viewership rating soared to its highest point ever on that very night. Except for filming movies, Yu Qinghuan rarely made appearances elsewhere, which left fans highly curious about his personality outside of work. They all opened up TVs they hadn't touched for a long while and stayed glued to them. The director of Young and High knew exactly how to capture the audience's attention. After editing, the final cut was rich with laughter and tears. With the help of the movie's success, it immediately trended on Weibo. Ha 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 ha, is my big Yuan brother possessed? How can he be so stupid? Can't he tell the cactus is fake, ha 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 ha. Ah. My Qinghuan is not only handsome but can also cook. Oh my god, isn't this exactly what I want in a husband? Let me tell you a joke. My mom said today after seeing Qinghuan, she told me, this guy would make a good son-in-law, ha 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 hiccup. Wait, haven't you noticed that Qinghuan looks especially gentle when he's calling Hu Chu? Grabbing the previous floor comment here, I've noticed it too but haven't dared to say it aloud. Lowering our voices here, these two, have something unspoken between them. At the time, the director had asked them to call the first person in their call records. The first contact in Yu Qinghuan's record was Hu Chu. Even if people in love try to hide it, there will always be a trace of sweetness in their eyes and expressions. Moreover, Yu Qinghuan didn't even attempt to conceal it. He had initially decided to adopt a gradual warming-up policy, letting everyone slowly become accustomed to the intimacy between him and Hu Chu. Then, just when nearly everyone would start guessing the truth, they'd reveal their relationship openly. However, like last time, every time tonight's Weibo topic tilted slightly towards gossip, it was promptly straightened by others. Don't spread nonsense, Hu Chu is different from others, naturally Qinghuan should treat him a little more gently. You know, look up some news. Earlier in Audition, their hands were caught being held. Hey, I'm their CP fan, yet I know these two are impossible. I'm lowering my voice a bit here, there's a relative at home who works with Professor Hu. This relative says, Professor Hu, doesn't have the slightest notion of dating at all. You little ones just like to yap 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 and blabber. Can't you let us daydream for a little longer? My sweet couple ah. Hick. Hey, I wish one day Qinghuan could tweet, thanks everyone, we're together. But, this is impossible. As a result, when the paparazzi exposed the next morning that the hot young idol was Yu Qinghuan, and his male lover was Hu Chu, not only did they fail to receive any admiration as imagined, they instead received disdain from all the gossipy masses. Oh, Qinghuan and Hu Chu, giving each other double-layer milk pudding is normal. Isn't Hu Chu the one who was originally rumored not to be good at using utensils? Paparazzi, normal. Is it normal for two men to feed each other like that? Big deal, I thought this was really some juicy scoop. Well, time to move on. Paparazzi, isn't this a big scoop? You're overthinking. Although I want these two to be together more than anyone else, but, go to bed and forget about it. Paparazzi. As soon as Zhao Qingyuan saw the news online, he called Yu Qinghuan, seriously, Qinghuan, are you God's favorite son? If this happened to someone else, just look at what the netizens would say. They'd have concluded immediately. But in your case, how come they react so bizarrely? Yu Qinghuan muttered glumly, who should I ask if I don't know myself? Could it be that his plan just didn't work? Does it need to be simple and crude? I've figured it out, Zhao Qingyuan clicked his tongue and said, you're living with luck. At first, I worried you might screw yourself over, but now I'm not concerned at all anymore. Yu Qinghuan. Why did Zhao Qingyuan's concern seem strange? Oh yeah, Zhao Qingyuan suddenly gave a sleazy laugh, are you fine these few days? Or are you awakened by anything? Huh? Yu Qinghuan didn't understand and furrowed his brows in thought before saying, do you mean dry awakening? No, I've already adapted to the northern climate and no longer feel the dryness. Zhao Qingyuan. Are you saying you were awakened by dryness? Yu Qinghuan, what else could it be? Zhao Qingyuan sighed with complicated emotions, I thought you meant the fourth tone. Yu Qinghuan. My friend went abroad a few days ago, and I even asked him to bring back a bottle of Indian god oil for you, Zhao Qingyuan lamented regretfully, I barely mustered up the courage to ask for it just to show you how good of a friend I am. Never did he expect that it wasn't the situation he thought. Why couldn't Hu Chu be a little more spirited? Ah. If he were beside him right now, Yu Qinghuan felt like he'd instantly jump up and beat his head senseless. What's there to do anyway? Even if there weren't, if such a thing had indeed happened, he shouldn't tell Zhao Qingyuan about it. He took a deep breath and said coldly, "You're definitely good enough. Having a friend like you is all I need." Zhao Qingyuan, QAQ. Chapter 68. Yu Qinghuan signed a 2-year endorsement contract with Ken, with a total endorsement fee of 18 million yuan. This was already the treatment for a first-tier star. Unlike Yu Qinghuan's calmness, Yu Xian was almost going crazy. Qinghuan had been in the industry for less than a year and had already reached this height, something he didn't even dare to dream about. Yu Xian tightly clenched his fists, staring at the price on the contract, almost shedding tears of joy. After being an agent for more than 20 years, he had finally nurtured a top artist. He was no longer the Yu Xian that anyone could step on, whose artists would switch agents without a word. Having struggled for 20 years, encountering someone like Yu Qinghuan, he considered it all worth it. Yu Xian did not know that Stardom already had someone keeping an eye on Yu Qinghuan, including some renowned golden agents who also held shares in Stardom. Yu Qinghuan's growth speed was too fast. With just a little cultivation, nurturing another superstar wouldn't be difficult. As for Yu Xian, those who knew him understood his level of professional competence. Putting such a good talent in his hands was simply a waste. Some people even approached Huarong directly. To be fair, Huarong hoped that Yu Qinghuan would change agents. In his view, Yu Xian was most suitable as an assistant. Someone without connections or resources was simply not a fit for Yu Qinghuan. Huarong had subtly mentioned this to Yu Qinghuan once, but was firmly rejected. If it weren't for the relationship between Yu Qinghuan and Hu Chu, Huarong wouldn't care about his opinion at all. There were plenty of great artists, Stardom wasn't lacking just one Yu Qinghuan. Disobedient? Then freeze him out for a while. But now, Yu Qinghuan could also be counted as half of the Hua family. Family matters, of course, deserved special treatment. So whenever agents suggested wanting Yu Qinghuan, Huarong sent them away. Yu Qinghuan deleted a message from a famous agent inviting her to dinner and shoved the contract into Yu Xian's arms. "Brother, I'll stay here for the photo session later. Help me order some coffee for the staff. It's my duty, it's my duty." Yu Qinghuan's instructions quickly put Yu Xian back in his professional state. He wiped the sweat off his forehead, handed over a thermos to Yu Qinghuan, and reminded her, "Your voice isn't well. Drink more water. If you finish this bottle before I come back." He pointed to a corner of the studio, "You can go there to refill." "I understand, brother." Yu Qinghuan took the cup, sipped lightly, and gently pushed him out, "Go quickly." Just as Yu Xian left, a tall white man dressed in black leather came over. Seeing Yu Qinghuan, he smiled and extended his hand. "Hello, Yu. I'm Dim, the photographer who will take your pictures." Yu Qinghuan paused slightly, then hid her surprise and returned his handshake. "Hello Dim, I'm counting on you. As long as you cooperate, everything is fine." Dim revealed a row of white teeth, said something meaningfully, then lowered his head to fiddle with his beloved camera and ignored Yu Qinghuan. Yu Qinghuan didn't expect that Dim would be shooting this ad. This man was one of the world's top photographers, his value comparable to that of a first-tier star, extremely hard to book. Especially in recent years, he deliberately reduced his workload. Even Ada's creative director failed to persuade him to take photos. Although Dim often looked friendly and spoke little, in reality, he was very difficult to deal with. He was strong-willed and irascible, and once he entered work mode, the slightest dissatisfaction would make him start yelling. It was said that numerous Hollywood stars had been made to cry by him. Yet despite this, stars still went to great lengths to have him take their photos, turning it into a trend. It seemed that Ken placed great importance on the Passion Series sports cars. Yu Qinghuan stroked the thermos in her hand and thought. Dim gave Yu Qinghuan little time to rest, briefly communicating with the makeup artist before pushing her into the dressing room. Ken's sports cars always gave an impression of stability and grandeur, unlike ordinary sports cars that flaunted themselves, so they were popular among middle-aged people. However, the same was true that they lost a huge consumer group, young second-generation rich individuals. Therefore, after brewing for several years, Ken attempted to launch the Passion Series supercar. The Passion Series supercars were perfectly suited for youngsters who wanted to stand out. They had a dazzling and ostentatious appearance, flamboyant and eye-catching. At the first glance at the car, even Yu Qinghuan, who was completely indifferent to cars, froze for a few seconds. "Are you done yet?" Perhaps because the wait was getting a bit long, Dim became somewhat impatient. He set the camera down on the table, frowned, and pushed open the door to the makeup room. He opened his mouth to hurry her along but shut it immediately upon seeing Yu Qinghuan. Although Dim had a strong personality, he was very professional. Before they met, he had already looked at photos of Yu Qinghuan. Truthfully, he didn't understand why Ken chose such an endorser. He did not deny that Yu Qinghuan's appearance was flawless, but her icy demeanor completely clashed with the Passion Series style. For this reason, he had envisioned countless schemes in his mind, working tirelessly for 2 days to barely come up with a concept. He had mentally prepared himself to reshoot multiple times, but now, seeing Yu Qinghuan after her makeup was done, his inspiration surged like a fountain. Yu Qinghuan's makeup wasn't heavy. She just had a light layer of foundation applied, and her beautifully shaped almond eyes were redrawn with eyeliner by the makeup artist, making them appear even deeper and more alluring. On her distinctively sculpted face, the makeup artist drew a beautiful vine-shaped totem extending from her eye corner to her cheek, which looked both seductive and stunning. Combined with Yu Qinghuan's slightly cold temperament, it created a contradictory yet strangely captivating allure. Yes. Just like this. Dim got so excited that he started speaking incoherently. Under the dumbfounded gaze of the makeup artist, he pulled Yu Qinghuan out directly and began shooting, click click click. It was his assistant who eventually reacted first, braving Dim's glaring disapproval, and led Yu Qinghuan over to the side of the car. Ken prepared 2 sports cars for the advertisement shoot, one was a bright red, while the other alternated between silver gray and white, the former being opulent and the latter austere. Both were very striking. Yu Qinghuan followed Dim's instructions, leaning against the red sports car, tilting her head slightly to expose the tattoo on her face. She gave a slight smirk with lowered eyebrows, and despite being next to a bright, eye-catching sports car, she absolutely didn't look overshadowed. Instead, she perfectly complemented the beauty of the vehicle. Good. Lower your head a little more. Yes. Dim excitedly pressed the shutter button, changing angles dozens of times, before finally feeling satisfied and allowing Yu Qinghuan to return to the makeup room. After switching makeup several times and shooting for almost an entire afternoon, the session was finally complete. Ken acted swiftly, and without wasting a single second after the pictures were retouched, posted them on Weibo and announced their collaboration with Yu Qinghuan. The netizens exploded. Holy crap. Crazy screen-licking mode. My husband is too handsome. I swear. Qinghuan, show me your front side. These photos are absolutely amazing. Ah. I need to tell my brother to buy this car. I want to pounce on Qinghuan right now. Seriously, these shots are too enticing. Ha. How can my husband be this good-looking? OMG. I can't take it. Husband, I'm your wife. Look at me please. Hua Chu, who was browsing through Weibo, accidentally came across these comments and instantly frowned, looking at Yu Qinghuan. Yu Qinghuan was searching for her pajamas. Since living together with Hua Chu, she could never find her own belongings anymore. Hua Chu had severe obsessive-compulsive disorder, OCD, arranging everything neatly in the closet, even a slight tilt wouldn't be allowed. Initially, Yu Qinghuan still tried to accommodate him, carefully folding washed clothes and placing them into the closet in perfect order. But soon, she grew increasingly lazy and would often sneak her clothes into the wardrobe when Hua Chu wasn't paying attention. However, Hua Chu seemed to have superpowers, and every time Yu Qinghuan did this, he would catch her immediately. Then, the arranged clothes would be reorganized once again, leading to further classification. Back and forth, whenever Yu Qinghuan needed to find something, she had to ask him. Hua Chu, where have you put my pajamas again? Yu Qinghuan, having searched around without success and not daring to mess up the closet randomly, turned back toward Hua Chu with frustration. I demand that you find them for me within 1 minute. Here, Hua Chu opened the adjacent wardrobe and effortlessly retrieved Yu Qinghuan's pajamas, handing them to her. What kind of weird habit do you have? Yu Qinghuan exclaimed angrily. Even if you have OCD, as soon as the cabinet is closed, what will you see? Can't you let me put things wherever I want? Yu Qinghuan, before people she wasn't familiar with, always appeared poised and elegant. However, privately, the closer someone was to her, the more whimsical and impulsive she became. Even though she clearly knew Hua Chu's habits couldn't change, she still felt the need to bring it up occasionally. Don't be upset. Hua Chu supported his waist and kissed the corner of his lips, saying, if you can't find something, just call me. I'd be glad to help. Hua Chu always had this kind of ability, a simple sentence could make Yu Qinghuan's annoyance completely vanish. Yu Qinghuan gave him a somewhat bashful kiss in return, about to change clothes, when Hua Chu suddenly held up his phone in front of him. Yu Qinghuan was momentarily confused. What's wrong? Hua Chu's expression turned a little somber. Why do they call you husband? Cough. Yu Qinghuan hadn't expected that he would notice this point and was caught off guard, coughing slightly before replying, these days, people are like that, whenever they see someone who looks decent, they call them husband. Seeing that Hua Chu still had his lips pursed, looking unhappy, Yu Qinghuan added, really, if you posted a picture on Weibo, these people would definitely call you husband too. Hua Chu took a while to digest these words before finally extracting the main point. Qinghuan, are you saying that I'm good-looking too? Yu Qinghuan was eager to soothe him and didn't realize it was actually a trap, jumping straight into it without hesitation, responding firmly with one word, yes. Hua Chu's eyelashes trembled slightly, his handsome dark eyes gazing at Yu Qinghuan. Then why don't you call me husband? Yu Qinghuan. Hua Chu, you said so yourself, I'm good-looking, so anyone who is handsome should be called husband. Yu Qinghuan's face reddened slightly as he felt a bit shy and kicked him playfully, don't talk nonsense. If I were to call everyone who is handsome husband, how many husbands would I have? He pushed Hua Chu lightly, trying to shift the topic. Alright, I won't argue with you anymore, I'm going to take a shower. Just as he started walking, Hua Chu pulled him back, gazing at Yu Qinghuan with his sharp eyebrows slightly furrowed, his face revealing a sense of injury. Qinghuan, aside from me, do you think others are good-looking too? After a pause, his tone became a little acidic, that Qingjing. Or Zhao Qingyuan? No. Yu Qinghuan hadn't anticipated that Hua Chu would bring up Qingjing, immediately feeling his scalp tingle and his thoughts stiffening, hurriedly explaining, no, only you. I only think you're handsome, okay? Hua Chu, then call me Yu Qinghuan. Chapter 69. Hua Chu's eyes were dark, bright, and deep, staring unblinkingly at Yu Qinghuan. His focused and persistent gaze made the already flustered Yu Qinghuan's heartbeat even more erratic. Her cheeks flushed, and she turned her head uncomfortably, trying to cover up her shyness with fierceness. What are you yelling for? I don't have time for this nonsense. Let me go, I need to take a shower. Not only did Hua Chu not let go, but he used force to pull her right in front of him, holding the back of her head and forcibly turning her face toward his own as he seriously asked, Qinghuan, are you cheating? Hua Chu was so close that his hot breath sprinkled across her face like feathers, teasing Yu Qinghuan's heart with an uncontrollable itch. Her brain went dizzy, almost unable to suppress her rapidly beating heart. After a while, she barely found her voice again. I haven't, don't say nonsense. She licked her lips and weakly tried to pry Hua Chu's hands off, struggling for an excuse. I have work tomorrow. Hurry up and let me go take a shower. I'm tired, I want to sleep. In the short few minutes they had been talking, Qinghuan had already mentioned taking a shower several times. Hua Chu's gaze instinctively shifted downward from her face, landing on her exquisite collarbone, and then lower, until her clothes completely hid everything, showing nothing. He had licked and bitten her body, knowing just how wonderful it felt, but now. Hua Chu's eyelashes quivered slightly, his pupils darkening faintly. Energy is conserved. If one request could not be fulfilled, he would make up for it somewhere else. I want to sleep too. In Yu Qinghuan's astonished gaze, Hua Chu let go and lowered his eyes to mutter a sentence. Yu Qinghuan had thought there would still be a tough battle to fight tonight, never expecting that Hua Chu would be so easy to deal with. His impression of Hua Chu was too fixed, leading to him not thinking much about it for a moment, assuming that Hua Chu really gave up. Thus, he immediately let out a huge sigh of relief and stepped toward the bathroom. However, after just 2 steps, he noticed Hua Chu also following behind him. Yu Qinghuan looked at him in confusion, asking, what are you doing? Do you need to use the restroom? Yu Qinghuan's new house had already been decorated, but it needed some more time before anyone could move in. The apartment where he lived now wasn't bad in terms of all-around conditions, but its size was small, with only one bathroom. To shower, Hua Chu innocently looked at him, with complete justification. Only now did Yu Qinghuan realize something was amiss. Remembering Hua Chu's stubbornness, he instantly started feeling annoyed and quickly began to retreat. Then you shower first, and I'll do it after you. We can shower together. Hua Chu grabbed his wrist, half dragging and half pulling, bringing him straight toward the bathroom. Wait. Within just a few seconds, Yu Qinghuan had already envisioned an inappropriate scenario. With both of them at their prime, if anything got out of hand, there wouldn't be anything in the house, like condoms or lube, and the consequences were unthinkable. I won't shower. You can do it yourself. Qinghuan, Hua Chu turned around, looking at him with a slightly pitiful expression. If you don't call me and don't shower with me, does that mean you no longer like me? Of course not, Yu Qinghuan replied helplessly, trying to figure out how to make Hua Chu abandon this absurd idea, when suddenly Hua Chu took advantage of his distraction and pulled him directly into the bathroom. Perhaps fearing that Yu Qinghuan might run away, he casually locked the door behind them. Yu Qinghuan. Yu Qinghuan couldn't believe what Hua Chu had just done. He stood stunned, staring at him for a long while before saying, Hua Chu, you tell me truthfully. Where did you learn all this nonsense? Nonsense? Hua Chu's eyes lit up. He wrapped his arms around Yu Qinghuan's slender waist, leaning down to steal a kiss at the corner of his lips. I learned it from you. Yu Qinghuan. Shut up. He didn't teach him anything like that. Before Yu Qinghuan could protest further, Hua Chu's lips moved to his earlobe. It was Yu Qinghuan's sensitive spot, and just a gentle bite made him instantly limp, forcing him to cling on to Hua Chu to stay upright. Hua Chu, wait, just wait, Yu Qinghuan gasped against his shoulder. No, really no, we can't. There were no condoms or lubricants at home, and as 2 novices, Yu Qinghuan couldn't even imagine the result. But Hua Chu didn't seem to care. He employed a simple yet highly effective method, directly sealing Yu Qinghuan's mouth with his own. The water in the bathroom flowed with a gushing sound, occasionally mixed with low gasps and Yu Qinghuan's feeble refusals. Really, it can't happen. But it quickly disappeared in the contact of their lips. After a long while, Hua Chu's hoarse voice came out from the bathroom. You said it yourself, refusal means permission. Yu Qinghuan. In the end, they didn't go all the way, not because Yu Qinghuan refused, but because Hua Chu simply had no idea how to proceed. The last video Zhao Qingyuan sent only showed the foreplay and skipped the main part, so Hua Chu never learned the essential steps. Worried the entire night, Yu Qinghuan was bitten and nibbled by Hua Chu relentlessly, both enjoying and feeling nervous about what was happening. He even prepared himself for possible pain, only to find out that Hua Chu actually had no intention of going through with it. After being exhausted into a dried-up fish, Yu Qinghuan helplessly fell onto the bed, watching Hua Chu joyfully tidying up the messy bathroom, suddenly feeling a strange sense of satisfaction arise. What if they had forced themselves to shower together? What if he couldn't get out of bed after all? At least his theoretical knowledge was richer than Huachu's. And he wouldn't tell him the key points, let him wait. Yu Qinghuan happily chuckled to himself, turned over, and snuggled into the blanket. The next morning, when Yu Qinghuan woke up, Huachu had already gone to the research institute. He vaguely remembered Huachu saying goodbye, but could not recall exactly what was said. Shaking his head, Yu Qinghuan went to the bathroom to freshen up, then walked into the kitchen intending to grab something to eat. However, he found the dining table already loaded with food. Filled soup buns, pumpkin porridge, and even his favorite, chongfen. The dishes were neatly arranged, perfectly symmetrical left and right, obviously done by Huachu. These should be breakfast items bought by the driver of the Hua family, and Huachu had specially kept them for him. Sitting at the table, Yu Qinghuan picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of a soup bun. It had been there for so long that it barely retained any heat. Huachu, this little fool, knew to keep breakfast for him, but didn't know to store the food in a pot to keep it warm. Yu Qinghuan inwardly complained, yet he chewed happily despite it. Before he finished the basket of buns, Yushin arrived. He had the key to Yu Qinghuan's house, coming and going more freely than entering his own home. Still wearing his pajamas, Yu Qinghuan startled Yushin as soon as he sat down, with increasingly obvious bite marks and kiss marks near his collarbone. Yushin almost gouged his own eyes out from the sight. "Qinghuan, you need to pay some attention." Yu Qinghuan looked down and noticed his condition, blushing instantly, nearly choking on his porridge. Hastily, he fled into the bedroom and re-emerged much later, fully wrapped up. Last night, at the end, his physical strength was severely drained, and he had been carried to bed by Huachu, thus failing to notice his condition, only to be caught by Yushin. "Alright, stop bowing your head," said Yushin. Initially, he felt somewhat awkward, but seeing Yu Qinghuan more embarrassed than him made him oddly comfortable. Yu Qinghuan usually had a calm and steady disposition, rarely showing such disarray, which was surprisingly refreshing. Yushin laughed, "I've seen everything already, what use is covering up? Next time, just hide better." Pausing a bit, seeing Yu Qinghuan about to bury his face into the bowl, he considerately changed the topic. "Director Liu called me this morning. He said the shooting location has been selected, and wants you to visit this afternoon." "Yes." Hearing work mentioned, Yu Qinghuan's embarrassment finally eased. He nodded and replied, "I'll go after I finish eating." Yushin agreed, giving instructions. "The movie will start filming next week. Director Liu suggests that the three main actors should interact more." Mentioning the other two people immediately sparked excitement in Yushin. His eyes lit up as he looked at Yu Qinghuan. "Do you know who the male lead is?" "Qin Zheng. Your luck is absolutely insane. With him around, box office concerns are eliminated." "Who are you talking about?" Yu Qinghuan abruptly stood up, eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at Yushin. "Qin Zheng? Is he the male lead in How to Love You?" "Impossible. Although this movie originated from Zheng Peirong, Zheng's scripts always favored supporting male roles. Given Qin Zheng's status, how could he possibly take the leading male role in such a film? Are you mistaken, bro? How could I be wrong on something like this? Director Liu personally told me this morning." Yushin pulled out his phone without taking offense to the doubt and suggested Yu Qinghuan check for himself. Moreover, the movie's official Weibo account has already mentioned you and Qin Zheng. Could this possibly be fake? Staring at the screen for a whole minute, Yu Qinghuan eventually slumped back into the chair. Frankly speaking, the person he now most dreaded facing was Qin Zheng. He was almost certain that in his past life, Qin Zheng also had feelings for him. He had always assumed that Qin Zheng's thoughtfulness and care were due to his personality. But upon reflection, he realized that the only person who ever received Qin Zheng's care was him. Yet, despite knowing each other for so many years, Qin Zheng had never expressed even a hint of affection toward him, not to mention dating several girlfriends along the way. So even though Qin Zheng treated him well, Yu Qinghuan had never considered this aspect. Yu Qinghuan had no experience handling such matters. He didn't know whether it would be better to keep a distance from Qin Zheng under these circumstances or to treat him as he always did. Both options seemed reasonable but also somehow off. He sighed and regretted accepting the movie role. "What's wrong, Qinghuan?" Yu Xian looked at him curiously. "Aren't you good friends with Qin Zheng?" Pausing, he asked tentatively, "Are you worried he might steal your spotlight?" Yu Qinghuan rubbed his temples, taking a long moment before sighing again. "No." At the research institute, during his idle time, Huachu happened to glance at Weibo and unexpectedly saw the news that Yu Qinghuan was going to film a movie with Qin Zheng. He immediately blew up. How could this be allowed? Don't think he didn't know that Qin Zheng had always been trying to take Qinghuan away from him. Suddenly jumping up from his chair, he gripped his phone and rushed out of the office, ready to call Yu Qinghuan. But just then, he overheard two female interns gossiping in the corner. "Did you see the Weibo trending topic? I can't believe Song Wei started dating Chen Chen. They seem like they're from completely different worlds." "So what?" the other one said. "Many celebrities end up together after filming a drama together. Think about it, spending such a long time shooting, being close day and night, it's bound to spark feelings." "That's true. Maybe their next trending topic will be marriage and children." Upon hearing this, Hua Chu felt his hair standing on end. Falling in love because of acting together? And even marriage and children? A sudden wave of extreme vigilance rose in his heart. Standing there in contemplation for a while, his face turned serious as he rushed stormily toward the dean's office. The two female interns were startled. What's wrong with Professor Hua? He looks so upset. Oh my gosh. Is it because he heard us gossiping instead of working and got angry? Professor Hua is so conscientious after all. OMG, it can't be. Professor Hua is my idol QAQ. How can I leave such an impression on my idol? Stop crying and get back to work. Maybe you can still make a good impression on Professor Hua. Meanwhile, the same Professor Hua, who hadn't even seen their faces clearly, was already inside the office applying for a long leave with the dean. Why do you suddenly want to take a leave? The dean looked at him in confusion, puzzled by this request. Since joining the institute, Hua Chu had never taken any vacation except for the few days missed recently. Otherwise, he showed up to work without fail every single day. Why would he suddenly ask for leave today? Could it be something important at the Hua family estate? Thinking about Yu Qinghuan possibly developing feelings for Qin Zheng made Hua Chu's temples throb violently. He had completely lost his rationality, wishing he could bring out the small laser cannon he created. His mind was consumed by thoughts of marriage and children from those two interns. How could he even hear what the dean was saying? In response, he absent-mindedly blurted out what was on his mind: marriage and children. The dean. Could it be that Professor Hua has lost his mind? A man who doesn't even look at women straight, who does he plan to marry and have children with? Oh my god. Has their top researcher been driven mad by work? Considering this possibility, the dean suddenly felt a pang of guilt and cleared his throat, unusually agreeable for the first time. Once you finish handing over your duties, go ahead and take a break. Pausing, he added another sentence. Take a few extra days off. Relax properly, save yourself from going insane over thinking about women. Chapter 70. Thanks to the powerful pre-release publicity and the movie's outstanding quality, the box office of Life or Death skyrocketed like a rocket, surging up by billions of dollars every day. This was an unprecedented miracle in the film industry. Not only the crew of Life or Death, but even the general public watched this with fiery excitement. People spontaneously opened various posts on forums to keep track of the box office records of Life or Death, checking in daily without tiring of it. The voices that previously claimed Lu Jian had run out of creative talent disappeared without a trace, and his critics slunk away quietly, no longer daring to speak up. However, within just half a month after its release, the box office of Life or Death had already surpassed 4 billion yuan. This figure amazed not only others but also Yu Qinghuan, who already mentally prepared for explosive box office numbers from her experience in the previous life. After all, in the previous life, the final box office earnings of Life or Death barely reached 5.5 billion yuan. But now, judging by the still ferocious upward trend, surpassing this number would absolutely be no problem. How's that for impressive, huh? Zhao Qingyuan's career soared thanks to this wave of success, his value reaching almost the same level as Qin Zheng. Various large-scale productions invited him one after another, but he didn't immediately accept any offers. Instead, right after the promotion period ended, he ran to Yu Qinghuan's house first, rummaging through her fridge while bragging, "Back when I entered the entertainment circle, my dad almost whipped me to death with a cane. Now he tells everyone that Life or Death stars his own son, haha." Yu Qinghuan chose not to respond, keeping him grounded, and flipped through the script of How to Love You by herself as if she hadn't heard anything. Zhao Qingyuan was long used to this kind of attitude from her and didn't mind. After grabbing 2 steamed buns from the fridge and eating them, he sat contentedly next to Yu Qinghuan and nudged her with his elbow. "Stop reading that thing already. Hey, let me tell you something serious. The other day, I bought Ken's supercar, the one you endorsed." "You bought another car?" Yu Qinghuan looked up from the script, disapprovingly. Zhao Qingyuan was a crazy car collector. His garage was neatly lined with luxury cars, but he was lazy, never driving these expensive cars. He merely glanced at them occasionally, a true example of someone rich and indulgent. "I need to give you some face, don't I?" Zhao Qingyuan smiled and then quickly continued when he saw Yu Qinghuan's slightly furrowed brows, "And the car really does look good. Many of my friends outside the circle have already placed their orders." What Zhao Qingyuan said wasn't false. Ever since Yu Qinghuan became the spokesperson for Ken's Passion series, Ken's sports car sales surged drastically. Not just the Passion series, but even other models were positively impacted. Yu Qinghuan seemed to have very good chemistry with ordinary audiences. Many people expressed that they chose Ken sports cars primarily because Yu Qinghuan was the endorser. Several of Zhao Qingyuan's friends went further. Instead of doing real work, they spent days creating multiple accounts to comment under Yu Qinghuan's Weibo account, screaming like little girls for her to post more photos and selfies. Whatever watch she endorsed, they bought it. If she endorsed a car, they rushed out to buy one too. Their fanatical idol chasing was extreme. Some even tried to threaten and bribe Zhao Qingyuan into introducing them to Yu Qinghuan. Thinking about this, Zhao Qingyuan touched the little bottle in his pocket and said to Yu Qinghuan, "It's strange that you, a gay person, are so appealing to straight men." Taking the little bottle out, he grinned lewdly and pushed it into Yu Qinghuan's hands. "Indian god oil. I promised to bring it to you, so here it is. Yu Qinghuan. Why did Zhao Qingyuan always express his camaraderie in this way? Qingyuan, he took a deep breath, forcing himself to control his urge to hit him, moving the so-called Indian god oil to the side and staring at Zhao Qingyuan for a full minute without shifting his eyes, making him uncomfortable. Finally, he slowly opened his mouth. Do you not feel like you're overly fixated on gay relationships? Zhao Qingyuan was utterly confused, spitting out one syllable, eh. This, Yu Qinghuan pointed at the little bottle. How do you know about this stuff? And where do you get those random videos that I couldn't find anyway? Swallowing hard, Zhao Qingyuan responded, well, isn't it quite simple? Yu Qinghuan tutayed once, and the sentence nearly made Zhao Qingyuan wet his pants. People who don't know might think you're the gay one. Zhao Qingyuan. I don't. Don't talk nonsense. I only like women. He quickly defended himself. In order to prove his innocence, he was just about to show Yu Qinghuan some pictures of beauties saved on his phone when a sudden click-click sound of unlocking came from the door. It turned out to be Hua Chu coming back. How did you come back so early today? Yu Qinghuan glanced at the watch and noticed it was only 4 in the afternoon, so she asked with doubt. On vacation. Hua Chu replied briefly, nodded at Zhao Qingyuan, then bent down to change his shoes. Eh. Interrupted by Hua Chu, Zhao Qingyuan suddenly forgot the panic just now. Surprisingly looking at Yu Qinghuan, he asked, am I blind? Did Hua Chu actually greet me? After all, Hua Chu used to ignore everyone except Yu Qinghuan, including his own brother. Today, he even took the initiative to nod at him first. Was he really blessed by a koi fish? Overwhelmed by this favor, Zhao Qingyuan waved to Hua Chu, Professor Hua, how are you? Good. Hua Chu walked over, sat next to Yu Qinghuan, and seriously said while looking at Zhao Qingyuan, you're not blind. Zhao Qingyuan. Go to hell with that feeling of being touched. Hua Chu obviously still had issues with him. Using the excuse of going back to try out his new car, Zhao Qingyuan didn't stay a minute longer and ran off like a shot, leaving Yu Qinghuan and Hua Chu alone. How come you suddenly decided to take such a long vacation? While hanging Hua Chu's coat on a hanger, Yu Qinghuan asked him. Hua Chu mentioned this a few days ago, but at that time, it was night, and Yu Qinghuan was drowsy and didn't ask much. Thinking about it now, she suddenly felt strange. Was Hua Chu trying to make use of this time before she entered the film set to spend more time with her? Yu Qinghuan waited for a while, but hearing no answer from Hua Chu, she couldn't help turning around. She was just about to ask again when she saw the thing in his hand and almost jumped up in shock. Hua Chu came back so suddenly that he didn't have time to hide the bottle of Indian god oil yet. Who knew he'd be seen by her like this? Thankfully, it was printed with Indian letters instead of Chinese ones. Yu Qinghuan sighed in relief but didn't dare delay at all. She rushed over, reaching out to grab the thing, but Hua Chu dodged her move. Don't fool around, give it to me. Yu Qinghuan coughed once and lied nervously, this is medicine, it would be bad if it spills. Taking advantage of the fact that no one could understand the characters, he solemnly made something up. Hua Chu stared at the little bottle for a full minute, and only then lifted his head in surprise. Qinghuan, is this for you? No, Yu Qinghuan, who was feeling guilty at the moment, didn't notice his expression. Afraid Hua Chu might worry, he dared not take responsibility, so he racked his brains to cover up the lie. It's Zhao Qingyuan's. Impossible. Hua Chu decisively refuted him, his facial features tightening as though he was slightly angry. Really? Yu Qinghuan tried harder, attempting to throw all the blame onto Zhao Qingyuan. It's him. Before he finished speaking, Hua Chu interrupted him coldly. This product can effectively prolong sexual intercourse time, increasing hardness, length, helping men regain self-respect. Hua Chu, disbelieving, continued reading according to the writing on it, wash after applying for 10 minutes without affecting oral sex. What does this mean? Although there were still some parts he couldn't understand completely, Hua Chu already had a general idea of its purpose. There's no way Zhao Qingyuan could carry such things on him constantly. If it wasn't Zhao Qingyuan's and Qinghuan also didn't use it, then it left only one person. Hua Chu looked at Yu Qinghuan with hurt, unable to believe that his beloved Qinghuan secretly thought ill of him and bought such things to prepare for him. How do you know the Indian letters? Yu Qinghuan stared dumbfounded at Hua Chu, never expecting that he could actually read the instructions. So much so that for a moment, he overlooked the main point. I knew them beforehand. Hua Chu pressed his lips together, unwilling to talk about this topic. His gaze was dark as he looked at Yu Qinghuan. Qinghuan, do you think I'm too short-lasting? No. Yu Qinghuan finally realized the seriousness of the issue and shuddered immediately, recalling the terror of being overwhelmed by Hua Chu in bed all those years. He hastily explained, don't think nonsense, it's really not. I don't believe you. Under Yu Qinghuan's terrified gaze, Hua Chu threw the Indian god oil aside and pounced directly. Hua Chu, calm down, Yu Qinghuan struggled weakly under him, cursing Zhao Qingyuan in his heart to no end. Come if you want. Why bring that Indian god oil along? Absolutely malicious and harmful. He was going to be killed by Hua Chu on the bed. I swear it's really Zhao Qingyuan's. In response, Hua Chu deepened his kiss even more fiercely. That night, Hua Chu seemed to have gone completely mad. Yu Qinghuan felt like all the energy he had accumulated over more than 20 years was entirely drained in one single night. The next morning, when he got up, he was so weak that he swayed while walking. On the contrary, Hua Chu didn't seem tired at all and still had the strength to look gloomy. This was the first time Hua Chu had ever been angry with Yu Qinghuan. He pursed his lips, projecting a powerful aura, his dark eyes fixed on Yu Qinghuan as if ready to pounce and swallow him whole at any moment. This made Yu Qinghuan uneasy. After hastily finishing breakfast, he almost tumbled out of the door, trying to flee to the film set for safety. However, when he looked back, he saw Hua Chu following him. "Are you coming too?" Yu Qinghuan asked awkwardly. "Yeah." Hua Chu tightly held his hand, still frowning but sounding rather sour. "There's no way I'm letting you stay alone with Qin Zheng." Yu Qinghuan. How could vinegar from 800 years ago still taste this sour? "Professor Hua, are you really okay?" Chapter 71. The sky outside was gloomy, with a strong wind blowing. It looked like a heavy rainstorm was about to hit. Yu Xian nervously drove the car while muttering to Yu Qinghuan, "It better not rain. If it does, who knows how long we'll be stuck in traffic." Just then, a red light appeared, and he stopped the car, pulling out his phone. "I need to quickly forward your photo on Weibo and ask for good luck from the magic carp." "Brother," Yu Qinghuan couldn't help but laugh at him, "don't mess around. I'm already in your car." Yu Xian insisted, "No. I have to do it. Double insurance." Yu Qinghuan. Yu Qinghuan didn't bother to argue with him anymore. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Hua Chu sitting stiffly beside him, and couldn't help but start poking fun at him. He reached out and poked Hua Chu's ribs, asking, "Aren't you tired sitting like this? Come on, lean back against the seat like me." Hua Chu always sat the same way, regardless of where he was seated. This hadn't changed from the day Yu Qinghuan met him to now. Hua Chu shook his head sternly and did not move. After being rejected, Yu Qinghuan didn't stop. Instead, his curiosity grew, becoming more aggressive as he kept poking Hua Chu's ribs, trying to make him change his posture through tickling. Unfortunately, Hua Chu wasn't ticklish, and no matter what Yu Qinghuan did, Hua Chu remained steadfast, immovable as a mountain. In the end, Hua Chu had no reaction, and Yu Qinghuan just got tired from poking. He grumpily withdrew his hand and muttered under his breath, "Boring." Hua Chu turned his head curiously and glanced at him, thought for a moment, then suddenly grabbed his shoulder and pressed his head onto his own lap. "What are you doing?" Yu Qinghuan looked up at him but didn't get up. Hua Chu touched his face, saying, "Rest. Now you let me rest, so what were you doing last night?" Yu Qinghuan gave him a mockingly fierce glare but, since Yu Xian was there, didn't dare to contradict him. He could only lie down on Hua Chu's lap and close his eyes to rest. Yu Xian saw all of this through the rearview mirror, and his teeth started hurting from how affectionate these two were. Shuddering, he hastily stepped on the gas pedal. Strange enough, as soon as Yu Qinghuan arrived at the film set, it began raining heavily in torrents. The pouring rain instantly enveloped the earth in a thick layer of rain mist, drastically reducing visibility. It wasn't safe to drive, or even walk. Yu Xian stared at the outside world for a while before finally turning his face with some stiffness. "Qinghuan, I'm serious. In your past life, did you save the earth? It's just a coincidence." Yu Qinghuan felt uneasy deep inside, and could only vaguely respond with that. "This isn't a coincidence." At this moment, Lu Jian walked over. He suspiciously looked at Yu Qinghuan and contradicted, "This is clearly you having a cheat code." Before the movie starts filming, they usually reserve a few days for actors to interact with each other so that when they perform their scenes together, they won't seem awkward or rigid. He had just been talking with Qin Jing about how if Yu Qinghuan didn't come soon, the heavy rain would likely delay things today. But strangely, the rain which had been imminent stubbornly held off until Yu Qinghuan entered the room, and only then did it start to fall. Yu Qinghuan scratched his head awkwardly and didn't reply. Qinghuan, Qin Zheng had originally been sitting on the couch. Upon seeing Yu Qinghuan, he came over and greeted him. Compared to before, his attitude hadn't changed at all. He was still warm and considerate. Originally unsure of how to interact with him, Yu Qinghuan immediately relaxed upon seeing his demeanor and called out, "Big brother Zheng. You two should exchange ideas well later." Lu Jian flipped through the script and said, raising his head, "Especially Qinghuan, you need to learn more about emotional scenes from Qin Zheng." Having worked on one movie together, it was enough for Lu Jian to understand Yu Qinghuan thoroughly. This young man had great talent in acting but had a very noticeable weakness: he wasn't good at performing emotional scenes. Actually, this wouldn't be much of a problem for other directors. After all, if one hasn't tasted pork, one has at least seen pigs running around. With Yu Qinghuan's not bad acting, he can still manage decent performances. But Lu Jian didn't want decent, he wanted precision. There mustn't be any error in the feelings portrayed in his movies. Thus, during the shooting of On the Edge, most of Yu Qinghuan's NGs were because of this. "I understand." Yu Qinghuan nodded, quietly instructed Hua Chu, brought him to sit on the couch nearby, then went to find Qin Zheng. "Are you really that untrustworthy?" Qin Zheng raised an eyebrow, looking at him, seemingly joking but also perhaps quite seriously asked a question. Yu Qinghuan hesitated for a moment and then smiled, saying, "Yeah, there are too many people here. Hua Chu doesn't like such occasions." Though it was just a simple sentence, it made Qin Zheng's heart feel as if it were soaked in plum juice, so sour that he could barely maintain his smile. He liked the person who placed another individual on the pedestal of their heart, leaving him with only politeness and warmth. He thought of himself as no worse than Hua Chu and even better in many ways, but that person's eyes never held him. Fortunately, Yu Qinghuan didn't talk much about Hua Chu, and since Qin Zheng was highly competent, they quickly entered the working state and reviewed the entire script from beginning to end. As for Hua Chu, he stared intently at the two from behind, as if terrified that Qin Zheng might take any inappropriate action so he could rush out in time. After the release of On the Edge, Yu Qinghuan had already firmly established himself as a top-tier star, and in the crew, he was no longer the unnoticed underdog. Therefore, right after finishing rehearsing with Qin Zheng, a group of people immediately surrounded him. Some brought food as gifts, others tried to be friendly or even subtly handed out business cards. Brother Yu, this has no calories, won't make you fat. Please try it. Teacher Yu, you're from Peach County. My home isn't far from Peach County either, so we're kind of semi-countrymen. Brother Yu, your acting is amazing. My whole family loves you. Could you sign something for me? In just a short while, his surroundings were crowded with people. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, Yu Qinghuan massaged his temple, looking for an escape. Just then, Lu Jian began shouting through a megaphone for the actors to go take their fitting photos. Yu Qinghuan breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly squeezed out of the crowd, rushing over first. How to Love You is a city romance drama. The first round of costume-fitting photos for the male and female leads had been completed days before when the weather was good. Now they just needed to supplement with some solo shots. For Yu Qinghuan, taking costume-fitting photos wasn't difficult, it was much simpler than shooting commercials. He was already thoroughly familiar with the entire script, easily evoking the feelings Lu Jian wanted. Afterward, under Lu Jian's arrangement, the crew's art team gave the photos a basic Photoshop touch-up and sent them out via Weibo. Things were no longer as they were during the shooting of On the Edge. Qin Zheng and Yu Qinghuan were incredibly popular, not to mention Lu Jian, whose On the Edge was still playing hot, so there was significant interest in How to Love You. Once the costume-fitting photos were released, they caused enthusiastic discussions among netizens. Ah! Qin Zheng is so handsome I can't close my legs. Holy cow! The female lead is truly the ultimate life winner. Both of my favorite male idols fancy her. Incredible. Ah! Two male gods minefield. Pray this movie finishes filming soon. Definitely going to support it at the cinema. Wipe away saliva. Hohu looks adorable. Want to sleep with my little lucky fish. Second floor +1. Want to sleep with the lucky fish. Qinghuan looks cold and detached, making me want to rip off his clothes and press him beneath me. Imagine what he'd look like climaxing in bed. Ah, my fantasy erection. This car has started driving. I took a glance at the time in the bottom right corner of my computer and involuntarily fell into deep thought. Hua Chu multitasked by keeping an eye on whether Yu Qinghuan became overly intimate with Qin Zheng while browsing through Weibo posts. Who knew he would come across these comments, making his already irritable mood even darker. These people are shameless and lack restraint. They actually say such things during broad daylight. What's wrong? At this moment, after wrapping up work, Yu Qinghuan sat beside him, exhausted as he leaned back on the sofa, looking up at him. Are you still mad? He sighed and explained to Hua Chu, that thing really wasn't meant for you, it was Ouyang bringing a joke item along. Hua Chu couldn't help but recall the comments he saw on Weibo earlier. His eyelashes trembled slightly, believing him partially. Ouyang, like the internet users, both bold-faced and unreserved, such actions weren't strange coming from them, but... His gaze darkened as he looked at Yu Qinghuan. Why would he give you that kind of thing? He paused for a moment, full of jealousy. Doesn't he like you? Yu Qinghuan. Hua Chu seriously thought he attracted every man. No. He helplessly patted Hua Chu's hand. Ouyang was just joking around. He paused, lying. He has a girlfriend. Hua Chu lowered his eyes thoughtfully, pondering. Was that so? Don't be angry anymore. Yu Qinghuan nudged his waist gently. Okay. Hua Chu pursed his lips and nodded, suddenly turning to kiss Yu Qinghuan's cheek. Yu Qinghuan's face flushed red instantly. Guilty, he glanced around and found everyone was busy at the moment and no one paid attention to them. Thus, he let out a sigh of relief and hissed at Hua Chu. What are you doing? There are so many people here. Hua Chu's eyelashes flickered as he said, I want to sleep with you. What's the use of those people shouting on Weibo? Only he could really sleep with him. Yu Qinghuan. Where was his little sweetheart who could only peck kisses? Professor Hua, you've changed. Qinghuan. At this point, Lu Jian suddenly shouted loudly, what are you doing? Come over quickly. The ceremony is about to begin. Because of the incredible success of On the Edge, the outside world now had high expectations for How to Love You. Even someone with Lu Jian's psychological resilience felt some pressure. So, he, who usually didn't believe in these things, broke precedent and invited a master to prepare all the ceremonies before the filming started. The beginning of the film would have both an opening ceremony and a groundbreaking ceremony. As its name suggests, it means that the director and lead actors take shovels and dig symbolically in a direction pre-calculated by the master, notifying the local deities of their upcoming disturbance. Coming. Yu Qinghuan cleared away the messy thoughts from his head and jogged over. Originally, Yu Qinghuan, as the male secondary role, should go first during the groundbreaking ceremony. However, considering his well-known good luck, Lu Jian decided to place him last. The first shovel must be held by the director. Since Yu Qinghuan couldn't go first, Lu Jian arranged for him to close it out. Lu Jian took a deep breath and turned back to remind Yu Qinghuan, "Qinghuan, I'll depend on you shortly, you must end it properly, understood?" "Understood." Yu Qinghuan helplessly nodded and agreed. Since Lu Jian was nervous, when he dug the soil, he wasn't merely pretending, he was genuinely digging hard. Seeing this, the following actors assumed it was required by the master and started to use more strength, each shovel digging harder than the last. By the time it was Yu Qinghuan's turn, there was already quite a deep hole in the ground. Under the tense gazes of everyone, Yu Qinghuan felt immense pressure taking the shovel, but with one firm dig. There came a crisp ding, like the shovel hit something. Yu Qinghuan bent down for a look and froze immediately. The rest of the crew rushed over anxiously and were just as dumbfounded. It was an antique yet elegant gold ring, extremely familiar looking, like the one. Lu Jian gulped several times, stammering, could this be the ring that Mr. Chen offered 10 million yuan to find? Chen Feng, a national treasure-level veteran actor in the entertainment industry, lost her late husband's engagement ring while shooting a few years ago. The emotional blow left her nearly insane, prompting her to post the photo of the ring online and offer a 10 million yuan reward to anyone who could find it. Unfortunately, 3 years have passed, and though numerous fake rings have been submitted, the real one has remained undiscovered. Because this incident drew widespread attention, almost everyone was very familiar with Ms. Chen's ring. The stunned crew members stared at the ring, with one thought in mind, Yu Qinghuan must be born lucky. Chapter 72. As soon as the ring was found, everyone lost focus on their work. Some excitedly sent messages to their friends, some gathered around to take a look, and there were even those who secretly took pictures of Yu Qinghuan turning the lucky koi fish post on Weibo. Even Lu Jian's cold demeanor couldn't stop them. Fortunately, most of the tasks for today had already been completed. Seeing that he could not prevent them any longer, Lu Jian let them go their own way while quickly contacting Chen Feng. Chen Feng's status in the entertainment industry is beyond description, even Wang Jinjin calls her respectfully as Teacher Chen. Lu Jian looked at Yu Qinghuan with satisfaction. If it weren't for Hu Chu's intimidating presence nearby, he would have hugged him and kissed him without hesitation. Even though he didn't personally dig out the ring, one of his actors did. It's still connected to him. By tying a relationship with Chen Feng, even if How to Love You ended up flopping at the box office, just the fact they found the ring during the movie's production was worth it. Because the event was too extraordinary, many people in the crew got carried away with excitement. When taking photos and posting on Weibo, they didn't filter carefully enough. One person, whether accidentally or not, posted a photo where the background showed Yu Qinghuan leaning against Hu Chu's shoulder, smiling up and saying something to him, creating an extremely ambiguous atmosphere between the two. While finding Chen Feng's ring was a big scoop, netizens didn't overlook this smaller news either. Whoa, are these two together? I've never seen Qinghuan smile so gently before. There shouldn't be any straight men leaning on another straight man's shoulder, right? Although I feel like it's impossible, it's kind of sweet anyway. The online discussion over this picture grew quickly, pushing the image onto the trending list. At the same time, many netizens argued that the photo proved nothing. To be honest, if this was another couple, I'd definitely believe they're together, but this time, I don't. Leaning on someone's shoulder isn't anything special, little Qinghuan even fed Hu Chu double-layer milk pudding once. It's just an angle issue. These two aren't possible together, they're just close friends. Don't jump to conclusions too fast. If they really were together, would they act so openly without any cover-up? Qinghuan often hooks arms with Zhao Qingyuan too, sometimes male friendships are just weird like that. To be honest, you guys keep fangirling about Qinghuan and Hu Chu every day. I initially disliked two men together, but lately, it feels like brainwashed. I hope these two get together. Same here. Hu's mother had recently developed a habit, she searched for Yu Qinghuan's news online every day. Her feelings toward Yu Qinghuan were quite complicated. She was grateful that he changed Hu Chu's personality but also resented how he led Hu Chu down what seemed like a dead-end path. After Hu Chu clearly stated his affection for Yu Qinghuan and expressed his wish to be with him, after pondering for a while, she decided to try accepting this reality. Especially when she saw Hu Chu voluntarily start speaking to others. On this day, as usual, she sipped tea and idly browsed through Weibo. Without realizing it, she liked a tweet complimenting Yu Qinghuan's acting skills. As she was about to exit the app, she noticed the photo of Yu Qinghuan and Hu Chu. Her hand froze momentarily, and her gaze lingered on the phone screen for a long time. As a mother, no matter how faint a smile her son displayed, she could tell just how happy he was. This happiness had never been seen in Hu Chu before meeting Yu Qinghuan. Even facing his beloved physics, Hu Chu wouldn't exude such full-bodied joyfulness as shown in the photo. Hu's mother's eyes reddened slightly. She reached out, intending to touch Hu Chu's face on the screen but retracted her hand when her eyes fell on Yu Qinghuan's face instead. What should she do? Was she truly ready to accept her son being with a boy? What are you spacing out for? Hua's father sat beside her, catching sight of the phone screen. Hua's mother instinctively tried to block the view, but it was already too late. Hua's father grabbed her phone and stared at the photo attentively for a moment before smiling. Our third son seems to be doing pretty well now. He paused and added, don't overthink it all the time. The younger generation will find their own blessings. Let him live however he wants. I don't want to, but, Hua's mother sighed, worry creasing her face. It's just wrong for boys to be with boys. I can't even imagine what people might say about them. Hua's father hesitated, then finally opened the comments section under the Weibo post. Unexpectedly, after reading, he was left completely dumbfounded. Mrs. Hua thought her husband would continue to persuade her, but after waiting for a while, she found that he had nothing more to say, and when she turned her head, she saw him staring at the screen in a daze. Since the day she married him, this person never showed a single frown even if the sky was falling, except when she gave birth to their children. She had never seen him change his expression because of anything. Mrs. Hua nervously swallowed her saliva. Could it be that everyone online was cursing their third son? Thinking about it, Mrs. Hua immediately became angry. Her son liked men or women. As his mother, she already had to force herself to accept this carefully. Why should those outsiders interfere? What right did they have to curse her son? And what was wrong with Yu Qinghuan? He was self-reliant and kind-hearted, with both academic qualifications and acting skills. Wasn't it normal that her third son couldn't resist liking someone like him? Why should unrelated people come and comment on this? The protective mother was furious. She rolled up her sleeves and snatched the phone from her husband's hand, glaring at it ready to fight with netizens for 300 rounds. However, upon seeing the comments, she also froze. After a long time, Mrs. Hua could hardly believe her eyes as she looked at Mr. Hua. Old Hu, are people nowadays so supportive of homosexuality? I don't know either. Mr. Hua took a sip of tea, barely suppressing the shock in his heart. What was going on with these comments? Why were all of them calling for their third son and Qinghuan to be together? Forget about when homosexuality became so accepted. Just looking at the Weibo photo, any clear-eyed person could see that these two were in a romantic relationship. How could these netizens selectively ignore this? Mrs. Hua, young people nowadays are truly different from us. While sighing, the heavy stone that had been pressing on her heart finally fell into place. As long as her son wasn't despised or looked down upon by others, she could rest assured. Old Hu, she nudged her husband with her elbow, it's the Dragon Boat Festival in a few days. Ask our second son to call Qinghuan and invite him over for dinner. It's been so long since our third son has brought him home, which is absolutely inappropriate. Mr. Hua smiled as he looked at his smiling wife. When Huarong called, Yu Qinghuan was lounging in bed reading scripts. Lu Jian was handling the follow-up matters regarding the ring, leaving him carefree. So, he had taken Hua Chu back home early. Zhao Qingyuan had previously brought a lot of snacks. Yu Qinghuan couldn't resist grabbing a pack of chocolate sticks out to eat. After his recent weight loss recovery due to illness, his weight hadn't fully bounced back, so indulging occasionally was permissible. Hua Chu, can you grab my phone for me? He was feeling lazy and didn't want to move even though his phone was ringing, so he bit into a chocolate stick and lazily asked Hua Chu. Hua Chu just stared at him without moving. Professor Hua, can you please get the phone? Yu Qinghuan chuckled and said again, pausing briefly before holding the chocolate bar out in front of him, eat one, then get me the phone. Hua Chu thought for a moment and eventually reached out to take one. Hurry up, Yu Qinghuan urged him, or the call will hang up. Hua Chu hesitated for a moment but finally went to the living room and came back with chocolate crumbs stuck to the corner of his mouth. Eating something can lead to eating all over your face. Yu Qinghuan grabbed the phone with one hand and wiped Hua Chu's lips with the other. As he was about to take the half-eaten chocolate stick from his mouth to answer the phone, Hua Chu suddenly leaned in, nibbled on the other end of the chocolate stick, and quickly kissed him on the lips. Yu Qinghuan was nearly shocked out of his wits by this maneuver, severely suspecting that Hua Chu had been watching some inappropriate things online again. He almost forgot to pick up the call until Hua Chu reminded him, it's my second brother. Only then did he muddle-headedly press the answer button. Qinghuan, do you have any plans for the Dragon Boat Festival? If not, come over for dinner. Fearing that Yu Qinghuan might refuse, he added another sentence, my parents want to meet you. Yu Qinghuan's heart suddenly began to race wildly. He knew that there would be this first meeting sooner or later, but subconsciously, he had been dragging his feet, always thinking that he could get through each day without facing it. But unexpectedly, the day arrived so suddenly. He licked his lips, moving the phone slightly away from his ear for fear that Huarong might hear his chaotic breathing. Should have nothing scheduled. He gritted his teeth to force out this statement. He was not afraid to see Huarong, nor afraid of Hua Zheng, he only dreaded meeting the two elders of the Hua family. He feared seeing their look of disdain and anger, afraid that they might accuse him of corrupting their good boy, Hua Chu. Since he had no parents, he cherished the feelings that parents had for their children and did not want to hurt them in any way. Yu Qinghuan didn't know what he would do if the Hua family strongly opposed his relationship with Hua Chu. Well then, Huarong laughed heartily and said, it's settled then, hesitated a bit and added, hand the phone over to my third brother for a moment, I want to talk to him a little. Okay, upon hearing this request, Yu Qinghuan sighed in relief and almost couldn't wait to toss the phone to Hua Chu. However, he turned around only to see Hua Chu already on the phone. He had been so nervous earlier that he hadn't even heard the phone ringing. Qinghuan, it's Yu Xan. Hua Chu quickly hung up the phone and told Yu Qinghuan, he said he couldn't get through to you, so let me tell you that you've been selected as the Overseas Culture Promotion Ambassador by the national station and you need to go there these days. Yu Qinghuan's first thought was, great. This meant he would be unavailable during the Dragon Boat Festival and wouldn't have to visit the Hua family yet. A day delayed was a day saved. That's what he thought, and inadvertently said out loud. He was so happy that he forgot for a moment that he was still on the call with Huarong. Qinghuan, Huarong's mellow voice came from the phone, making Yu Qinghuan nearly stop breathing. I heard that. Yu Qinghuan. Apparently, stupidity could be contagious. Zhao Qingyuan was really something. Chapter 73. On the early morning of the next day, Yu Qinghuan went to the national station. The female receptionist warmly led him to the conference room and told him to wait for a moment as the person in charge would be there soon. Yu Qinghuan nodded to indicate his understanding and sat down near the door. The matter had come rather suddenly, and he still hadn't figured out what was going on. In the past, the national station had selected many cultural ambassadors, but most of them were much older people with great artistic achievements. Selecting an actor at his level was unprecedented. As he was wondering about this, the meeting room doors suddenly opened, and the person in charge strode in. Upon seeing Yu Qinghuan, his smile immediately brightened. Qinghuan has arrived. No need to stand, sit, sit, sit. It was Zhang Dong, who accompanied him and Zhao Rui last time in promoting a film during their trip to AO City. Hello, Yu Qinghuan shook hands with him and pulled out a chair beside him. He had not had much interaction with Zhang Dong before, only remembering that back then Zhang spoke in an official tone, acting arrogantly, and looked down on him, a young actor. Why had his attitude changed so quickly today? Had something special happened? Qinghuan, between life and death, is performing quite well. Congratulations, Zhang Dong's chubby face scrunched up as he looked at Yu Qinghuan with deep satisfaction, almost like looking at his own younger family member. The entertainment industry needs talents like you now. While saying this, Zhang Dong even pulled his chair closer, getting nearer to Yu Qinghuan. Far from it, your praise is too heavy, Yu Qinghuan replied with an unchanged smile, feeling awkward due to Zhang Dong's warmth. He wanted to move a bit further but didn't want to lose face. Thus, he directly asked, Big Brother Dong, what exactly do I need to do today? There are quite a few things to do, but none are difficult. There will be people guiding you through. Zhang Dong took a sip of water. I'll briefly explain the general procedure later. After pausing for a second, his eyes swept over Yu Qinghuan once more, shifting the topic. Qinghuan, you must understand, this title of Overseas Culture Ambassador isn't easily attainable by just anyone. Zhang Dong reached out and patted Yu Qinghuan's hand, filled with deep meaning. With a flick, Yu Qinghuan withdrew his hand, his expression turning cold instantly. So this was the reason behind the sudden friendliness. Was Zhang Dong trying to get into his pants? But this didn't make sense. The last time they met, Zhang Dong didn't show any signs of attraction. How could he suddenly take a fancy to him? Furrowing his brows slightly, Yu Qinghuan moved a little further away from Zhang Dong and forced himself to say through discomfort, Brother Dong, let's discuss the process first. To his utter surprise, Zhang Dong couldn't believe that Yu Qinghuan wouldn't engage in idle talk. After several attempts at self-restraint, Zhang finally swallowed all the things he originally wanted to say and nodded, all right. Once today's matters are confirmed, we will hold an Overseas Cultural Ambassador Award ceremony, broadcasted at prime time on Channel 1 of the national station. Afterwards, around September or October, a trip abroad will be required for publicity. After a brief pause, he resumed speaking in an official tone, this was something I worked hard to secure for you. You see, there are so many actors in the entertainment industry, who can appear on the national station. Just look. Before Zhang could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Yu Qinghuan, thank you for lifting me up, Brother Dong. Checking his phone that he pulled out of his pocket, he added, excuse me, my agent urgently needs to speak with me, I have to step out. Upon finishing his words, he stood up and was about to walk out. Hey, Qinghuan, wait. Zhang Dong got anxious when he saw Yu Qinghuan was about to leave, quickly rushing forward to stop him, don't leave yet, I still have other things to tell you. At hearing this, Yu Qinghuan became even more vigilant. Apart from the cultural ambassador role, what else could Zhang Dong possibly want from him? Holding the door handle, he opened it slightly, calmly saying, Big Brother Dong, please go ahead and speak, I'm listening. Close the door first. Zhang Dong walked around the corner of the table toward him, winking conspiratorially, this matter isn't good for others to hear. At this point, Yu Qinghuan's patience finally ran out. In his previous life, he'd also encountered such situations multiple times. Each time, he had barely managed to escape after humbling himself dangerously. However, in this life, he no longer intended to suffer humiliation for himself. In this world, apart from Hua Chu, nothing could force him into compromising. Staring at Zhang Dong with eyes sharp like knives, Yu Qinghuan was about to open his mouth when a female receptionist suddenly knocked softly outside the door. She peeked in through the gap and whispered apologetically, sorry Big Brother Dong, to disturb you. Teacherson wishes to come and meet Qinghuan. Zhang Dong had been slightly annoyed by her appearance at first, but upon hearing this, he was instantly startled. Which teacher Cin? The receptionist replied brightly, Cin Feng, teacher Cn. Hurry. Bring teacher Cin in. Zhang Dong rubbed his hands together and his excitement made the fat on his face tremble. He almost wished he could sprout a pair of wings and fly directly to Cin Feng. Cin Feng was waiting outside. Due to her very poor health, she was sitting in a wheelchair pushed by her caregiver. Even though she was over 60 years old and still looked frail, Cin Feng remained beautiful. She had originally been a dancer, so her figure was well preserved, and even though she could no longer move freely now, she carried an undeniable air about her. Are you Yu Qinghuan? Lifting her head, she accurately located Yu Qinghuan, touching the ring on her finger that had once been lost before it was found again. She smiled faintly at him. I really cannot thank you enough, this ring is more important to me than life itself. Cin Feng's husband had been famous for treating her extremely well. When Cin Feng was young, she didn't want children because she feared ruining her body, and her husband agreed without hesitation. In fact, he underwent a vasectomy. He took all the pressure from both their families alone, just to make his wife happy. Unfortunately, he passed away in his 40s due to liver cancer, leaving Cin Feng alone in the world with nothing but memories of her late husband. Losing her wedding ring had been a devastating blow to Cin Feng. If the ring had not been found, it would have weighed heavily on her until her deathbed. It's nothing, teacher Cin. Facing Cin Feng, Yu Qinghuan finally softened his expression. He understood how precious a gift from one's lover could be, and he empathized deeply with her mindset. In fact, I wasn't the only one who found the ring, everyone in our caste deserves credit too. Upon hearing this, the smile on Cin Feng's face became softer. She was fully aware that those around her today were mostly there for her social standing, and none truly cared about her well-being. Therefore, someone like Yu Qinghuan who helped her without claiming credit was very rare and cherished to her. Cin Feng looked up at Yu Qinghuan. The previous day, she had reviewed all available information about him and couldn't believe such a good individual could exist in the current entertainment industry, which prompted her urgent desire to meet him that day. And indeed, she wasn't disappointed. This is my number. Handing over a simple business card, she gave it to Yu Qinghuan. You can come find me if you're free. I heard you love spicy food, my Sichuan cuisine is actually quite decent. Yu Qinghuan paused, respectfully receiving the card. He thought she might mention money or resources in return, and they'd call it even. However, she hadn't done any of that. But it was exactly because of this that Yu Qinghuan felt completely at ease, from inside out. Thank you, teacher Cin, I'll visit. Cin Feng smiled and nodded towards him, then turned to Zhang Dong. Little Zhang, did you need something from Qinghuan earlier? When entering the room, Cin Feng had noticed Yu Qinghuan's discomfort, and thus guessed he may have encountered some unpleasantness. Since Yu Qinghuan had helped her significantly, she was willing to stand up for him. No, Zhang Dong scratched his head awkwardly. Initially hesitant to say anything, under Cin Feng's steady gaze, he blurted everything out. Teacher Cin, don't laugh, I've been having a streak of bad luck recently, so I wanted to get closer to Qinghuan and borrow some of his good fortune. And if he could write a blessing message for me, it'd be perfect. Yu Qinghuan stared uncomprehendingly at Zhang Dong. East brother, that's all you wanted to tell me? Zhang Dong was perplexed by the astonishment in Yu Qinghuan's tone. Yes, what else could it be? Looking alternately at the frustrated Yu Qinghuan and the seemingly amused Cin Feng, suddenly inspiration struck him. Qinghuan, you don't think I wanted to take advantage of you, do you? Yu Qinghuan. With all the hand-touching and proximity-seeking actions, anyone would have thought that way. Zhang Dong, I swear I did not. If I had to take advantage of anyone, wouldn't it be female celebrities? Ah. No. Teacher Cin, forgive me, I said the wrong thing, should never do such a thing, to either male or female stars. Thus, a farcical misunderstanding came to an end. Cin Feng chatted a bit more with Yu Qinghuan and then left the station. Yu Qinghuan stayed busy running various errands throughout the day, not returning home until 10 o'clock that night, yawning all the way. Pushing the door open, he found the living room light on, but nobody on the couch. Yu Qinghuan thought Hua Chu had forgotten to turn off the light before sleeping, so he quietly changed his shoes and turned it off. He was about to head straight to the bathroom to take a shower when the bedroom door suddenly opened, and Hua Chu came out. You're not asleep yet. Yu Qinghuan was surprised. It was already Hua Chu's usual bedtime, he should have been asleep by now. I was waiting for you to come back. Hua Chu smiled at him, revealing the round dimples on his face. He stepped aside to let Yu Qinghuan enter the room and pointed to the bedside. Are you going to take a shower, Qinghuan? That is your pajamas, in case you can't find them. Hua Chu paused, scratching uncomfortably around his arms, then whispered softly to Yu Qinghuan, can you hurry up? I really want to sleep. Hua Chu wasn't sleepy, he simply had severe obsessive-compulsive disorder and couldn't stand things being out of order or missing fixed schedules. That's why Hua Rong had specifically reminded Yu Qinghuan again and again that Hua Chu must be in bed by 9 o'clock when he first moved in. But tonight, Hua Chu had endured the intense discomfort caused by deviating from his routine just to wait for him. Yu Qinghuan closed his eyes briefly. He remembered how earlier that day he had envied Cin Feng, but in reality, there was no one he needed to envy. Hua Chu had already made him the happiest person in the world. Suppressing the overwhelming emotions in his heart, he rushed into the bathroom. I'll finish washing quickly. Chapter 74. Yu Qinghuan took what was probably the fastest shower of his life, and when he climbed into bed, his body was still damp with water. Hua Chu didn't mind at all, flipping over to immediately pull him into his arms. After sleeping together for so long, Yu Qinghuan had grown used to this position. He lowered the air conditioning temperature slightly, reached over to turn off the bedside lamp, and snuggled up close into Hua Chu's embrace without resistance. It was already summer, the hottest time of the year. Even with the air conditioner blowing cold air on their heads, two young men lying closely together were unbearably hot. Yu Qinghuan started sweating from his forehead, enduring it for a while until he assumed Hua Chu had fallen asleep. Carefully, he began to move away, but as soon as he shifted, Hua Chu tightened his arms around him. You're not asleep. Yu Qinghuan lifted his head and looked at Hua Chu in astonishment in the darkness. He touched Hua Chu's face lightly, only to find that he was still wide awake. Didn't you say you were tired? I can't fall asleep. Hua Chu pouted and nuzzled against his hand, saying dejectedly, I feel restless. Feeling somewhat dazed from the heat, Yu Qinghuan instinctively felt downward upon hearing this but detected no reaction. Just as he was about to speak, Hua Chu abruptly grabbed his hand. Qinghuan, are you thinking of something? His voice carried tones of both surprise and delight. This was the first time Qinghuan had acted like this voluntarily. No. Quickly trying to explain, Yu Qinghuan wished he could slap himself. Hua Chu had clearly mentioned earlier that feeling restless was because it was past his regular sleep time, yet why did Qinghuan foolishly think it meant something else? Tomorrow, he must buy some walnuts and ginkgo to nourish his brain. It's a misunderstanding. Qinghuan guiltily hunched up, patting Hua Chu's back in comfort. Go to sleep, it's late. A misunderstanding? In the darkness, Hua Chu gave a questioning look towards Qinghuan's direction. How could it be a misunderstanding? He had already told Qinghuan. Hua Chu tried hard to analyze Qinghuan's implication. When his thoughts landed on a certain point, his eyes lit up instantly. Qinghuan, overwhelmed with joy, he kissed the top of Qinghuan's head. His right hand slipped beneath Qinghuan's shirt hem, tracing along his slim yet resilient waist. Don't be shy. Yu Qinghuan. What was he shy about? What had Hua Chu misinterpreted? The ticklish sensation on his waist made his body go limp. With great difficulty, he managed to grab Hua Chu's wandering hand, panting, stop fooling around. Are we going to sleep or not? Don't overthink things. Why would I be embarrassed by you? I understand. Hua Chu suddenly flipped him underneath and pushed his shirt to its highest limit. His mouth nibbled incessantly on Qinghuan's collarbone, murmuring faintly, you always act like this. How do I act? Yu Qinghuan had no clue what he was fantasizing about. He clutched onto his shoulders intending to push him away, but then his body shuddered unexpectedly as he let out a soft moan. Don't bite there. Like this. Hua Chu's hand moved inside his pants, breathing heavily, his heart racing. He felt as if he finally understood what it meant when Qinghuan said no before, refusal which actually meant permission. Wanting but claiming you don't, feeling good but telling me not to touch. I'm not. Yu Qinghuan was almost lost under his touches, raising his head and gasping in breathless protest, don't twist my words. He gripped the sheet beneath him tightly, regaining a bit of clarity. You weren't reacting just now. Were you? How come suddenly he became so aroused? Simply, an animal. Yes, Hua Chu arched his hips and collided against him, proving his state with sheer force, seeing you makes it happen. After pausing for a moment, his hands stopped when Yu Qinghuan couldn't help but instinctively thrust upward. He leaned down and beseechingly kissed the corner of Qinghuan's lips. Qinghuan, help me. Just this once. Qinghuan didn't agree immediately. After remaining silent for a moment, he firmly uttered 3 words. Hua Chu looked quite reluctant. He hesitated for several seconds, then cautiously and tentatively reached out to touch Qinghuan's lips. Yu Qinghuan immediately grasped his meaning, laughing spitefully and pushing him gently. Are you expecting kisses every day before falling asleep, Hua Chu? Zhao Qingyuan's Indian magic oil was really harmful. Startled, Hua Chu blushed and revealed the dimples on his cheeks. If you'd allow it, I would take it. Yu Qinghuan. After being forced to brush his teeth several times the previous night, Yu Qinghuan was still yawning as he went to the national station the next morning. Xin originally wanted to ask about it, but upon noticing Hua Chu sitting upright beside him, he ultimately kept quiet. He thought it would be better not to delve into why Qinghuan was so sleepy. The national station acted swiftly. Just one day after discussing with Qinghuan, all actors who were selected as overseas cultural ambassadors were summoned, and an award ceremony was held. This ceremony followed the usual solemn style of the national station, featuring certificates and diplomas alike. Before the official entry, even the stylist deliberately styled Yu Qinghuan's hair to make it appear more serious. That evening, Yu Qinghuan appeared on the news broadcast among a group of old artists, where his clean-cut handsome face stood out significantly amidst a sea of lined faces. Even though there were fewer people watching the news on TV these days, social media like Weibo made up for this lack when all major national media accounts reposted the message, quickly spreading the news that Yu Qinghuan had become the new overseas cultural ambassador across the internet. Wow, wow, wow. Congrats to Qinghua. Achieving such success within less than a year of debuting, the maternal fans are proud and holding their chests high. Ha 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 ha, although this is a serious matter, I just find it funny, what can I do? Don't you think this picture resembles a clear-eyed little chick that has mistakenly entered a flock of dignified old hens? Ha 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 ha, the comment above is toxic. What kind of ghostly dignified flock of old hens is this? Holy crap, this is some conspiracy. How could Yu Qinghuan get onto the national station? Clearly there's a sugar daddy supporting him. Is the person upstairs stupid? Which sugar daddy could get an actor onto the news broadcast? If there really is such a powerful backer, I have only one requirement: introduce them to me. Yu Qinghuan was unaware of the turmoil online at this moment. He was surrounded by a crowd of people from whom he couldn't escape. Young man, you've got a very proper appearance. An elder artist smiled and looked at him carefully, then said, I heard that Miss Xiaofeng's ring was found. Thank you a lot. Otherwise, she might have endured torment for much longer. Not a big deal, Yu Qinghuan bashfully smiled. Actually, it was quite coincidental. Helping Teachertson also made me feel lucky. One shouldn't say that. The elder artist waved his hand and suddenly wore an unscrupulous smile on his face. I heard your luck is particularly good. They call you Koi. My daughter is your fan and shouts at home every day asking to forward your pictures for good luck. He pulled a small notebook from his pocket and handed it to Yu Qinghuan. Knowing that I would see you today, she specifically entrusted me to get an autograph from you. Yu Qinghuan didn't expect that these elders, who usually carried stern expressions and constantly criticized the younger generation of actors, would actually do something so down-to-earth. Stunned for a moment, he respectfully took the notebook. I thank her liking on behalf of you, he said while writing, having so many great fans, I indeed have good luck. This statement clearly pleased the elder artist. His smile grew deeper, and just as he was about to speak, a group of people suddenly gathered around, incessantly examining Yu Qinghuan as if he were a rare animal. This is the extremely spiritual young man Wang Zhensheng's old man mentioned. Indeed, not bad. Hey, old Lu actually asks for an autograph from someone. At his age, he's still chasing stars. Not exactly, I heard that Qinghua's luck is exceptionally good. Is old Lu trying to borrow some good fortune? Oh mama, then sign one for me too. Hey. Is there such a saying? Then I'll jump in on the fun and ask for one. Artists, even at older ages, have thoughts that stay current, and they really acted like young people, each one seeking an autograph from Yu Qinghuan. The director of the award ceremony, seeing this scene, immediately had an idea and pulled over the photographer to snap a few photos, subsequently posting a Weibo tweet. Heard rubbing shoulders with little Koi brings good luck. Picture. Given the nature of the national station, events like this were always very serious, lacking entertainment value. Therefore, they received little attention from the younger generation. This year, it was due to Yu Qinghuan's popularity that they managed to get a bit more interest and shares. The director worried to the point of almost losing his hair, unable to devise a comprehensive method, but this time with no other way, he decided to slightly leverage off Yu Qinghuan's fame to create a light-hearted image. It turned out that his decision was entirely correct. Once the Weibo post was sent out, it was crazily forwarded by netizens. Goodness. All of a sudden, it feels like Qinghua is truly blessed. Holy cow. Isn't that Lu Heng up ahead? Teacher Lu Heng who received the Lifetime Artistic Achievement Award. And he actually asked Yu Qinghuan for an autograph. Guys upstairs, it's not just Lu Heng, there are so many big shots. Yu Qinghuan really is an extraordinary person. No, Qinghuan isn't a human being, he's a lucky Koi in human form. Because of the stark contrast and sheer incredibility of the event, towering threads were erected on numerous forums that day. Yu Qinghuan's fame soared with this incident, reaching almost everyone in no time. Yu Xin seemed to be walking on air, humming melodies as he busied himself selecting scripts and endorsements for Yu Qinghuan, even forgetting his own birthday in the process. When Yu Qinghuan pulled out the birthday present, Yu Xin was completely taken aback. What is this? He received the gift box in a daze, and after opening it, his eyes widened in astonishment. A DSLR and lenses? Holy cow. There are both macro and telephoto lenses. Qinghuan, how come you suddenly gave me this? Yu Qinghuan smiled, it's your birthday gift. Brother, happy birthday. Yu Xin was fond of photography and had always been drooling over all kinds of DSLRs and lenses. But, owning a DSLR would bankrupt 3 generations, while pursuing photography could ruin one's life. Through 2 lifetimes, only recently, with his rising salary from roles, did Yu Xin start making money, without even owning a house, let alone investing in hobbies. Yu Qinghuan had always wanted to thank Yu Xin but wasn't good at expressing himself. So, seizing this opportunity, he gave him something he liked, symbolizing his feelings towards him. In others' eyes, Yu Xin might not seem professional, perhaps even dragging him down. However, in his view, Yu Xin was the sole broker in this world who genuinely cared for him and looked after him wholeheartedly. There were plenty of top-tier agents, but only one Yu Xin. I totally forgot, yet you still remembered. Yu Xin hugged the present tightly for a long time before finally saying softly with slightly reddened eyes. The best thing he ever did in this life was helping Yu Qinghuan when he was in the most trouble. Chapter 75. After finishing the matters concerning her role as a cultural ambassador overseas, Yu Qinghwan officially joined the film crew. Because Zhang Peirong favored the male supporting actor, in How to Love You, although Yu Qinghwan was the second male lead, in reality, his screen time was not much less than Qin Zheng's. If it weren't for this being a project for the national station, Lu Jianan would never have allowed him to be delayed for these few days. In the two movies Yu Qinghwan had acted in, Yi Sheng was a proud and frivolous second-generation rich man, while Zhao Qingping was a somber and tenacious avenger. In comparison to these two characters, Wang Chuan seemed rather ordinary. He was a project manager at a small company, much like many young people striving in big cities nowadays. Every day, he earned as little as someone selling cabbage but worried as if he were involved in drug dealing. Whenever he received a call from his boss, no matter how late it was, he had to get out of bed. His daily routine consisted of supervising projects on site, catering to various demands of the client like a yes man, always fearing provoking the anger of these lords. As for weekends, they were luxuries that he dared not even dream of. Though his life was plain and lacked highlights. This kind of person, however, possessed an element of unwavering dedication and longing towards love, which Yi Sheng and Zhao Qingping lacked. After encountering Zhang Xiaomiao, Wang Chuan's life became like a night sky suddenly lit up by stars, shining brilliantly. He started having goals to strive for, gaining motivation to persevere despite hardships. Because he wanted to provide a place where his beloved girl could settle, a house. He continuously took on more projects, willingly running off to secluded villages in the southwest part of the country just for a bit more commission, staying there for half a year or more. Although life was bitter, his love remained sweet. Wang Chuan firmly believed that as long as he worked hard, he would certainly gain happiness. When encountering the mudslide, he originally had a chance to escape. By then, he had almost saved up enough money to buy a house. Soon, he could confidently express his feelings to Zhang Xiaomiao. All he needed was to survive and leave here, and his dream of life would become a reality. But looking at his newly graduated junior colleague who harbored boundless hope for the future, he still paused. The way Wang Chuan left mirrored his character, silent and unpretentious. He left Zhang Xiaomiao with only a damaged old mobile phone, filled with traces of their countless conversations. Even though Wang Chuan's love was never verbally expressed, it permeated the entire movie. If this line is played well, the emotion in the movie will elevate to a new height. If performed poorly, it would become a lengthy disaster. Therefore, before filming began, Lu Jianan specially set aside 2 days, taking Yu Qinghwan to watch numerous romance films, encouraging him to carefully appreciate the emotions within. Yu Qinghwan was too young. Even after collaborating with him previously and knowing he had excellent acting skills, Lu Jianan couldn't help but worry. Some things must require experience and age to truly understand. However, soon Lu Jianan realized that his worries were entirely unnecessary. The restraint and sweetness of unrequited love, the excitement and timidity when seeing the person one loves, were all perfectly portrayed by Yu Qinghwan, shocking even him. Lu Jianan watched through the playback once, reluctantly turning his eyes away from the screen. He gave a gesture, okay. This one passed. He turned to Yu Qinghwan and asked, Qinghwan, are you recently fond of someone? He didn't believe someone completely clueless about love could make such a breakthrough in a short time, unless that person themselves had experienced it. Yu Qinghwan wiped the sweat off with a towel handed over by Gui Xian, glanced at the sidelines where Hua Chu stood, but smiled without answering. Hua Chu said he shouldn't be alone with Qin Zheng, and so it was. Not only did Hua Chu move into the film set with him, but he personally supervised every scene. To some extent, Hua Chu was also quite domineering. But his dominance did not make Yu Qinghwan feel any repulsion. Even without security, even if he noticed Qin Zheng's feelings for him, Hua Chu never stopped him from working. Instead, he continuously yielded to accommodate him. So it seems you do, Lu Jianan narrowed his eyes, smiling ambiguously. He tossed a popsicle to Yu Qinghwan and bit into one himself, feeling refreshed as he chewed thoughtfully, then continued, go ahead and pursue it. When you succeed, bring them over for me to meet, and I'll give you a big red envelope. Lu Jianan was straightforward. His wife had once said that fortunately, they hadn't emphasized free dating back then, otherwise, Lu Jianan would have been a lifelong bachelor. Even though the whole crew had noticed the relationship between Yu Qinghwan and Hua Chu, he didn't give it a second thought. When Hua Rong called him to say that Hua Chu would join the team as well, he even turned to his assistant and remarked with admiration about how good their relationship was. I've got it, Yu Qinghwan said with a smile, his eyes curving, Director Lu, you better prepare your red envelope early. Hey! Lu Jianan slapped his thigh, you're pretty confident, huh? Alright, I'll wait for your good news. Since there were no scenes next involving Yu Qinghwan, after chatting with Lu Jianan, he walked directly toward Hua Chu. By now, it was dusk. The sun had already lost its scorching heat from midday and had become gentle. Hua Chu sat by a pile of messy props, bathed in a golden-red sunset which enveloped him in a soft glow. He was reading a book, his well-defined knuckles flipping the pages rhythmically. His back was always perfectly straight, like an irrefutable landscape. Yu Qinghwan sat down beside him, gazing at the book, only to be momentarily dazzled by all the technical terms on the page. He gently pushed away the damp hair from Hua Chu's forehead and tenderly asked, aren't you feeling hot? Come on, my part is done, let's go back to air conditioning. Hua Chu carefully closed the book, flashed a radiant smile at Yu Qinghuan, and obediently nodded, following him afterward. From now on, don't wait for me outside. Yu Qinghuan handed over the popsicle given by Lu Jianan to Huachu. If you can't stand the heat and don't want to stay home alone, then just stay in the hotel. The cold ice stick brought an instant refreshing sensation upon entering his mouth. Huachu licked his lips and mumbled a refusal. No, I won't get burnt. Huachu was very stubborn in some aspects, and even Yu Qinghuan couldn't convince him otherwise. Yu Qinghuan sighed helplessly, wanting to scold him but unable to bring himself to do so. Instead, he took a small bite from the part Huachu had bitten, and shoved the entire popsicle to him. They hadn't yet reached the hotel when Huachu's phone rang. It was Huarong. Third one, are you still in the studio? Huarong came straight to the point. Huachu glanced at Yu Qinghuan and answered, yes. After thinking for a moment, he added, Qinghuan has finished shooting, we're heading back to the hotel. That's wonderful. Huarong excitedly slapped his thigh again. Here's the thing, Mom originally wanted Qinghuan to come over for dinner on Dragon Boat Festival, but since he's busy and has no time, Mom's afraid you might miss out on eating zongzi, so she plans to bring some over shortly. After understanding his intention, Huachu looked at the panic-stricken Yu Qinghuan and not only readily agreed but also reported the room number at the hotel without hesitation. After hanging up the phone, he touched Yu Qinghuan's face, slightly flushed due to prolonged exposure to sunlight, and asked, Qinghuan, do you like eating zongzi? Huachu. Yu Qinghuan swallowed hard, tightly grabbing his hand and looking at him with panic. I will have something else to do later and may not have time. What's that? Huachu watched him in confusion, unlocked the door, pulled him into the room, and seriously reviewed his work arrangements for these few days before shaking his head. Qinghuan, you're mistaken, you have nothing to do this afternoon. No. Yu Qinghuan's heart pounded violently, clenching his fists and turning around aimlessly while muttering repeatedly, no. No. What's wrong, Qinghuan? Huachu couldn't understand why he was acting so abnormal. As soon as he was about to speak, Yu Qinghuan suddenly rushed into his arms. Huachu, please, can you ask your mom not to come? His expression was anxious, his nose breaking out into a fine sweat, his lips pale. Huachu froze for a moment, then lowered his head and looked at him. Why? After a pause, his expression gradually became sorrowful. Qinghuan, is it that you don't like my family? No, fearing Huachu would misunderstand, Yu Qinghuan quickly grabbed his hand and placed it on his chest to feel his violent heartbeat, explaining, Huachu, I'm too nervous, this is too sudden. Huachu failed to comprehend why he would react this way, but seeing how restless Yu Qinghuan was, he could only lift his face and kiss the corner of his lips over and over again to comfort him. Don't be nervous. Then, he patted his back. There will be zongzi to eat soon. This isn't about the zongzi. Yu Qinghuan felt like crying. He never imagined that Mrs. Huo would pull such a move. If he had known, he should have accepted her invitation for dinner at the Huo residence. At least he wouldn't feel so passive now. He looked down at his dusty clothes worn for filming. Panicking, he covered his head with his hands and dashed into the bathroom like a gust of wind, under Huachu's bewildered gaze. After tidying himself up spotlessly and changing into what he thought was his best-looking outfit, he fidgeted in front of the mirror for a long time before finally asking Huachu, do you think this looks good on me? Huachu didn't even hesitate to answer, yes, it does. Yu Qinghuan anxiously ruffled his hair, really? Due to his extreme nervousness, he began to act irrationally. You just say everything's fine when I ask you. It's better if I don't ask at all. He paced around again, using the comb to mess with his hair randomly. Only after confirming that not a single strand of hair was out of place did he nervously sit on the bed. However, feeling restless inside, he couldn't stay still. Within a minute, he changed positions countless times. Finally unable to bear it, he grabbed Huachu's shoulders, bumped his head against them a few times, and muttered, what should I do, Huachu? I'm so anxious. My chest feels so tight, I can't even catch my breath. Seeing how distressed he was made Huachu ache with sympathy, but he had no idea what to do to help him feel better. Looking around anxiously, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he sprinted over to open the window. It won't be suffocating with the window open. Yu Qinghuan. Chapter 76. The hot summer wind blew in through the window, all at once slapping against Yu Qinghuan's face, lifting a strand of his bangs, and finally sticking tightly to his sweat-soaked skin, making him feel even more irritated and suffocated. With an expressionless face, he looked at Huachu beside him who was wearing a look of self-congratulation. He reached out and directly turned Huachu's handsome face to one side, pouting as he said, go away quickly, don't hover around me. This guy really knows how. Opening a window would solve everything. Is this something that can be solved by opening a window? Qinghuan, not only did Huachu not leave, but he also reached out and hugged him, rubbing against his shoulder like a spoiled child. I'm not hovering before your eyes, I'm next to you. Yu Qinghuan almost choked on his words, shaking his shoulders fiercely to shake Huachu's head off. He was uneasy here, not knowing what fate awaited him, but Huachu seemed completely unaware, even unable to understand his meaning. A wave of overwhelming frustration suddenly rose in Yu Qinghuan's chest, instantly shattering his sanity into pieces. He was just about to push Huachu aside, but when he turned his head to meet his dark, bright eyes full of concern, the hand that had already touched his arm unconsciously dropped down. Qinghuan, Hua Chu grabbed his hand and held it in his palm, his voice gentle. Are you thirsty? Would you like me to pour you a glass of water? Saying so, he got up and walked over to the table, awkwardly picking up the kettle, pouring him a cup of water, and offering it to his lips. Take a sip. The water was boiled tap water, though not as refreshing as ice water. It had been in the air-conditioned room for so long that it carried a refreshing coolness. Yu Qinghuan lowered his head, sipping the water from his hand, feeling the inner restlessness immediately being soothed significantly. Before meeting him, Hua Chu didn't even know how to use a kettle, but after his last illness, hearing Uxin say drinking hot water helped recovery, Hua Chu spent the whole day crouched in front of the socket, studying the kettle with it. Something as simple as even a child could do it posed immense difficulty for him. But he never gave up, spending who knows how much effort before finally learning to boil water. Like an alarm clock, every half hour, he reminded himself once. Thinking of how good he has been to him, Yu Qinghuan's heart gradually calmed down. He liked Hua Chu, liked his innocence and sincerity, even if sometimes this personality made him feel irritable and furious. At the beginning of his rebirth, he did not know the significance of having another chance at life. His parents were gone, and he did not have too much attachment to money and career. His heart floated in the air every day, unable to settle. But then he met Hua Chu, and from him, Yu Qinghuan obtained a sense of security he had never experienced before. Perhaps throughout his life, Hua Chu would always be like this, running quickly to open the window when he says his chest feels tight. However, he is more than willing. What if your mom doesn't like me? Yu Qinghuan sighed, hugging Hua Chu, leaning weakly against his shoulder. How could that be? Hearing this, Hua Chu's eyes widened suddenly, replying with a tone of incredulity, as if Yu Qinghuan had said something incomprehensible. You're so good, who wouldn't like you? Yu Qinghuan's heart trembled, sweetness welling up in his chest as if honey could seep out. After a long silence, he scratched Hua Chu's palm, quietly asking, have you been looking at strange things online again? Pausing for a moment, he added, like, how to appease young girls. Hua Chu tilted his head, digesting it for quite a while before smiling. No, I only watch news related to you online. Learning to Love You is an urban drama, and its filming location isn't far from the city center, merely an hour away. Within that time, Hua Rong brought Madame Hua to the destination. Mom, let me take it. Hua Rong extended his hand wanting to take the bag, but was dodged past by Madame Hua. The old lady tucked her windblown hair behind her ear, keeping her back straight as she walked forward without accepting her second son's offer. No need, I'll carry the things I brought myself. What was going on? Hua Rong's eyes went wide. His mother always relied on them, her sons, to help carry even her own bag when she goes out. Why did she suddenly change today? Confused, he followed along until stopping in front of the hotel room door where he saw his mother checking the mirror again and adjusting her clothes, suddenly understanding. His mother wanted Yu Qinghuan to see that the zongzi, rice dumplings, were indeed brought by her. As the knocking sound rang out, Hua Chu stood up at once wanting to go and open the door, but was stopped by Yu Qinghuan. He took a deep breath, meeting Hua Chu's puzzled gaze and smiled. It's nothing, I'll open it. After saying that, he gripped the doorknob, clenched his teeth, and pulled the door open directly. Madame Hua didn't expect Yu Qinghuan to open the door. She was surprised for a few seconds before reacting. Qinghuan, I hope we're not disturbing you. Xiao told me you've been busy lately. Not at all, not at all. Yu Qinghuan quickly stepped aside to let Madame Hua and Hua Rong into the room, suppressing his wildly beating heart as he tried to stay calm. I happen to have nothing to do this afternoon. Madame Hua nodded and handed him the zongzi, rice dumplings. These are zongzi made by our family chef, they taste great. We brought them for you to try. She paused briefly and added, since I wasn't sure what kind of filling you like, I got a bit of everything. Thank you. Yu Qinghuan received the zongzi with great appreciation and pulled out a chair for Madame Hua. Please sit. He placed the zongzi carefully on the table and turned around to pour her a glass of water. Because he was so nervous, his hand shook slightly when placing the glass, almost spilling the water. Take your time, no rush. Madame Hua helped steady him, kindly picking up the glass and taking small sips of water. Hua Chu hadn't noticed his boyfriend's nervousness. His eyes were fixated on the zongzi, unable to look away. This morning, Qinghuan had said that they would eat zongzi during the Dragon Boat Festival. He looked at Yu Qinghuan, then at his mom, and suddenly reached out to take a zongzi. Is my little third one hungry? Hua Rong eyed Hua Chu teasingly, raising an eyebrow in jest. Ignoring him, Hua Chu looked down at the tightly wrapped zongzi in his hand, unsure of how to unwrap it. Just untie the knot, and then peel off the leaves slowly. Without thinking, Yu Qinghuan reflexively reached out to help him peel the zongzi, revealing the glossy and appetizing glutinous rice, then handed it back to him. Eat it. Only after finishing did he realize it might look inappropriate since Madame Hua and Hua Rong were still there. But before he could ponder too much, Hua Chu already extended the white sticky rice zongzi towards his mouth. Qinghuan, have a bite. The looks of disbelief from both Madame Hua and Hua Rong immediately turned toward him, and Yu Qinghuan's face flushed bright red. Wanting to decline, but feeling it would be rude, he hesitantly took a bite and avoided looking at Madame Hua, stammering out, good, very good. I'm glad you like it. Madame Hua's expression had returned to normal by now. She gazed warmly at Yu Qinghuan and said, if you enjoy the food, I can have Xiao send some more over to you. Looking him over, she added, "You're too thin, it's not healthy for someone young like you." "This is too much trouble." Yu Qinghuan adjusted his clothing corner uneasily, somewhat embarrassed. He had prepared himself for Madame Hua to be cold and distant, but he never imagined she'd be so kind, treating him as if he were a close junior. However, the kinder she acted, the more unsettled Yu Qinghuan felt inside. He never thought being together with Hua Chu was wrong, but he knew that accepting their relationship must have been hard for Hua Chu's parents. He was both grateful and deeply touched by Madame Hua's understanding and tolerance. "It's family, nothing troublesome about it." Madame Hua stood up. In the astonished gaze of Yu Qinghuan, she gently patted his shoulder. Glancing at the dimple on her youngest son's face, she sighed inwardly and slowly said, "Qinghuan, I know you're a good child. We've seen the changes in Hua Chu, but haven't been able to thank you properly in person. You." She hesitated for a moment before continuing, "Don't carry any burden in your heart, we leave our third one in your care from now on." Yu Qinghuan's throat tightened, nearly leaving him speechless. With red-rimmed eyes, he expressed gratitude towards Madame Hua and after a long pause, finally gave a firm nod. Madame Hua didn't stay for too long. As an elder, and considering this was their first formal meeting, she didn't want to make Yu Qinghuan uncomfortable. After chatting for a bit, she patted Hua Chu's head, reminding him to come home often, then left. Yu Qinghuan saw her off all the way downstairs, watching until Huarong's car disappeared from view, only then turning back to Hua Chu, "Let's go back." Before today, there had always been a heavy weight on his mind. The sweeter things became between him and Hua Chu, the more apprehensive he felt about facing Hua Chu's family. But Madame Hua's visit had made him feel completely relaxed from head to toe. His lips curled upward slightly as he took Hua Chu's hand proactively, "Let's go back and eat the zongzi." Hua Chu was still the same, showing no particular preference for food. He would eat whatever filling he was given, while Yu Qinghuan fell in love with the honey jujube zongzi. The jujubes had been soaked in alcohol, blending sweet and fragrant notes with the mellow taste of wine. The first bite might be a bit unaccustomed, but it became more addictive with each bite. Unconsciously, Yu Qinghuan devoured 3 honey jujube zongzi. Homemade treats were always substantial, and Ho's chef was skilled at stuffing the zongzi with plenty of jujube paste. Yu Qinghuan, who would fall under the influence of just a sip of alcohol, felt slightly tipsy after finishing 3 zongzi. His cheeks turned rosy, his eyes shining brightly and moist, his breath carrying a hint of wine fragrance. He leaned against the head of the bed lazily, resting his arm as if inviting temptation. Hua Chu watched, his breathing quickened, sweat beading on his palms. As soon as Yu Qinghuan closed his eyes, he quietly edged closer and lowered his head to capture the beautifully shaped lips of Yu Qinghuan. Hua Chu's slim yet muscular frame pressed tightly against Yu Qinghuan's, the burning heat making Yu Qinghuan shiver in excitement. Yu Qinghuan's passion greatly encouraged Hua Chu. His bright eyes glimmered with fervor as he pushed aside Yu Qinghuan's shirt hem with his hot, sweaty palm, eagerly exploring his body. Feeling the resilient, smooth skin beneath him, Hua Chu's eyes almost turned red as he instinctively pinched Yu Qinghuan's slender waist fiercely. A sharp sensation of pain mixed with arousal surged through his body, causing Yu Qinghuan to moan softly, arching his back and submitting to every action of Hua Chu. As Hua Chu's hand slipped into his pants, Yu Qinghuan's body completely relaxed. "Qinghuan, does it feel good?" Hua Chu lifted his shirt and placed kisses all over his torso. Yu Qinghuan's breathing grew heavy, even though he was experiencing intense pleasure, he refused to let out a sound. Hua Chu slowed down his movements and asked again, "Does it feel good?" Yu Qinghuan's pleasure was interrupted, groaning stubbornly, "What? What is this?" Hua Chu looked up at him, increasing his speed slightly. Yu Qinghuan basked in the sensations, tilting his head back and panting, "This is only a starter. Do you really know what to do?" Hua Chu paused his hands, suddenly realizing something, "Really doing it?" He leaned closer, his warm breath caressing Yu Qinghuan's ear, "What does that mean?" When the sensation stopped abruptly, Yu Qinghuan's thoughts cleared momentarily. He realized what he had said, his scalp went numb, and swallowing hard, he stuttered, "No. Nothing, I was talking nonsense, I don't know either." Hua Chu stared fixedly at him for several seconds, firmly stopping Yu Qinghuan's attempt to sneak away. He declared determinedly, "No, you do." Chapter 77. Yu Qinghuan's heart raced fiercely, thump thump thump, as if someone had embedded a drum in his chest, almost ready to burst. He licked his lips and met the deep, starry gaze of Hua Chu, feeling the alcohol instantly evaporate from his body. "It's really nothing. It's you misunderstood." He couldn't figure out why Hua Chu was so hard to fool about this matter when usually he would selectively ignore things he didn't understand. Feeling the sweat-soaked and hot palm on him, Yu Qinghuan's body tensed up, unable to relax even for a moment. "No," Hua Chu said without hesitation, his eyes fixed on Yu Qinghuan as he slowly continued, "If you feel uncomfortable, there must be a more comfortable way." Hesitating for a moment, he lowered his head and began to lick and kiss Yu Qinghuan's collarbone. "Qinghuan, what should we do?" His warm breath sprinkled all over Yu Qinghuan's skin, instantly making it break out into tiny bumps. Yu Qinghuan's breathing became slightly heavier, struggling with an intense inner conflict. What to do? What should he do? He knew this day would come sooner or later, but he never imagined that it would be entirely led by himself. He raised his arm to cover his eyes, as a blush spread slowly from his face all the way to his ears. Qinghwan, Chu wouldn't allow him to avoid eye contact, resolutely removing his arm and looking at his face, suddenly pausing in surprise. Yu Qinghwan's eyes were slightly rounder and shaped like peach blossoms, now half-closed due to shyness. His long and thick eyelashes trembled, barely hiding his dark, glossy pupils but still revealing a shimmering glimpse of light through them. Under the soft, yellow bedside lamp, they looked even more fragile and enchanting. Chu's breath hitched, feeling a fierce flame rise deep within him, burning away every bit of reason. The strength in his hands increased more and more, until the moment Yu Qinghwan slightly frowned, when he suddenly leaned down and bit into his neck. The sudden pain caused Yu Qinghwan's body to arch forcefully, pressing him closer to Chu, almost as if deliberately offering himself, though he had no time to think about that. Chu, are you a dog? Yu Qinghwan gasped heavily, grabbing onto Chu's hair that was still buried in his neck, angrily pulling it upward. Doesn't it hurt me? Chu paid no attention, only leaving one mark after another on Yu Qinghwan's neck with fervent kisses. He loved this person so much, loving him so deeply that he didn't even know how to love him properly anymore. He wanted to completely, utterly make him his own, using every possible method. Qinghwan, finally, the pain on his scalp forced Chu to look up. His red eyes locked onto Yu Qinghwan, brimming with uncontrollable desire. Pushing forward relentlessly, he asked again, what should we do? Despite the continuous stinging sensation on his collarbone, Yu Qinghwan's anger disappeared upon meeting Chu's yearning eyes. There was nothing to be shy about, nor anything to fear. This person was wonderful, despite their naivety, they would never let each other get hurt. Besides, they were in a hotel, the nightstand always contained condoms and lubricants. Yu Qinghwan sighed, touching Chu's handsome, sweaty side face, then let his right hand slide along his shoulder downward, eventually intertwining their fingers and guiding Chu's hand to rest on his waist, trailing downward along the waistline. Here. The touch under his hand was firm and smooth. For several seconds, Chu's mind went blank, and before he knew it, his eyes blood red, he suddenly flipped Yu Qinghwan over. Yu Qinghwan closed his eyes briefly, then reached back to grab his wrist, his voice trembling significantly. Take the condoms and lubricant from the bedside cabinet. These terms were something Chu had never paid attention to, but his instincts told him these two items were extremely important. Without delay, he quickly jumped off the bed and fetched the items according to Yu Qinghwan's instructions. Just as he looked up to ask about their purpose, his phone rang. All the intimate affection in the room dissipated, torn apart as if by a seam. Chu's expression darkened slightly as he reached out to cut off the annoying ringtone. Answer the call. Yu Qinghwan pulled the blanket over himself and turned his head to tell Chu. Chu tightened his grip on the objects in his hand, refusing to move. Chu. Yu Qinghwan called his name again. Chu's eyelashes fluttered but remained unmoving. Just as Yu Qinghwan was about to call his name a third time, he finally reached out and picked up the phone, pressing the answer button in a huff while still giving him a pitiful glance. Professor Hua, the voice of the dean on the other end of the phone was brimming with excitement, as if he were a weasel who had just stolen a chicken. Come to the institute immediately, I have important news to tell you. Pausing for a moment, he emphasized again, right now. Chu pressed his lips together and his tone was cold, tell me now. The dean slapped his thigh and said, this can't be told over the phone. He paused, his voice becoming very serious, this matter is crucial for your entire team, Professor Hua, you must come to the institute. Chu turned his head to look at Yu Qinghwan, the person he loved was waiting for him in bed. If he hung up, he could be undisturbed again. His fingers moved slightly, but just as they were about to touch the screen, they suddenly shot back up. But Qinghwan had once said that he detested irresponsible people the most. Even though he yearned for him desperately right now, he couldn't become the kind of person Qinghwan disliked. Chu lowered his gaze and softly agreed, all right. After hanging up the call, he climbed back into bed, hugging Yu Qinghwan, burying his face in his neck, his whole body exuding resentment. There, Yu Qinghwan had just learned from him what had happened. Seeing him like this, his heart ached and he felt regretful, go once and return, don't be upset. Chu didn't say anything, gnawing gently on the thin layer of skin on his neck, clearly in a terrible mood. Yu Qinghwan lifted his hair, leaned to kiss his forehead softly, whispering, Professor Hua, I find myself liking you more and more. Chu froze, then incredulously raised his head, staring wide-eyed at Yu Qinghwan. Yu Qinghwan said, the former you would run back alone from overseas, regardless of everything. But now, you've learned to restrain yourself and take responsibility for the entire team. In the depths of Chu's dark eyes, a hint of joy slowly surfaced. Yu Qinghwan smiled and continued, go, I'll wait for you here. Chu mused for a while, finally nodding slowly. Yusin had been helping Yu Qinghwan secure resources recently and wasn't on set. As of yesterday, the box office takings of On the Brink of Life had exceeded 4.5 billion yuan, and Yu Qinghwan was at the peak of popularity. There was no way for him to take a taxi to see Chu off, so in the end, he had no choice but to call Hua family's driver. Watching Chu reluctantly saying goodbye to him, walking 3 steps and looking back twice, Yu Qinghwan felt both sourness and sweetness in his heart. He sent him off all the way to the perimeter of the filming site before returning. Although Hua Chu went to the research institute, his heart still harbored some uneasiness, and his expression became even colder. However, since he always maintained this kind of image externally, the dean didn't detect any abnormality at all. Tightly shutting the door of his office, the dean looked at Hua Chu with gleaming eyes. "Professor Hua, one of my friends is in this year's Nobel Committee. He exceptionally revealed a little bit of information to me yesterday." With tightly clenched fists, he excitedly blushed red-faced. "Professor Hua, you are among the top contenders for the award this time." Hua Chu was stunned. As a researcher, the Nobel Prize was the most sacred and most anticipated existence in everyone's heart, including himself. He had once said that when he stood on the podium, he wanted Qinghuan to watch him from below. He had worked tirelessly for this goal, yet he never imagined that one day he would get close to that highest award. If he really could win it, Hua Chu's breathing quickened slightly. Then not only could he prove himself, but most importantly, he could bestow the highest honor upon Qinghuan. "But, you will have to come back to work soon." The dean shifted the topic and told Hua Chu, "No matter the final outcome, at least we need to put effort into it." "I understand." This time, Hua Chu didn't hesitate. He nodded and readily agreed. When Yu Qinghuan learned that Hua Chu would go back to work, he was quite surprised. He instinctively sensed something had happened, but Hua Chu was tight-lipped and wouldn't disclose a single word, only mentioning that he would be very busy until September. Yu Qinghuan didn't think much of it. Hua Chu's job was special, surely many things needed to remain confidential. However, because of this, he could no longer stay on the film set. The shooting of How to Love You was absolutely confidential. To prevent leaks, Lu Jian strictly controlled the production. If Hua Chu came and went on set every day and was spotted by reporters, it would cause major trouble. Reluctantly, Hua Chu packed up his things and left the set. This time, although he still had deep reluctance and clung to Yu Qinghuan for a long while without letting go, he remained silent, like a general setting out for battle, not knowing what destiny awaited him but resolutely pressing forward without hesitation. Yu Qinghuan fixed his gaze on Hua Chu's retreating figure, feeling the warmth of his touch gradually fade away from his hand. The idea that had already been forming in his mind became increasingly clear. Thus, when Yusin finally arrived at the filming set to show Yu Qinghuan the script he had recently received, Yu Qinghuan suddenly told him, "Brother, I want to learn how to drive." Yusin's brows furrowed instantly. Is this Ken's requirement? No one understood better than Yusin how much Yu Qinghuan dreaded driving. The death of his parents had always been a dark shadow over him, and he dared not touch the steering wheel for fear of making the same mistake as the driver who was responsible for that accident long ago, thereby ruining another family. This fear, in the relentless solitude of his daily life, had transformed into an ingrained instinct. Whenever it came near, it rebounded with great intensity. Once, during a playful scuffle with Zhao Qingyuan, Yu Qinghuan was accidentally pushed onto the driver's seat. At that moment, Yusin noticed that his face immediately turned pale. "I'll go tell them. You mustn't drive." "It's not about that," Yu Qinghuan shook his head, "I want to learn myself." If he learned how to drive, he could manage his time more freely to see Hua Chu, personally sending him back each time they parted. It was just a little difficulty. If Hua Chu could find the way home for him, then he could also learn how to drive for Hua Chu. Chapter 78. Yu Xian brought a huge stack of scripts, almost all of them produced by famous directors and renowned screenwriters. They were all roles for the male lead, without even a single male supporting role. "This drama is pretty good." Yu Xian picked up a youthful romance film and waved it in front of Yu Qinghuan. The last time he had failed to persuade Yu Qinghuan to take on an urban light comedy, this time he was determined with renewed vigor, decided that he must get his artist to sign onto a normal show. "Youth dramas are very popular right now, and your age fits perfectly." He pointed at the name on the script, carefully analyzing it for Yu Qinghuan. "This is adapted from a recently popular novel, already having a vast base of readers. Your acting isn't bad, you look great, and the final results will surely be impressive." Yu Qinghuan had risen to his current status within just 1 year of entering the entertainment circle, which felt somewhat surreal to Yu Xian. He always treaded carefully, anxious and worried, scared that the next movie would flop. So the path he set for Yu Qinghuan was to maintain the current level of success as much as possible rather than daringly expand. "No thanks, I don't want to take on a romance drama." Yu Qinghuan thanked Yu Xian for his consideration and placed the script aside. If everything went according to plan, he would come out soon. Playing in a romance drama would certainly feel unnatural. Moreover, Hua Chu was always full of insecurity. Though things had improved quite a bit during this period, it was due to his painstaking efforts to maintain this situation. At this point, if he started hugging and cuddling with a female actress, Hua Chu's condition might regress to the beginning. Compared to being a box office guarantee, to him, Hua Chu was far more important. "Why are you so stubborn?" Yu Xian first paused, then quickly understood Yu Qinghuan's intentions, criticizing him like a disappointed teacher. Married actors still do love scenes. "It's not real, it's acting, after all." Yu Qinghuan still shook his head and picked out all the scripts whose titles obviously revolved around romance, saying, "They are them, I am me." Moreover, Hua Chu's situation is different from others. "I really can't manage you anymore." Yu Xian turned his head away angrily, trying to avoid seeing his worries. "Don't, brother." Yu Qinghuan laughed and nudged him with his elbow, holding up another script and saying, "I think this one is pretty good." Uxin had been pretending to stay mad, but upon hearing this, immediately turned back around and looked at the cover, immediately stunned. You want to take this? He hesitated for a moment, his expression growing complex. Filming for this show won't start until next year, so you'll at least have 4 months off in between. Uxin knew Yu Qinghwan well, knowing he definitely wouldn't take on another show in those 4 months. He could only try to persuade him again. Even though you're popular now, viewers won't remember you after 4 months. Based on his style, he wouldn't have shown this particular script to Yu Qinghwan in the first place. However, Huarong had directly handed it over, saying that Sun Feng recommended it. He thought it might be about a hot topic, but no matter how many times he read through the script, he couldn't find a single hit-worthy point. This movie was called Revenge, adapted from a novel on Pujiang Literature City. Pujiang Literature City is the world's largest literary website, with countless novels selling their film and television rights daily. Due to its reader base, most of the novels adapted into films possess extremely strong star-making abilities, which is why Uxin had initially urged Yu Qinghwan to accept the youth movie. However, Revenge was different. Its data during serialization was incredibly cold, and it didn't have many readers. In Uxin's view, the sale of the film and television rights was pure luck, and who knows if the investors weren't simply foolish and rich, spending big money to make the film. Sun Feng and Huarong may also have been blinded by greed, yet they were strongly recommending it to Qinghwan. Not really. Yu Qinghwan was multitasking, flipping through while talking to Uxin. How to Love You will coincide with the Spring Festival rush. He wasn't deliberately choosing Revenge to avoid Uxin persuading him to accept romance films. He truly found interest in this script. Revenge tells the story of a young man seeking vengeance for his wife. Li Yu married his wife, Feng Ying, a year ago, and they were in the honeymoon phase. On their wedding anniversary, just as Zhao Yu was about to surprise Feng Ying, he discovered Feng Ying dead at home. The police ruled Feng Ying's death as a suicide, but Li Yu refused to accept this reality. They were happy together, nothing unusual happened in their family life, there was no way Feng Ying would suddenly commit suicide without any warning signs. Thus, he decided to conduct his own investigation. Through a series of detailed investigations, the reasons behind Feng Ying's death gradually came to light. Feng Ying had been raped in college. This secret had always been buried deep in her heart, and even her parents didn't know about it. Just a few days ago, a journalist from Top News contacted her. He told her that they recently exposed a vicious rapist who confessed to raping multiple women, one of whom was Feng Ying. The journalist hoped Feng Ying would step forward as the victim and cooperate with them for the news report. Panic-stricken, Feng Ying naturally refused, pleading with the reporter not to contact her again and insisting that she wouldn't be involved no matter what. However, the reporter did not give up, continuously reaching out to her through various means. He even came to her house once. That incident had left psychological scars on Feng Ying, and if it weren't for meeting Li Yu, she might never have married. Just as she was slowly healing, the deepest wound in her heart was suddenly torn open again. Feng Ying broke down. She feared that people around her would look at her with judgmental eyes if they found out, and worried more that Li Yu might stop loving her. But she dared not show it or tell anyone. She endured silently, carrying the burden alone. And when her fragile emotions finally reached their breaking point, it was after seeing the first episode of Top News coverage on the rapist that she completely collapsed. In the end, Feng Ying chose to take her own life. Li Yu was overwhelmed with grief upon finally uncovering the truth. With no legal punishment for the reporter, he decided to take revenge into his own hands for his wife. Brother, can you help me make contact? Yu Qinghwan skimmed through Revenge quickly and said to Uxin, I'll take this role. Why do you all think it's so good? Uxin muttered confusedly but still hesitantly took the script back. Who else has shown interest? Not understanding immediately, Yu Qinghwan asked a question. No one. I was just casually complaining. Uxin didn't want him to know about Sun Feng's recommendation, fearing unnecessary suspicions, so he hurried out the door after saying this briefly. The director of Revenge is Sun Wu, a towering figure in the entertainment industry who has remained relevant over the years. Although he had grown older and rarely directed movies lately, no one knew why he decided to direct such a coldly received story now. Uxin never won arguments against Yu Qinghwan anyway, especially since Revenge was also recommended by Sun Feng and Huarong, so he eventually made contact with Sun Wu. After some negotiations, Yu Qinghwan agreed to play the role for 24 million yuan. Not long after Yu Qinghwan signed on for Revenge, the box office run of Between Life and Death concluded, grossing a total of 6.1 billion yuan, ranking top in Huagua's film box office. Lu Jianan, who rarely ever posted on Weibo, gleefully issued 3 posts this time and tagged everyone in the group chat, announcing plans to treat the whole cast to dinner along with big red envelopes as gifts. It was rare for actors to get together after shooting since their schedules were often packed, so Lu Jianan requested Yu Qinghwan and others to confirm their availability before notifying him for unified coordination. Happily finishing an intense scene, Yu Qinghwan wasn't too busy, so he pulled out his phone and dialed Zhao Qingyuan, asking when they could meet up and go together. Recently, Zhao Qingyuan took a job from the national station filming a public service announcement related to firefighting. At the moment Yu Qinghwan called, he sneaked into the filming set during a brief lull and started stealing bites of food. In the next shot, a harmonious family sat enjoying a meal at home when sudden flames descended upon them cruelly. The prop team had already laid out the food on set, waiting for a final check before starting the shoot. Zhao Qingyuan had an easy gain-weight constitution and had eaten excessively earlier, so his agent ordered him to lose weight recently. But seeing the delicious-looking food made him almost unable to control himself. He snuck several bites while everyone was occupied. Whether it was his imagination or not, Zhao Qingyuan felt his entire body heating up after eating, as if roasted by fire. He unconsciously fanned the air near his face, but at the very moment, a dense plume of smoke rushed toward him, nearly choking him. These props crews must be taking their jobs way too seriously. As he thought this, he suddenly heard repeated cries outside. "Oh, it's on fire. Hurry. Extinguish the fire. This isn't right, he hasn't gone out yet, why are they shouting lines ahead of time?" Zhao Qingyuan scratched his hair in confusion, staring at the chopsticks in his hand. He was just about to take advantage of the time to eat more when his phone in his pocket suddenly started buzzing. Pulling it out and seeing the caller was Yu Qinghuan, he quickly answered, "Qinghuan. Did you see that Director Liu wants to have a gathering? When do you plan on going? When are you?" Cough cough, his sentence was cut short as he choked on thick black smoke. "What happened?" Yu Qinghuan asked anxiously, "Do you have a cold?" "No," Zhao Qingyuan said, "I'm about to film a scene with fire, but the props team made the smoke too realistic, it almost suffocated me." As he said this, he walked outside, looking for a quiet spot to properly talk to Yu Qinghuan. Just as he gripped the door handle, he was startled by the scorching heat, nearly jumping from the pain. "What the hell? Why is it so hot?" he hissed, enduring the pain as he yanked open the door and ran out immediately. Then, he saw people bustling around suddenly stop what they were doing, all unbelievingly staring at him before saying, "Teacher Zhao, how did you end up inside? The props caught fire earlier. Teacher Zhao, did you get burned?" "Ah, luckily we tested the props beforehand." "Teacher Zhao, were you rehearsing inside? You're really dedicated." Zhao Qingyuan. "So, there really was a fire?" A bunch of people scrambled to drag Zhao Qingyuan into the rest area who still looked confused, conducting a thorough check from head to toe. Finding no injuries, they sighed in relief. Although the fire had been small, an actor's body was their everything, absolutely not to be harmed by fire. Seeing Zhao Qingyuan emerge from the fire, they had nearly wet themselves in panic. Zhao Qingyuan hadn't hung up, so Yu Qinghuan had followed the situation happening around him. "Qingyuan, I'll send you some ginkgo and walnuts," he sighed helplessly, "your brain really needs some replenishment." He paused briefly, incredulously adding, "To what extent must you be stupid to mistake a real fire for a rehearsal?" "That, it just happened to coincide." Zhao Qingyuan attempted to save face, "This isn't my fault, anyone would react like this even if it was you." Yu Qinghuan was too lazy to listen to his excuses. After finalizing the dinner time with him, he ordered 20 pounds of walnuts and ginkgo online, sending them directly to Zhao Qingyuan. The fire incident during the filming of the national station's public service announcement was no small matter. Initially, the director wanted to suppress the news, but then realized it fit perfectly with their campaign theme regarding fire safety, allowing the information to spread naturally. No one could have imagined Zhao Qingyuan being dumb enough to not differentiate between real and fake fires. Therefore, the media narrating the event glorified Zhao Qingyuan's image immensely. It was stated he was so engrossed in practicing that he didn't notice the fire breaking out on set. Had Yu Qinghuan not called, the consequences might have been unimaginable. In today's entertainment world, stars with any form of traffic often flaunt their airs, frequently using substitutes under various pretexts. Someone at Zhao Qingyuan's level willingly risking himself to shoot a low-paying public service promotional video was undeniably commendable. After this incident, Zhao Qingyuan's popularity among the general public skyrocketed instantly. Numerous fans began following his Weibo, giving likes and praising him as a rare positive energy star in the industry. Additionally, Yu Qinghuan also gained some attention due to his simple phone call. Out of so many present at the scene, none knew Zhao Qingyuan was inside. Only Yu Qinghuan, with a single phone call, had saved him from danger. He truly was the living incarnation of good luck, wasn't he? After the release of Between Life and Death, because Yixing's ending was so tragic, netizens subconsciously stopped forwarding messages related to good fortune. However, after this incident, the activity revived again, booming once more on Weibo. While shooting, Yu Qinghuan casually scrolled through Weibo and saw himself trending again, leaving him somewhat helpless. He exited the app and sent a message to Huachu. Lately, due to being separated and both occupied with their own tasks, making phone calls was inconvenient. Their communication primarily relied on text messages. Every night before sleep, Yu Qinghuan would send updates to Huachu about his day while gently reminding him to sleep. Several days prior, he had accidentally discovered Huachu waited every night for his message before sleeping. Hence, regardless of how busy his schedule became, Yu Qinghuan always ensured to contact Huachu before 9 o'clock to prevent him from waiting unnecessarily. Huachu practically replied instantly, his message filled with joy, chatting incessantly with Yu Qinghuan. If it weren't for Yu Qinghuan eventually urging him sternly, he probably wouldn't have gone to sleep. Yu Qinghuan still had one more scene ahead of him, so he had to wait outside the set. He went through all the messages Huachu had sent him over the past few days again from start to finish, finally understanding how Huachu felt when he lost his phone. Back then, upon realizing all their previous communications were gone, though he was regretful, he wasn't as distraught as Huachu. However, this time, when he truly parted ways with Huachu and could only alleviate his longing by repeatedly reading his messages, he finally grasped the significance of these texts. Carefully backing up all the information, Yu Qinghuan finally put down his phone. The next morning, without his scenes, he surprisingly didn't wait at the filming site like usual but followed Yu Xin to the parking lot instead. Are you sure you can handle it? Before getting into the car, Yu Xin looked worriedly at him. Qinghuan, you don't need to specifically learn driving, really. I just have you as my artist, so I'll always be available whenever you call. It's not an issue even if I drive Huachu around. It's fine. Yu Qinghuan reached out and opened the driver's side door, appearing rather calm. It's just about driving a car, there's no way I won't learn, don't worry, brother. You're really... Yu Xin sighed, thinking it over before reaching out to support his arm just before he sat down, reminding him, let me know if you can't take it. Yu Qinghuan nodded, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes as he sat in the driver's seat. After his pay raise, Yu Xin smoothly replaced the car. It was no longer that second-hand Audi but a brand new Mercedes-Benz. Despite the seats being comfortable and ergonomically designed, Yu Qinghuan felt restless, unable to control his trembling body, his face started losing color, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Qinghuan. Yu Xin called out to him worriedly. Yu Qinghuan clenched his teeth tightly and didn't answer. Yu Xin paced anxiously, yet he dared not pull him out hastily, leaving him helpless. Hardly overcoming the psychological barrier and sitting on the driver's seat for the first time in both lifetimes, Yu Qinghuan wanted to linger longer. However, every second felt unbearable, his breathing became rapid, nearly panting for air. That's enough, don't be afraid anymore. Unable to bear it any longer, Yu Xin forcibly pulled him out, patting his back while consoling. You're not in the car anymore, Qinghuan, no need to fear. Yu Qinghuan curled up against him, shaking continuously. No matter what Yu Xin said, he couldn't recover. Yu Xin feared problems might arise and didn't know what to do. After hesitating, he pulled out his phone and called Huachu. Fortunately, Huachu answered the call quickly. Huachu, come on, talk to Qinghuan. Yu Xin activated the speakerphone and loudly spoke into the microphone. Qinghuan wants to hear your voice. Huachu didn't notice anything unusual and shyly smiled after hearing that, speaking into the phone. Qinghuan, do you miss me? I also miss you, but we have 2 more days until Saturday. Huachu's voice managed to restore some clarity to Yu Qinghuan, who urgently took a couple of breaths, trying hard to make his voice sound composed. I miss you. But Huachu immediately sensed something was off, suddenly standing up and asked anxiously, Qinghuan, what's wrong with you? Nothing. Yu Qinghuan gritted his teeth and forced himself to calm down, just finished shooting, a bit tired. Is that so? Huachu bowed his head and responded quietly. Yu Qinghuan only managed to say those 2 sentences before he couldn't continue. He gestured toward Yu Xin, collapsing entirely onto him. Seeing this, Yu Xin promptly took over and explained to Huachu for half an eternity before persuading him to hang up. Don't push yourself blindly, your condition is too severe. Supporting him back to the hotel, Yu Xin frowned and said, if you really want to learn driving, go see a psychologist first. At this point, Yu Qinghuan had somewhat recovered and nodded, lowering his head and softly replying, I understand. In such a state, there was obviously no way for Yu Qinghuan to have lunch. After arranging everything properly for him, Yu Xin went downstairs to pack some food for him. He had barely walked away for a short while when a series of urgent knocks came from the door. Thinking it was Yu Xin forgetting his room card, Yu Qinghuan struggled to go and open it. To his surprise, he froze upon seeing Huachu standing outside. You, how did you get here? Qinghuan, are you sick? Huachu asked instead of answering, reaching out to touch his forehead. Yu Qinghuan originally intended to say no, but feared that Huachu would worry even more if he didn't confirm it, so he simply nodded, yeah, a little bit, but it's fine. After a brief pause, he inquired further, how did you come here? Nothing wrong at the studio? Huachu shook his head and said, since you're sick, I came. It's okay during lunchtime. His explanation was disjointed, yet Yu Qinghuan immediately understood what he meant. Leaning against Huachu, supported by his strength, Yu Qinghuan felt warmth swell up in his eyes. Huachu, why are you so good to me? Huachu hesitated for a moment before bashfully revealing the dimples on his face, blushing as he softly whispered, because I like you. Chapter 79. Yu Qinghuan leaned against the bedhead, regaining from her palpitations as she said to Huachu, call Xionggu and ask him to bring you some food. Huachu pressed his lips, looking a little reluctant. He still wasn't used to initiating conversations with others. After stealing a glance at Yu Qinghuan and realizing she wasn't going to change her mind, he picked up his phone. Hurry up, Yu Qinghuan urged, pretending not to notice his aggrieved expression. Otherwise, Xionggu will be back soon. I know, Huachu brightened his phone, ready to call Yu Xin. But suddenly, a beep sound of card swiping came from the doorway. Then, Yu Xin walked in, carrying a large bag of stuff. Upon seeing Huachu, he paused in surprise. How did Huachu end up here? He's come to see me. Yu Qinghuan didn't mean to answer for him, so Huachu spoke up himself. You two are really sticky to the point it makes my teeth hurt. Uxin clicked his tongue in a remark before opening the bag and placing its contents on the table one by one. Brother, how could you return so fast? Yu Qinghuan looked at him in confusion. And, does this restaurant even offer insulated lunch boxes? Not exactly, Uxin shook his head, explaining, I ran into Zhenggu right after I stepped out. He heard that you were sick and asked me to bring his lunch to you. Pausing momentarily, he sighed, don't think that Zhenggu talks much, but he's truly a good person. I originally didn't want to take it, but he insisted on giving it to me. Yu Qinghuan remained silent for a moment, reflexively glancing at Huachu, seeing no strong reaction from him, she finally let out a sigh of relief and said to Uxin, next time, buy something to give Zhenggu. After saying that, she pulled back the covers and got out of bed, pulling out a stool for Uxin, brother, please sit. No thanks, Uxin shook his head, you and Huachu eat, I'll go downstairs. Yu Qinghuan thought about it and realized this amount of food could barely feed 2 people, 3 would only make everyone hungry, so she nodded. After Uxin left, Yu Qinghuan handed chopsticks and spoons to Huachu, come, let's eat. Huachu took the spoon and forcefully scooped up a large mouthful of rice and stuffed it into his mouth. He was still unskilled with using the spoon, and half of the rice fell off. Watching this, Yu Qinghuan felt both irritated and amused, slow down, why would I snatch your food? Huachu lowered his gaze and muttered vaguely, he brought you food. Don't be jealous, Yu Qinghuan helplessly ladled a spoonful of soup and held it to his lips, open your mouth. Zhenggu has long stopped liking me. Understanding the meaning of jealousy now, upon hearing this, Huachu obediently opened his mouth and swallowed the soup, grumpily stating, anyway, I haven't seen it. He paused for a moment and added another sentence, he can still meet you every day, while I can't. Yu Qinghuan massaged her forehead. Seeing he had struggled with picking up even a single piece of green vegetable for such a long time, she gave up and simply picked it herself for him, alright, just finish eating, or you won't have time when you go back later. Pausing momentarily, she grabbed Huachu's left hand and tickled his palm, laughing, so many people see me daily, yet my boyfriend is only you. Upon hearing this, Huachu finally became happy. Lifting Yu Qinghuan's hand, he kissed her knuckles lightly. Don't randomly kiss me, there's oil on your mouth, Yu Qinghuan scolded him, trying to reach for a tissue to wipe, but Huachu suddenly held her head and retaliated by planting kisses all over her lips until she gasped for breath. Only then did he smirkingly release her. Being teased like this, Yu Qinghuan actually felt a lot better. Originally feeling a bit lack of appetite, she ended up eating quite a bit unexpectedly. Huachu ate slowly. As Hua family's driver kept calling to urge them, Yu Qinghuan couldn't bear watching any longer. She grabbed the chopsticks again and began stuffing food into his mouth at a rapid pace. Her movements were too fast, Huachu hadn't finished swallowing the first bite when the second already arrived. His cheeks puffed up, and he desperately chewed, resembling a squirrel with its cheeks full of pine cones. Yu Qinghuan found it hard to hold back her laughter. She initially wanted to tease him a little more, but eventually burst into uncontrollable laughter. Huachu didn't understand why his Qinghuan was laughing at him, and thus looked at her perplexedly. Finally, he followed suit and laughed as well. Are you full? Seeing the bottom of 2 bowls, Yu Qinghuan handed Huachu a glass of water and asked. Huachu nodded, yes, I'm full. Knowing that this meal meant their meeting would end soon, he hesitantly held Yu Qinghuan's hand, his thick eyelashes trembling slightly, Qinghuan. Yu Qinghuan looked up at him, I couldn't find the elevator downstairs. Yu Qinghuan narrowed her eyes and discovered something after being with Huachu, whenever Huachu told a lie, his eyes would blink faster than usual. She asked, then how did you come upstairs? Huachu didn't expect that instead of immediately saying he'd take her downstairs, she continued asking. Thus, he could only admit, the driver dropped me off. Yu Qinghuan responded, then call the driver to come pick you up. Huachu pressed his lips together, not responding. Yu Qinghuan made no move either, just staring at him until Huachu couldn't bear it anymore and softly called out to her, Qinghuan. At this, she withdrew a room card with one hand and grabbed his hand with the other, chuckling softly as she said, let's go. Yu Qinghuan lived on the 3rd floor, so the elevator ride was short. As soon as they stepped in and she pressed the button for the 1st floor, Huachu suddenly pulled her close to him and leaned down. Stop. Yu Qinghuan tried to push him away, turning her head as she protested, there are cameras in the elevator. Huachu didn't care about the cameras or not, continuing to chase her lips. Just as Yu Qinghuan was about to dodge again, he pitifully whispered, Qinghuan, let me kiss you, we'll be reaching the ground floor soon. Feeling pity, Yu Qinghuan stopped moving, allowing him to kiss her fully. In the following period, Yu Qinghuan became busy because Qin Zheng's next movie was starting filming soon. These days were all dedicated to shooting Qin Zheng's scenes along with their counterparts. She didn't even have time to meet the psychologist recommended by Uxin, not to mention learning to drive. The entire film crew was operating like a tightly wound spring, continuously shooting day and night until after 1.5 months, when Qin Zheng's part was nearing completion, things gradually improved. That evening, as Yu Qinghuan had just walked out of the shooting site, Uxin came bouncing over with an excited expression and shouted familiarly, Qinghuan. Come quick. Every time Uxin called her like this, Yu Qinghuan felt uneasy, unsure of what odd thing might have happened. Hearing this, she stayed alert in her place, asking warily, what is it, brother? The entry list for the 50th Golden Ox Awards has been announced. Orange Yellow is nominated for Best Picture, and you're nominated for Best Male Lead. The Golden Ox Awards are the most prestigious awards in Huagua's film circle. One could say that winning this award means being officially acknowledged for acting talent by the entire entertainment industry. Even getting a nomination is considered an extraordinary honor. When Orange Yellow was registered, Zhao Rui had mentioned it to her. But due to her being very busy then and also having received the award in a previous life, she hadn't paid much attention, never expecting to actually make the nomination list this time. How about it? Are you too happy to believe it? Seeing Yu Qinghuan's lack of expression, Yu Xin thought she hadn't realized yet. He nudged her with his elbow, looking smug as he said, "In a month, at the end of October, the award ceremony will be held. Regardless of whether you win in the end, you need to prepare an acceptance speech." "Oh yes, I still have to quickly go get your suit ready." Yu Xin kept talking endlessly, looking extremely excited. "Brother, you handle it." Seeing how busy Yu Xin was for her, Yu Qinghuan felt warmth in her heart. "I have no experience, I rely on you. Leave it to me." Yu Xin promised with a loud slap of his chest. After Yu Xin left the production team, there was no one taking care of Yu Qinghuan. Fortunately, she quite enjoyed this feeling of having no one around to boss her around. She ate boxed meals and sat at the shooting site with the staff every day, chatting well with many people. "Qinghuan, let's have dinner together tonight." After finishing the last scene with Qin Zheng, Lu Jian called out to Yu Qinghuan who was about to leave, saying, "Tonight is Qin Zheng's final shoot, we're throwing him a wrap-up party." "All right." Yu Qinghuan nodded and told Lu Jian, "I'll go back to the hotel and get ready, and then I'll come right over." Given Qin Zheng's status, the wrap-up party was naturally prepared grandly, with Lu Jian personally pouring wine to congratulate him. Qin Zheng toasted a cup with him, refilled it, and turned to Yu Qinghuan, asking, "Qinghuan, how about drinking with me?" As Yu Qinghuan was about to nod and agree, Lu Jian beside them interrupted, "You mustn't let Qinghuan drink alcohol, he can't hold his liquor at all. He'll likely pass out under the table once he drinks." In that case, Qin Zheng lowered his gaze and slowly put down the wine glass in his hand. "I had no idea. Director Lu, if I got drunk, would you abandon me?" Yu Qinghuan picked up the wine glass and shouted to Lu Jian. "How could I?" Lu Jian laughed, "If I abandoned you, what would happen to my second male lead?" "That's fine then." Yu Qinghuan clinked her glass with Qin Zheng's, the sound of ding echoing softly. "Brother Zheng, since Director Lu has given his word, I can drink this cup without any worries." With that, she tilted her head back and finished the beer in one gulp. Qin Zheng hesitated for a moment before smiling and drinking the alcohol in his own glass. The dinner gathering didn't last too late into the night, as Qin Zheng was leaving later that evening and they still had to continue filming the next day. Around 10 o'clock, it concluded. "Thank you, Director Lu, for taking care of me during this time." Qin Zheng stood there, tall and elegant, his deep and handsome face adorned with a faint smile as he spoke to Lu Jian opposite him. Lu Jian was about to say it wasn't necessary when Qin Zheng suddenly bent down and gave him a light hug, leaving him frozen on the spot. So this was how Emperor Qin said goodbye. It felt off somehow. And hadn't he been so particular about cleanliness that he wouldn't even eat the boxed meals provided by the crew? How could he now willingly hug someone? But Lu Jian's doubts quickly dissipated because next, Qin Zheng hugged every single person in the private room. Everyone was overjoyed by Qin Zheng's action. How lucky to be hugged by such a godlike actor. They would definitely refrain from bathing for 3 days after returning home. "I'm off first." After bidding everyone farewell, Qin Zheng crouched to sit inside the car waiting for him, waving to the crew members outside before signaling the driver to go. The black Bentley moved smoothly along the road. Qin Zheng lowered his eyes and stared at his palm for a long time, letting out a bitter laugh. In order to embrace that person, he hugged all the members of the crew. He hoped that person would be peaceful and happy from then on, forever blissful with the person he loved. As for himself, this one embrace was enough. Chapter 80. Yu Xin found a psychologist for Yu Qinghuan, introduced by a friend. It was said that the psychologist had an excellent skill and very high professional ethics. Still, even in this case, Yu Xin signed an extra confidentiality agreement with the psychologist, stipulating that no information about Yu Qinghuan's treatment should be disclosed under any circumstances. Only then did he feel somewhat relieved. Yu Xin might lack strong business skills, but when it came to issues concerning Yu Qinghuan, he was quite careful and thoughtful. Mental illness may not be something scandalous, but if used by someone with ill intentions, with a bit of manipulation, it could become a weapon to attack others. Yu Qinghuan's career was just starting to take off, so every step needed to be extremely cautious. He didn't care about those things, but Yu Xin had to pay attention for him. Since then, Yu Qinghuan went to see the psychologist once a week. In order to promote his treatment, Yu Xin even made time to attend several psychology classes. Knowing that psychological therapy couldn't be rushed, he never asked about Yu Qinghuan's progress. Occasionally, he would cooperate with the doctor and give him a little pressure appropriately. After a month, Yu Qinghuan's condition improved significantly. After filming How to Love You, he could already sit in the driver's seat for half an hour, although he still didn't dare to start the car. But this was a significant improvement. Qinghuan, a few people from the production team want to invite you out for dinner. After the wrap-up banquet, Yu Xian drove Yu Qinghuan home. Taking advantage of a red light, he turned back and said to him, "They asked me when you will have time." After a pause, he grinned and said, "A few girls gave me their contact information, saying they want to be friends with you, let me relay the message." By friends, it meant acquaintances for casual sexual relationships. Yu Qinghuan frowned slightly. "Brother, you didn't accept it, right?" "How could I?" Yu Xian waved his hand. "Don't I know you? What do you need that kind of thing for?" Yu Qinghuan nodded. "That's good." Yu Xian pressed the accelerator and glanced at Yu Qinghuan several times through the rearview mirror. He finally couldn't help but ask, "Qinghuan, are you really not taking on any work before the new year?" Yu Qinghuan massaged his temples a bit tiredly, leaned against the seat, and slowly said, "I want to rest for a while." Afraid that Yu Xian would say he lacked ambition in his career, he spoke first. "Brother, I've shot 3 movies and taken 2 endorsements this year." The words Yu Xian had been about to say got stuck in his throat. After a moment of hesitation, he finally said with a bitter face, "1 supporting role, 1 leading role in a year, and you still think it's a lot. Alright, I can't argue with you. Let's consider this year as your romantic leave. Next year, you have to work hard for me." Yu Qinghuan smiled and responded, "Understood." Just as the two were about to get home, the radio in the car suddenly interrupted with a news item. A 7.5 magnitude earthquake occurred in Qing County in southwest China, and the death toll had reached 1,500. Shit. Yu Xian couldn't hold back his cursing. How could so many people die? Natural disasters and man-made calamities, sigh. I wonder how many families have been torn apart like this. The word family made Yu Qinghuan's heart tremble slightly. He looked down, picked up his phone, and checked the latest updates on the earthquake. Looking at pictures of collapsed buildings transmitted from the scene, he took a deep breath and quickly turned off his phone screen. No one understood the pain of losing one's parents better than him. Although the villagers treated him well, it was never quite the same. Parents' love is selfless and inclusive, so one can act arbitrarily, coquettishly, or selfishly. But such behavior toward others doesn't make sense. Starting from the age of 12, Yu Qinghuan learned to bear everything on his own. Even though he now had earning abilities far beyond ordinary people and had someone he could spend his life with, during late-night reveries, thinking about the years he spent alone still made him feel sad. He didn't want anyone else to go through the same experience as him. Even if earthquakes were unavoidable natural disasters, at least having money could allow them to live better lives and find courage to continue living. Yu Qinghuan rubbed his temples, shaking away those painful memories, and said to Yu Xian, "Brother, donate some money for me." After a pause, he added another sentence, "It's troublesome, but please follow up to ensure that this money truly goes to the victims." As if he had anticipated this action, Yu Xian wasn't surprised at all. He only asked him, "How much are we donating this time?" Worried that Yu Qinghuan would deplete all his savings again, he quickly added, "Only 1/3 of the salary for revenge has come in, so pace yourself." Yu Qinghuan hummed and said, "I have a number in mind. Let's just donate 5 million yuan this time." The brand new Mercedes-Benz swerved uncontrollably on the road in an S-shape, as Yu Xian glared at him through the rearview mirror. 5 million and you say, just? Tell me how many 5 millions did you make this year? Seeing that Yu Xian was about to lose it, Yu Qinghuan hurriedly tried to calm him down. "Brother, I used the wrong word." "Really, Qinghuan?" Yu Xian's expression was complicated. "I think I'm the most exhausted broker in the world. You're just not easy at all. You're just causing trouble in a different way." Yu Qinghuan. Knowing that his artist's decision would not change, Yu Xian didn't say anything else to him. Besides, the disaster situation was indeed terrible. He himself also added another 0, and together they donated the money. Meanwhile, on Weibo, things blew up because of this event. Netizens were praying for the victims, and many stars also posted their donation receipts on Weibo. Soon, the amount of donations made by these stars were compiled by netizens and trended on the hot search list. While people were giving thumbs up to these stars, a small group suddenly noticed that since the earthquake, Yu Qinghuan hadn't only not donated money, but he hadn't even posted on Weibo. Since Yu Qinghuan was incredibly popular, someone slightly mentioned it and the matter spread. Keyboard warriors immediately ran to his Weibo page and angrily accused him. "Why don't you post on Weibo or donate? With so much money, why don't you donate a bit to the disaster area? Look at so-and-so who donated 1 million yuan. And you? Not even a penny. You make me sick. Why don't you donate? How can someone without parents grow up like this, with no shame? Now that you have money, why don't you give back to society equally?" Yu Qinghuan's fans wouldn't just let them insult their idol, so they argued with the keyboard warriors, escalating the issue more and more. Even some 18-line minor celebrities took this opportunity to step on Yu Qinghuan, inventing a phrase, "Don't be too much like Yu Qinghuan." When Yu Xian checked Weibo the next morning, he instantly felt dizzy. Just as he was about to post his own donation receipt from yesterday, things on Weibo suddenly took a turn. After seeing the trending topic, Zhao Rui was the first to stand up. "Zhao Rui v. Stop fucking celebrating. Not posting on Weibo means not caring about the disaster area. Do the keyboard warriors dare to show their donation records after having posted so many tweets? I'll just say one thing, when Qinghwan took the role in Tangerine Yellow, the remuneration was very low. After Tangerine Yellow finished its run, the box office results were pretty good. I told Qinghwan that we'd compensate his remuneration, then use the remaining money for a children's fund. After hearing this, Qinghwan didn't hesitate at all and said he would also invest his share of the money into the fund. Oh, forgot to mention, the amount I wanted to give Qinghwan was 10 million yuan after tax. Following this, a relatively well-known technical blogger forwarded his Weibo post. Peachy Peach, seeing those comments online really pissed me off. You have no idea what Qinghwan has done behind the scenes. I originally didn't want to say. Because Qinghwan himself doesn't want these matters to be made public. But today I must say. Qinghwan and I are from the same county. Do you know why the canned fruit factory was built in Peach County? It's because Qinghwan donated 20 million yuan last year. 20 million yuan. How long has Qinghwan been in the industry? Ask yourselves, why do you deserve to scold him? Seriously mad enough to cry. The keyboard warriors are going to explode right here. Soon afterward, Zhao Qingyuan also posted on Weibo. Zhao Qingyuan v. I originally didn't want to quarrel with idiots, but I couldn't help myself. Taking photos and posting on Weibo is not the only way to charity, right? Qinghwan donated 5 million yuan the moment he heard about the earthquake. Qinghwan always tells me to buy walnuts and ginkgo to nourish the brain. Look at your brains, you need that more than me. Once these Weibos were released, the public opinion on the internet completely reversed by 180 degrees, and the keyboard warriors went silent, not daring to utter a sound. Wow, moved to tears by Qinghwan. He is truly amazing. How could there be such a warm-hearted person? Speaking of. I was originally very touched, but isn't Brother Dayuan's Weibo a little weird? Why does Qinghwan keep telling him to buy walnuts and ginkgos for his brain? Big Brother Dayuan, you unintentionally exposed your IQ covering face. Qinghwan is someone worth being a fan of forever. To be honest, if I were him, I absolutely wouldn't be able to do the same. So our little carp has been busy all year, and it turns out that all the money was donated, leaving him broke. My heart aches QAQ. For Qinghwan, there's only one phrase: attracted by his looks, captivated by his talent, loyal to his character. The 18-liners who previously stepped on Yu Qinghwan are now having their faces slapped as hard as they had partied back then. Some even couldn't withstand the online public opinion and directly cleared their Weibo accounts. Xin finally sighed in relief, thought for a moment, and decided not to tell Yu Qinghwan about what happened on Weibo after all. Troublesome things are over, and since his artist doesn't often browse Weibo, why should he add to his stress? During Hu Chu's lunch break, as usual, he scrolled through Yu Qinghwan's updates. When he saw someone saying that Yu Qinghwan was broke, he paused in contemplation for a few minutes before suddenly calling Huarong, second brother, how much money do I have? Huarong was taken aback, all your competition prizes from when you were a kid, the bonuses from the science research projects, plus some other random stuff added up. Why, what do you want to do? He paused and asked shockingly, you're not thinking of researching something like laser cannons, are you? Hu Chu ignored him and continued asking, if I transfer all my money to Qinghwan, how would I do it? Huarong. After a pause, Huarong said again, hey, third brother, why are you suddenly transferring so much money to Qinghwan? He paused again and said, your account should work fine, right? It seems like you set up an unlimited amount transfer service back then. Hu Chu, then how should I proceed? Huarong held his forehead, speechless for a few seconds, and said, forget it, come back once you're done, and I'll teach you. Anyway, these two were already so close that it didn't matter whose account the money was in. Thus, when Yu Qinghwan went into the kitchen to prepare dinner, waiting for Hu Chu to come home and eat, he suddenly noticed the deposit notification on his phone and almost dropped the pot in shock. How could Hu Chu have transferred this much money to him all at once? What was going on? Was he crazy? Before Yu Qinghwan could call and ask, Hu Chu beat him to it. Before he could voice his question, Hu Chu simply said, Qinghwan, you're not poor. Donate if you need to, all my money is yours. Chapter 81. Yu Qinghwan had finished eating and put down his chopsticks, propping his chin in his hand as he stared at Hu Chu. He knew that Hu Chu had no concept of money, so today's gesture had really shocked him. Moreover, he was also extremely curious about where Hu Chu had earned so much money from. Wasn't it said that people doing scientific research were always very poor? Lost in thought, Yu Qinghwan's gaze remained fixed on Hu Chu without moving. As a result, Hu Chu's face grew increasingly red, almost to the point of being unable to hold his chopsticks anymore. Hu Chu, Yu Qinghwan asked him, why did you suddenly transfer money to me? Hu Chu raised his eyes to look at him, pursed his lips, and said, they said you are very poor. They? Yu Qinghwan thought for a moment and then suddenly realized that Hu Chu must have been browsing something online again. Not paying much attention, he looked at his red ear tips and deliberately said, you've given all your money to me? Hu Chu nodded, yes. Yu Qinghwan smiled and said, have you heard a saying? Everything of yours is mine, but everything of mine still belongs to me. Hu Chu furrowed his brows and pondered for a while, barely understanding his meaning, and without hesitation replied, yes, everything of yours is mine, and everything of mine is also yours. His obedient demeanor made one feel like bullying him. "Yu Qinghuan, aren't you worried that I might run away with your money?" Hua Chu opened his eyes wide in panic. "Would you?" Yu Qinghuan was just making a joke, not expecting him to take it seriously. He hurriedly said, "Of course not, I'm just joking around." Pausing for a moment, he teased him, "Do you care more about the money or me?" "Of course it's you." Hua Chu grabbed his hand, shy yet earnestly saying, "There's nothing more important than you." Once again, Yu Qinghuan was successfully swayed by him. After eating, he exceptionally accompanied him in reading some professional books for a while until he became dizzy from all those technical terms. Then he excused himself for a jog and escaped to the living room. He turned on the treadmill, adjusting the speed while plugging in his headphones to make a call to Zhao Qingyuan. His new house had already been fully renovated in June, and all the furniture was fully prepared. It had been airing out since then, plus he had been too busy shooting, so he hadn't had time to move. Now that he had some free time, after discussing with Xin, they decided to set the moving date for tomorrow. Since there were so many things, he specifically called Zhao Rui and Zhao Qingyuan to help. Zhao Rui was very reliable and didn't need repeated instructions, but Zhao Qingyuan was different. "Qingyuan, remember to come before 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, leave early, as the road might be congested." "I know," an impatient voice came from the other end of the phone. "Qinghuan, how have you become so nagging? You've already told me this at least 3 times. My mom isn't even this way." Yu Qinghuan calmly said, "With someone like you, wouldn't several reminders be necessary?" Zhao Qingyuan got angry, shouting wildly, "What do you mean, someone like me? I'm telling you, Yu Qinghuan, if you continue like this, you'll lose me." "Oh," Yu Qinghuan calmly increased the speed of the treadmill, "then let it be." Zhao Qingyuan. "Zhao Qingyuan, kid, Dad is disappointed in you." Yu Qinghuan sneered, "It doesn't matter, I'm not disappointed in you. Remember to come tomorrow and carry the heaviest stuff." Zhao Qingyuan. He couldn't argue with Yu Qinghuan, but each time he found reasons to ask for punishment, and once again was completely rebuffed. Leaving behind a final remark, "We'll see how you beg for my help tomorrow." Then he hung up the phone. Yu Qinghuan tossed the phone aside and focused on running. It wasn't until Hua Chu reminded him that an hour had passed, did he finally step off the treadmill and went to take a shower in the bathroom. After finishing the filming of How to Love You, Yu Qinghuan's body seemed to enter a hibernation period, causing him to get sleepy extremely quickly. He originally intended to sit by the bed and wait for Hua Chu, but later couldn't bear it any longer and buried himself in the quilt. When Hua Chu came out after bathing and drying himself, he saw Yu Qinghuan sleeping soundly on the bed. Instinctively, he slowed his steps and clumsily covered him with a blanket. Instead of getting into bed, he sat quietly on the side waiting for his hair to dry. It took more than half an hour, touching his hair, feeling it was almost dry, then he quietly climbed onto the bed. Yu Qinghuan was lying on his side in the soft, fluffy quilt, revealing his slightly flushed cheek from sleep. The warm yellow light from the bedside lamp shone on his face, making him appear softer and more vulnerable than usual, extremely adorable and endearing. Hua Chu couldn't help but lean over and kiss him lightly on the corner of his mouth. He truly loved this person so much. Hua Chu. Yu Qinghuan mumbled with his eyes closed, unconsciously flipping over and snuggling into his arms to continue sleeping. Hua Chu's heart instantly felt as if it were enveloped in sunshine, becoming warm and soft, almost melting. He carefully reached out to turn off the bedside lamp, then contentedly hugged Yu Qinghuan and drifted off to sleep. The moving date that Yu Qinghuan chose was a Saturday, and Hua Chu was also at home. The task he assigned to Hua Chu was to organize and pack. This was what Hua Chu excelled at the most, and the packages he eventually packed left others marveling in amazement. Zhao Qingyuan even took out his phone to snap a few pictures. "Holy crap, this is absolutely incredible." He looked at the clothes in the suitcase that were perfectly symmetrical and neatly folded, exclaiming, "How did you manage this? What's the point of worrying about that?" Zhao Rui smirked with a cigarette hanging from his lips, then bent down to hoist the bag beside him onto his shoulder, casually saying, "Anyway, you'll never learn." "No way, Zhao Rui, what are you implying?" Zhao Qingyuan ran after him with the pocket in hand, furious, "What did I ever do to you? Why don't you try learning yourself?" "Oh, I won't be able to either." Zhao Rui completely ignored his provocation, expressionlessly added a sentence, then quickened his pace forward. Zhao Qingyuan threw a punch that landed on thin air, almost choking himself on old blood, taking quite a while to calm down before reluctantly continuing his work. With their great strength, the men worked fast. Even though Yu Qinghuan and Hua Chu had a lot of stuff, everything was moved by evening. "I'm totally exhausted," Zhao Qingyuan plopped down on the living room sofa, looking up and shouting at Yu Qinghuan, "Qinghuan, throw me a bottle of water." Yu Qinghuan tore open the mineral water packaging, tossing him one, then opened another for himself, gulping down more than half. At this moment, Zhao Rui had already made a round inside the room and stopped on the large balcony connected to the living room, feeling the evening breeze blowing strongly. He turned back to say to Yu Qinghuan, "Qinghuan, your house is really great." Yu Qinghuan had put a lot of effort when communicating the design plan initially, so the renovation effect was exceptionally good. The main bedroom and living room both featured bright floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing a full view of the river bend from the windows. The interior style avoided European, instead opting for a new Chinese modernist style, featuring warm tones and unique design that was very comfortable to look at. You can buy one here too, Yu Qinghuan smiled and said, we might as well be neighbors. Upon hearing this, Zhao Rui briefly considered it and nodded, that's not a bad idea. I'll check out the housing next time. Zhao Qingyuan didn't want to be left behind, then I'll get one too, let's stay together. It's no fun living alone. Upon hearing this, Zhao Rui made a tooting sound, in that case, Qinghuan will have to take the husky out for a walk every morning. Initially, Zhao Qingyuan didn't understand what he meant, but once he realized, he immediately kicked him, why are you picking on me today? You damn prick. Yu Qinghuan didn't join in these two's internal conflict, looking around without seeing Hua Chu, pushing the door open, he entered the master bedroom and indeed saw Hua Chu busily tidying up luggage like a little bee. Take a break first, Yu Qinghuan handed him a bottle of water, watching him drink a few sips before continuing, no need to rush, we have all weekend. No, Hua Chu firmly rejected his proposal, wiped the moist corners of his mouth, and continued hanging clothes according to his rules, it looks uncomfortable. Yu Qinghuan. Alright, his boyfriend's OCD had flared up again. What could you do if you ended up with such a person? Of course, you help him tidy up. However, Yu Qinghuan never expected that he would actually be criticized by Hua Chu. After refolding the clothes he had folded once more, Hua Chu remarked, Qinghuan, you folded it incorrectly, let me handle it myself. Yu Qinghuan. He really didn't understand how Hua Chu, who had zero life skills, could be so good at folding clothes. Yu Qinghuan thought, even if he practiced for an entire lifetime, he would never reach Hua Chu's level. Then I won't bother with you, Yu Qinghuan leaned against the cabinet, pointing at the numerous bags on the ground, deliberately saying, these you will have to deal with yourself. Unexpectedly, Hua Chu unhesitatingly nodded, alright, anyway, after you place them properly, I still need to rearrange them. Yu Qinghuan. Yu Qinghuan was thoroughly enraged, so he simply ignored Hua Chu and went to chat with Zhao Qingyuan in the living room. Yu Qinghuan hadn't been on Weibo for several days. Now that he had some free time, he wanted to see if anything significant had happened recently. Zhao Qingyuan caught a glimpse of his phone screen out of the corner of his eye and suddenly became very worried. Yu Qinghuan still didn't know that he had been trolled over the matter of his donations. Though the armchair warriors were eventually scolded into retreating and couldn't cause any more trouble, those foul words were still out there. It was a great day for moving today, and he didn't want Yu Qinghuan to feel upset because of this. He exchanged a glance with Zhao Rui, then extended his hand toward Yu Qinghuan and said, Qinghuan, can I borrow your phone? I need to do something. If it had been Zhao Rui borrowing the phone, Yu Qinghuan would have handed it over without hesitation. But, considering Zhao Qingyuan's intelligence, he really didn't dare to just give it up. Before he could ask why, however, Zhao Qingyuan impatiently reached out to grab the phone. Of course, Yu Qinghuan wouldn't let him take it so easily, and sidestepped out of reach. As one of them dodged and the other grabbed, neither noticed that Yu Qinghuan's finger accidentally tapped on an official push notification from Weibo and ended up forwarding it, with input consisting of only random symbols and unreadable nonsense, clearly pressed by accident. Because moving had been so exhausting, even Zhao Qingyuan, who normally loved being online, didn't open Weibo that day. After having dinner at Yu Qinghuan's place, he went straight to sleep when he got home. As a result, none of them saw what Yu Qinghuan had forwarded. Unfortunately, that post turned out to be a promotional lottery activity by a well-known condom manufacturer. The grand prize winner would receive a full set of all their sexual products, along with a box of the latest platinum cool sensation condoms. There were also countless smaller prizes. And thanks to his extraordinary luck, Yu Qinghuan triumphed over all other users and claimed the grand prize. Therefore, when the official account tagged Yu Qinghuan, and congratulated the lucky netizen Mr. Yu in utmost seriousness for winning the complete set of sex toys and a box of condoms, asking him to send his address privately, the entire Weibo community first fell into an eerie silence. Then. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 82. Yu Qinghuan's image on Weibo has always been very serious and proper, even somewhat boring. After all, these days, there aren't many people who don't post on Weibo for months, and when they occasionally update, it's just a repost. Moreover, he is only in his early 20s. When the news of winning a box of condoms was announced, the netizens immediately became excited. Ha 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 ha, this operation is truly 6,666. The official Weibo account is awesome. Ha 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 ha, lucky netizen Mr. Yu. Ha 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 ha, I can play with this meme for a year. Suddenly, I feel a little sorry for the little carp, sometimes being too lucky isn't such a good thing. So the question is, what does a single dog need so many condoms for? This must be a huge wound. Chen Duxiu from the floor above, sit down. You're the one who speaks ha 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 ha. I'm curious how the little carp accidentally touched it, did you keep cats or dogs at home? This incident successfully sparked the netizens' dark humor. While playing with memes, everyone pushed the topic to the trending list. The time and prize for the lottery were set by the official Weibo account long ago, and the winner was automatically tagged by the system. When forwarding the list of winners, although the official Weibo account found Yu Qinghuan's ID very familiar, it didn't care because no celebrity would personally participate in such lotteries, especially when the prizes were a box of condoms and adult toys. It wasn't until the incident went viral that the official Weibo account realized the lucky netizen Mr. Yu they were talking about was actually Yu Qinghuan himself. At this point, even the official Weibo account joined the ranks mocking Yu Qinghwan. When Yuxin came to find Yu Qinghwan, he was having breakfast. All the kitchenware at home was new, and he couldn't wait to scratch his hands. Early in the morning, he had already prepared a table full of delicious food. On normal days, if Yuxin saw this table full of delicacies, he would have rushed to dig in immediately. But now, even though Yu Qinghwan had invited him to sit down, he still stood there motionless, looking at him with an odd expression, until he made Yu Qinghwan feel uneasy, and finally couldn't help but ask, "Brother, why are you looking at me like this?" Touching his face, "Is there something on my face?" No, Yuxin's expression was full of indescribable feelings, seeming somewhat sympathetic yet also like gloating, "You've won another prize." Not possible, Yu Qinghwan denied without hesitation, casually serving Huizu a bowl of pumpkin porridge, and said with his head not even turning up, "I never participate in any lottery activities, there's no way I could win." Pausing for a moment, he joked, "There's no way something like this could happen, right?" "It can," Yuxin sighed sympathetically and handed his phone over. "Come on, lucky netizen Mr. Yu, tell us how you feel now." "What nonsense." Yu Qinghwan put down his chopsticks, curiously picked up the phone, and scrolled through the screen. His expression immediately cracked. "This isn't possible," he collapsed as he grabbed his own phone and opened Weibo. "I didn't even go on Weibo yesterday, there's no way I could have slipped. Was my account hacked?" A hack wouldn't have only resulted in reposting the lottery. Yuxin sat down next to him, picked up a stuffed pancake, and chewed while saying, "Maybe you accidentally clicked on it, who knows, and you happened to win." "But I..." Yu Qinghwan was just about to counter when he suddenly remembered Zhao Qingyuan grabbing his phone, understanding everything immediately. It must have been when he was dodging Zhao Qingyuan that he inadvertently touched the screen, causing this mix-up. He moved his fingers, wanting to delete that Weibo post, but stopped at the critical moment. The situation had developed to this extent, deleting it wouldn't make much of a difference anyway. He might as well leave it alone since netizens have short memories and will forget after a few days. While he was thinking about it, a new message notification popped up in his specially followed section. Yu Qinghwan clicked open and found out it was Zhao Qingyuan's new dynamic reminder. Not only did he repost the Weibo that Yu Qinghwan unintentionally sent out, but he also paired it with a long series of ha ha ha, which seemed very provoking. Yu Qinghwan sneered. Before he could confront Zhao Qingyuan about it, Zhao Qingyuan brought it up himself. He pursed his lips and picked out the comment asking whether his house kept kittens or puppies and replied while retweeting it, "Zhao Qingyuan, explain this." As soon as both of them got involved, the atmosphere immediately heated up even more, with the event becoming a hot topic even on various entertainment gossip forums. If this situation involved two other male celebrities and also brought in the subject of condoms, the onlookers would definitely speculate that these two have something going on behind the scenes. However, when it comes to Yu Qinghwan and Zhao Qingyuan, the situation is completely different. Since the first time rumors spread about them, netizens have never doubted their relationship. "Ha ha ha, I saw Yu Qinghwan's Weibo. Looks like this whole thing was started by brother De Yuan, Zhao. Truly funny. By the way, remember how until last year, brother De Yuan was still maintaining his cold and indifferent persona. But now, the bond between these two is genuine, far from any kind of superficial brotherhood. For them to be like this in the entertainment circle is rare indeed. No idea why, but though Little Carp and Big Brother De Yuan are super close, there's not a trace of couple vibes. How do they manage that?" After replying to that comment, Yu Qinghwan put down his phone. He felt he needed to stay away from Zhao Qingyuan for some time. This man was utterly poisonous. First, sending him short videos, then Indian god oil, and now somehow getting him to win a box of condoms. Qinghwan, noticing the unpleasant expression on Yu Qinghwan's face, Yuxin wiped his oily fingers and teased, "What do you plan to do with that box of condoms?" Yu Qinghwan hadn't even had time to respond when Yuxin noticed that Huizu, who had been completely ignoring them while eating, suddenly raised his head, staring intently at Yu Qinghwan with eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. His gaze was too obvious, making Yu Qinghwan blush furiously. Suddenly standing up, he stormed off toward the bedroom, muttering, "What should I do? Like anyone needs them." "It's not that," said Yuxin with a complicated expression. "Anyways, you'll find use for them, no need to waste." He couldn't finish his sentence under Yu Qinghwan's death glare, choking back the rest of what he wanted to say. "If you don't want them, fine, wait. Don't run away." Clearing his throat, Yuxin caught up just as Yu Qinghwan was about to enter the bedroom and reminded him, "Don't forget, you've got an interview tonight." This was arranged by Yuxin a few days ago. It was called Tonight Stardom, a live interview program extremely popular in recent years, where only top-tier stars could get a spot. The ceremony for the Golden Bull Awards was fast approaching, and besides the official selection process, there would be an online vote allowing fans to choose the best actor in their hearts. Concerned that Yu Qinghwan might not get enough votes due to his low activity, Yuxin had quickly accepted the offer from Tonight Stardom without hesitation. "I know." Rubbing his slightly flushed cheeks, Yu Qinghwan replied briefly. The show officially began at 7 p.m., and Yu Qinghwan arrived at the studio in the afternoon. Though it was a live broadcast, there was still a script beforehand. Hosts would pre-disclose questions so that guests knew what to expect and avoid unexpected mishaps during the live broadcast. Yu Qinghwan communicated with the host for some time before they became familiar enough to enter the makeup room and prepare. Lately, Yu Qinghuan has garnered tremendous popularity. Coupled with the trending topic of the condom fiasco still lingering on Weibo, many people waited eagerly in front of their computers for the live stream. As soon as it hit 7 p.m., the show began promptly. The host gave an introduction and had a few cute interactions with Yu Qinghuan before moving on to the main part. Host, Qinghuan, I've heard you recently took on a new movie called Revenge. Except for How to Love You, you haven't taken any romantic movies. Smiling, Yu Qinghuan nodded, that's true. I prefer films with heavier plotlines. The host continued, I saw on the official Weibo account of Revenge that filming begins next year. Do you have any new plans in the meantime? Yu Qinghuan answered, there won't be any new activities or projects for these next few months, I intend to take a good rest. He paused for a moment and added, I feel that my workload over the past year has been pretty heavy, so I'll treat this as taking a vacation. When he said this, fans immediately reacted angrily in the comments section shouting. Workload? Are you serious? Can you say that with a straight face, Huan? Why so modest, Huan? Get more career goals. It's a huge waste of your face and acting talent. Be more productive. Let's take the world together. To be honest. I think Big Brother Dayuan is lazy enough already, but why are you lazier than him? One requirement from me, update your Weibo more frequently. No. I just want to interview Mr. Yu, the lucky netizen. How does it feel to win the grand prize? Ha 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 ha. The host took a quick look at the comments and chuckled, Qinghuan, your fans are protesting. They say you never post on Weibo. Yu Qinghuan hesitated for a moment before replying, well, I really don't know what to post, so I just don't post at all. The host narrowed his eyes slightly and instead of following the script for the next question, he changed the topic, speaking of Weibo, it makes me wonder, are you always this lucky, able to win raffles every time? Not really, recalling the box of condoms, Yu Qinghuan gave an awkward laugh, maybe my luck is a bit better than average, but most of it is just coincidence. At this mention, the audience became extremely excited. Ha 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 ha, I can't stop laughing. Lucky netizen Mr. Yu, what do you need so many condoms for as a bachelor dog? My focus is on this, what size does Qinghuan use? My heart aches for our single dog Huan. Ha 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 ha. Qinghuan, look, the host pointed at the wildly refreshing comments and laughed, everyone's feeling sorry for you today, I'm feeling sorry too ha ha ha. Yu Qinghuan stared at the screen for several seconds, then suddenly gave a faint smile, single dogs deserve sympathy, but not me. The frenzied updates on the comments section abruptly stopped, even the host's expression went blank for a second. For a full minute, everyone was still processing his words, and then suddenly bursts of "Wokeo" erupted in the live stream. Wokeo. Did he mean what I think he meant? Is Qinghuan in a relationship? Ah. My goodness. Chapter 83. Yu Qinghuan speaks candidly about her love life in an interview. Yu Qinghuan confesses she is no longer single. At the end of the year, you've lost another male idol. That night, the media and internet were in an uproar. Even some print media made a big splash reporting this incident, causing almost everyone to quickly learn about Yu Qinghuan's romantic relationship. The onlookers who originally stayed in the live streaming room to tease Yu Qinghuan never expected they'd get force-fed some dog food, a metaphor for flaunting one's happiness. They were both choked with emotion and shocked, groaning incessantly. Little koi fish, come out. If you must boast about being single no more, can you at least tell us who the other person is? Ah. So painful. My curiosity is killing me. Who exactly is Qinghuan's significant other? Why is the show so short? I want to know who the little koi fish is dating. Who the heck is my rival in love? This dog food actually tastes pretty good, smiling, leaving now. What was truly bizarre was that Yu Qinghuan's fans remained calm, showing absolutely no sign of quitting their support for him. Perhaps it was due to him revealing earlier during a roadshow that he already had someone special in his life. Unlike the fans of other celebrities, his fans not only easily accepted this news but also had the presence of mind to dig around everywhere, trying to find out who could possibly have so effectively captured their little koi fish's heart. Everyone who had ever crossed paths with Yu Qinghuan was speculated upon, even Wang Qingqing wasn't spared a few mentions. Could it be Wang Qingqing? Other than her rumored affair with Dayuan Gu, this is Qinghuan's sole scandal. Oh please no. You're crazy upstairs. There's no way. The little koi fish wouldn't be so shallow in taste. But I've looked through all the female actors the koi fish has collaborated with, and there isn't even a spark between them. What about Yi Yunlan? The koi fish did interact with Ms. Lan before. Seems wrong though. Ugh, the interaction between the koi fish and the female celebrities hasn't been as much as with He Chu. This is too hard to guess. Don't drag He Chu into this upstairs, what does he have to do with anything? Let's continue guessing. Amidst the fervent speculations by onlookers, the truth remained elusive each time. At that moment, a unique Weibo post caught everyone's attention. Dog eating watermelon. As soon as I logged on to Weibo, I was flooded with posts about Yu Qinghuan, 2333. Although I don't know who his girlfriend is, I'll share another tip with you guys, absolutely true. Yu Qinghuan has a very severe mental illness and has been undergoing treatment. Under normal circumstances, such information would usually go unnoticed, but this time, netizens' interest in Yu Qinghwan was piqued, leading to this revelation being pushed to trending within an hour. Dog-eating watermelons followers skyrocketed instantly by 30,000, comments below the post reached over 20,000, and likes were numerous. Perhaps enjoying the taste of sudden fame, when someone said it wasn't right to expose others' privacy like this, the blogger didn't stop but instead continued spilling secrets. Dog-eating watermelon, those who doubt me or curse me, shut your mouths. It's a fact that Yu Qinghwan has psychological issues. How is saying the truth wrong? The more you squirm, the more I will say. Yu Qinghwan's mental condition is related to the death of his parents, come fight me if you dare. After this post, supporters and critics formed the majority. Most supporters did so out of voyeuristic intent, while those criticizing felt the blogger shouldn't use this kind of news to attract eyeballs. The heated arguments intensified, making the event grow even larger. Upon seeing the message, Yu Qinghwan immediately instructed UXIN to contact the Psychological Counseling Center. Seeing a psychologist was something only UXIN and the center knew, even he Chu was kept in the dark. For the leak to be so accurate undoubtedly meant the source was from within the counseling center. The Psychological Counseling Center was named 4 Seasons, founded by Stanford University psychology PhD, Dong Wei, who was also Yu Qinghwan's main doctor. Renowned internationally and domestically for its authority and high professional ethics. When UXIN initially discussed the matter with them, they strongly denied the rumor multiple times, guaranteeing UXIN that the information was absolutely not leaked from their institution. However, Dog-Eating Watermelon's Weibo had posted many updates related to working at the counseling center, evidently hinting that they were a professional in the field. Forced by the evidence UXIN presented, Dong Wei couldn't help but conduct an internal investigation at the counseling center, unexpectedly uncovering Dong Man, his recently graduated niece. Dong Man also studied psychology. Unlike Dong Wei, who graduated from a prestigious university, her alma mater was just a third-tier school in the country. Psychology wasn't something she was passionate about, it was simply the field she ended up in after failing to get into her first-choice major. During her schooling, Dong Man didn't really bother with studying much psychology knowledge at all. Thankfully, she had an accomplished uncle who managed to secure her a position at 4 Seasons right after graduation, personally mentoring her under his guidance. Though Dong Man usually acted quite lax, Dong Wei didn't pay it much attention. After all, she was still in her 20s, and had been coddled since childhood, being a little lazy was considered normal. What he never anticipated was that Dong Man would make such a colossal blunder this time. Dong Wei was a very meticulous person, locking all patient records in a cabinet, whose key only he himself possessed. After much deliberation, he finally remembered, he had last asked Dong Man to retrieve his private seal from the cabinet, which he had carved the previous year. It was likely around that time that Dong Man secretly went through Yu Qinghwan's files. Initially, Dong Wei wanted to handle the situation privately. However, UXIN wouldn't agree to it. His child had been wronged, and throwing money around as a way of resolution was out of the question. Besides, they certainly weren't lacking for funds anyway. UXIN was filled with both guilt and anger. After all, it was the counseling center he recommended, and now events had escalated to this extent, it was clear there was no suppressing the issue anymore. The only option now was to demand an explanation from the counseling center. Under duress, Dong Wei had no choice but to force Dong Man to delete the Weibo post and, in the name of the Psychological Counseling Center's official account, issue a public apology statement. However, because of this, the fact that Yu Qinghwan had mental issues was officially confirmed. Unexpectedly, though, fans' reaction towards this matter was surprisingly mild. Not only did they refrain from overreacting, but the activities to uncover who Yu Qinghwan liked had also ceased. No worries, dear koi fish, we just hope you're happy. Moi, we'll wait until you tell us yourself. Take care, little koi fish. You're the best, and we'll always support you. Anyone is fine, as long as they treat you well, we trust you. Even knowing Yu Qinghwan might not respond to them and may even fail to see their comments due to the high volume of messages, the fans continued expressing their affection and support for him. Even if someday these fans might unfollow him for some reason, at least at this moment, their fondness for Yu Qinghwan was sincere. Upon reading those encouraging comments, Yu Qinghwan's gaze softened slightly, and he posted a rare tweet on Weibo. Yu Qinghwan, thank you all. This grand affair culminated in many national-level official accounts retweeting, drawing significant emphasis on professional ethics. Though this constituted a form of intangible restriction, sometimes, such constraints were indeed essential. Subsequently, the official movie Weibo account announced a list of movies prioritized for next year's promotion, one of which included Revenge. What proved more heart-wrenching than the incidents involving Yu Qinghwan was that the leading actress of Revenge succumbed to unbearable psychological stress due to unethical journalists and ended her life. To depict the tragedy, the scriptwriters employed a reverse chronological order narrative, letting the protagonist die at the very beginning of the screenplay. Borrowing this wave of publicity, Revenge quickly ascended in popularity before filming even commenced, and since it was listed as a national focus promotion film, its screening period would be extended by an additional month. Both Sun Wu's ability and Yu Qinghwan's acting prowess were unquestionable. With the extended screening duration, it was clear the box office performance wouldn't suffer significantly. Uxin silently absorbed the information and, his expression complex, turned sincerely toward Yu Qinghuan. Qinghuan, I'm sorry. From now on, whatever role you wish to take, you do so, and I won't interfere again. While saying this, he quickly forwarded a lucky koi fish image on Weibo. Yu Qinghuan, who inadvertently caught a glimpse of his phone screen, remained speechless. Yu Qinghuan was someone who wouldn't admit defeat easily. Even after being publicly exposed for seeing a psychologist, though everyone had encouraged him, he resolved to overcome his psychological obstacles as much as possible. In the short term, returning to the psychological counseling center wasn't feasible, so he decided to tackle things on his own. The treatment over the past month had indeed had some impact on Yu Qinghuan. At least, when sitting back in the driver's seat, though his hands trembled slightly, he no longer felt completely unable to endure it like before. Seeing this, Uxin let out a sigh of relief, telling Huachu, good, no problems occurred. A few seconds passed without a reply, prompting him to turn his head. He noticed Huachu staring intently at Yu Qinghuan, his eyes not flickering once, almost as if he were teaching a child how to swim for the first time. Uxin suddenly felt like he had been fed a bellyful of dog food for reasons unknown. With a heavy heart, he patted his chest and decided not to stay here as the third wheel anymore. No sooner had Uxin left than Yu Qinghuan attempted to grip the steering wheel. The special texture of the leather made his mind buzz, blanking out instantly. Moreover, he even had the urge to vomit. He breathed heavily, trying to calm himself down, but it was all in vain. When he thought he was running out of oxygen and couldn't breathe, a warm hand suddenly grasped his wrist and forcefully pulled him out of the sports car. Qinghuan, don't be afraid, it's all right. Huachu hugged Yu Qinghuan and awkwardly patted his back while consoling him non-stop. He knew that whatever Qinghuan wanted to do, there must have been a reason behind it. So, he wouldn't prevent him from doing so, yet, he would show up beside him at the first moment when needed. The warmth emitted by Huachu instantly warmed up Yu Qinghuan's stiff and cold body, melting those dark memories away just like ice under the heat. Gradually regaining consciousness, Yu Qinghuan leaned against Huachu's chest, moved as he sniffed. His Huachu always treated him this way, putting him on top of everything, showing him love clearly even if he didn't understand many things. Don't worry, Yu Qinghuan held his hand and smiled, I'm completely fine now. Huachu nodded, touching his face with his hand. Just then, his phone rang. Then, Yu Qinghuan noticed Huachu almost impulsively answer the call, utter a few sentences, and head towards the exit of the parking lot. Yu Qinghuan asked, what are you going to do? Huachu looked excited, revealing two words with a gleaming gaze, parcel delivery. Yu Qinghuan froze, when did you start using courier services? Huachu shook his head, not me, Uxin taught me. Even more puzzled, Yu Qinghuan asked how Huachu could take the initiative to buy something, and let alone learn from Uxin. Upon hearing this, a faint blush slowly crept from Huachu's cheeks to the roots of his ears. His eyelashes fluttered, bashfully whispering, a box of condoms, I provided my address. Yu Qinghuan. Chapter 84. In the tea house, Sinfeng was having tea with Wang Jinsheng. Her face was rosy, and from time to time, she would reach out her fingers to touch the simple gold ring on her left hand, her eyes filled with satisfaction. She looked nothing like her previously emaciated self. Sin sister, it's been how many years since we've had tea like this, Wang Jinsheng sighed, refilling Sinfeng's cup with half a cup of Longjing tea. The tea leaves, which appeared fresher because they were fully steeped, swirled in the cup, rising and falling, looking quite delightful. Sinfeng picked up her teacup and brought it to her lips. She gently blew the tea leaves away, then took a small sip. It's true, thinking about the days of the past few years, life felt worse than death. It's all over now, Wang Jinsheng waved his hand, not wanting her to bring up those painful memories. He casually changed the subject, I heard you recommended a script to Qinghuan. Speaking of you Qinghuan, Sinfeng's smile grew even gentler, there have been many proposals about professional ethics recently. I'd already caught some wind of it. Starting this year, the country will pay more attention to this area. She paused for a moment and smiled, so I selfishly recommended revenge to Qinghuan, as my little gesture. Wang Jinsheng said, revenge is a good recommendation for that child. Thinking about what happened online a few days ago, he still couldn't help but feel angry, they all say he's lucky, but actually, sigh. Wang Jinsheng's gaze was complicated. After a long pause, he said, who would want their psychological issues exposed to the entire nation? Although this incident benefited him too, if I were Qinghuan, I wouldn't want these advantages. Sinfeng nodded, that's right. She took out her phone, opened the relevant news article, and pushed it toward Wang Jinsheng. I heard that Seasons has already seen a lot of patients demanding refunds. If this continues, no matter how famous Dongwei is, I doubt the consulting center can stay open. He also bears responsibility for this. Wang Jinsheng slowly swallowed a mouthful of tea and said, it's his fault for giving his niece preferential treatment. Fortunately, Qinghuan isn't someone who gets bogged down by grudges, otherwise, we wouldn't know what kind of consequences there could be. The two elders hadn't seen each other for a long time and had a lot to talk about. Both being childless, their conversation centered around Yu Qinghuan. They even discussed the suitable path for Yu Qinghuan's career and planned to call him out next time for a good chat. It wasn't until evening that they left the tea house and returned home respectively. As for Yu Qinghuan, the central topic of their conversation, he was sitting on the sofa after finishing a bath, pretending to read a book seriously. Although he pretended to be focused, he didn't actually absorb a single word. His heart was pounding, and his gaze kept wandering to the corner where a box of condoms and adult toys sat. Even though their previous moment was interrupted by the dean, everything that needed to be said had already been conveyed to Huachu. He understood very well that it wouldn't be easy to gloss over things this time. Even though he was mentally prepared, when the moment truly came, there was still a sense of nervousness and shame. Yu Qinghuan patted his burning cheeks, intending to go to the balcony for some fresh air. Suddenly, a hurried set of footsteps echoed into his ears. Just as he lifted his head, a dizzying flash came before his eyes, and Huachu's tall frame had already pressed against him, pinning him to the floor like a leopard locking onto its prey in the darkness. He had just finished bathing, and although there were still traces of moisture on his body temperature was frighteningly high. Even through the sleepwear, the searing heat made Yu Qinghuan shiver. Huachu, wait a second. Yu Qinghuan turned his head to avoid Huachu's lips, feebly grabbing his arms as he struggled to say, not here. During the renovation, Yu Qinghuan thought carpets were hard to maintain, so he didn't lay any. Now, feeling the hardness under him, he suddenly regretted it. If Huachu couldn't resist and decided to do it right here, his back would be ruined. Huachu gave no response. Foreheads touching, his coarse and hot breaths washed over Yu Qinghuan's face. His right hand urgently slipped inside Yu Qinghuan's sleepwear, feeling around. When he reached the tiny bulge, he suddenly paused, then pinched it hard. Yu Qinghuan sucked in a sharp breath at the pain. His slender, flexible waist suddenly arched, his thigh grazing Huachu's side, instantly fueling Huachu's desire even more. Perhaps overwhelmed by lust, Huachu's eyes turned red, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His movements became increasingly fierce, like a voracious little wolf dog. Yu Qinghuan's neck ached from his sucking, tinged with an abnormal sensation of stimulation. He suppressed the moan rising to his throat, lifting his hand to touch Huachu's hair while gasping for breath, saying, "You can do it, but you can't hurt me." Huachu halted his actions momentarily before appeasing him with a lick over the deep marks on his collarbone. The next bite was gentler but continued mixing kisses and bites instinctively. In bed, Huachu was always one of few words, and yet, incredibly goal-oriented. While Yu Qinghuan was still disoriented, he couldn't react in time as Huachu hastily flipped him over and extended his hand towards a critical area. Yu Qinghuan trembled involuntarily and suddenly snapped back to full awareness. "Let's go to the bedroom," he grabbed Huachu's hand in return and repeated. Huachu froze in place, the whole air in the living room seemed to stop as well. However, a scorching flame was kindling and growing stronger by the moment. With his back facing him, Yu Qinghuan couldn't see Huachu's expression. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable under such silence, just as he intended to turn around, Huachu suddenly scooped him up into his arms. Yu Qinghuan's heart raced furiously. By reflex, he wrapped his arms around Huachu's neck. It took several seconds to regain his composure. "Why are you doing this all of a sudden?" Beads of sweat trailed down Huachu's handsome features and dropped onto Yu Qinghuan's shoulder, half covered by his clothes. Confused, he glanced down at him once. "It was you who said we should go to the bed. I can walk myself." Yu Qinghuan flushed crimson, feeling so flustered that he almost didn't dare to raise his head. Unconsciously tugging at the tips of Huachu's hair, he asked, "Why do you have so much strength?" Their home treadmill was used by both of them. But could it be that even in exercise, Huachu possessed more talent than he did? Huachu pursed his lips, looking at him with a smile. "I want to carry you." Yu Qinghuan paused briefly, then couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curl upward as he gave Huachu a kiss on the chin. Even while holding Yu Qinghuan in his arms, Huachu hadn't forgotten about the condoms. Struggling to crouch lower, after much effort he finally grabbed some, then rushed straight toward the bedroom. Yu Qinghuan couldn't help laughing as he watched, what was originally a feeling of embarrassment now fully transforming into affection for this person. He wanted to give everything he had, just to make him happy. However, while Yu Qinghuan had painstakingly made the decision, when it came time to practice, they encountered a problem. No lubricant was included among the prizes. The instant Huachu understood the purpose of the lubricant, his expression resembled someone struck by lightning. He gripped Yu Qinghuan's waist tightly, his eyes turning red. "Indian god oil." Yu Qinghuan. Yu Qinghuan pressed his restless hands down, sighing helplessly. "That won't work. You can't use too much. So what do we do?" "What do we do, Qinghuan?" Huachu bit his well-shaped shoulder blade, asking anxiously. Yu Qinghuan remained silent for a moment. Just as Huachu was about to lose control, Yu Qinghuan suddenly pulled his hand and licked it slightly at the edge of his lips, lowering his gaze unsteadily as he whispered, "This way." Though it might be a little tough, there shouldn't be any major issues since the condom itself already has lubrication. After enduring much hardship, Huachu's long-awaited condom package was finally torn open, and Yu Qinghuan began to grow anxious. But despite waiting for a long time in suspense, Huachu showed no signs of moving. Unable to bear it, Yu Qinghuan looked back. "Qinghuan, it hurts a bit." Huachu frowned, looking uncomfortable. "Pain? How could that be?" Yu Qinghuan paused and glanced down at the size marked on the packaging, his fiery passion quickly cooling into resignation. Why did you get the smallest size? Hua Chu stared blankly at him. I don't know. They glared at each other for quite a while. In the end, seeing the crestfallen look Hua Chu had adopted, Yu Qinghuan couldn't help but sit up, giving him a light peck on the lips, taking the condom off. He pushed his sweaty strands aside tenderly and softly said, we'll try it without the condom. Expecting Hua Chu to pounce excitedly, Yu Qinghuan waited a long time but saw no action from him. Just as he planned to comfort Hua Chu again, he saw Hua Chu suddenly slump onto the bed, burying himself entirely under the covers. After a moment, only the tip of his black head peeked out and shook side to side. No thanks. What's wrong? Yu Qinghuan felt both amused and annoyed, realizing that this man was sulking. After some thought, fearing to leave him with any sort of emotional scar, he hastily draped himself in his sleepwear and said through a heated face, we can also do it directly, without needing that. However, Hua Chu continued to shake his head. When Yu Qinghuan couldn't help but ask him why, a suddenly aggrieved yet earnest voice came from beside his ear, I can't let you get hurt. Yu Qinghuan paused for a moment, and a wave of warmth surged in his chest. He understood how much Hua Chu desired it, yet even at this moment of no return, what he prioritized the most was still him. Unable to contain himself, Yu Qinghuan pressed his hand to his chest. After the overwhelming feelings in his heart subsided slightly, he lifted the blanket and leaned over. Hua Chu's back was facing him, and his silhouette seemed unbearably desolate and helpless. Yu Qinghuan's eyes curved slightly just as he intended to push him. Unexpectedly, Hua Chu suddenly turned over, his lashes drooping as he whispered softly, Qinghuan, I'm angry. He hesitated for a second, fearing a misunderstanding, and hurriedly added, angry with myself. Still warm hands found Yu Qinghuan's beneath the covers, trembling slightly as they covered his hand. Qinghuan, hold me. I won't, Yu Qinghuan chuckled slightly, meeting Hua Chu's sad gaze, then lifted the blanket and slid in, his somewhat muffled voice coming from inside, but I can give you a kiss. Hua Chu's eyes widened instantly at that, and his breathing became erratic all at once. Chapter 85. The weather in early October was already brimming with a biting chill. The Jin Yo Award ceremony was approaching, and Yu Xian had already borrowed a set of formal attire for Yu Qingxian to wear at the event. A tailored black suit accompanied by a globally limited edition watch, all still sponsored by Ada. Over the past 6 months, many international brands had extended offers to Yu Qingxian, but his preferences remained steadfast, choosing Ada every time. Because of his unintentional action, Ada's sales saw a significant boost, much to the delight of Evanson, who could not stop smiling. During every traditional Chinese festival, he would inevitably send a red envelope to Yu Qingxian. They shouldn't be cold over there, Yu Xian muttered while packing his luggage, continuing his incessant chatter, but you should still bring more clothes to avoid catching a cold. Every time he picked out an item of clothing, he would pass it to Hua Chu, who would neatly fold it and then carefully place it in the suitcase. The two worked together with perfect coordination. Yu Qingxian himself was sitting idly on a stool nearby, occasionally flipping through a script, feeling utterly bored. He glanced at Hua Chu reaching for the next piece of clothing and, when Hua Chu wasn't looking, quietly folded one corner of the perfectly stacked garment, quickly withdrawing his hand as though nothing had happened. When Hua Chu turned around and saw the folded corner, he tilted his head in confusion. He clearly remembered stacking everything neatly just moments ago. What happened? He took the garment out of the suitcase and refolded it carefully, inspecting it thoroughly to ensure not a single wrinkle remained before turning back, satisfied, and starting to fold the next piece. However, to his astonishment, upon turning around again, he found that another garment in the suitcase also had a corner folded. What was going on? Yu Xian was unaware of the events transpiring. Seeing Hua Chu hesitate to take the next item, he eventually called out impatiently, Hua Chu. Startled, Hua Chu snapped back to reality, leaving his doubts aside and resuming his task. Seeing Hua Chu's dazed expression, Yu Qingxian found amusement in his mischief. Sneaking laughter under his breath, he reached out again as soon as Hua Chu turned his back. Unfortunately, right as his hand was about to touch the clothing, Hua Chu suddenly turned around. Ahem, caught in the act, Yu Qingxian let out an awkward cough, quickly retracting his hand and pretending to focus intently on his script. Hua Chu stared at him silently for a few seconds, then came over, gripping the back of his head gently and bending down to give him a quick peck on the lips. Caught off guard, Yu Qingxian was kissed square on the mouth. Glancing sideways to see Yu Xian's shocked eyes wide open, he hastily pushed Hua Chu away. What are you doing? After a brief pause, he added, get back to work. Hua Chu smiled shyly, mimicking what Yu Qingxian had done earlier, and reached out to pat his head gently, don't fool around. His palm was warm, softly resting on top of his head. For some unknown reason, despite not blushing when kissed in front of others, Yu Qingxuan's face flushed bright red at this moment. His heart thumped wildly, and after muttering something nonsensical, he immediately lowered his head. Can you two pay attention? Yu Xian watched them both with a look of resignation, saying sarcastically, do I need to repeat myself? I'm Yu Xian, I'll be 38 this year, and I'm still single. Yu Qingxian looked into the distance, intending to console Yu Xian, but heard Hua Chu whisper in his ear, you can go find a boyfriend. Hua Chu's expression was incredibly earnest, with no hidden meanings, just what he thought was a reasonable suggestion upon hearing Yu Xian mention being single. UX in. Excuse me, I like women, thank you. Chu, then you can find a girlfriend. UX in. If he could find a girlfriend, would he even be here being force-fed their romantic drama? Girls were simply like stars in the sky to him, out of reach despite being visible. How frustrating. Afraid Chu might continue and end up driving UXin to rage, Yu Qingxian quickly shoved him lightly, go fold the clothes. No talking until you finish. Chu looked at him pitifully, miserably nodding once. Why are you bullying him? Unexpectedly, UXin, who had just been stifling irritation at Chu, shot a glare at Yu Qingxian, all because of how much Chu spoils you. Why can't you fold your own clothes? I didn't let him help. Yu Qingxian nodded his chin towards Chu, asking him, isn't that right? Though Chu did not fully understand the meaning behind their conversation, he understood Yu Qingxuan's final question. He nodded, yeah. Yu Qingxuan's neatly folded clothes looked terrible, so they couldn't use the ones he folded. Yu Qingxian proudly turned to UXin, brother, take a look. UXin. UXin. Shouldn't he be on strike now? The award ceremony happened to fall on the weekend, so Chu also flew with Yu Qingxian to Gaocheng. They had just checked into the hotel that had been arranged for them in advance and hadn't even rested when UXin's phone began to ring. And it kept ringing. Every time he answered one call, another would come right away. It was as if everyone had scheduled this collectively. What's going on? Seeing UXin finally hang up the phone and directly switch his phone to airplane mode, Yu Qingxian raised an eyebrow and asked. UXin was usually mild-tempered, so there weren't many reasons for him to do something like this. It's all because of you. UXin lied down on the bed listlessly, the fatty tremors on his stomach rippling. So many people are asking me where you're sitting, and some are asking if you have anyone with you on the red carpet. Seeing Chu perk up his ears cautiously, Yu Qingxian added, why are they asking about these things? The organizer had already decided the seating arrangements. Even if they knew, it wouldn't make any difference anyway. UXin's expression was hard to describe. After a long pause, he continued, they want to sit close to you and absorb some good luck from your lucky charm aura, hoping to win an award tonight. Yu Qingxian. What nonsense. Weren't we supposed to be raising socialist successors? While he was thinking, his phone rang too. UXin now twitched whenever he heard the phone ring, instinctively moving farther into the bed. Yu Qingxian helplessly took out his phone, glanced at the screen, and seeing it was Zhao Qingyuan, he answered without hesitation, Qingyuan, have you arrived? Arrived. Zhao Qingyuan's voice came through the receiver, somewhat unsteady as he was likely walking while talking, tell me your room number. I brought some snacks, we can eat them in your room later. Hearing this, Yu Qingxian immediately understood that his agent must be controlling his diet again, so he couldn't help but advise, don't eat those snacks anymore. You'll walk the red carpet tomorrow, tonight, I'll have salad with you. No. Zhao Qingyuan was upset, I managed to bring these secretly, how could I not eat them? Thinking about the red carpet, he added, by the way, did you know, many people are asking me about your seat. They want to sit closer to you. Yu Qingxian. Here we go again. Yu Qingxian, isn't this taking it too far? What nonsense about being lucky charms? Zhao Qingyuan lamented, no. If it weren't for the fact that you had to sit with the Chenghuang team, I would have taken the spot beside you. Maybe catching your good luck will let me win another Best Actor award. Yu Qingxian. Like him, Zhao Qingyuan was also nominated for Best Actor this year. For some unknown reason, in his previous life, A Matter of Life and Death did not enter the Jean Yo Awards, but this lifetime, many things were already different from last life. Zhao Qingyuan's performance in the movie was commendable, and winning an award was quite possible. Zhao Qingyuan added, by the way, remember, we'll walk the red carpet together. Yu Qingxian covered his forehead, I know, hurry up and check into the hotel, we'll talk about it when you arrive. That night, Zhao Qingyuan managed to sneak past his agent and went straight to Yu Qingxuan's room for a feast, causing his agent to almost include Yu Qingxian on the surveillance list the next day. Every year, the Jean Yo Awards made a big splash. 2 days ago, the organizers opened the vote for the Best Actor, and Zhao Qingyuan and Yu Qingxian ranked first and second respectively. Many netizens saw this result and burst out laughing. Brother Dayuan and Qingxian are definitely good buddies. They really haven't separated, haha. I don't know why, but every year, I think the Jean Yo voting is full of scandals. Only this year does it feel clean, ha, these two are just toxic. Afternoon, I saw airport photos and street photos of many stars, except theirs. Why are these two participating in the ceremony still keeping such a low profile? Speaking of which, won't these two walk the red carpet together? To the delight of the netizens, Yu Qingxian indeed walked the red carpet with Zhao Qingyuan. There seemed to be a uniquely harmonious energy between the two of them. Even though they didn't stand very close to each other, there wasn't any awkwardness. On the contrary, their relationship appeared warm. Zhao Qingyuan used to be a flamboyant person, but since he met Yu Qingxian, he had become much more low-key. In the past, he would definitely have stayed on the red carpet for a bit longer, but now, he followed Yu Qingxian and quickly completed the walk. Afterwards, the two parted ways and went to their respective seats. Zhao Qingyuan was seated with the A Matter of Life and Death crew in a very central position, while Yu Qingxian sat with the Orange-Yellow crew, which was slightly off-center. The ceremony hadn't officially started yet, and the stars sitting next to each other were chatting. Yu Qingxuan's circle of acquaintances wasn't large, so he thought no one would come to talk to him. However, to his surprise, as soon as he sat down, almost everyone around him stopped their conversations and greeted him. At first, Yu Qingxian thought these people were there for Zhao Rui, but he soon understood what was happening. An actress nominated for Best Actress approached with a radiant smile, her alluring presence almost brushing against his shoulder. Yu Qingxian furrowed his brows, just about to move aside when the actress suddenly took a deep breath. Ah. I've breathed in the lucky energy of the lucky charm. Yu Qingxian. Actress, hi there, little lucky charm, I'm Miao Jiaxi. You can call me Sis Cici. Yu Qingxian, with his expressionless face, looked at her, hi, Sis Cici. Miao Jiaxi stared straight at his hand, can I shake your hand? This was her third nomination for Best Actress, but unfortunately, she had only been an also-ran in the previous attempts, leaving empty-handed. This time, she wanted nothing more than to take home the trophy. Bad luck didn't matter as long as there was someone particularly fortunate nearby. What's a little grace or poise when there's such a great opportunity nearby? Let's sponge off some good fortune first. Before Yu Qingxian could respond, other actors from Miao Jiaxi's crew came over too. I want to. Qingxian, hurry. Give me a handshake. Let me try too. Yu Qingxian. Chapter 86. The Golden Ox Award ceremony started at 5 in the afternoon, and several TV stations broadcast it live simultaneously. Even though many people don't watch TV anymore, this annual grand event of the film industry still attracted quite a number who deliberately stayed glued to their television sets. The memorial hall sparkled with star power, packed with big names, every face fresh and bright. The camera slowly panned around the venue, the celebrities were seated upright, radiant with smiles. Even though the ceremony hadn't yet begun, the sight was still pleasing to the eye. Viewers kept their eyes fixed on the screen while struggling to send Weibo posts on their phones. Oh my god. I see Brother De Yuan. So handsome. I'm going crazy. My goodness. Brother De Yuan's good looks can last for another decade. Provided that, he doesn't speak. Ah. Goddess Yi Yunlan. My goddess didn't enter any works this year. Why would she attend? Just as they clutched their chests, excited, the lens swiveled to the corner on the right, and the frenzied expressions of the audience suddenly froze. What the heck is going on? Are they all surrounding Qinghua? I don't know why, but seeing little Jinli, lucky fish, shake hands one by one with others makes me feel like an emperor distributing favor. What the hell you say is true? What the hell is Cici's sister doing? Haha, what's going on? They probably want to, Jinli's luck. I think this truth is coming out. Every year at the Golden Ox Award ceremony, either certain stars show off their unique qualities or fans of a certain movie start feuding online, year after year nothing new. If it wasn't for catching a glimpse of their favorite star, fans wouldn't bother watching TV. But this year was different. After news about Yu Qinghua spread on Weibo, interest peaked instantly among quite a few people. It turns out stars are just like ordinary people, they also follow lucky charms, suck oxygen of fortune from Europe, etc., making idols seem down to earth. At this moment, the viewing ratings of the award ceremony sharply rose, and more people turned on their TVs out of curiosity. At 5 o'clock in the evening, the ceremony officially began. The Orange-Yellow was nominated for many awards, clearly aiming for as much as possible, very consistent with Zhao Rui's personality of leaving no money untouched. The host adjusted the atmosphere on stage, glancing away from the camera. Zhao Rui slightly tilted his head and whispered to Yu Qinghua, in fact, I really hate participating in these kinds of ceremonies. Yu Qinghua raised an eyebrow at him, saying nothing. Zhao Rui continued, don't disbelieve me. If it weren't for the extra money I could get from investors through more awards, I wouldn't even bother to sign up. Yu Qinghua. Yu Qinghua, Brother Rui, it's best if you keep these thoughts to yourself. Hey, Zhao Rui fidgeted uncomfortably, what is this damn broken piece of clothing? It makes me feel so uncomfortable all over. Isn't it driving me nuts? As soon as it began, I couldn't sit still anymore. After a pause, he added, I wonder if Rui has eaten tonight, whether she thought about me at home. If she cried, what if the nanny couldn't console her well? Oh. Yu Qinghua's ears hurt from his complaints, and he missed the old Zhao Rui who wouldn't utter a word for half a day. Hearing the host read the names on the shortlist for Best Supporting Actor, he quickly said, Brother Rui, the Best Supporting Actor award is about to start. On the big screen, clips from films of actors who were nominated for their brilliant performances were playing. Among them was Fang Zhongxi from Living on the Edge. The big screen served as the best mirror, reflecting both the actor's appearance and acting skills. Any tiny flaw would immediately appear disharmonious. But Fang Zhongxi's performance here was very intense and powerful, and could be considered exceptionally rare among young actors. Zhao Rui told Yu Qinghua, I think Fang Zhongxi has a great chance of winning. Yu Qinghua nodded, yes, he does. Sure enough, the next second, the host announced the name of the Best Supporting Actor. The winner of the 56th Golden Ox Award for Best Supporting Actor is Fang Zhongxi from Living on the Edge. Amidst applause, Fang Zhongxi ascended the stage. It was evident that he was not calm inside, his usually icy face showed excitement. His voice trembled when giving his thank you speech, and he even stumbled on the stairs. Fortunately, the host caught him in time. After the Best Supporting Actor award was presented, the Best Director award followed. No one expected Zhao Rui to outright defeat Lu Jian and claim the trophy. With his excellent mastery of cinematography and strong sense of social responsibility, the orange-yellow has touched countless people, and he is Zhao Rui. At first, Zhao Rui seemed shocked. It wasn't until Yu Qinghua gave him a little nudge that he rose, lips tightly pressed, and walked onto the stage. He had said that entering the competition was only to attract investment, but from his slightly awkward gait as he walked to the stage, Yu Qinghua could tell how genuinely thrilled Zhao Rui was by winning the Best Director award. Ever since having Wang Ruirui, Zhao Rui's personality became more open than before, yet certain core aspects remained unchanged. Even an emotionless figure like Fang Zhongxi spent a full 6 minutes giving an acceptance speech when he won, but Zhao Rui's speech was remarkably brief. First, I want to thank Qinghua. He raised the trophy, gesturing toward Yu Qinghua in acknowledgement. The biggest credit for the orange-yellow doesn't go to me, it goes to you. Second, I thank all the judges who have given this award to me. I will work hard to deliver even better works in the future. He paused briefly, slightly lowering his gaze. Lastly, I want to thank Anan. With that, he bowed deeply toward the audience below before gracefully stepping down from the stage. Below, everyone was momentarily surprised before realizing, the little girl in the orange-yellow was named Xiao Qinyan. Zhao Rui indeed showed sensitivity by acknowledging the movie character. Congratulations to director Zhao. To win Best Director with your first film, must be pretty exciting. Yeah. This is the first time the Golden Ox Awards give the Best Director award to a rookie director, very exciting indeed. When Zhao Rui returned to his seat, people around him began congratulating him. He stiffly curved his lips upward, eyes cast down. Yes, I'm really excited. Anan, so many people like you and care about you, and brother feels really happy. After the Best Director award, it was time for Best Actress. Finally, Miao Jichuan ended her streak of losing awards she deserved and proudly held the trophy in her hands. She broke into tears, thanking everyone related to the film production process. At the end, she even mentioned Yu Qinghua, saying thank you for his good luck. This both amazed TV audiences and prompted them to rush over to Yu Qinghua's Weibo account to leave likes and comments, hoping they too might gain some fortune. And after the announcement of the Best Actress winner, the much-anticipated unveiling of the Best Actor choice arrived. The two hosts exchanged a few humorous remarks before beginning to show clips from each of the 5 nominees' films. Zhao Qinyan starred in On the Brink, where Peng Cheng saved lives amid gunfire. His portrayal of a fearless doctor dedicated only to his patients was brought vividly to life, creating a tense yet solemn atmosphere just watching it. As for Yu Qinghua, the clip depicted Zhao Qingping learning that his sister had been raped. Full of anguish and hatred, upon seeing her face covered with wounds, he quickly suppressed every visible emotion and tenderly crouched beside her bed to comfort her. The strained emotions at their peak yet restrained, were perfectly portrayed without any hint of acting. A single glance left viewers feeling a lump in their throat. After the movie clips concluded, the host picked up the microphone, scanned the audience below, and smiled. You're all waiting for me to announce the name, so I'll cut right to it. The winner of the 56th Golden Ox Award for Best Actor is... She paused, allowing the suspense to mount as everyone took a breath in anticipation before slowly continuing. On the Brink, Xiao Qinyan. A storm of applause immediately erupted inside the memorial hall. People around Xiao Qinyan rushed to congratulate him at once. Even someone as stern as Lu Jian couldn't help patting him on the shoulder in encouragement. However, to everyone's surprise, Xiao Qinyan did not immediately ascend the stage to receive the prize with jubilation. Instead, he stood uncertainly, brows knitted. Although he had joked before about wanting another Golden Ox Award, it was all fun and games. He actually wished that today's award would instead go to Qinghua. For him, this second Golden Ox Award would merely be icing on the cake, a non-essential extra. However, Qinghua needed this recognition quite badly. Involuntarily, Zhao Qinyan looked towards the direction of Yu Qinghua, and it happened that Yu Qinghua also glanced over at him precisely then. Their gazes met. Yu Qinghua offered a faint smile and made a gesture of encouragement, appearing genuinely joyful for him. Only after seeing this did Zhao Qinyan settle down, ready to make his way onto the stage. But then, the host said again, the orange-yellow, Yu Qinghua. Everyone was stunned, and an eerie silence enveloped the scene for a few seconds before thunderous applause broke out. Zhao Qinyan's lips curled up into a wide grin as he hurriedly made his way around to Yu Qinghua, throwing open his arms to embrace him tightly. Qinghua, congratulations to you. Yu Qinghua patted his back gently. It was too far earlier, so I couldn't congratulate you then, now it's my turn to do so. Congratulations, Qinyan. They exchanged a smile, then walked together onto the podium. The host was familiar with Zhao Qinyan. Seeing the overwhelming joy on his face, she teased him lightheartedly. Why is Qinyan happier this time than the first time he won? Zhao Qinyan didn't deny it in the slightest. Yes, because Qinghua is my best friend. The joy today is doubled. Qinghua is truly remarkable. The host turned towards Yu Qinghua, smiling warmly as she added, "Congratulations, you're the youngest ever emperor of acting according to the Golden Ox Awards." Yu Qinghua thanked her graciously, then alongside Zhao Qinyun, accepted the trophy from the presenter. "This Golden Ox Award carries great significance for me." Zhao Qinyun glanced briefly at Yu Qinghua as he began his acceptance speech. "I had never imagined it would be like this. I thank the judges, thank Director Liu, and also thank the audience who gave me such unforgettable memories." Rarely deviating from his usual aloof image, Zhao Qinyun spoke freely this time, his words brimming with delight and happiness. His animated expression spurred fans to frantically flood Weibo with messages. "Ah! Big Brother De Yuan is simply incredible. Did you notice? After the host announced the Best Actor winner, he wasn't happy until realizing Qinghua also won. Incredible friendship. Heaven forbid that I'd want a friend just like Brother De Yuan, so warm. I hope their friendship lasts a lifetime. It's incredibly hard for true friendships like this to exist in the entertainment circle." After Zhao Qinyun completed his speech, it was now Yu Qinghua's turn. Compared to other newcomers accepting their first award, Yu Qinghua seemed unusually calm. His voice betrayed no trace of trembling, and his behavior came off as seasoned. He finished delivering his well-prepared lines without any mistakes and paused. When Zhao Qinyun assumed he was done and they were about to step down from the stage, Yu Qinghua resumed speaking. "Someone once told me, he didn't just want to be watching me from below the stage, he hoped that one day when he stood on the stage, I could look at him from below as well." Under the astonished stares of everyone present, Yu Qinghua continued, "Unfortunately, this time, I've beaten him again to the punch. But I'll let you take the opportunity to tell everyone when it's your turn. However, if you make me wait too long, then it will fall back on me to act." He stood in the center of the stage, under bright spotlights illuminating his face, making him appear exceptionally handsome and refined. As his gaze settled on a certain point among the audience below, his eyes curved slightly, brimming with all the warmth and affection in the world. "Thank you for being here, for always staying by my side. At this moment, he hesitated, his ears glowing a vivid red under the spotlight. Clutching the trophy tightly in his hands, he lowered his head momentarily to steady his rapid breaths. When he looked up again, his face bore a brilliant and resolute smile. "I really love you." Chapter 87. The noisy award ceremony suddenly became deathly silent. No one expected that Yu Qinghua would choose this moment to declare her love. After a full minute, the celebrities present finally realized what had happened. Then, the scene erupted with ear-piercing screams and whistles that could have shattered the ceiling. "Good job. Qinghua, you can do it. Yo yo yo. This move is on point. Sister's got your back. Blessings to you. When you get married, remember to invite us for a celebratory drink." Celebrities are usually very cautious about their relationships. For the sake of popularity and other considerations, many choose to keep their romances secret or remain quietly married. Therefore, Yu Qinghua's rare honesty and sincerity were all the more precious. Most people hold some anticipation for beautiful love stories, so when they witness one that touches their hearts, they become especially excited. The normally reserved and aloof stars were now like a group hyped up on energy drinks, forming handmade megaphones and shouting excitedly at the stage. The lighting technician also played along appropriately, keeping only the spotlight on Yu Qinghua lit while turning off the rest. The atmosphere at the ceremony instantly became extremely lively. Even the host stepped forward to joke, "It seems like this award ceremony will go down in history as part of the Golden Ox Awards." Viewers witnessing this scene also went wild. The topic of Yu Qinghua declaring her love grew exponentially on Weibo, even surpassing the attention given to the award ceremony itself. What the heck? So exciting. Though I don't know who the person is, I'm envious of her so much. F***K. One glance at Qinghua and you're lost forever. He's truly the best. That woman is too damn lucky. Ah. Heaven owes me a little good omen. What the heck? How can this be so romantic? I swear I was almost about to bash my head against the TV in excitement. At first, I thought it was someone outside the entertainment circle. Okay, but this solidifies it, it has to be someone inside. Otherwise, how could they possibly have the opportunity to be on stage? Went through every female star Yu Qinghua had ever interacted with and couldn't find any clue. This is crazy. Not even a male star showed up. Upper floor agrees. Definitely an insider. In its 56 years, the Golden Ox Award ceremony had never seen anything like this situation. The celebrities were ecstatic, completely forgetting about maintaining their images. The camera panned over the crowd below the stage, faithfully recording everyone's reactions. It paused momentarily when it reached the front row. There, Huarong was desperately trying to restrain Hua Chu from jumping up because he used too much force. Veins popped out on his forehead. Third brother. Huarong wouldn't let go of his younger brother. Calm down. You can't go up there to find Qinghua right now. Regretting inwardly ever helping him obtain an invitation, otherwise if his brother rushed on stage, today wouldn't be an award ceremony but rather a large-scale gvi. Hua Chu paid no attention to what Huarong said, his eyes blood-red as he stared at Yu Qinghua. His emotions surged, almost ready to burst out of his chest. Qingyuan said she loved him. She publicly declared her love for him before so many people. He wanted to hug her, wanted to tell her right away that he also loved her. Loved her so much that even his heart felt too small to contain all the overwhelming feelings. Hua Chu resembled a raging beast, charging forward forcefully, impossible to stop. Hua Chu. Hua Rong growled softly at him, unable to help but use Yu Qinghuan's words to calm him. Did you hear what Qinghuan said? He gave you the chance to make it public. Are you sure you want to just reveal it like this? The strength with which Hua Chu surged forward abruptly lessened. Hua Rong pressed further. Third brother, sit down, wait for Qinghuan to come back. After a pause, he added another sentence. When Qinghuan reveals it while receiving the award, you should at least follow suit, right? Hua Chu was successfully swayed, nodding stiffly and sitting down hesitantly. Seeing this, Hua Rong finally exhaled in relief, but still didn't dare to release his grip on Hua Chu, fearing that his younger brother might transform into a runaway wild horse at any time and charge forward. The audience seeing this first froze, then began feeling sorry for Hua Chu. Oh my god, I don't know why, but suddenly I feel heartbroken. Taking you as my only, yet you've chosen another woman, whoa. Ah. Professor Hua's eyes are red, too heartrending. Professor Hua, I reject this dose of dog food, referring to public displays of affection. Let me pull you down. Hua Chu looking dumbfounded plus angry ha ha ha. We promised to walk the single road together, but you've left me like a dog behind. Just at this moment, one Weibo post caught everyone's attention. San Yang sailor suit, ha 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 ha, all of you are just so stupid. I have a big piece of candy, but I am not going to tell. This was exactly the same school junior who had once confirmed Yu Qinghuan's identity when he first entered the industry. All the information this blogger revealed about Yu Qinghuan was always accurate and had never gone wrong. As soon as this Weibo post came out, the onlookers immediately smelled the scent of gossip and rushed to her Weibo account to beg for more hints. But this blogger didn't reveal even the slightest clue. It was only after being bombarded with questions that she finally posted another tweet. Waiting for the person to stand on stage, alongside Xia Shixiang. Yu Qinghuan had mentioned the stage earlier, and this blogger reiterated it, so the crowd was even more certain that the person Yu Qinghuan liked must be from the entertainment circle. Some people even guessed Zhao Qingyuan, but no one mentioned Hua Chu, thus perfectly avoiding the correct answer. Despite being bold during his confession, by the time he finished speaking, Yu Qinghuan's face had completely flushed. He bowed deeply to the audience and then took steps to leave the stage. After taking a couple of steps, he belatedly realized something was off. Where was Zhao Qingyuan, who had come up with him? Zhao Qingyuan. Zhao Qingyuan quietly stood behind him, looking at him with dead fish eyes. Qingyuan, let's go, Yu Qinghuan said, breaking tradition in not daring to look directly at him. Instead, he turned his head slightly and urged him quietly. Hearing this, Zhao Qingyuan stepped forward a few paces but still looked utterly dispirited. He had been excited about winning the award with his buddy, but instead, his partner had forced a bowl of dog food down his throat and almost forgotten about him. What about becoming the emperor of films together? Qingyuan, right before they were about to part ways and return to their seats, Yu Qinghuan called out to him again. Zhao Qingyuan refused to look at him, his back straight, appearing as if refusing to acknowledge anything that was said. Yu Qinghuan sighed, and under cover of the nearby seat, he fished a round hard candy from his pocket and slipped it into Zhao Qingyuan's hand. Here. Zhao Qingyuan froze momentarily, then immediately whispered, how could your agent let you keep candy in your pocket? What if someone figures out its shape? He paused and scolded him, you always do shocking things. Yu Qinghuan chuckled, didn't you like candies? I just casually put one in my pocket. No worries, the hem of my shirt covers the pants pocket, no one can see it. Oh, alright. Zhao Qingyuan awkwardly clenched the candy in his hand and dazedly returned to his seat. Unconsciously glancing towards Yu Qinghuan's direction, he wanted to slip the candy back into his pocket, but ultimately bent his head away from the camera lens, peeled it open, and placed it in his mouth. The sweet fruity flavor instantly filled his entire mouth, driving away all his irritation and jealousy. Zhao Qingyuan pushed his tongue against the sugar cube in his mouth, and his lips finally curled upwards. Yu Qinghuan wasn't one to forsake friends for beauty after all, he could forgive him this time. Because of Yu Qinghuan's confession, the 56th Golden Ox Award dominated the news headlines for 3 or 4 days, gaining massive attention. Many stars who won awards gained significant popularity due to the buzz this event created, which was indeed an unexpected bonus. After the ceremony ended, Yu Qinghuan got into Yu Xian's car and returned to the hotel. In the car, Hua Chu still managed to control himself, but as soon as they arrived at the room door, he couldn't hold back any longer. With a loud bang, the hotel door was pushed open. Before Yu Qinghuan could react, he felt dizzy. Coming back to his senses, he realized he was already firmly pressed against the door by Hua Chu. His back collided heavily with the hard door, making his vision blur with pain. Who? Before he could finish the word, his mouth was sealed with a fierce kiss. Hua Chu kissed passionately and fiercely, almost using enough force to eat him alive. In pain, Yu Qinghuan reached out his hands to push Hua Chu slightly, but he was squeezed even harder against the wall. By now, Hua Chu was no longer the naive little fool who would be satisfied with stealing a quick kiss from his lips. Yu Qinghuan's lips became numb from being sucked, but a strange tingling sensation started creeping up from the back of his neck, spreading throughout his body. His legs turned weak, and he slowly wrapped his arms around Hua Chu's waist. The perfectly tailored suit was mercilessly torn off and tossed aside. Hua Chu's eyes turned red, and Yu Qinghuan could even hear his pounding heartbeat. That face, which usually greeted him with smiles, now exuded strong testosterone. Sweat dripped down his handsome features, making him appear exceptionally charming. Yu Qinghuan slightly tilted his head, making it easier for himself to bite on his own neck, and with uneven breath said, Hua Chu, take a shower first. Hua Chu didn't move, instead biting hard on his clavicle. Yu Qinghuan let out a stifled groan in pain. After a few seconds, he reached up to touch his head gently and said softly, be a good boy. Hua Chu breathed heavily, suddenly scooping him up around the waist, hurriedly heading towards the bathroom. Yu Qinghuan's cheeks burned as he leaned his face against his firm yet lean chest, looking at the rolling of his Adam's apple. He then suddenly lifted his head and kissed there. Hua Chu trembled all over, nearly losing control and throwing him onto the ground. The bathroom door was kicked open, and without hesitation, the shower head was twisted on, cold water drenching them instantly. But the flames burning between them couldn't be extinguished by the spray. Just as Yu Qinghuan had mentally prepared himself, Hua Chu's movements abruptly stopped. He pressed his lips together, somewhat uneasily saying, Qinghuan, condoms and lubricants. Having been interrupted twice at this point already, Hua Chu was almost developing a mental scar. Yu Qinghuan, meeting those red-rimmed eyes, couldn't help but smile faintly. He tugged at Hua Chu's collar, pulling his head lower, and kissed that faint dimple. We've got them. Chapter 88. The next morning, when Yu Qinghuan opened his eyes, he instinctively moved his body. Instantly, an indescribable soreness spread from all over his body. It felt just like climbing Mount Everest. There wasn't a single part that didn't hurt. Hu Qi had a preference in bed, he liked to watch him while they did it. Because of this, Yu Qinghuan almost broke his old back last night. He turned angrily, seeing Hu Qi sleeping soundly with his eyes closed. Even when this person was asleep, he was extremely handsome. His deep and stereotypical features were unaltered by lying flat. With dense and long eyelashes, they hung slightly like a little fan, curling upward slightly. Yu Qinghuan got angrier the more he looked, eventually losing control and giving him a hard kick with his bent leg. During the first time yesterday, Hu Qi ended very quickly, so fast, that it took him off guard. Not until he realized that Hu Qi had paused did Yu Qinghuan comprehend what had happened. He swore, he only laughed once. After all, during their usual mutual help, Hu Qi was quite enduring, so when he saw Hu Qi's downfall, Yu Qinghuan felt quite gleeful. But he never expected that even Hu Qi, such a soft and adorable cute guy, had the same weakness as most men, intolerance of any doubt regarding his skills in bed. Because of that one laugh, Hu Qi seemed like he'd installed a motor and used his strength to show him what real dog waste meant. Actually at first, Yu Qinghuan was very uncomfortable, even in pain. But fortunately, Hu Qi wasn't someone who only brute force things. He might not know many techniques, but strangely he could sense Yu Qinghuan's feelings. Later, as they gradually became engrossed, Yu Qinghuan finally experienced the soul-shattering pleasure and rewarded Hu Qi with a kiss. But he could never have imagined that this was only the beginning, not even counting as warm-up. In the end, he even begged Hu Qi despite his pride, yet this beast just got more excited, and continued. Who says men at the age of 20-something are at their physical peak? He is much younger than Hu Qi, but his stamina was still years behind him. Yu Qinghuan got angrier thinking about it and kicked again. However, the movement pulled the overly used areas, causing him to hiss in pain and sweat breaking out on his forehead. Hu Qi has a good temper, being woken up from a dream kick didn't make him angry. With curved eyebrows and gentle eyes, he looked at Yu Qinghuan, then snuggled close, stealing a quick kiss on his somewhat swollen lips before he could react. Last night, he and this man did the most wonderful thing in the world. Hu Qi stared intently at Yu Qinghuan, the warmth in his eyes rising. Yu Qinghuan's character was cold and reserved. Even at the height of pleasure, he rarely let go and shouted loudly. He would only cling tightly, emitting urgent yet suppressed breathing, occasionally calling out softly when he couldn't hold back anymore. Hu Qi involuntarily recalled last night, when he pinned him down beneath him, staring into his damp eyes helplessly gripping his arms, shaking with his movements, pleading faintly, "Brother, please. I can't stand it." That face which usually remained expressionless became soft and helpless, irresistible, it made him want to bully him even more. Hu Qi's Adam's apple moved, pulling Yu Qinghuan closer into his arms as his breath began to destabilize. Aware of his reaction, Yu Qinghuan's heart started racing nervously. If Hu Qi were to have another morning session today, he guessed he'd die in this bed. "You need to restrain yourself," Yu Qinghuan's voice was hoarse, narrowing his brows as he warned Hu Qi using his knee, "Hurry up and get up, aren't we supposed to go back today?" Yu Qinghuan needed to stay here for one more day, but Hu Qi only had 2 days off and now had to go back. The imminent separation instantly cooled Hu Qi's passion. He tightened his arms around Yu Qinghuan but stayed unmoved. "I feel uncomfortable in my throat, don't let me talk too much," Yu Qinghuan pushed him slightly, furrowing his brows. Upon hearing this, Hu Qi couldn't help prop himself up, looking concernedly at him. "Qinghuan, what's wrong?" Let me take a look. Don't stare at me, there's nothing wrong, Yu Qinghuan blushed, slightly lowering his gaze. I won't be there to see you off. When brother Xian comes, just go find your second brother with him, alright? Hu Qi nodded in agreement but continued to stare. Since there was nothing wrong, Yu Qinghuan reluctantly opened his mouth and said, there's really nothing wrong. I'll be fine tomorrow. Hurry up and get up. Before the words even finished echoing, Hu Qi bent down to kiss him. In the early morning, Yu Qinghuan was afraid of an unexpected occurrence, originally wanting to push him away. However, Hu Qi's kiss grew gentler, making Yu Qinghuan's heart soften. His hands changed direction in the air and touched his head. Qinghuan, I'm so happy. After finishing the kiss, Hu Qi buried his face in Yu Qinghuan's neck crook and whispered. The fire when he woke up had dissipated long ago. Sensing his strong heartbeat, Yu Qinghuan lowered his brows and responded with a sound. Although he claimed he wouldn't see him off, Yu Qinghuan still got up with Hu Qi. Despite the soreness and pain in his body, he gritted his teeth, pretending as if nothing happened on the surface, so when Yu Xian came over, he didn't sense anything out of the ordinary. Let's go, or we'll miss the flight. Yu Qinghuan waved at Hu Qi by the door and said. Hu Qi didn't speak. Instead, Yu Xian was already impatient, pulling him along. That's enough, we'll meet again tomorrow, no need for such farewells. Your brother has called me several times already. Hu Qi didn't move. After a few seconds, he suddenly let go of the luggage in his hand, stretched out his arms, and hugged Yu Qinghuan tightly like an affectionate large wolfhound, rubbing against his neck crook. Qinghuan, I'm leaving. Yu Qinghuan patted his back and reminded him, follow your second brother later, don't get separated from him. Hu Qi nodded, after quite a while, suddenly calling out, Qinghuan. I'll wait for you at home. Okay. As soon as Yu Xian and Hu Qi left, the image Yu Qinghuan maintained collapsed. He hurriedly climbed into bed, until his lower back completely fell onto the ground, finally releasing a sigh of relief. This Golden Bull Award made both Yu Qinghuan and Zhao Qingyuan among the biggest winners. The two have always had a good relationship, although they didn't come together, the media speculated that they might leave together. Hence, reporters squatted outside their hotel, their eyes sharp, watching the entrance closely. Sure enough, on the third day of the Golden Bull Award ceremony, the two were finally spotted. The media swarmed towards them immediately. Qinghuan, can you reveal some information about your lover? Qingyuan, what do you feel after winning the Best Actor? What are your work plans next? Qinghuan, did you meet your lover while shooting a movie? Why did you decide to confess on the award stage? One question after another poured in, too many for Zhao Qingyuan and Yu Qinghuan to handle. Fortunately, Zhao Qingyuan's agent was very experienced in dealing with the media. He arranged for the bodyguards to open another path through the crowd, strongly yet diplomatically blocking all the media outside the car. Yu Xian was deeply impressed, quickly memorizing his every word and action, planning to study them thoroughly upon return. This video was quickly uploaded online. Netizens began discussing after seeing Yu Qinghuan's outfit. Is Qinghuan having a cold? He's wearing a high-neck sweater and his mask is on so tightly. I've never seen him dressed this way before. It must be true. Poor my little koi, it's not easy for him to win a Best Actor, but then he falls ill immediately. On the day Qinghuan confessed, both Hu Qi and De Yuan had sour expressions, but today, looks like De Yuan has been consoled by Qinghuan. Oh my god, it only took him 2 days. Qinghuan must be sick. When I saw him getting into the car, he unconsciously supported his waist. It should be viral flu, once infected, the whole body will ache. 2 heartbreaking QAQ. After this award ceremony, Yu Qinghuan didn't have much work upcoming. Instead, Hu Qi became unusually busy, even breaking his 9 o'clock sleep rule. Inside the research institute, upon being informed that they needed to work overtime tonight, Hu Qi's expression darkened instantly, and the aura around him turned extremely cold, scaring the other people in the lab so much that they dared not make a sound, each lowering their heads carefully checking if there were any errors in their work. Only after Hu Qi was led out of the door by his assistant did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. What just happened to Professor Hu? Researcher A whispered to the person beside him, did he not want to work overtime? What nonsense! Researcher B pressed the button of the super high-speed centrifuge with a click and turned back to say, who doesn't know that Professor Hua is a workaholic? Since he entered the institute, he has hardly taken any vacations. How could he be upset about overtime? That's true, Researcher A pushed his glasses up a bit sheepishly, echoing him. Researcher B looked around, seeing no one else nearby, then leaned over to whisper in Researcher A's ear, I heard a little insider news. Professor Hua might win that award. Researcher A's eyes widened suddenly, and a strong sense of pride flared up inside, you mean? Exactly, Researcher B nodded, so, it's probably the pressure. Let's stay overtime tonight and get this batch of experimental data out as soon as possible. Sure. Researcher A slapped his chest, let's help reduce Professor Hua's stress together. I won't leave before midnight today. Thus, that night, when Professor Hua was prepared to go home but found no one had left the lab, he felt a pang in his heart, thinking they had to extend their overtime work hours. It was bad enough to miss sleep time, but constantly squeezing his time and making him unable to even meet Qinghuan for almost 10 days straight, wasn't that too much? Chapter 89. When Hua Chu came back, it was already late at night. Yu Qinghuan had fallen asleep involuntarily while waiting for him, leaning against the bedhead with a warm bedside lamp left on for him. To avoid making any noise, Hua Chu quickly took a shower in the bathroom of the side lying room, and only after his body was almost dry did he carefully get into bed and pull the quilt aside. Unexpectedly, he still woke up Yu Qinghuan, who mumbled and opened his eyes to ask, "What time is it now?" "It's been over 30 seconds past 11:36. Hua Chu glanced at the watch he gave himself and replied. He gently helped him change positions as if holding a big treasure, hugging him in his arms. Yu Qinghuan became a little more awake and automatically found a comfortable position in his arms, asking, "Have you eaten? Do you want me to heat something for you?" Hua Chu pulled the quilt higher until it completely covered his exposed shoulders, tucked the corners down a bit more, and turned off the bedside lamp, saying, "I've eaten." At dinner time, his assistant at the institute would bring him a meal from the cafeteria like usual. But recently, even though he didn't feel that way before, he has started finding the cafeteria food increasingly hard to eat. Yu Qinghuan touched his flat, solid abdomen and thought the feel was good, caressing it twice more until Hua Chu stopped his wandering hand, then asked again, "Does sleeping now bother you?" Hua Chu spoke frankly, "A bit." After a pause, his tone became lighter. "The president said tonight that tomorrow we'll have a day of adjusted vacation." Yu Qinghuan yawned, sleepiness overcoming him again. "That's pretty good, but I have to go out tomorrow." He had initially signed a one-year contract with Ada, which was about to expire, and Evanson on their side was actively negotiating with him, hoping to renew the contract. After lengthy negotiations, they finally agreed on the price and duration of the endorsement, scheduling to sign the contract tomorrow. This time, it wasn't just low-end watches, but the full-line endorsement of all Ada global products, which was unprecedented in Ada's endorsement history. Not only that, Evanson even wanted to set the contract term to 3 years. It was because Yu Qinghuan's current commercial value was too high, failing to seize this opportunity would mean the cost of renewing next time might be double, or even more. But Yu Qinghuan didn't accept a 3-year contract term, extending the previous contract and setting the period to 1 year instead. After failing to gain more, Evanson could only agree. "Qinghuan won't be home tomorrow." Hua Chu suddenly became alert, the carefully planned plan in his mind disrupted, tightening his arm around Yu Qinghuan, with a somewhat ambiguous tone, "Not there the whole day." Unfortunately, Yu Qinghuan was overwhelmed by sleepiness and didn't catch it, possibly. And in the next second, he felt a weight pressing down, a warm body pressed against him and quickly stripped off his pajamas. Yu Qinghuan. Only then did Yu Qinghuan realize he'd made a slip of tongue. He tried to save himself, also, "Not necessarily, signing the contract is all, I can come back in the afternoon." Unfortunately, Hua Chu had no intention of listening anymore. Learning from past mistakes, he didn't know who taught him online shopping, but the condoms and lubricants at home were piled up like mountains now. Hua Chu even emptied a cabinet specifically to store these things. A few days ago, Yu Qinghuan was still pondering whether to switch to a lockable cabinet, otherwise, if someone else saw them, he felt he couldn't face people anymore. For a long time without doing anything, Yu Qinghuan was both looking forward to it and fearful. When Hua Chu finished preparing and slowly entered, he gripped his arm and panted, "Hua Chu, once, just once, okay?" Hua Chu pursed his lips, not answering. After a few trials, once Yu Qinghuan adapted, seeing that his face no longer showed discomfort, he arched his waist and began moving fast. Yu Qinghuan's words on the tip of his tongue were instantly broken apart and couldn't be spoken anymore. On the second morning, Yu Xian came to pick up Yu Qinghuan to go to Ada. Seeing his slightly swollen eyes and listless demeanor, he couldn't help but scold him, "What night are you staying up for? You're young, but don't treat your body carelessly. What will you do when you're old?" After a pause, he added, "Adjust yourself quickly, otherwise, the people at Ada might think you went out to steal chickens last night." Yu Qinghuan. Okay. After cooperating with Evanson for a year, although they didn't say much, Yu Qinghuan was familiar with each other's working style. After checking the price and contract terms and finding no problems, Yu Qinghuan signed smoothly. With the endorsement deal finally settled, Evanson sighed in relief. Although it wasn't the anticipated 3 years, as long as he could retain Yu Qinghuan, he didn't mind making a slight concession. As he saw Yu Qinghuan off to the garage and watched him leave, Evanson pulled out his phone, ready to call Fang Zhongxi. However, a sudden message popped up on the screen. Breaking. Best Actor of the Golden Bull Awards Fang Zhongxi allegedly kept by a wealthy tycoon. Evanson's hand trembled for a moment before clicking on the message. This piece of gossip was meticulously crafted with highly engaging writing, accompanied by a picture showing the wealthy tycoon's hand placed on Fang Zhongxi's thigh, evidence to back it all up. The comments from netizens were already raging uncontrollably below, some even being unspeakably vile. Evanson's complexion turned an ashen gray immediately. Clutching his phone tightly, he pressed at his pulsating temples, turned on his heels, and forcefully yanked open the car door, entering the vehicle hastily. The tires screeched against the ground with an ear-piercing sound as he accelerated to the maximum speed, racing like lightning towards his home. In fact, he and Fang Zhongxi had already moved in together. Their relationship no longer remained strained, Evanson had even fantasized about them continuing on forever. He admitted it, he had fallen for Fang Zhongxi. Even knowing that it was all about interests for him, Evanson willingly handed over every resource under his control. However, what happened today gave him a rude awakening. It turned out that Fang Zhongxi could come to him just as easily as going to others. When Evanson returned home, Fang Zhongxi was frowning while on a call with his agent, next to a towering stack of scripts. After winning the Best Supporting Actor award at the Golden Bull Awards, Fang Zhongxi's resources improved by leaps and bounds compared to before, even the doors of the big director circles opened for him. He was no longer the same person who would sell his body recklessly for a mid-tier luxury brand endorsement back then. The opening door caught his attention, and upon seeing Evanson, his furrowed brow relaxed involuntarily, eager to quickly end the call. Suddenly, his phone was snatched away from his ear. Evanson ended the call, gripping Fang Zhongxi's collar and grinding his teeth as he pinned him to the wall. What's this news about? Have you really degraded yourself this much? Finding one sponsor isn't enough, so you have to find multiple. Fang Zhongxi looked steadily at him, the laughter swiftly fading from his eyes, staying silent. Evanson interpreted his silence as an admission. His eyes bloodshot, breathing rapid, he resembled a frenzied bull. The fury in his heart surged, almost bursting his chest. Uncontrollably, he raised his fist, ready to vent, but when he saw Fang Zhongxi instinctively close his eyes, something made him suddenly lose heart. As if there was a gaping hole in his body, even the anger seemed to vanish without a trace, leaving only an excruciating ache. He wouldn't hit him, not even if the punch landed on himself instead of the wall, he wouldn't strike him. But he couldn't trust him. An eerie silence enveloped the room. It was unclear how long it lasted, but Evanson's panting finally calmed down. He released Fang Zhongxi and turned away, unwilling to look at him, his voice full of exhaustion despite his usual brashness. Zhongxi, should I congratulate you on finding your next sugar daddy? Fang Zhongxi sneered, his lips trembling twice before he croaked hoarsely, thank you, but I don't need that. Another silence followed. Evanson, then it's settled, I plan to return to my home country. Fang Zhongxi's face turned pale. Alright, safe travels. Evanson's Adam's apple bobbed a few times, his vision blurring, his voice thick with nasal congestion, may you get everything you desire. Having said that, he strode forward resolutely, grasping the doorknob without looking back and walked out. He also knew that he shouldn't have treated Fang Zhongxi that way in the beginning. But he had tried his best to make amends, so why did Fang Zhongxi still seek others? It was the first time he loved someone, and that person dealt him a crushing blow. The loud slam of the door echoed in his ears. Fang Zhongxi lifted his eyes blankly, that person had left. Suddenly drained of all strength, he slumped onto the couch, feeling hollow inside. Though once resisted, adjusted, he still couldn't help falling for Evanson. That bastard might have toyed with and humiliated him initially. But later, Evanson had become so gentle, focusing even during intimate moments on giving him pleasure. Being cherished as if placed in the palm of his hand, Fang Zhongxi fell rapidly into obsession. But he didn't dare to trust Evanson's feelings, nor did he dare to accept that he had fallen for him. He hadn't sought anyone else, and nothing had happened with that person, the photo was from a long time ago. However, it seemed this was as far as things could go between him and Evanson. Without even a basis of mutual trust, how could they possibly have a future? Fang Zhongxi's eyes were bloodshot, and against his will, he recalled the moment on the award ceremony stage when Yu Qinghuan boldly confessed his love to the audience below, his expression filled with happiness. He'd already learned from Evanson that Yu Qinghuan wasn't being kept by Hu Rong. His lover was Hu Chu. Previously, Fang Zhongxi couldn't understand what Yu Qinghuan saw in Hu Chu, a man who seemingly offered no resources and advantages, but today, he found himself inexplicably envying Yu Qinghuan. Hu Chu must have given him incomparable security and the courage to move forward unflinchingly. That was why Yu Qinghuan could declare his feelings so openly at the award ceremony. Fang Zhongxi clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. As his career gradually escaped the shadow of the past and reached its peak, he'd gotten everything he wanted. Yet, he realized now that such pure love would never be his. After the contract signing, Yu Qinghuan suddenly found himself with free time, so learning to drive became his top priority during this period. It took a full month, but he finally managed to start the car without any issues, leaving Yu Xian nearly running out to buy fireworks to celebrate. Hu Chu, are you at the gate? Upon answering Hu Chu's call, Yu Qinghuan's face immediately lit up with an involuntary sense of pride, then wait for me there, I'll pick you up. After hanging up, he hastily started the car and slowly drove toward the entrance of the residential area. Yu Xian, worried about him, took the risk of feeling like a third wheel and sat in the passenger seat. Yu Qinghuan didn't have a driver's license and was too nervous to drive fast, moving extremely slowly. It took over 10 minutes just to reach the gate. Spotting Hu Chu standing by the entrance, Yu Qinghuan waved to him and opened the rear door. Hu Chu, I can drive now. He couldn't wait to brag to Hu Chu, his mood brimming with joy. Really? Hu Chu's eyes widened in delight, as if Yu Qinghuan had accomplished something monumental. Qinghuan, you're amazing. Yu Qinghuan smiled, his entire demeanor radiating satisfaction. Pausing for a moment before intending to drive back to the garage, a sudden thought struck him. Where's your driver? Did he drop you off and leave? No, Hu Chu pressed his lips together, revealing a pair of round dimples on his cheeks. Qinghuan, I can find my way home. Yu Qinghuan froze, instinctively turning around. Meeting Hua Chu's curved eyes, they shared a knowing smile, and the air around them seemed to shimmer with sweetness. Xin, sitting in the front seat, desperately tried to shrink himself into a ball of fatty gloom, bowing his head dejectedly. Chapter 90. Although Hua Chu said he could find his way home, Yu Qinghuan was still worried and afraid that he would arbitrarily tell the driver not to come tomorrow. So during breakfast, she made a call. Who would have thought that the driver actually said, "Rest assured, I will be there on time tomorrow. Professor Hua told me not to take him home, but to pick him up for work. In fact, yesterday evening, I was following behind him all the time." Yu Qinghuan was somewhat surprised. What was the logic of picking him up for work but not taking him home? After hanging up the phone, she went to ask Hua Chu. Hua Chu was struggling with a plate of green pepper and meat, having held the chopsticks for a long time without successfully picking anything up. His lips were tightly closed, and his gaze increasingly unfriendly. In response, he simply put down the chopsticks and honestly said, "Because I can't find my way to work." Yu Qinghuan was astonished. Isn't the way to work the same as the way home? Sometimes, she really couldn't understand Hua Chu's train of thought. She pulled a chair beside him and sat down, propping her chin with her hand to look at him. "Just go the way you come home from work." Hua Chu shook his head, looking very determined, making Yu Qinghuan even feel like she might be wrong. "It's different," he said, "there is no you at work." Putting down his chopsticks, he struggled to explain to Qinghuan and tried to make him understand, "The place where you are is special to me." That was why he could remember it. Even though she knew he was just giving an ordinary explanation, Yu Qinghuan still felt her heart race. Her face turned slightly red, and she lowered her eyes to avoid looking at Hua Chu. Her eyelashes quivered, and she muttered, "Are you drinking honey or something? Your mouth is so sweet." Hua Chu looked around helplessly at the dishes on the table, then touched his own mouth, and moved closer to Qinghuan, saying earnestly, "No, I'm not." He was so close that Qinghuan could almost count every lash on his eyelids. At the beginning of their reincarnation, Yu Qinghuan had vowed that this life must include a proper romance. But somehow, regardless of how good-looking someone was, they never gave him any special feeling. It was the same with Hua Chu in the beginning. But the more they interacted, the more Qinghuan found himself unable to take his eyes off Hua Chu. Qinghuan smiled and leaned over to give him a kiss. Their Hua professor was the most handsome one. "You've been drinking honey." Hua Chu was stunned for a moment and then followed suit with a smile. Whatever Qinghuan said, it was. After Hua Chu went to work, Yu Qinghuan also prepared to start his day. Xin arranged for him to shoot the cover of a magazine, which was top tier in the fashion world. However, this cover required sharing with Zhao Qingyuan. Generally speaking, big-name celebrities rarely share covers, but the relationship between Yu Qinghuan and Zhao Qingyuan was famously excellent. They'd both won awards together, and fans loved their interactions. Seizing the market potential, the magazine suggested this arrangement. It was cold and bleak in the winter morning. Fearing Qinghuan would freeze while shooting, Xin brought along a heated shawl. Zhao Qingyuan was quick-eyed, spotting the red plaid shawl immediately, curiously wrapping it around himself. The long wire dragged on the ground, looking like a thin white tail trailing behind him. "You behave yourself," Qinghuan scolded him, but still satisfied his curiosity by helping him plug in the shawl's wire. "Sit down on the chair, don't walk around. Don't you care about your cold aloof image anymore?" "That thing disappeared ages ago," Zhao Qingyuan said, sitting beside him and waving his hand dismissively. "Still, this thing is pretty warm. Where did you get it?" "Get one for me. Bought by brother Xin, just take it if you want it." There was a hitch with the photographer who hadn't arrived yet, so the two of them sat chatting in the lounge. Zhao Qingyuan sneaked several glances at Yu Qinghuan, clearly hesitating to say something. Qinghuan didn't want to bother with him at first, but feared that he might have some difficult to discuss matter. Finally, unable to feign ignorance anymore, he asked, "If you have something, just say it." Zhao Qingyuan deliberated for several minutes before cautiously suggesting, "Qinghuan, why don't you come over to my place for the new year?" Afraid that Qinghuan might refuse, he quickly added, "My parents aren't home during the spring festival every year, and my house only has a few cousins around my age. They're all easy to get along with, come over, I'll introduce them to you." Pausing briefly, he awkwardly added another sentence, "Every year spent with them is rather boring, I'd actually be happy if you came." Regretting last year letting Qinghuan spend the New Year's alone, Zhao Qingyuan had always felt guilty. Knowing each other for so long, he understood Qinghuan thoroughly. The thing this person was most willing to do was to stubbornly hold on in appearance, looking as if nothing had happened, while actually being deeply saddened inside. His words involuntarily reminded Yu Qinghuan of last year's Lunar New Year's Eve. He, Zhao Rui, and little Rui huddled together for warmth, trying to get through that tough night. Then, Hua Chu came. Afterward, he gave him that small pendant, saying he wanted to spend every new year with him forever. At the time, he didn't understand, only assuming that Hua Chu cherished him as a friend. Now reflecting back, it seemed bittersweet. During those days when he never responded, how did Hua Chu manage? Qinghuan. Zhao Qingyuan's puzzled voice interrupted his train of thought. Yu Qinghuan shook his head and smiled, "I'm going to Hua Chu's place for the new year this year." Huarong had told him about this long ago, and this time he no longer refused. Even though still somewhat uneasy and anxious, since he decided to be with Hua Chu, somehow he would have to learn how to interact with the Hua family. You're doing well. You've already gotten along with the Huas. Zhao Qingyuan grinned slyly, leaning over to bump shoulders with Yu Qinghuan. In your past life, you must have been their family's great benefactor, so this life they're making up for it by giving you their son. Saying this, he started laughing himself first. Yu Qinghuan paused for a moment, the faint figure of the person he had saved once flashed before his eyes. But soon, he dismissed this shadow from his mind. Regardless of anything, that person had no relation to him. He only hoped that in his previous life, he could have lived well for him. Half an hour later, the photographer rushed over, sweating hard even in the cold winter. After quickly communicating with the two, he chatted with the stylist and makeup artist for a bit, and only then asked them to go and get ready. The photo shoot went very smoothly. Although Zhao Qingyuan wasn't always reliable, his skills were good. Yu Qinghuan had practiced through 2 lifetimes. The photography skills of both were outstanding, each having their own style, and because of their friendship, the photos turned out without any awkwardness. After the work ended, the photographer even praised, saying they were the least problematic stars he had photographed. They arrived in the morning, but when they left, it was already dark. Are you going home now? Zhao Qingyuan asked Yu Qinghuan as he was removing his makeup. No, I'm going to the supermarket to buy some New Year goods. His lips moved slightly as he added another sentence, and also things to bring to Hua Chu's house. This year, he was more financially comfortable, so he had bought gifts for the Hua family long ago. But besides these, he needed to bring some food items. And even after eating the New Year's Eve dinner at the Hua's, he still needed to stock up on vegetables and meat for himself during the holiday. He hadn't made Hua Chu wait at home but called ahead, asking the driver to drop Hua Chu off at the supermarket entrance where they would meet up. Although Hua Chu might not help much, it was their first New Year after becoming a couple, and he wanted him to participate in the preparations. Tisk, you're getting more and more domesticated, Zhao Qingyuan teased, handing the electric heated cape to his agent, eager to try something new. I haven't been to a supermarket for years. I want to go too. Yu Qinghuan hesitated for a second and replied, alright, but make sure you're fully covered so no one recognizes you. Don't worry, Zhao Qingyuan gestured to him, I'm better at this than you. Dressed warmly in thick down jackets, wearing hats and masks, they entered the supermarket. Fortunately, these few days there had been a drop in temperature, and everyone was dressed like this, so they didn't stand out. Moreover, the supermarket was packed with people, all pushing full shopping carts, bumping into each other left and right. Who would bother paying attention to what the strangers passing by looked like? Yu Qinghuan handed Zhao Qingyuan and Yu Xin each a shopping cart, and pushed one with Hua Chu, working hard to squeeze through the crowd. I regret it, Qinghuan, Zhao Qingyuan, clutching a big box of cherries, panted as he placed it in the shopping cart, almost collapsing. There are too many people, I feel like my ribs are broken. My shopping is almost done. Yu Qinghuan glanced at the full shopping cart and asked him, is there anything else you need? Although claiming he was accompanying Yu Qinghuan, in the end, Zhao Qingyuan ended up buying more than him. All kinds of snacks, sea urchin biscuits, durian puff pastry, truffle chocolate, everything one could think of. It was like he was an 8-year-old child. Nothing else, Zhao Qingyuan waved his hand and eagerly pushed the cart towards the checkout. Let's pay and leave quickly. The queue for checkout was long, and most people were chatting. Zhao Qingyuan and Yu Qinghuan were afraid to open their mouths at this point, fearing someone would recognize them. Bored and idle, they could only play on their phones. The crowd density was too high, and Hua Chu felt uneasy, so he kept tightly holding Yu Qinghuan's hand. Yu Qinghuan felt both heartache and guilt, raising his hand to comb Hua Chu's hair in front of his forehead, asking, do you want the driver to send you home first? Hua Chu shook his head, nuzzling his cheek against his fingers, accompanying you. Are you feeling very uncomfortable? Not badly, I can endure it. Upon hearing this, Yu Qinghuan felt reassured. Hua Chu didn't lie, if he said he could endure it, then he really could. Just as he wanted Hua Chu to drink some water, he suddenly heard a girl's angry voice, celebrate what kind of New Year? I'm breaking up with you. When we were together, not paying for things is one thing, I don't care about that. But when you go to my house, you buy only one box of kiwis and even pick the smallest ones. Do you think I'm stupid? Following the sound, Yu Qinghuan saw the man being scolded, whose face turned red upon noticing the scornful gazes coming from all sides, lowering his head while continuously whispering small consolations to the girl. However, the girl ignored him completely and angrily stormed off. With no other option, the man reluctantly trailed after her, looking utterly dejected. While everyone in the supermarket was discussing this small episode, it was finally their turn to be at the front of the line. Yu Qinghuan pulled Yu Xin and Zhao Qingyuan's carts to the front. Let's pay together. Neither of them hesitated to accept Yu Qinghuan's offer and nodded in agreement. They bought such an enormous amount of goods that when all the items were priced, Yu Qinghuan let out a sigh of relief, pulling out his phone just about to make the payment when an arm suddenly intervened in front of him. Hua Chu. I'll pay. Hua Chu's lips tightened firmly as he took out his phone in imitation of Yu Qinghuan. Had he been affected by the couple who had argued earlier? Yu Qinghuan sighed and waved it off, it's unnecessary. All of Hua Chu's money had already been transferred to him. Last time, after much persuasion, he managed to convince Chu to leave a month's salary in his account as a precautionary measure for unexpected needs. If this money ran out this time, persuading Chu to leave another amount would become more challenging next time. I'll pay myself. Just wait for me. No, I will. Chu persisted unwaveringly. Seeing the impatience growing behind them and with Chu refusing to back down, Yu Qinghwan grasped his hand tenderly. Next time. When he noticed Chu furrowing his eyebrows, he quickly added, your money is only allowed to be spent on me, not on others. The next time you purchase something, pay only for my items. Chu's eyes instantly lit up, sweeping away all his regret and unhappiness in an instant. His ears turned slightly red as he looked shyfully at Yu Qinghwan and quietly but contentedly replied, I've remembered. On the side, Zhao Qingyuan and Yu Xian. Damn. They must have gone crazy to follow along. After checking out, Zhao Qingyuan left gloomily driving directly away, leaving Yu Qinghwan in a cloud of exhaust fumes. Yu Qinghwan. Because of those words, Chu remained excited throughout the journey and immediately pounced on him once they arrived home. No, not yet, take a shower first, Yu Qinghwan deftly dodged his lips. Together later, Chu wasn't fooled, and within seconds had stripped Yu Qinghwan down to his pants. I'm very tired today, Yu Qinghwan refused him while panting, tomorrow, gentler, please discuss tomorrow, alright? Chu pretended not to hear, continuing without stopping. Unable to withstand it any longer, Yu Qinghwan softly rebuked, Chu. This time, Chu finally lifted his head from him, though. You said refusal means allowance. Yu Qinghwan. Yu Qinghwan, that depends on circumstances, now refusal truly means refusal. Was he blind or something when he told Chu such bizarre statements? Chu paused, and just as Yu Qinghwan thought he might stop, he suddenly picked him up and carried him towards the bathroom. I don't know, I can't distinguish. Yu Qinghwan. Chapter 91. In the early morning, clear bird chirping could be heard from outside the window. Chu opened his eyes and Yu Qinghwan was still sleeping. Her side face buried in a soft pillow, she looked like a weak and harmless little kitten. The sunlight came through the gaps of the curtain, projecting stripes of light and shadow onto the light-colored floor. It was another beautiful and bright winter day. Chu got up quietly, stepping on the warm floor barefoot, looking backward while standing up. Yu Qinghwan was so exhausted last night that she slept very deeply, and her movement didn't wake her up. The driver had already delivered breakfast punctually. The soft rice noodle rolls soaked in concentrated sauce emitted a pleasant aroma. The thin shrimp dumplings were delicately transparent, revealing the shrimp clearly inside. There were also several different kinds of porridge and appetizers, all steaming with heat. After a quick wash-up, Chu squatted by the bed and called for Yu Qinghwan to get up. Qinghwan, get up to have breakfast. Yu Qinghwan knitted her eyebrows but did not respond. He shouted again, Qinghwan, hurry up and get up. He reached out and pushed her gently. This time, Yu Qinghwan finally reacted. Her eyelashes fluttered for a moment, then after quite a while, she struggled to open her eyes, with a hint of nasal tone in her voice, coquettishly asking, what time is it? 7:45, replied Chu, as usual. You go ahead and eat, don't worry about me, said Yu Qinghwan before closing her eyes again. I don't know where Chu gets his good stamina, diligent throughout the entire night yesterday, he is still able to get up cheerfully this morning. It's time to eat breakfast, Chu stood up, leaning over, both hands supported by Yu Qinghwan's shoulders, looking down at him, let's eat together. This person really was stubborn. Yu Qinghwan turned over somewhat unhappily, originally wanting him to give up on his own. But after several minutes had passed, the gaze above his head hadn't moved away. He sighed, turned around, and extended a hand out of the blanket, touching Chu's left cheek, who leaned against his hand. Go wait for me in the dining room, I will come over after I finish washing up. Okay. A few minutes later, Yu Qinghwan sat neatly across from Chu. Chu frowned unsatisfiedly, getting up and circling around the corner of the table to sit beside him. Yu Qinghwan wasn't hungry, absent-mindedly eating tea on his plate. His gaze fell upon Chu, who was struggling with chopsticks, trying to pick up shrimp dumplings, as awkward as a child just learning how to use chopsticks, contrasting greatly with the dominance Chu showed last night. Normally so adorable and cute, why must he turn so domineering when they are in bed? She decided to have a talk with Chu. Chu, can you please practice restraint next time? It's not just the lack of physical strength that worries her, she is simply startled by the frequency. Though the passion between them being relatively new makes sense, she cannot help but think this behavior might make him less interested in her down the line. Chu looks up at her with an expression full of question marks, appearing rather confused. Yu Qinghwan fakes a cough and blushes slightly, you know, those sorts of things. Actually, what she'd rather say, taking advantage of this chance, is for Chu to cut back on certain positions which caused her waist pain for these days. Unfortunately her modesty stops her from speaking her mind directly. Chu suddenly understood and shook his head firmly. No, I've already been very restrained. Yu Qinghwan. Does he misunderstand the word restraint? Yu Qinghwan asks resentfully, can you tell me where exactly you've been restrained? Chu wipes off a bit of sauce from the corner of his lips and looks at Yu Qinghwan with gleaming eyes, everywhere else, or else I wouldn't go to work. Yu Qinghwan. This conversation couldn't continue. It was precisely on schedule that after Huatsu left, Yushin arrived. Tomorrow would be the premiere of How to Love You, and Yushin needed to ensure Yu Qinghwan was fully prepared. Have you memorized your speech? Your clothes, are they ironed? I asked you to touch base with Qin Zheng, coordinate the statements, why haven't you listened? Brother, Yu Qinghwan interrupted his nagging, I've got everything ready. Just relax. As long as you understand, Yushin knows Yu Qinghwan's personality well. Although confident that she won't mess things up, he can't help but chide her a little. Pausing for a moment, seeing that he had finished his breakfast, while tidying up the table she said, alright, go take a nap. Why do you look like you haven't woken up these past few days? Let me tell you, don't think that just because you're young you can pull all-nighters every day. When dark circles and bags under your eyes appear, what are you going to do then? Understood. After hearing this, Yu Qinghwan felt a bit sleepy too, mumbled something in response, and slowly returned to the bedroom, throwing herself onto the bed. Compared to Life or Death, the premiere of How to Love You received nationwide attention. All the major media outlets were present as if they'd made an agreement, none missing. Fans also went all out using various methods to obtain tickets through different channels. As soon as the premiere began, it sparked great discussions on Weibo. There are still 2 days before it's released. Why wait until New Year's Eve? I'm impatient. Looking forward to Zhang's and Qinghwan's collaboration. Buying tickets to support. Yu Qinghwan's role has no standout points, it seems there won't be any breakthroughs from Orange Yellow. Agreed with the previous comment, it feels like Orange Yellow might be the best film Yu Qinghwan will ever act in. Anyway, with the director and cast lineup, it's enough to make me visit the cinema. On stage, the host first introduced the main creative team, then followed the predetermined plan by turning to the leading actors to ask questions. The host, love is intangible and unseen, but we all anticipate it. Especially in this era where life's pace continues to accelerate, being able to have a full love is something many people dream of. What do Zhang and Qinghwan think about how to love someone? Qin Zheng picked up the microphone, his deep-set face appearing even more handsome under the lights. I think one should have enough courage, not to hesitate or be indecisive. The host teased with a smile, it seems Brother Qin has quite some experience. Qin Zheng smiled without responding. The host turned to Yu Qinghwan, and Qinghwan. Pausing for a moment, added, I think this question suits Qinghwan well, considering I just saw her high-profile confession recently. Yu Qinghwan's cheeks turned slightly red from the host's teasing. Tightening his grip on the microphone, he said, tolerance and determination, I think these are most important. Host, could you elaborate? Yu Qinghwan organized his words, when two people are together, their personalities and lifestyles could be completely different. There needs to be enough determination to keep moving forward. And even when two lovers care deeply for each other, compromises must still be made. At such times, one needs to be more tolerant towards the other. Although love isn't about changing oneself to cater to another's preferences, at least when differing viewpoints arise, it's good to take a step back. Really admire Qinghwan's partner, the host remarked, you must be really happy together. After wrapping up this topic, the session moved on. After all the pre-prepared questions were asked, the large screen played a few behind-the-scenes clips from filming, allowing the audience to interact with several actors. Lu Jian held the microphone and briefly introduced the content of How to Love You. He has never liked long-winded speeches, finishing in just a few minutes, and transitioned directly into the movie screening phase. Though it was seemingly one of the most cliched love triangles, due to its engaging storyline and realistic yet distinctive characters, it captivated the audience. Previously, Yu Qinghwan's character was criticized for being too ordinary. However, after actually watching the movie, the viewers realized that precisely because Wang Chuan's role was common and down-to-earth, it gave them a stronger sense of connection. Who doesn't have dreams deep down or someone who stirs their heart? The Wang Chuan character simply amplifies the features of ordinary people. After all, in society, those at the top of the pyramid are but a minority, ordinary people form the majority. Wang Chuan, portrayed by Yu Qinghwan, bore no resemblance to his personal demeanor. He truly resembled a clerk harboring a dream, working hard every day in the city, struggling for survival, and constantly worrying about housing, cars, and daily expenses. But when this ordinary person faced the choice between cherished love and righteous sacrifice, choosing the latter, the contrast was profoundly touching. At this scene, cries erupted throughout the auditorium. Seeing the reactions from the audience below, Lu Jian let out a heavy sigh, his previously anxious heart finally settling. No one knew just how much pressure he was under while filming this movie. Sometimes, he even wished that Life or Death hadn't performed so well. It's easy to collapse when your career hits rock bottom, but the taste of overnight fame isn't much better either. As soon as the premiere ended, numerous reviews popped up online, critics and fans alike. Ah! I cried my way out of How to Love You premiere. Highly recommended. It's so good. Brother Zhang and Qinghwan's acting was explosive. On release day, I'll definitely go watch it again. I went with a try-it-out attitude since both the director and actors had reached some hard-to-surpass peaks in their past works. After watching, I felt a lot. Lu Jian has always been a bit rough on emotional scenes, and I never expected him to deliver such a memorable romantic drama. Qin Zheng's performance is flawless, and there's no drop in quality for this film. But what surprised me most was Yu Qinghuan. Even with his standout face, he portrayed an ordinary person very convincingly. Orange-Yellow wasn't his peak, and he continues to progress. Every film he does from now on will be another pinnacle. Went for Brother Zheng and now have become an absolute fan of this movie. It's too amazing. This New Year's Eve, I'm not doing anything else but taking the whole family to watch How to Love You. Some critics' reviews can be bought, but spontaneous comments from viewers cannot be purchased. Besides, checking these users' Weibo accounts, they were all active for years, not fake accounts created by trolls. So, was How to Love You really that good? With so many positive reviews, it couldn't be that bad. Curious netizens decided to watch the film on New Year's Eve. Anyway, at home they would be bored idle, and questioned about earnings or whether they found a partner yet. After finishing all work tasks, it was already midnight. Yu Qinghuan draped his down coat over himself, said goodbye to those he was familiar with, and was about to leave through the VIP passage with Yuxin when his gaze fell on a group ahead. He stopped immediately. Qinghuan. Yuxin didn't understand and followed his line of sight, nearly jumping out of his skin. Was his eyesight messed up? Why were the Hua family here? Qinghuan, you acted very well. Hua Rong walked over, ignoring Hua Chu's disapproving look, hugged Yu Qinghuan, and congratulated him with a smile. Thank you. Yu Qinghuan was still in a daze, unresponsive. Hearing Hua Rong's words, he stiffly responded politely. Seeing Hua Rong didn't make him nervous, but seeing Hua father and mother, along with Hua Zheng, made him anxious. Why were they here? Did they come to see his performance or was it merely a coincidence? Hua father noticed his unease, blocking Hua mother who was about to step forward, and softly said, we just came to watch your new movie. Since it's our child performing, we missed the previous premieres and regretted it. We don't want to miss them anymore. Pausing briefly, looking straight into Yu Qinghuan's shocked eyes, he added, remember to come for dinner at home on New Year's Eve. He said, home, not my home. Yu Qinghuan's nose tingled, and he nodded earnestly. Yes. Walking alone through 2 lifetimes, he might actually belong somewhere now. They were right, he did have good luck, meeting Hua Chu because of it. Not only had Hua Chu given him undivided love, but also a family. For the first time, Yu Qinghuan started to thank the person he saved in his previous life. Chapter 92. On New Year's Eve, Yu Qinghuan woke up before dawn. First, he went over the gifts he would take to the Hua family. Then he washed his face and brushed his teeth, painstakingly choosing what to wear that evening. Busy as an ant on a rainy day, he kept going back and forth. Hua Chu didn't know what he was doing and couldn't help anyway. Sitting upright on the bed with his hands resting squarely on his legs, his eyes followed Yu Qinghuan around. Yu Qinghuan picked out a very formal suit and turned to look at Hua Chu. He opened his mouth, then helplessly turned back again. Forget it, asking him would be useless. Carefully reviewing the consultants in his mind, Zhao Rui definitely wouldn't work, he would rather wrap himself in a burlap sack. Yu Xian was even worse, the clothes he chose for Rui were rejected by her because they looked ugly. So, that left Zhao Qingyuan, the only one with decent taste from head to toe. He shooed Hua Chu to sit on the chair beside the bed and spread all the clothes across it, taking photos of each piece to send to Zhao Qingyuan. Which one is better? It seemed Zhao Qingyuan took it quite seriously, taking fully 5 minutes before replying, the second one. Alright. That was an Ada high-end black long trench coat, neither as solemn as a suit nor as casual as streetwear. It was perfect for visiting the Hua family. Yu Qinghuan finally let out a sigh of relief. Following Hua Chu's previous preferences, he hung up the clothes on the bed according to color and sent a thank you message to Zhao Qingyuan. Thank you, I've been suffering from headache while selecting. Zhao Qingyuan replied, what are you doing? Yu Qinghuan thought for a moment, but still decided to tell the truth, going to the Hua family tonight. Zhao Qingyuan, oh, right, you told me about this before, I forgot. He found the matter of Yu Qinghuan meeting his future in-laws quite intriguing. Dissatisfied with typing being too slow, he called directly, excitedly chatting with Yu Qinghuan about everything from entering the door to sleeping that night. Someone who didn't know better might have thought it was he who was returning home with Hua Chu. In the end, Zhao Qingyuan even suggested to Yu Qinghuan, how about I take you there? You haven't got your driver's license yet, and Hua Chu can't drive either. Isn't this exactly where we need a driver? Eager and rubbing his hands in anticipation. Yu Qinghuan, his expressionless face said, I thank you, but no need, Yu Xian will take us. Zhao Qingyuan persisted with his sly laugh, why bother his agent with personal affairs? I think I am more suitable, don't you think so, Qinghuan? Yu Qinghuan. The look on Yu Qinghuan's face was indescribable, Qingyuan, you really are navigating without oars. Zhao Qingyuan. Zhao Qingyuan, what do you mean? Yu Qinghuan, living life on waves. Zhao Qingyuan. Finally getting rid of Zhao Qingyuan, Yu Qinghuan hung up the phone. Even though he had met the Hua family parents more than once, it was still somewhat nerve-wracking for his first official visit. Finally, it was afternoon, sitting in Yu Xian's car, setting off to the Hua family with Hua Chu. The Hua family had already been waiting for them at home. The bell had just rung once, when the door was opened from inside. Qinghuan has come. Mother Hua smiled warmly and stepped aside to let them in. She handed a pair of slippers from the shoe rack to Yu Qinghuan. Change shoes first. Thank you, Auntie. Yu Qinghuan thanked her graciously, handing the gift he held in his hand to Hua mother. I don't know what you and my uncle like, so I bought some things based on my own thoughts. Then stepping aside to let Hua Chu come forward, he took the bouquet in Hua Chu's hand and also handed it over. This is for you. Coming is enough, why bring gifts? Hua mother reprimanded him lightly, taking the gifts. Upon lifting her head and seeing the gorgeous bouquet, her eyes lit up instantly. Qinghuan is really considerate. She sniffed it gently, instructing Hua Rong to entertain Yu Qinghuan, and cheerfully went upstairs to find a vase for the flowers. Come in and sit. Hua Rong led Yu Qinghuan to the sofa, pouring him a cup of tea. Beside them, Father Hua put down the newspaper in his hand, smiling kindly at Yu Qinghuan. Cold outside, isn't it? Drink a sip of tea to warm yourself. Yu Qinghuan nodded. It is a bit cold, but since we came by car, we weren't frozen. Though Father Hua looked stern, he wasn't difficult to get along with. Especially, fearing that Yu Qinghuan would feel nervous, he was gentler than usual. The two had quite a few topics to talk about, ranging from family matters to literary epics, which made Hua Rong watch in disbelief, his jaw dropping. When did his father become so gentle? After all of their sons except the third one had been beaten by him since childhood. Why did this storm towards Yu Qinghuan turn into a gentle breeze? Just then, Mother Hua finally came down from upstairs, holding a delicate transparent large vase in her hands, with a joyful expression on her face. It's been how many years since I've received flowers? She glanced at Hua Rong. What good are you sons for? Before coming to the Hua family, Yu Qinghuan had spent a long time thinking about the gifts. The Hua family lacked nothing, no matter what he gave would merely seem like adding embellishment, and it wouldn't have much significance. After browsing online for a lot of useful information, the final gift chosen for Hua mother was a set of jewelry made from natural pearls, plus a bouquet. This way, it wouldn't seem like the gift was too light and also appeared thoughtful. As for Hua father, he took advantage of Zhao Qingyuan's connections to obtain an exquisite premium bottle of alcohol. Hearing that, Hua Rong rolled his eyes. Fine, we're useless, only Yu Qinghuan is useful. It just is. Hua mother placed the vase on the living room coffee table, appreciated it for a while, then smiled up at Yu Qinghuan. The meal will be ready soon. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something to fill your stomach? Yu Qinghuan shook his head. Thank you, Auntie, I'm not hungry. He paused for a moment and asked again, is there anything I can help with? No need. Hua mother waved her hand. Just wait and eat. The Hua family's New Year's Eve dinner was very sumptuous. Not only that, it also took into account Yu Qinghuan's taste preferences. There were quite a few dishes on the dining table with spicy flavors. Afraid he might not dare to eat freely, Hua mother kept piling food onto Yu Qinghuan's plate. Meow meow. At this point, Hua father suddenly called out to Hua mother, I remember we made dompa pork tonight, why hasn't it been served? Hua mother put down her chopsticks. I'll go check. The rare occasion I ordered a dish myself, it has been missed. Hua father shook his head and followed Hua mother. I'll check too. Old Hu, when did you order a dish? Why didn't you tell me? Hua mother questioned curiously as they walked. Hua father didn't answer, pulling her to a corner and saying quietly, I didn't order any dish, I just wanted to pull you out as an excuse. What? You're being too passionate/enthusiastic, with Qinghuan. Hua father sighed, it's making the boy feel uneasy. You should ease off a bit. Hua mother froze. I just want him to treat our home like his own. Hua father shook his head, treat Qinghuan the same way you do with the sons. Being slightly kinder is fine, but don't overdo it. He paused briefly before adding, if the eldest and second youngest eat meals at home, would you keep giving them dishes? Hua mother blurted out without hesitation, of course not. Hua father said, so the more you do this, the more Qinghuan feels like a guest. Hua mother hesitated for several seconds before finally nodding, I understand. Afterward, Hua mother treated Yu Qinghuan much more naturally, which allowed Yu Qinghuan to relax. Happy after finishing the meal, the family started chatting and sat on the sofa watching the Spring Festival Gala. Occasionally, Hua mother would point at the TV screen and ask Yu Qinghuan if he knew about these celebrities' gossip, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. As the clock approached midnight, Hua's parents went upstairs to rest, leaving the scene to the younger generation including Yu Qinghuan. The gala was watched nearly until the end, and as time ticked by slowly, Hua Chu couldn't sit still anymore, so everyone went back to their rooms respectively. This was Yu Qinghuan's first time coming to Hua Chu's room, yet everything he saw matched his expectations very well. Everything was meticulously tidied, the bed perfectly smooth with no creases, and the quilt neatly folded into a perfect square. You go freshen up first, we'll sleep immediately. Yu Qinghuan nudged Hua Chu and closed the door behind him. Hua Chu nodded and took a step forward, but suddenly, a fierce whistling sound erupted outside the window. It was the exclusive sound made when fireworks soared skyward. Though fireworks were banned in urban areas, Hua's villa complex lay outside the city center, and each year people gathered by the river bend to launch fireworks. The two involuntarily looked toward the sound. Gigantic jellyfish-like fireworks slowly unfurled in the pitch-black night sky, glowing brilliantly as though collecting the brightest stars from the galaxy, their glittering light even dimming the moonlight. This was their second New Year together. Yu Qinghuan's corners of the mouth lifted, thinking that in future countless New Years, they would spend them eating New Year's Eve dinners together, watching fireworks together. Suddenly, Hua Chu called out to him, "Qinghuan." Yu Qinghuan laughed and looked up. "What?" Huok reached out and cupped the back of his head, slightly lifting his face as he leaned down to kiss him. This was the gentlest kiss they'd ever shared. Yu Qinghuan felt a tremor in his chest, his eyelashes fluttering with a flush of moisture climbing up his cheeks and trailing all the way to his earlobes. It was as though the entire world had disappeared, leaving just him and Huok under the stars. The feeling was so good, so intoxicating that he couldn't help but reach out and wrap his arms around Huok's waist. Just then, a sudden knock came from outside the door. It was Huorong. "I'm bringing you guys a fruit platter." Yu Qinghuan panicked and quickly pushed Huok away, only to accidentally bump into the table behind him, knocking over a glass of water onto the floor. Because Huok didn't allow anyone else into his room, there was a small table by the door where family members could place things for him. The glass of water had been prepared earlier by Humu, following her usual habit before Huok returned home. With a loud thud, the glass fell, thankfully not breaking, though water splashed all over Yu Qinghuan's feet. "It's okay," Yu Qinghuan caught his breath and said quietly to Huok, opening the door to take the fruit platter, "Thank you. Don't mention it, go get some rest early too." Huorong waved his hand and soon turned to leave. Yu Qinghuan sighed in relief, putting the fruit platter on the table. As he was about to pick up the fallen glass, Huok already beat him to it. "I'll wash the cup and pour you another glass." Yu Qinghuan casually took a bite of an apple piece and said to Huok. Huok gave a nonchalant nod, looking at Yu Qinghuan and then at the ground. Suddenly, he grabbed a few paper towels from the table and crouched down. Yu Qinghuan thought he was acting like his compulsive cleaning habits were kicking in again and almost teased him about it, but unexpectedly, Huok reached out and gripped his ankle. "Take it off." The cotton slippers were already half soaked, but Yu Qinghuan had been so nervous that he hadn't even noticed until now. Huok must have spotted it first. Not receiving a response, Huok looked up at him. "Qinghuan." Yu Qinghuan felt both sweet and bittersweet inside. He gently raised his leg and pulled his foot out of the wet slipper. The warm wooden floor felt pleasant beneath his bare feet. Something inexplicable made Yu Qinghuan feel a bit shy. He curled his toes, wanting to ask Huok if he had any fresh slippers, but before he could, Huok had already bent down again, carefully yet awkwardly wiping the water off his ankles. Yu Qinghuan stared blankly at his scalp, feeling as though his chest was swelling like a sail full of wind, tight and bloated. How could someone be this thoughtful? Huok should have been someone distant, high above others, like most geniuses, someone who would overlook everything. But now, for his sake, he even noticed such tiny details. Huok. His eyes brimmed with a soft red hue, murmuring softly as he called his name. Opening his mouth to say something more, suddenly everything became blurry when something dropped out of Huok's pocket, his phone, along with 2 condoms. Yu Qinghuan. Yu Qinghuan. Most terrifying moments come when silence abruptly descends. All the moved feelings instantly evaporated, replaced by indignation. Yu Qinghuan took a deep breath and furiously snatched his ankle away from Huok's grasp, gritting his teeth. Huok. Just because of a dinner visit, he brought those kinds of things. Was he insane? Or did he have certain unspeakable preferences? What are you carrying those things for? Yu Qinghuan glared at him darkly. Do you think of nothing else except that kind of thing? No, Huok meekly defended himself. Seeing Yu Qinghuan growing angrier and attempting to storm off, he acted swiftly, hugging his thigh and rubbing against it like a puppy, pleading in an aggrieved tone, every day I want to be closer to you. A simple sentence struck Yu Qinghuan like a bucket of ice-cold water, extinguishing his anger in an instant. He paused for a moment, sighing helplessly as he bent down to pat Huok's depressed head. What else could he do? Of course, he'd indulge him. Huok. In a few days, come with me to my hometown. Taoxiang, I'll take you to light incense for my parents. All right. Chapter 93. On the 3rd day of the Spring Festival, Yu Qinghuan boarded a plane to go home with Hua Chu. In addition to Yu Xian, Zhao Qingyuan also accompanied them. When he heard that Yu Qinghuan was going back to Taoxiang, Zhao Qingyuan immediately expressed that he had nothing to do recently and wanted to go along. Since there was absolutely no flirtatious atmosphere between him and Yu Qinghuan, his management didn't bother to interfere when he hung around Yu Qinghuan. They were even glad to get rid of this big trouble. Zhao Qingyuan couldn't stop talking about the canned food from Taoxiang. Ever since they started waiting for the flight, he kept chattering in Yu Qinghuan's ear until Yu Xian on the side couldn't help but distance himself slightly. They bought an early morning flight ticket, so they arrived at the airport while it was still dark. After boarding the plane, even Zhao Qingyuan swallowed all his words, pulled down the sunshade, reclined the seat, and began to make up for lost sleep. Taoxiang was a very secluded place. Originally, Yu Qinghuan planned to go to the prefecture-level city after getting off the plane and then head towards Taoxiang from there. However, Zhao Qingyuan happened to have a friend over here and called directly, asking his friend to drive to the airport to pick them up. Their family runs a private dining restaurant. Zhao Qingyuan covered his face tightly with a mask and scarf and turned to speak to Yu Qinghuan. It's almost noon, we might as well have a meal first. Yu Qinghuan nodded in agreement. All right. His house had been abandoned for many years and was now completely uninhabitable, let alone suitable for cooking. Moreover, during the spring festival, every household would be visiting relatives, making it inconvenient to trouble others in the village. Yu Qinghuan originally intended to eat lunch in the city and then go back to visit his parents' graves before paying respects to the old village chief and returning to the city. He shared his plan with Zhao Qingyuan. That's better. I'll just borrow his car and you can guide the way later, Zhao Qingyuan said. After making arrangements, the group went with Zhao Qingyuan's friend first to his family's private dining restaurant. Sit down, help yourselves to whatever you like. A friend of Qingyuan is a friend of mine. Zhao Qingyuan's friend smiled warmly and led them to a private room, saying, I'll go get something good for you guys. Zhao Qingyuan warned him, Chen Qi, don't give us anything strange again. Don't worry, Chen Qi laughed heartily and leaned closer, whispering in his ear, don't worry, I wouldn't cheat you. Let me prepare some baby fish for you. Hearing this, Zhao Qingyuan's eyes lit up instantly. After Chen Qi left, Yu Xian couldn't help but ask, what is baby fish? Zhao Qingyuan rubbed his hands together, pufferfish. From February to April each year is the best season for eating pufferfish. Many people willingly take risks to try this legendary delicacy. Upon hearing this, Yu Xian also became interested, and both he and Zhao Qingyuan eagerly waited for the pufferfish dish to be served. In the end, 2 dishes made with pufferfish were served along with the other dishes they ordered. One was pufferfish skin, and the other was fried pufferfish. The group couldn't wait to dig their chopsticks into the pufferfish dishes. Yu Qinghuan had been flying all this time and wasn't very hungry. Seeing the clear pufferfish skin, he ate it first. After the first bite, he felt there was nothing particularly remarkable about it. Another bite and he still didn't feel how fresh it was supposed to be. It could only be described as tasty but not memorable enough to leave an impression. However, Zhao Qingyuan and Yu Xian favored these 2 dishes immensely, frequently reaching for them with their chopsticks, which made Yu Qinghuan nearly think that he wasn't eating the same dish as them. Hua Chu remained just like before. He didn't have any particular preference for food. He simply ate what was easier to grab, making him easy to feed. Because they had to drive to Taoxiang, none of them drank alcohol. Worried about returning too late, they set off immediately after the meal. For some reason, Yu Qinghuan suddenly felt a little dizzy. Thinking it was due to the combination of the flight and the car ride, he closed his eyes and rested against the back seat. But instead of relieving the dizziness, the feeling grew worse and worse. Yu Qinghuan frowned, just about to ask Yu Xian if he had a plastic bag, when Zhao Qingyuan suddenly exclaimed with a smirk, Qinghuan, who would have thought, despite looking so proper, in reality, he. He winked at Yu Qinghuan mischievously through the rearview mirror, his expression quite lewd. What? Yu Qinghuan noticed his heartbeat was quickening rapidly. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable, he rolled down the window to let the cold air blow in and responded to Zhao Qingyuan. Zhao Qingyuan said, look down at your neck. What? Confused, Yu Qinghuan lowered his head and took a look. To his shock, there were several red dots on his neck for some unknown reason. Could it be an allergic reaction? It shouldn't be. He had never been allergic to anything from his childhood. Afraid that Zhao Qingyuan might overthink and imagine nonsense, Yu Qinghuan loosened his collar and said, don't guess around, there might just be some rashes on my body. After much thought, he concluded that it must be because of being uncomfortable with the local environment. What's wrong? Upon hearing this, Yu Xian immediately became anxious, frequently looking behind. Breakouts are a big deal for celebrities. If they got snapped by the media, who knows what rumors could arise. It's nothing, Yu Qinghuan held on to Hua Chu's hand as he peeked towards him, smiling and saying, maybe I've been away for too long, I'm now feeling delicate due to discomfort with the water and soil here. Upon hearing this, Yu Xian sighed in relief, if it gets worse, tell me right away, and I'll take you straight to the hospital. Alright. They had pretty good luck, even though it was the time for visiting relatives, the road conditions were rather good, and they arrived at Taoxiang within an hour and a half. In the city, Yu Qinghuan had already bought long incense sticks and yellow paper. He had asked the shop assistant to help him bundle the yellow paper together, so they proceeded directly to the graveyard. A local custom in Yu Qinghuan's hometown was that victims of violent deaths cannot have tombstones erected. Among rows of dense tombstones, the 2 small grave mounds of Yu Qinghuan's parents appeared especially bleak and lonely. Yu Xian and Zhao Qingyuan tactfully stayed behind, leaving space for the 2 of them. Yu Qinghuan hadn't come back for quite a long time. After such a span of 2 lifetimes, once again facing his parents' graves, his heart was filled with complex emotions, overshadowing even the discomfort in his chest. Counting the previous life, his parents had been gone for more than 20 years. Yet despite that, their voices and appearances remained deeply imprinted in Yu Qinghuan's heart without the slightest blurriness. They raised him through great hardship for 12 years, worrying about everything for him, cherishing him as a treasure in their palms. Even at the end, their death did not burden him in any way. Yet he would forever be unable to repay their kindness. Yu Qinghuan lowered his eyes, forcing himself to endure the pain and bitterness in his heart. He pulled out 3 incense sticks and lit them, handing them over to Hua Chu, go ahead, offer incense to our parents. Hua Chu nodded solemnly, reverently kneeling in front of the grave, carefully placing the incense and bowing 3 times. Yu Qinghuan ignited the yellow paper, adding 1 sheet after another. In the previous life, he was incredibly unlucky, yet his career still developed well. This lifetime, his luck suddenly improved, and he had Hua Chu. He was certain that he would live a good life, a very good one. He grabbed Hua Chu's hand and pulled him up, waiting until all the yellow paper burned completely before taking a last look at the graves. Let's go. With Hua Chu's company, from now on, he wouldn't fear coming here anymore. Every year thereafter, he would surely come to see them. The group silently went to Yu Qinghuan's home, intending to tidy up a bit before heading to visit the old village chief. Perhaps from drinking too much corn juice, Yu Qinghuan went to the restroom first. Unexpectedly, this trip shocked his dizziness away. His urine was green. Confused for a moment, it took him a while to remember the possibility. Hadn't he been poisoned by the pufferfish? Yet he was the one among the four who ate the least. Qinghua, what's the matter? Is it your period? Seeing Yu Qinghuan emerge from the toilet with terror on his face, Zhao Qingyuan couldn't resist teasing him. Qingyuan, Yu Qinghuan looked at him blankly. I might have been poisoned by the pufferfish. Holy shit. Zhao Qingyuan burst into swear words, frightened out of his wits, grabbing Yu Qinghuan's wrist and dragging him towards the car, shouting loudly to Yu Xin, hurry. Qinghuan has been poisoned by pufferfish, we need to rush to the hospital. Everyone panicked. Hua Chu's face turned pale, and he tightly embraced Yu Qinghuan, knowing well what pufferfish poisoning entailed. Contrary to everyone else, Yu Qinghuan had regained his calmness after the initial shock and tried to reassure them with a smile, it's fine. The restaurant must have removed the toxins thoroughly. Maybe it's just some side effects. If it were actual poisoning, I wouldn't feel like this. Although this made sense, no one dared to take chances. In a flurry, they rushed to the municipal hospital's emergency room. When the doctors learned it was a case of pufferfish poisoning, they instantly treated it as a severe situation. They quickly ran various tests on Yu Qinghuan and eventually relaxed, no worries, there's only some adverse reactions. It doesn't count as poisoning. Still, as a precaution, they issued a hospitalization order for Yu Qinghuan, asking him to stay overnight under observation. Celebrity schedules are difficult to keep entirely confidential, and earlier, amidst the panic, the group had forgotten to conceal themselves. As a result, the scene was captured by the media and uploaded online. In no time, news of Yu Qinghuan being hospitalized spread all over the internet. It was unclear whether it was intentional or not, but the pictures taken by the media happened to capture Hua Chu hugging Yu Qinghuan, with both of them leaning on each other. The image looked intimate and ambiguous, just like a couple in the heat of romance. I have a bold guess. I think I'm going crazy. The person above, don't leave. Let's go crazy together. Don't talk nonsense. Hua Chu hugged Qinghuan definitely because Qinghuan was sick and needed help. All of you see things through rose-tinted glasses. No, I still feel that these two are less likely to be mere friends. However, the other half of Little Koi Fish is also someone from the entertainment industry, how mysterious. Just as the online discussions about the relationship between Yu Qinghuan and Hua Chu were heating up, prompting netizens to dig deeper, a bombshell piece of news suddenly dropped, stunning everyone. The Nobel Prize announcement came out, and this year's Physics Nobel Prize winner was, Hua Chu, the physicist from Huagua. The entire nation erupted in excitement. Chapter 94. Since the establishment of the Nobel Prize, only a few Chinese nationals have ever won it, let alone a young scientist like Hua Chu. The moment the news came out, the entire nation was plunged into extreme excitement. Hua Chu's name spread overnight through every street and alley, with both print and online media inundated with reports about him. Moreover, because of his strikingly handsome, flawless face, he even gained a considerable number of fans. Wherever he went, people were talking about him. Praise and applause came one after another. Even his previously mocked traits, his autism and savant syndrome, seemed to transform into a source of brilliance that marked him as a genius. Holy crap, I'm absolutely bowing down to this academic god. Winning the Nobel Prize at such a young age is simply unbelievable. Ah! Someone post a comment from YouTube about Hua Chu. The foreigners are equally thrilled. Overseas students couldn't be prouder. My goodness, my goodness. Hua Chu is truly amazing. What about those who said he was intellectually disabled? Why aren't they speaking up now? I'm crying in jealousy. Why is life so unfair? He not only has incredible intelligence but also such a good-looking face. Ah! My husband Hua Chu is just too handsome. The only relief is, he doesn't have a girlfriend. Am I the only one focusing on Qinghuan here? She made friends with someone who can win the Nobel Prize so casually. This kind of luck. Holy crap, what the person above said made me want to forward Qinghuan again. In the hospital room, Hua Chu was among the first to receive calls from the dean and the Hua family. Such an honor left even Hua's father, who usually remained unfazed by anything, unable to contain his joy. You could tell how proud he was for his son just by hearing his voice. Because Yu Qinghuan had an adverse reaction after eating blowfish, none of them, including Zhao Qingyuan who was always glued to his phone, had been online. It was only because of the constant incoming calls that they learned about the news. Are you kidding me? Zhao Qingyuan's jaw nearly dropped as he stared at Hua Chu, who was sitting upright next to Yu Qinghuan while answering the call, his eyes filled with disbelief. Nobel Prize. Is this the Nobel Prize we all know? Holy crap, holy crap. After calming down for quite a while, and deliberately checking the news online to confirm that this wasn't a joke, he turned to Yu Qingguan. Your man is absolutely amazing. Incredible. As he placed his right hand on Yu Xian's shoulder, ready to seek agreement, he instead found Yu Xian looking at Hu Chu with an expression as complex as a proud parent's. Zhao Qingyuan. Meanwhile, Yu Qingguan was struck speechless by this news, his mind completely blank. His breathing quickened as he struggled to believe what he was seeing. His boyfriend won the Nobel Prize. The highest award in its field. Even though Hu Chu once mentioned waiting for the day when he would reveal their relationship on the stage, Qingguan never imagined this stage would be the Nobel Prize ceremony. He distinctly remembered that, in his previous life until his death, no one had ever received this award. Did his restart change Hu Chu's life trajectory? At this moment, even with Yu Qingguan's usual calmness, there was no way for him to remain peaceful. Qingguan. Hu Chu set down his phone and called his name. Yu Qingguan, lost in thought, didn't hear. Qingguan. Hu Chu called his name again, touching his face with concern, then touched his hand. Do you still feel unwell? No, Yu Qingguan finally snapped back to reality, shaking his head dazedly, staring intently at Hu Chu, studying him closely. Once the initial shock passed, an overwhelming sense of surprise and pride followed. How could his Hu Chu be so extraordinary, so outstanding that he didn't even know how to express words worthy of his achievement? Hu Chu, Yu Qingguan tightly held his hand, his eyes full of admiration and happiness. You're incredible. I really, truly feel so happy for you. From their first meeting to the present day, memories flashed through Yu Qingguan's mind like a movie. He was very glad that he wasn't too late and therefore could accompany Hu Chu all the way to the peak together. Qingguan, are you happy? Hu Chu asked him. Yu Qingguan vigorously nodded, of course. Hu Chu smiled, revealing a deep dimple on his left cheek. That's good. His face flushed slightly, his eyelashes fluttered shyly. I want to give you the best. Hu Chu. Yu Qingguan's nose tinged with acidity, and the overwhelming waves of emotion and love threatened to engulf him entirely. He called Hu Chu's name, his lips opening and closing as if searching for words that would never come. Finally, he lowered his head in a childlike gesture, lightly bumping Hu Chu's shoulder with his forehead, and wrapped his arms around Hu Chu's waist. Hu Chu's embrace was as ever, broad and warm. Leaning into it, Yu Qingguan felt as though he'd never want to leave his side for the rest of his life. But, something seemed amiss, maybe the doctor's advice? Perhaps not. He shook his head to clear the jumbled thoughts away, no longer dwelling on them. On the side stood Zhao Qingyuan and Yu Xian, who suddenly felt like they had been made invisible. The institute had demanded Hu Chu return immediately, but worried about Yu Qingguan's condition, he delayed his return by an entire day. Not until the following day, when the small red spots on Yu Qingguan began to gradually fade, and the doctor assured everything was fine, did Hu Chu agree to leave, boarding the plane home. The Hu family was already in a flurry, countless media outlets vying for interviews with Hu Chu, reaching out through all kinds of connections to find Hu's relatives. Especially Hu Rong, who eventually found himself compelled to remove his SIM card altogether. I've sacrificed my whole life for my third son. After finally managing to handle everything, Hu Rong slumped onto the sofa like a dead dog, emitting a single lament. Upon hearing this, Hu Zhen cast a mild glance at him. Good times come and go. Once upon a time, Hu Rong had treated Hu Chu most cruelly. Now, he worried the most over Hu Chu's affairs. Brother, we're both siblings, there's no need for such differential treatment. Hu Rong lazily clutched a pillow, muttering, besides, you and I were born together. No difference. Hu Zheng remained composed, calmly taking a sip of tea while focusing his eyes on the TV screen where Hu Chu receiving the Nobel Prize was being broadcasted. If you could win the Nobel Prize, I'd do the same for you. Hu Rong. After Hu Chu returned, his schedule became packed. Winning the Nobel Prize was a national honor, and many preparations needed to be completed before the ceremony. The dean was ecstatic for 2 days straight, yet when he met Hu Chu on the third day, his excitement hadn't waned in the slightest. After complimenting Hu Chu non-stop for half an hour, he got down to business. Professor Hua, after the announcement of the list comes the award presentation, and you'll need to give an acceptance speech on stage. No need for it to be long, just a few minutes will do. Hu Chu simply nodded without uttering a word. The dean continued, I'll prepare the script for you. Hesitating briefly, he looked at Hu Chu seriously and earnestly advised, no matter what, you must say a few sentences. Still concerned, given Hu Chu's unique personality. If during the award ceremony, for some reason he decided not to speak a word due to dissatisfaction, things could go awry. Hu Chu still nodded, all right. The dean then outlined the detailed procedure of the award ceremony, ensuring Hu Chu had committed every single detail to memory, before handing him the speech and letting him go home. In these days, Yu Qingguan was hustling to secure attendance for the award ceremony. The Nobel Prize award ceremony was no Genio award where an extra ticket could easily be added on a whim. Fortunately, having recently been appointed as an official overseas cultural ambassador, and considering his special relationship with Hu Chu, Yu Qingguan eventually secured the qualification to join Hu Chu in Sweden. Only after receiving confirmation from the institute did Yu Qingguan finally breathe a sigh of relief. This was one of the most important moments in Hu Chu's life, and no matter what, he wanted to stand by his side. A fortnight later, the group set off for Sweden. Due to Hua Chu's striking face, this year's Nobel Prize award ceremony garnered immense attention from casual onlookers. Almost as soon as they departed, the news reached online communities. Ah! How is Hua Chu so handsome? Seeking a way to marry Hua Chu. Waiting online, urgent. So fired up watching this. Looking forward to Professor Hua's award ceremony. Speaking of which, wasn't I blind or something? Why do I see Yu Qinghuan among the accompanying people? Isn't that the person next to Hua Chu? Indeed, Qinghuan is there too. Why did the little koi also come along? Exactly what I've been saying. There must be something indescribable going on between the little koi and Hua Chu. Look, it's true. Probably because, given Hua Chu's particular situation, he really needs a close friend like Qinghuan at this moment. Let's not make baseless assumptions. Daily reminder, Professor Hua has a scandalous affair with the little koi. You lot really should focus more on reality. And don't forget, everyone keep calling for Professor Hua. Upon arrival in Sweden, after resting for 2 days, they proceeded with the most crucial segment, the award ceremony. The media from all over the world were roused, focusing their cameras on the award ceremony venue. In the solemn and grandiose music hall, gathered the most elite individuals from various fields around the world. After the chairman of the Nobel Foundation gave his speech, a representative of the committee ascended the stage to introduce the contributions of the awardees. Amid enthusiastic applause, the 10 winners successively walked onto the flower-decked stage. As the youngest Nobel laureate in history, Hua Chu's face, expressionless but strikingly handsome, drew much attention. Even the foreign live broadcasts couldn't resist showing him many extra shots. Compared with at home, foreigners were more dramatic, even nicknaming Hua Chu as the gem of the scientific community. They boldly proclaimed that, whether judged by his scientific achievements or his good looks, this title suited him perfectly. Hua Chu was the last among all the winners to take the stage. Without any expression, he received his diploma and gold medal from a member of the Swedish royal family and began his acceptance speech. The moment he opened his mouth, the dean immediately relaxed. Fortunately, Professor Hua hadn't strayed from the norm. For these past 2 weeks, he had dreamed countless times about Hua Chu standing silently on the stage without uttering a word. But for some reason, Hua Chu's speaking speed was several times faster than usual, as if he couldn't wait to finish his acceptance speech and quickly get off the stage. Luckily, the simultaneous interpreter had an excellent skill set, just managing to keep up. Though a genius, he was still young and obviously nervous. He needed more practice in such large venues. The dean stroked his small mustache, thinking quietly. When Hua Chu said the last sentence of his acceptance speech, the big rock in the dean's heart finally fell into place. He raised his hand, ready to start clapping, when suddenly Hua Chu spoke again. Unlike the previous lightning-fast pace aimed at finishing everything ASAP, this time not only did he slow down to normal speed, but he also revealed a smile. The viewers watching the live broadcast on TV went absolutely crazy. Winning the Nobel Prize was one thing, but to look this good. Looking good was one thing, but who would have thought he had dimples? Why isn't he married yet? On the stage, Hua Chu's gaze shifted slightly before precisely landing on a specific spot. I know that I'm the type of person who has nothing but IQ, he said, a faint blush creeping from his cheeks all the way to the roots of his ears, bashful and shy. But he is willing to love me, to stay by my side forever. The simultaneous interpreter paused for a second and then, based on his own understanding, translated he as she. I'm standing here today, and I am truly happy, Hua Chu continued. But the greatest fortune of my life is not winning the Nobel Prize, it is having made him my boyfriend. The simultaneous interpreter hesitated again and, thanks to her strong psychological resilience, corrected the earlier mistranslation, changing she to he. Hua Chu bowed deeply towards the audience below, then calmly walked off the stage under everyone's shocked gaze. Standing composedly in front of Yu Qinghuan, he handed him both the award certificate and the medal. Qinghuan. He lowered his head, gazing at him with a dedicated and affection-filled look, all my honors belong to you. I love you. Chapter 95. The concert hall was quiet, with not even a whisper of sound. Everyone had their mouths wide open, shocked and staring at Hua Chu, as if their jaws had dropped to the floor. Hands already raised to applaud were frozen in midair for quite a while without retracting. This was directly coming out during the Nobel Prize award ceremony. Holy cow. It was simply too bold. The dean stared with wide eyes, covering his chest, almost fainting from a lack of breath. Wasn't there supposed to be an agreement to follow the prepared speech? His version certainly didn't include this section. Can't he just quietly get the medal before causing a commotion? Heartbreaking. The fellow scientists were also stunned. Professor Hua actually had a boyfriend? When did this happen? Wasn't it always about experiments for him, never showing any interest in, male relationships were something completely ignored by him. Professor, your public image is crumbling. Amidst the general disbelief and shock, the simultaneous interpreter was the only source of clarity, intently watching Hua Chu without relaxing for a moment, dutifully waiting to translate for everyone. Hua Chu's expression remained unchanged, his heart focused on Yu Qinghuan, treating everyone else present as mere air. Yu Qinghuan started getting nervous, sweat gathering in his palms, his heartbeat accelerating. He could only feel the certificate and medal in his hand like they weighed thousands of jin, heavy enough that he barely managed to hold them up. These items carried within them the entirety of Hua Chu's earnest sentiment. Coming out in front of the world required immense courage and responsibility. He was one of the top scientists in the world, not only enjoying a bright future but also revered to an almost godlike level. He shouldn't have to bear the risk of being attacked due to his sexual orientation, but for himself, Hua Chu showed not a speck of hesitation. Before their relationship was confirmed, Yu Qinghuan hesitated to be with him due to fears of being criticized because of his sexual orientation. It was Hua Chu who gave him the unyielding courage to move forward. And now, again, it was him, Hua Chu, who took charge resolutely, forging a strong path for their future together. Taking a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm, Yu Qinghuan held up the small gold medal and pressed it against his chest. Without replying to his confession or saying a single word, his action made everyone understand his answer clearly. In the stillness of the concert hall, loud applause erupted all of a sudden. As Sweden is a country allowing same-sex marriage and is much more inclusive towards homosexuality compared to other regions, the representative of the Nobel Prize Committee even stepped up onto the stage and chuckled, "Congratulations, this scene can officially be written into the Nobel Prize ceremony record." "Thank you." Hua Chu turned around seriously, expressing gratitude sincerely and requesting, "Please remember me and Qinghuan together." The foreign television live broadcast of the Nobel Prize ceremony quickly disseminated what happened across the globe, even walls unable to stop the information flow. Back home, regular citizens were originally filled with fervor watching Hua Chu's speech, feeling extremely proud inside. Just look at their Hua country's scientists, not only surpassing others intellectually, but also looking better than scientists from other nations, a decisive victory indeed. Who said people from Hua couldn't win the Nobel Prize? If Professor Hua gets married and has kids, maybe another Nobel laureate would emerge 30 years down the line. However, just as this thought crossed their minds, they saw their highly anticipated Professor Hua making a confession on stage. The first reaction from the audience was, sure, why not? After all, scientists have romantic sentiments too. But then they got dumbfounded. What? A boyfriend? Was it a slip of the tongue mistake because Professor Hua was too nervous? Really a boyfriend and not a girlfriend? Reality soon hit them hard. Hua Chu wasn't mistaken, for his declaration was directed at Yu Qinghuan. At first, the internet went eerily silent, followed by, "The hell? I can't believe it. Aren't these two meant to be purely innocent brotherly friends? Mom asks me why I'm wearing a mask while sitting next to the heater in winter. It's because my face got puffed up like a pig's head. Hee hee. I swear." When someone suggested that their relationship wasn't normal, I defended them fiercely, insisting it absolutely couldn't be true. How did I go blind back then? Let me clarify, I don't discriminate against homosexuals, but I don't fully support either. However, with Little Carp and Hua Chu together, it actually seems appropriate. One has extraordinary luck, the other unmatched intelligence. They suit each other well. I, an ordinary person, choose not to meddle. I swear, after Qinghuan confessed recently, I scoured the entire entertainment industry for any female celebrities who've been associated with him. I even checked locations and itineraries, almost going blind from the effort, only to find out. Uh-oh, here comes a Weibo post with face buried in hands. Wishing the lucky Carp Yu Qinghuan and Professor Hua 100 years of happiness. Anyway, as long as you big shots are happy Angele Nobel confession, what more can we say? It wasn't clear if Hua Chu's way of confessing was too shocking, or if netizens were too hard hit by being proven wrong. Though there were some small voices clamoring that homosexuality was disgusting, claiming Hua Chu and Yu Qinghuan disgraced themselves internationally, these were very few and were soon silenced. Most people really had no objection to this outcome. Perhaps because they had seen them constantly getting cozy together, they strangely felt it was actually good. I must be broken, despite Shuaguzi couple slapping me across the face 1,000 times, I still treat them like my first love. Rising with a swollen face to fight for Professor Hua, anyone who dares to insult them had better ask me first before doing so. Add one to the floor above, think they're quite well-matched angle. Just like how they live their lives openly and honestly, to be honest, considering just their courage, I feel awkward even criticizing them, all I can do is support. Seeing this result, the anti-LGBTQ+ group was extremely reluctant, struggling fiercely, taking the risk of being criticized to death to squeak out a few complaints. Humph, Yu Qinghuan is simply asking for it, thinking he's great just because of his achievements. I wonder how those brands he endorses will handle this, feeling sorry for them. Disgusting, boycott Ken. Boycott Ada. Don't use products endorsed by gay celebrities. However, not long after these Weibo posts were made, the official accounts of Ken and Ada came forward, clearly stating their support for Yu Qinghuan. They also revealed that during the contract signings between Yu Qinghuan and them for endorsements, his sexual orientation had already been disclosed, with no deception involved at all. This helped Yu Qinghuan gain a lot of goodwill without any visible effort. As a result, after coming out, instead of his public reputation slipping, it actually improved. After the initial shock and excitement passed, onlookers discovered that although coming out was just an instant matter, Yu Qinghuan seemed to have prepared for this moment long ago. He hadn't taken any movie roles centered around romantic themes since debuting over a year ago. On the big screen, he never acted any scenes of intimacy with any female actors. Most of the scripts he chose focused on the plot, some didn't even have a romance subplot. Even the recent film, Revenge, had its female lead die as soon as she appeared. That meant, Yu Qinghwan had always planned to come out, paving the way for Hua Chu's today's confession. There isn't much to say. When I initially learned these two were together, I was somewhat disheartened. But upon noticing these details, I suddenly felt deeply moved. Qinghwan must truly love Hua Chu to go to such lengths for him. Thinking carefully, it doesn't matter, isn't it just about two men falling in love? Suddenly realized, if someone like Yu Qinghwan or Hua Chu liked me, I would equally be smitten. P.S. I'm male. It's not only Qinghwan who loves Hua Chu, I believe they both deeply care for each other. Hua Chu's Nobel confession will forever be recorded in the award's history. 100 or even 200 years later, when the Nobel happens again, even though we might not be around, his love for Qinghwan will still endure. And Qinghwan choosing to confess on the Golden Bull Awards night serves the same purpose. After a century, it won't let Hua Chu's Nobel stand alone, there will be matching records to answer it. Reading the floor above, tears started welling up. These two are so sweet, I support them. In the hotel, after attending the Nobel banquet, Yu Qinghwan received a call from Zhao Qingyuan. Whoa, you two were outrageously bold. To actually come out at an occasion like that. It's nothing. Yu Qinghwan had now fully calmed down. Standing in front of a large floor-to-ceiling window, gazing outside at the dazzling stars, he felt that at this moment, his heart was just as bright as the starry sky. If I wanted to say it, I said it. Anyway, we'd eventually have to come out publicly. Where we make the disclosure makes no difference. Zhao Qingyuan was unexpectedly hit with another mouthful of dog food, almost choked, and after quite a while could only chuckle acidly. Do you really have to be so lovey-dovey? Is dating really that great? I don't see anything special about it. After a brief pause, he added, I just feel free as an individual. When I'm in bed, with my left and right hands, we can pull off a 3P. Can you lovers do that? Yu Qinghwan. Yu Qinghwan sneered coldly, then I wish you all the best in your lifelong solo 3P adventures. Zhao Qingyuan. When Yu Qinghwan returned to the country, they were massively surrounded by reporters at the airport. Even with the addition of more than a dozen security guards, it was still impossible to control the situation, and eventually, the reporters surged to the front. Qinghwan, when did you start dating Hua Chu? Are you both naturally homosexual? Professor Hua, why did you choose to come out during the Nobel Prize ceremony? Qinghwan, aren't you worried that coming out might affect your career? One question after another suddenly came flying in. Yu Qinghwan looked at the microphone practically shoved against his lips and furrowed his brow. The reporters' questions became increasingly sharp. Qinghwan, is it because you don't love acting and don't value this profession that you dared to come out so boldly? Yu Qinghwan took a step back, distancing himself slightly from the microphone, glaring coldly at the reporter. Of course not. Without any hesitation, he bluntly stated in front of all the media, perfectly at ease, being an actor is my profession, and I have great passion for this work. Of course, it is important to me, but Hua Chu is even more important. Chapter 96. By the time he finally got home after getting rid of the pesky reporters, it was already evening. The setting sun hung obliquely on the horizon, emitting a warm orange-yellow glow. The weather in March still carried a chill. After getting out of the car, Yu Qinghwan stood up his collar and saw Hua Chu rubbing his nose, so he reached out to tighten his scarf for him. Before his hand could drop down, it was grabbed by Hua Chu halfway. Their fingers interlocked, exchanging warmth from their palms. What are you smiling at? Hurry up, Yu Qinghwan softly urged him, go home, eat dinner, and sleep quickly. Otherwise, you'll feel uncomfortable again tonight. Hua Chu smiled and nodded, following his steps. The food was bought and packed by Yu Xian on the way back, not even needing to be reheated. All they needed to do was place the utensils on the table and eat. The two shared a pot of prawn porridge, plus dozens of skewers. Yu Qinghwan loved eating shrimp, the bigger the shrimp, the better. His fridge always had several boxes of tiger prawns. Whenever he thought about it, he would cook a few himself to eat. After being together for so long, Hua Chu had changed a lot compared to before, except that he still wasn't very skilled with using chopsticks or spoons. Watching Yu Qinghwan drink the soup and eat the skewers smoothly, Hua Chu pressed his lips, holding the bowl and walking to his side. In front of Yu Qinghwan's surprised gaze, he awkwardly scooped a prawn with the spoon and placed it into his bowl. He simply said, Qinghwan, eat the shrimp. It was the same dish made in the same way with the same taste, but Yu Qinghwan felt that the prawn Hua Chu gave him was exceptionally fresh and sweet enough to make his heart feel like it was immersed in honey. Who Professor? Yu Qinghwan put down the spoon and looked at him with a smile, you've been so handsome these days. Upon hearing this, Hua Chu's cheeks immediately blushed faintly. He leaned over and kissed the corner of Yu Qinghwan's lips playfully. When trying to retreat, he found it hard to part and ultimately caught his soft lips, kissing him again. There's a shrimp flavor now. After the kiss, Yu Qinghwan licked his lips and said with a laugh. The warm yellow kitchen light fell on his black hair, as if giving him a gentle golden halo. That face which usually showed little expression was now extremely tender, with a soft smile even in the corners of his eyes. Hua Chu's heart warmed, looking at Yu Qinghwan without breaking eye contact, he couldn't help but reach out and hugged him. He truly liked this person, liked him so much that he wanted to present everything good in this world in front of him, letting him forever smile happily and contentedly. Neither of them spoke, just quietly hugging each other for a while, then continued to eat. After dinner, Yu Qinghuan let Huachu go take a shower first, while he went to the study and opened the large glass cabinet by the wall. He placed Huachu's Nobel Prize certificate and medal next to his trophies. Though they were 3 different awards, when they were nestled together, they seemed especially harmonious. As Yu Qinghuan looked at them, his heart melted like spring water. He had never thought that he would encounter someone like Huachu, making him feel like the whole world became gentle. Unable to resist, he took out his phone and snapped a photo, looking at it for a long time before posting it on Weibo. For over a year since opening a Weibo account, Yu Qinghuan had never actively posted selfies, rarely even posting anything at all. Fans who brushed past his new Weibo post were shocked to the core, ready to flood comments with admiration, only to instantly deflate upon seeing the enlarged picture. Ah! The first photo on Weibo is also a bucket of dog food? I. Little Koi, I tell you, if you keep doing this, I'm going to unfollow. Wish Qinghuan and Hua Professor 100 years of happiness. I hope you will continue to be happy like this forever. Angle, I've pulled out my 40-meter-long sword. Stop being such dogs. Yu Qinghuan had always been a low-profile person. In principle, having just come out of the closet, he should have followed his previous pattern, avoiding mentioning his personal life on Weibo to let the issue gradually fade away. But instead, he did the opposite and proudly posted both their awards together. After yelling about how cruel it was for 1 minute, the audience suddenly quieted down, some even tearing up. I might be crazy, but the tears won't stop. For a person like Qinghuan, he must really like Huachu to post this Weibo at this moment. Damn! Qinghuan really loves Huachu. These two are truly the best love I've ever seen. Just ask them to stay together. Come on. Our little Koi is no longer alone. With Huachu by his side, he'll surely have a happy and healthy life ahead. Belief in love has been restored _angle, I hope I can meet the best person like Qinghuan and Huachu did. Yu Qinghuan scrolled through these blessing comments, feeling warm in his heart. He heard Huachu's footsteps behind him and just as he was about to turn around, he was embraced from behind. Huachu, like a big wolfhound, buried his head in Yu Qinghuan's neck and rubbed it repeatedly, teasingly calling out his name, Qinghuan, Qinghuan. Yu Qinghuan reached back to pat his head, wait for me in the bedroom, I'll be back after taking a shower. Huachu didn't move. When Yu Qinghuan took a step forward, Huachu held him and followed. Only when Yu Qinghuan opened the misty bathroom door, did Huachu reluctantly let go, saying, you need to hurry up. Understood. They made love gently this time, with Huachu replacing biting with licking. He left marks all over Yu Qinghuan's body. Yu Qinghuan trembled with pleasure, nearly losing consciousness. It took a long time for him to recover afterward. After changing the sheets and cleaning everything up, they snuggled together and fell into a deep sleep. The heavy dark curtains blocked everything outside, even the moonlight couldn't penetrate. The room was pitch black, but it exuded an intense warmth, like the safest harbor in the world, peaceful and warm. The weather gradually became warmer, and so did the controversy about Yu Qinghuan and Huachu coming out of the closet, it began to calm down. There were always new and strange news stories every day, which gradually overshadowed their incident. But for some reason, whenever people mentioned them, they didn't think about homosexuality, they thought about love. Yu Qinghuan also began to get busy. The filming of Revenge had started. Sun Wu had particularly strict requirements for the actors, and as the male lead, Yu Qinghuan wasn't allowed to leave the set until the film was completed. And Huachu, after winning the Nobel Prize, not only could no longer stay with Yu Qinghuan at the production site like before, but it also became extremely difficult for him to take any leave. Before long, just a few days of sweetness turned into separate pursuits. Time passed quickly, it had already been more than 2 months since Yu Qinghuan last saw Huachu, unable to bear the longing anymore, he begged Sun Wu late into the night and finally managed to secure half a day off. He'd already obtained his driver's license, and Yu Xian had followed him for many days to ensure he could drive on his own before finally putting his mind at ease. Yu Qinghuan drove a bit slower than normal. He left in the afternoon and arrived at the institute just in time for Huachu's shift to end. He parked near the entrance and called Huachu, are you done working? Upon receiving his call, Huachu was delighted and said while walking toward him, I'm already outside, and I'm about to. Before he could say, go home, he froze upon seeing Yu Qinghuan waving to him from the distance. He was initially stunned for a few seconds, then burst into wild joy, running over immediately and hugging Yu Qinghuan tightly without restraint, babbling with excitement, Qinghuan, how did you get here? Did you come to see me? Yu Qinghuan leaned his face against Huachu's chest, finding that the pent-up feeling he'd carried for over 2 months finally eased. After letting Huachu embrace him quietly for a moment, he pushed him slightly, opened the car door, and gestured for him to get inside, let's go home. This was the first time Huachu truly sat in the passenger seat of Yu Qinghuan's car. Filled with happiness and excitement, his face radiated pure bliss, causing Yu Qinghuan to drive even slower. When they got home, everything was exactly as it had been when he left, neatly tidied by Huachu. Even the water cups were perfectly aligned. Yu Qinghuan felt warmth spreading in his chest. After changing clothes, he went to the kitchen and cooked a simple dish of kimchi fried rice, which he shared with Chu. After eating the catering meals on set for so long, suddenly tasting his own cooking made Yu Qinghwan overeat a bit. So he postponed taking a shower, turned on the TV, and sat on the sofa, digesting while watching it. Chu sat quietly beside him, staring at him intently, not sparing a single glance at the television that worked so hard to grab attention. It didn't take long for Yu Qinghwan to feel uncomfortable under the gaze and looked at him with a smile, asking, "Why do you keep looking at me? You're beautiful." Chu leaned closer, kissing his lips, cheeks, and murmuring softly. His kisses were light, like fluttering butterflies, teasing his face before flying away, leaving behind a soft tingling sensation. Just as Yu Qinghwan was about to say something, he heard Chu plaintively complain, "You haven't come back, and I missed you so much." Yu Qinghwan tilted his head slightly, making it easier for him to kiss. "I missed you too," he whispered. He even feared to recall the days before he met Chu. Chu was a treasure given to him by heaven, who unexpectedly entered his life and brought incredible warmth and light. Even their only Cold War, when thought about now, had a sweet taste to it. The two kissed gently and affectionately, as if gathering all the beauty in the world. On that winter road, Yu Qinghwan held Chu's hand for the first time. In that old shop with a milky scent, Chu mustered up the courage to ask a stranger, Yu Qinghwan, to send him home. From that moment, the seed of love began to sprout quietly. Some things were destined from a past life. They were together, and for each other, they became the best versions of themselves. It turns out, some people walk alone for decades just to meet the right person. Love arises without cause, deepens once started, life can turn to death, and death may also bring life anew. Fate is wonderfully unpredictable. Chapter 97, Extra Chapter 1. Yu Qinghwan died a spectacular death, with his name dominating the headlines for several days. However, his funeral was simple and quiet. He had no family and very few close friends. His best friend Qin Jing took charge of all the arrangements for his passing. Qin Jing refused all condolences from others. He did not want or allow people from the entertainment industry to use Yu Qinghwan's death as a way to stir up controversy. Qinghwan was a low-key person, so Qin wanted him to leave quietly. The police announced that the cause of Yu Qinghwan's death was accidentally falling into a water-filled manhole, without disclosing any further details. Everyone else, including Qin Jing, believed it was an accident. Only Chu knew otherwise. Back when he was still naive, his family had told him to be grateful and always remember the person who saved his life. The name Yu Qinghwan suddenly burst into his life, unknowingly tearing open a crack in his closed-off heart. He began watching Yu Qinghwan's movies, collecting his photos, trying every possible way to understand his life. For him, originally someone just as ordinary as a symbol in a textbook, slowly came alive in his heart. Yu Qinghwan's looks and laughter were carved by time, day by day, leaving deeper impressions in his mind. It was like a vivid color spreading wildly on the blank pages of his life. Everything about Yu Qinghwan was collected and meticulously pasted into the most precious notebook he owned. The more he saw, the sadder he felt. Chu didn't know what this feeling was, but he understood that seeing even a slight frown or a trace of sadness on the screen would make him feel upset. He'd feel joy when Qinghwan was happy. Even looking at the stray cats that Yu Qinghwan helped would bring warmth to him. But, he would never see him again. In truth, he had never truly seen him. On that rainy day, one call afterwards, something which he initially thought was just another ordinary moment in his life, became a scar that would forever linger in his heart, impossible to touch or heal. He came to comprehend a profound emotion, though he didn't know exactly what it was. He missed Yu Qinghwan. So much so, night after night, he dreamt of him. But that person left because of him, and he could never meet him again in his lifetime. Chu became increasingly withdrawn, as if something had entered his body and was then cruelly ripped away. He felt pain and confusion, not knowing what to do. The Hua family thought his condition worsened and consulted all authoritative doctors, yet none of them could treat Chu's symptoms. They could only helplessly watch him gradually fade away. Later, Chu received the Nobel Prize. When the news broke, the entire country celebrated with joy. Everyone praised and worshipped him online, calling him the hope of the nation and the brightest milestone in the future world of physics. The president prepared a speech for him, repeatedly emphasizing that under all circumstances, during the award ceremony, he must follow the words given. Even the Hua family, on the morning of the awarding ceremony, reminded him several times. That day, on the stage of the Nobel Prize award ceremony, adorned with flowers and dignified solemnity, Chu stood alone on the stage after receiving the certificate and medal from the jury. He looked bewilderedly down at the crowd. Below, everyone gazed at him with admiration and respect, holding their breaths while waiting for his speech. Among those people, there was no Yu Qinghwan, and there never would be. Winning the Nobel Prize should have been the ultimate goal he pursued throughout his life, but at that moment, Chu felt no happiness at all. Without the prepared speech or his family's reminders, the face of Yu Qinghwan loomed larger in his mind, every strand of hair distinctly visible. That day, in the astonished silence of all the audience, Chu paused silently for a few seconds, tears welling in his eyes as he said one sentence, "I wish Qinghwan could come back." Afterward, this short video was widely shared across both domestic and overseas media as everyone tried to understand the meaning behind his words. Soon, they found out that a year ago, a celebrity named Yu Qinghuan in the entertainment industry had died unexpectedly. Unraveling the threads led them quickly to uncover the truth behind Yu Qinghuan's death. Indeed, he had fallen into a manhole filled with water, but it wasn't an accident, he had done it to save Hu Chu. Those who mocked him over his cause of death fell silent overnight. The whole world was shaken by Hu Chu's statement, making the news headline-worthy the next day after his speech. Netizens began delving deeper into the background of Yu Qinghuan, discovering many uncelebrated virtues of this newly crowned emperor of cinema. He had once funded the opening of a factory in his hometown, boosting the economy of an entire city. Moreover, most of his movie paychecks were used for charity, so much so that after his death, there was hardly any fortune left in his account. However, he had never used charity to promote himself, instead, he quietly did all these things behind the scenes. If it weren't for Hu Chu, no one would have ever discovered all he had done. It wasn't clear when it started, but many people online began establishing a hashtag voluntarily, hope Qinghuan comes back. I regret not paying more attention to Qinghuan while he was alive. He really was a very good person. I hope he could come back to life. Qinghuan saved Hu Chu, and in doing so, saved the world's physics. Why does such a good person have to meet this fate? God is truly unfair. If only Qinghuan were still alive. I cried all day. Qinghuan really was amazing, and I hope he can live with us and see the world transformed by Hu Chu. As a paparazzo, if Qinghuan were still alive, I would never sneak photos of him again. I'd give him the peaceful life he wanted. Hope Qinghuan comes back, lives a life full of luck, and never experiences the same misfortune as this lifetime. If Qinghuan could return, I'd be willing to share my good luck with him so he can happily and smoothly finish out his life. And I too am willing. Even on foreign social media platforms, netizens started spreading this topic voluntarily. Yu Qinghuan's name spread throughout every corner of the world along with Hu Chu's Nobel Prize. Everyone prayed for him, genuinely hoping he could return, even though they all knew it was impossible. They still wanted to do something for him. Sorry, we didn't treat you gently when you were alive. Sorry, we let you leave with all those wounds. Though it wouldn't change anything, they still wanted to try their best to make up for what the world had lacked before. There was only one person who could never accept the reason for Yu Qinghuan's death. Logically, he knew he shouldn't blame Hu Chu, but he couldn't control himself. Every time he thought about how Qinghuan died because of him, Qingjing felt uncontrollable resentment. He didn't care about physics or whether Hu Chu was the treasure of the world. He just wanted Yu Qinghuan to live well and not die prematurely at the peak of his life because of someone else. He had loved Yu Qinghuan for a long time, so long that he could barely remember how many years it had been. But he neither dared nor could confess. He admitted his cowardice, but he couldn't risk it. He feared that their friendship might be ruined, or worse, his career might suffer. Both he and Qinghuan had fought hard to reach their current positions, and a homosexual label could easily erase all the efforts they had made over the years. So he dated girlfriend after girlfriend to hide his feelings for Yu Qinghuan. And indeed, Yu Qinghuan never noticed over all these years. The more certain Qingjing had been about his actions back then, the more he regretted it now. When that person left his life silently without even a word, he realized how unimportant fame and career really were. But, it was too late, Qinghuan would never come back. Qingjing managed to evade the Hu family's bodyguards to see Hu Chu and bring him out from the research institute. He simply wanted to see what made this person so special, why Qinghuan would sacrifice his life to save him. However, no matter what he said, Hu Chu remained completely silent. Even when he mentioned Yu Qinghuan, Hu Chu showed no reaction. Qingjing was furious, he couldn't believe that Qinghuan sacrificed his life for such an ungrateful person. He even thought that the sentence Hu Chu said at the Nobel Prize ceremony was just a PR stunt by the Hu family. Isn't that true? There are no walls that don't leak air. Hu Chu had reached the pinnacle of the scientific community, and if one day the news of Yu Qinghuan dying because of him broke out, he might be criticized by public opinion one way or another. So why not strike first? Blinded by anger, Qingjing threw Hu Chu out of the car, leaving him alone by the side of the road. What Qingjing didn't know was that this world-famous physics prodigy had nearly zero skills in daily life. It was even exaggerated that he didn't even know how to cross the road. 1 month after winning the Nobel Prize, Huaguo physicist Hu Chu died in a car accident. All mourned his passing. The space tore apart, and time reversed. When Hu Chu once again wandered lost on the road, this time, someone took his hand not quite so gently and led him to a safe place. This time, their meeting was 10 years earlier. This time, nothing could sever their fated connection again. Yu Qinghuan woke up from a nightmare, the deep-rooted terror causing him to sweat cold drops, his whole body shaking uncontrollably, even startling the sleeping Hu Chu awake. Qinghuan, what's wrong? Hu Chu jumped up, turned on the bedside lamp, and at the sight of Yu Qinghuan's red eyes, immediately got scared. Qinghuan, are you sick? I'll take you to the hospital. Before he could swing his legs off the bed, however, Yu Qinghuan grabbed his sleeve. Brother, don't leave. Yu Qinghuan clenched his teeth, managing to force out a few words. Though he couldn't recall exactly what had been in that dream, the sensation of losing everything still lingered in his heart, impossible to shake off. Yu Qinghuan was stubborn with his words. He only called Hua Chu brother when overwhelmed during intimate moments, otherwise sticking to addressing him by his name. Hua Chu realized Yu Qinghuan was genuinely terrified. He turned back, opened his arms wide like hugging a child, and completely embraced Yu Qinghuan, stroking his sweat-drenched back continuously. I'm not leaving. I'm here, Qinghuan. Don't be afraid. Brother. Yu Qinghuan choked back tears, repeatedly calling his name as if confirming his presence. I'm here, Qinghuan, I'm right here. Over and over, Hua Chu patiently answered him until Yu Qinghuan gradually calmed down. But he didn't let go. He maintained the same position, cradling Yu Qinghuan fully in his embrace, holding him until sleep took them both. On the spacious bed, the two lay intertwined, their limbs wrapped around each other as if no power in the universe could separate them. What one persistently remembers will surely resonate. In the previous life, you gave me the chance to live. In this life, I will give you a lifetime of happiness and peace. Chapter 98, Bonus Story 2. After finishing Revenge, Yu Qinghuan had a brief period of relaxation, but before he could fully enjoy this short holiday, Sun Wu dragged him out to start promoting the movie. The promotion period was more intense and hurried compared to filming. Yu Qinghuan could only send messages to Hua Chu when he had a spare moment, and occasionally, his co-workers would tease him about it. Nowadays, everyone knows that he and Hua Chu are a couple, so jokes are made without any restraint. Surprisingly, after coming out, what Yu Qinghuan felt most was not the warmth or coldness of human relationships, but rather the tolerance and kindness of the people around him. Apart from a few keyboard warriors on the internet, very few people mentioned his sexual orientation as an issue. He sincerely appreciated all of it. His lover is different from ordinary people, and he doesn't want him to be subjected to even the slightest criticism from strangers. Qinghuan, time for makeup. Yu Qinghuan had just received a text message from Hua Chu, but before he could check it, Sun Wu suddenly slapped him on the back. Don't dawdle, hurry up. Sun Wu told him, glanced at his phone screen, paused, then changed his words, wait, reply first. Huh? Yu Qinghuan looked up in confusion. Sun Wu explained, for others' messages, it's fine to ignore them, but Professor Hua's need to be replied promptly. A hint of pride naturally showed on his face. Professor Hua has won the Nobel Prize, how can we let him wait? During the lunch break, Yu Qinghuan returned to the hotel and sent a message briefly telling Hua Chu about the incident. At the end, he teased him. Professor Hua, now there are more people who admire and like you than me. At that time, Hua Chu was preparing to eat Korean-style fried chicken with stir-fried rice cakes, provided by Zhao Qingyuan through friendship. Unexpectedly, Zhao Qingyuan and Hua Chu have become quite compatible now. He talks incessantly and can't sit still, sometimes even driving Yu Qinghuan crazy. But Hua Chu is the exception. No matter what Zhao Qingyuan says or how long he talks, Hua Chu remains calm and listens patiently without interrupting, making him an ideal listener. What did Qinghuan say? Zhao Qingyuan knew it was Yu Qinghuan's message without looking. He threw a pair of disposable gloves at Hua Chu and, before he could respond, leaned over to look at the screen. Hua Chu didn't manage to dim the screen in time, so Zhao Qingyuan saw it right away. While gnawing on a bone, Zhao Qingyuan mumbled, no kidding, a lot of people do like you. You're almost becoming a national idol now. The youngest Nobel laureate, high intelligence, good looks, and he's devoted. Hua Chu seems to embody everything impossible in this world, drawing a swarm of admirers. Hua Chu frowned slightly. He couldn't distinguish between various types of liking. To him, there is only one kind of liking in the world, and that is the affection he holds for Yu Qinghuan. He said, no one likes me, and I don't like anyone else. I only like Qinghuan. Zhao Qingyuan was just biting into a crispy bone when he heard this and nearly choked. After coughing for half a minute and turning red-faced, he finally caught his breath and angrily directed his frustration toward Hua Chu. Since you like each other this much, why don't you two just get married? Marriage? This was the first time Hua Chu became so intrigued by something someone said to him. Turning to Zhao Qingyuan, Hua Chu asked. Even though our country does not allow same-sex marriage, other countries do, Zhao Qingyuan continued without pausing. You and Qinghuan can go elsewhere to get married. Then, remembering that he shouldn't push his friend away so easily, he added, of course, before that, you must propose and make sure Qinghuan agrees. A new door to another world slowly opened before Hua Chu. Marriage, proposal, these two words alone set his heart racing intensely. He wanted to marry Qinghuan, to live together forever like his parents, never to part. He stared earnestly at Zhao Qingyuan. How do I propose? You're asking the right person. Zhao Qingyuan also got excited, tearing off the disposable gloves, and smacked his thigh hard. I have the most experience. Hua Chu raised his concern appropriately. But, don't you not have a boyfriend? Zhao Qingyuan. Zhao Qingyuan, I like women, thank you. Hua Chu, oh, aren't you just without a girlfriend? Zhao Qingyuan. Zhao Qingyuan, do you intend to listen or not? Hua Chu, I will listen. Zhao Qingyuan's suggestions were nothing special, a proposal ring and kneeling down, all very cliched. But it was just what Hua Chu needed. He treated Zhao Qingyuan's advice as a proposal guide, even memorizing every word. Although Zhao Qingyuan is unreliable, he was still dependable at crucial moments. With his wide network, seeing Hu Chu's urgency, he quickly helped him get in touch with the world-renowned jeweler Fu and found their top designer to create a pair of rings. Once Qinghuan returns, find time to secretly measure the size of his fingers, Zhao Qingyuan said to Hu Chu, this will be necessary once the design is ready. Size. Hu Chu thought for a moment, and under Zhao Qingyuan's shocked gaze, directly stated a number, I know Qinghuan's size. Are you sure this is accurate? Hu Chu nodded, accurate. He was extremely sensitive to numbers, and more so, there wasn't a single detail about Yu Qinghuan that he wasn't familiar with. Know everything. After noting down the number, Zhao Qingyuan couldn't help but start thinking off topic. He winked at Hu Chu and smirked lewdly, even, everywhere. He. Hu Chu realized he had gone off topic again and ignored him, lowering his head to eat the fried chicken instead. After Zhao Qingyuan laughed for a while and found himself unable to continue his one-sided performance, he also awkwardly went back to eating. With all these arrangements made, Hu Chu followed Zhao Qingyuan's suggestion and didn't tell Yu Qinghuan anything in order to give him a surprise. On the other side, during the promotional tour, Yu Qinghuan interacted with fans who excitedly gave him blessings. Wish you and Professor Hu an early marriage. Little Jinli, a symbol of good luck, keep going. May your union with Professor Hu last 100 years. Until now, Yu Qinghuan had never thought about getting married. The environment wouldn't allow it, and besides, his relationship with Hu Chu was perfect as it was. But hearing the wishes from the fans made his heart immediately warm up. Marriage might not represent everything, but having that ceremony felt like gaining legitimacy and worldwide acknowledgement of their love. Yu Qinghuan's thoughts became increasingly restless. After the promotional tour ended, he decisively contacted Fu's top designer and asked for help designing the wedding rings. In order to surprise Hu Chu, Yu Qinghuan kept it secret too. The day the design drawings were completed happened to be when the roadshow for Revenge had come to an end. Yu Qinghuan, exhausted yet thrilled, dragged a large suitcase home. Hu Chu had been waiting for him for a long time. As soon as he heard noise at the door, he rushed over. Before Yu Qinghuan could open the door, Hu Chu opened it from inside. Looking up, Yu Qinghuan's eyes met Hu Chu's, full of delight. They tightly hugged each other for a long time, almost wishing to merge into one another. It seemed as if doing so could relieve the longing built up over so many days. Yu Qinghuan contentedly buried his face in Hu Chu's neck repeatedly, feeling all his fatigue vanish instantly. Outside, no matter how tired he was, he forced himself to endure and smile. But once home, he didn't even want to move a finger. I've bought dinner. Hu Chu kissed him on the lips again and again before reluctantly letting go. His gaze lingered on Qinghuan's reddened lips that had been kissed until they shone. Yu Qinghuan nodded, reached out to touch his face, picked up the slippers from the shoe rack and was about to change, but Hu Chu had already knelt down ahead of him, naturally taking the slippers from his hands. Qinghuan, lift your foot. Under the light, Hu Chu's black hair gleamed slightly, as if glowing faintly around his figure, beautiful yet real. Yu Qinghuan looked at him dumbfounded, his nose unconsciously tingling with emotion. This person had performed the most important experiments, had received the highest awards in the world, and now squatted humbly by his feet holding the slippers, ready to help him change them. Seeing Yu Qinghuan standing motionless for so long, Hu Chu called him again, Qinghuan. Yu Qinghuan snapped back to reality and slowly lifted his foot. During the meal, finding an excuse, Yu Qinghuan managed to obtain Hu Chu's finger size and send it to the designer with great anticipation. Both had something significant hidden in their hearts from each other, acting carefully yet blushing and exhilarated. Occasionally looking at each other, the air between them seemed filled with a sweet scent. Because of this atmosphere, Yu Xin hadn't come over recently, considering that Yu Qinghuan had no work lately, he simply preferred avoiding his own emotional turmoil. On the day the rings came out, both went to Fu, respectively in the morning and afternoon. Hu Chu isn't good at lying, his excuses came out stutteringly. Luckily, Yu Qinghuan was so caught up in nervousness and excitement that he failed to notice. When Hu Chu returned, it was already dark outside. The summer evening breeze had less heat and sneaked in gently as he opened the door, softening the whole house. Yu Qinghuan took several deep breaths in the bedroom before clumsily walking out. He hid the hand holding the ring behind his back, his voice trembling slightly, why you're back. Qinghuan, Hu Chu ignored his words and called his name softly, then gleamed his eyes brightly as he lunged forward. He couldn't wait anymore, he had to propose right now. With a bend of his knees, he was about to kneel down. Yu Qinghuan's expression was tense, his mind a mess. Mistaking Hu Chu's action for him losing balance, he hurriedly leaned over to steady him. But with stiff limbs, the moment he moved, his body suddenly lost balance and directly crashed into Hu Chu who was about to kneel, causing both of them to fall on the ground. Their secretly held wedding rings clattered to the floor and rolled to the center of the hard wood. For a while, both were stunned and could not react immediately. You look at me, I look at you. As they caught the shyness and incredulity in each other's eyes, they both burst into laughter simultaneously. It turned out that what they wanted to give to the other party was exactly what the other party wanted to give back. The two navy blue ring boxes lay on the ground, identical markings on top. From the same jewelry company, designed by the same designer. The only difference was the style. The room stayed silent for a long time, until finally, Hua Chu spoke first. Qinghuan, will you? Though he phrased it like a question, he had already picked up the ring and slid it onto Yu Qinghuan's finger without giving any chance to object. Yu Qinghuan looked at his own pair of rings, smiling faintly as he let Hua Chu continue his actions. What do you think? I want to hear you say it. I will. Chapter 99 Bonus Chapter 3. Yu Qinghuan and Hua Chu originally planned to get married in Sweden, a country that held very special meaning for them. However, as neither of them was a Swedish citizen, they couldn't proceed with it. Helplessly, they settled for Canada, which had relatively looser requirements. The process was straightforward, just their passports and notarized ID cards were needed, along with filling out an online form. Since Revenge was about to premiere, Yu Qinghuan couldn't spare the time, so they decided to get married in September. This made Hua Chu buy a calendar, eagerly crossing off each day as it passed. This day, just like usual, Yu Qinghuan drove Hua Chu to the research institute. I might come back a bit late tonight. Yu Qinghuan parked the car in a secluded corner, got out with Hua Chu, and reaching up, removed a piece of fluff from Hua Chu's hair, saying, I have dinner with Zhao Qingyuan and Zhao Rui, where we'll finalize our plans for Canada. Hua Chu nodded, indicating his understanding, and then caught Yu Qinghuan's hand mid-air. Different styles of rings glittered under the sunlight. The ring on Hua Chu's finger was bought by Yu Qinghuan. Likewise, the ring on Yu Qinghuan's finger was purchased by Hua Chu. They exchanged them, allowing both of their heartfelt promises to be carried together. Shall I go now? Come back as soon as possible. Hua Chu leaned down and gave him a kiss on the corner of his lips, instructing him once more. Understood. Yu Qinghuan crouched slightly and returned to the car, watching Hua Chu walk steadily into the research institute's gates and meet up with his waiting assistant before driving away. Neither of them noticed that several film school students were shooting a short movie nearby at the research institute. By chance, they clearly captured this scene of their farewell. The college students tried to suppress their excitement but ultimately failed, uploading the pictures online. Given the uniqueness of both individuals' identities, their public relationship disclosure garnered much attention. After seeing these photos, netizens immediately erupted. Overturn this bucket of dog food. Are you done tormenting us yet? Ah, goodbyes are always so lovingly affectionate. Gotta ask my husband for one tomorrow too. Wasn't I the only one who noticed the rings on both their hands? Wedding rings. Upon closer inspection, they're not actually a pair. Maybe they rushed it and didn't manage to buy matching ones. But that doesn't seem quite right either. While netizens speculated and buzzed over this, a blogger whose leaks about Yu Qinghuan were always eerily accurate reappeared. Sailor Suit San, that's correct. Once again, it's me. I must say, I've got great karma with Master Xiao. The reason why the rings on both of their hands aren't a matching set is because both secretly planned to propose to each other and ended up buying the same ones by coincidence. Hahaha. My brother is their ring designer, and initially, he thought it was deliberate until he accidentally learned the truth from Big Brother Dayuan. Ugh, sweet enough to cry. Netizens who anticipated a shocking revelation were initially silent after reading this post, followed by, No, stop. The monks chanting mantras make my teeth ache horribly. Reporting abuse against pets. Damn it. How am I supposed to date when I feel like this? My lord, crying with jealousy, others' boyfriends. Yet what the netizens didn't expect was that they hadn't even finished devouring this bowl of dog food when the blogger released another tweet. It was a blurry video clip evidently recorded from a surveillance screen. Sailor Suit San, hahaha. Guess what, I live in the same neighborhood as Master Xiao. One day, since my cat ran away, I checked the surveillance footage and happened to catch this scene where Professor Hua kissed Qinghuan in the elevator. Immediately took a screenshot and deleted the evidence. Aren't I such a clever little devil? Doesn't this just sweeten things even further? Not having finished one wave of pet-feeding drama, another was thrust upon them. Netizens complained of heartbreak. I'm calling her Grandma Melon. This is cruel, I tell you. How did they hook up so early and do it so openly without us ever noticing? Recalling how I firmly believed they were just good friends. I've cried myself into becoming an 188-pound puppy. Suddenly, I want to test my IQ. Bawling loudly. Why was I blind back then? Swallowed this bowl of dog food while crying. Amidst netizens enthusiastically discussing Yu Qinghuan and Hua Chu, Revenge premiered as scheduled. Since Revenge did not have a romantic storyline, a small portion of netizens hesitated about whether to watch it in the cinema. However, after seeing some Weibo posts, their stance changed quickly. That's amazing. No romance line. That's exactly what I want. I'm going tonight. In reality, I've been tortured enough by couples. Recently, I haven't wanted to see any more love movies. I have had enough of being fed dog food, and this movie is just timely. Very good indeed, this movie is a breath of fresh air, and I will go see it. A single dog contributing 1 ticket. Hell. Nowadays movies are already bad enough with all the couple drama. Torturing me emotionally and making me spend money, I like how Revenge is simple and brutal without romance lines. I don't need to say anything more, but I support it. During this period, Yu Qinghuan naturally drew attention, along with the solid quality of Revenge. The story was tight, the actors performed well, so the box office results were quite impressive, with many good reviews. It soon became the dark horse among contemporaneous films, chasing after Life or Death, and was about to break new records. And Yu Qinghwan, through this film, stabilized his position. No one said he would be limited by a specific movie anymore, nor that this was his peak. To have one breakout hit could be considered luck. 2 might be attributed to good judgment. But 3 consecutive hits show that no matter what, the actor himself possessed notable ability. Yu Qinghwan had been in the entertainment circle for nearly 2 years and, though much smoother than most people, every step he took was stable. Now, when audiences mention him, their first impression was, oh, that good-looking, talented actor whose boyfriend won a Nobel Prize. Revenge caused Yu Qinghwan to become even more popular again, and lucrative movie deals and advertisements came pouring in like snowflakes. Some directors even promised a share of the box office revenue. But Yu Qinghwan didn't agree to any of them. As soon as the work on Revenge was over, he packed up and flew to Canada with Hua Chu. Traveling together were all members of the Hua family, Yu Xin, Zhao Qingyuan, Zhao Rui, and Wang Ruirui. Yu Qinghwan had no relatives. A few close friends worried that during the wedding, looking at the Hua side full of people while his own side was lonely, he might feel uncomfortable, so they pushed aside all their own work and insisted on coming along. The young girl Wang Ruirui, well taken care of by Zhao Rui, had a chubby and pink face. When she blinked her big, round eyes, she was absolutely adorable. Except for Hua Chu, who remained unmoved like a rock, the rest were almost melting from her cuteness. Just as Yu Qinghwan was about to reach out and pinch her cheeks, Zhao Rui glared harshly, slapping his hand away with a loud sound. Children's cheeks shouldn't be pinched. I understand, Brother Rui. Yu Qinghwan sheepishly retracted his hand and, when Zhao Rui wasn't looking, quickly patted Wang Ruirui's fluffy little head before sitting next to Hua Chu. A group of men traveling together can be somewhat boring, but with Wang Ruirui around, the cute little girl became everyone's favorite. Not only would they play with her, but if she wanted stars from the sky, they'd likely find a way to get them for her. After arriving in Canada, Yu Qinghwan and Hua Chu adjusted, dealt with jet lag, and then prepared the marriage application form and submitted it. Yu Xin, Zhao Qingyuan, and Zhao Rui, the 3 most important friends in Yu Qinghwan's life, became their wedding witnesses. Yu Qinghwan wasn't originally in a rush, but perhaps influenced by Hua Chu, as soon as the form was submitted, he couldn't wait anymore. Without wanting to waste even an extra day, the next day they went to the municipal government to apply for the marriage certificate. However, marriage certificates cannot be obtained immediately. They must wait for a certain period, and during this time, a wedding must be held. Only after the authorities confirmed they truly intended to marry would the certificate be issued. Before coming here, Yu Qinghwan had arranged everything. During the most beautiful month in Canada, he and Hua Chu held their wedding. It was a very simple ceremony. Since neither of them was Christian, it took place in a high-end local restaurant. This was the most romantic moment from their proposal to their marriage. Above the transparent glass roof stretched an infinite sky dotted with countless stars, glittering like diamonds against the deep black. With tinkling piano music and the fragrance of flowers, the solemn voice of the officiant sounded in their ears. Do you promise to take this person as your spouse, to love and remain faithful to him, whether in poverty, sickness, or disability? There were 2 versions of the wedding vows, one lasting 15 seconds and the other 90 seconds. Yu Qinghwan and Hua Chu both instinctively chose the 90-second version. Yu Qinghwan looked at Hua Chu beside him. Because of his immense nervousness, the lines on his face were tight, making his features appear even more chiseled and handsome beyond words. This person, this little pitiful soul he had picked up off the street by chance, had now become his lifelong support. And now, he was about to marry him. It was this very person, who had once been clueless about love, that taught him about tenderness and affection, giving him the best kind of love in both lifetimes. Destiny was sometimes truly miraculous. The voice of the officiant stopped, and Yu Qinghwan heard Hua Chu's deeply devoted response, I do. He smiled faintly and interlocked his fingers with Hua Chu's, replying softly, I do. This was the most perfect moment of his 2 lifetimes, and even if he were to die right then and there, he would feel utterly fulfilled. That evening, a group of them gathered to celebrate in a restaurant. Although they were few in number, with Zhao Qingyuan and Hua Rong around, it was impossible for the atmosphere to ever be cold. Thanks to the 2 of them, the celebration was held in great pomp and splendor. Even Yu Qinghwan, who was usually calm and collected, made an exception tonight and drank a few glasses of champagne. Of course, the consequence was that he was drunk before the dinner was over. On the other hand, Hua Chu, after being urged to drink by Zhao Qingyuan and Zhao Rui, seemed entirely unaffected as though what he drank wasn't alcohol but water. Zhao Rui was so shocked that, if it hadn't been their wedding night, he would have rolled up his sleeves and challenged Hua Chu to a drinking match right then and there. Zhao Rui, after the celebration banquet concluded, Zhao Qingyuan pulled Hua Rong along and hurriedly reached Zhao Rui's side. Because Wang Ruirui had fallen asleep, he naturally lowered his voice, we shouldn't stick around and bother them like light bulbs. Let Qinghwan go first and give them some private time. He turned toward Hua Rong, can you manage your end? No sooner had he spoken than Hua Rong looked at him as though he were an idiot before he could respond. Zhao Qingyuan, what's wrong? Zhao Rui, are you sure? Do you think Hua Chu will take Qinghuan somewhere appropriate? Zhao Qingyuan paused, scratching his head in frustration. I forgot he doesn't have a good sense of direction. Zhao Rui snorted, pulling out a cigarette and placing it between his lips, ready to light it until he suddenly remembered Wang Ruirui was still on his back, so he stuck the cigarette behind his ear instead. He glanced at Zhao Qingyuan, saying, use your brain next time, will you? In early September in Canada, the diurnal temperature variation was quite significant. The chill of the wind blowing on their way back helped sober Yu Qinghuan a bit. He sat dazedly on the bed, staring blankly at Hua Chu. Hua Chu. Hua Chu responded softly, carefully cupping his face to wipe him with a damp towel. Hua Chu, Yu Qinghuan called out again, tilting his head in a petulant manner, rubbing his wet cheek against Hua Chu's palm like a kitten, gentle and soft. This was something he would never dare do when fully conscious. Hua Chu's heart immediately melted into a puddle. Setting down the towel in his hand, he climbed onto the bed and was just about to reach out to embrace Yu Qinghuan when the latter had already initiated the hug on his own. Hug me. Upon hearing this, Hua Chu quickly enveloped him tightly in his arms. Perhaps due to the alcohol, Yu Qinghuan's body temperature was slightly elevated, feeling warm as he nestled against him. Hua Chu tightened his arms, wishing he could encase him in his embrace forever. Yu Qinghuan buried his head in his neck crook, mumbling half-consciously, Hua Chu. Brother. Did we get married? Hua Chu clasped his hand, we're married, pausing briefly before adding another sentence, we're legally recognized partners. Flipping him gently onto the bed, he kissed his brow ridge, eyelids, nose bridge. Every move tender and treasured. It itches, Yu Qinghuan mumbled a vague protest, turning his head to evade Hua Chu's kiss and wrapped his arms around his neck. A few seconds later, as though realizing something all of a sudden, legal. He chuckled, Professor Hua, you're now my legal husband. Hua Chu's heart abruptly constricted, as if an intense current surged through his entire body, leaving him tingling all over. His breathing became heavier instantly, and his body started responding accordingly. His earlobes turned red, his gaze predatory, fixated firmly on Yu Qinghuan's face. Qinghuan, say it again. What should I call you? Yu Qinghuan mumbled softly, a reluctant tone in his voice. Nonetheless, he obediently looked at Hua Chu, his breath carrying the scent of alcohol gently brushing against his face, like a fuzzy little paw tickling Hua Chu all over until he felt tingly and lighthearted. Husband. Chapter 100 Afterward 4. After Yu Qinghuan and Hua Chu's wedding, the others prepared to return home. Partly because they were busy, and partly because they wanted to leave time for the two of them. Yu Qinghuan had originally planned to send them off properly. However, when he woke up the next day and checked the time, their flight had already departed. The curtains in the house were drawn tightly, not letting in even a single ray of sunlight. Hua Chu was nowhere to be seen, not on the bed. Yu Qinghuan put down his phone, closed his eyes for a moment to ease the slight pain from the screen's glare, then used force to try to sit up. Suddenly, an indescribable soreness spread through his whole body. His waist that had just hovered in the air instantly bounced back onto the bed. He hissed, reaching to massage it, but unexpectedly realized his arms couldn't lift at all. What exactly happened last night? Yu Qinghuan lay there with vacant eyes, racking his brain to recall. Unfortunately, he had been too drunk. Apart from a few fleeting images, the rest could not be remembered. But one thing was certain, the severity of the soreness meant that Hua Chu must have definitely let loose last night. This beast. Yu Qinghuan cursed under his breath, rasping his voice to shout, Hua Chu. As soon as the words left his mouth, the bedroom door opened, and Hua Chu rushed in, carrying the bright light from outside, like a big wagging-tailed wolfhound. Qinghuan, you're awake. He came over, squatted by Yu Qinghuan's bedside, and reached to touch his face, his eyes gleaming brightly. The scolding that had almost come out of Yu Qinghuan's mouth disappeared suddenly. Instead, he pointed to the cup on the bedside table, give me water. With just a word from him, Hua Chu immediately reached to hand the cup to his lips, being extremely obedient. Yu Qinghuan took the cup, it was still warm to the touch. He had the habit of drinking hot water upon waking, and Hua Chu always remembered this faithfully. The warm water slid down his throat, instantly hydrating his parched throat. Yu Qinghuan drank the whole cup in one go, wiped away the water droplets that accidentally spilled from his lips, feeling better, and then asked Hua Chu, have they all left? Hua Chu slipped off his shoes and got into bed, wanting to reach out and hug him, but Yu Qinghuan dodged away. Turn around, I need to get dressed. Hua Chu didn't move. Faster, Yu Qinghuan struggled to get up while holding the quilt, resting for quite a bit before reaching to cover Hua Chu's eyes. I'm hungry, I want to hurry up and eat. Upon hearing this, Hua Chu reluctantly turned around, his voice carrying a hint of reluctance, I've already prepared your meal. Yu Qinghuan was surprised, putting on his clothes as he asked him, did you buy it? No, Hua Chu couldn't lie. He paused briefly, sounding somewhat defeated, my second brother ordered it before he left, and it was just delivered. So that's how it was, Yu Qinghuan suddenly understood. He continued to ask, did they ask about me when they left? Hua Chu nodded, yes. Yu Qinghuan, then what did you tell them? Hua Chu told the truth straightforwardly, I said you were tired and still sleeping. Yu Qinghuan, did you really say that? Yes, Hua Chu looked at him questioningly, slightly confused. What's wrong? Yu Qinghuan pressed his forehead with his palm, a thread of blush creeping from his cheeks to his earlobes. Embarrassed and flustered, he barked at Hua Chu lowly. Tired of what? I'm not tired. Couldn't you have woken me up? At his words, everyone knows what they did last night. Moreover, the implication of being so tired they couldn't get up is simply too much to imagine. He could picture the expressions on the others' faces when they heard Hua Chu's response. If it were just Zhao Rui and Zhao Qingyuan, well, they had thick skin enough to get past it, but the key was, Hua's family was also there. He really felt ashamed to face anyone. Hua Chu stared at him with wide eyes, seemingly unable to understand why he was angry. But, you said you couldn't do it, you were very tired and wanted to rest. Halfway through his sentence, Yu Qinghuan covered his mouth. Don't talk anymore. Yu Qinghuan's face burst into red, burning hot, almost as if it would start smoking. Although he himself didn't remember much, what Hua Chu just mentioned was humiliating enough. Moreover, if he hadn't stopped then, would it have mattered whether Hua Chu made him rest the next morning? Yu Qinghuan's palm was hot, pressing tightly against his lips. Hua Chu moved his lips slightly, stealing a kiss on his palm secretly. Yu Qinghuan was too preoccupied with her own thoughts to notice his small gestures. Hua Chu stole a few more kisses, his eyes finally curving happily in satisfaction. I'm going to wash up. Yu Qinghuan finally breathed a sigh of relief when it got quiet. Supporting her sore body, she got off the bed and leaned on the table for a while before trying to walk out. Suddenly, Hua Chu's voice stopped her. Qinghuan. What is it? Did I misunderstand you? His tone was brimming with enlightened delight. Turning around to look at him, Yu Qinghuan asked, What do you mean? Hua Chu said, You weren't actually tired, you just pretended to be, right? Just like rejection being a form of allowance, right? He looked up at Yu Qinghuan as if he had discovered a new continent, his eyes shining brightly. Yu Qinghuan. With an evil glare, she snapped at him, What do you mean, right? Who asked you to speak? Shut your mouth. Hua Chu lowered his head dejectedly, All right. It would take at least a month for their marriage certificate to come through, but Yu Qinghuan had already booked a vacation house in Jasper. Before getting the certificate, they would stay there. This time happened to be the peak travel season, yet fortunately, where they stayed wasn't noisy. The vacation house was exquisitely luxurious with a supersized bathtub, a balcony, and even a small garden. Of course, the rent was also quite high. The pace of life seemed to slow down all of a sudden. Every day, even without doing much, they still felt utterly content. On this particular morning, the sky was somewhat overcast. After checking the weather forecast and seeing no rain indicated, Yu Qinghuan decided to stick to the original plan, spend a day at Jasper Park. She picked out a thick sweater for Hua Chu to wear, gathered some essentials, and then the two drove to Maligny Lake. They were rather lucky, perhaps because of the bad weather or maybe since it was a weekday, there were very few tourists at Maligny Lake. Under the grey canopy, the crystal-clear Maligny Lake resembled a piece of jade-like agate quietly embedded among snow-covered peaks, stunningly beautiful. Yu Qinghuan didn't book a tour boat but instead drove slowly along the narrow shore with Hua Chu, occasionally spotting a few unhurried elks passing by. Without a strict schedule, they walked and stopped frequently, often getting out of the car to rest for a bit. It was a leisurely trip. Hua Chu, let's take a break here. Stopping by a low, smooth little cliff, Yu Qinghuan pointed forward and suggested to Hua Chu. Hua Chu nodded and followed her to get out of the car. The weather wasn't great, so the stone cliffs were a little cool but bearable. Yu Qinghuan looked down at the green lake water, feeling the gentle autumn breeze brush past her ears, and inexplicably, a sense of peace enveloped her. Here, no one knew who they were, they could do whatever they wanted without worrying about their appearance or guarding against possibly lurking cameras. Yu Qinghuan took Hua Chu's hand and looked up at him. Hua Chu, let's take a picture. It was strange how although they'd known each other for 2 years and been together for 1, they had never taken a single photo together. Upon hearing this, Hua Chu enthusiastically leaned closer. A click sound, and the mobile screen captured 2 smiling faces. Yu Qinghuan studied it for several seconds, thinking it turned out well, and just as she was about to put the phone away, Hua Chu said, Let's take another one. Fine, one more wouldn't hurt. Yu Qinghuan didn't have any photography skills, nor did she know how to edit photos, so she just took a few more. But Hua Chu didn't criticize her technique at all. Instead, he became addicted, insisting on taking selfies every time they stopped along the way. Not only that, but he also wanted Yu Qinghuan to send him a copy of each photo. By the time they returned, countless photos had piled up in their phones. When they got home, it started raining lightly outside, gradually turning into heavy downpours. Cold raindrops mixed with chilling wind swept up floating fallen leaves, making the gloomy weather feel bone-chilling. After dinner, with nothing better to do, Yu Qinghuan and Hua Chu cuddled in the living room to watch movies. Hua Chu had chosen Yu Qinghuan's starring role in Revenge. Even though she'd watched it many times, she enjoyed it endlessly. Leaning into his embrace, she chuckled, Then, if I don't act in movies anymore in the future, would you be watching these few films for the rest of your life? Unexpectedly, Hua Chu really nodded. His hand slid under Yu Qinghuan's armpit, hugging him from behind, his chin resting affectionately on Yu Qinghuan's shoulder as he spoke gently and earnestly, I'll only watch the films you act in. Yu Qinghuan turned his head and asked, then what about before you knew me? Hua Chu replied without hesitation, I didn't watch. Such a sweetheart, Yu Qinghuan laughed and praised him, giving him a kiss on the lips as a reward. Hua Chu lifted his hand to cup the back of Yu Qinghuan's head and deepened the kiss quite naturally. In the 9th week of their stay in Canada, Yu Qinghuan and Hua Chu finally received their marriage certificate. A sturdy sheet of paper with brown floral edges that firmly tied their lives together for eternity. They became truly, lawfully bound husbands wherever same-sex marriage was legal. No one could deny their relationship anymore, even though this piece of paper wasn't very useful in daily life. To them, it represented the most reliable assurance they could obtain. Yu Qinghuan's eyes were slightly red, as he gently stroked the hard-won marriage certificate, feeling deeply moved. Qinghuan, Hua Chu held him and asked, are you happy? Yu Qinghuan sniffed softly and wiped away the moisture from the corner of his eye, what do you think? Hua Chu embraced him tightly, I'm also very happy, then rubbed against him, so. Hua Chu's eyelashes fluttered, grasping Yu Qinghuan's hand, let's have a drink to celebrate, shall we? Yu Qinghuan. Chapter 101, Omake 5. Yu Qinghuan picked up an orange cat. It happened when he came back from filming at night, and he just so happened to see it. A half-grown kitten had been hit by a car and was lying by the road, surrounded by a pool of blood. It looked like it was about to die. Fortunately, Yu Qinghuan was driving slowly and saw the poor thing immediately. He rushed it straight to the animal hospital. Unfortunately, its injuries were too severe, and despite receiving timely treatment, it ended up losing one of its legs. A three-legged stray like this would not be kept by pet stores, nor would many people want to adopt it. Considering that it was still alive, Yu Qinghuan hesitated for a moment but ultimately couldn't bear to leave it behind. So he brought it home. The day he found this cat happened to be the 16th, so he named the little cat Lu Shi, 16. Lu Shi turned out to be an extremely gentle boy. Although newly domesticated stray cats often display some wildness, Yu Qinghuan was prepared for anything. However, Lu Shi showed no signs of being shy around him. Instead, every day it affectionately rubbed against him, becoming both obedient and clingy. Hua Chu didn't have any objections to their new household member, but he did keep a very tight watch on his two pet fish. When at home, he kept them close by. When out, he locked them in a separate bedroom, fearing that Lu Shi might eat them as part of his dinner. Actually, Lu Shi wasn't even interested in those two fish. Yu Qinghuan doted on it greatly. Normally, various types of canned food were available to Lu Shi. Every week, he would make time to cook homemade cat meals for it. Within a month of living there, Lu Shi's body size increased noticeably. Since Yu Qinghuan and Hua Chu had to work, the house was usually empty during the day. Worried that something might happen to Lu Shi at home, Yu Qinghuan installed a monitor. Between shooting scenes, he would always take out his phone and check on Lu Shi's condition. Lu Shi had an excellent temperament. Even in the beginning when it wasn't familiar with Yu Qinghuan, it never once extended its claws toward him. As they became more familiar, Lu Shi became increasingly considerate. Every evening, if Yu Qinghuan returned late, Lu Shi would wait by the door patiently. Seeing this through his phone, Yu Qinghuan was moved, and upon returning that day, rewarded Lu Shi with an extra can of food. With a new cat in the house, not only did Yu Qinghuan have more responsibilities, but Hua Chu's household chores also increased. Being a severe perfectionist, Hua Chu noticed that Lu Shi's fur was longer than average, and during the shedding season, it felt like a disaster. As a result, the time spent mopping floors extended several times over. Yu Qinghuan felt incredibly guilty and wanted to help share the burden, but Hua Chu refused. You're already tired enough. Hua Chu leaned down and kissed him softly, then rolled up the ball of cat hair he collected off the floor into a small round shape. Besides, he quietly revealed a small dimple on his cheek. Yu Qinghuan wouldn't be able to mop properly anyway. This made Yu Qinghuan deeply moved. Originally planning to sign a commercial deal with UXIN, he postponed it further, setting aside time to spend with Hua Chu. As Lu Shi grew bigger and bigger, when its weight surpassed 8 jin, about 4 kilograms, Yu Qinghuan started to feel something was amiss. Initially, he didn't give it much thought. After all, 9 out of 10 orange cats are fat, and one will collapse the bed. Perhaps it was his good fortune that he'd raised a cat capable of doing that. However, once Lu Shi's weight surpassed 10 jin, 5 kilograms, Yu Qinghuan finally realized something was off. Concerned that its excessive weight could cause issues, he quickly took it to the pet hospital. Upon examination, they discovered that Lu Shi wasn't an ordinary orange cat, it was actually a Maine Coon. A Maine Coon whose weight could easily reach 30 jin, 15 kilograms. Staring at the results on the examination form, and then glancing at Lu Shi who was currently rubbing against him, Yu Qinghuan fell silent for a long while. An orange cat that could grow up to 30 jin, he decided it was time to take on another advertisement deal. Hua Chu didn't particularly care for animals, yet his relationship with Lu Shi was harmonious. Lu Shi lacked the aloofness of cats, instead being dog-like in how clingy it was. Even though Hua Chu didn't pay it much attention, Lu Shi could happily play around by itself right next to him. Once tired from playing, it would find a comfortable position, curl up on Hua Chu's leg, and sleep soundly. When Yu Qinghuan was working on a film and had to stay at the production site, the task of taking care of Lu Shi completely fell on Hua Chu. During this period, even though Lu Shi couldn't enjoy the loving feeding from Dad, Hua Chu was better at timing feedings than Yu Qinghuan, always giving it a can of food exactly when it started feeling hungry. Their coexistence was quite peaceful. Still, without Yu Qinghuan at home, the two of them both seemed lacking in energy. For Hua Chu, it manifested as counting the days on the calendar. For Lu Shi, it was spending more and more time sitting guard at the door. When Yu Qinghuan returned, it happened to be a Saturday. Hua Chu had woken up early and sat on the couch in neat attire, constantly gazing towards the door. Lu Shi seemed to sense something too, leaping off Hua Chu's leg and pacing around near the door. Yu Qinghuan almost stepped on its fluffy little paws when he opened the door. "Is Lu Shi waiting for me?" Yu Qinghuan set his suitcase aside, not even bothering to change his shoes before picking Lu Shi up into his arms. Just as he was about to give it a good rub, he glanced up and met Hua Chu's plaintive gaze. Yu Qinghuan. He took off his shoes, walked over barefoot while holding Lu Shi, and lightly nudged Hua Chu with his shoulder, teasingly asking, "What's wrong? Are you not happy that I'm back?" At this point, Hua Chu reached out and pulled both of them, Lu Shi included, into an embrace. Lu Shi was well behaved, remaining still despite being squeezed, its furry tail draped across Yu Qinghuan's arm occasionally brushing Hua Chu's chin. 1 month and 3 days, Hua Chu murmured into the hollow of his neck. Since there was Lu Shi between them, he didn't dare press too hard but said with a hint of grievance, "I haven't seen you for so long." After a pause, he added another complaint, "You don't even look at me when you come home." How ridiculous to be jealous of Lu Shi. This person truly was. Helplessly, Yu Qinghuan put Lu Shi down onto the sofa and kissed the corner of his lips, his voice filled with restrained laughter, "If you run ahead of Lu Shi next time, I'll hug you first." After they affectionately spent some more time together, Yu Qinghuan leaned comfortably against Hua Chu on the sofa with Lu Shi perched on his lap. "What's for dinner?" Before Hua Chu could respond, upon hearing the word eat, Lu Shi immediately jumped up, its beautiful large eyes gleaming as it urged them for food. It just struck Yu Qinghuan then that not only Hua Chu, but also his cat son had been without the meals he cooked for a long time. "How about chicken tonight?" Chicken thighs with skin and the tenderest parts for Lu Shi, the rest would be made into braised chicken for themselves. Hua Chu wasn't particular about food, what mattered to him was the person cooking it. Upon hearing this, he nodded immediately, "All right." Yu Qinghuan went into the kitchen to cook while the big one and the small one hovered around him. Every time he turned around, he either nearly stepped on Lu Shi or bumped into Hua Chu. Rolling up his sleeve somewhat helplessly, Yu Qinghuan turned to Hua Chu, saying, "Take Lu Shi away so you don't get in my way." The moment those words were spoken, Hua Chu hugged him from behind. Being taller, his body slightly curved as his chin grazed against Yu Qinghuan's ear tickling him. Yu Qinghuan uncovered the pot and the scent of chicken wafted out. Lu Shi was already impatient, mewing softly and rubbing against his legs, looking full of flattery. "Try the taste, how is the saltiness?" Yu Qinghuan used the spatula to scoop some broth, cooling it before offering it to Hua Chu's lips. Instead of taking it, Hua Chu turned his head and seized the opportunity to kiss him. The soup has spilled." Yu Qinghuan struggled to maintain balance while gasping out these few words. "I'll mop," Hua Chu responded quietly, deepening the kiss. These two in the kitchen were simply too much of a distraction, and once the kiss ended, Yu Qinghuan shooed them both out. Not daring to disobey, Hua Chu could only repeatedly clean up Lu Shi's long fur in the living room. And Lu Shi, as a patient cat, even if its dinner was delayed, didn't lose temper, chasing Hua Chu's mop back and forth, scratching at it with its round claws. When Hua Chu picked him up and placed him on the sofa, Lu Shi jumped down again, completely disregarding the trouble it was causing others. It wasn't until Yu Qinghuan accidentally left the kitchen door open a crack that Lu Shi instantly abandoned Hua Chu, dragging its big tail and bounced straight into the kitchen. Hua Chu. With a neutral expression, Hua Chu dragged Yu Qinghuan's suitcase back to the bedroom to unpack clothes for him. Yu Qinghuan cooked quickly, and within half an hour, the cat's food and their dinner were all ready. Seeing Lu Shi anxiously stretching itself to peek at the counter, he smiled and petted its fluffy head. "Go, call your dad Hua Chu to come have dinner." But Lu Shi's heart was like stone, completely unmoved, and its eyes focused solely on the dish of already shredded steamed chicken in front of it, filled with eagerness. "Hurry up," Yu Qinghuan gave it a little push, unyielding to its soft meows. After procrastinating for a bit, seeing no hope of getting food right away, Lu Shi reluctantly padded over to the master bedroom, swaying its steps unhappily. Just as Hua Chu finished tidying up the suitcase and was about to go out, Lu Shi jumped in directly and looked up at him, mewing. With Lu Shi coming to urge for dinner, it was an all too familiar scene at home, and Hua Chu immediately understood its intent. He looked down and said quietly, "I know." Then he headed into the dining room with Lu Shi. Yu Qinghuan had already set the food on the table, and Lu Shi's little bowl was filled with chicken. Seeing this, Lu Shi meowed and pounced straight onto it, head bowed as it began eating heartily. Yu Qinghuan smiled and pushed a bowl of rice towards Hua Chu, "Let's eat." Hua Chu pulled his chair closer to Yu Qinghuan before sitting down. Another winter had arrived, with biting winds howling outside, but the house was warm and cozy. Yu Qinghuan and Hua Chu had known each other for 4 years now. Time flowed gently forward, yet their relationship remained just as it was 4 years ago, no changes at all. He still shied away from household chores, while Huachu still struggled with chopsticks. However, they now had a little home of their own. Their most cherished places were adorned with trophies and their marriage certificate. They also had a cat. And in the future, they would share even more love for one another, growing stronger over time. The tender chicken melted perfectly in the mouth, satisfyingly filling the empty stomach. Yu Qinghuan closed his eyes contentedly. Warm yellow light cascaded down from above his head. At his feet, Lu Shi, whose fur glistened with care, ate peacefully, while by his side sat the person he loved most. In this second chance at life, he was living exactly the way he wanted to. Chapter 102, Bonus Chapter 6. When winter was almost over, Yu Qinghuan took Shi Lu to be neutered. After losing his testicles, Shi Lu lay in the cage with his disgrace collar on. He curled up into a big ball because he was cold, looking pitifully pathetic, which made Yu Qinghuan's heart ache. How could he let him sleep in the cat carrier? So, he just held Shi Lu in his arms. Huachu silently watched them for a while, then removed the scarf from his neck and carefully but clumsily wrapped it around Shi Lu. Shi Lu moved slightly, slowly rubbing against Huachu's still warm scarf, then rested his big head on Yu Qinghuan's arm. Yu Qinghuan gently lifted him up a little, lowered his head, stroked his fur, and said, "Shi Lu, don't be afraid, come here and give me a kiss." He was only worried that Shi Lu would be scared, so he wanted to talk casually to make him feel his presence. He didn't expect Shi Lu to respond. Unexpectedly, upon hearing his words, Shi Lu slowly raised his head, half opening his eyes, hazily kissing Yu Qinghuan on the lips. His nose tip was cool and moist, lightly brushing against Yu Qinghuan's lips like a small piece of jelly. Yu Qinghuan immediately felt his heart melt as he rubbed his chin against Shi Lu, wishing he could bury this cute one deep in his arms. The pet store wasn't far from their house, but Shi Lu was very heavy. After walking for a bit, Huachu turned around and asked, "Let me carry him?" No, Yu Qinghuan shook his head, fearing that swapping between the two of them might hurt Shi Lu's wound. Despite his aching hands, he lied, "We're almost home, and Shi Lu doesn't weigh much." Before going to pick up Shi Lu, Yu Qinghuan had already cooked a large pigeon in a casserole pot to supplement its nutrition. After returning home, he let Huachu keep an eye on Shi Lu while he went to the kitchen to steam some duck legs with skin, a bit of rabbit meat, and mixed it with deboned pigeon, grinding it all together. Thinking that Shi Lu might have lost too much water these days, he added several spoons of golden pigeon soup. After mixing everything evenly, he placed it in Shi Lu's cat bowl, intending to wait for it to wake up before eating. But who would have known, smelling the aroma of the meat, Shi Lu completely forgot the sadness and pain of losing his testicles. Despite being under the effects of anesthesia, he struggled hard to reach toward the food bowl, painstakingly licking the meat even though he could barely touch it each time, refusing to give up. Yu Qinghuan looked at him, feeling exasperated by this creature whose weight was probably over 10 jin despite not being a Maine Coon. In the following few days, Yu Qinghuan also took Shi Lu to get fluids several times. Shi Lu's vitality was strong, and the wound on his body healed, leaving him bouncing back to life quickly. Strangely, after being neutered, Shi Lu became even stickier than before. Sometimes, when Yu Qinghuan sat on the sofa reading a script, Shi Lu would walk over, put his two front paws on his lap, stretch his body out, and rub his head against Yu Qinghuan's, determined to rub his skin raw. What could Yu Qinghuan do? He could only put down the script and fulfill his wish to stroke him. Not only that, but Shi Lu even spontaneously became Yu Qinghuan's alarm clock. Every morning, he would sit on his chest with his considerable weight, which was more effective than having a brick smashed onto it. It instantly woke Yu Qinghuan from his sleep. "Why don't you go sit on Daddy Huachu?" Yu Qinghuan painfully got up from the bed, weak-handed from just waking up, finally managing to hold Shi Lu and stuff him into Huachu's arms with resentment, muttering, "You just bully me every day." Shi Lu looked at him innocently, slapped Huachu's face with his big tail, mewed once, and stuck back onto Yu Qinghuan's leg like sticky gum. What a teasing little devil. When Shi Lu was 7 years old, his weight had exceeded 25 jin, and Yu Qinghuan and Huachu had known each other for 7 years. Their wedding day was close to Zhao Qingyuan's birthday, so the group chose a free day to gather at Yu Qinghuan's house. Zhao Rui led Wang Ruirui and dropped the gift in hand on the coffee table. While eating fruit, he commented, "Destroyed. I have to buy double presents today." Up to now, Zhao Rui was no longer the destitute figure he had been during the filming of Orange Yellow. His last movie, a collaboration with Zhao Qingyuan, was still an art film, but it performed admirably. Not only did it succeed domestically, but it was even nominated for Cannes, although whether or not it would win remained unknown. However, he showed absolutely no self-awareness as a renowned director and continued to be as stingy as ever. Zhao Qingyuan had arrived earlier, and upon hearing Zhao Rui's comment, glanced sideways at him. "As if I care about your gift." After saying that, he sat Wang Ruirui next to him and pulled a shiny little hair clip from his pocket. While fastening it in her hair, he said, "Here, this is the present for our little princess. Do you like it?" Wang Ruirui had been under Zhao Rui's care all these years. Her parents initially wanted her to continue acting, but Zhao Rui used some methods to have several film crews reject Wang Ruirui's participation. After realizing they couldn't make any money off her anymore, her parents left her entirely to Zhao Rui, pretending as though she didn't exist. Although Zhao Rui had traditional thoughts, he didn't bother with whether she had acting talent or not, directly stopping all her activities and sending her to school. Ordinary children often find it hard to concentrate on studying after being exposed to the glamour of the entertainment industry, but Wang Ruirui was sensible and obedient. Not only did she attend school properly, but she also ranked first in every exam. This delighted Zhao Rui, who bragged daily in the group chat with Yu Qinghuan and others. As Zhao Qingyuan once joked, Zhao Rui's heart was full of motherly love for her. If someone didn't know better, they might think Wang Ruirui was his daughter born after 10 months of pregnancy. Girls always liked beautiful jewelry, so Wang Ruirui happily touched the hairpin and thanked Zhao Qingyuan before running to the bathroom to admire herself in the mirror. While beckoning Shirlu over with one hand, Zhao Qingyuan looked up at Yu Qinghuan and asked, "Why hasn't Yu Xian come yet?" "Qing Jia is going abroad today, he went to see her off at the airport," replied Yu Qinghuan. After being single for 39 years, Yu Xian finally started dating Qing Miao when he turned 40 and quickly entered into marriage. Qing Miao was one of the top agents in the industry, 2 years older than Yu Xian. The reason they knew each other was because of Zhao Qingyuan's agent. Yu Xian was once worried his skills were insufficient to help Yu Qinghuan, so he followed Zhao Qingyuan's agent to learn more. In doing so, he and Qing Miao somehow hit it off. Zhao Qingyuan sneered, glancing at Hu Chu beside Yu Qinghuan. Another wife's slave. Yu Qinghuan. Before he could protest, Shirlu avenged him by completely ignoring Zhao Qingyuan, who tried waving and grinning to get its attention, and jumped onto the couch instead. It rested its fluffy head on Yu Qinghuan's thigh, making Zhao Qingyuan fume with anger. "Well done," Yu Qinghuan stroked its head and rewarded it with a piece of fish jerky. Just as they were chatting, the doorbell rang. Hu Chu went to open it, and Yu Xian's smiling chubby face poked through the crack. "I'm a bit late. The person at home didn't want to let me go." Everyone inside rolled their eyes simultaneously. Impossible. How could Qing Miao, the strong-willed woman, hold Yu Xian back? He must have been the one clinging to her sleeve. With everyone finally here, they could eat now. The few men scrambled around, bringing the dishes to the table. Before even starting to eat, they poured wine. "Come on, let's toast." Zhao Qingyuan stood up and raised his glass. After pausing briefly, he added, turning to Yu Qinghuan, "Also, congratulations to Qinghuan for landing the role of male lead number 2 in a Hollywood blockbuster." In recent years, Yu Qinghuan's status skyrocketed. Due to the confession from Hu Chu years ago, quite a number of foreigners still remembered him deeply, unintentionally opening doors to foreign markets for him. This year, thanks to Qing Miao and Yu Xian's efforts, Yu Qinghuan finally took on the role of the male number 2 in a Hollywood movie. Such remarkable achievements were worth celebrating no matter when they came. All the friends were very happy for him, raising their glasses and drinking them down in one gulp. Only Yu Qinghuan himself had barley tea in his glass, not alcohol. Since finding out accidentally from Hu Chu what he had done while drunk last time, Yu Qinghuan hadn't touched alcohol again. These few people had developed well in recent years, but the opportunity to gather together grew rarer. Seizing this chance, especially with Zhao Qingyuan there causing a stir, they partied until midnight before disassembling the table drunkenly. Being this drunk, none of them could be allowed to go home. Since Yu Qinghuan's house only had 2 bedrooms, Wang Ruirui was brought into their room, and the 3 remaining squeezed together in the other. It was just early autumn, and the weather wasn't too cold yet, so sleeping on the floor wouldn't cause anyone to catch a cold. In the bedroom, after taking a shower, Yu Qinghuan dried his hair while lowering his head to tuck Wang Ruirui in more tightly. Seeing that the little girl slept comfortably without any discomfort, he finally exhaled a breath of relief. Just as he was about to straighten his body, the towel in his hand was naturally taken over by Hu Chu. Hu Chu pressed Yu Qinghuan's shoulders, making him sit on the bed while he stood opposite and gently dried his hair. The two had lived together for so many years that Hu Chu had become very skilled at these kinds of tasks. Shirlu looked at Hu Chu, then at Yu Qinghuan who was basking with his eyes half closed, and grumbled as it nestled into Yu Qinghuan's lap. As the hair began to dry, Hu Chu's movements came to a stop. "Let's sleep," Yu Qinghuan helped fix the crooked buttons of Hu Chu's pajamas and softly said. Hu Chu nodded, hugging Yu Qinghuan as they lay down in bed, and he turned off the bedside lamp with ease. Their public coming out years ago had been a grand spectacle for the whole world to see. However, after that dramatic announcement, they became surprisingly low-key, quietly living their small, peaceful lives. They never even flaunted their affection on Weibo. Yu Qinghuan also did not confess his love to Hu Chu again, but he knew that Hu Chu understood everything. Love cannot be hidden. For the rest of his life, all he needed to do was love Hu Chu with all his might. The end.